Chapter 1. The Young Man Su Yuntao. On the Douluo Continent, in the Fast-Nuo province, at the border between the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, lies a quaint village beside Nodding City. St. Soul Village. At the heart of the village stands a soul hall. Yet this so-called soul hall is merely a rather spacious wooden cottage. This year, 8 children from St. Soul Village are set to undergo their soul awakening. The last child, under the guidance of the village elder, Jack, steps into the wooden house. That Tang San is so annoyingly unconventional. Indeed, does he not realize how much he flaunts himself? Even the adults seem to favor him. Shoo! Be careful not to incur the village elder's wrath. The elder is truly biased. The boy named Tang San approaches the end of the line, his expression devoid of emotion. He pays no heed to the whispers and furtive glances exchanged by the other children. Within his eyes lies a hint of arrogance and a chill of indifference unique to him. Aside from Elder Jack and the 8 assembled children, a young man also occupies the soul hall. He appears to be in his 20s, with strikingly sharp brows and bright eyes. His features are remarkably handsome. Dressed in a white form-fitting outfit, he dons a black cloak draped across his back. At the center of his chest, a soul symbol the size of a fist is emblazoned. This attire is standard for personnel directly affiliated with the soul hall. On his left chest, there is a badge intricately carved with the image of a longsword. The 3 intercrossing swords on the badge signify the 3rd rank of a soul master, the Great Soul Master. The longsword indicates that this servant from the soul hall is a battle soul master. Once Elder Jack exits the wooden house, the young man's gaze falls upon the 8 children before him. Calm and casual, as a patrolling servant of the soul hall, assisting ordinary folk in their soul awakening is his obligatory duty, one he has long since grown accustomed to. Children, please line up. His demeanor towards the children is gentle. The 8 children stand firm before the young man. Tang San stands at the far left, his stature somewhat smaller compared to his peers. With a smile, the young man introduces himself. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master, and I shall guide you. Now, I will conduct your soul awakening one by one. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid. As he speaks, Su Yuntao opens his satchel on a nearby table, extracting 2 items, 6 black, round stones, and a gleaming blue crystal ball. Su Yuntao arranges the 6 black stones into a hexagonal formation on the ground. He then gestures for the first child on his right to step inside. Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully. As he speaks, Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly shine brightly. Amidst the astonished gazes of the children, he utters, "Lone wolf, manifest." Su Yuntao's eyes transform into a haunting green, while sharp claws extend from his fingertips, glinting with a faint cold light. 2 rings of light emerge from beneath his feet, circling around him from his feet to the crown of his head. One ring is white, the other yellow. The eerie green glow in Su Yuntao's eyes is somewhat intimidating. He speaks gently to the child standing amidst the black stones, saying, "Do not fear. This is my martial spirit, the lone wolf. If any of you become a soul master in the future, you will wield similar abilities." The child gazes with excitement at Su Yuntao's martial spirit and the glowing rings surrounding him, eagerly exclaiming, "Thank you, sir," in contrast to the other trembling children. This child's demeanor pleases Su Yuntao immensely. Moreover, only Tang San, at the back, exhibits a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Yet, he emanates an aura that seems to flow around him. Su Yuntao swiftly claps his hands, infusing 6 strands of faint green light into the 6 black stones upon the ground. Instantly, a layer of golden radiance emanates from the stones, forming a pale golden light shield that envelopes the child within. Golden specks of light drift from the black stones on the ground, entering the boy's body. Extend your right hand. Su Yuntao's emerald eyes fixate on the boy, commanding with authority. Without hesitation, the boy extends his right hand. In an instant, a scythe appears in his palm. It seems that the scythe is not merely an illusion of light, but a tangible entity. Moreover, this scythe appears somewhat battered, as if it had recently endured a fierce battle. Its forlorn appearance is disheartening. Su Yuntao furrows his brow. Is a weapon martial spirit? Can this scythe serve as a weapon? It should be barely adequate, but given its current state, I doubt it could even cut grass effectively. It is essentially a useless martial spirit. The golden light gradually recedes. The boy gazes in astonishment at the small scythe in his hand. His expression a mix of surprise, disbelief, and reluctance. Su Yuntao remarks, "Your martial spirit is a scythe. It can barely be considered a weapon martial spirit. And to be blunt, it could even be deemed a useless martial spirit." Noticing the dejection in the boy's eyes, Su Yuntao adds, "Let me check if you possess soul power. If you do, even a weapon martial spirit can be cultivated as a battle soul master." Upon hearing this, the boy's previously dim expression brightens. Gathering his courage, he looks up at Su Yuntao. "Big brother, I want to become a soul master. I do not wish to remain here for a lifetime." "Big brother, you are so handsome and young. You must be a genius soul master. I want to be a soul master too." The fervent gaze of the boy stirs something within Su Yuntao's heart. Indeed, being called big brother is quite pleasing to the ears. With a sigh, Su Yuntao responds, "Very well. Let me check if you possess soul power. If you have soul power, even a weapon martial spirit can be cultivated as a battle soul master. After all, a scythe does possess some offensive capabilities." "Big brother, what should I do?" the boy timidly inquires. Su Yuntao replies nonchalantly, "Use your will to summon back your martial spirit. In the future, when you wish to use it again, you will also summon it with your will." The boy nods, promptly retracting the scythe from his hand. Su Yuntao's eyes brighten. This child possesses remarkable talent. With anticipation, he hands the blue crystal ball to the boy, gesturing for him to place his right hand upon it. The boy's delicate hand juxtaposes sharply against Su Yuntao's clawed hand above the crystal ball. The contrast is striking. Moments later, the blue light on the crystal ball suddenly flares. Su Yuntao's eyes widen with excitement. But in the next second, the blue light dims abruptly. Su Yuntao, somewhat disappointed, says, "There's only a trace. It can barely be considered half a level, and it might as well be deemed as having no soul power. You cannot become a soul master. Please step aside." The boy sighs upon hearing this. Standing in place, he appears lost in thought. A similar scene continues to unfold. One by one, 5 more children undergo their soul awakening. Their martial spirits consist solely of farming tools, such as hoes and scythes. Not a single beast martial spirit emerges. As for soul power, Su Yuntao deems them all as none. This includes a girl who awakened the blue-silver grass martial spirit. She too stands dejectedly to the side, cautiously wiping away her tears with her sleeve. After continuously using soul power, Su Yuntao seems to have grown somewhat fatigued. Yet he remains determined to assist all 8 children through the awakening process. At long last, it is Tang San's turn. Chapter 2. Tang San, we are not from the same world. Tang San's lips curl slightly, his gaze resolute. Without Su Yuntao needing to say a word, he steps forward into the center of the 6 black stones. As Su Yuntao's 6 strands of soul power flow into him, a pale golden light ignites once more. Blue-silver grass. Tang San possesses the same blue-silver grass as the girl before him. Tang San's martial spirit, too, embodies the standard of a useless martial spirit. Su Yuntao, feeling helpless, remarks, "Another useless martial spirit. It seems Saint Soul Village has wasted its time this time as well. All right, children, you may leave. Uncle, you have yet to test my soul power." Tang San observes as Su Yuntao prepares to stow away the blue crystal ball, hastily reminding him. Without turning back, Su Yuntao responds, "There's no need for a test. I have yet to see anyone with a blue-silver grass martial spirit who possesses soul power." Simultaneously, a hint of discomfort stirs within him, though he cannot quite identify why. "Please, let me try, big brother." Tang San notes that the boy who awakened the scythe martial spirit. It seems that only after calling him big brother did Su Yuntao conduct a soul power test for him. Su Yuntao hesitates for a moment, a smile gracing his lips. He turns around to meet Tang San's calm, yet determined gaze. In his heart, he muses that this child seems somewhat extraordinary. What exactly makes him different is hard to say. In any case, a child destined for greatness is undoubtedly exceptional. Their gaze must be terrifyingly profound, enough to make even the most powerful tremble. Very well. Testing for soul power will not consume too much time. As Su Yuntao speaks, he presents the blue crystal ball to Tang San. The moment his palm touches the blue crystal ball, Tang San's body trembled violently for a moment. Subsequently, the blue crystal sphere in his hand began to glow. A dazzling blue light instantaneously spread from a single point. In the blink of an eye, the crystal orb shimmered like a resplendent gem. This is indeed the protagonist. Oh my, it is actually a full innate soul power. A green light was once again released from Su Yuntao's body. The crystal sphere rebounded from Tang San's palm. At that moment, his gaze towards the boy before him had transformed entirely, as though he were gazing upon a monster. Tang San naturally noticed that his situation was markedly different from that of the other children during the test. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Big brother, what is a full innate soul power?" Su Yuntao stared blankly at him and instinctively explained, "A full innate soul power refers to the highest soul power attainable at the moment of martial soul awakening." Highest soul power? Not only Tang San, but the other children present also wore expressions of curiosity. Though they were destined to never become soul masters, that did not diminish their thirst for knowledge. Su Yuntao continued, "I have never encountered someone with full innate soul power when I awakened. I only attained a mere second-level soul power. What a pity, what a tremendous pity, to think he possesses a useless martial soul. Even if your martial soul were merely a scythe, it would still far surpass the worthless blue silver grass. If that were the case, I too could." He did not continue, but Tang San vaguely understood his implication. The envious and jealous gazes the other children once cast upon Tang San had entirely vanished. Just as Tang San was about to ask further questions, Su Yuntao had already picked up his bundle and walked outside. "Old Jack." As the door opened, Old Jack approached Su Yuntao with a tense expression. "Master, how did it go? Is there any possibility for the children of our village to become soul masters this year?" Su Yuntao glanced at him, sighed, and replied, "There is indeed 1.5, but it is regrettable." A look of uncertainty flickered in Jack's eyes as he tentatively asked, "Master, who exactly is it?" Su Yuntao replied, "Among the 8 children this year, only one possesses soul power, and it is full innate soul power." Before old Jack could express his joy, Su Yuntao added, "Unfortunately, his martial soul is blue silver grass, do you understand? Blue silver grass? Full innate soul power? Good heavens!" The disappointment on Jack's face was even more profound than that of Su Yuntao. Having served as village chief for so many years, he naturally understood the significance of full innate soul power. Yet to see it manifest in the blue-silver grass martial soul was truly disheartening. "Master, is there truly no way to cultivate the blue-silver grass?" Jack asked, furrowing his brow. Su Yuntao could sense old Jack's emotions, and, instead of his initial pride, felt a sense of resignation. He patted old Jack on the shoulder and said, "It is not entirely impossible to cultivate, but what do you think the blue-silver grass would evolve into as one's martial soul improves? It is indeed a pity regarding this full innate soul power. Well, I must take my leave. I have to go to the next village." "Then, what about the half?" "Oh, another martial soul is a scythe, which barely qualifies as a weapon martial soul, possessing only a trace of soul power, just barely at the first level. Such talent can only be considered half unless one has access to vast resources for unrestrained cultivation. Even so, achieving the rank of a great soul master in one's lifetime would be the limit, rendering the effort to cultivate meaningless." In the end, Su Yuntao did not wait for Tang San and old Jack to continue their inquiries and departed from the village. Watching Su Yuntao's receding figure, Tang San rushed to old Jack and posed the question he most urgently wished to know. "Grandpa Jack, what is a soul ring? How can one obtain a soul ring?" Old Jack appeared to still be pondering Su Yuntao's words, instinctively responding, "I do not know what a soul ring is, but it seems one must hunt soul beasts to acquire one. However, little San, that is a very dangerous endeavor. Only soul masters would undertake such a task. At that moment, Jack had regained his composure, looking down at Tang San in surprise. Little San, you aren't the one master mentioned with full innate soul power and a blue-silver grass martial soul, are you? Tang San nodded. That's me. Old Jack squatted down, looking directly at Tang San with a satisfied expression. Little San, I never expected your talent to be so exceptional. What a shame that you have such a father who cannot pass on a good martial soul to you. Otherwise, you might truly become the second soul saint of our village. Tell me, do you wish to attend a specialized school to learn the methods of soul master cultivation? Only there would you find the most accurate knowledge regarding martial souls. Tang San did not provide an immediate affirmative response. Grandpa Jack, I must consult my father about this. Jack suddenly realized, indeed, no matter how mature a child may be, they're still just a child. It is essential to seek Tang Hao's opinion. A glimmer of determination appeared in Jack's eyes. Though he was reluctant to meet that disheveled man, for the sake of potentially producing another soul master from the village, he could not afford to be choosy. Just then, a frail-looking boy who had been standing by the side piped up, Grandpa Jack, may I also go to school to learn the methods of soul master cultivation? Jack turned in surprise to look at the pale, slender child.
Xiao Kai, could it be that you are the child capable of cultivation? At this moment, Tang San also noticed the child who had spoken. It was indeed the very child who had awakened the Scythe martial soul first. This young boy had adeptly endeared himself to Su Yuntao, persuading him to assess his soul power. He was an exceptionally astute lad. What a pity. Such a martial soul would likely hold little significance in his future interactions. Tang San, having lived a life anew, possessed an unparalleled advantage and innate talent that destined him for greatness in this lifetime. Chapter 3. You should just stick to farming. The child named Xiao Kai initially gazed enviously at Tang San, then bitterly nodded. His eyes filled with hope as he looked at old Jack. After a moment's hesitation, old Jack glanced at Tang San, who possessed innate full soul power, and then shook his head with a sigh. Xiao Kai, hasn't Master Su Yuntao mentioned that your martial soul is akin to a useless one, devoid of any cultivation value? Moreover, studying at the Martial Soul Academy entails a significant expense. Your parents have unfortunately passed away, leaving you an orphan. Can you truly bear such costs? Old Jack imagined that his words would compel the boy with the feeble martial soul to relinquish his unrealistic dreams. However, unexpectedly, the seemingly frail youth did not falter. He lowered his head as if contemplating something, then raised it again, his gaze resolute and determined. Grandpa Jack, isn't there's still a student work-study position available in our village? What did you say? I must have misheard. Jack rubbed his ears, staring in astonishment at the frail child. How does he know about this? A child of his age typically would not be aware of such matters as work-study opportunities. At 6 years old, children usually only know how to run, play, and get muddy. Among the village children, Tang San was already the most mature and sensible one. Yet, even he would not know about the work-study position. But what did it matter that he knew? That position was destined for Tang San. Old Jack observed the burning light of ambition and unwillingness in the boy's eyes, reminiscent of the spark he once had in his youth. He had dreamed of transforming his life and becoming a soul master, yet he now understood how unrealistic and laughable those thoughts had been. Reality had eroded all his fantasies. And this child, like his younger self, was blissfully ignorant and fearless. He needed to be made aware of the harsh truths. Old Jack looked at the small boy and spoke solemnly. Xiao Kai, you are correct. Our village indeed has a work-study position. But do you comprehend how precious this opportunity is? Even when a soul sage once emerged from our village, there was only one position each year. Other villages share one position among 2 or 3 villages. This opportunity is vital for us. Therefore, I intend to allocate it to Tang San. Upon hearing old Jack's words, Tang San's eyes sparkled with joy. Then he cast a sympathetic glance at the boy named Kai, an orphan whose parents had died, struggling to survive, and who could starve at any moment, with a martial soul deemed useless and a mere flicker of soul power, less than first rank. For someone like him, even if he secured this position, it would merely be a waste. To avoid disappointing old Jack, that position had to belong to him. Yet unexpectedly, the frail boy named Kai lifted his head and cast a bitter glance at Tang San, his eyes brimming with envy. Tang San felt no stirrings from such a gaze. After all, isn't genius merely something to be envied by others? Grandpa Jack, I understand the value of this position. However, you must also recognize that Tang San's circumstances are somewhat more favorable than mine. Uncle Tang Hao's blacksmith shop has some income, which could help Xiao San pursue his studies. But for me, without this work-study position, I cannot even gather enough fare to reach the school. Grandpa Jack, although my scythe may be ordinary, it is still a weapon martial soul, and I am not entirely devoid of soul power. Master Su Yuntao said that as long as I have even a trace of soul power and continue to cultivate, I can step into the realm of soul masters. Enough. Old Jack impatiently interrupted him. Yes, you have a slim chance of cultivating into a soul master, but do you realize? Tang San possesses innate full soul power. As long as he acquires a soul ring, even the lowest quality one, he will immediately become a soul master. Do you understand what that means? Our village has not seen a soul master in many years. This is the dream of our holy soul village, and it is my dream. I will not allow you to jeopardize that dream. A hint of bitterness flickered in Xiao Kai's gaze. But becoming a soul master is my dream too. Yet no one seems to care. Old Jack placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Xiao Kai, just stay here and farm. With your scythe martial soul, you can surely become the best farmer. You will have a prosperous future. Just consider, even if I were to grant you this work-study position, once you reach the city, you would be all alone and penniless. Life in the city is not like our village. Even basic needs require money. So focus on farming. You have a few acres of land. In a couple of years, you will be able to sustain yourself. At the same time, a glimmer of determination shone in Old Jack's eyes. Despite his reluctance to face that scruffy blacksmith, he prioritized the village's need for another soul master over his discomfort. Let us go, Xiao San, I will escort you home. Old Jack first sent the other children away to be collected by their parents, then led Tang San back to the blacksmith shop. Meanwhile, the forlorn Kai followed behind Old Jack, feeling a flicker of hope. If Tang Hao declined the position, perhaps he would still have a chance. After all, he was aware that Tang San's father, Tang Hao, was a titled Douluo and would not lack for tuition fees. In the morning, it was Tang Hao's customary nap time. The blacksmith shop was silent. Tang Hao, Tang Hao. Old Jack had no regard for whether Tang Hao was asleep. His disdain for the scruffy blacksmith ran deep. If it weren't for the low prices of the tools he forged, Old Jack would have long since expelled him from the village. Who was making such a racket? Tang Hao's voice, tinged with annoyance, emerged as he stepped out from behind a curtain. He first noticed his son before shifting his gaze to Jack. What is going on, Old Jack? Jack retorted sharply. Today is your son's martial soul awakening day. Do you not realize how significant that is? Other families have both parents present, yet you, still the same. Tang Hao seemed to disregard Jack's sarcasm, his attention returning to his son. Xiao San, has your martial soul awakened? What is it? It's blue silvergrass. Tang San replied. Blue silvergrass? For reasons unknown, upon hearing those three words, Tang Hao, who typically showed little interest in external matters, suddenly shuddered. A unique sparkle illuminating his eyes. The change in Tang Hao's expression did not go unnoticed by Tang San. Even the observant Xiao Kai, with his head lowered, silently scoffed. What blue silvergrass? It's actually blue silver emperor. Chapter 4. The burden of tuition. Old Jack gazed at Tang Hao with dissatisfaction, stating, although it is merely blue silvergrass, Xiao San possesses innate, full soul power. I have decided that this year's work-study position in the village will be granted to Xiao San. He shall go to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy for his studies, and the village will cover his travel expenses. Blue silvergrass, blue silvergrass. Tang Hao murmured, suddenly lifting his head. A resolute light shone in his eyes, one that Tang San had never witnessed before, as he replied firmly, no. What did you say? I must have misheard, Old Jack exclaimed in astonishment, digging into his ears. Do you not realize? This is a golden opportunity. Perhaps Xiao San could become extraordinary in the future. Tang Hao cast a cold glance at Jack, asserting, when I say no, it means no. You may leave. Tang Hao. Old Jack's fury reached its zenith. Yet, Tang Hao remained nonchalant, responding, there is no need to raise your voice. I am not deaf. I said, you may leave. Grandpa Jack, please do not be angry. I no longer wish to pursue the path of becoming a soul master. Thank you for your kindness. Although Jack harbored a deep disdain for Tang Hao, he held great affection for the understanding Tang San. His anger gradually subsided as he sighed. Good child. Grandpa is not angry. Very well, I must take my leave. As Jack turned to exit, he paused at the blacksmith's door, looking back at Tang Hao with a weighty tone. Tang Hao, your life may end here, but Xiao San is still young. Should you change your mind, come find me. There are still 3 months until the enrollment for this year's Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Watching the irate Old Jack exit, Kai approached eagerly, looking up at him with hopeful eyes. Grandpa Jack, I heard everything. Tang San does not need this work-study position. If you grant it to me, then we in Holy Soul Village will not waste the opportunity. Although my martial spirit is rather ordinary, I can still become a soul master. Kai believed that his plea would sway the disappointed Old Jack. However, to his surprise, Old Jack only pondered briefly before responding. Very well, I agree. If after 3 months Tang San still declines, I shall give the position to you. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Kai's expression fell. Old Jack, sensing his disappointment, grew dissatisfied. This offer is already quite generous, considering Tang San as far superior talent. He is, without a doubt, the first choice. Besides, I have not closed the door completely. Do you not still have a glimmer of hope? Why does this child appear so despondent? Little did he know Kai, aware of the unfolding plot, understood Tang San's eventual choice. Thus, for him, Old Jack's words meant that he had already lost this opportunity. Yet, Waiting another year was simply unacceptable. Kai inhaled deeply, seemingly resolved. Grandpa Jack, if I do not secure the work-study position, how much is the tuition fee for attending Notting Junior Soul Master Academy? What? Old Jack was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even under such circumstances, the boy still desired to attend school. Hesitating, he replied, the tuition for Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is 2 gold soul coins per year, excluding accommodation, meals, textbooks, and miscellaneous fees. He sighed heavily. If it were not for Tang San, he would certainly have granted this position to the frail boy before him. However, with Tang San's innate full soul power, he could become a true soul master with the addition of a single spirit ring. How many years had it been since Holy Soul Village had produced a soul master? If this opportunity were missed, given his age, he could not be certain he would witness another soul master emerge from Holy Soul Village in his lifetime. Such a pity. Yet, young people are always like this. He too had harbored unrealistic dreams in his youth. After a few setbacks, they would eventually come to terms with reality. Upon hearing old Jack mention 2 gold soul coins, Kai's expression momentarily froze. In the Douluo Continent, 2 gold soul coins equated to 20 silver soul coins, or 200 copper soul coins. 1 gold soul coin was already sufficient to cover the living expenses of an ordinary family of 3 for several months. 2 gold soul coins were an unimaginable fortune for an orphan. Grandpa Jack, if I manage to save up 2 gold soul coins in 3 months, will you assist me in enrolling in the Soul Master Academy? What? Old Jack was stunned, swallowing hard. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Little Kai, do you realize what you're saying? This is unattainable. Upon hearing this, the frail boy named Kai raised his head. For the first time, old Jack noticed a resilience in this slender child that belied his age. A glimmer sparkled in his eyes as he looked towards the sky, then spoke with a tone that old Jack could not comprehend. If one lives without dreams, what is the difference from being a salted fish? Nothing is impossible. What if it does come true? This statement possessed an enchanting power that left old Jack in awe, causing him to swallow the words he had intended to utter. All right, little Kai, but how do you plan to accumulate 2 gold soul coins? Grandpa Jack, my family has a few acres of land. Although it has been somewhat neglected in recent years, it was once fertile soil. Are you suggesting you intend to sell your family's land? Old Jack was taken aback. As the village chief, he understood how crucial land was for the villagers. Although Kai's parents had passed, retaining those few acres still provided some yield. If he sold it, how would the boy sustain himself? Grandpa Jack, how much can I sell my family's land for? Jack regarded him with a complex expression, hesitating before responding. Little Kai, your family's land was once considered good soil. I'll find a way to sell it. It should fetch around 90 copper soul coins. He paused, continuing, however, you must understand that even so, you are still far from being able to afford schooling. Kai nodded with a smile. In truth, he had a house he could sell as well. However, that house was his only home in this world, serving as a form of solace. Thus he had no intention of letting it go. By the way, Grandpa Jack, do you happen to need an excellent farmer to assist you with the autumn harvest? What do you mean? Old Jack was somewhat bewildered. Kai smiled, extending his right hand. Gradually, a sickle materialized within his grasp. Grandpa Jack, did you not say I would become an excellent farmer? With the autumn harvest approaching, I believe everyone will require a more efficient farmer, yes? Old Jack was momentarily taken aback. Using a martial spirit sickle for labor was indeed an idea he had never considered. Meanwhile, Kai silently calculated. According to the market in Holy Soul Village, assisting in the harvest of 10 acres would earn 1 copper soul coin. Given his efficiency, he could harvest 10 acres a day, equating to 1 copper soul coin daily. After 2 months, he would have 60 copper soul coins. And with the proceeds from selling the land, he would accumulate 150 copper soul coins. Still short. He could also find ways to gather firewood or hunt for extra funds. It should be sufficient for schooling. As for why he had calculated 2 months, it was because the busy harvest season lasted only that long. Afterward, no one would pay to hire him for harvesting. However, having 2 gold soul coins would still be insufficient, as that was merely the enrollment fee. Upon arriving in Nottingham, he must find a way to survive. Every aspect of life, sustenance, shelter, and basic necessities demands financial resources. Alas, he is merely an ordinary youth. At just 6 years of age, he possesses neither formidable strength nor a prestigious lineage. Unlike Tang San, he lacks the advantages of an illustrious background in fortuitous circumstances. Once he enters the academy, he will be taken under the wing of a master, ensuring that his needs are met and his existence is secure. In contrast, he can only strive harder than others, pouring forth greater effort to carve out his path. Chapter 5. The doorman's obstruction. Throughout these 3 months, Tang San has been diligently training. Under Tang Hao's guidance, he has been mastering blacksmithing skills and honing his physique. Simultaneously, Kai has been tirelessly wielding his soul tool, the scythe, constantly refining his control over his martial soul. In his pursuit of earning sufficient soul coins, he exhausts his meager soul power with each endeavor. However, Kai has discovered that even when he collapses in exhaustion at the field's edge, he can feel his soul power rapidly replenishing within him. Thus, amidst the cycles of depletion and recovery, his soul power steadily increases. Although this growth remains quite gradual, it is nonetheless a positive development, especially after laboring each day. Witnessing the copper soul coins he earns brings him one step closer to his aspirations. According to the regulations of St. Soul Village, he receives a meal for assisting each household with their harvest. Yet, the physical toll is too great. One meal is never sufficient. To secure 2 meals a day, he must aid 2 families simultaneously. Furthermore, he collects the scattered remnants of crops from the harvested fields, carefully placing them into a bag. After all, selling the land means he will have no economic source left in the future. Every night, he sits by the window, pulling out his tattered pouch, counting the copper soul coins one by one. The frail youth gazes out at the moon, his eyes reflecting the vastness of the starry sea. 3 months later, on the road to Notting City, Tang San gazes in astonishment at the frail boy. Is he headed to school or moving? This lad named Kai carries an enormous bundle resembling a small mountain. With a mere glance, Tang San can discern the neatly washed yet slightly faded bedding, a pillow, a basin, clothing, and even pots and seasonings within. One might mistake this for a travel excursion. Noticing the surprise in Tang San's gaze, Kai merely smiles amiably, refraining from elaborating further. Along the way, old Jack continually responds to Tang San's myriad questions, explaining what a primary Soul Master Academy is, what an advanced Soul Master Academy entails, and the various titles held by Soul Masters. His words convey a critical message. Aspiring to become a Soul Master is not only challenging but also financially burdensome. Kai understands that this is also a subtle hint from old Jack. However, as long as he can become a Soul Master, he would receive subsidies, significantly alleviating his current plight. Praise the Spirit Hall. Those from affluent families might struggle to comprehend what the gold soul coin subsidies mean for impoverished Soul Masters. Little San, once I drop you off at the academy, I'll return. You must listen to your teachers while at the academy and never leave without permission. By the end of the semester, Grandpa Jack will come to fetch you. It will be close to the new year by then. As it is Tang San's first time leaving home, he feels somewhat anxious and instinctively asks, Grandpa Jack, are you leaving so soon? Old Jack smiles wryly. The inn is not a luxury we poor folks can afford. You must strive hard, and by the time I see you again, I hope you will have become a Soul Master. That will bring pride to our Saint Soul Village. Oh, and you too, little Kai? The frail boy, wiping sweat from his brow, beams with astonishment at being acknowledged. Old Jack's gaze is primarily fixed on Tang San, making it rare for him to consider Kai. The Notting Primary Soul Master Academy is situated in the western part of Notting City. After inquiring with several passers-by, old Jack finally leads Tang San and Kai to their destination. From a distance, they can see a grand archway. The archway spans 20 meters wide and stands over 10 meters tall, constructed from sturdy rock. Beneath it are 2 iron gates, dark and imposing, forged from high-quality iron. Through the bars, they can glimpse a winding path leading deeper into the academy, flanked by towering trees. At the center of the archway are 4 bold characters, Notting Academy. Just from the academy's entrance, one can discern the significance of the Soul Master profession in the Douluo Continent. This is merely a primary Soul Master Academy, after all. As old Jack and the 2 boys approach the entrance, they are immediately stopped by a young doorman. What do you want? Is this a place for country bumpkins like you? Old Jack's attire, though considered respectable in St. Soul Village, now appears utterly rustic in Notting City. The doorman's gaze carries a hint of disdain, especially upon seeing Kai, who is poorly dressed, weary, and dripping with sweat, carrying a large bundle of rags. The doorman's contempt intensifies. Are they refugees? Kai shakes his head wryly. His presence only serves to amplify the doorman's scorn. He fears that the doorman might utter something excessively rude, potentially provoking the wrath of the nearby killer. Old Jack hastily smiles. Young man, we come from St. Soul Village. This child is one of our village's work-study students for the year. May we know what procedures we need to follow? The doorman furrows his brow and replies with a mocking tone. Can a grass hut produce a golden phoenix? Does a small village truly have someone with soul power? The academy hasn't had a work-study student in many years. You aren't frauds, are you? A flicker of anger flashes in old Jack's eyes. Yet he suppresses his irritation and presents the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall's official, Yuntao. The doorman takes the document, scrutinizing it closely. Martial soul, blue silvergrass? An innate full soul power? How amusing. That's quite the farce. I've been a doorman here for 4 years and have never heard of a student with innate full soul power. This boy's martial soul is blue silvergrass, and he possesses full soul power? I suspect this certificate from the Spirit Hall is surely counterfeit. The doorman, having spent time at the academy, has encountered numerous students and possesses his own discernment. Tang San's soul power genuinely exceeds his understanding. Even old Jack's patience is wearing thin. You are deliberately making this difficult for us. Fine. Just wait here. I will seek out the Spirit Hall's official. Little San, little Kai. Let us go. With that, Jack turns and strides back toward the city. The Spirit Hall certificate is undoubtedly authentic, a fact the doorman is aware of. However, those delivering new students typically must be somewhat accommodating, especially from impoverished families. The saying that the king is easy to please while the lesser demons are difficult to deal with rings true here. Old Jack, hailing from a rural background. Though a village chief is oblivious to these nuances, Kai, while aware, cannot bear to part with the soul coins he has worked so hard to earn. Each one is a testament to his labor. Moreover, he knows that they will eventually gain entry, so he remains watchful, primarily to keep an eye on Tang San and prevent him from resorting to violence. Chapter 6. The King of Kings. Xiao makes a dazzling entrance. The doorman felt a twinge of unease. If the spirit hall's people truly arrived, it was beyond his capacity to handle. Yet, he was also confident that they would not come to the academy merely to interrogate a couple of country bumpkins. Frustrated, he could not help but speak disparagingly. Holy Soul Village. More like Beggar Village, if you ask me. What did you say? Old Jack whirled around, the doorman's words striking at his deepest pride. He had once quarreled with Tang over this very matter, and now this doorman, an outsider, was further aggravating him. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he stormed back, glaring fiercely at the doorman. The doorman was taken aback by Old Jack's intense demeanor, instinctively taking a step back, though he quickly chastised himself. After all, he was merely an old man. What was there to fear? What? Not convinced? I said you're from Beggar Village, am I mistaken? Just look at this little pauper. His clothes are all patched up. And this kid, is he not a beggar fleeing from disaster? I suggest you find a better place to beg. Our nodding academy is no charity house. Get lost, get lost. As he spoke, the doorman raised his left hand to push against Old Jack's chest, attempting to force him away. Just then, a small, slender figure darted between them. The figure raised its left arm, its delicate hand barely reaching the doorman's hand. With a forceful shove to the right, the doorman's left hand was knocked away. Simultaneously, the small figure stepped forward, its foot landing precisely behind the doorman's left foot. Raising its right hand, it combined the force of both hands to bring the doorman's hand downwards, striking at the bend of his left arm with a swift and powerful motion. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The action was executed with remarkable speed. And as the doorman's hand was pushed away, the small figure propelled forward, landing a forceful blow to the doorman's abdomen. The impact sent the doorman tumbling to the ground with a thud, groaning in pain as he curled up and rolled about. Little 3U. Old Jack stared dumbfounded at the person who stood before him. The one who had acted was none other than Tang San. Though small in stature, Tang San possessed considerable strength. His months of training with the hammer had not been in vain. Moreover, given that the doorman had dared to lay hands on Old Jack, Tang San had used a bit of internal energy from the Xiantian skill, swiftly incapacitating the doorman, who possessed no spirit power. You little brat, seeking death. The humiliation of being bested by a child was unbearable for the doorman. The fiery pain in his arm and the nausea in his stomach only fueled his rage. Rising from the ground, he seized a long knife that had been leaning against the wall. It was merely a prop, as the academy's teachers and students were all spirit masters and required no protection from a powerless doorman. But in his fury, the doorman disregarded all caution and charged at Tang San with the weapon drawn. Stop! A raspy voice suddenly interjected, halting the doorman's advance. The doorman paused, and in an instant, his furious expression transformed into one of obsequiousness. The change was astonishing as he bowed and nodded toward the newcomer. Master, you have returned. Tang San turned to see a man of average height, slightly on the lean side, who had quietly approached them. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with an unremarkable appearance, sporting a somewhat haggard look. His hands were clasped behind his back, exuding a unique aura, indeed, a rather pretentious demeanor. His eyes carried a hint of languor and despondency. To Kai, he appeared rather sleazy. It seemed this was Xiao. Xiao merely cast a sidelong glance at the doorman, ignoring him entirely, and addressed Old Jack. Old sir, may I see the proof from the spirit hall? Old Jack, being a village leader, was adept at reading expressions. The doorman's reaction indicated that this middle-aged man held significant standing within the academy. Moreover, the title of Xiao added weight to his presence. Hastily, he presented the proof in his hand. Xiao examined the document, then shifted his gaze to Tang San, sizing him up with a discerning eye. The proof was authentic, and he continued, I apologize on behalf of the academy for the earlier incident. I shall take responsibility for this child. A figure of at least spirit master caliber personally apologizing filled Old Jack with immense satisfaction. He quickly waved his hands. No need for apologies, no need. We have also acted poorly, Xiao. I entrust this child to your care. Tang San, go with Xiao. But remember to be obedient. Oh, and little Kai? Kai had grown accustomed to such disregard. Tang San nodded but did not speak. Moments before the doorman charged at him, his left hand had already been raised, having released the safety on the hidden dart in his sleeve. Had Xiao delayed a moment longer, the doorman might have found a dart lodged in his throat. According to the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record, the third principle states, confirm that your opponent is indeed an enemy. Should they pose a threat to your life, show no mercy. For leniency will only invite trouble upon yourself. In Tang San's view, the doorman's cruelty constituted a threat to his life. Simultaneously, he held absolute confidence that no one, including Old Jack, would ever suspect him as the source of the dart. Without evidence, who could accuse him of murder? The Tang sect's silent darts travel at extraordinary speed, leaving behind only a shadow, far beyond the capabilities of someone like the doorman to evade. Kai's eyes flickered with an inexplicable glimmer, cautiously reminding himself, first, this little villager from my village is exceedingly petty and vindictive. Do not confront him directly. Second, Tang San's hidden weapons may strike at any moment. He is ruthless and must be approached with caution. After old Jack had imparted several final reminders to Tang San, he departed. Yu Xiaojing cast a calm glance at the doorman, stating, "This is your first and final warning. If you dare to offend again, you need not remain here." His voice, though gravelly, carried an undeniable authority that brooked no contradiction. Such was the air of pretentiousness. A grand spirit master belittling a powerless commoner. It was a shame that Tang San was yet unversed in the world, in time. Yu Xiaojing's manner of speech would seem utterly absurd. The doorman broke out in a cold sweat, hastily nodding and stepping aside. Yu Xiaojing looked down at Tang San. Forcing a smile that seemed somewhat stiff and unflattering, taking Tang San's hand, he said, "Let us proceed inside." In saying this, he appeared entirely oblivious to Kai standing beside them. Kai, accustomed to this, slung his bag over his shoulder and walked inward. Yu Xiaojing did not look back, ignoring him completely. The lowly doorman dared not impede their passage. As they passed by him, Kai politely nodded and smiled, causing the doorman to be taken aback, quickly returning the gesture with a forced smile. Chapter 7. Tang San's prostration under the guidance of Yu Xiaojing. Tang San and Kai finally entered the academy. "Teacher, thank you," Tang San said to Yu Xiaojing. "Teacher? I am not a teacher of the academy," Yu Xiaojing replied, glancing down at Tang San with a hint of indifference. "Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy?" Yu Xiaojing shook his head, unusually patient today despite his typical lack of tolerance. He forced a smile, albeit an unattractive one, and said, "Who says one must be a teacher of the academy to represent it?" Tang San suddenly understood. "I see. Then you must be the principal or a leader." Yu Xiaojing chuckled. "For a 6-year-old, you are quite clever. However, you are mistaken." Tang San, puzzled, asked, "Then who are you?" Yu Xiaojing replied, "I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality. You, like everyone else, may call me master. Everyone does. I have even forgotten my own name. The Spirit Hall certificate states you are Tang San, correct? Tang San, you must understand that master and teacher are worlds apart. Do not confuse them in the future unless..." At this point, his voice trailed off, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher. Are you going to teach me how to cultivate my spirit?" Tang San inquired. Yu Xiaojing halted, facing Tang San directly. "Are you willing?" Tang San stopped as well, gazing up at Yu Xiaojing, observing him closely from below. He noted Yu Xiaojing's larger mouth and thick lips. He remained silent, neither consenting nor refusing. Yu Xiaojing merely had a large mouth, not a large face. Tang San was not truly a child. How could he be swayed by mere words? Yu Xiaojing scrutinized the wide-eyed Tang San, a rigid smile reappearing. "Ah, it seems I have not intimidated this child," he acknowledged. "Indeed, you are a remarkably intelligent boy." His silence bore two meanings. First, he was not in a hurry to refuse, lest he offend Yu Xiaojing. Second, he sought to question Yu Xiaojing's worthiness to be called master through his actions. Kai, observing the scene, struggled to suppress a chuckle. Yet both individuals before him were cunning and astute. He knew he must not reveal his amusement. He sensed it was time for Yu Xiaojing to display his prowess. For safety's sake, he wisely chose to distance himself. "Master, little San, I am feeling weary. I will rest over there," Kai declared, moving to a nearby wall to set down his heavy backpack. He then slumped to the ground, rubbing his shoulders. Yu Xiaojing affectionately ruffled Tang San's hair, his tone imbued with a sense of worldly wisdom and detachment, mingled with a carefree and self-assured sagacity, gifted and so perceptive. "It seems I must be resolute," he mused. "After all, you are the third individual in a century to possess a twin spirit." Tang San was taken aback, his gaze shifting towards Yu Xiaojing, his left wrist subtly rising. A look of uncertainty flickered in his eyes, and he cautiously glanced at Kai, who seemed oblivious, rummaging through his backpack. However, even with his head down, Kai felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing Tang San might eliminate him to keep his secret safe. Thankfully, he had distanced himself in time. Yu Xiaojing observed Tang San with calm confidence, a smile gracing his lips. "Are you curious how I know you possess a twin spirit?" As he spoke, he shook the certificate given to him by old Jack. "It is due to this document. Others may not discern its flaws, but if I cannot, I am unworthy of the title master. I have studied 647 individuals with the blue-silver grass spirit. Among them, only 16 possess soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Yet none of those with soul power exceeded rank 1, whereas you have an innate full soul power of level 10. According to my research on the 10 core competencies of spirits, the innate soul power magnitude correlates with spirit quality. The blue-silver grass clearly does not meet the standard. Thus, I can assert with certainty that you must possess another spirit, one that is extraordinarily powerful." Tang San's expression gradually steadied as he countered. "Every rule has its exceptions. Why can I not be one?" Yu Xiaojing nodded earnestly. "Indeed, exceptions exist, but your spirit is the blue-silver grass. Therefore, you are not that exception. In the past century, only 2 twin spirits have emerged in the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. While 19 individuals have been born with innate full soul power, I have meticulously examined each of their spirits, all of which are formidable. The youngest among them has already reached the level of a great soul master. Of the 14 who inherited powerful spirits through family lineage, 5 were exceptions. Their origins are not noble, yet they possess innate full soul power. Such anomalies stem from the existence of mutated spirits. Based on my years of research into mutated spirits, no spirit has ever been found to mutate from the blue-silver grass. Your blue-silver grass is ordinary, thus I am entirely confident in my judgment. Yu Xiaojiang confidently presented a sophisticated theory, leaving Tang San feeling dazed. What is a mutated spirit? Tang San asked. Yu Xiaojiang patiently explained. This requires a discussion on how spirits are inherited. An individual's spirit is directly linked to their parents' spirits. The most common scenario is inheriting either the father's or mother's spirit, which is known as familial spirit inheritance. Some exceptions are termed mutated spirits. These arise from the parental spirits possessing certain variances, resulting in the inheritor's spirit manifesting a mutation, giving rise to a new spirit. Mutated spirits can be exceptionally powerful, even resulting in innate full soul power. However, most mutated spirits tend to be weaker. They are akin to the offspring of close relatives. The likelihood of producing a fool is high, yet a sage may also emerge. Tang San nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly stepped back, creating distance between himself and Yu Xiaojiang. He knelt on both knees and respectfully bowed 3 times. This time, it was Yu Xiaojiang who was taken aback. What are you doing? Teacher, Tang San reverently called, please accept me as your disciple. Chapter 8 this week. The divine realm did not see Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang smiled, a satisfied smile. His efforts were not in vain. He bent down and pulled Tang San up while swiftly suppressing a hint of unease in his heart. It seemed that this time he had successfully deceived the boy. Silly child, do you not know that bowing is a gesture reserved only for monarchs and parents? A simple bow would suffice. The customs of Douluo Continent were evidently different from those in Tang San's first life. However, Tang San did not think his gestures excessive. He solemnly declared, once a teacher, forever a father. You deserve my kneeling. Having finally encountered such a formidable mentor, Tang San was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Yu Xiaojiang gazed at Tang San with deep emotion. Once a teacher, forever a father, he echoed, feeling immensely touched and satisfied. He had indeed made the right choice. Finding such a raw gem was a perfect validation of his theories. Once Tang San grew and matured, who would dare to look down upon him? Who would question his competence? From a distance, Kai observed as Tang San knelt on the ground, and Yu Xiaojiang, with a look of contentment, helped him up. He understood that it was undoubtedly Yu Xiaojiang's persuasive rhetoric at work. In truth, Yu Xiaojiang's theories could only deceive the current Tang San. According to Yu Xiaojiang's deductions, blue-silver grass was merely a weak and useless martial soul. Even with soul power, it could not possibly be of innate full soul power level. Thus, the manifestation of innate full soul power came from Tang San's other martial soul, the Haotian hammer. Yet, Tang San's innate full soul power was achieved through his cultivation of the Xiantian skill. Moreover, Tang San's so-called blue-silver grass was not ordinary at all, but a high-quality blue-silver emperor. Was blue-silver emperor weak? Certainly not when compared to regular blue-silver grass. Hence, blue-silver emperor could indeed bear the quality of innate full soul power. The same applied to the Haotian hammer. This indicated that Yu Xiaojiang's deductions were fundamentally misguided. Simultaneously, the introduction of Douluo Bo further contradicted Yu Xiaojiang's assertions. Douluo Bo believed that the conditions for the birth of twin martial souls required that the martial souls of the parents be of similar quality. In other words, it was impossible for one to be a powerful martial soul while the other was a useless one. Therefore, Yu Xiaojiang's theories could only mislead individuals at the lower tier of soul masters. In the eyes of titled Douluos, many of his theories were merely common knowledge. Yet, observing the mutual excitement between the two, Kai felt as though a melody was swirling in his ears. This bow a spring breeze meeting a kindred spirit. This bow loyalty and righteousness. Through trials and tribulations, vowing never to part. This bow unchanging through life and death. However, it was rather ironic. How much sincerity lay within this bow? Or rather, was there truly no hint of ulterior motive in Yu Xiaojiang's acceptance of Tang San as his disciple? He must have surmised that Tang San possessed a high-quality martial soul. He naturally knew that one of Tang San's parents was undoubtedly a remarkably powerful soul master. Coupled with Tang San's own brilliance, it was only natural that he would entertain the thought of taking him as a disciple. But how deep were Tang San's feelings for Yu Xiaojiang? It seemed profound. After all, Tang San affectionately declared Yu Xiaojiang to be his father, even calling him father himself. Yet, his treatment of Yu Xiaojiang was entirely different from that of Tang Hao. In the narrative known to Kai, after Tang San recognized Lan Xuanyu, he immediately informed him that he had brought the souls of Lan Xuanyu's adoptive parents to the divine realm to live, as divine officials, forever. He had done the same for Tang Wulin's adoptive parents. In essence, Tang San facilitated the entry of 4 ordinary individuals into the divine realm. But what of Yu Xiaojiang? Tang San held dual divine positions, one as a god king and the other as a first-level god, capable of bringing along 5 or 6 individuals without issue. The original text depicted Tang San's relationship with Yu Xiaojing as follows. Master, you have lived a life of solitude without children, pouring all your heart and soul into me. Though you are not my biological father, in my heart, you occupy that same esteemed position. Father, please accept this bow from Tang San. Tang San himself placed Yu Xiaojing in the position of a father. However, after ascending to godhood, he seemed to have forgotten this person. One must say, such sentiments were indeed enviable. At this moment, Kai approached, seemingly astonished by the scene before him. Tang San, how? Then he suddenly understood. Could it be that you have already taken this master as your teacher? Observing the admiration shining in the eyes of the frail boy before him, Tang San felt a mix of satisfaction and caution. He instinctively sensed that Kai had distanced himself earlier to avoid overhearing his conversation with the master. But how could that be possible? Could he truly possess foresight? Tang San promptly dismissed this amusing thought from his mind. It seemed he had been overly sensitive. Tang San nodded and calmly stated, Indeed, I have taken the master as my teacher. Excellent, Tang San, congratulations. This master is evidently a remarkable figure. His appearance is extraordinary, and he exudes a profound aura, subtly revealing deep insights in his every gesture, truly impressive. Kai promptly offered a compliment, both praising Tang San and flattering Yu Xiaojing. After all, Yu Xiaojing had long been the subject of ridicule and scorn throughout the years. Individuals like him often harbored deep-seated insecurities and sensitivity, craving validation and acknowledgement from others. A little flattery could easily lead him to become overly pleased with himself. Sure enough, Yu Xiaojing unconsciously straightened his back, casting his gaze at a seemingly indifferent 45-degree angle towards the sky, adopting an air of a great master, appearing carefree. Kai could not help but sneer inwardly. Was he merely a great soul master? Why the need for such pretentiousness? Tang San, on the other hand, felt quite pleased with Kai's praise of his teacher. This Kai seemed somewhat more agreeable now. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing finally turned his attention to Kai, asking, What is your name? Kai calmly nodded. My name is Kai. A simple villager, nothing special. Ah, you awakened your martial soul on the same day as Tang San from the same village? Kai nodded. Chapter 9, Yu Xiaojing. You are nothing but a coward. Upon hearing that Kai was from the same village as Tang San, Yu Xiaojing's heart stirred with intrigue. Over the years spent in Notting City, he had endured scorn and ridicule from various teachers at the school. Though he feigned indifference, he could not escape the bitterness and resentment that gnawed at him. Little did he expect that by merely putting on a fade, he would come across a remarkably gifted disciple. If this Kai were to prove to be as exceptional as Tang San, it would mean two prodigies under his tutelage. Maintaining his lofty demeanor, Yu Xiaojing turned his face and calmly inquired, Do you wish to become my disciple? What is your martial soul? I awakened my martial soul as a scythe with a soul power of level 1. Initially, during his awakening, Kai's soul power had been insufficient to reach level 1, merely qualifying as half a level. However, through relentless use of his scythe martial soul to harvest crops under extreme pressure, his soul power had increased slightly, barely achieving level 1. Thus, he felt justified in his claim. Yu Xiaojing paused, momentarily taken aback, but then his brow furrowed deeply. He had anticipated that this youth, accompanying Tang San, might also be a genius, which would bring him double joy. Yet, to his dismay, this boy's martial soul was merely a scythe, and his soul power was only at level 1. Tools like scythes and hoes were inherently regarded as worthless martial souls. With such a low level of soul power, there was no need for cultivation. If he were to accept such a disciple, he would have to endure scorn wherever he went. After all, having one useless master was enough. To have a useless disciple would be unbearable. How could he expect to rise from this? Yu Xiaojing had hoped for a prodigy like Tang San to emerge and astonish the world, fiercely striking back at those who looked down upon him, thereby bringing him fame. This worthless individual could not become my disciple. A scythe as a martial soul, what use is that? Yu Xiaojing's voice was chillingly indifferent. Kai's lips twisted into a bitter smile. Did a scythe not deserve respect? Once again, he felt belittled. With rising anger, Kai retorted, On what grounds do you deem the scythe a worthless martial soul? He genuinely could not comprehend. After all, Yu Xiaojing himself had awakened a martial soul deemed inferior. Over the years, he had suffered discrimination and mockery from others. Kai had believed that Yu Xiaojing's experiences would foster some empathy within him, given their shared backgrounds. Yet, to his astonishment, Yu Xiaojing openly mocked him. How shameless. Why do you refuse to acknowledge that you possess a worthless martial soul? Yu Xiaojing's brow creased. Simply because I am called a master. He gazed steadily at Kai. Are you not aware of your own worth? You dispute the label of worthless martial soul? I, Yu Xiaojing, do not accept mediocrity. The coldness in his voice and the scornful gaze ignited a flicker of uncontrollable fury within Kai. He inhaled deeply. Mediocrity? I believe there are no worthless martial souls. Only worthless soul masters. Even if my martial soul is deemed inferior, I will exert tenfold, 100-fold more effort. I am confident that I will not fall short of others in the future. After uttering these words, Kai felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, this theory had been articulated by Yu Xiaojing himself. He would not contradict his own principles, would he? Yu Xiaojing's heart quivered. There are no worthless martial souls. Only worthless soul masters? This was a principle he had often espoused, and he was surprised to hear it echoed by the youth. Yet, it was truly regrettable that his innate talent was so lacking. He shook his head. You do not comprehend the vast chasm that exists between you and true geniuses. Have you seen Tang San? From birth, your destinies were set on entirely divergent paths. You will never attain the accomplishments Tang San has achieved. Come, Xiao San. I shall take you to the academic office to report, and thereafter, we will devise a training plan for you. Xiao San. Your future accomplishments will inevitably distance you from these ordinary individuals. You must adapt to your identity. After speaking, Yu Xiaojing grasped Tang San's hand and headed towards the academic office, leaving behind the youth who was destined to inhabit a world apart from theirs. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind. What a pathetic master. You are nothing but a coward. What? Yu Xiaojing abruptly halted, astonished, and turned to gaze at the frail youth in the distance. The boy, flushed with indignation, defiantly shouted, with your level of ability, how dare you call yourself a master? You only accept top-tier geniuses as disciples. But if all you accept are talented youths, what relevance will their future achievements have to your teaching? Accepting a disciple of average potential and nurturing him into an unparalleled genius, wouldn't that be the ultimate testament to your capability? Or is it that you lack confidence in yourself, fearing to mentor those of ordinary talent? To put it bluntly, you are merely a name-dropper, reaping the benefits of top-tier talent's growth while boasting about your theories. I can boast in such a manner too. Prove your theories through the successes of ordinary individuals. As these words fell, Yu Xiaojing froze, as if struck by a dagger. The piercing truth etched into his heart. Was he afraid? Yu Xiaojing pondered this question, yet found no answer. Perhaps he already knew the answer, but was unwilling to confront it. Kai observed Yu Xiaojing's trembling hands, realizing that he had struck a nerve. Yu Xiaojing had boasted of his unrivaled martial soul theories, extolling the excellence of Shrek Academy and his lofty teaching methods, even claiming it to be the finest soul master academy on the continent. Yet, was that truly the case? The best disciple Shrek Academy had ever produced was merely Qin Ming. As for the Shrek 7 monsters, there was the extraordinary Ma Hongjun, the rarity of Oscar's food-type martial soul, and the genius Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Then there were Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, both from the royal family of the Xinglua Empire and high-ranking nobility. And not to forget the inherently formidable Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year soul beast. Lastly, there was Tang San, with dual martial souls, born of the Haotian school, whose father was a titled Douluo and mother a 100,000-year soul beast. These individuals, even without the guidance of Shrek Academy, would flourish within their respective sects and powers, achieving great heights. And yet, even with the advantages of studying at Shrek Academy and Tang San's assistance with celestial-grade herbs to enhance their talents, they still fell short against the golden generation of the Spirit Hall in the Soul Master competition. Their eventual victory was primarily due to Tang San's extraordinary abilities. Could Yu Xiaojing and Shrek Academy still boast with such audacity? Yu Xiaojing's fists clenched tightly, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Tang San, noticing his teacher's trembling hands, looked up in confusion. What is wrong, teacher? Is it possible that he has struck a chord? No. Impossible. My teacher is unparalleled. Chapter 10. Enrollment. Tang San hurriedly expelled the irreverent thoughts from his mind. Surely, it was the impudent demeanor of this youth that had incensed the teacher. However, as an elder, the teacher chose not to stoop to the level of such disrespect. Perhaps the teacher believed him to be a peer, thus enduring the affront? How could one who had just taken on a master tolerate such humiliation? The teacher and his father were his closest kin. Those who insult the teacher must face dire consequences. The third tenet of the Xiantian treasure record states, once an opponent is confirmed as an enemy, show no mercy if they seek death. Humph. Tang San stealthily raised his right hand. At that moment, Kai's eyes narrowed, his heart tightening. Damn, this petty-minded boy. Kai was acutely aware that earlier, at the gate, Tang San had quietly prepared to strike down the gatekeeper. His own frail body could hardly withstand such an attack. Kai quickly spoke up. I never imagined that the so-called master could be so small-minded. However, let me inform you that I have been recommended here by Lord Su Yuntao of the Spirit Hall. If anything were to happen to me, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly take notice. With that, Kai calmly turned away, step by step heading towards his luggage, his heart racing in trepidation. He wondered whether Tang San would indeed make a move against him. Yet, he surmised that Yu Xiaojing would not resort to lethal measures over such a trivial matter. If that were to occur, the Spirit Hall would surely investigate, and Yu Xiaojing would not wish for them to know of his presence here. Yu Xiaojing observed Kai's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing. Why did this youth invoke the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall? Humph. Do you think I fear them? Kai halted, facing away from Yu Xiaojing, and calmly stated, I understand you may not fear the Spirit Hall, but hiding your identity here suggests you would prefer they remain unaware of your presence. If anything were to happen to me, the Spirit Hall would certainly investigate. Yu Xiaojing's gaze sharpened. What an astute youth, capable of such precise judgment. He snorted dismissively. Humph, you underestimate me greatly. Yet, it was clear he did not wish to pursue the matter further. Tang San's thoughts shifted. Evidently, the teacher had reservations. He calmly lowered his right hand as if nothing had transpired. Observing the frail boy, head bowed and covered in dust as he hoisted his bag, Tang San squinted slightly. Very well, for the teacher's sake, I shall spare your life for the time being. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was not as vast as it appeared. It was primarily divided into several areas: the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building on the east side of the playground. Despite being merely a junior academy, the standards for students here were remarkably stringent. Even those residing nearby were required to stay on campus and adhere to the unified management. The Academic Affairs Office was located on the first floor of the main teaching building. A venerable teacher, appearing to be in his 60s, was responsible for welcoming new students. Assisted by two younger teachers, both under 30, Yu Xiaojang placed the documentation on the desk and addressed the elderly teacher, Director Su. This is the work-study student sent from Holy Soul Village this year. Please assist him with registration. Director Su beamed. Master, what a pleasant surprise. Please, have a seat. Yu Xiaojang shook his head and said to Tang San, you may register here. These teachers will guide you through the process. I must leave now, but I will seek you out later. Tang San nodded respectfully. Goodbye, teacher. Yu Xiaojang smiled, ruffled his hair, and turned to depart. Upon hearing Tang San refer to Yu Xiaojang as master, Director Su appeared intrigued. Young man, you call him master? He is not a teacher at our academy. Tang San replied. But he is my teacher. Director Su was taken aback. You apprenticed under the master? His expression was peculiar, a mix of amusement and restraint. Tang San inquired. Is there a problem, teacher? Director Su shook his head repeatedly, chuckling. No. I didn't expect the master to take on a disciple. However, as a student of this academy, you must adhere to our rules and regulations. Do you understand? Tang San nodded. The two younger teachers beside Director Su lacked such decorum. One of them took the Spirit Hall documentation and remarked with a smile, Tang San, is it? As a teacher of this academy, I must remind you that one cannot take on a master lightly. Any soul master, regardless of whether they graduated from this academy, may only recognize one master. Otherwise, they will be scorned by society. Do you truly believe the master is suitable for you? Oh, and you possess innate full spirit power, but alas, your spirit is merely blue silvergrass. Upon seeing the words innate full spirit power on the documentation, astonishment spread across the faces of the teachers present. Yet, the mention of blue silvergrass turned their surprise into pity. Tang San regarded the three academy teachers with curiosity. What was inappropriate about this? Director Su shot a glare at the younger teacher beside him, saying, though the master may be a bit eccentric, he is, in certain respects, invincible in the realm of spirits. Given that your spirit is also blue silvergrass, it is of no consequence to take him as your master. Very well, this is your item. The academy provides it free of charge. You will reside in dorm room 7, where the supervising teacher will assign you your duties as a work-study student. Off you go. Thank you. After accepting the items handed to him by Director Su, Tang San bowed and exited the Academic Affairs Office. What Director Su had given him was a standard uniform of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. The white fabric appeared quite pristine. Just as he stepped out of the office, Tang San vaguely heard the voice of the earlier young teacher echoing from within. The master is indeed invincible, in theory, at least. Of course, those theories must manifest in reality to hold any merit. Director, I recall the master speaks of the 10 core competitive strengths of spirits. It is utterly laughable. Enough. The master is a friend of the principal. Do not speak ill of him. While no one has proven his theories correct, neither have they been proven wrong. In the realm of spirits, the master is a renowned figure. Not quite, Director. He is more of a notorious clown. Everyone regards him as a mere joke. Hearing the conversation inside, Tang San paused for a moment before continuing on his way, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He etched the faces of the three teachers deeply into his memory. Just as he was about to exit, he noticed Kai approaching. Tang San regarded him coolly, offering a barely perceptible nod. Seeing Tang San's somewhat arrogant yet self-satisfied demeanor, Kai chuckled inwardly. For all his stature, Tang San truly resembled a child after his reincarnation. He mingled with 6 or 7-year-olds, physically, and even played house with little kids. Reflecting on Tang San's past life combined with these recent years, one could hardly call him anything but an uncle. The thought of such a person being paired with a little lowly like Xiao Wu, it was too much to contemplate. As Kai entered the Academic Affairs Office, he noticed the three teachers, who had previously been jovial, now gazing at him with expressions of astonishment and bewilderment. It was likely that these teachers had not encountered a student arriving with so much luggage on enrollment day in many years. Unlike Tang San, Kai had no powerful ally to rely on, thus he could only proceed with discretion. Kai bowed politely and, addressing the eldest teacher with utmost respect, said, Greetings, esteemed teacher. I am here to enroll as a new student. May I inquire where the payment is to be made? Ah, Director Su has mentioned it. So, you wish to register? Very well, please bring forth your work-study certificate. Chapter 11. Director Su Kai paused momentarily, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Teacher, I am not a work-study student. I am self-funded. What? Director Su was taken aback, then looked at Kai with astonishment. scrutinizing the frail boy before him. His gray attire was wrinkled, and although it was evident that it had been washed clean, many areas had begun to fade. Sweat stains marked his face. Observing his bulging bag, revealing the pots and pans within, it was clear that this child must be a work-study student from a less fortunate background. To his surprise, the boy claimed to be a self-funded student. As if sensing Director Su's bewilderment, Kai calmly explained, "Our village has only one work-study slot, and I come from Holy Soul Village." Oh, Director Su nodded in realization. He recalled the aloof boy, Tang San, who was also from Holy Soul Village. It seemed that the other child had taken the sole work-study position. The frail youth before him appeared to need it more. However, with new students enrolling, Director Su refrained from further comment and handed Kai a registration form. "This is the student registration form. By the way, where is your martial soul certificate?" Kai produced a certificate from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Director Su. "Martial soul, a scythe? Soul power. Half a rank." Director Su was stunned. As he read the words aloud, the two young teachers exchanged glances. Unable to contain himself, one of the teachers chuckled. "Huh? Did I hear that right? When did a scythe martial soul become capable of cultivation?" Indeed, a scythe martial soul is considered a standard useless martial soul, and only half a rank of soul power. I must say, this might be the lowest record in our academy's history. Boy, are you sure you're here to study and not to entertain us? Yet, Director Su's expression bore no mockery. Instead, it reflected contemplation. He regarded Kai with a profound gaze, saying, "Child, to be frank, with a martial soul like yours, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to achieve success in the academy. You must understand that cultivating as a soul master requires substantial financial resources. It is not merely about enrollment. Your expenses will only increase over time. And I suspect your family situation is not particularly affluent. Given this, why squander your money? Would it not be wiser to return home and invest in your family's livelihood or engage in small trade? The tuition your parents worked hard to earn would be in vain." There was a tone of concern in Director Su's voice. Kai discerned that the elderly man genuinely cared for him, not merely mocking or belittling him. A bittersweet smile crept onto Kai's face. I have no parents anymore. I sold the land in the countryside. This money is what I earned helping the villagers harvest. It is all I possess." Director Su was taken aback. He had not anticipated such resoluteness and unwavering will from this child. An orphan, a useless martial soul. Yet he resolutely chose to pursue his education here, risking everything. Director Su felt compelled to grant him an opportunity. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he could not bear to watch Kai embark on a misguided path. Sensing Director Su's thoughts, Kai awkwardly inquired, "Teacher, the elder from the Martial Soul Hall said that as long as I pay the tuition, am of appropriate age, and have a clear identity, I could enter the academy." Director Su shook his head and sighed. "Indeed, if you truly wish to enroll, our academy will not refuse you. But have you truly considered this?" "I have thought it through. Teacher, I have pondered for a long time, and there is no need for further deliberation." Kai's gaze was exceptionally firm, devoid of any hesitation. "Very well, then please fill out the form." One of the young teachers stood up, lightly handing Kai a piece of paper. "This is the fee list. Please take a look. Enrollment fee, uniform, textbooks, miscellaneous fees, accommodation, and meal expenses, totaling 2 gold soul coins." Kai appeared anxious as he retrieved a bulging pouch from his back, solemnly placing it on the table with a heavy sound. The three were momentarily stunned. It was merely 2 gold soul coins. Why did the boy produce such a large pouch? Kai smiled sheepishly. "Teacher, this contains 180 copper soul coins." He then opened the pouch, revealing it brimming with copper soul coins, contrasting sharply with the sweat on his brow. Director Su seemed to grasp the situation. Kai nervously looked up at Director Su, fearing that they might not accept copper soul coins. However, the villagers of Holy Soul Village typically circulated copper soul coins. Even the village chief had none of the gold variety. The young teacher interjected, 180 copper soul coins? That is insufficient. Classmate, if you cannot pay the full tuition, I fear you will not be able to enroll. Kai offered a bashful smile, retrieving a letter from his pocket and respectfully handing it to Director Su. "Teacher, this is an introduction letter from Lord Su Yuntao of the Martial Soul Hall." "Su Yuntao? Oh, it's little Tao?" Director Su curiously accepted the letter. "How do you know him?" "My martial soul awakening ceremony was conducted by Lord Su Yuntao, which is why." While old Jack was accompanying Tang San to the Martial Soul Hall for the work-study student certification, Kai had persistently pleaded with him to visit the hall, where he found Su Yuntao. The elder recognized the boy who referred to him as Big Brother. When he learned of Kai's decision to self-fund his education at the Junior Soul Master Academy, Su Yuntao was astonished. However, there was no way to secure another work-study position for Holy Soul Village. Thus, he wrote Kai a letter of introduction, having some acquaintance with Director Su. The letter included a few pleasantries and expressed a hope that Director Su would look after Kai, considering his family circumstances, and, where possible, reduce unnecessary costs. Once Director Su finished reading the letter, Kai anxiously added, "Lord Su Yuntao mentioned that if I choose to stay in Dormitory 7, I would only need to pay 1 silver soul coin for accommodation. Moreover, I will bring my own bedding and not dine in the academy's cafeteria. Might I be exempt from some costs? Director Su tucked away the letter, sighed, and gently patted Kai's head. He could see the yearning in the boy's eyes. This was his only hope, and the fact that Su Yuntao had taken the time to write a letter on his behalf attested to the boy's commendable character. Director Su nodded. Very well, this is within the academy's regulations. I can agree to only charge you 180 copper soul coins. Additionally, there are work-study positions available within the academy. You can assist the academy or the teachers with small tasks to earn some remuneration. These are common opportunities for work-study students. You can choose a suitable position. That's wonderful. Thank you, Teacher Su. Kai exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. Realizing his exuberance might be inappropriate, he quickly lowered his head, shyly adding, I am overly excited. I hope I haven't offended you. Director Su nodded calmly, feeling an increasing fondness for this polite and persevering child. It is truly regrettable to see such talent go unrecognized. Chapter 12. Work-study program. Kai, catching a glimpse of admiration flickering in Director Su's eyes, couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. In order to gain admission smoothly, he had to tirelessly maintain the image of a well-behaved and sensible child. Although this was quite exhausting, it at least left a positive impression on his teachers. Unlike Tang San, who had a formidable protector, he had no such advantage. Behind Tang San was a titled Douluo, always ready to shield him. Anyone daring to confront Tang San would surely find themselves subdued. Within the academy, he would have to navigate these teacher scrutiny. Having lived 2 lives, he naturally presented himself in a more endearing manner than most of his peers. Moreover, he found Tang San rather perplexing. Despite being a man of 2 lifetimes, he still appeared like a child, engaging in flirtations with young girls, while simultaneously exuding an air of aloof maturity, dismissing the company of younger children. Kai felt a surge of joy at being given the opportunity for a work-study position by Director Su, though he was not overly surprised. This role was crucial for him, even if it was merely a passing remark from the teachers. Most of these positions offered little remuneration and required long hours, typically involving laborious tasks that most children would shy away from, especially since those who could attend the Soul Master Academy generally hailed from comfortable backgrounds. Only those from impoverished families would opt for such work, leaving many positions unfilled. A male teacher, clearly reluctant, produced a list and placed it before Kai. Choose one. But with your small stature, he remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Director Su shot him a disapproving glance. Kai quickly scanned the form. Teacher, I wish to choose a part-time job at the library. Director Su nodded approvingly. A fine choice. After school each day, you will assist the librarian in organizing the books and ensuring they are properly shelved. You will also be responsible for recording the transactions of students borrowing and returning books, along with maintaining the library's cleanliness. Rest assured, teacher, I will excel at this. Kai replied, a hint of bashfulness in his smile. By the way, I noticed there are also positions for gardening and weeding. May I take on that as well? Director Su paused, taken aback. You must understand that the library job lasts until 10 o'clock at night. Furthermore, according to academy regulations, you cannot skip classes without cause. How will you find time for gardening? Kai calmly responded, Teacher, my martial spirit is a scythe, which makes me exceptionally efficient at weeding. I can rise 2 hours early each day to complete the gardening tasks, ensuring my other responsibilities and studies are not compromised. Director Su sighed. A hint of concern etched on his face. But this means your sleep will be severely limited. You are only 6 years old. Such a schedule is unsustainable. He glanced into Kai's eager eyes and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded. Very well, complete the registration on this form, and I will inform the other teachers. Your academic file has been established. Here are your uniform and student code of conduct. Your dormitory is in Building 7. It should be easy to find. Kai respectfully accepted the items and bowed deeply to Director Su. Thank you, teacher. He then turned to the 2 young teachers and offered a courteous bow. Thank you both. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. As Kai's figure disappeared from the administrative office, one of the young teachers could no longer contain himself. Director, it seems you hold a particular fondness for this student with a seemingly worthless martial spirit? Director Su chuckled warmly. This child is quite intriguing. Such fascinating individuals are rare. The young teacher shook his head in resignation. It's a shame. His martial spirit predestines him for limited achievements. Conversely, I find that boy named Tang San to be exceptional. He possesses innate, full soul power. Although his martial spirit is merely blue-silver grass, somewhat ordinary, he may yet attain greatness. Ah, Tang San. Director Su mused, reflecting on the 2 boys who had entered the academy from the same village. One was endowed with full innate soul power but burdened with the commonplace blue-silver grass, while the other had only half a level of soul power and a decidedly inferior scythe. What paths lay ahead for these 2 youths? Interestingly, it seemed the scythe could counter the grass. With a chuckle at his own dark humor, Director Su tucked his thoughts away. Kai wandered curiously through the campus, which was not particularly large, alleviating any concerns of getting lost. There was but a single dormitory building, easily locatable. Both students and teachers resided there. And as old Jack had mentioned, Those who could become soul masters were exceedingly rare, especially in a remote city like Notting. The entire academy housed a modest number of students and teachers, making the single dormitory sufficient. The student dormitory comprised just 7 rooms, as the young age of the students necessitated more uniform management. Thus, students of each grade shared a large dormitory. At Notting's Junior Soul Master Academy, each grade had only about 40 students. The lower 3 floors of the dormitory accommodated 7 large student rooms, each overseen by a teacher. Building 7 was a unique establishment among the student dormitories, as it housed work-study students and had the poorest conditions. Although the academy offered tuition reductions for these students, their treatment could not match that of regular students. Building 7 was also the only dormitory with a mixed age group, where all work-study students resided, regardless of their grade. As Kai approached the entrance to Building 7, he heard the raucous noise emanating from within. The door was ajar, and he paused at the threshold to peer inside. The spacious room spanned nearly 300 square meters, furnished with 50 beds, though only 11 had bedding. Inside, 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, were causing a lively commotion. Just as he prepared to enter, a thought crossed his mind. He set down his luggage, standing casually at the door. If memory served correctly, Tang San was about to engage in a confrontation with a child. Perhaps he should wait before stepping inside. At that moment, an older, sturdy boy, exuding an aura of raw power, charged toward Tang San like a tiger descending from the mountain. Kai watched intently as Tang San moved, knowing he was merely an ordinary person while Tang San was a master of martial arts. Every bit of knowledge he could glean was invaluable. As Wang Sheng lunged forward, throwing a punch toward Tang San's chest, Tang San did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, stepping forward to intercept Wang Sheng. In that precise moment, he deftly executed a simple yet effective maneuver. Wang Sheng felt as if his right punch was being redirected by an unseen force, altering its course. At the same time, a surge of strength radiated from Tang San's hand, tripping Wang Sheng's feet, sending him hurtling backward. With a seamless motion, Tang San employed the Tang sect's ultimate technique, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. By harnessing Wang Sheng's own momentum and combining it with his own power, he demonstrated remarkable skill. Wang Sheng fell to the ground with a thud, collapsing at Kai's feet. Chapter 13. From now on, I shall be the leader of the 7th dormitory. Kai cast a sympathetic glance at Wang Sheng. You are about to engage in a scuffle with an older man, one who possesses martial skills. This child is indeed unfortunate. The other children's gazes toward Tang San shifted subtly. When Wang Sheng noticed the hint of pity in Kai's eyes, a rush of blood surged to his head. He then regarded Tang San, who appeared utterly unfazed, and a low, guttural roar, wholly inappropriate for a child, erupted from Wang Sheng's throat. A faint yellow light began to emanate from his body. His prone form sprang up instantaneously, displaying a speed and strength far superior to what he had previously exhibited. Martial soul. He had activated the power of his martial soul. This thought flashed through Kai's mind in an instant. It was the first time he had witnessed a martial soul being used in actual combat on the Douluo Continent. Yet, regrettably, his opponent was Tang San. As Wang Sheng's hands reached for Tang San's shoulders, Tang San likewise raised his own hands, forming claws to meet Wang Sheng's grip. Both feet pointed inward, knees slightly bent, he assumed a standard horse stance. The 4 hands met. If the previous encounter had been a test of skill, this moment transformed into a pure contest of strength. The 2 pairs of hands, differing in size, were now locked together. Wang Sheng was evidently incensed by Tang San's provocation, a feral snarl twisting his features. At this point, he had unleashed the power of his martial soul, the tiger's might. Although he understood he could not genuinely harm Tang San, he was determined to use his strength to force this brat, who had embarrassed him, to the ground. As he exerted his power, Wang Sheng fully believed that, given his position among the top 5 in terms of strength among the students, overpowering this boy would be a trivial task. But was it truly so? Despite his slight stature, Tang San wielded a forging hammer nearly 1,000 times a day. His strength was far from ordinary. Just as Wang Sheng exerted himself, he distinctly felt that the smaller hands gripping his were as solid as steel. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by Tang San's superior strength. As Tang San pressed down with both thumbs, Wang Sheng felt a tingling in his grip. To his dismay, he realized that his soul power was entirely suppressed. Without hesitation, Tang San leapt backward, dragging Wang Sheng along. The latter, having launched himself from the air, lost his balance due to Tang San's sudden retreat. He watched in horror as Tang San's knee loomed larger before him. Realizing too late that it was aimed directly at his nose, Wang Sheng knew that even without considering Tang San's strength, the sheer weight of his body crashing down would likely shatter his nasal bones. In that fleeting moment, a pang of regret washed over him. Just as he thought he could deliver a crushing blow to his opponent, Tang San abruptly released his grip. Holding the advantage in power, he could easily retreat. Simultaneously, his bent right knee transformed into a swift kick that struck Wang Sheng squarely in the chest. It was a flicking kick, short in execution, yet explosively powerful. Even though Tang San directed much of the force to propel Wang Sheng away, the impact was undeniable. The dormitory students watched in astonishment as Wang Sheng's body uncontrollably executed a backflip midair. With a loud thud, he crashed down, sprawled out on the ground. This time, Wang Sheng had taken quite a fall, struggling for some time before managing to rise. His eyes now reflected a mix of shock and fury. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old child. Faced with someone stronger than himself, fear outweighed impulsiveness. Kai nodded silently, acknowledging Tang San's remarkable combat techniques. However, this was also due to the over-reliance on martial soul powers by the inhabitants of the Douluo Continent, resulting in a lack of development in combat skills. Otherwise, a disciple from the Tang sect like Tang San would easily conquer opponents beyond his level with his martial prowess. These martial arts appeared rather ordinary. With enough practice, an average person could achieve similar feats. Tang San picked up his school uniform and asked, "May I move aside now?" As he approached, Wang Sheng instinctively stepped aside. Tang San found a bed not far from the door and placed his school uniform on it. "Wait, did you just use a soul skill?" Wang Sheng inquired tentatively. Soul skill? This term was not new to Tang San. What is a soul skill? Wang Sheng scratched his head and explained. It refers to techniques employed through one's martial soul. But is your martial soul truly the blue silver grass? As he raised his right hand, a soft blue light emanated from his palm. Tang San demonstrated to the dormitory students that he had not lied. Upon hearing the term soul skill, the other students, though intimidated by Tang San's prowess, gathered around. Was that truly a soul skill? Incredible. Even Wang Sheng brother was no match for him. Tang San shook his head. That was not a soul skill, merely a combat technique. Do we not have any betting here? One student, only slightly older than Tang San, looked downcast. We are merely work-study students. Our tuition is waived, so where would we get betting? We all brought what little we have from home. If you want, you can use mine for now. Tang San waved his hand. No need, thank you. I will find a way myself. Wang Sheng approached Tang San. Why did you hold back earlier? Having spent 5 years at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, he would be foolish if he could not discern Tang San's deliberate knee change to avoid serious injury. Tang San replied nonchalantly, "We are classmates, not enemies." Wang Sheng's eyes flashed with a complex emotion. I apologize for my earlier actions. Every work-study student here must face such challenges. We are often looked down upon by other students, so we must unite. I merely hope that you, the newcomer, can stand with us. Tang San smiled. So, you intend to give me a warning? Wang Sheng's face flushed, revealing a hint of sincere laughter. No, it is you who issued me the warning. Yet, you are truly impressive. You must have just turned 6, right? Tang San nodded. Wang Sheng pulled aside another student sitting by the bed without hesitation and settled beside Tang San. You defeated me, so from now on, you shall be the leader of the 7th dormitory. Tang San quickly waved his hands. I am here to learn. Wang Sheng replied earnestly. That is the rule. The one with the strongest fist is the leader. Do you think being a leader is an easy task? I am not being modest. Look, as he spoke, he rolled up the sleeves of his uniform. Tang San was taken aback to see 7 or 8 bruised marks adorning his arms. Wang Sheng sighed. These are from when I first arrived at the academy yesterday. We work-study students often come from impoverished backgrounds, and other dormitory students frequently bully those of us in the 7th dormitory. As the dormitory leader, I must stand up for my brothers. I would gladly pass this responsibility on to you. The other students nodded, gazing at Tang San with a glimmer of hope. Very well. I will not stand idly by while my dormitory mates are bullied. Henceforth, I shall be the leader of the 7th dormitory. Chapter 14. Hostility from Tang San. The essence of Tang San's statement was that he had assumed the position of leader. Instantly, the children of various ages within the dormitory erupted in joyous cheers, each face illuminated with delight. The formidable strength Tang San had just displayed was evident to all. With such a powerful leader by their side, they felt a sense of security against future bullying. At that moment, a mountain of luggage entered through the door. How could luggage walk in by itself? It was, in fact, Kai, who had entered carrying his belongings in his arms, his slender frame making it appear as though the bags were moving on their own. Setting his luggage down, he smiled and greeted. Hello everyone, I am the new student. Kai, I will be residing in dormitory 7 as well, and I hope to receive your kindness. Wang Sheng approached, sizing Kai up from head to toe. Previously, he had felt a hint of mockery in Kai's gaze. What is your martial soul? He inquired. My name is Kai, and my martial soul is a scythe, with a soul power of level 1. What? A scythe martial soul? The others in the dormitory were equally astonished. They were all working students from modest backgrounds, and their martial souls were not particularly remarkable. However, it seemed almost absurd that someone with a farming tool as their martial soul could even attend school. Having suffered at the hands of Tang San, Wang Sheng was initially wary of the frail boy. However, upon learning that Kai's martial soul was merely a scythe, a trace of undisguised arrogance flickered in his eyes. Kid, you seem unaware of the rules of Dormitory 7. Let me explain. I am aware of the rules. Kai interrupted with a smile, stepping forward to face Tang San. Leader, I hope you will take care of me. He jested about Tang San's brief tenure as leader. knowing that he would soon be replaced, thus ensuring he would not be at a disadvantage. With that, Kai moved to an empty bed near the inside of the room and began unpacking his belongings. The greatest advantage of Dormitory 7 was its ample space, as there were very few working students. Wang Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Rules are. He had intended to teach the newcomer about the regulations, only to find himself ignored. Kid you. Kai calmly turned around. I am not Kid, I am Kai, and as it stands, Tang San is the leader of the dormitory, ISNT, but, according to the rules, everyone must demonstrate their strength and martial soul. Wang Sheng glanced at Tang San, his voice tinged with uncertainty. He was concerned about giving the new leader the wrong impression of harboring ambitions for power. With a smile, Kai calmly extended his right hand, revealing a worn-out scythe. This is my martial soul, with a mere level 1 soul power. As for showcasing my strength, I see no necessity in humiliating myself. Moreover, I hail from the same village as leader Tang San, and I have long been acquainted with his prowess. I wholeheartedly accept him as the leader. A village? Wang Sheng was momentarily stunned. Indeed, we both come from Holy Soul Village. We're old friends now. In the dormitory, the other students' gazes towards Kai shifted significantly. Even Wang Sheng's arrogance diminished. After all, both Tang San and Kai originated from the same village, ensuring a bond that would not likely falter. He could not afford to offend the leader. Kai noticed the change in their expressions and smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Could one truly become friends with Tang San simply by sharing a village? He held no such illusions. The prerequisites for friendship with Tang San were stringent, as ordinary talents were often overlooked by those of higher standing. Seeing Kai refrain from displaying his strength and graciously acknowledge Tang San as leader, the others thought little of it. Not every newcomer had to engage in a display of strength. If one chose to concede, it was indeed for the best. Tang San observed Kai discreetly, noting the polite smile directed at him. Although the smile appeared radiant, it bore no trace of flattery or fear, as if he were merely greeting an old friend. Tang San squinted slightly, sensing an inexplicable aura of mystery surrounding this frail youth. Despite his seemingly unimpressive martial soul, which was merely a dilapidated scythe, he felt an instinctive wariness towards him. What connection did they share? Tang San reflected carefully. Perhaps it was because the sole working student position from Holy Soul Village had been granted to him by Old Master Jack. Here stood a frail boy, devoid of parents, relying solely on his own tenacity to afford his education. Did he not harbor any resentment or jealousy towards Tang San for his privileged position? Yet, he appeared so composed, as though he cared not at all. Something was amiss. There was undoubtedly something deeper at play. Either this boy was exceptionally cunning, concealing all his thoughts, or he was far more complex than he appeared. The working student position may have seemed trivial to him, but regardless of the reason, Tang San instinctively felt the need to keep a close watch on Kai. He could not overlook any potential threats. As Kai turned his back to Tang San to unpack, he felt an unsettling sensation akin to needles pricking at his back. His spine involuntarily stiffened. Damn it, Tang San. Does this kid harbor a hint of murderous intent towards me? The atmosphere of unease and danger in the dormitory was palpable. Who else could provoke such feelings but this adorable yet formidable Tang San? What was going on? He had acknowledged Tang San as his leader upon entering. So why the hostility? Did he eat something disagreeable? If Kai were aware that Tang San was fixated on him due to his lack of resentment and overly composed demeanor, he would be perplexed about the implications. Just then, a crisp voice called from outside. Is this Dormitory 7? Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, their eyes widening in astonishment. A charming young girl stood at the door, seemingly of similar age and height to Tang San. Her delicate, rosy complexion resembled a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Despite her simple attire, she appeared impeccably neat. Her long black hair was styled into a braid that cascaded down her back, and her large, bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. In her hands, she cradled a brand new set of school uniforms. Chapter 15. The most potent tool within the confines of the dormitory. All the students were boys. Suddenly, the arrival of a remarkably beautiful young girl left them all in a state of stunned silence. Only Kai continued to mind his own business, organizing his belongings. Without needing to glance in her direction, he understood that the newcomer was none other than the most formidable tool in the Douluo Continent. Tang San, equipped with his personal belongings, was ready to showcase his abilities. He was indeed a rare treasure, a living embodiment of 100,000 years of soul rings and bones. Accompanied by a mischievous spirit, the mischievous rabbit, and the adorable little girl, Xiao Wu. To Kai, Xiao Wu evoked no such feelings. She was destined to be Tang San's tool. Moreover, given Tang San's somewhat petty nature, it was wise to avoid drawing his ire. Tang San, gazing at the enchanting Xiao Wu, could not resist whispering to Wang Sheng, "Is it permissible for boys and girls to share the dormitory?" Wang Sheng nodded, whispering back, "We are all still children. Our school does not segregate dormitories by gender. It is said that only at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy do they begin to separate them. How strange it is. Last year, there wasn't a single work-study student. Yet this year, two have appeared. Boss, go on. Show her who's in charge. Perhaps not. After all, Tang San is already a man in his 30s. It would be unbecoming to bully a girl. The girl at the door blinked her large eyes, observing that no one was acknowledging her presence, all staring at her in a daze. She then glanced up at the plaque indicating the 7th dormitory, a sweet smile gracing her face. Hello, I am Xiao Wu, the dancer. Wang Sheng jabbed Tang San in the back, signaling him not to disrupt the dormitory's rules. Tang San rose and approached the girl. Hello, I am Tang San, the dorm leader. You can simply call me by my name. May I inquire? What is your martial spirit? Xiao Wu blinked her wide eyes and smiled. My martial spirit is a rabbit, the adorable kind. At this, Kai nearly burst into laughter. What a cute little rabbit. A soft-boned rabbit, perhaps a mischievous one. Tang San replied. Then you must have an advantage over me. For my martial spirit is the food of your rabbit spirit, blue silvergrass. Kai detected a hint of awkwardness in Tang San's words, amused by the irony. A 30-year-old man, a lifelong singleton, was now taken by a mere child. Xiao Wu chuckled. You are quite amusing. Aren't you going to let me in? Well, you see, we have a rule in the 7th dormitory. New work-study students must demonstrate their martial spirit's capabilities. Therefore, I would like to spar with you. Though such a rule existed, Tang San had not proposed a spar when Kai entered. The current context seemed suspicious. Xiao Wu regarded Tang San with a curious expression. Are you certain? Tang San nodded. Indeed. Xiao Wu set aside her school uniform, her face alight with excitement. All right, let's see what you've got. Before Tang San could react, her right leg bent, her foot shooting out swiftly towards his chin. The force appeared minimal, but the speed was astonishing, startling Tang San. He deftly sidestepped to the left, avoiding the incoming kick, while simultaneously reaching for Xiao Wu's ankle, instinctively stepping forward, pressing his shoulder against her chest. Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really happening? A grown man employing such tactics against a young girl? It seems he is trying to take advantage. It was a textbook Iron Mountain lean. The other students were all intently focused on the unfolding duel between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng, observing Tang San's movements, was filled with awe. Diligently committing the techniques to memory, he noted that while Tang San's maneuvers were simple, they were remarkably effective. Despite his internal disdain for the situation, Kai recognized the exceptional skill exhibited by both combatants. As Tang San's hand grasped Xiao Wu's ankle, he suddenly felt it slip from his grip. In an instant, her leg, having missed its target, swung horizontally and landed on his shoulder. With a gentle block against his advancing shoulder, she used the momentum to propel herself upward, her other leg seamlessly climbing onto his opposite shoulder. The sight was indeed peculiar. Her legs had ensnared his neck. Leveraging the force from Tang San's shoulder, she leaned back, her hands planted firmly on the ground, her supple legs coiling around his neck, executing a perfect maneuver that sent him tumbling backward. Thankfully, Xiao Wu was still young and clad in trousers. Had she been in a skirt, the situation could have been quite different. Tang San, lacking experience in combat with girls, found himself momentarily stunned as Xiao Wu's first leg wrapped around his neck. He could have reacted, but as her legs lifted, her trousers slipped slightly, exposing her smooth calf against his neck. The sensation sent a jolt through Tang San's emotions, causing him to hesitate just a moment too long. Observing this unfold, Kai could only shake his head in exasperation. What on earth is that expression on your face, Tang San? You are a 30-year-old man, and she is still a child. As Xiao Wu supported herself with her hands and exerted her legs' power, it was too late for Tang San to resist. After all, the neck is fragile, and he was just a boy. To withstand the force would risk injury, leaving him with no choice but to allow Xiao Wu to throw him backward. He landed on the ground, but with Xiao Wu's modest strength and the protection of his Xiantian skill, he emerged unscathed. Having deftly landed, Xiao Wu turned to face him, a playful smile on her lips. Tang San, rising with a hint of disappointment, recognized that she had held back. Otherwise, the entanglement of her legs around his neck would have been far more perilous. I concede. May I ask what technique you just employed? Tang San's cheeks flushed, though he couldn't quite discern the reason. Xiao Wu replied with a grin. I call this technique soft skill. It utilizes the flexibility and resilience of my body. The spectators in the dormitory were left in a state of astonished disbelief. Wang Sheng, having previously been defeated by Tang San, was now utterly awestruck by the sight of Tang San being bested by this charming young girl. Inwardly, he mused, why are all the new work-study students so formidable this year? Turning to Kai, he found solace in the presence of someone perceived as weak. Tang San declared, according to the dormitory's rules, since you have defeated me, you shall become the dorm leader, the boss of our group. A flicker of surprise danced in Xiao Wu's eyes, quickly giving way to delight. Boss, that sounds fun. All right, I shall be your leader from now on. This work-study program seems quite promising. With her hands clasped behind her back, Xiao Wu surveyed the dormitory, contemplating a suitable bed. At that moment, she noticed a figure preoccupied with his own tasks. Chapter 16, What is your name? Little Wu gazed curiously at the figure before her. He appeared to be an ordinary boy, somewhat frail and malnourished, with no remarkable features. However, what struck her as peculiar was that he did not regard her with the same fascination that the other boys did. Since her arrival at the entrance of the dormitory, the boys had stared at her with eager eyes, even Tang San, who had looked at her with a hint of shyness. Why was this person completely oblivious to her presence? A flicker of curiosity stirred within little Wu, though it was merely a fleeting interest. The other boys observed little Wu as she surveyed the area with her luggage. Realizing she was in the process of choosing a bed, regret washed over them, as they had hastily occupied the more favorable spots, leaving only less desirable beds near the interior. To switch now would be akin to revealing their true intentions. Wang Sheng's bed was right next to Tang San's, and logically, the next one should have been Kai's. However, it was odd that he did not select the bed adjacent to Tang San, but deliberately left a space between them, opting for a different location instead. The others were puzzled by Kai's choice, and even Tang San felt a twinge of surprise. Did this fellow Kai harbor some aversion towards him? Only Kai knew the truth. He had reserved that position for a certain tool. As expected, little Wu chose the bed beside Tang San, setting her belongings down alongside her school uniform. Witnessing this, the other boys couldn't help but feel disappointed, while Tang San felt a small sense of delight. Could someone introduce me to the Academy's situation? Little Wu inquired, looking at the silent group. Gradually, the students emerged from their shock. Though the memory of little Wu's swift dismissal of Tang San left them somewhat apprehensive, Wang Sheng stepped forward. We, the work-study students, are responsible for maintaining the academy. Our specific tasks are assigned by designated teachers. There are 6 grades in the academy, with 1 class per grade. You and Tang San are new, so you must be first-year students. The rest of us are at least in the 3rd year. I just advanced to the 6th grade. He explained. Classes are held in the morning, and we practice in the afternoon. Generally, there are 2 classes in the morning, one for cultural knowledge and another for martial spirits. We work in the afternoon to earn a little income for our meals. Among the work-study students, Wang Sheng possessed the best innate martial spirit. Not only did he have a beast martial spirit, but it was also that of a powerful king among beasts, with a soul power level of 9. One more level up, and he could participate in soul beast hunts upon graduation to obtain soul rings and enhance his title. This was the conventional path of advancement. Few like Tang San managed to acquire a soul ring upon enrollment. After listening to Wang Sheng, little Wu turned to Tang San. What is your soul power level? I sensed your strength seemed quite formidable. Tang San did not conceal his abilities, knowing that his outwardly weak martial spirit, blue silver grass, belied his true potential. I possess innate full soul power, which contributes to my strength. Innate full soul power. The students gasped in astonishment. Wang Sheng finally felt a sense of equilibrium. It was only natural that Tang San, with superior soul power, would surpass him. In the absence of soul rings, soul power played a decisive role, explaining why Tang San's strength exceeded his own. Little Wu blinked, murmuring something under her breath. The others, too far away, could not catch her words, except for Kai, who was beside her. He heard her whispering, blue silver grass? It sounds rather delicious. Yes, indeed. It is delightful. But which of you will eat whom remains uncertain? Just then, a teacher in his 30s walked in. New work-study students? Step forward. Tang San and little Wu both rose from their beds. The teacher, with plain features and light green hair, held a bundle of bedding. Which one is Tang San? Tang San stepped forward promptly. I am Mo Hen, but you may call me Teacher Mo Tang San. Here is the bedding from the master for you. Tang San accepted the bedding, which, though not extravagant, bore a refreshing scent, indicating it was brand new. It even included a pillow. His foster father had clearly thought of everything. Teacher Mo continued. And who is Kai? Kai stepped forward respectfully. Teacher Mo, I am Kai? Mo Hen nodded. Tang San and little Wu. You are first-year work-study students and will be responsible for cleaning the garden on the south side of the playground. Kai, you are tasked with weeding and cleaning the library. Tang San and little Wu will earn 10 copper soul coins daily, while Kai will receive 15. Remember, you must clean every day, especially the clutter, otherwise, your wages will be deducted. If there is any negligence, the academy reserves the right to expel you. Understood? The 3 nodded in unison, acknowledging the instructions. Teacher Mo added. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and classes will officially start the day after. First-year students will attend class on the 1st floor of the teaching building. Be punctual for your classes starting the day after tomorrow, and then you will resume your regular work. I will conduct periodic inspections. All right, you may rest for now. Wang Sheng, you are the senior here. Please explain the rules to them. Certainly, Teacher Mo. Rest assured. Wang Sheng replied cheerfully. This fellow appeared robust, yet was quite adept at navigating social situations. However, most work-study students were similar. Poverty had taught them to be attuned to the feelings of others. Clutching the bedding, Tang San felt a warmth in his heart, and the image of his foster father's somewhat stiff face surfaced in his mind, evoking a sense of gratitude. Bedding? That seemed to pose a dilemma. Little Wu stared blankly at the bedding in Tang San's hands, her expression revealing a hint of embarrassment. Work-study students typically came from humble backgrounds and were often more considerate than those of noble lineage. A few clever students quickly chimed in. Boss, you can use my bedding. I'll just cover myself partially. Another added. No, you can use mine. I can manage with just a mattress. These boys, partly intimidated by little Wu's prowess, also instinctively sought to please a beautiful girl. Most of them were merely 11 or 12 years old, lacking any romantic notions towards little Wu, purely instinctual behavior. However, there were 2 adults in the dormitory. Little Wu glanced at the bedding of the work-study students. Though not excessively filthy, it appeared rather shabby, causing her to frown in disdain. You don't need to call me boss. It makes me feel old. Wang Sheng replied, that's the rule. Little Wu countered, if I'm the boss, then my word should be the rule. From now on, you may call me Sister Little Wu. As she spoke, her gaze finally landed on the bedding in Tang San's hands, her small fingers inadvertently twisting. Kai, of course, paid no heed to this. Unlike the other boys who were eager to offer their bedding, he was already aware that Tang San would be sharing with Little Wu. Plus, he thought, what if Tang San took a liking to him for being overly accommodating? Little Wu was certainly Tang San's cherished possession. The unremarkable Kai merely yearned to live a peaceful existence. Hey, what is your name? A melodious voice resonated in Kai's ears. Chapter 17 K, bring your bed over. Kai busied himself with setting up his bedding, oblivious to the call. Hey, he called you, Kai? Wang Sheng chimed in, his voice laced with impatience. What are you up to? Xiao Wu is talking to you. Huh, me? Kai turned around, bewildered, pointing at himself. He noticed Xiao Wu's brow furrow slightly. Realizing she hadn't expected him to completely ignore her, Kai felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had never anticipated he would be part of this conversation. He assumed Xiao Wu would continue to share a bed with Tang San, and he preferred not to disturb them. He felt guilty even for glancing at Xiao Wu. He managed a sheepish smile. I apologize, I didn't catch that. I'm Kai, nice to meet you, Xiao Wu, sister. He hesitated but ultimately added the term of endearment. It felt strange to call someone so young sister, yet she had lived for countless years as a soul beast. And by lineage, she could easily be considered a great-grandmother. Addressing her as sister was a small concession on his part. Finally, you recognize your place. Xiao Wu's expression softened. Kai, shall we discuss something? Huh. Kai was taken aback. The phrase stirred a sense of familiarity within him. He recalled Xiao Wu's previous discussions with Tang San about sharing a blanket. But now, she was shifting her focus to him. Why had she abandoned her plans with Tang San? Kai instinctively tightened his grip on the bedding. Discuss what? He stammered, silently praying. Please, don't be difficult. Noticing Kai's subtle gesture, Tang San's eyes gleamed with understanding, and he discreetly shifted his fingers. Kai, however, was acutely aware of Tang San's movements, noting them with trepidation. It seemed Tang San had caught on to the situation and was now targeting him. Just great. I cannot share a blanket with Xiao Wu. I saw you have 2 blankets, is that right? Oh, yes indeed. Kai nodded. He had sold off all his belongings and brought along everything he could carry. Unlike Tang San, he had no home to return to during breaks. So he had packed a few changes of clothes for all seasons, and even 2 blankets for comfort in both summer and winter. Kai, how about lending me one of your blankets? Oh, is that what you meant? Kai realized with clarity, nodding. No problem, I'll give it to you. Just as long as we don't share a blanket. He promptly handed one of his blankets to Xiao Wu and laid the other on his bed. At this point, Tang San let out a quiet sigh of relief. But what was he to do about the mattress? Sleeping on a bare board would be rather uncomfortable. Wang Xing couldn't help but interject, you talk too much. Kai was startled. Why are you, a mere supporting character, interrupting? Xiao Wu, having spent her life in the spirit beast forest, was oblivious to the nuances of such arrangements. Xiao Wu, how about using my mattress? Wang Sheng offered, patting his chest. I'm tough, I can manage without one. You? That's disgusting. No way. Xiao Wu quickly dismissed him. Kai had not considered this dilemma. He had only one mattress and had no intention of willingly offering it to Xiao Wu, especially not wanting to provoke Tang San. Use mine. Tang San generously offered his new mattress. Xiao Wu accepted it and unfolded it for inspection. All right, Xiao San. Why don't you move your bed closer to mine and share half of your mattress with me? The bedding prepared for Tang San by his guardian was meant for adults and was larger than that in the dormitory, leaving excess mattress space exposed. But if we do that, your bed will only have half a mattress. Wang Sheng chimed in again. What does it matter, Kai? Move your bed over too and share your mattress with me. Kai gasped, feeling a surge of frustration. Why was Wang Sheng so chatty? He had gone to great lengths to maintain distance from the couple, only to find Xiao Wu using his blanket and wanting half of his mattress. The most crucial part was that he and Tang San were now moving their beds together. With Xiao Wu in the middle, getting in and out of bed would require crossing over both of them. Kai was devoid of any excitement. Only anxiety filled his mind. What if he accidentally brushed against Xiao Wu? Tang San was preparing a late-night snack. What if he ended up lying on the board the next day? That would be quite unfortunate. Kai truly wanted to refuse. Sister Xiao Wu, after all, it's not proper for men and women to share such close quarters. Xiao Wu huffed in annoyance. What is so bad about it? I don't care. Why should you be worried? Are you afraid I'll take advantage of you? They say girls mature faster than boys, but this girl was only 6. Kai found himself at a loss for words. Realizing he had underestimated her, the other students watched with a mix of envy and amusement, while Tang San's expression darkened noticeably. Aside from Kai, who remained vigilant of Tang San's demeanor. No one else noticed the shift in his mood. Kai felt a wave of dread wash over him. He dared not speak further. Turning away with a heavy heart, using all his strength to push his bed closer to Xiao Wu's, begrudgingly dragging half of his mattress to her side. He hastily positioned his remaining belongings as a barrier between them, hoping to convey his innocence. Rest assured, I would never dare to touch you, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction, praising Kai for his compliance. Xiao San, move your bed over as well, and bring your belongings here. This will establish a boundary. If either of you crosses it, don't blame me for being rude. Tang San nodded, quickly pushing his bed closer. Thus, what was once a single bed was transformed into a three-person arrangement, albeit with a delineation. Unlike before, Xiao Wu now tucked herself in separately, avoiding the situation of sharing the blanket entirely. Kai pondered Tang San's thoughts on the matter. If he were to discover that Kai had disrupted his romantic endeavors, the consequences could be dire. At that moment, Kai's heart was heavy with bitterness and resentment. Despite his best efforts to avoid this predicament, he felt trapped. Well, I suppose I'll just take it one step at a time. It's not as though I initiated this. Strictly speaking, I'm a victim in this scenario. Surely, Tang San wouldn't be unreasonable? Old 14. It's hard to say. Chapter 18. It's all because Xiao Wu is too forward at this moment. Tang San remained oblivious to everything. Kai naturally opted for a more subdued approach, striving to avoid entanglements with Xiao Wu. With his slight frame, lacking a formidable sect backing or a powerful title de law as a bodyguard, he could not protect a 100,000-year soul beast. Such a burden was beyond his means. As for the notion of eliminating Xiao Wu to obtain a soul ring, Kai dismissed it outright, setting aside the possibility of defeat. A 100,000-year soul beast could choose self-detonation when threatened. Ultimately, wouldn't that only benefit Tang San? Moreover, Xiao Wu had already transformed into a human, embodying the essence of a person. How could one harm such a petite figure? Just then, Wang Sheng interjected. It's time for lunch, Sister Xiao Wu, Tang San. Shall we go together? Upon hearing about food, Xiao Wu sprang up with excitement, exclaiming, Great! What delicious food will we have? Wang Sheng and the other work-study students exchanged glances, offering wry smiles. What can we work-study students possibly eat? We'll just grab some inexpensive meals from the cafeteria. Tang San shook his head, replying, You all go ahead, I'll pass. He had brought along some provisions, simple flatbreads he had made himself. It sufficed to satisfy his hunger. In his eyes, his family was impoverished. He would have to rely on his wages once he started working the day after tomorrow. This sentiment resonated with Kai. However, this was merely a fade. As a title de law and the leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao could not genuinely be in such dire straits. He was merely experiencing life, a far cry from Kai's true poverty. I would call this a Douluo version of extreme makeover. Noticing the patches on Tang San's clothing, Wang Sheng vaguely understood his intention and did not press further. After all, for him, whether Xiao Wu went or not was the most crucial matter. Sister Xiao Wu, let us go? However, Xiao Wu's excitement suddenly faltered. Does eating require money? That soul coin thing. As a soul beast transformed into a human, she had not lived in the human world for long and was only vaguely aware of many societal rules. Had it not been for her formidable strength, Wang Sheng would have likely scolded her. Did she really need to ask if meals cost money? Who would offer a free lunch? Nevertheless, he could discern that their new leader was likely as financially constrained as Tang San. With a flourish, Wang Sheng declared, No worries. I'll cover your meals for the next couple of days. Tang San, we'll be dorm mates from now on. Let us go together. You can treat me later when you have money. Wang Sheng, seeing his leader's financial limitations, naturally stepped forward to make a show of generosity. However, he could not leave Tang San behind, so he included him as well. As for Kai, he was entirely overlooked. Though Tang San and Xiao Wu were formidable, Kai felt he was considered inconsequential. In the Douluo Continent, strength reigned supreme. After a moment's hesitation, Tang San acquiesced. He had never had a strong concept of money, and Wang Sheng's straightforwardness resonated with him. Look at that. This was not a child from a poor family. Xiao Wu beamed with joy, shooting flirtatious glances at Wang Sheng. Yet, she recalled her soft skills, and Wang Sheng wisely kept his distance. After all, she had shown no hesitation when she had previously tossed Tang San, her smile still intact. At that moment, Xiao Wu noticed the reticent Kai, who was quietly pulling out some provisions from his bag. Observing that the others were already getting up, Kai remained unmoved. Glancing at the frail youth's attire, Xiao Wu suddenly realized. Kai, you should come along too. Wang Sheng, include Kai in the count. I'll repay you when I get my paycheck. We're all from the 7th dormitory, so if one goes, we all go. With a wave of her small hand, she directed them as if she were a seasoned leader. Indeed, Sister Xiao Wu is right. Such a trivial sum doesn't require you to repay. Wang Sheng replied awkwardly. Initially, he thought someone like Kai would not catch Xiao Wu's attention, yet their leader exhibited commendable loyalty. Kai, however, felt somewhat embarrassed, not due to shyness, but because he instinctively wished to distance himself from Xiao Wu and Tang San, not wanting to provoke Tang San. Shaking his head, Kai smiled. You all go ahead. I've brought some provisions. It would be a waste not to eat. Just then, Xiao Wu frowned slightly. Why are you being so indecisive? Hurry up. Saying this, she marched over and yanked Kai's arm, pulling him up. Let us go. With a commanding voice, she led Kai outside. Kai was rendered speechless. No matter how he tried to avoid it, he couldn't escape. Xiao Wu indeed possessed a commanding presence. Moreover, being children, she had no qualms about asserting herself. Gripping Kai's hand, she strode out. Given his weaker strength, he had no means to resist. As they passed by Tang San, he cautiously observed Tang San's expression. Sure enough, Tang San's gaze flickered with a glimmer of intrigue upon seeing Xiao Wu grasping Kai's hand. Sighing inwardly, Kai lamented, "Ah, Tang, this isn't my fault. Xiao Wu is simply too forward." Including Kai and Xiao Wu, a group of 12 exited the 7th dormitory. Led by Wang Sheng towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria, located within the teaching building, required traversing the entire playground. At this time, the playground had come alive, with numerous students in academy uniforms heading toward the teaching building, evidently on their way to eat. The cafeteria at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was expansive, accommodating over 300 individuals, including 6 classes and their teachers. As they approached, a line had already formed at the cafeteria windows. The cafeteria was divided into 2 levels, with the first floor hall alone featuring 300 seats. Look at those poor souls. As they entered the cafeteria, a discordant voice rang out. Kai turned toward the source of the voice. A group of upperclassmen stood on the stairs of the 1st and 2nd floors, looking down upon them. The speaker was a handsome boy around 11 or 12, his eyes brimming with disdain as he pointed at Wang Sheng. Poor wretches will never make it to the 2nd floor for a meal. How juvenile. Kai could only shake his head in disbelief, thinking that moral education classes were indeed crucial. On their way to the cafeteria, Wang Sheng had already informed Xiao Wu about the rule that the 7th dormitory leader would stand up for the work-study students. Xiao Wu had readily agreed. Now, faced with provocation, her temper flared. What are you? What is so impressive about the 2nd floor? A fellow work-study student whispered in her ear. The 2nd floor is where they order food separately. It's quite expensive. We genuinely cannot afford it. Xiao Wu, of a similar stature to Tang San, had previously been shielded by Wang Sheng. Now stepping forward, the students on the stairs naturally noticed her. The speaking boy's eyes lit up. What a beautiful little girl. Too bad she is just a work-study student. Wang Sheng, I'm heading to eat now. Consider this a reprieve for you this time. With that, the group ascended the stairs toward the 2nd floor. Xiao Wu immediately attempted to chase after them, but Tang San pulled her back. Let it go. We're here to eat. Xiao Wu shot Tang San a disdainful glance. Are you really that afraid? Chapter 19, That Man is His New Father. Observing the disdainful gaze of Xiao Wu, Kai couldn't help but scoff internally. His only concern was the repercussions of taking a life. From what Kai knew of Tang San, should these individuals dare to mock him outside the academy, they would swiftly become experimental specimens. In the cafeteria, physical altercations were off the table. Thus, verbal sparring ensued. Clearly, Tang San was not interested. However, Xiao Wu's displayed character only served to deepen Wang Sheng's admiration for her and bolster his respect for his leader. As for Tang San, Wang Sheng felt a twinge of disdain. Fortunately, such a person was not his leader. At that moment, Tang San spotted a familiar face and hurried over. Teacher, you are here for a meal as well. It was none other than his foster father, Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang maintained his aloof demeanor, simply nodding in acknowledgement and inquiring. Have you gathered everything? Tang San respectfully bowed his head, replying, Thank you for the betting, teacher. Yu Xiaojiang patted his shoulder and said, Come with me to the 2nd floor for a meal. Afterward, I will show you around. Tang San shook his head, responding, No, teacher. I would prefer to dine with my roommates. After all, this is our first collective meal in Dormitory 7, and I do not wish to stand apart. Yu Xiaojiang did not press the matter, nodding in agreement. Very well, that is indeed the right choice. Go ahead. I will wait for you at the cafeteria entrance after your meal. With that, he ascended to the 2nd floor, casting not a single glance at the others, as if they were beneath his notice. As Yu Xiaojiang's figure disappeared, Wang Sheng approached Tang San. Do you know the master? Tang San nodded, stating, He is my teacher. Wang Sheng replied with an odd expression, No way. You apprenticed yourself to the master? His abilities are rather lackluster. In our academy, the master is merely a guest lecturer. It is said that he remains here due to his good relationship with the principal. To put it bluntly, he is a freeloader. Rumor has it that at nearly 50 years of age, he has yet to break through the great soul master level, possessing only a spirit power of 29. It seems unlikely he will ever advance. Tang San lifted his head, gazing sternly at Wang Sheng, who felt a chill run down his spine. If you wish not to spar with me again, refrain from making presumptuous judgments about my teacher. This is your first and last warning. Thank you for your concern, but I believe I need no invitation. With that, he turned and strode towards the cafeteria exit. Wang Sheng was taken aback by Tang San's intense reaction, left momentarily speechless. Xiao Wu and the other students were equally perplexed, exchanging bewildered glances. Wang Sheng, particularly, displayed a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Kai observed Wang Sheng's expression, shaking his head discreetly. Had someone other than the generally well-regarded Wang Sheng made the remark about Yu Xiaojing being a freeloader, Tang San might have resorted to violence. If poison were to be secretly introduced into the mix, Wang Sheng's cultivation would likely come to an abrupt end. In essence, Wang Sheng had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Wang Sheng, feeling a sense of frustration, muttered, "This is absurd. What is wrong with that guy?" He felt a sense of grievance. While Tang San's strength was undeniable, Xiao Wu was the true leader of Dormitory 7. "If you lack funds for a meal, I will treat you. You might not appreciate my kindness, but to respond in such a manner is unwarranted." Xiao Wu, watching Tang San's retreating figure, was filled with curiosity, pondering the cause of Tang San's outburst. Despite his tattered clothing, he somehow emanated a newfound sense of stature. What a distinctive individual. Addressing the puzzled members of Dormitory 7, Kai smiled and said, "What you may not know is that I was present when Tang San apprenticed himself to the master. He once declared that a teacher for a day is a father for life. He even performed a bow of reverence to Master Yu, knocking his head in homage. Thus, in Tang San's heart, his teacher is akin to a father. Tang San's biological father, Tang Hao, was a notorious drunkard who neglected him throughout his childhood. Every day, Tang San had to cook and clean for his father. As such, this new father figure held immense significance for him. I suggest you refrain from speaking ill of that new father figure in Tang San's presence, for it is not merely an insult to his teacher but a grave affront to his father." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes widened in understanding. Wang Sheng, however, grumbled nearby, "Honestly, he is just a teacher. How can he be compared to one's father? If my dad knew I was so dutiful to my teacher, he would probably beat me with a shoe sole." Well, Tang San's actions are undoubtedly justified. Wang Sheng, refrain from disparaging the master in front of him from now on. "What?" Wang Sheng exclaimed, eyes agape in surprise as he turned to Xiao Wu. Under her scrutinizing gaze, he lowered his head. "Oh, I understand, Xiao Wu. Most work-study students were financially constrained." Although Wang Sheng claimed he would treat, their meal was quite humble, consisting of a few simple dishes served in the first floor hall. They shared modest vegetarian fare, yet enjoyed their meal heartily. After finishing their meal and exiting the cafeteria, the group found Tang San standing silently at the entrance, his demeanor exuding a serene confidence. Upon noticing the members of Dormitory 7 approaching, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Could it be that he stood there without eating? Wang Sheng whispered nervously, "Should I apologize to Tang San?" Kai calmly shook his head. Tang San is likely waiting for his teacher. Did not the master instruct him to wait? Tang San held great reverence for that teacher who resembled a father figure. It would be best not to disturb him. Very well, though I do not comprehend this sentiment, I am profoundly moved. After leaving the cafeteria, the group discussed their next course of action. With classes not yet officially commencing on this first day of school, they felt fatigued from the registration process and decided to return to their dormitories for rest. Kai leaned closer to Wang Sheng and asked quietly, "Do you know where the library is?" "The library?" Wang Sheng pointed towards a two-story building in the right foreground. "That is it. Why do you ask?" "Nothing much." Kai smiled. "I have a part-time job at the library, and since I have some free time, I thought I would go tidy up." "What?" Wang Sheng stared at Kai in astonishment. "Did you not hear Teacher Mohen say that work begins the day after tomorrow? If you go now, it would be a fruitless endeavor." Kai dismissed his concern with a smile. "It is of no consequence. It is better to familiarize myself with the work environment. You truly astonish me. In this day and age, there remains someone as genuine as you." "Very well. Off you go." Xiao Wu regarded Kai's departing figure, lost in thought. However, she refrained from voicing her opinions. In her view, Kai's family circumstances must be quite difficult. Yet he demonstrated remarkable diligence and tenacity, albeit with somewhat lacking strength. Chapter 20. The library. Kai was certainly not idling away his time by toiling in the library. As a traveler from another realm, he found himself bewildered by the myriad of common knowledge surrounding the world of Douluo Continent. He was utterly unfamiliar with the various soul beasts, their distinguishing characteristics, the flora, geography, history, customs, and political landscape of Douluo Continent. Although he had perused the original text and grasped the general trajectory of the narrative, he realized that a deeper understanding of Douluo Continent would require his own gradual exploration. He even needed to learn the nuances of its language and writing style bit by bit. For instance, while he was aware that the Sunset Forest housed the ice and fire Yin Ai and boasted numerous valuable celestial herbs, he was completely ignorant of the specific traits, effects, harvesting methods, and habits of these herbs. This knowledge was crucial for him. Kai felt a dwindling confidence regarding his ability to secure a connection with Tang San. If he could not procure these celestial herbs from Tang San, he would have to find a way to obtain them himself. However, the lair of the ancient creature, Douluo Bo, was fraught with peril. Tang San possessed the wisdom of his past life, understanding the nature of these celestial herbs and poisons, and knowing how to harvest them. In contrast, Kai lacked such advantages and could only rely on his own resourcefulness. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Tang San would soon be savoring a sumptuous meal prepared by Yu Xiaojing, relishing not only delectable chicken legs, but also the wealth of knowledge Yu Xiaojing had accumulated over the years. Previously, Yu Xiaojiang had taken many of the research findings from the Spirit Hall, and over the years, he had devoted all his energy to theoretical studies, continuously summarizing theoretical knowledge. This foundational understanding was precisely what both Tang San and Kai required. Regrettably, Kai could not acquire this knowledge from Yu Xiaojiang and would have to seek enlightenment in the library instead. Upon his arrival at the library, he discovered it was sparsely populated, exuding an air of solitude. As Kai stepped inside, he noticed a rather plump woman seated on the first floor, deftly knitting. She paid him no heed initially, but when she noticed him standing directly in front of her, she frowned in displeasure and, without raising her head, remarked, "If you wish to borrow a book, register on the left. If you want to return a book, do so on the right. And while reading, please take a seat and refrain from making noise." "Hello, ma'am. My name is Kai. I am a new student. Director Su has assigned me to work part-time in the library, so I would like to familiarize myself with the duties beforehand." "Oh, you are the one. What's your name again?" "I am Kai." "Ah, yes, Kai. I see. Director Su mentioned you." The woman seemed quite pleased, even putting down her knitting. "But I must clarify. The student workers do not officially start until the day after tomorrow, so you will not be receiving any wages at this time." Kai smiled. "That's all right. Gaining work experience from you is a valuable asset in itself. You are quite the silver-tongued child. Charming indeed." The woman's laughter caused the wrinkles on her face to quiver. "There isn't much to learn. There aren't many people borrowing books. So this job is both leisurely and rewarding. You have made a wise choice, young man. Perhaps feeling a bit bored from the tranquility of the library." She warmly introduced Kai to the place. The first floor was designated for students, while the second floor belonged to the teachers. Some professors would peruse materials upstairs. However, the content there was rather profound, generally unappealing to ordinary students. In the woman's words, the first floor required the most cleaning, while the second only needed a glance now and then. If it got dirty, a quick tidy up would suffice, but one should never disturb the teachers while they were working. "Those little rascals always make a mess of the books, and some even sneak in snacks," she lamented. "Especially those who eat snacks. How infuriating. They leave a trail of trash behind. If you catch them, confiscate their snacks. If they don't listen, come find me. Also, before you leave the library each day, make sure to count the books to confirm that the number of borrowed and returned books matches. If any are lost, the responsibility falls entirely on you. But do not fret. Generally, no one dares to take the school's books." After her lengthy monologue, the woman patted Kai on the shoulder. "Little Kai, just keep an eye on things here. I have an urgent matter to attend to." Kai understood that the woman was merely eager to leave early, rather than having any pressing business. She was simply delighted to see someone else around. Had she not been concerned about Kai's performance, she would have likely dashed off long ago. He assured her, "Rest assured, I will diligently carry out the duties you've entrusted to me." Good. That is splendid." With that, the plump woman joyfully gathered her knitting and a bag of unknown contents under her arm, hastily making her way out. Kai surveyed the library. Indeed, it lacked visitors. Perhaps it was the beginning of the school year, or perhaps students did not prioritize these books. After a cursory glance, he understood why so few came to read. The materials were primarily basic knowledge, such as a brief history of Douluo Continent, chronicles of the Tiando Empire, picture recognition for beginners, an introduction to martial spirits, and many more like identifying soul beasts by image, 100 common plants identification methods, postpartum care for sows, and new composting techniques. There were also geographical records of Douluo Continent, directory of primary soul master academies, along with numerous picture books and reference dictionaries. For the inhabitants of Douluo Continent, most of this content was common knowledge, rendering a trip to the library unnecessary, except for those like Yu Xiaojiang, who specialized in theoretical studies and required such texts. However, this was fortuitous for Kai, as these were precisely the books he needed. He casually picked up a volume titled Identifying Soul Beasts by image from a nearby shelf and began to read intently. Unbeknownst to him, as night descended upon the nodding academy, he found himself alone in the library. When he set down the book, he realized he was the only person left. He proceeded to gather cleaning tools, tidying up while still engrossed in his reading. The solitude proved advantageous, as it made cleaning exceptionally convenient. Afterward, he counted the books and confirmed everything was in order. As he departed, he closed the library doors, knowing that the key to open them remained with the plump woman. Chapter 21. You should join us too. When Kai returned, he discovered that most of the dormitory's occupants were already asleep. Tang San and Xiao Wu were nestled in their beds, appearing to be in slumber. After a quick wash, Kai climbed into bed, keeping a distance from Xiao Wu. His mind was still occupied with the knowledge he had just absorbed. Compared to others, he had an overwhelming amount to learn. Children raised in Douluo Continent did not need to study basic knowledge like he did. Even Tang San had grown up here. Kai had only been here for a month. Having crossed over from a life where he was merely a student who had just completed his college entrance examination, he had been excitedly running around in a dark internet CAF, having not played any games for an entire year in preparation for the exam. Unable to contain his eagerness, he logged in and noticed a newly released hero, one that played in his favored jungle position. boasting a transformation mechanism that allowed him to shift between assassin and warrior forms. It was exhilarating. Without hesitation, he purchased the hero, familiarized himself with its skills and backstory, and dove into the game. Practicing a hero certainly required ranked matches, for could one truly hone their skills in casual matches? Just as he had mastered the skills and successfully secured the dragon, he found himself torn between transforming into a warrior or an assassin. Suddenly, his computer began to shake, the screen flickering uncontrollably. Infuriated, he shouted for the network administrator, who merely replied, "Just restart it." As he pressed the power button, a surge of electricity coursed through his fingers, and he felt a powerful and mysterious force penetrate his mind. Everything went dark, and he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in Douluo Continent. The most unfortunate aspect was that he had not even seen his parents. His family's condition could hardly be described as anything other than destitution. From this experience, Kai learned a valuable lesson: to never venture into dark internet CAFs again. Such places were fraught with peril. After a month of hardship, he gradually adapted to life in Douluo Continent. It was particularly poignant when he realized there was a boy named Tang San in the village, and he felt an urge to cling to Tang San's coattails. After all, following the protagonist could yield some benefits, even if it was just a taste of the good life. Unfortunately, it seemed that Tang San's coattails were not so easy to grasp. Unlike him, Tang San possessed not only the martial skills from his past life and a mastery of hidden weapons, but also the unique innate full soul power of Douluo Continent. He wielded dual martial souls, the formidable Haotian hammer and the blue silver emperor. His father was a titled Douluo, and his mother was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, a true child of destiny, enjoying a path laden with advantages. Did he not possess any sort of golden finger? Kai had attempted to call forth a golden finger or a system within his mind, yet there was no response whatsoever. Eventually, he came to terms with reality, acknowledging that he was merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any golden fingers. At that moment, he heard a sudden rustle beside him as Tang San bolted upright. Kai discreetly turned his head and saw Tang San instinctively open his eyes to behold a charming face, Xiao Wu, who was perched on the boundary between their beds. Smiling at him, Tang San, flustered, scrambled upright and pointed at the dividing line, saying, "You've crossed the boundary." Xiao Wu giggled and retorted, "So what if I did? I'm a girl. You should yield to me, right? Of course, you absolutely cannot cross over. Do as you please." "Xiao Wu, I might need to step out tomorrow. And I'm not sure how long I'll be gone. Just wanted to give you a heads up." "Out? Where to?" Xiao Wu inquired, curiosity etched on her face. Tang San did not conceal the truth. "The teacher said my soul power is full, and I should acquire my first soul ring soon to continue my training. He is going to take me to find a suitable one." Being the dorm leader, Xiao Wu felt it necessary to inform her, especially in light of the conflict with Wang Xing earlier that day. Tang San, however, was not in the mood to deal with Wang Xing. Upon hearing that Tang San was going to obtain a soul ring, the expressions of the other students in the dormitory, aside from Xiao Wu, shifted to envy. For soul masters, nothing was more important than advancing in rank. The difference between a 10-level soul master and an 11-level soul master was merely 1 level in soul power. Yet the disparity in strength and status was astronomical. This became increasingly evident as one ascended in levels. Xiao Wu frowned and said, "You're leaving even before school has begun? Is the soul ring really that important?" Before Tang San could respond, she noticed the peculiar atmosphere surrounding her. The other students regarded her with expressions akin to that of observing a monster. Was the soul ring important? That was hardly a question. For soul masters, there was almost nothing more vital than the soul ring. Only someone like Xiao Wu, who was a soul beast, could be oblivious. "At this rate, you'll eventually expose yourself. If you must go, then go. But what about our work as students? If you leave, I will have to handle it all alone." Xiao Wu glared at Tang San, visibly annoyed. Tang San, feeling helpless, suggested, "How about this? For the next few days, you take on the extra burden. And when I return, I'll take over the rest of the semester's work. You will still receive half of the pay. How does that sound?" At that moment, Kai interjected, "I can help with those tasks. After all, I need to clear the weeds as well. Besides, my martial soul is a scythe, so I'm particularly adept at clearing." For reasons unknown, Tang San felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing this. Perhaps it was because his martial soul was blue silver grass that he was sensitive to the matter of weeding? He quickly shook his head internally. Xiao Wu's martial soul was a rabbit. One would think she was his natural enemy. Yet, when faced with Xiao Wu, he was filled with immense joy. Thus, the issue lay with Kai. However, he could not refuse Kai's offer, as he did not wish to burden Xiao Wu. A hint of a smile appeared on Xiao Wu's face as she cast a more approving glance at Kai. "Very well, it's settled then." With that, Xiao Wu stood up cheerfully. "Tang San, let us go for a walk." Previously, Tang San would have devoted this time to practicing the Xiantian skill. But now he had reached a bottleneck, and the purple extreme magic could only be practiced in the early morning. Unable to withstand Xiao Wu's insistence, he reluctantly rose. "By the way, Kai, you should come too." "Huh?" Kai was taken aback. "What is happening here? Isn't this your romantic evening?" he thought. Why am I being dragged along? A trio? Observing Kai's bewilderment, Xiao Wu exclaimed, your strength is so weak. How can you sleep? Tang San and I are going to spar, and you can watch to broaden your horizons. Now it made sense. Kai said nothing more as he followed them out of the dormitory. He feared that if he hesitated any longer, Xiao Wu might drag him along again. Chapter 22. Tang San loses all shame. Kai felt that Xiao Wu was somewhat justified in her assertion. Indeed, his strength was rather feeble. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu were exceptional fighters, and perhaps by observing them, he could glean some techniques. After all, his martial soul was far too weak, and he needed to compensate for his combat prowess in other areas. The weather of this season was particularly pleasant. The air was cool without a hint of chill. As darkness fell, the sky became clear, adorned with countless stars. Wow, there are so many stars, Xiao Wu exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Tang San, with a hint of exasperation, replied, did you drag me out here just to gaze at the stars? However, Kai understood that for Xiao Wu, such a starry sky must evoke memories of her days in the forest. It was said that the night sky in the Soul Beast Forest was the most beautiful, a sight he yearned to witness. As he gazed upwards, a sense of wistfulness washed over him. Xiao Wu cast a glance at him, her eyes softening imperceptibly. Yet Tang San remained unfazed, stating, the Soul Beast Forest is fraught with peril, teeming with ferocious soul beasts. The night is the most dangerous time. There is nothing beautiful about the starry sky there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression dimmed. Tang San, will you also hunt soul beasts in the forest tomorrow? Indeed, to obtain a soul ring, one must personally slay a soul beast. Xiao Wu silently contemplated the starry expanse, choosing not to respond further. By this time, the area outside the dormitory was nearly devoid of students and teachers. Later, Kai learned that training at night was a tradition among soul masters. Xiao Wu calmly stated, Tang San, I wish to have another match with you. During the day, I initiated the attack, and it could be considered a sneak attack. Winning that way wouldn't be fair. You seem somewhat dissatisfied, so I shall give you another chance. Girls as combative as Xiao Wu were indeed rare. Yet this suited Tang San perfectly. With renewed vigor, he agreed. All right, let us do this. Xiao Wu playfully traced her finger across her face, teasing. Don't cry if I knock you down later. Are you ready? Tang San found himself momentarily entranced by her endearing demeanor. Observing quietly from the side, Kai couldn't help but smirk at her audacity. Ready or not, here I come, Xiao Wu declared, a mischievous grin gracing her features as she approached Tang San. However, rather than attacking, she closed the distance between them, now less than a meter apart, losing the opportunity for a leg strike. Tang San, recognizing that Xiao Wu's martial soul was that of a rabbit, known for its powerful legs, was puzzled by her intentions. What are you doing? Aren't we supposed to spar? He inquired, frowning. Xiao Wu smiled and said, of course. I came here to spar with you. Just as Tang San was grappling with his confusion, Xiao Wu suddenly tossed her head back, her braided hair transforming into a dark shadow that lunged toward his neck. Tang San had never witnessed such a technique before. Remaining on guard against Xiao Wu's attack, he instinctively stepped back while raising his left hand to entangle her hair. If he could seize her braid, she would be rendered powerless. Xiao Wu raised her hand in tandem with her braid. As Tang San's hand approached her hair, she tilted her head back, allowing her braid to evade his grasp while her hand swiftly made contact. Her touch was soft and silky, akin to brushing against a cloud, and Tang San was momentarily captivated by the sensation. However, he was jolted back to reality when he noticed that Xiao Wu's arm had twisted in an extraordinary manner. Not only did it ensnare his hand, but it also extended, winding around his arm. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu raised her other hand, which also coiled around his other arm, while her braid descended like a third hand, menacingly encircling his neck. Though her arms appeared delicate, they were surprisingly resilient. Tang San found himself unable to break free from her grip. Attempting to leap backward with force, he discovered that Xiao Wu's body effortlessly followed his ascent, as if weightless. Even the most intricate evasive maneuvers were rendered futile in this moment. In a desperate attempt to evade her braid, he abruptly leaned back, executing a bridge maneuver to dodge. At the same time, he summoned his internal energy, but was caught off guard when Xiao Wu suddenly released her hold. Instantaneously, a powerful force surged from his waist, causing him to lose his balance and topple backward. With a thud, Tang San landed flat on his back, and Xiao Wu's small hands expertly pressed down on the joints of his shoulders, rendering his arms numb and powerless. Now seated triumphantly upon his waist, Xiao Wu gazed down at him, her expression radiant with delight. How about it? Are you convinced? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Kai could only shake his head in disbelief. This audacious rabbit, once a soul beast, possessed little awareness of the subtleties of human interactions, particularly the treachery that lurked within. Xiao Wu's most notable trait was her forgetfulness, her carefree spirit unburdened by the intricacies of human nature. Of course you want to accept my defeat, she teased, a playful glint in her eye. But I want to give you the chance to escape. If you're able, prove it by breaking free first. With his shoulders immobilized, escape was an impossibility, as even the flow of his energy was obstructed. Nevertheless, Tang San persisted, twisting his body with all his might. The only parts of him he could still move were his waist and hips, yet Xiao Wu's legs clamped around him securely. Come on, move, she taunted, grinning mischievously. Chapter 23. Justice descends from the heavens. Kai sighed deeply within himself. There was no saving it. That foolish rabbit had been thoroughly taken advantage of. He contemplated whether he should intervene. What are you doing? Get up, quickly. In broad daylight. How could you? Just then, a righteous voice echoed towards them. Xiao Wu and Tang San turned simultaneously, and they beheld a female teacher striding angrily towards them. Kai felt an immense relief. This teacher was indeed a good person. She had timely interrupted Tang San's nefarious behavior. Truly, a blessing from the heavens. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu found themselves in quite an embarrassing predicament. Tang San lay sprawled on the ground with his arms spread wide. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled over and got up. Yet Kai instinctively sensed a wave of disappointment emanating from Tang San. The teacher approached, her voice stern. What is going on with the two of you? Tang San felt it was his duty as a boy to stand up and explain. However, before he could speak, Xiao Wu interjected, Teacher, we were just practicing. Practicing? Lying on the ground, practicing? What sort of behavior is that? How have your parents raised you? You must be first-year students, I presume? Such young ones. And yet so unruly. The teacher's reprimands rang in their ears like a series of popping beans. Tang San stole a glance at Xiao Wu, who was also looking at him, sticking her tongue out playfully. Unbeknownst to her, this was not a flirtatious exchange. Tang San, however, felt a surge of embarrassment, as if his innermost secrets had been exposed. Coupled with the teacher's mention of his parents, he suddenly felt he had a legitimate reason to respond. Frowning, Tang San could not help but assert, Teacher, we truly were practicing our soul skills. The term soul skills was something he had just learned from Wang Sheng earlier that day, and now he was using it on the spot. The female teacher cast him a disdainful glance and replied, You have just entered the academy. What soul skills could you possibly possess? If you are going to fabricate a lie, at least make it believable. Come, follow me to the administrative office. The teacher could see right through Tang San's feeble excuse. After years of teaching, she had become adept at detecting students' lies. Adults are not so easily fooled, are they? Perhaps the young girl was genuinely innocent and unaware of such matters, but the boy was certainly not a good influence. Such outrageous behavior at such a tender age. What would become of him as he grew older? It was imperative to take him to the administrative office and impose some form of discipline upon him. Or at the very least, to admonish him to prevent him from causing trouble in the future. No. Tang San and Xiao Wu responded almost in unison. Tang San insisted earnestly, Teacher, we really were practicing our soul skills. How about this? We can demonstrate for you. Just then, Kai stepped forward. Hello, teacher. We are all new students this year. Since the school has yet to commence, and fearing it would hinder our training, we decided to utilize the nighttime hours to practice and enhance our abilities. The teacher remained skeptical, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized Kai. Is that so? This boy appeared rather honest. Kai continued, Teacher, as you can see, we are all work-study students from average backgrounds, so naturally, we must strive harder than others. Today, a senior from the 5th grade shared insights about soul skills with us, and we were filled with longing, thinking we might try practicing ourselves to see if we could learn any soul skills. The female teacher found herself both amused and exasperated, particularly at the sight of Kai's eager expression, as though he truly believed that a bit of practice would enable him to master soul skills. She could not help but shake her head with a chuckle. How naive. Soul skills are not so easily acquired. Moreover, they are exceedingly precious and require dedicated instruction to learn. Our school has 1 or 2 soul skills available, but they are extremely valuable, and ordinary students simply cannot access them. Perhaps only if you perform well upon graduation might you be awarded a soul skill. Right now, you have just entered the academy. It's best to focus on steadily improving your soul power. Kai's expression shifted to one of enlightenment, followed by an enthusiastic nod. Indeed, you are right, teacher. However, even if we cannot master soul skills, practicing together is still beneficial for our physical health, is it not? The teacher conceded this point without objection. Furthermore, she added, as for any flirtatious behavior, you see, it is quite unusual for 3 individuals to engage in such antics at this late hour, is it not? If it were truly flirting, there would be no need for one person to stand by and watch. This statement had some merit, and the teacher nodded in agreement before adopting a serious demeanor. Practicing is acceptable, but you are still young and must be mindful of your limits. Certain techniques, well, it would be best not to employ them excessively, understood? Rest assured, teacher, we understand. Kai signaled to Tang San and Xiao Wu with his eyes. They both obediently replied, Teacher, we understand. Very well then, but be cautious not to make too much noise while practicing. Others need their rest. Of course, teacher, you can count on us. Have a safe journey home. Once the teacher departed, Xiao Wu gleefully approached Kai and playfully patted his shoulder. Hey, Kai, you were impressive. With just a few words, you managed to persuade that teacher to leave. I was actually planning to go over and subdue her, then demonstrate our skills to convince her. Was that persuasion? You were practically scaring her away. Kai had chosen to step forward to prevent Xiao Wu from taking further action. He knew that the original outcome would have been Xiao Wu reprimanding the female teacher, causing her to flee in embarrassment and anger. However, the kind-hearted teacher had seen through Tang San's wicked intentions and had intervened in time. Truly an angel among mortals. Kai naturally did not wish to see her suffer. Little Kai, I knew I was right about you. You are indeed clever, but your strength leaves much to be desired. How about this? I will guide you. And we can practice together. Huh? Kai was taken aback. What was happening? Logically, Xiao Wu should have been pestering Tang San to continue practicing, especially after he had uttered that classic shameless remark. Why was she now wanting to practice with him instead? Chapter 24. Close combat. The arrival of Kai altered the course of events. Initially, his prior gift of a blanket to Xiao Wu, coupled with his unwavering gaze upon her, ignited a flicker of curiosity and affection within her. Yet, this sentiment only surpassed that felt towards the others in their dormitory. As time progressed, Kai's resilience and self-reliance further enhanced Xiao Wu's impression of him. Particularly, his timely intervention during a confrontation left her feeling grateful. Consequently, Xiao Wu refrained from retaliating against their teacher, which in turn spared her from any playful jabs from Tang San, allowing her to dismiss thoughts of further reprimanding him. In contrast, Kai's chivalrous demeanor endeared him to her, though she soon recognized his relative lack of strength. With a heart full of kindness, Xiao Wu earnestly wished to aid Kai in enhancing his abilities. Well, Kai hesitated. Given how formidable you all are, perhaps I should spare myself the humiliation? What humiliation? We aren't competing. It's merely a friendly exchange. Xiao Wu encouraged. No one will mock you. Stop being so hesitant and get on with it. Kai cast a doubtful glance at Tang San. If it were just he and Xiao Wu, he wouldn't mind. However, it was evident that Tang San wished to relish the moment further. Should he inadvertently disrupt Tang San's enjoyment, he might incur his wrath. Who could withstand such a petty retaliation? What are you staring at, San? Xiao Wu exclaimed. I'll spar with Kai first. You can observe and provide guidance afterward. Tang San nodded calmly, offering no further comment. It was inappropriate for him to refuse after Xiao Wu's invitation. Come on, use your strongest attack against me. Seeing Xiao Wu's confident expression eased Kai's apprehension. Such a rare opportunity presented itself. Even if he exerted himself fully, he would not harm her. Thus, with no reservations, he lunged toward her, delivering a swift kick. Smack. A figure was sent flying, not Xiao Wu. Kai, somewhat disheveled, rubbed his abdomen. Xiao Wu had held back her strength, sparing him from injury. Your attack is far too predictable, she critiqued. Moreover, your excessive force leaves you completely defenseless. Again, undeterred, Kai adjusted his stance and charged at Xiao Wu once more. This time, as he neared her, he threw a punch. But just as his fist approached, he twisted his waist and executed a kick. Xiao Wu deftly sidestepped and extended her long, toned leg, landing a precise strike on Kai's ankle joint. Losing his balance, Kai fell to the ground. Not bad. You've quickly learned to feint. However, your leg technique is lacking. Your lower body is unstable, making it easy to lose your balance when raising your leg. Rubbing his calf, a spark of excitement flickered in Kai's eyes. Again, smack, smack. The sounds of their bodies colliding resonated in the stillness of the night. Huff, huff. Kai gasped for breath, sweat beading on his forehead, his clothes dusted with grass debris. Yet, his eyes gleamed with excitement and fervent combat spirit. Though he was utterly at Xiao Wu's mercy, repeatedly knocked down, his progress was unmistakable. From being unable to land a single blow at the outset, he had now managed to exchange a few strikes with her, an immense leap forward for Kai. Xiao Wu was equally astonished by his rapid learning ability. Under her guidance, he rarely repeated the same mistakes. Most importantly, his fighting spirit remained unshaken by repeated setbacks. He rose immediately after each fall, his resolve strengthening with every clash. It appeared that this individual possessed more than meets the eye. A sense of accomplishment surged within Xiao Wu, and even Tang San's gaze sparkled with intrigue. Yet, Kai's meager soul weapon left much to be desired. It would not pose a threat to Tang San. All right, Kai, take a breather. Don't rush your progress. Kai nodded, aware that his stamina had dwindled. Continuing would only lead to exhaustion the following day. Wiping the sweat from his chin, he expressed, "Thank you, Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu beamed with pride, graciously accepting his gratitude. San, it's your turn. Having learned from his experiences, Tang San chose not to engage Xiao Wu in close combat. Instead, he utilized his agility to maintain distance, darting around the arena as she pursued him. After a brief chase, Xiao Wu began to pant. Yet she could not catch up to Tang San. Hey, that's cheating, she exclaimed, arms akimbo, glaring at him. This is a spar, not hide and seek. If you have the skill, attack me. Tang San smiled slightly. All right, but be careful. As he spoke, he casually picked up a few stones from the ground. First, I'll aim for your left shoulder. One stone flew from his hand. Xiao Wu huffed, shifting her body to the right to evade it. Now your right shoulder, left calf, and right calf. 3 stones launched simultaneously. The first aimed at her left shoulder. Seeing all 3 stones seemingly directed towards her, she thought, he's trying to deceive me. Instead of retreating, she accelerated, charging toward Tang San with her hands raised in front of her. They were merely pebbles, easily dismissed. However, A surprising turn of events unfolded. Just as the stones neared her, they veered off, tracing arcs in different directions. With such proximity, she had no time to react. Ouch! Ouch! The stone struck her right shoulder, left calf, and right calf respectively. Though Tang San had not infused his techniques into the stones, their impact still caused Xiao Wu a sharp sting. "You dare to hit me with stones?" she exclaimed, unaware that this was Tang San's first genuine encounter with an opponent using hidden weapons since arriving in this world. He had employed a technique known as separation of swallows. Simple in appearance yet intricate in execution. "Oh, so you can hit me, but I can't use stones? This time, you lost. That doesn't count. Let's do it again," Kai remarked, baffled. Was Tang San's competitive spirit so intense that he resorted to hidden weapons in a friendly spar? Such a match held little significance. While he could not surpass Xiao Wu in close combat, he had made noticeable progress. In contrast to Tang San's evasive tactics and hidden weapons, Xiao Wu preferred the straightforward, visceral engagement with Kai. Chapter 25. The indifference of Yu Xiaojing that night. Kai slept exceptionally soundly. Having finally entered Notting Academy, the prospect of embarking on the journey to become a soul master eased the tension in his heart. Of course, his sparring sessions with Xiao Wu left him utterly exhausted. Xiao Wu's speed and endurance were beyond his current capabilities. In the early morning, while most of the faculty and students at Notting Academy remained ensconced in slumber, two figures, one tall and one short, quietly exited the academy's gates. It seemed that no one noticed their departure, save for a frail silhouette watching from a distance. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Kai continued his run around the academy. Although his martial soul was not particularly formidable, he remained hopeful. He believed that by continuously improving his physical strength, not only would it enhance his soul power, but it would also allow him to surpass the limits of soul ring absorption. Thus, he devised a rigorous training regimen for himself. On the first day, he undertook a 3-kilometer run, and after finishing, drenched in sweat, he engaged in stretching and supplementary exercises. With his current slight physique, he could only progress gradually, refraining from haste and the folly of seeking immediate results. Due to prolonged malnutrition, his body was somewhat frail. Even if he possessed the willpower to run 10 kilometers at once, it would only lead to injuries without any benefits. Tomorrow, he would receive his pay, allowing him to purchase some meat and eggs to replenish his strength and improve his nutrition. "Hey, what brings you here so early?" As he was doing push-ups, Kai looked up to see Xiao Wu's cheerful face illuminated by the morning sun. Her long braid cascaded down, brushing against Kai's face, causing a slight tickle. He did not pause his push-ups, lowering himself deeply before pushing his body upright. "The gap between our strengths is too vast. I must practice more to ensure I won't hold you back in the future." "Not bad, Xiao Kai. You have great potential." Most of the other children in the dormitory, being of similar age, indulged in their playful natures, rarely working as hard as Kai. At this hour, others were still enjoying their slumber, while Kai had already risen early to train, endearing him to Xiao Wu. "Here, this is for you." "What?" Kai was momentarily taken aback by the paper bag Xiao Wu held out. "Breakfast." "Oh, I'll eat some rations later. You should have it." "I already ate. Wang Sheng treated us." Xiao Wu's brow furrowed slightly. "This is to help replenish your strength. Tang San may return at any moment, and you'll need to do his chores, so you must eat well to have the energy." "Well, all right then." Kai brushed off the dust from his hands and accepted the breakfast Xiao Wu offered, savoring each bite. It was indeed delicious. Perhaps it was simply due to his hunger. He wondered where Tang San was at that moment. Xiao Wu murmured to herself. Kai's gaze drifted towards the horizon, watching the sun rise gradually. He knew that Yu Xiaojing had taken Tang San to the soul hunting forest to assist him in obtaining his first soul ring. However, rather than helping Tang San, it was more accurate to say that Yu Xiaojing was merely observing how Tang San acquired his first soul ring, from beginning to end. Yu Xiaojing provided little substantial aid in Tang San's acquisition of the soul ring. He brought only a small amount of water and rations, along with a few large radishes. Despite possessing a soul guide, he failed to bring along adequate food, medicine, or emergency tools. Ultimately, the two returned in a state of hunger, with Tang San carrying a beleaguered Yu Xiaojing on his back. Yu Xiaojing prided himself on being a theoretical expert. Yet, when they truly entered the soul hunting forest, facing numerous dangers, his theories proved utterly useless. He was completely unaware of the habits and territorial distributions of soul beasts. He even suggested to Tang San that if all else failed, he should opt for a 10-year-old bitter bamboo as his first soul ring, fully knowing that the ideal soul ring ratio dictated that the first soul ring must not be a white ring. When they encountered the mandala snake, Yu Xiaojing's performance was even more dismal. A great soul master found himself utterly defenseless against a century-old soul beast, forced to flee in disgrace. In the end, it was Tang San who saved him, using his hidden weapon techniques to eliminate the mandala snake and secure his first soul ring. Moreover, Yu Xiaojing even poisoned himself. Were it not for Tang San employing the internal energy of his Xiantian Gong to detoxify him, Yu Xiaojing would have truly met his end in the soul hunting forest. How could he shamelessly boast about being a theoretical expert? As a teacher, accompanying a cherished student to acquire a soul ring without a comprehensive and meticulous plan without pre-selecting targets and without prior observation, ultimately led them into a life-or-death crisis. Had it not been for Tang San's hidden weapons as a trump card, he too would have perished at the serpent's jaws. This was a unique advantage belonging solely to Tang San. In essence, no matter how talented other students in Douluo Continent might be, as long as they followed Yu Xiaojing into the forest, they would undoubtedly meet their demise the very next day. Furthermore, had it not been for Tang San's internal energy, Yu Xiaojing himself would have succumbed to the snake's venom. It could be said that he led a talented disciple into a total catastrophe. As Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaojing not only failed to provide assistance, but was, in fact, a hindrance. Moreover, Yu Xiaojing's so-called theory regarding the limits of soul ring absorption was nothing more than empty rhetoric, at least in Tang San's case. Tang San's ability to absorb the mandala snake's soul ring stemmed solely from his possession of Xiantian Gong. Had anyone else attempted it? They would have certainly perished on the spot. Yu Xiaojing was fortunate to have a genius disciple like Tang San, especially after Tang San ascended to divinity. Yu Xiaojing was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face, exclaiming the name of his father. Did you see? It proves that I was right. My theories were correct. I have personally taught a god. But one must question, what relevance does Tang San's divinity have to you? The blue-silver domain was inherited from his mother's lineage, while the Shura domain was acquired when Tang San entered the city of slaughter with Tang Hao. The Sea God Island was conquered solely through Tang San's own efforts as he passed the Sea God's 9 trials. What contributions did Yu Xiaojing make in this process? He merely provided Tang San with a physical training plan and encouraged him to run frequently. It is a well-known principle that running strengthens the body, isn't it? One can only say that Tang San was fortunate to have benefited from the presence of such an inept mentor like Yu Xiaojing. Upon entering the academy, ordinary individuals like Kai had not yet officially started their studies. No teachers imparted any theoretical knowledge, nor did they engage in any genuine interaction with martial souls. In contrast, as the protagonist, Tang San was able to directly enter the soul-hunting forest to acquire a soul ring. Merely gaining entry was something that many students at Notting Academy could not achieve, unless accompanied by a teacher during graduation with the approval of the Spirit Hall. Could they venture into the soul-hunting forest for soul ring acquisition? Otherwise, they would have no hope of entering at all. Yet, Yu Xiaojing effortlessly led Tang San into the soul-hunting forest, armed with an elder's token obtained through dubious means. Such audacity is truly shameless. Chapter 26. Little Wu gradually finds it hard to resist upon returning from the soul-hunting forest. Tang San swiftly ascended to the rank of an 11th level soul master, meeting the graduation standards of the other students at Notting Academy. Remarkably, this achievement took him a full 6 years, under the tutelage of the esteemed master Yu Xiaojing. Renowned for his theoretical prowess and exceptional teaching methods, Tang San, a natural genius endowed with innate full soul power, managed to elevate his abilities to that of a great soul master, traversing a significant phase of development. In stark contrast, Tang San's father effortlessly propelled his own advancement within a mere year and a half. The disparity was striking. As Kai enjoyed his breakfast, he couldn't help but silently criticize Yu Xiaojing. Soon, he and Little Wu found themselves in the central square of the campus, where other residents of Dormitory 7 gathered with curiosity. Sister Wu, where's Tang San? The opening ceremony is about to begin, and he hasn't arrived yet. One student exclaimed. Yes, missing the first day's ceremony might earn him a reprimand from the teachers. Kai whispered, don't worry, everyone. Tang San has taken a leave of absence. He and Master Yu have gone to acquire a soul ring. How enviable for Tang San. Having such an excellent teacher makes all the difference. Another chimed in. Indeed. Despite his own mediocre strength, that master is still a distinguished guest of the academy. Having someone to provide special guidance is a blessing. Shoo, quiet down. The dean is about to speak. At the opening ceremony, the faculty and students of Notting Academy gathered in unison. The dean, an elderly man over 50, was a formidable soul tool master. Behind him stood the director of academic affairs, Director Su, along with several other teachers such as Teacher Mo Hen, all of whom Kai had previously encountered. The dean delivered an impassioned speech, expounding on the illustrious history of Notting Academy, reflecting on the remarkable achievements of the previous year, and envisioning a bright future. He encouraged the students to study diligently and cultivate their skills. Following the dean's address, Director Su spoke with an air of authority, reiterating the importance of discipline within the academy. In essence, he urged the students to behave properly and focus on their studies as the new term commenced. Subsequently, an outstanding student representative took the stage. This representative, a boy appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old, exuded a certain arrogance, and Kai grimaced at the sight. Oh, it's that Xiao Boss again. How annoying, he thought. Xiao Boss is a little tyrant at our academy. Who dares to provoke him? It's all because of his favorable connections. Wang Xing and others muttered discontentedly. Kai, curious, glanced at the student representative. Apparently, this was the very Xiao Boss who had been defeated by Tang San, being the first soul master to be bested by Tang San. He could at least take pride in that distinction. How unfortunate it was for such an exemplary 6th-year student on the verge of graduation to be ruthlessly defeated by a mere first-year newcomer. This encapsulated the chasm between protagonists and ordinary individuals. Alas, it seemed he himself was but one of those ordinary souls. After the ceremony, first-year students were gathered by their teacher. Their classroom was located on the first floor, consisting of only one class. The homeroom teacher briefly outlined the academy's regulations and notified them of the time for the following day's classes before dismissing them. That evening, Kai once again engaged in a friendly spar with little Wu. Although he struggled to muster any strength, the next day, he still rose early to continue his running regimen, adhering to his physical training plan. Currently, he had set a goal of 4 kilometers. Once his body adapted, he would increase the intensity to 5 kilometers. As a new student, the first lesson was devoid of complex knowledge. The morning consisted of 2 sessions, the first being a simple cultural class. The teacher discussed the illustrious history of the Tiando Empire, extolling its glory and greatness, urging everyone to serve the empire well in the future. Kai gradually discerned the underlying message. Notting Academy was part of the Tiando Empire's influence, and thus it naturally promoted the empire's values. It was a form of ideological training. Were one to attend the Wuhuan Temple's exclusive academy, the narrative would undoubtedly shift to extolling the greatness of the Wuhuan Temple instead. It seemed that schools everywhere were not merely institutions of learning. As for the second class, the Wuhuan lesson, it left Kai somewhat disappointed despite his anticipation. The session merely involved each student showcasing their martial spirit, with the teacher briefly explaining the various classifications of martial spirits, what constituted a tool spirit, a beast spirit, and so forth. Following this, the classification of soul masters was introduced, and then the class concluded. The afternoon was designated for self-training. In truth, the day's academic activities had already come to an end. Kai found himself at a loss. After a full day of classes, he had learned little of substance. The knowledge shared by the teacher regarding martial spirits could easily be gleaned from library resources. It was undeniable that Tang San's apprenticeship under Yu Xiaojiang afforded him a significant advantage at the outset, allowing him to bypass these foundational theories and delve into genuinely valuable concepts. Nevertheless, Kai approached all his classes with utmost seriousness, cross-referencing the material presented by the teacher with his own readings in the library. The ensuing days unfolded in a blend of tranquility and tension. Each morning, he rose early to complete his weeding tasks, as he would later join little Wu in the same endeavor. While weeding, the two engaged in lively conversation, with Kai entertaining little Wu with amusing stories that left her wanting more. Throughout this process, Kai subtly interwove some cautionary tales, such as the perils posed by predatory individuals, how young women could protect themselves, and tips to avoid being manipulated by unscrupulous individuals. As they worked together, their bond deepened. Gradually, little Wu's bed began to inch closer to Kai's each night, ostensibly for easier listening to his stories. However, in contrast to the increasing distance from Tang San's bed, subtle shifts in their proximity seemed to occur. After all, little Wu had only known Tang San for a single day. They had merely sparred twice. And while Tang San's prowess left a strong impression on her, his later behavior, such as his coldness toward the residents of Dormitory 7 due to a quarrel with Yu Xiaojiang, had left her somewhat dissatisfied. In contrast, little Wu spent her days at Notting Academy in constant companionship with Kai, sharing meals, attending classes, weeding, training, and eventually falling asleep side by side. For little Wu, who had never experienced life in the human world before, this was her first genuine interaction with others since her arrival. The innocent camaraderie of youth, amidst the leisurely days at the academy, proved to be an indelible experience. Chapter 27. I am a rabbit. Not a concubine, the days passed joyously amid the laughter of Xiao Wu. Each morning commenced with weeding, followed by rigorous physical training and morning classes. After school, I would ravenously devour books in the library, deepening my understanding of the Douluo Continent and martial souls. As night fell, I would work alongside Xiao Wu, practicing and honing our skills. Each night, I would collapse onto my bed, utterly exhausted, yet not before recounting stories. I could feel my body transforming gradually, subtly altering. My strength, speed, and combat skills advanced significantly. This rigorous academic life rendered Kai exceptionally fulfilled. After the morning classes, it was time for self-study and training. The work-study students from Dormitory 7 would gather, aware that the other students in the school were not particularly welcoming, often ostracizing them. Thus, they were reluctant to train alongside others. Even those who did not harbor ill feelings towards the work-study students would be mocked by their peers. Gradually, the work-study students formed their own small group, training in a cramped area at the edge of the playground, adjacent to a refuse dump and behind a restroom. The space was not only limited but also filthy and chaotic. In contrast, the central area of the playground was spacious, featuring a pavilion and lush grass, along with various well-designed training equipment. Wang Sheng, why do you always bring us to this dreadful place to train? Xiao Wu complained, kicking aside a bag blown by the wind. Xiao Wu, we work-study students can only train here. I replied, why can't we go there? Xiao Wu gestured dismissively. Wang Sheng sighed. Xiao Wu, the central area is reserved for the senior students. We are not allowed there. Why can't we go? Let us see who made that rule. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu, with an air of authority, led the students towards the center of the playground. Wang Sheng, you all should try the equipment. However, it wasn't long before a group of 7 or 8 individuals approached with intimidating intent. The leader, clad in the uniform of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, stood tall and imposing. Although his face retained a youthful appearance, he bore the semblance of an adult. Towering over Xiao Wu by at least half a head, his features were handsome, yet the disdainful expression marred the overall impression. Are you work-study students truly so dull-witted from your labor? Do you think this is a place for you? Begone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's brows furrowed deeply. Beside her, Wang Sheng mustered the courage to step forward, saying, Xiao, there is no rule preventing work-study students from being here according to the Academy's rules. Let me tell you, my word is law. Xiao interrupted, his impatience evident. I say you cannot come, and that stands. Moreover, from now on, you can only enter after we finish training and clean up this area. That will be your punishment. Xiao, do you not fear Director Su's wrath for this? Humph, Director Su? Let me tell you, my uncle is the vice principal of the academy. What is Director Su to me? Xiao's arrogance was palpable. Wang Sheng. There is no need to waste words on such a petty person. Teach him a lesson, and he will understand his place. Xiao Wu declared, hands on her hips, disdainfully pointing at Xiao. Who are you to impose rules upon us? What gives you the right? Xiao laughed mockingly. My fists are sufficient, and my strength is unmatched. How about that? Xiao regarded Xiao Wu with contempt, stroking his chin with a mischievous glint in his eye. You must be a new work-study student. Yet you possess some charm. Quite rare, a golden phoenix emerging from a chicken coop. How about this? You become my concubine, and I shall allow you to train in the central area. Of course, the price is that you must submit to me. At this, Xiao Wu retorted defiantly. I am a rabbit, not a concubine. What? Ha! Xiao Wu's words, coupled with her innocent expression, evoked a boisterous laugh from Xiao and his cohorts. Their gazes laden with mockery. Xiao Wu appeared bewildered, sensing their insidious laughter, yet failing to comprehend its cause. At that moment, Wang Sheng leaned in closer to Xiao Wu, whispering something in her ear. What? Xiao Wu's fury ignited in an instant. A flash of red glimmered in her eyes. You will pay for this. With that, she lifted her foot, vanishing from sight, only to reappear beside Xiao in the next moment. Her legs propelled forward towards his chest. Xiao was taken aback, but reacted swiftly to block her attack. Yet the next moment, with a resounding smack, Xiao Wu's legs pinned his arms, twisting her waist forcefully. In pain, Xiao fell heavily to the ground as Xiao Wu knelt on his neck, causing him to gasp for air. Damn it, how dare you strike the boss? Brothers, attack! The lackeys, witnessing their leader's humiliation, surged forward to assault Xiao Wu. Naturally, the students from Dormitory 7 could not stand by idly, rushing to defend her. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. What are you all doing? Stand down. Director Su approached the center of the playground with his hands behind his back, followed by Kai, who was panting heavily. He understood Xiao Wu's fiery temper and had summoned Director Su not out of fear for her safety, but to prevent her from potentially harming Xiao severely or even killing him, which would lead to dire consequences. Although Xiao Wu was powerful, the other work-study students were no match for the senior students. In the ensuing chaos, it was likely that Wang Sheng and the others would suffer greatly. As Director Su arrived, he saw a group of senior students surrounding a young girl, all exuding an aggressive demeanor. He approached confidently, and one by one, the senior students lowered their heads. Only Xiao remained defiant, twisting his neck as he stood. Listen well. Little girl, you're finished. Even the principal cannot save you. Mark my words. Who do you think you are? Director Su scoffed, unfazed by Xiao's threats. Director. My uncle Humph, I care not for your connections. I know some of you think you're sixth-year students, soon to graduate. But let me tell you. If anyone defies the Academy's regulations and engages in brawls, your graduation qualifications will be revoked. You will be barred from taking the intermediate Soul Master examinations. You will remain merely as Soul Master for the rest of your lives. Chapter 28. If you have the guts, don't leave after school. Let South meet in the grove regardless of age. Students invariably succumb to the threat of their teachers wielding graduation certificates. The formidable Xiao, drenched in cold sweat, found himself at the mercy of Director Su's few words. Graduation was just around the corner, and as the representative of his cohort, his future gleamed with promise. To have it jeopardized over such trivial matters would be utterly unwise. Director Su, we were merely greeting the new student. There was no fight. Best if there wasn't tea. Remember, the Academy prohibits private brawls. With that, Director Su cast a frosty glance before departing. Once the director's figure faded from sight, Xiao, brimming with indignation, remarked, You little girl, today you're simply lucky, but what does it matter to seek out a teacher, if you truly have guts? Let South meet in the grove after school. Fine, the grove it is. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never learn your place. Now's adversary. Xiao Wu retorted fiercely, unyielding in her stance. Ha, little bunny, I've changed my mind. You're not worthy of being my girl anymore. Once I defeat you, you shall be my pet. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Xiao's mouth. Should you wish for me to be your pet, it remains to be seen whether you possess the capability. Xiao Wu declared boldly. If you fall to me, you'll be my little brother, calling me Sister Xiao Wu and obeying my commands. How about it? Do you dare? Pointing at Xiao, she exuded an air of dominance. Haha. Sister Xiao? Xiao laughed heartily, clutching his belly as if he had heard a grand jest. You, a mere girl yet to fully mature, dare aspire to be the leader? His disdainful gaze lingered on her, disregarding her words entirely, though Xiao's earlier strike had caught him off guard. He had yet to unleash his soul power and martial soul. In a true confrontation, subduing a first-year student would be a matter of moments. Very well, as you say. Let us rendezvous in the grove behind the school after class. If you lose, you will become my pet. Should I falter, I shall recognize you as my superior. Moreover, all my brothers will acknowledge you as the leader. In that case, you would become the ruler of Notting Academy. Becoming the ruler of Notting Academy? Not a bad prospect. Xiao mused. All right, after school, in the grove behind the mountain. Ha ha ha, I await the moment you become my pet. I shall train you well. With that, Xiao swaggered away, accompanied by his entourage. Xiao, Sister Xiao, why did you agree to that? One of her companions stammered. Xiao is already a soul master. He has acquired his first soul ring. If we lose, will we not be further scorned by them? Indeed, Sister Xiao, this is a trap. The members of the 7th dorm voiced their concerns. Xiao patted her chest confidently. Wangxing, why do you lack faith in me? Do you truly think I will lose? Wangxing hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Kai clapped him on the shoulder with a smile. Xiao never engages in battles without confidence. Have faith. Moreover, as working students, we have long faced exclusion, even if we choose to endure. Xiao and his crew will not let us be. Resolving this conflict once and for all would indeed be ideal. Xiao is doing this for our sake. Indeed. Kai understands me well. Xiao nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite pleased with herself. As for the issue of winning or losing, Kai had never worried. Preventing Xiao from engaging in large-scale brawls within the academy was to protect others. However, he would not intervene in her private duel with Xiao. The latter was essentially handing her a victory. With Xiao's formidable spirit beast strength, defeat was inconceivable. Moreover, if Kai recalled correctly, Tang San should be returning soon, ready to showcase his newly acquired soul ring and garner admiration. The so-called back mountain of the academy was not within Notting Academy, but rather a small hill outside the back gate. Generally, teachers did not frequent this area. Thus, even if fights broke out here, they were not considered violations of academy rules. It had become an excellent venue for resolving personal grievances, territorial disputes, and gang conflicts. The grove lay in silence, yet it was far from tranquil, pulsating with a palpable tension. All the working students stood firmly behind Xiao, facing a group of over 20 upperclassmen. Little girl, do you regret it yet? Of course, I wouldn't mind having another pet rabbit. Your martial soul is a rabbit. Is it not? Xiao's expression remained unfazed, mirroring the disdain of her opponent, though her youthful countenance lent her a certain charm. Is this just pre-battle bravado? Xiao pointed at Xiao. Xiao, are you afraid? If you are, you can become my little brother. Just call me sister and I'll let you go. Haha. Xiao feigned nonchalance, laughing heartily. Afraid? I say, Wangxing, have your working students lost their wits, sending a little girl to challenge me? How absurd. Little girl. Do you even know who I, Xiao, am? Within Notting City, I can walk with impunity, let alone here at the academy. Xiao, clearly growing impatient, interjected, enough talk. Let us begin. How shall we fight? Xiao's eyes gleamed with mischief as he replied. Fear not. I shan't bully you. You have 10 participants. So we shall send out 10 as well. We'll take turns, as long as the participant wins. They may continue to face the next opponent until one side is entirely defeated. To rise as the leader among students, Xiao was no fool. He was quite astute. Although Xiao appeared harmless, he opted to play it safe, given her previous display of skill. However, even if she were strong, his side was comprised solely of upperclassmen, each formidable in their own right. The working students had but one capable member, Wangxing, and Xiao at most had 2 allies. He could let his brothers wear them down without needing to lift a finger, ensuring victory was all but guaranteed. Was this seemingly fair duel truly equitable? Wangxing recognized Xiao's intentions, but before he could speak, Xiao confidently declared, all right, it's settled. Who has first? Step forward. Chapter 29. Is this a hidden weapon? At this moment, Wangxing realized it was too late to stop Xiao from agreeing. Xiao Laodao gestured to his subordinates behind him, and a somewhat frail-looking student stepped forward. Who is that? Wangxing whispered. His name is Xiao Yu, a 4th-year student, but he is Xiao Laodao's cousin, making him a formidable opponent. Xiao Yu is the weakest among them, which suggests that Xiao Laodao intends to save himself for last. He aims to deplete our strength first. Xiao, why don't I take the lead? Wangxing expressed his confidence in overcoming the opponent. However, if he engaged, it would force Xiao to enter the fray next, thus fulfilling their adversary's intent. Xiao also considered this, despite her confidence in her abilities. There were some hidden cards she did not wish to reveal. I'll go. Kai stepped forward. My strength should be the weakest, even if I cannot win. I can at least drain some of their energy. But you are only a 1st-year student, while Xiao Yu is already in his 4th year. I have been training for a long time, and I am eager to test my strength. Perhaps only through such a battle can I truly unleash my potential. At that moment, a fervent spark ignited in Kai's eyes. His breath quickened and trembled slightly, not out of fear, but from an overwhelming excitement, the thrill of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Xiao Wu gazed at the frail boy, and in that instant, he seemed to grow larger in her eyes. Very well, just be careful. The opposing side was momentarily taken aback as they watched this slender figure emerge from the group of students. Xiao Laodao furrowed his brow, dismissively. The boy appeared no older than 6. He was clearly a fresh recruit, and his strength was unlikely to be significant. Was the other side truly sending such a weakling to drain Xiaoyu's power, or was there more than met the eye? Regardless, they believed Xiaoyu could easily handle a first-year student. Kai approached Xiaoyu and suggested, since you are in your 4th year, why don't we refrain from using soul power? Xiaoyu frowned and glanced at Xiao Laodao, who issued a derisive snort. What? Are you afraid? If you're scared, just admit defeat. You agreed to this challenge. Are you now backing out? Xiao Laodao, have you no shame? Xiao Wu pointed at him. Kai chuckled. It's nothing. Just a casual suggestion. Since the opposing side had accepted the challenge, he intended to engage in a sparring match. However, now that they had refused, he felt compelled to resort to some clever tactics to ensure victory. I assure you, it will only be a minor trick. Kai murmured to himself. Who told you not to accept my generous terms? I am merely following Tang San's example. If I cannot win, then I will resort to hidden weapons. At that moment, Xiaoyu stepped forward, a disdainful smirk on his face. A fleeting flicker of pale green light flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, his claws thickened and elongated, transforming into sharp wolf-like talons. His entire figure seemed to grow taller, enveloped in a fierce aura. Kai remained calm, standing still without any movement. He possessed a weapon spirit, while his opponent wielded a beast spirit, which would undoubtedly lead to close combat. Kai was too impulsive and overly confident, given his current abilities. He had no chance of winning. As Xiao furrowed her brow in concern, a soft voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Turning her head, her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. Xiao San, you have returned. Tang San had arrived beside Xiao Wu, having emerged from behind the academy's back mountain. He quietly observed the scene unfolding in the woods, choosing not to interrupt as he approached Xiao Wu. His stature was modest, and the members of Xiao Laodao's group had yet to notice his presence. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, wanting to say something but hesitated. What is it? Are you implying that I acted rashly? Tang San shook his head. We, as working students, cannot always be bullied. This duel against the leader of the students is a necessary step. You did well, but you should have waited for me to return before challenging them. Otherwise, sending someone like Kai to fight will only give them a chance to ridicule you. Xiao Wu shot Tang San a glare. Are you saying I cannot handle this myself and need to rely on you? Tang San awkwardly touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After only a few days apart, it seemed Xiao Wu had developed a bit of resentment toward him. This was also due to Yu Xiaojiang, who failed to prepare adequately, leading to their injuries and prolonging their recovery time. Previously, Tang San had confidently promised to return in 3 or 4 days, but now nearly 10 days had passed. Why should I wait? Who knows when you would be back? They are already bullying us. Moreover, under my guidance, Kai's strength has significantly improved. Do not underestimate him. The most infuriating part is that scoundrel Xiao Laodao, who wants me to be his pet rabbit. If I can endure that, I am not Xiao Wu. Tang San frowned, contemplating. How could such a young child harbor such vile thoughts? It seemed necessary to teach them a lesson, to show them that working students are not to be trifled with. With this thought, he discreetly reached for a concealed weapon at his waist and turned his gaze toward the battleground. If the situation escalated, he would not hesitate to intervene, using hidden weapons to secure victory for the working students. At that moment, Xiao Yu lunged forward with a sinister grin, charging at Kai with astonishing speed, exuding a ferocious aura akin to a ravenous wolf. Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, reaching behind him. In an instant, a cloud of white powder erupted into the air. Xiao Yu, rushing forward, plunged headfirst into the white mist. A moment later, anguished howls echoed as Xiao Yu staggered backward, shielding his eyes with one claw. This was Kai's secret weapon, lime powder. Strictly speaking, lime could be considered a type of hidden weapon. Why should Tang San be allowed to use hidden weapons while he could not? Moreover, Tang San's hidden weapons were all laced with poison, whereas Kai's lime would merely cause temporary discomfort. It was a completely safe and environmentally friendly alternative. At this moment, Tang San, who had been observing from the sidelines, was momentarily dumbfounded. What is this? Is this truly a hidden weapon? Can this even be classified as such? Kai's ingenuity in employing lime against an opponent was indeed a rarity in the Douluo Continent. However, Tang San dismissed it. The use of lime in combat was a tactic typically employed by street brawlers. He possessed an extensive repertoire of sophisticated hidden weapons and lethal poisons developed by the Tang sect. Just a minor trick. Chapter 30. The surreal arrival of the third wheel. Only Tang San remained indifferent, observing the unfolding spectacle, while others wore expressions of sheer astonishment. They were evidently unprepared for such an unconventional duel. This was a stark manifestation of the cognitive dissonance born from differing cultures and environments. In the Douluo Continent, even children awaken their martial souls by the age of 6. Thus, even primary schoolers strategize on utilizing their martial souls to secure victory in battles. However, Kai hailed from a technologically advanced society. So, when faced with the apparent weakness of his martial soul, his instinctive response was to rely on external means. What left Xiao even more astounded was when Kai produced a small cloth bag from behind him. He reached in and scattered a handful of small, dark objects, which fell around Xiao like rain, clattering as they landed. Upon closer inspection, they were revealed to be iron nails. Hey, come here, Kai called, pointing at Xiao. One of Xiao's claws shielded his eyes, while the other flailed aimlessly. Hearing the shout, he let out an enraged roar and charged towards the source of the voice, brandishing his claws. Yet, in the next moment, his foot landed heavily on the ground, unexpectedly impaled by the sharp nails. He emitted a wretched scream, hopping on one foot. However, this leap only resulted in 2 more nails piercing his other foot, causing him to collapse onto the ground in agony. In a frantic attempt to spring back up, he inadvertently landed on yet more nails, rendering him utterly trapped and helpless. Meanwhile, Kai continued to move about, his voice echoing from all directions. Xiao spun around, disoriented and unable to ascertain Kai's location, hesitating to attack recklessly. Fool! He right behind you. At that moment, Xiao's furious shout rang out from the sidelines. Xiao sprang up suddenly, claws raised, lunging fiercely at what he believed was his adversary. Yet, in that instant, Kai executed a spin, bending low and supporting himself on the ground, twisting his waist at an astonishing angle. His legs struck down hard on Xiao's shins, and with a sudden loss of balance, Xiao fell heavily to the ground, more nails embedding themselves into his body, accompanied by more anguished cries. Terrified, Xiao flailed his claws, yet he dared not move, paralyzed by pain and uncertainty about where his opponent might strike next. His eyes burned with pain, preventing him from opening them fully. Observing the pitiful sight of Xiao, who was desperately swinging his limbs, Xiao cursed him under his breath, recognizing that Xiao was no longer a reliable asset. Hey, you little girl, how shameless can you be? This was supposed to be a duel, yet you resort to such despicable tactics. Xiao scoffed, pointing at Xiao. Shameless? You're the one being shameless. You're sending a 4th grader to fight a 1st grader, and you dare to say that? She retorted. Besides, what is so disgraceful about scattering nails? You could do it too. Xiao was seething with rage, his frustration palpable. However, he understood that Kai's true prowess lay not merely in scattering nails but in the white powder he had previously released. Otherwise, Xiao would not have so easily lost his combat effectiveness. At that moment, Tang San regarded Xiao with a piercing gaze. While he held Kai's nail tactics in contempt, he acknowledged that it could indeed be classified as a form of concealed weaponry. You, Xiao, scorn concealed weapons and call them disgraceful? I shall teach you a lesson with my own concealed weaponry shortly. Fine. You certainly have some cunning. Xiao growled, come back. Don't embarrass yourself. Xiao let out a reluctant roar, but was left with no choice. He had yet to land a hit on his opponent before being thoroughly defeated. Continuing the fight would only lead to greater humiliation. Moreover, Kai's relentless tactics instilled fear in him, as he was merely a 4th grader, still a child at heart. 2 individuals emerged behind Xiao, supporting the beleaguered Xiao as they exited the arena. Xiao bore numerous bloodstains, yet his injuries were not severe, only superficial wounds from the nails. Kai had shown a modicum of mercy by using new nails instead of rusty ones. Otherwise, the risk of tetanus would be dire. However, as fellow academy members, there was no need for Kai to be so ruthless. Hey, just a friendly tip, don't wash it with water. Otherwise, you might ruin your eyes. It's best to clean it with some oil. Upon hearing Kai's voice, Xiao gritted his teeth. Brat, don't get too cocky. You'll see what is coming for you. I was merely offering a kind reminder. You're truly ungrateful. Kai replied, eliciting no significant reaction from those around. They merely regarded his unfamiliar rural idioms with indifference. However, Tang San, observing from a distance, felt a subtle tremor in his hand. His gaze towards Kai shifted, now tinged with a barely perceptible murderous intent. Meanwhile, Xiao remained blissfully unaware of this shift, cheerfully addressing Xiao. What do you have to say now, Xiao? She teased, her smile radiant. Fine, we lost. Next, Li Dao, you're up. A slender, quiet boy stepped onto the stage, his demeanor somber. Xiao furrowed her brow. Kai, why don't you come back? This student appeared to be of a similar age to Xiao, likely a senior about to graduate, potentially capable of summoning a martial soul or even possessing soul skills. Against such an opponent, even a moment's lapse could spell disaster for little Kai. Little Kai, your ability to replace Xiao is already quite commendable. You did well. Xiao expressed concern as she approached Kai, her eyes filled with worry. Unbeknownst to her, Tang San felt a flicker of jealousy ignite within him at the sight of her concern for Kai. How could it be that in just a few days, he had been overshadowed? Xiao, how could this be? Tang San mused, failing to recognize that while he had only spent a single day with her, she and Kai were inseparable. Tang San's countenance darkened. If we concede outright, we'll be looked down upon even more by the others. Even if I eventually win with Xiao, it would still be humiliating. Oh, I remember now. You're not a work-study student. It seems you're eager to align yourself with Xiao. Xiao-san, how can you speak of little Kai in such a manner? Little Kai? How intimate? Kai regarded Tang San with surprise, perplexed by his sudden hostility. Little Kai, don't listen to him. Even if you concede, it's all right. I'll take the next match. It's fine. I must fight at least once. If I concede without a fight, it would be too disgraceful. Chapter 30. The perilous and mysterious whip. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Kai's eyes as he began to comprehend Tang San's motivations. What puzzled him, however, was that despite his deliberate efforts to maintain distance from Xiao Wu, in an attempt to avoid provoking Tang San, it appeared that his actions were insufficient. Tang San's jealousy seemed to be quite pronounced. Had he already regarded Xiao Wu as his own possession? Given Kai's character, he would typically endure such blatant provocations with a thick skin, willing to bear a slight humiliation to continue basking in Tang San's favor. Yet, inexplicably, today he felt a surge of eagerness. This was not the first time such feelings had arisen. Over the recent period, as his sparring sessions with Xiao Wu increased in frequency, his soul power had been steadily advancing, and his proficiency with his martial spirit, the scythe, had improved remarkably. It seemed that his newfound confidence, stemming from his growing strength, was igniting a latent warrior spirit within him. Each sparring match with Xiao Wu was fought with unrestrained vigor, leading her to believe he had consumed some sort of stimulant. This, however, suited Xiao Wu perfectly, and their encounters became increasingly exhilarating. Yet this time was different. It was not merely a friendly match. Xiao Wu cast a worried glance at Kai. Little Kai, just now, Boss Xiao mentioned he would make you pay? He will undoubtedly find a way to retaliate. That Li Dao does not seem like a good person. If you notice something amiss, just concede. Losing one match is inconsequential. I can simply step in and defeat them. Seeing the concern in Xiao Wu's eyes, Kai smiled reassuringly. Fear not. It is not yet time for you to intervene. Besides, after all our training together, I am not so easily overcome. For reasons unknown. Tang San felt an unsettling flame ignite within him as he observed the deep concern in Xiao Wu's gaze, as though something he held dear was being stolen from him. No, not merely taken, but forcefully seized. Unconsciously, Tang San shifted his right index finger, brushing against his waist. Meanwhile, on the field, Li Dao approached Kai with an icy demeanor, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Your little tricks may work against Xiao Yu, but they will have no effect on me. In the next instant, with a swift motion of his right hand, a long black whip appeared in his grasp, coiling like a serpent. Oh no, Wang Sheng exclaimed. The whip was far too long, capable of maintaining distance. The tactics Kai had prepared would be utterly ineffective against him. Xiao Yu had lost previously because he relied on a beast martial spirit, which necessitated close combat. However, Li Dao could easily evade Kai's lime powder from afar, exploiting the long-range advantage of his martial spirit. To demonstrate his assertion, Li Dao lashed out with the whip. A gust of wind surged forth. The iron nails that had previously littered the ground scattered like leaves in the wind. Kai's expression turned grave as he assessed the formidable skill Li Dao wielded. Even the nails were sent flying by the force of the wind. Undoubtedly, the lime he had scattered would be obliterated as well. But did he think that he was limited to merely scattering lime and tossing nails? The time spent sparring with Xiao Wu had not been in vain. Xiao Wu excelled in explosive close combat. Gritting his teeth, Kai lowered his stance and charged toward Li Dao with an unconventional gait, twisting and turning like a fish. Mister, Ma would undoubtedly exclaim, sinuous movement unseen. In the face of this, Li Dao remained unfazed, rapidly swinging his whip. Whoosh! The air was filled with a series of sharp whistles. Kai performed a desperate roll to evade a strike. The whip struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving a clear mark. How terrifying it would be to be struck by such a whip. Yet amidst this evasion, the distance between Kai and Li Dao began to close. Sensing Kai's intent, Li Dao scoffed, his eyes glinting with cunning. The whip lashed out like a venomous tongue, shooting straight toward Kai. Kai twisted his body in midair, evading the strike with an oddly contorted posture, then quickly closed the gap. However, to his surprise, a sinister grin spread across Li Dao's face. In the next moment, the whip, having seemingly exhausted its momentum, recoiled with a life of its own, striking Kai's back like a venomous serpent. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. Kai tumbled forward in a disheveled manner. Yet, Li Dao's brow furrowed deeply as he took a step back. He was acutely aware of the impact of his strike. Normally, a blow of that magnitude would leave an opponent coughing blood or incapacitated. Yet this frail youth merely rolled forward awkwardly. Something was amiss. Unfortunately, his reaction was a moment too late. Kai had already closed in on him, rolling to Li Dao's feet. In an unusual posture, Kai grasped Li Dao's ankle, swiftly wrapping his legs around one of Li Dao's thighs, twisting his waist, and applying downward pressure. The unsteady Li Dao stumbled and fell to the ground. Bravo! Wang Sheng could not contain his excitement from the sidelines. Well done. Boss Xiao furrowed his brow, glancing at Kai's back. That whip strike had indeed landed solidly. He never anticipated that this young man would emerge unscathed. Rather, he had leveraged the force to close in on Li Dao. Did his martial spirit possess defensive capabilities? Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the fabric of Kai's clothing had been torn, revealing a black iron plate beneath. This was the protective gear Kai had prepared for himself, 2 iron plates simply bound together, cheap yet effective. While ordinary iron plates might falter against powerful soul techniques, most students at Notting Academy had yet to reach the level of soul master, rendering their martial spirits combat capabilities relatively limited. Thus, Kai's iron plates provided a certain degree of protection. This was why he had been able to withstand Li Dao's attack and close the distance so rapidly. Yet, even so, he still felt a searing pain in his back, and a numbness coursed through his chest, indicative of the whip's piercing strength. However, the price he paid allowed him to successfully secure one of Li Dao's legs, bringing him to the ground. Although he was unable to match Xiao Wu's fluidity in close combat, he could still exert a measure of force. Chapter 31. A startling turn. The mysterious scythe. At this moment, Li Dao found himself in a rather precarious position, kneeling on one knee, as one of his legs was firmly ensnared and rendered immobile. It was fortunate that Kai was still young and lacked the strength. Had it been the previous Xiao Yu employing such an attack, Li Dao's leg would have surely been crippled by now. With a surge of determination, Li Dao's whip suddenly vanished from his grasp. In the very next moment, his right hand appeared above Kai's form, the whip coiling around him like a serpent. This time, however, the whip did not strike. Instead, it bound Kai tightly. Constricting with relentless force, Li Dao sensed that something on Kai's person was impeding his attack. Yet, while one might withstand the impact of the whip, could they endure its gradual tightening? The whip wound around Kai's upper body 4 or 5 times, enveloping him completely. What was intended as armor now transformed into a deadly weapon. The iron plates pressed closer to his chest and back, causing Kai to grimace in pain. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth fiercely, digging his feet into Li Dao's waist, twisting his body with all his might, and managed to topple Li Dao to the ground, his head striking the earth with a heavy thud. Yet, Li Dao's hand trembled with resolve, exerting even more pressure. A cacophony of cracking noises emanated from between Kai's ribs as a bone dislocated. However, Kai's eyes burned with defiance. He refused to relinquish his grip on Li Dao's limbs. I wonder how long you can hold on, kid. Soon enough, you shall be rendered powerless. Li Dao hissed through clenched teeth. To him, Kai's assault seemed utterly suicidal. It would only be a matter of time before he succumbed. Indeed, in the next moment, Kai abruptly released his hold on Li Dao's ankle. Li Dao's heart leaped with joy, but it was fleeting, as a sharp pain suddenly pierced through his back. In Kai's right hand appeared a scythe, ancient and somewhat battered, its blade plunging into Li Dao's rear. However, due to their positions and Kai's insufficient strength, the blade only penetrated Li Dao's back a short distance, unable to delve deeper. For his body was still firmly restrained. Both combatants lay in a state of disarray upon the ground. Kai was ensnared by Li Dao's whip, yet his feet remained firmly anchored to Li Dao's waist. With the scythe embedded in Li Dao's back, Kai's hands had released their grip, allowing Li Dao's legs to regain their freedom. In a swift motion, Li Dao rolled over, pinning Kai beneath him, though Kai let out a muffled groan. He clung to Li Dao with unyielding tenacity, the scythe sliding downwards with force. The two remained locked in their stalemate, realizing he could not shake Kai off. Li Dao barked a command, continuing to apply pressure. The scythe merely grazed his flesh. He refused to believe that Kai's slight frame could endure much longer. As Li Dao intensified the pressure, Kai's face contorted in agony, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Enough. Little Kai concede defeat. Just nod, and it will be deemed as surrender, Xiao Wu exclaimed, unable to bear the sight any longer. If this continued, Kai would surely sustain grave injuries. He was still but a child of 6. The prospect of lasting harm or lifelong disability loomed ominously. Xiao Lauda furrowed his brow. Little girl, according to the rules, unless he concedes or loses the ability to fight, you cannot interfere while your little brother has said nothing. Tang San stepped forward calmly. Xiao Wu, since he chose to participate, he must bear the responsibility for his choice. The rules of the duel cannot be broken, otherwise we shall be deemed the losers. Xiao San. Xiao Wu glared at him in fury. Can you not see? They aimed to incapacitate Kai. Although Kai had been diligently training and maintaining a proper diet, he was still merely a 6-year-old boy. How could he withstand such an assault? A faint smile crept onto Li Dao's lips. Do you wish to concede? I shall not grant you that opportunity. Yet, he remained oblivious to the scythe, ancient and battered, that had pierced his back. Blood streamed down the blade, but not a single drop fell to the ground. Instead, it flowed into Kai's palm. Strange crimson lines began to manifest from Kai's palm to his wrist, resembling veins suddenly extending outward. This eerie crimson network pulsated as though blood was being siphoned away. Fortunately, this transpired beneath Kai's clothing and was not easily discernible. Moreover, the red patterns bore a striking resemblance to blood, causing others to overlook the peculiar markings on Kai's hands. However, Kai felt as though he had plunged into a volcano. A searing power surged within him, his face flushed with heat. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, as if his blood were boiling, inflicting a stinging pain upon him. Witnessing Kai's sudden flush and trembling form, Xiao Wu's eyes filled with anxiety. Without a second thought, she dashed toward the arena. Xiao Lauda appeared before her in an instant. If you interfere, it will be counted as your automatic concession, and you shall obediently become my pet. Xiao Lauda, let Li Dao go. We concede this round. That won't do. It's not just this round. If you save him and disrupt the rules, we will lose entirely. At this moment, Tang San stepped forward. Xiao Wu, do not worry. Kai is not foolish. If he cannot endure any longer, he will surely concede. Xiao Wu glared at Xiao Lauda, her expression fraught with uncertainty. Tang San urged urgently, "He is trying to provoke you into conceding. Do not fall for his trick. You do not understand what being a pet entails. Xiao Laoda has ill intentions." Xiao Wu huffed in frustration, her gaze turning back to Kai. Yet, she noticed the situation had taken a strange turn. Both Li Dao and Kai trembled uncontrollably. Li Dao's face grew pale, his vitality waning, and his lips quivered. Meanwhile, Kai also shook violently, appearing to be in excruciating pain. In the next moment, the whip in Li Dao's hand seemed to lose its coherence, exploding apart. Freed from the constricting whip, Kai's form collapsed to the ground. In a swift motion, his right hand scythe vanished as he fell, revealing strange, pulsating red networks within his palm. These networks writhed like living creatures, consuming the remnants of blood within Kai's hand. Simultaneously, Li Dao let out a weak groan, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Chapter 32. Xiao Wu's concern what has transpired? Xiao Laoda was taken aback by the sudden upheaval that unfolded within mere seconds. Li Dao, what on earth is going on? Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, glancing at Tang San. Could it be that Xiao San intervened covertly? Yet, he too appeared bewildered. At this moment, Xiao Wu disregarded all else and hurried to Kai's side, cradling him in her arms. "Xiao Kai, how are you? Please, speak to me." However, she was horrified to discover that Kai's body radiated an intense heat, as if he had been boiled in water. Moreover, he trembled uncontrollably. This tremor was not a natural shiver. It felt as though every layer of his skin and every blood vessel was instinctively quaking. Seeing Kai in such a state nearly brought tears to Xiao Wu's eyes. Tang San, astonished, observed Kai closely before shifting his gaze to Li Dao, who lay pale and unconscious nearby. He was perplexed by the method Kai had employed to mount such a desperate counterattack. Was it poison? Yet, it did not seem so. At least, Tang San had not sensed any toxins. Xiao Laoda, helpless, beheld Li Dao being carried aside by his subordinates, alongside a frail Xiao Yu. Both lay powerless on the ground, each in worse condition than the last. The root cause of this chaos was that inconspicuous and fragile youth. "Little girl, it seems you have lost this round," he taunted. "You are talking nonsense." Xiao Wu retorted, raising her head defiantly. "Li Dao is unconscious, and you still dare to claim victory? That kid is out cold too." Xiao Laoda pointed at Kai. "Let us call it a draw, shall we, Xiao Laoda?" Tang San replied calmly, observing the situation. Xiao Laoda had intended to dismiss Tang San's words with disdain, but for some inexplicable reason, he felt a chill upon meeting Tang San's silent gaze. The words that almost escaped his lips transformed into an acknowledgement. "You are wise. Let us call this round a draw. Lulong, you're up next." He could hardly believe that he would falter again. At this juncture, Xiao Wu seemed to have forgotten the duel entirely. She was solely focused on holding Kai's body, continuously feeling his forehead and softly calling his name. Tang San watched this scene, his brow furrowed deeply, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng, observing the two strongest members of his team, remained silent. Hesitated before mustering the courage to say, "I'll take this one." He recognized Lu Long, a classmate with whom he had clashed multiple times, each encounter leaving him battered and bruised. Lu Long wielded a formidable weapon spirit, a staff, but not just any staff. Tang San nodded in quiet acquiescence, still fixated on Kai. Wang Sheng inhaled deeply and stepped forward to face Lu Long. "Come on, Lu Long." With a flash of yellow light, a 2-meter-long staff materialized in Lu Long's grasp. "You're a defeated foe, Wang Sheng. Today, if I don't leave you bettered for days, I one T bear the surname Lu." Lu Long lunged forward, his staff swinging down with ferocious intent. Wang Sheng, too, ignited his soul power, letting out a tiger's roar. He did not flinch, but crossed his arms to meet the descending staff. A dull thud echoed as Wang Sheng staggered back 2 steps, his arms, charged with soul power, recoiling sharply. Despite the protective energy, the initial contact left a bloodied mark on his arm. Lu Long smirked. "You still haven't learned your lesson. This is my weapon spirit." With a flicker of light, one end of the staff Wang Sheng had grasped vanished, and in an instant, the staff thrust forward, piercing through Wang Sheng's arm and striking his chest, sending him hurtling backward. Wang Sheng's combat spirit was undeniable, and his strength evidently surpassed that of his opponent. Yet, his lack of soul rings hampered him from utilizing his weapon spirit to its fullest potential. While his power surged under the influence of soul energy, his agility fell short. In the face of an adversary wielding a long staff, he was at a distinct disadvantage, rendered powerless by the opponent's superior reach. With a renewed roar, Wang Sheng leaped again, but soon he found himself once more struck by the staff. Nevertheless, his resilience was noteworthy. Years of enduring blows had fortified his ability to withstand punishment. Though he remained on the defensive, it would not be easy for Lu Long to incapacitate him completely. Before arriving at Notting Academy, Wang Sheng had been the sole protector of his fellow work-study students. Without some measure of skill, he would have long since been bullied into submission. Presently, his body bore numerous bruises, and amid his continuous roars, his soul power waned. In stark contrast, Lu Long remained untouched, toying with him like a cat with a mouse. Wang Sheng's approach proved too predictable. Seizing the opportunity while his soul power still held out, he launched one last offensive. With a determined sprint, he charged toward Lu Long, resolved to leave a mark on his opponent, no matter the cost. Lu Long, familiar with Wang Xing's tactics, recognized his intent. As Wang Xing lunged forward, Lu Long's expression turned grave, and he swung his staff with precision, delivering 3 swift strikes aimed at Wang Sheng's head and shoulders. If he could repel Wang Sheng in this exhausted state, the latter would be unable to mount another effective attack. Yet, in a sudden twist, Lu Long felt as if a mosquito had bitten his hands, causing his assault to falter. This momentary hesitation exposed a vulnerability in his calculated strikes. The first blow landed on Wang Xing's head, but Wang Sheng pressed forward, causing Lu Long to miss his subsequent attempts entirely. Engaged in close quarters with a beast spirit battlemaster, Lu Long faced a catastrophic setback. Despite his superior strength, the outcome remained unchanged. With a resounding crash, Wang Xing's claw struck Lu Long squarely on the head, sending him airborne. Following this, Wang Xing executed a swift maneuver, delivering a powerful kick to Lu Long's back, slamming him into the ground. Lu Long lacked Wang Sheng's fortitude. His soul power resided in the staff, leaving his personal defenses inadequate. Wang Sheng's relentless strikes, fueled by sheer determination, rendered Lu Long unconscious upon impact with the earth. Wang Sheng erupted into a triumphant roar, as if releasing years of pent-up frustration. Xiao Laoda, who had been watching Lu Long toy with Wang Sheng, was taken aback by the sudden reversal of fortune. Lu Long ranked among the top 3 in strength among his subordinates. Had Wang Sheng not possessed his first soul ring, victory would not have been assured. Resigned, Xiao Laoda signaled for his other subordinates to carry Lu Long away for urgent medical attention. Now, 3 individuals lay at his feet. Chapter 33. Tang San's time to shine. Fortunately, they were merely students from a junior soul master academy, and with their limited soul power, they posed no lethal threat. This round is counted as our loss. Ling Feng, you take the stage. The one dispatched by Boss Xiao was a slender senior student, with a small nose and beady eyes. His frail physique belied his 12 years, making him appear closer in age to Xiao Wu and Tang San. Wang Xing, step back. I shall take over, Tang San said calmly. He could easily discern that the second opponent was an agile soul master, perfectly countering Wang Xing. Given Wang Xing's prior energy depletion, his defeat was inevitable. At this moment, Wang Sheng had yet to fully recover from the exhilaration of his previous victory over Lu Long. It's fine. I can handle it, he insisted, unaware that his earlier triumph had been facilitated by Tang San's discreet intervention with 3 small stones, which had restricted Lu Long's attacks. Just then, a surprised voice from Xiao Wu broke through the tension. Xiao Kai, you're awake? A weak cough escaped Kai. Sorry to worry you, he replied. Xiao Wu playfully chided. You mischievous rascal, you scared me half to death. What happened to you? It's nothing. Just some medicinal powder I prepared to deal with Li Dao. Unfortunately, I was caught in his whiplash wind and ended up affected myself. Kai didn't speak the whole truth, casually squeezing his right hand. A searing sensation lingered in his palm, as if something was continuously growing within him. Simultaneously, a powerful force nourished him from within, healing the wounds inflicted by Li Dao. Yet, this all transpired unnoticed by others. Kai understood it was a manifestation of his martial spirit and feared its discovery, especially by Tang San, whose gaze had previously held an ominous undertone. Moreover, Tang San had covertly assisted Wang Xing in winning the duel, while he had merely observed Kai's perilous situation without intervening, allowing him to faint. This was quite telling. Cough, cough, Wang Sheng returned. You cannot match Ling Feng. Upon hearing Kai's words, Wang Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Wu, though surprised, did not question his statement. Wang Sheng, come back. Let Tang San take the stage. All right, Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng, obedient to her, returned with a glum expression. Kai whispered, when you fought Lu Long, it was Tang San who secretly struck him with those stones, allowing you to win. Thus, you stand no chance against Ling Feng. What? So that was how it happened? Wang Sheng felt a wave of disappointment, realizing his victory had stemmed from deceit. Xiao Wu recalled Tang San's earlier display of ability during their sparring sessions, where his stone-throwing technique had been nothing short of remarkable. How unfortunate that I lacked such assistance against Li Dao. Otherwise, his words were laced with envy. Xiao Wu's expression shifted as she grasped the implication. If Tang San could aid Wang Sheng in plain sight, then helping Kai would be no challenge. But why did Tang San choose to act in such a manner? Her gaze turned complex as she observed Tang San stepping onto the arena, his demeanor exuding confidence. It was finally his moment. Having acquired his own soul ring, he felt unprecedented strength surge within him. By showcasing his formidable prowess, he was determined to win back Xiao Wu's admiration, for she was a fervent warrior at heart. He yearned to demonstrate that he and Kai belonged to entirely different realms, and that he was, indeed, a rare and exceptional genius. Are you a work-study student? Ling Feng scrutinized Tang San, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he noted the latter's attire and ornate belt. Could this possibly be a work-study student? Tang San merely nodded in response. Make your move. His demeanor was that of an accomplished individual, unmistakably impressive. Yet, There was an undeniable resemblance to Yu Xiaojiang in his mannerisms. Though Ling Feng was slight in stature, he still towered over the first-year Tang San. This duel was pivotal in determining who would ascend as the student leader, and he dismissed any lingering doubts. After one last glance at Tang San's belt, he leapt into action. Executing a nimble somersault in midair, he spread his arms wide and glided 2 meters toward Tang San's head. Beast martial spirit. Tang San immediately recognized his opponent's martial spirit. As Ling Feng lunged towards him, Tang San remained motionless, as if his adversary did not exist. This display of mastery was indeed ostentatious. Ling Feng was renowned among the 6th-year students as the fastest, a close ally of Boss Xiao. His agility was remarkable, and as he approached Tang San, he suddenly executed another somersault. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he altered his trajectory, positioning himself behind Tang San. Both arms swung towards Tang San's neck. Even as Ling Feng soared over him, Tang San remained unmoved. Had this been before he acquired his first soul ring, he might not have been so audacious. However, since gaining his first soul ring, his speed, strength, and reflexes had experienced a qualitative leap. Ling Feng's aerial maneuver aimed for surprise. Believing Tang San to be merely a 1st or 2nd-year student, he felt a hint of condescension, preparing for a decisive strike to redeem his honor. Yet, just as his palms descended towards Tang San's neck, Tang San sprang into action. With a swift phoenix nodding, he evaded Ling Feng's grasp. Leaning forward, Tang San's right leg shot backward with ferocity, as if it had been snapped. Throughout the entire sequence, he never glanced back. As still as a maiden, swift as a startled hare, Tang San's explosive speed was barely perceptible to the onlookers. His heel connected intimately with Ling Feng's chin, producing a sickening crack. Ling Feng executed a 3rd somersault midair, landing heavily several meters away, following in Lulong's footsteps, unconscious. His jaw had been dislocated by Tang San's kick. This was still without Tang San invoking his internal energy. Otherwise, that strike would have surely shattered Ling Feng's jaw. The reverse single flying leg, a fundamental technique in martial arts, combined with Tang San's acute instincts, resulted in a decisive victory over his opponent. The senior students from Boss Xiao's side stared in disbelief. They could hardly comprehend the reality unfolding before them. Ling Feng, second only to Boss Xiao in strength among them, had been knocked out cold by a seemingly inexperienced 1st or 2nd-year student, without even managing to unleash his signature attack. Boss Xiao murmured, "By heavens, is a transformation upon us? Why are the younger generations so formidable?" Once the sound of Ling Feng hitting the ground reached his ears, Tang San slowly withdrew his elevated right leg and calmly stated, "Next." Boss Xiao was taken aback, as were the others from the work-study faction. Tang San's assault had been merciless, rendering his opponent incapacitated, more brutal than Kai's earlier tactics. Many felt a chill creep into their hearts. Their gazes toward Tang San now tinged with fear. Chapter 34. The imaginative Suchinyu, the leader of the students, emerged with a grim expression. After suffering 4 consecutive defeats, it was time for him to take the stage. He contemplated that, apart from himself, there was no one in their ranks who could surpass Ling Feng. If the dwindling morale could not be restored promptly, there would be no point in continuing the remaining duels. The only way to regain their honor was to decisively defeat the young man before him and then vanquish Xiao Wu. With a cold gaze, Suchinyu regarded Tang San. At this moment, the disdain and contempt that had once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. Suchinyu, a 6th-grade student, possessed the martial soul of a wolf and was an 11th level, 1st-ring battle spirit master. Declaring his martial soul and level was a gesture of respect towards his opponent. As he spoke, a layer of azure light emanated from Suchinyu's body. Amidst the flickering blue glow, his muscles began to swell, and his eyes gradually transformed into a pale green. His arms slowly lifted, claws extending forward, with sharpened nails glistening. A ring of white spirit rings rose from beneath his feet, signifying the manifestation of his martial soul. As the leader among the students, Suchinyu displayed his astuteness. Few in the entire Nodding Academy were unaware of his martial soul. However, Tang San was a different matter. For him, Tang San's martial soul remained a mystery. By announcing his own martial soul first, he aimed to discern what Tang San's martial soul was before the confrontation, allowing him to prepare accordingly. Tang San, a 1st-grade work-study student, revealed his martial soul to be the blue-silver grass, an 11th level, 1st-ring weapon spirit master. When Tang San announced his martial soul, the older students behind Suchinyu erupted in laughter almost in unison, their previous tension dissipating instantly. They scarcely registered the level Tang San had declared. The blue-silver grass was widely recognized as a useless martial soul across the continent. Even if Tang San possessed considerable strength, the disparity in their martial souls rendered any concerns about Suchinyu, who was on a higher tier, unnecessary. "What level did you just say you were?" Suchinyu was not as careless as his subordinates. The raucous laughter behind him had obscured his ability to hear Tang San's declared level clearly. 11th level. 1st-ring weapon spirit master. As he spoke, a faint white light illuminated from Tang San's body. Raising his right hand, the ethereal blue-silver grass sprouted from his palm. With a sweep of his arm, the blue-silver grass scattered at his feet. A ring of bright yellow spirit rings ascended from beneath him, swirling around his body in a rhythmic dance. The emergence of the yellow spirit rings struck the older students like a resounding slap to the face. Their laughter immediately froze, with some gaping in astonishment, regarding Tang San as though he were a monster. A century-old spirit ring. Suchinyu gasped. The white rings represented 10-year spirit rings, while the yellow signified a 100-year spirit ring. The difference in spirit rings, under equal levels of soul power, would yield a decisive advantage. How is this possible? The appearance of Tang San's spirit rings shattered the preconceived notions of martial souls held by these students. Being in the first grade indicated an age range of only 6 to 7 years. To reach the level of a spirit master at such a young age was unprecedented in the history of Nodding Academy. Moreover, his martial soul was the so-called useless blue-silver grass. In this moment, Tang San brimmed with ambition and unparalleled brilliance. After waiting for so long, he had finally reached this pivotal moment. During his journey back from the soul-hunting forest, he had envisioned the sensational impact of his arrival at Nodding Academy. Xiao Wu, look, who is the true genius? Who is the mightiest man? Who is the one capable of standing by your side? As for Kai, employing a little trick with lime was hardly impressive. Moreover, to be so foolish as to incapacitate oneself with a bit of powder? Such a simpleton would not survive a day in the Tang sect. Indeed, Tang San had overheard Kai's earlier explanation. His acute senses allowed him to catch even the faintest whispers. Just because Su Qinyu could not hear it, did not mean Tang San was oblivious. Not only had he heard it, but he also believed it, as it was the only reasonable explanation. Feeling the myriad of astonished, envious, and jealous gazes converging around him brought Tang San an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, one he had never experienced in Holy Soul Village. Boss, just take him down. He is merely a blue-silver grass. What is the big deal about having a powerful spirit ring? One older student could not help but interject. Fool, be silent. Su Qinyu bellowed, cutting off his subordinate's words. Merely a blue-silver grass? Su Qinyu's thoughts were far more complex. While it was true that blue-silver grass was considered a useless martial soul, it was different when one reached the level of a spirit master. Furthermore, the presence of a century-old spirit ring was beyond the realm of possibility for an individual to acquire on their own. If someone could assist him in obtaining a 100-year spirit ring and help him cultivate to the rank of a spirit master, then the forces backing this first-grade boy must be formidable. Su Qinyu's father was the lord of Nodding City. Otherwise, he would not be so audacious within the academy. He had witnessed his father's dealings in the political arena since childhood and had absorbed some of that aura of authority. Thus, he speculated on Tang San's background. His father had warned him earnestly that in this world, some prominent families were to be avoided at all costs. They could be far more terrifying than even the imperial family. The royal family would still consider matters of face, while those powerful families would not. Angering them would lead to catastrophic consequences. One could not deny that Su Qinyu was indeed imaginative. It could also be said that he was far more astute than the average student. Are you truly a work-study student? Su Qinyu could not help but inquire. Still struggling to believe it. Tang San nodded calmly. The sensation of power coursing through him upon activating his spirit rings stirred a fervor within him. He was eager to find a worthy opponent to test his skills, especially someone like Su Qinyu, the campus tyrant. He was the perfect target to establish his reputation and the ideal rival to showcase his prowess. Let us begin. Tang San's tone was remarkably composed, infused with a subtle air of confidence. At this point, the tension was palpable, like an arrow drawn taut, ready to be released. Su Qinyu remained cautious in his thoughts. Even if he were to triumph over this first-grade work-study student, he must not inflict any harm upon him. If Kai were to learn of Su Qinyu's intentions, he would undoubtedly commend him. The young man was indeed wise. You are paving the way for yourself. Chapter 35. The King of Kings. Although Tang San is indeed a work-study student, he is not as simple as one might presume. However, to a broader extent, Xiao Qinyu's thoughts are not entirely misguided. It is just that Tang San's background is more formidable than he had anticipated. Not only is he a disciple of the Haotian sect, but he also has the protection of a titled Douluo standing behind him. Whether Xiao Qinyu could contend with Tang San is uncertain, but should he dare to inflict harm upon him, it is likely that not only he but even his Xiao clan would be obliterated by the fiercely protective Haotian Douluo. After all, Zhao Wujia, as Tang San's mentor, was merely tested without leniency, and he was subsequently overwhelmed by a titled Douluo from a rival sect. It is difficult to ascertain what fate would befall Xiao Qinyu if he were to injure Tang San. However, given Xiao Qinyu's current prowess, he is unable to contend even with the surface strength Tang San displays, let alone his terrifying skills and hidden weaponry. This is one of the reasons why Kai chooses to endure in the face of Tang San. It is not solely due to his inability to confront Tang San, but rather the daunting presence of the titled Douluo behind him. Thus, Xiao Qinyu approached the confrontation with a mindset that forbade him from injuring Tang San. Zhu Yunjun exclaimed in admiration. If Ling Feng's assault was characterized by agility, then Xiao Qinyu's attack was an explosive display of dominance. With the possession of a soul ring, his strength was incomparable to that of Wang Sheng. Even though Wang Sheng's martial spirit is the king of beasts, in the face of a disparity in soul ring levels. He paled in comparison to Xiao Qinyu. As Xiao Qinyu lunged, Tang San was no longer as leisurely as he had been with Ling Feng. The distinction between possessing a soul ring and being without one is indeed profound. The moment Xiao Qinyu launched himself, the soul power emanating from him enveloped an area of 3 square meters around Tang San. This was a display of absolute power, devoid of any finesse. It was a matter of brute force. Brute force? Then let it be a clash of strength. Tang San was unperturbed, for he had his own resources, the Xiantian skill. He was eager to ascertain just how far his Xiantian skill had developed. With that, he gathered power in both palms and slowly thrust them forward to meet Xiao Qinyu's claw-like hands. The subordinates of Xiao Qinyu were already wearing smiles of victory. What did a century-old soul ring matter when this fool was foolishly attempting to collide his hands with the claws of their leader? They had witnessed Xiao Qinyu shatter stones with the strength of his claws after manifesting his martial spirit. Xiao Qinyu's hands were significantly larger than Tang San's, and he hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to utilize his claw strength. He believed that with his claw strength, he could surely crush Tang San's hands, thus concluding the contest. Yet he pondered whether such an action would have repercussions from those behind him. Before he could fully grasp this, his claws met Tang San's palms with a thunderous boom. And both blue and white lights erupted simultaneously. A wave of energy surged forth, causing the spectators to stagger beneath its force. While Tang San stood firmly, unwavering, Xiao Qinyu was jolted backward, nearly losing his balance. In a reflexive motion, Xiao Qinyu's claws lunged towards Tang San's hands. His anger and desperation, born from being overpowered in soul power, made him forget all caution. However, an even more astonishing revelation awaited him, as his claws gripped Tang San's hands. He felt an unmistakable hardness akin to iron. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not make the slightest dent. In the blink of an eye, Tang San forcefully withdrew his hands from Xiao Qinyu's grasp, seizing his wrist to prevent him from retreating. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, colliding his right shoulder into Xiao Qinyu's abdomen. Xiao Qinyu's substantial form was sent hurtling backward, landing 3 meters away. His subordinates, who were poised to cheer, were left aghast as their leader was thrown aside. Their perception of Tang San transformed drastically. Was this boy even human? The lustrous jade hue gradually faded from Tang San's hands as he discerned that his Xiantian skill's internal power surpassed his opponent's by a staggering 11 levels of soul power. With a calm demeanor, he declared, "I have matters to attend to. I shall not linger here. Let us conclude this." With that, the blue-silver grass surged forth, wrapping around Xiao Qinyu's legs. Just as Xiao Qinyu sprang to his feet, he was met with the unexpected assault of numerous thick tendrils rising from beneath him, ensnaring him tightly. What was happening? Xiao Qinyu was struck with panic, exerting all his strength to break free, but the enhanced blue-silver grass proved to be incredibly resilient. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape its hold. As Tang San approached him step by step, he remarked, "It is futile, you cannot break free." This statement undeniably reeked of arrogance. My first soul ring is the mandala snake, endowing my blue-silver grass with its tenacity. Of course, it also possesses a hint of the mandala snake's venom. Should you believe you still have the strength to fight, I would not mind allowing you to sample the taste of the mandala snake's poison. Oh, and by the way, I shall not provide the antidote. This last remark was merely a jest, as Tang San had previously assisted Yu Xiaojiang when he had been afflicted by snake venom. More tendrils of blue-silver grass erupted behind Tang San, their leaves floating like a dozen mandala snakes poised to strike. Fear began to creep into the hearts of the senior students. Xiao Qinyu's subordinates nearly lost control, retreating hastily. Although they had never encountered a mandala snake, they had certainly heard of its terrifying venom. Do not unleash the poison. I concede. Despite being the leader among the students, Xiao Qinyu was still only 12 years old, and thus he too was susceptible to the fears of a child. In that moment, he was utterly flustered. In reality, although Tang San's blue-silver grass contained venom, it was merely from his first soul ring and not derived from a more powerful mandala snake. Hence the associated toxicity was only paralyzing and not lethal. Yet, how could Xiao Qinyu dare to test the limits of his own body? The blue-silver grass quietly dissipated from around Xiao Qinyu's feet, and Tang San displayed a triumphant smile, having successfully demonstrated his superiority. Truly, he was the king of arrogance, having frightened Xiao Qinyu into submission. Since you have conceded, let us proceed as you and Xiao Wu had agreed. Xiao Qinyu gazed at Tang San in bewilderment. Should I acknowledge you as my leader or her? He could hardly believe that Xiao Wu possessed strength surpassing Tang San's. A 6-year-old soul master? That was beyond his comprehension. Tang San smiled and replied, "Of course. Xiao Wu is your leader. I cannot surpass her. Otherwise, I would be the head of the 7th dormitory, not her." What? Xiao Qinyu's mouth fell open in shock, pondering how it was possible for someone so formidable to be surpassed by another. Are you truly a mere work-study student? And are you genuinely only 6 years old? Chapter 36. The Queen of Nodding. As Tang San observed the skeptical expressions on Xiao Qinyu and the other senior students, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction from their astonished and admiring gazes. In his eyes, not only was Xiao Qinyu insignificant, But all the students of Notting Academy were utterly inferior. Only Xiao Wu could barely exchange a few moves with him during their sparring. That was in the past. Now, with the assistance of his esteemed mentor, Yu Xiaojing, he had successfully acquired his first soul ring, an exceptionally powerful century-old soul ring. According to the Master S theory of the 10 core competitive aspects of martial souls, to achieve the optimal soul ring ratio, the first must be a century-old soul ring. As long as he followed the path laid out by his teacher, the gap between him and the others would only widen. As for Xiao Qinyu, with his white soul ring, he was unworthy of comparison. The small town of Notting was merely a starting point for him, not his entirety. However, when Tang San snapped back to reality and turned to look at Xiao Wu, he hoped to see her gaze filled with admiration. Instead, he felt as if a fly had landed on a beautiful cake, an unpleasant sensation that shattered the atmosphere and soured his mood. This discontent stemmed from seeing the frail Kai lying weakly within Xiao Wu's embrace, receiving her tender care. Due to prolonged malnutrition, Kai appeared exceedingly emaciated, even smaller than Xiao Wu. This scene incited a simmering rage within Tang San. How shameless could Kai be, pretending to be weak to elicit sympathy? Taking a deep breath to suppress his distaste, Tang San approached Xiao Wu and gently said, "Xiao Wu, congratulations. You are now the queen of Notting Academy. Come, everyone. Gather around to pay your respects to the queen." At Tang San's command, Xiao Qinyu reluctantly stepped forward. Xiao Wu shot him a glance, then looked at Tang San with a complex expression. She patted Kai's shoulder, stood up, and coldly regarded Xiao Qinyu. "What? Are you not convinced?" "Of course, I am convinced," Xiao Qinyu replied, casting a wary glance at Tang San, knowing better than to challenge him. Xiao Wu turned her gaze to Xiao Qinyu. "All right, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student, with a rabbit martial soul, and I am a level 12, one-ring battle soul master." Both Xiao Qinyu and Tang San were taken aback, as this was the first time they learned that Xiao Wu was also a soul master, and moreover, at a higher level than Tang San. How could she, being of similar age, possess such innate talent? Was it possible that she also had full innate soul power? A crimson light emanated from Xiao Wu, and under the gentle glow, her eyes transformed to a shade of red. Her ears elongated, adorned with soft white fur that rose from the sides of her head. Her figure appeared slightly taller, and a gentle aura of soul power surrounded her. The soul ring that rose beneath her feet was identical to Tang San's, a yellow century-old soul ring. Xiao Qinyu smacked his forehead in realization. "Sister Xiao Wu, I concede. From now on, you are the queen of our Notting Junior Soul Master Academy." Everyone bowed to Sister Xiao Wu. A level 11 soul master of blue silver grass was indeed formidable, but now a level 12, one-ring battle soul master with a century-old soul ring stood before them. Xiao Qinyu knew without a doubt that he was no match for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu calmly observed the group of senior students bowing before her, casting a glance at Tang San, who stood there in a daze. "So you have full innate soul power, and I cannot?" Tang San stammered, momentarily speechless. His earlier pride crumbled in an instant. He had never anticipated that Xiao Wu also possessed full innate soul power and, like him, had achieved the optimal soul ring ratio with a century-old soul ring. This revelation left him feeling utterly mortified, his previous arrogance now akin to a slap to the face, leaving his cheeks flushed. Yet, it was not long before Tang San began to console himself. While it was true that Xiao Wu had not utilized her true strength, he too had withheld his full capabilities. His terrifying skills with hidden weapons and the internal energy of Xiantian Gong had remained untapped. If he were to unleash them, even Xiao Wu would be unable to withstand his might. Thankfully, in this light, he still regarded himself as the strongest within Notting Academy. Furthermore, Xiao Wu's unexpectedly exceptional talent was a pleasant surprise for him. It meant that she could keep pace with him on his journey. Otherwise, as his strength grew, the chasm between them would only widen, making it increasingly difficult for her to catch up. Even if he were reluctant, he might eventually have to let Xiao Wu go. Moreover, this scenario would leave the weak and mediocre Kai with no chance whatsoever. Even if Xiao Wu harbored some fondness for him now, it was likely out of a sense of loyalty to protect him due to his frailty. However, when they graduated from Notting Academy in a few years, Tang San and Xiao Wu would likely become great soul masters, perhaps even soul kings. He remained quite confident in this, particularly with the guidance of the master. As for Kai, whether he could even acquire his first soul ring remained uncertain. With this thought, Tang San cast a disdainful glance at Kai, only to find him gazing back with a complex expression. Instantly, Tang San's demeanor shifted as he recalled Kai's earlier words. A dog-biting El Dobbin does not recognize a good-hearted person. Initially, he had regarded Kai merely as a frail boy from the same village, destined to belong to a different world. However, that remark had sparked a sense of vigilance within him. The saying was a metaphor that held no meaning in Douluo Continent. It was a reference only understood in Tang San's world, and only he was privy to it. Yet, he could be certain that he had never shared anything about his past with anyone in Douluo Continent. How then did Kai know? There was only one explanation. Kai might be from another world, just like him. Tang San's greatest secret was not his twin martial souls, nor his Haotian hammer, or even his Xiantian Gong and hidden weapon skills. After all, hidden weapons were merely a technique, Any ordinary person in Douluo Continent could master them with diligent practice. As for the so-called internal energy, it could easily be attributed to his profound soul power. The true essence of Tang San's secret was that he hailed from a place called Tang, which did not belong to this world. Chapter 37. Temptation. This is the greatest trump card of Tang San, and the source of his deepest pride. Despite residing in the humble village of Holy Spirit, despite his father Tang Hao being scorned as a drunken wretch, and despite his martial soul, the blue silver grass, being deemed a useless spirit, he still harbors his own sense of pride. He firmly believes he is destined to be the most extraordinary individual, the fabled child of destiny. His arrival here is a matter of fate, intended for him to fulfill the unfulfilled wishes of his past life, to develop the Tang sect's hidden weapons and to strengthen the Tang sect. However, an enigmatic boy named Kai appears, one who may also originate from another world, suggesting that he too might possess undisclosed formidable secrets. Could it be that Kai harbors internal strength or other hidden techniques? If that is indeed the case, then his disguise has been executed flawlessly. Until now, he has not revealed his true capabilities, presenting himself as weak. Humph. Such a person must surely have ulterior motives, harboring sinister intentions. Otherwise, why would he need to conceal himself so meticulously? Yet, Tang San fails to recognize one crucial point. He has never disclosed to anyone that he hails from another world. Nor has he revealed his own formidable trump cards, such as the Xiantian skill and the Xiantian treasure record. This is a classic case of double standards. Tang San ponders. According to the Tang sect's principles, if someone could become a potential enemy, one must take the initiative. Weakness towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Though Kai appears feeble at present, Tang San remains vigilant. With this thought, his gaze towards Kai grows increasingly stern. Xiao seems to sense something amiss. Lifting her head to observe the silent exchange between Tang San and Kai, subtly, she positions herself protectively around Kai, casting a cold glance at Tang San. Xiao Kai, let us return. Tang San stands momentarily stunned. He cannot comprehend why Xiao would exhibit hostility towards him. Unbeknownst to him, this stems from his covert assistance in ensuring Wang Xing's victory while neglecting to save Kai, which has fostered a slight resentment in Xiao. After all, Tang San and Xiao have not had extensive interactions, lacking any deep emotional connection. Xiao. Tang San cannot help but call out. Xiao turns back. Do you have something to say? Well, Xiao, could you lead me to the place we need to clean? I have returned. And I promise that from now on, all cleaning tasks will be my responsibility. Xiao casts him a glance. Do you think you are that important? Xiao Kai has already completed those cleaning tasks for me. Moreover, from now on, you need not concern yourself with them. Why? Tang San is taken aback. Xiao beckons. And Xiao Qinyu rushes over, respectfully inquiring, Sister Xiao, what are your instructions? From now on, have your team handle all cleaning tasks for both me and Xiao Kai. You may take turns completing them. Yes, Sister Xiao, rest assured, I will ensure it is done beautifully. And I will personally cover the meal expenses for all work-study students. A smile graces Xiao Qinyu's face, as if being able to assist Xiao is a great honor. However, Xiao only mentions herself and Kai, entirely omitting Tang San. Tang San is left speechless, watching as Xiao supports Kai, his fist clenched in silence. Then he turns to Xiao Qinyu. Make sure to take care of mine too. That's not a problem, right? And no problem. Although Xiao is the leader, Tang San's strength is undeniably formidable. Xiao Qinyu cannot afford to offend him and can only resign himself to his fate. Tang San hastens to catch up with Xiao, moving to support Kai with one arm. Xiao, let me assist you. Xiao initially intends to refuse, but upon seeing Tang San supporting Kai, she refrains from voicing her objections. By the way, Xiao, when did you become a One-Ring Soul Master? What? Is it only permissible for you to advance to a Soul Master? I cannot? No, I am merely concerned for you. As they walk, Tang San inadvertently rests his fingers on Kai's wrist, intently feeling for any signs of weakness. However, to his astonishment, he finds no internal energy within Kai. Instead, he detects a vigorous pulse and robust vitality, wholly inconsistent with his frail appearance. This leaves Tang San perplexed. He prepares to probe Kai's body with a trace of Xiantian internal power for further examination. Just then, Kai subtly withdraws his arm from Tang San's grasp, halting in his tracks. Xiao, I feel much better now. There's no need for you to support me any longer. By the way, you should hurry to register at the Spirit Hall after becoming a Soul Master, right? Xiao regards Kai with concern, asking, Are you sure you're all right? You were gravely injured just moments ago. Kai chuckles, patting his chest. I'm fine, don't worry. You should go register at the Spirit Hall. Curious, Xiao inquires. What benefits are there to registering at the Spirit Hall? Kai laughs heartily. There are indeed advantages. At the very least, you'll be able to enjoy better meals. Soul Masters receive a monthly allowance of 1 gold soul coin. Kai understands that Xiao is unfamiliar with these matters, so he explains in detail. 1 gold soul coin? That's quite a sum. Xiao now comprehends the significance of money. During this period, she has relied on her status as the big sister to have Wang Xing and the others treat her. Although Kai's part-time earnings have improved their situation, they still live rather frugally. Even though Xiao Qinyu has already mentioned that he would cover the meal expenses for work-study students, Xiao does not wish to take advantage of others. Having her own money is far better. Moreover, as the big sister of Nodding Academy, How could she disregard her dignity? Ecstatic, Xiao claps her hands, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. I will register as a soul master right now. 1 gold soul coin can buy so many things. Xiao Kai, with this, I can get you some supplements. You've lost quite a bit of weight recently." Eager to leave immediately, Xiao looks ready to dash off. Observing her concern, Tang San is somewhat speechless, muttering, "But there is no need to rush. I just returned." Xiao shakes her head. "How can I not hurry? Today is the last day of the month. If I go now, we might even receive 2 gold soul coins for next month. By the way, after I register, Tang San, you mustn't bully Xiao Kai, or I'll make sure you pay for it." Ultimately, Xiao rushes off to the spirit hall, leaving only Tang San and Kai behind. The two of them glance at each other silently, deep in thought, as the slanting sun cast long shadows of their figures. Chapter 38, The Mysterious Blood Eye at Last. Tang San could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. "Kai, since we hail from the same village, we ought to look out for one another." His expression resembled that of a caring elder brother towards a younger sibling. "Haha, third brother, you are indeed too courteous. You are now a soul master. While I am merely an ordinary and weak student, what could I possibly do to care for you?" Kai maintained a stoic demeanor, unfazed by Tang San's words. A smile crept upon Tang San's lips. "In that case, should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to tell me. We are from the same village, and now share a dormitory. There is no need for formality. I think that won't be necessary. I likely have nothing to trouble you with, and besides, Xiao will assist me with anything. How about I administer some eye drops for you? With me around." Do not even think about obtaining Xiao's soul ring. Upon mentioning Xiao, Tang San's expression darkened slightly, yet he still managed to force a smile. "By the way, Kai, Xiao mentioned that you two have been sparring lately, and your strength has progressed remarkably. Would you be interested in a friendly match with me?" Kai looked at him with a half-smile, half-serious expression. "You are now a one-ring soul master. How could my meager abilities possibly match you in combat? That is all right. I can refrain from using soul power. We are merely practicing techniques." Tang San wore an innocent expression. Kai coughed lightly, brushing his chest. "Ahem, given my serious injuries, I fear I may not be able to spar with you after all. By the way, have you not yet met your esteemed teacher since he returned? It would be quite disrespectful to neglect that." Tang San cast a deep glance at Kai. He had personally checked Kai's pulse. There was certainly no injury. However, Kai was correct. The master had yet to fully recuperate. "Very well, but remember, if you choose to follow me, I will certainly not treat you poorly." With that, Tang San turned and departed. Watching Tang San's retreating figure, Kai muttered to himself, "Follow you? Aha." If the Tang San from their village had said such words, Kai would have been elated, rushing forward to cling to his leg. Yet after today, he understood that Tang San was not such a generous individual. How could he possibly show such kindness? Earlier, Tang San had pretended to test him and had discreetly checked his pulse. It was evident he harbored suspicions. Moreover, the peculiarities that had befallen Kai himself were still shrouded in mystery. Instinctively, he sensed it must be related to his martial spirit. It appeared that secrets lay within him. And for his own safety, it was best to keep his distance from Tang San. Returning to the dormitory, he found it deserted. The others were out. Today, the work-study students had triumphed over the senior students, and Xiao had become the big sister of the entire Nodding Academy. The work-study students were exuberantly excited, leaving no one behind in the dormitory. Shutting the door, Kai eagerly sat on his bed, settling into a meditative position to examine his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that his previous injuries had fully healed. His body was restored to its former state, with even the previously painful ribs now showing no signs of discomfort. Beneath his clothing, a faint red glow coursed through the surface of his skin. Additionally, Kai distinctly felt a mysterious power surging within him. He moved around, testing his punches, kicks, and jumps. He realized that his strength, speed, and reflexes had all improved significantly. Most astonishingly, his soul power had surged considerably, elevating him to the second level. Just one battle had allowed him to rise a full rank in soul power. If he were to engage in several more matches, would he not swiftly ascend to the rank of title Douluo? Yet, Kai sensed that it could not be that simple. He meticulously reflected on the changes within him, realizing that everything seemed to have stemmed from when his scythe pierced Li Dao's body. At that moment, he had distinctly felt a mysterious force transmitted through his scythe into his palm, as if the scythe had become a straw, siphoning some power from within Li Dao. However, in the heat of the battle, he had been too preoccupied with survival to fully comprehend the process. Contemplating this, Kai felt a stirring in his heart. He slowly extended his right hand, noticing that the red patterns in his palm were no longer as pronounced. They appeared somewhat dimmer, yet upon closer inspection, one could still discern the shape of a scythe. As Kai began to manipulate his soul power, the manifestation of his martial spirit, the scythe, gradually emerged. It no longer bore the ancient, dilapidated appearance. Now, it featured several strange red threads running along the blade. These eerie red threads seemed to have always existed upon his martial spirit, and upon closer examination, they appeared to outline the shape of an eye. Kai even felt an unsettling illusion that this red blood eye was silently gazing back at him, as if it were alive. Suddenly, Kai felt his blood racing uncontrollably within him, and an overwhelming desire for battle and slaughter surged through his entire being. This left him astounded, prompting him to retract his martial spirit. At that moment, the red patterns in his palm brightened slightly. Not just today. Over this period. Kai had felt that as he consistently trained and sparred, he gradually accumulated his soul power. He clearly sensed that with the increase in soul power, an inexplicable impulse had arisen within him, a desire for battle, or perhaps a desire for slaughter. Initially, he had assumed it was merely his nature being unleashed as his strength grew, no longer remaining timid or hidden. But now it seemed that perhaps there were secrets surrounding his scythe martial spirit that he was unaware of. Regrettably, his understanding of martial spirits was limited. Perhaps Xiao, who focused on the theoretical study of martial spirits, could assist him in unraveling this enigma. However, given that Xiao was currently the esteemed teacher of Tang San, and considering the delicate relationship he shared with Tang San, Kai dared not seek Xiao's help. He would have to find a way to research the matter himself in the library. He could not discern whether these changes were beneficial or detrimental. He had never heard of anyone's martial spirit being able to absorb another's blood, thus enhancing one's soul power and strength. Perhaps this was not merely an enhancement, but a theft of Li Dao's soul power and strength. Yet, with Li Dao currently unconscious, Kai had no means to inquire if he felt any loss in his soul power or strength. Nonetheless, he could subtly ask Xiao Qinyu about Li Dao's situation. Yet he must exercise caution, for he could never expose the peculiarities of his martial spirit. If it turned out that Li Dao truly experienced a loss of soul power, he would have to tread carefully. After all, such rapid enhancement of strength seemed to be the domain of evil soul masters, and on the Douluo Continent, evil soul masters were far from a welcome group. Chapter 39. The astonishment of Xiao. Yet, danger and opportunity often coexist. If one's martial soul can indeed absorb soul power and enhance one's physical attributes, then Kai could compensate for his innate weakness of possessing only half a rank of soul power. This could also swiftly narrow the gap between him and Tang San, as well as Xiao Wu, filling Kai's heart with a tinge of excitement. Though his bond with Xiao Wu had rapidly deepened during this time, primarily due to her attentive care, Kai remained hesitant to fully open his heart. He consistently avoided Xiao Wu, not out of a sense of duty to preserve her bond with Tang San, but rather from a fear of forging an irrevocable connection with her. Such a bond would render him unable to sever ties, and when Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast was eventually revealed, he would be powerless against the pressures from the Spirit Hall and other formidable title Douluos. If he were to truly fall in love with Xiao Wu, the inevitable outcome would be her sacrificial demise, a conclusion he could not bear to witness. However, he now perceived a glimmer of hope for enhancing his own strength. Even if he did not alter the original narrative, and Xiao Wu chose to be with Tang San, she would ultimately sacrifice herself, leaving Tang San to benefit from her fate. Once, Xiao Wu had been a remarkable individual, possessing a unique and captivating beauty. As the leader of the Nodding Academy, she had outshone Tang San during their time there. Yet, upon arriving at the Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu seemed to transform into a mere auxiliary character, ultimately becoming nothing more than a pet to Tang San, confined within his spatial storage. Such an injustice was unbearable for her. If he possessed the ability, he would undoubtedly strive to alter her destiny. Yet, his martial soul required further exploration. He needed to uncover its hidden capabilities. How exactly could it absorb soul power? What dangers might accompany this absorption? Could the soul power gained in such a manner allow him to acquire soul rings? These questions demanded his careful investigation. Nevertheless, he could only venture to the library alone to seek answers, as he could not rely on Xiao for assistance. Conveniently, he had yet to fulfill his part-time duties at the library that day. For Kai, the library represented not merely a place to earn soul coins, but a genuine opportunity for self-improvement. Dressed and ready, he opened his door and made his way toward the library, while he meticulously searched through various records regarding martial souls. At the Nodding Academy, Xiao reclined in his office, leisurely reading a book while contemplating how to assist Tang San with his next phase of training. At that moment, the door swung open, and without needing to look up, Xiao recognized the visitor as Tang San. During their time spent together in the soul-hunting forest, their relationship had significantly deepened, leading to a greater mutual understanding and familiarity with each other as presents. "Teacher, how is your health?" Tang San inquired. "Rest assured, I am well. Little San, you have been working hard these past few days. Why don't you take the time to rest properly?" Xiao replied, setting his book aside and smiling warmly at Tang San. "I was a bit worried about you, so I came to check in." Xiao felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. What merit had he possessed to receive such a devoted disciple as Tang San? Perhaps his streak of misfortune was finally coming to an end. "My health is fine, thanks to your care. Little San, I have been reflecting on our last soul ring acquisition. I believe I underestimated the situation, which led to the ensuing dangers. Teacher, this is not your fault. It is my lack of strength. You have already shown me considerable care." Tang San interjected hastily. In his heart, he held immense respect for his teacher and could never entertain the notion that Xiao had erred. Xiao, touched, affectionately ruffled Tang San's hair. "Do not worry. Little San, when you go to acquire your second soul ring, I will speak with the dean. We can have him accompany us to the soul-hunting forest. With his strength, our safety will be assured." Tang San looked up in surprise. "Teacher, is that really possible? I am merely a work-study student. How could I trouble the dean?" "Ha ha ha, silly child." Xiao chuckled confidently as he observed Tang San's hesitant expression. The dean is a friend of mine. He will certainly grant me this favor. Tang San felt even more admiration and gratitude toward his teacher, who always considered his well-being. By the way, little San, have you encountered any issues? You seem a bit distracted. If you have any concerns, please share them with me. Though Tang San's soul was that of an adult, he had been an unremarkable disciple during his time in the Tang sect, preoccupied with the study of hidden weapons. Thus, in terms of experience, he was still quite inexperienced compared to Yu Xiaojiang. Noticing Tang San's slight discomfort, Yu Xiaojiang picked up on the subtle cues. However, Tang San did not wish to burden his teacher with his worries and smiled, saying, "It's nothing, teacher. I just have a few things I'm trying to understand." Yu Xiaojiang gently patted Tang San's head, speaking in a soothing tone. "Little San, please share your concerns with me. I may be able to offer some advice." "Teacher, do you remember the boy named Kai?" Tang San asked. "Kai?" Yu Xiaojiang hesitated for a moment before realization dawned upon him. "You mean that boy with the useless martial soul, correct? I recall he, like you, hails from Holy Soul Village. What about him? Are you trying to persuade me to take him as a disciple?" "Little San, I must say, with your talent, you are destined to ascend to the ranks of true advanced soul masters. That boy from your village will merely be a passing figure in your life. He does not even merit the qualification to follow you. Do not concern yourself too much with him. You are a true genius. And he is not from the same world as you." Yu Xiaojiang remarked, somewhat wistfully. "Little San is such a good child, but he is far too kind-hearted. I fear he may suffer for it in the future." "Teacher, you misunderstand. The situation is as follows." Tang San recounted the events that had transpired in the back mountain that day. Upon hearing that Kai had defeated a fourth-year student using lime powder and iron nails, Yu Xiaojiang merely nodded slightly, remarking that the boy displayed some cleverness, without further elaboration. However, when he learned that Kai had engaged in a direct confrontation with Li Dao, resulting in both of them sustaining injuries, even Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. Although he was a guest elder at the academy and did not overly concern himself with its instruction, he understood the vast disparity in strength between a sixth-year student and a first-year student, especially considering Kai's status as a waste martial soul. It was indeed astonishing that he could defeat Li Dao. Chapter 40. Yu Xiaojiang, you are my most beloved. After a considerable time, Yu Xiaojiang regained his composure. He abruptly turned around and spoke with urgency. "Tang San, did you just mention that Kai used some mysterious powder to poison Li Dao, only to fall victim to it himself, resulting in mutual destruction?" Tang San first nodded, then hesitantly shook his head. "Teacher, I have some knowledge of toxins. At that time, I detected no signs of poisoning on Li Dao. On the contrary, he was struck in the back by Kai's scythe and appeared to be suffering from severe blood loss. His condition was exceedingly weak, with a feeble pulse, as if he had been gravely injured. Moreover, the most peculiar aspect is that I examined Kai's body. He showed no signs of injury, his pulse was vigorous, and he appeared remarkably healthy. Yet, Li Dao was using all his strength. And I even heard the sound of Kai's bone shattering. I never anticipated." Hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaojiang's brow furrowed slightly. Unable to restrain himself, he stood up and began pacing the room, one hand stroking his chin as he pondered. Gravely injured, no signs of injury. Wasted martial soul. Yu Xiaojiang muttered to himself. Tang San gazed into Yu Xiaojiang's profound eyes, filled with admiration. Yu Xiaojiang instinctively sat at the desk, one hand reaching for something. Soon, Tang San thoughtfully handed him a cup of hot tea. Yu Xiaojiang accepted the cup with satisfaction, took a sip, and exhaled. "Tang San, do you mean to suggest that you suspect Kai's martial soul possesses some peculiar qualities, not as simple as it appears on the surface?" Tang San nodded. "Teacher, I was present when Kai awakened his martial soul. It was indeed a scythe martial soul, and his soul power was only at half a level. Under normal circumstances, he should have no chance of defeating Li Dao. Do you think he might have employed some special method to enhance his martial soul strength?" "No." Yu Xiaojiang waved his hand confidently. "Tang San, you're mistaken. The strength of a martial soul is determined by innate talent. It is exceedingly difficult to enhance it afterward." Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a twinge of disappointment and nodded. "I understand now. It seems I was overthinking it." "Not entirely, though." A hint of intrigue glimmered in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. "What?" Tang San looked at Yu Xiaojiang in surprise. Yu Xiaojiang took a gentle sip of his tea, pleased with Tang San's reaction. "However, there is a special circumstance that can elevate the strength of a martial soul." "What circumstance?" "That would be martial soul mutation." "Martial soul mutation?" Tang San's face was filled with confusion. "Indeed, it is martial soul mutation," Yu Xiaojiang affirmed, nodding. He then produced a black notebook and handed it to Tang San. "Based on my years of research on various martial souls, I've discovered that most martial souls are passed down through bloodlines, yet sometimes unexpected mutations occur. These mutations can be either malignant or benign. If one encounters a malignant mutation, they can only consider themselves unfortunate." At this point, a shadow of gloom crossed Yu Xiaojiang's gaze. Tang San recalled the encounter with Luo San Pao in the soul-hunting forest and connected it with his teacher's past experiences, as if a realization dawned upon him. "Rest assured, teacher, I will not disappoint your teachings. I shall become a titled Douluo and prove that your theories are correct." Yu Xiaojiang nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. Tang San, my research is still unknown to the public. It is precisely because of this that what I impart to you is the most precious and unique knowledge. In the Douluo Continent, mutated martial souls frequently emerge, and their appearances often lack any discernible pattern. Some mutations arise from powerful martial souls, while others may originate from very ordinary poultry or farming tools, eventually transforming into extraordinary martial souls. Yet, such mutations occur with very low probability. Those who obtain mutated martial souls often soar to greatness, becoming true geniuses, even achieving the rank of title Douluo. Some have even established powerful families. The Spirit Hall has secretly absorbed numerous holders of mutated souls from common families. Among them, some have risen to become elders of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, one title Douluo elder originally possessed a weak martial soul of ghost fire, which later mutated into a powerful martial soul due to an unexpected incident. Ultimately, he reached the realm of title Douluo, even gaining immunity to physical attacks, wielding formidable power. Tang San felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. Teacher, can martial souls also mutate after birth? If such mutations are controllable, could we not mass-produce masters? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. It is not as simple as you think. The mutations of martial souls follow no discernible laws. Moreover, each mutated martial soul is an exceedingly unique existence, often unable to be inherited by future generations. Tang San nodded in sudden understanding. Teacher, are you suggesting that Kai might also experience a mutation of his martial soul? Yu Xiaojiang nodded. Currently, this is the only reasonable explanation, though we remain uncertain about the cause of his mutation. After a moment's hesitation, Tang San replied, I suspect that his martial soul only mutated during the time I was absent. When school started, I witnessed Kai sparring with Xiao Wu, and at that time, his martial soul exhibited no remarkable qualities. His strength was still very weak. Yet, just a few days after my departure, he possessed extraordinary combat prowess. It must have been during this period that the mutation occurred. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, if this Kai is indeed a martial soul mutator, I may be able to study certain characteristics of martial soul mutations from him. There is even a possibility of discovering methods to rectify malignant mutations. At this point, Yu Xiaojiang could not help but stand up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His martial soul underwent a malignant mutation, transforming from a powerful blue lightning tyrant dragon into Luo Sanpao. However, Luo Sanpao is an exceedingly unique martial soul, capable of existing independently of my body. If I truly uncover the secrets of martial soul mutation and successfully transform Luo Sanpao into an even more formidable martial soul, then I, Yu Xiaojiang, shall become a genuine genius, no longer constrained at level 30. Although guiding a genius disciple would indeed validate my life's ambition, nothing would be more exhilarating than becoming a true genius myself. Tang San, I shall seek out that Kai immediately. I want to take him as my disciple, to teach and observe him diligently, striving to uncover the secrets of martial soul mutation. Tang San hesitated before saying, I'm sorry, teacher, but I previously tested him, and he seems to be very wary of me, harboring considerable hostility. I worry that it might affect your plans to take him as a disciple. Yu Xiaojiang stood up and looked at Tang San, speaking earnestly. Tang San, rest assured, my intention in taking Kai as a disciple is solely to study the secrets of his martial soul. You will always be my only disciple. You are my most beloved student. Chapter 41. Teacher, I have a plan. You are truly my favorite. Such words echo the classic rhetoric of a scoundrel. What I share with her is merely a fleeting dalliance. My heart belongs solely to you. She is just my friend. There is nothing between us. Our relationship is innocent. These are the typical lines of a rogue, effortlessly spewed forth by Yu Xiaojiang, who employs them with remarkable finesse. He does so to placate Tang San. For having promised to love only the third party, how could he now accept a fourth? Tang San harbored no doubts regarding Yu Xiaojiang's character. On the contrary, his face radiated gratitude. Teacher, I understand your intentions. However, all this remains conjecture. Whether Kai's martial soul has indeed undergone a mutation remains to be verified. Hence, I have a thought that requires your cooperation. With that, Tang San leaned closer to Yu Xiaojiang's ear. Initially furrowing his brow, Yu Xiaojiang gradually relaxed, a smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. As night descended, Kai emerged from the library, shutting the door behind him. His research yielded little fruit. The materials in the Notting Academy library were mostly commonplace, lacking advanced knowledge. Even with his privileges allowing access to the second-floor library designed for teachers, he found no conclusive information regarding his martial soul. By all accounts, his martial soul was still a standard, seemingly useless one, lacking potent combat abilities and not displaying any discernible characteristics. Yet, inexplicably, his soul power had inexplicably risen. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Kai returned to the dormitory. By this time, many of the work-study students in Dorm 7 had already returned. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Xiao Wu, radiant with joy on her bed, proudly recounting her news. The other work-study students gathered around her like moths to a flame. Xiao Wu, you're back. What was the outcome of your assessment at the Martial Soul Hall? Kiki. I made it. I am now a Soul Master. Xiao Wu turned back, displaying a badge that was specially crafted by the Martial Soul Hall. The badge was circular, engraved with Xiao Wu's name on the back, while the front featured intertwining thorns, symbolizing her rank as a Soul Master. The material of the badge was indiscernible. The other work-study students gazed at her with envious eyes, yet their emotions were purely admiration, devoid of jealousy or resentment. After all, as the leader, Xiao was known for her loyalty and bravery, often standing up for her peers, earning their respect. Haha, Xiao, you are truly remarkable. From now on, we work-study students can hold our heads high. One exclaimed. Indeed, Xiao will be our big sister at Nodding Academy, and we work-study students will share in that glory. Another chimed in. Today, someone even inquired about moving into Dorm 7. But because there were too many applicants, Director Su sent them away. No one except work-study students can enter. Dorm 7 is now a coveted place. Someone added. Not only do we have the formidable Xiao Wu, but we also have San Ge, who is a soul master as well. Yes, our victory over those upperclassmen was largely due to Tang San's timely intervention. Another remarked. What are you talking about? I believe Kai contributed the most. He single-handedly took down 2 opponents. Indeed, Kai, who usually appears so reticent, was unexpectedly fierce when it mattered. Hey, Kai, you're back? The other students, who had been animatedly discussing the day's battle, noticed Kai's return to the dorm and greeted him with smiles. Today, Kai had displayed remarkable bravery in the arena, earning the respect of his peers. Kai smiled and exchanged pleasantries with his roommates, enjoying a camaraderie that contrasted with Tang San's isolation. Since the first day of enrollment when Tang San had a disagreement with Yu Xiaojiang and the others in Dorm 7, he had been distant, venturing out to acquire soul rings and only returning today. Consequently, he had grown somewhat estranged from his roommates. Moreover, feeling his own martial soul was weak, Kai held no superiority over those of similar strength, instead finding common ground and offering mutual support. In contrast, Tang San, who regarded himself as a genius, had become increasingly proud after acquiring his soul ring. This naturally created a barrier between him and his roommates. Just as Kai was sharing laughs with his peers, Tang San entered the room. An abrupt silence fell over the once lively dorm, as the others were unfamiliar with him. This marked only their second encounter since the enrollment day, and no one knew what to say. At that moment, Wang Xing stepped forward. Tang San, I apologize for that day. I was unaware of how significant the master was to you. That is quite all right. Tang San replied graciously with a smile. My teacher is magnanimous and won't hold grudges. You simply do not yet understand the greatness of my teacher. In the realm of martial soul theory, he is unparalleled. Wang Xing's smile faltered awkwardly. He had merely intended to ease the tension, considering Tang San had now become a soul master and was a valuable asset to Dorm 7. Moreover, Tang San's assistance in defeating Lu Long had been crucial, even if the method was somewhat questionable. Yet, he felt compelled to acknowledge Tang San's favor. However, as soon as he casually mentioned it, Tang San began to extol the virtues of the master in front of him. Indeed, Tang San, you are undoubtedly a genius. But what is that so-called master Yu Xiaojiang? Xiao has not apprenticed under him, and yet she possesses formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing you. Tang San seemed to perceive the awkwardness in Wang Xing's gaze. Realizing he still harbored misconceptions about the master, he subtly shook his head, deciding against offering further explanations. As Yu Xiaojiang had stated, they were destined to inhabit different worlds. There was little point in attempting to enlighten these ordinary individuals. They would never comprehend. Thus, Tang San refrained from wasting any more time and made his way to his bed. He had indeed grown weary during this period. Upon seeing his familiar bed, a sense of relaxation washed over him, yet his heart sank as he noticed its desolation. The belongings between his and Xiao Wu's beds remained neatly arranged, showing no signs of disturbance, while the distance between Xiao Wu and Kai's beds had noticeably shrunk. The items between them had been compressed into a narrow line, the imprints evident upon the surface, suggesting that they had long since crossed a boundary. Tang San furrowed his brow, feeling a familiar flame of jealousy ignite within him once more. Chapter 42. A direct confrontation with Tang San. How infuriating. Tang San could hardly contain his murderous intent. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, this Kai would not be able to bounce around for much longer. Once his teacher's research concluded, he would have the upper hand. Moreover, Xiao was merely an inexperienced little sister, easily swayed by Kai's manipulation. It was merely due to his absence during this period that Kai had managed to take advantage of the situation. But now, Tang San had returned. Taking a deep breath, Tang San began to nonchalantly organize his belongings, forcing a smile. Xiao Wu, it has been a long time since we sparred together. How about we have another bout? Didn't you mention that Xiao Kai has made rapid progress in his abilities recently? I am quite eager to witness it. Upon hearing this, Kai's heart tightened. Ever since Tang San's return, he had suggested sparring multiple times. It could not possibly be as simple as it appeared. Did Tang San harbor doubts about him, seeking to uncover the secrets of his martial soul through their match? Or was he intending to exploit the opportunity for some underhanded schemes? This was not Kai thinking ill of Tang San. Rather, it was simply Tang San's nature. He had not hesitated to employ poison against opponents in competitions, poisons that could affect them for a lifetime. Kai, however, did not reveal his suspicions. Xiao Wu, blissfully ignorant, was currently lost in the joy of having earned 2 gold soul coins. Upon hearing Tang San's words, she immediately sat up in excitement. Absolutely. Xiao San, you have no idea how much Xiao Kai's strength has improved lately. He can endure for quite a while under my pressure. Xiao Kai gives it his all every time, and his speed and endurance have significantly increased. Listening to Xiao Wu's praise, Kai felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Oh, is that so? Then I must see for myself. Let us go. Saying this, Tang San took the lead, striding toward the exit, eager to seize the opportunity. Xiao unhesitatingly pulled Kai along with her. The night at Nuoding Academy remained tranquil and serene. The open space beside the 7th dormitory was undisturbed by any intruders. Beneath the starry sky, Xiao pointed at Tang San and said, Xiao San, now that you are a soul master, you must use your soul power to bully Xiao Kai during our spar. Huh, how could I? Xiao Kai and I are from the same village. I will certainly take good care of him, Tang San replied, feigning innocence. Observing Tang San's insincere expression, Kai felt utterly exasperated. The more Xiao expressed her concern for him in front of Tang San, the more Tang San's animosity toward him seemed to grow. Yet Xiao's concern was genuinely well-meaning, and Kai could not refuse her kindness. Even though Kai had been giving his all to spar with Xiao during this period, he still fell short compared to Tang San's prowess. He often found himself on the receiving end of her attacks. Xiao was more than eager to spar with Tang San, especially since during their last encounter, she had been unable to best him in close combat. She had to rely on her agility to evade his assaults, ultimately managing to win only by employing her hidden weapon techniques. Now, having ascended to the rank of a soul master and successfully breaking through the bottleneck of his Xiantian skill to the 2nd layer, Tang San's internal energy had significantly improved. Thus, he opted for direct combat, eager to test his current capabilities. However, to his surprise, despite the enhancement of his Xiantian skill, he found himself thoroughly suppressed during his duel with Xiao. The power behind her punches and kicks was remarkably formidable, even without using her soul power. She could contend with his internal energy fueled by Xiantian skill. Caught off guard, Tang San found himself within Xiao's reach and was forced to employ his grappling techniques. Had he not swiftly utilized his agility to evade, he would have found himself in a rather embarrassing predicament. Fortunately, his lightness skill had improved tremendously, allowing him to evade her pursuit. Frustrated, Xiao stomped her foot angrily. This is pointless. Sparring with you is no fun at all. You're not even as good as Xiao Kai. Xiao's remark held some truth. Kai lacked the superior agility that Tang San possessed, rendering him unable to evade her attacks. More often than not, he had to rely on his resilience to withstand Xiao's onslaught. Yet, through the ordeal, he had become somewhat tougher. Tang San shrugged helplessly. Xiao, your strength is truly terrifying. I cannot allow you to get close. I think I will spar with Xiao Kai instead. All right. But don't go too hard on Xiao Kai. Xiao chimed in, sitting off to the side, swinging her legs and resting her chin on her hands. Eagerly anticipating the clash between Tang San and Kai, Kai took a deep breath, focusing intently on Tang San across from him. He understood that this spar would not be straightforward. Tang San possessed the internal energy of Xiantian skill. If that rascal decided to play dirty and infused his strikes with internal energy, he could very well suffer internal injuries. Yet, he could not outright refuse Tang San's request for a match. He would have to adapt as the situation unfolded. Should any danger arise, he could always seek Xiao's assistance. After all, conceding was not a disgrace. Preserving his life took precedence. Are you ready, Xiao Kai? I'm about to make my move. With those words, Tang San unleashed a palm strike. The attack appeared balanced and calm, neither fierce nor deceptive. Seemingly just a normal spar. However, Kai furrowed his brow deeply. Tang San's palm surely carried internal energy. He recognized that evading would be exceedingly difficult against Tang San's ghostly shadowing skill. Once caught in a passive position, he would be entirely at Tang San's mercy. Yet, he was aware that Xiao was nearby. Tang San would not dare to be excessively ruthless and severely injure him. Well then, here I come. Kai stepped forward, advancing rather than retreating. He threw a punch to meet Tang San's descending palm. A smile crept onto Tang San's lips. With the support of his Xiantian skill's internal energy, dealing with this punch would be effortless. However, to his astonishment, as Kai threw his punch, he twisted his waist. And at the moment of impact, his body arced like a curved blade, delivering a fierce kick toward Tang San. With a whoosh, accompanied by a gust of wind, Kai's kick struck the ground. Tang San, utilizing his ghostly shadowing technique, evaded the kick. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Kai's kick was merely a feint. Leveraging the momentum from his kick, he lunged forward, diving toward Tang San's legs, swiftly wrapping his arms around one of Tang San's legs, entangling it like a twisted vine. This technique was borrowed from Xiao's grappling skills. Chapter 43, The Enigmatic Figures of the Demon Sect in His Previous Life. Kai was merely an ordinary student, having engaged in only a handful of scuffles. He possessed no combat experience or skills, nor had he ever dabbled in martial arts. The only techniques he had encountered were the rudimentary exercises from school calisthenics and the moves from square dancing. Upon arriving in the Douluo Continent, he found himself residing in the secluded village of Holy Soul, where he had only recently gleaned a few techniques from Xiao and Tang San. Although he had meticulously observed Tang San's techniques and endeavored to analyze and learn from them, attempting to employ those very moves against Tang San in a direct confrontation would be akin to a fool brandishing a sword before Guan Yu, an exercise in futility. Thus, Kai resorted to utilizing Xiao's combat techniques in his battle against Tang San. After all, even Tang San dared not confront Xiao's agile moves head-on. As anticipated, caught off guard, Tang San was struck accurately by Kai. Now, he faced two choices. He could either bind Kai with his blue-silver grass martial soul, thereby forfeiting his soul power, or employ his ghost shadow missteps to escape. Yet, to Tang San, Kai appeared as an inconspicuous and feeble youth. If he had to evade Kai's attacks as he would Xiao Wu's, where would his pride reside? With determination, Tang San activated his Xiantian Gong, a faint white light shimmering upon his right hand. Gritting his teeth, he struck down toward Kai. Should Kai fail to defend himself, that blow would undoubtedly inflict harm. He was prepared to trade injury for injury, confident that his inner strength would render the exchange worthwhile. Observing Tang San's descending palm, Kai understood that Tang San intended to inflict damage in return. Bracing himself, he twisted his waist, exerting force downward with his legs. Simultaneously, he relinquished his grip on Tang San's ankle and countered with a palm strike of his own. He had steeled himself for injury, ready to concede if necessary. Was Tang San truly intent on eliminating him? However, to his astonishment, when his palm connected with Tang San's, he felt a piercing pain radiating from the impact. Yet he did not experience the force of Xiantian Gong's inner power. Although Tang San's strike was undeniably powerful, it was merely physical strength. Compared to Xiao Wu's attacks, it paled significantly. Over this period, Kai had withstood numerous assaults from Xiao Wu, thus he managed to absorb Tang San's strike. In an unexpected turn, Tang San momentarily faltered, as Kai's soft techniques forced him downward. At that moment, their palms still connected, Kai seized Tang San's wrist and twisted it, locking him firmly to the ground with the power of his lower body. In a state of bewilderment, Tang San forgot to defend himself and found himself restrained. Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight, clapping her hands in excitement. She had not anticipated such a remarkable display from Kai in his debut. Her eyes reflected a blend of joy and pride, akin to a mentor witnessing the success of a dedicated pupil. This was not to imply that Kai's strength surpassed Xiao Wu's. Rather, Tang San had not intended to evade. His initial plan was to endure the attack, relying on his inner strength to withstand Kai's blow. Yet, at the moment of impact, Tang San was astonished to discover that his Xiantian Gong's inner power vanished upon striking Kai, as if it had sunk into an abyss. This revelation sent his mind into turmoil, nearly prompting an exclamation of disbelief. How could this be? Tang San found himself engulfed in self-doubt. His Xiantian Gong was a secret transmission of the Tang sect, and its enhanced inner strength should have been insurmountable for Kai. Yet, that strike had felt as though his power had dissipated entirely. Attempting to redirect his inner strength, he encountered no obstruction, indicating that the issue did not lie within himself. Could it be that Kai was a concealed master of internal energy, capable of disregarding his power? Swiftly, Tang San dismissed this hypothesis. To effortlessly withstand his inner power without a change in demeanor would require at least the mastery of a grandmaster. Moreover, having previously examined Kai's body, he was absolutely certain that Kai possessed no internal energy. This was evident from the paltry force he had felt in Kai's strike. Unyielding in his skepticism, Tang San activated his Xiantian Gong once more, launching another attack at an acute angle. Their hands met again, and this time, Tang San distinctly sensed a surge of heat emanating from Kai's palm. His inner power surged uncontrollably into Kai's body. Akin to a meat bun being swallowed whole by a dog, smooth and instantaneous, Tang San felt a fragment of his inner strength irrevocably lost. Stunned, he realized he was witnessing someone who could disregard his inner power. To be precise, it was akin to having his energy absorbed. What sort of sorcery was this? Even within the Tang sect, there were no records of such bizarre martial techniques. Could it be that this Kai hailed from a demonic sect? Such nefarious abilities were typically the domain of practitioners from the demon sect. Although the Tang sect had earned a notorious reputation for its expertise in crafting hidden weapons and toxins, it remained a legitimate faction. As a disciple of the Tang sect, encountering a practitioner from the demon sect compelled him to uphold justice and eradicate the villain. At that moment, Kai was equally bewildered. He too sensed something amiss. Previously, he had felt a wave of heat in his right hand, accompanied by a peculiar force entering his body. This power was pure and potent, reminiscent of the essence extracted from various restorative herbs. For a brief moment, Kai felt as though he were floating in a euphoric state. This energy even invigorated his soul power, enhancing his overall vitality. However, that sensation quickly faded. The fleeting power vanished from his body, but not without a trace. It was as if an unseen abyss within him had devoured it whole. Subsequently, Kai's right hand grew increasingly warm, dark red patterns emerging and spreading across it. Not only that, but these markings began to fracture like glass, rapidly expanding to envelop his entire arm. The energy coursed toward his heart and throughout his body. Soon, faint crimson streaks appeared along the right side of his neck and cheek, barely discernible unless one looked closely. Chapter 44. Halt. Cease the striking. At that moment, Kai felt an overwhelming surge of ferocious power coursing through his right hand and arm, as if he had ingested a potent substance that ignited an electrifying excitement throughout his being. Moreover, a chaotic and frenzied desire for slaughter echoed in his mind. Gazing at Tang San before him, a singular thought flickered incessantly. Eliminate him. A fierce glint ignited in Kai's eyes. Meanwhile, Tang San finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Kai was far stronger than he had anticipated. If he truly belonged to the demonic sect, it was imperative that he eradicate this menace. With this realization, Tang San hesitated no longer. He activated the Xianyu hand while simultaneously employing the crane control and dragon capture technique. This technique's greatest attribute lies in its ability to leverage minimal effort to yield substantial results, transforming aggression into invisibility, without the need for internal energy. He reached out with a claw toward Kai's arm. What did it matter if he lacked internal strength? Through the exquisite mastery of the technique, he could effortlessly dislocate Kai's arm. There was no room for courtesy when confronting a demon. Recognizing Kai's extreme danger and his capacity to withstand Tang San's internal attacks, he resolved to hold nothing back. Sensing Tang San's murderous intent and the peril that came with the crane control and dragon capture, Kai instinctively raised his hand, flipping it over. With a fierce and unyielding force, he collided with Tang San's outstretched arm, engaging in a fierce struggle. Their arms intertwined, wrists twisting, each grasping at the other with relentless ferocity. With a crack and a pop, both of their middle fingers dislocated simultaneously. In an instant, their claws withdrew, accompanied by muffled grunts as their sleeves tore apart. The coarse fabric of their garments could not withstand such force, resulting in 2 wounds appearing on Tang San's body. Strangely, no blood flowed from these wounds, as if the very essence had been siphoned away. In contrast, Kai bore several wounds from which blood flowed freely. Yet he showed no sign of discomfort. A glint of peculiar crimson flashed in his eyes as a faint smile graced his lips, as though the pain invigorated him. At that moment, Xiao perceived the abnormality and stood up nervously, observing the escalating conflict. She was taken aback to witness that their sparring had ignited true fury, resulting in injuries and bloodshed. Perhaps the wounds had incited Kai's fervor, as his murderous intent intensified and his attacks became increasingly frenzied. Undeterred by the blood streaming from his arm, he lunged at Tang San with reckless abandon. His assaults bore the marks of Xiao Wu's gentle techniques but were predominantly driven by an instinctual brutality akin to a wild beast born for slaughter. Each strike was viciously aimed at Tang San's vulnerabilities. Tang San, while observing Kai's onslaught with the purple extreme demon eye, evaded his lethal blows using the ghost shadow misty steps. However, he soon discovered to his astonishment that Kai's agility was no less than his own. Kai was not employing any other lightness skill. He was merely mimicking Tang San's footwork. In a fleeting moment, no matter how elusive Tang San's movements were, Kai would replicate them with remarkable speed. As the intensity of their combat escalated, Tang San found himself increasingly beleaguered. Though endowed with the internal energy of the Xian Tian Gong, he was rendered passive, as if his energy were inherently countered by Kai. The moment his internal energy entered Kai's body, it vanished without a trace. Consequently, he was compelled to rely solely on his physical prowess to fight. Fortunately, the Tang sect's martial arts were exquisitely refined. Yet, as a 6-year-old child, despite his rigorous training, Tang San's physical strength paled in comparison to Kai's. Strangely, the power erupting from Kai's body was terrifyingly formidable. Though devoid of internal energy, it seemed as if his defenses, endurance, strength, and speed had all undergone a significant enhancement in an instant. Kai grew increasingly exhilarated, especially as the fresh wounds adorned his body, prompting him to unleash a triumphant roar. It was as if the pain had awakened his primal desire for combat and bloodshed. Conversely, Tang San realized with alarm that he was growing weaker with each exchange. The moment blood flowed from his wounds, waves of dizziness washed over him, as though the loss of blood was intensifying. At last, as he watched Kai charge at him once more, Tang San could no longer restrain himself. With a swift motion of his right hand, strands of blue-silver grass erupted forth, firmly ensnaring Kai's form. In that instant, a scythe materialized uncontrollably in Kai's right hand, spinning violently as it aimed to cleave through the blue-silver grass. Bang! Bang! The two martial souls collided. Although the scythe naturally countered the blue-silver grass, Tang San's blue-silver grass had already been augmented by the first soul ring, granting it remarkable resilience. Kai's scythe failed to sever it, instead becoming ensnared and immobilized within the grasp of the blue-silver grass. At that moment, Xiao Wu, filled with urgency, leaped into action, rushing toward the two combatants. Upon witnessing Tang San summon his blue-silver grass martial soul, Xiao Wu's heart raced with alarm. Having witnessed the terrifying potential of Tang San's martial soul on the back mountain, she could not comprehend how the situation had escalated to this point. What was initially a friendly sparring match had devolved into a life-and-death struggle. Stop. Please, cease this madness. Xiao Wu's voice echoed anxiously through the night sky. Yet, Kai and Tang San both disregarded her pleas, their unwavering gazes locked in a fierce contest. In a flash, Xiao Wu positioned herself between them, her eyes wide with fury. Tang San, what is the meaning of this? Was it not agreed that we would merely spar? Why are you employing your martial techniques? Previously, Tang San had promised Xiao Wu that he would refrain from using his soul power, merely demonstrating techniques. Now, witnessing him ensnare Kai with his soul skills, Xiao Wu was understandably incensed. After all, Tang San was already a first-ring soul master, while Kai was merely at the second or third level. Instinctively, Xiao Wu felt that Tang San was bullying Kai. However, Tang San also felt a sense of injustice. Did you not see the madness in Kai's actions just now? He was the one overpowering me. Yet, confronted with Xiao Wu's piercing gaze, Tang San could only swallow his grievances in silence. With a flick of his wrist, he retracted his blue-silver grass martial soul, and as it vanished, the scythe in Kai's hand dissipated as well. Almost immediately, Kai collapsed to the ground in agony. his body convulsing uncontrollably. He sensed a chaotic will surging within his mind, as if something were awakening from the depths of his consciousness. Chapter 45. Yu Xiaojang arrives as he gazed upon Kai, who lay on the ground in excruciating pain. Tang San was the first to be taken aback. What does this mean? Is he faking it? I didn't even touch him. San, you've gone too far. Xiao huffed in discontent, disregarding Tang San's expression of grievance as she anxiously turned her attention to Kai. At that moment, Kai resembled someone who had just finished battling Li Dao on the back mountain, his body radiating an intense heat. Xiao Kai, how are you? Don't scare me. Xiao embraced Kai, calling out to him repeatedly. Let me take a look. Just then, a voice filled with age and wisdom resonated through the air. Xiao looked up in surprise to see Yu Xiaojang, whose arrival had gone unnoticed. With a hand resting behind him, he carried an air of assurance, his gaze contemplative as he slowly approached Kai. Xiao hesitated, observing him, while Tang San quickly interjected. Xiao, this is my teacher, Master Yu Xiaojang. He is unparalleled in the study of martial souls. He will surely discern something. Then, Master, I implore you. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao did not hesitate further. While her own strength was commendable, her understanding of martial souls paled in comparison to Kai's. Given the gravity of Kai's safety, she unusually offered a modicum of respect to Yu Xiaojang. Yes, with my presence, all will be well, Yu Xiaojang replied, nodding calmly. He then placed his hand upon Kai and began his examination, checking his pulse, eyes, and tongue. As he assessed Kai, a look of contemplation crossed his face. And he muttered to himself, strange. I have never encountered a situation like this. Master, how is he? Tang San inquired anxiously. Yu Xiaojang slowly shook his head. His condition is quite unusual. His body appears unharmed, but there exists a peculiar force within him, seemingly enhancing his bodily functions while simultaneously agitating his mind. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. Then, Master, could this be a mutation of his martial soul? Tang San asked, deeply concerned. Yu Xiaojang hesitated. It's difficult to ascertain. He is currently unconscious, and I can only observe his physical state without the means to study his martial soul closely. We will need to wait for him to awaken before I can conduct further observations and experiments to determine the changes in his martial soul. Then, Master, how long will it take for Xiao Kai to awaken? Will he be all right? Xiao asked with growing urgency. There is nothing to fear. His condition is merely his brain's protective mechanism, forcing him into a deep slumber. Once his body adapts to this wild power, he will awaken. That is wonderful, Xiao exclaimed, joyfully embracing Kai. Thank you, Master. Yu Xiaojang nodded serenely. I shall return to check on him tomorrow. When Xiao and Tang San supported Kai back to their dormitory, the working students who had already settled in were astonished and quickly gathered around Kai. Their impression of him had been favorable, and they were shocked to see him in such a state after just one night. Concerned murmurs filled the air. Xiao explained the situation, assuring them that Kai was not in danger, and only then did they reluctantly return to their beds, still worried. In a daze, Kai felt as though invisible eyes were fixated upon him, eyes of a blood-red hue, terrifying and grotesque, imbued with a myriad of profoundly negative emotions. He felt akin to a sailor suffering from seasickness, his mind swirling in confusion, rational thoughts slipping away intermittently. A voice echoed in his mind, suggesting, why don't we play a game? If you win, my power will belong to you. If I win, your body will be mine. Moreover, the strange power within him raged uncontrollably, causing Kai to lose himself entirely. Eventually, he even drifted into unconsciousness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself bathed in sunlight streaming through the window, still in his familiar dorm room. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw Xiao's worried face. Her eyes filled with concern. Kai's lips felt parched, as if all the moisture had evaporated from his body. His throat was scorched and raspy. He coughed weakly. Xiao snapped back to attention, her face lighting up with joy. Xiao Kai, you're awake. How wonderful. What happened? Kai asked. You fainted yesterday. And I was so worried. Thankfully, Master said you were fine and would wake after some rest. It seems he knows what he is doing. Master? Kai's expression darkened. How are you feeling, Xiao Kai? I'm okay, just a bit thirsty. Xiao quickly fetched a glass of water. Kai tilted his head back, gulping down several mouthfuls. Eyeing the glass longingly, Xiao chuckled and returned with 2 more glasses. After drinking a few cups, Kai finally felt some relief in his throat. What about the others? He inquired. They've all gone to class. Oh, and that Master asked you to inform him as soon as you wake. He has something important to discuss with you. Important? Kai was puzzled. He had no particularly close ties with Yu Xiaojang. What could be so significant? Before long, Yu Xiaojang arrived, accompanied by a visibly conflicted Tang San. Upon entering, a rare smile graced Yu Xiaojang's lips. Xiao Kai, you're finally awake. Xiao Kai? At the sound of this address, Kai felt a tightening in his chest and furrowed his brow slightly. He was not well acquainted with Yu Xiaojang, although he had once considered seeking him as a mentor. He had been ridiculed instead. Their relationship couldn't exactly be termed enmity, but it was far from amicable. Now, this old man not only smiled but also referred to him as Xiao Kai. Surely, there was ill intent behind this congeniality. Kai instinctively heightened his vigilance. Ah, it seems my assumptions were correct. After absorbing that power within you, you should be fine now. How about this? Let me examine your body once more. Yu Xiaojiang said in a gentle tone, presenting himself as a benevolent elder. However, Kai's instincts urged him to refuse. Yet, Xiao interjected, "That's great. You don't understand. It was Master S examination yesterday that confirmed you were all right." Tang San said Master is quite knowledgeable about martial souls. Perhaps he can shed light on what is happening with your body. Seeing Xiao Wu's earnest gaze, Kai hesitated. He was indeed curious about the peculiar manifestations of his martial soul. Researching in the library had yielded no results, and it seemed Yu Xiaojiang might provide the answers he sought. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Xiao Kai, summon your martial soul so I may examine it." Chapter 46, Do you wish to accept me as your disciple? Declined. Kai pondered for a moment, considering it a fortunate opportunity to benefit from Yu Xiaojiang. He extended his right hand, subtly channeling his soul power. In an instant, a uniquely designed scythe materialized in his grasp. Tang San, standing behind him, gasped in astonishment, his voice brimming with disbelief. "What's wrong, Xiao San? Is something amiss?" Upon hearing Tang San's exclamation, a glint of excitement flickered in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. The two had conspired the previous day regarding their course of action. Tang San had a deeper understanding of Kai. Could it be that Tang San had made a discovery? "Master, something seems off." The group turned their bewildered gazes towards Tang San. It appeared that the form of the scythe was somewhat different from when it first awakened. It felt larger and more robust. When Kai's scythe spirit first emerged, it seemed rather unremarkable, just a dull gray scythe marred by numerous cracks. Now, not only had the handle lengthened, but the blade had also broadened and appeared extraordinarily sharp. Moreover, a peculiar blood-red eye pattern now adorned the center of the blade. What had once been mere streaks of blood had transformed into a fully realized blood eye. Seeing that crimson eye, Kai felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be that the blood-colored eye he had seen while unconscious was not merely a figment of his imagination? What of the bizarre utterances? Did his spirit truly possess a life of its own? Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing Tang San's explanation, felt a surge of joy. Following the awakening of his spirit, the absence of an accompanying soul ring indicated some strange transformation. This matter was indisputably complex. Yu Xiaojiang eagerly bombarded Kai with a series of questions. After pondering for a considerable time, he finally rose, clasping his hands behind his back. "It seems my conjecture was correct. Your spirit has likely undergone a form of mutation." "Mutation?" Xiao looked at Yu Xiaojiang in astonishment. "Master, what does it mean for a spirit to mutate?" This was Xiao's first encounter with the concept of spirit mutation. The others, including Kai, were already aware, but he soon realized he should not appear overly composed. He ought to mirror Xiao's confusion and curiosity. Thus, he gazed at Yu Xiaojiang with a face full of bewilderment and hope. Yu Xiaojiang was pleased with their reactions. It was time for him to showcase his erudition. Soon, he would express his desire to take Kai as his disciple, and surely this little fellow would bow in reverence. He proceeded to elaborate on the theory of mutated spirits. Listening to Yu Xiaojiang's exposition, Kai felt a stirring of doubt. Could it truly be as Yu Xiaojiang claimed, that his spirit had mutated? Yet, he sensed otherwise. Rather than a mutation, it felt as though his spirit had acquired a life of its own. He distinctly felt a formidable and mysterious presence residing within his scythe. "Indeed, I have extensively studied mutated spirits. This condition undoubtedly signifies a mutation." Observing Kai's apparent disbelief, Yu Xiaojiang asserted confidently, "There is no one on Douluo Continent who understands mutated spirits better than I do. However, addressing the ramifications of a mutated spirit requires considerable further research. It is advisable to monitor the changes in the spirit and the growth of soul power daily. Otherwise, a mutated spirit may very well evolve into a detrimental state. Should that occur, not only would the spirit become a useless one, but there is also a possibility of being forever barred from advancement." As he spoke, a hint of melancholy crept into Yu Xiaojiang's tone, clearly reminiscent of his own experiences. Daily observation? Kai discerned a subtle implication in Yu Xiaojiang's words. His intentions were clearly not as innocent as they appeared. However, he feigned ignorance, remaining silent. Tang San interjected, "If we speak of understanding mutated spirits on Douluo Continent, none can rival my master. However, given his myriad responsibilities, it is impractical for him to visit you daily. Thus, I propose this. Why not become Master's disciple? In that case, Master, out of the bond of teacher and student, would certainly assist you in resolving your spirit's mutation." Upon hearing this, Kai couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Xiaojiang was truly a master of subtlety, desiring to take on a disciple while hesitating to articulate it outright, fearing it might tarnish his esteemed reputation. After all, he was an unrivaled theoretical researcher. How could he seek a disciple with a seemingly useless spirit? What Yu Xiaojiang did not realize was that Kai was far from a mere 6-year-old child and had already gained insight into the characters of both him and Tang San. Thus, as their scheming began, Kai was well aware of the pitfalls ahead. Yu Xiaojiang was certainly not motivated by altruism. This so-called mentorship was undoubtedly a trap. No matter how grandiose their words, he would not acquiesce. At that moment, Xiao, hearing Tang San's suggestion, appeared intrigued. If Kai could indeed become a disciple of this distinguished master, would he not, under the master's guidance, achieve the same remarkable accomplishments as Tang San in the future? While Xiao wished to help Kai enhance his strength, aside from sparring, she had no other means. Therefore, in her view, this represented an opportunity for Kai. "Xiao Kai. Xiao San speaks with merit. but I wonder if Master would be willing to accept you as a disciple. Before Yu Xiaojiang could respond, Kai interjected, Aha, Xiao Wu. You are overestimating things. The Master would naturally not wish to take on a waste like me. Wouldn't he that tarnish his reputation? What qualifications do I possess to be his disciple with such a feudal spirit? Upon hearing this, even with Yu Xiaojiang's thick skin, his expression darkened slightly. It was evident he understood that Kai's retort was a jab at his previous refusal to accept him as a disciple, mocking him for possessing a useless spirit. He had not anticipated that this young lad, despite his age, possessed such cunning. However, Yu Xiaojiang could empathize. After all, he was still a child. A touch of childishness was to be expected. Once he unraveled the principles behind the acquired mutations of spirits through research on Kai, he would ensure to educate this little rascal properly. Ah, little Kai, you are unaware that I often say there are no useless spirits, only useless soul masters. Look at Xiao San. His blue-silver grass spirit was deemed a useless spirit, yet under my tutelage, his first soul ring was a century-old one. And his strength progressed rapidly. Yu Xiaojiang continued to boast. Kai nearly burst into laughter. How dare you claim credit? Was that truly your merit? Had it not been for Tang San, you would have perished in the Mandala Serpent's maw. Furthermore, is Tang San's spirit really a useless one? If you had not known that Tang San possessed innate full soul power and a dual spirit, would you have ever accepted him? Kai regarded Yu Xiaojiang with disdain, calmly replying, I apologize, but I must decline. Chapter 47. Yu Xiaojiang, you are nothing but a wretch. The moment Kai uttered the words, I refuse, a profound silence enveloped the room. Xiao Wu, taken aback, gazed at Kai with astonishment, bewildered by his decision to forfeit such a remarkable opportunity. Tang San, too, was momentarily stunned. He had assumed that given the meager terms presented to Kai, the latter would eagerly accept, especially after having previously sought out Yu Xiaojiang as a mentor. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he had declined. Why would he turn away such a generous offer? Yu Xiaojiang was equally dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Kai. How could someone he had once deemed insignificant dare to reject him? Xiao Wu hesitated, her thoughts racing. Although she struggled to comprehend the situation, she respected Kai's choice. Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened, frustration evident on his face. Why? He yearned to understand. Kai smiled. If your assertion that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, holds true, then it matters not how my martial soul may mutate. Conversely, if your statement is erroneous, revealing only your pretentiousness, then I would never consider you as my mentor. The logical rigor of his argument left Yu Xiaojiang speechless. Undeterred, he pressed on, you are still young and lack understanding. I once proposed the theory of the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls. Among them is the theory of optimal soul ring configuration. Tang San's century-old soul ring was meticulously crafted by me. It is unparalleled. Kai yearned to expose Yu Xiaojiang's audacity. Indeed. In the small locale of Nodding Academy or Nodding City, few were aware of the concept of optimal soul ring configurations. Many, in their ignorance, naively opted for the convenience of a 10-year white ring. However, those from powerful factions or exceptional talents utilized the best configurations. Daimubai had mentioned that his family possessed a comprehensive and detailed soul ring allocation chart. How could Yu Xiaojiang claim such knowledge as his own? The royal family of the Douluo Empire had existed for countless years, while Yu Xiaojiang had only recently come into being. Regardless of how grandiose Yu Xiaojiang's claims, Kai remained unmoved. Were Yu Xiaojiang genuinely sincere in wanting to take him as a disciple, Kai would have had no qualms about becoming a junior brother to Tang San, hoping to benefit from Tang San's future successes. However, Kai understood the true natures of both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, knowing they would never extend their goodwill to accept him. Both were driven by self-interest, displaying one demeanor towards those stronger or useful to them, and another towards those weaker or of no use. He knew his seemingly inferior martial soul would never capture their interest, given his ordinary background. It was clear that the soul aspect of value to Yu Xiaojiang lay in his mutated martial soul, coupled with Tang San's earlier displays of curiosity and probing. Kai felt he had to tread carefully. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's incessant prattling, Kai sneered, did you not assert that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters? Yet here you are, unable to advance beyond the rank of a great soul master at your age. Is it due to your martial soul being worthless? Or is it that you are simply a worthless soul master? The words struck Yu Xiaojiang like a bolt of lightning, leaving him pale and speechless. Having hit his vulnerable spot, Tang San's expression darkened. He scoffed, to insult my teacher is to invite ruin upon oneself. His hand instinctively moved to his waist. Noticing Tang San's action, Kai narrowed his eyes. It seemed this place had become perilously unsafe for him. He was aware that Tang Hao often kept an eye on Tang San, and even if he managed to escape Tang San's wrath, he could easily fall prey to the protective instincts of Tang Hao. Yet, he could not yield to the hypocritical Yu Xiaojiang. If he acquiesced, given the opportunistic nature of both Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, he could only imagine the repercussions. Kai discreetly positioned himself closer to Xiao Wu. Regardless, with her strength, confronting Yu Xiaojiang should pose no issue. Furthermore, Tang San coveted Xiao Wu, making it unlikely he would act against her for fear of tarnishing his virtuous image. Turning to Yu Xiaojiang, Kai said solemnly, you are merely a guest teacher at Nodding Academy. While other students may seek your tutelage, you are not an official instructor of the academy and cannot impose such a relationship. Faced with the invocation of academy regulations, Yu Xiaojiang scoffed, his expression darkening. Very well. I hope you do not regret your decision today. Tang San, let us depart. Everyone has their aspirations, and I shall not force you. Tang San shot Kai a cold glance before turning away. As he and Yu Xiaojiang exited the dormitory, Kai let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. These two were truly despicable, especially Tang San, whose self-centeredness led him to resort to violence against those he disliked. It was clear that he needed either to find a way to escape Notting Academy or to rapidly enhance his strength in order to protect himself against Tang San. Xiao Kai, why did you refuse that, master? Once the pair had left, Xiao Wu finally voiced her lingering question. Kai looked at Xiao Wu earnestly and replied, Xiao Wu. When I first enrolled, I sought to become Yu Xiaojiang's disciple, but he vehemently rejected me, labeling me a waste, unworthy of his mentorship. He claimed I could never compare to true geniuses like Tang San. Yet now he desires to accept me as a disciple? I believe he is merely interested in studying my mutated martial soul. I know that Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul underwent a malignant mutation, preventing him from progressing in strength. He wishes to extract a method for his own breakthrough from me, and any notions of guiding or nurturing me are not his true intentions. Thus, I would never consider him as my mentor. What? Is that true? That master is such a person? Xiao was astonished. Her limited knowledge of Yu Xiaojiang had been shaped largely by Tang San's relentless praise, leading her to hold genuine admiration for him. However, hearing Kai's words shattered her perception, leaving her uncertain of whom to trust. Chapter 48. The Malice of Yu Xiaojiang. Kai understood that Xiao Wu was naive and had little awareness of the malice that lurked within human hearts. One of Xiao Wu's most notable traits was her poor memory and carefree nature. Although she had come to the human realm seeking vengeance for her mother, she had forgotten everything upon encountering Tang San, transforming entirely into a love-struck fool. This was, of course, partly due to Tang San's persuasive abilities. Recently, while Tang San and Xiao Wu had not yet interacted, Kai had taken the opportunity to impart numerous skills for identifying deceitful individuals to Xiao Wu, hoping they would prove beneficial. After all, Xiao Wu had treated him well, and he was willing to assist her. Xiao Wu, I know you may find it hard to believe what I say. You are too kind-hearted, so be cautious of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. Just wait and see. Their true characters will eventually reveal themselves. However, it seemed that he could no longer remain at Notting Academy. What does that mean? Xiao was taken aback, not expecting Kai to say such a thing. Kai sighed. Can you not see? Tang San has already harbored murderous intent towards me. My strength is inferior to his. And if I stay here any longer, my life may be in jeopardy. That can't be true. How could he? Kai gave a self-deprecating smile. Xiao Wu. Tang San is extremely self-centered and completely selfish. He acts solely based on his own whims. If anyone angers him or is deemed an enemy, he will undoubtedly annihilate them. The only reason he has killed me yet is likely due to the research value I hold regarding Yu Xiaojiang. However, I am certain that both Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang will not easily give up. They will devise other schemes to deal with me. Within the academy, they may not dare to act too recklessly, but I must still prepare myself in advance. Xiao was momentarily lost in confusion, unsure of whom to trust. Though her instinct suggested that Kai was not lying, she questioned whether Tang San truly possessed such a nature. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang strode through the campus with a grim expression. Teacher. Tang San hurried after him. Are we just going to let this slide? That Kai is utterly disrespectful, daring to insult you. If you hadn't signaled me with your eyes earlier, I would have taught him a lesson myself. Yu Xiaojiang snorted. Humph. Of course, it won't tee in like this. Does he think that being in the academy protects him from me? How naive. Dealing with a student with no background is a piece of cake for me. A sinister glint appeared on Yu Xiaojiang's face. What do you plan to do, teacher? Should I sneak attack him at night and bring him here unconscious? Listen, Tang San. Sometimes violence is not the best solution. Yu Xiaojiang replied, a gentle smile gracing his features. You are truly devoted to me. What more could a teacher desire? However, you are still too young and kind-hearted. I must educate you further. Indeed, that fellow named Kai has experienced a mutation of his martial soul. But that is merely my assessment. What if I were to claim that he did not experience a mutation? A mysterious smile played on Yu Xiaojiang's lips. Tang San's heart stirred, as if he grasped something elusive. Teacher, if it's not a mutation, then what is it? Humph, his martial soul has been tainted. He has become a fallen. A fallen? Indeed, all fallen are devoid of morality, committing heinous acts without remorse. Their existence often brings about endless destruction. And they are the common enemy of all soul masters. Tang San was taken aback, not expecting Yu Xiaojiang to entertain such a notion. One could not deny that the teacher's plan was astute and ruthless. Kai was merely a child from Holy Soul Village, orphaned and neglected. Who was Yu Xiaojiang? A definitive authority in the realm of martial soul research. At that moment, with such a figure standing to testify, who would care about the innocence of a mere lowly commoner? Furthermore, Tang San recalled how Kai had displayed an eerie and sinister demeanor during their previous spar. Especially that bizarre ability to absorb his inner strength, such a skill was undoubtedly malevolent. It appeared that the teacher had a wealth of experience. He had nearly overlooked such a wicked entity. If left unchecked, this evil could wreak havoc across the continent, leading to the suffering of countless souls. In this light, both he and his teacher were indeed purging the world of threats, upholding justice. Teacher, you truly possess keen insight. I also believe Kai to be a harbinger of evil. If that is the case, he should be eradicated with an iron fist. Yet, you are mistaken, Tang San. Huh? Tang San gazed up in astonishment at Yu Xiaojiang's profound eyes. Listen carefully. When dealing with such malevolent soul masters, one must capture them to prevent harm to others. Additionally, one must interrogate them thoroughly to uncover if they are connected to other wicked soul masters, including their family. Only when we are certain that no other danger lurks within them can we send them to their rightful place, the city of slaughter. Yu Xiaojiang's tone was chilling, sending a shiver through the night air. Tang San couldn't help but admire the teacher's comprehensive considerations. It seemed there was much for him to learn. Teacher, what is the city of slaughter? This was the first time Tang San had heard such a term. Yu Xiaojiang himself had never been to the city of slaughter. But during his time at the Martial Soul Hall, he had perused numerous documents. Thus, he was aware of certain accounts regarding the city of slaughter. Though he only understood them superficially, his deductions were based on what he had read, combined with his own speculation, which he considered the culmination of his wisdom. The city of slaughter was a massive prison secretly established by the Martial Soul Hall, housing the most unforgivable criminals of the continent. Once one entered the city of slaughter, they could never escape. The inmates often turned on each other. To survive within its walls, one must be more ruthless than the most heinous of criminals. In the continent, once labeled a fallen or an evil soul master, individuals were often captured by the Martial Soul Hall and sent to the city of slaughter. Many who found themselves pursued by the Martial Soul Hall would seek refuge there, making it a den of wickedness. Once we have drained all value from Kai, we shall hand this little rascal over to the city of slaughter. Let him be surrounded by thousands of evildoers, so he may comprehend what true hell on earth is. A cruel smile crept across Yu Xiaojiang's lips. Only in this way could he find relief for the hatred in his heart. Chapter 49. Are you not going to surrender? In his heart, Yu Xiaojiang scoffed. Did they truly believe he was indifferent? Indeed, he had been insulted and looked down upon by many. However, among those, there should never be a mere 6-year-old with a paltry martial soul, born into lowly circumstances, without father or mother, a peasant of the lowest order. Did such a person truly have the right to insult him, Yu Xiaojiang? Consider who had dared to demean him. The geniuses of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan could look down upon him. The high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall could disdain him. The royal family could scorn him. These were adversaries he could not afford to provoke. Yet, when had a mere commoner ever dared to insult a noble? After all, he was the son of the clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Tang San was witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's cruelty for the first time. And even he felt a shiver run down his spine. However, recalling all the grievances he had endured since meeting Kai, particularly Kai's audacity in approaching Xiao Wu, he thought, his teacher was indeed ridding the world of evildoers. Only someone with such formidable cunning and means deserved to be his mentor. A mundane individual could hardly be worthy of teaching him. Of course, the most secretive and crucial point was that Kai's unintentional remark had revealed that he too was a traveler. In the Douluo Continent, there could only be one chosen one. One traveler. That was I, Tang San. As for Kai? Perhaps the slaughter city was your best destination. It was undeniable that Yu Xiaojiang's strategy was indeed ruthless. They need not personally eliminate Kai. Their reputations would remain unscathed. Moreover, the greatest advantage of this plan was that even if Xiao Wu found out, she would remain silent, harboring no resentment against him. After all, Kai did not perish by his hand, but rather, as a fallen one, imprisoned in the slaughter city. When the time came, Tang San could easily deceive Xiao Wu, claiming that he would rescue Kai once his strength grew. Yet, Tang San had no belief that Kai could survive in the slaughter city. According to his estimates, Kai would last no more than a day or two in the hellish place. Consider the slaughter city, a gathering place for the most vicious criminals across the continent. How many of them were steeped in malevolence and possessed formidable strength? Kai was merely a 6-year-old child. Even if he concealed some secrets, he would be unable to survive in such a den of wolves. Farewell, my fellow countrymen. Fear not, for I shall thrive, becoming the sole chosen one. Even Xiao Wu shall be mine. She must be mine. The teacher was indeed a master. This scheme of using another's hand to eliminate a foe was truly brilliant. Tang San felt as though he had opened a door to a new world. Perhaps sometimes, one need not take action personally. Clearly, there was much for him to learn. But teacher, how might I label Kai as a fallen one to incite the Spirit Hall's intervention? Upon hearing Tang San's inquiry, Yu Xiaojiang wore a calculating smile. With my connection to the principal, I can personally testify, and I believe the principal will show me some consideration. Of course. Has Kai not injured Li Dao in the past? It is said that Li Dao is gravely harmed. Did you not mention that Li Dao is ruthless, cunning, and vengeful? With Li Dao's accusation as a victim, dealing with an unremarkable common boy should be straightforward. Tang San's eyes brightened, revealing a look of admiration. Teacher, I understand. I shall visit Li Dao at once. Yu Xiaojiang extended his hand, producing a gold soul coin. Xiao San, remember to purchase some nutritional supplements. You must take good care of Li Dao. Tang San gazed at the gold soul coin that Yu Xiaojiang placed in his hand, and in that moment, his eyes glistened with moisture. His teacher was truly too kind. Throughout his life, no one had ever gifted him so many gold soul coins. What? You say the Spirit Hall provides subsidies? Isn't that what I deserve? Tang San knew that although Yu Xiaojiang was a guest instructor, his life was not affluent. Without other sources of income, guest instructors earned less than their fellow teachers. Moreover, Yu Xiaojiang devoted all his finances to research, leading to a frugal existence. With this thought, Tang San promptly returned the gold soul coin, while producing another gold soul coin from his own pocket. Teacher, I am now a soul master. Each month, I receive a gold soul coin from the Spirit Hall as a subsidy. Coupled with my earnings as a work-study student, rest assured, I have sufficient funds. In my heart, you are like a father to me. Please accept this gold soul coin, the first I have ever earned. I wish to give it to you. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in approval, truly pleased with such a thoughtful disciple. How fortunate I am to have such a student. There are no regrets in this life. While Tang San visited Li Dao, Yu Xiaojiang was not idle. He knocked on the door of the principal's office. Meanwhile, Kai remained oblivious to all of this. Despite his utmost vigilance and suspicion towards Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, he still underestimated their ruthlessness. Yet, even so, Kai resolved to escape from Notting Academy as soon as possible. The following morning, Kai planned to quietly leave the academy during the time he was injured and excused from class. After all, most students would be in class in the morning, and no one would notice his absence. However, as soon as the other students from Dormitory 7 stepped outside, the doors swung open with a thunderous crash. Leading the charge was none other than Yu Xiaojiang. Accompanying him were the principal, Director Su, and Tang San, alongside a supported Li Dao. Upon witnessing their arrival and the unabashed pride in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, Kai sensed that trouble was imminent. With so many people present, he surmised that Yu Xiaojiang would not dare to kill him outright. Moreover, with the principal's presence, it was evident that Yu Xiaojiang intended to confront him through legitimate means. Thus, it seemed he was not entirely without hope. Additionally, he was not entirely unprepared. With this in mind, Kai calmly regarded the assembly and inquired with a steady voice. Principal, Director Su, what brings you here? He ignored Yu Xiaojiang, knowing well that any words from him would not bode well. Director Su sighed, casting a regretful glance. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Tang San snorted coldly, stepping forward to point at Kai. At this point, you need no longer pretend. The teacher has seen through your true nature. You are a fallen one, and your martial soul is the most malevolent in the Douluo Continent. A villain like you, who brings calamity upon the continent, must be punished. Today marks the day of your reckoning. Will you not surrender? Chapter 50. Yu Xiaojiang panicked in an instant. Kai's heart raced violently. He had underestimated Yu Xiaojiang. He never anticipated that you would be so ruthless as to brand him with such an accusation. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that maintaining composure was paramount. Do not slander me without evidence. On what grounds do you label me a fallen one? I could just as easily accuse you of being one too. It is merely a war of words. He could already foresee that you would twist the narrative. My teacher has personally examined your martial soul and confirmed that it has been tainted. Tang San gazed at Kai with a triumphant glimmer in his eyes, as if envisioning the latter's downfall. Moreover, when you attacked Li Dao, your martial soul severely injured him, leaving him in a state of extreme weakness. Upon examination, it was discovered that his soul power had diminished by 2 levels. Do you still dare to claim that your martial soul is untainted by evil forces? Kai was taken aback. Had Li Dao truly lost 2 levels of soul power? He had only managed to enhance his own by 1 level. It seemed his suspicions were correct. He had indeed absorbed Li Dao's soul power, albeit with considerable inefficiency, resulting in nearly half being wasted. In light of Tang San's accusations, Kai remained unfazed, stepping forward defiantly. You can assert whatever you wish, but who are you to make such determinations? Do you fancy yourself the Pope of the Spirit Hall or the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, wielding the power to decide the fates of others? Do you think your so-called master represents Notting Academy? The principal and Director Su are present, if you wish to label me a fallen one. The most equitable resolution would be for the Spirit Hall or the Imperial Royal Family to conduct an investigation before reaching a conclusion. Yu Xiaojiang had not anticipated that the frail boy before him would be so formidable. A typical 6-year-old, faced with such accusations and the pressure from numerous adults, would likely become flustered and overwhelmed. Yet Kai appeared utterly composed, articulating his thoughts with clarity and precision. This boy was indeed exceptional, regrettably. He could not be utilized for his own purposes. Thus, he had no choice but to eliminate him, for if he were to grow, he could very well pose a threat. Seeing that Tang San's intimidation tactics were ineffective against Kai, Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. His tone grave yet pretentious. It is well known that I, Yu Xiaojiang, am an authority in the field of martial soul research. I assure you, your martial soul has indeed been tainted by dark forces filled with malevolence. Pa, your assurance? You possess no credibility. Kai spat dismissively. Having reached this point, he recognized that his conflict with Yu Xiaojiang had escalated to a point of no return, rendering all caution irrelevant. Yu Xiaojiang, are you not the successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? It is a pity that your lineage has produced such a worthless failure. You remain a mere great soul master throughout your life, unable to break through. You are a disgrace to the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. As for your so-called martial soul research, it is merely a theft of theories from the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the confidential theoretical studies of the Spirit Hall are inaccessible to ordinary individuals. You have merely deceived ignorant young women, exploiting your shamelessness to acquire these materials. How dare you call it your research? Furthermore, you are nothing more than a heartless scoundrel, abandoning your responsibilities. What achievements have you made in your life? You are a disgrace to your family, disregarding family ethics and honor by falling in love with your own cousin. In the realm of soul masters, you are a thief, pilfering the research of others. And to the one you profess to love, you are a shameless cad, straddling two boats and evading responsibility. You Xiaojiang. You incessantly proclaim your authority in theoretical research and your remarkable contributions. I ask you, which soul master has benefited from your theoretical studies over the years? Nodding Academy has taken you in, providing sustenance and support. Have you assisted any of its students? Have you aided any of its teachers? You consume resources without contributing anything. Simply wasting food. If I were to live like you, I would rather end my life. You, a disloyal, unfilial, unprincipled, and shameless wretch. What face do you have to bark at me so brazenly? Kai's eloquent outburst left Yu Xiaojiang flustered, breathless, and blushing with rage. He yearned to retaliate but soon realized that every word Kai spoke was laced with truth, striking at his hidden vulnerabilities and pain points. How could this boy possibly know such things? Yu Xiaojiang was engulfed in shock and fear. The secrecy surrounding his acquisition of theoretical research from the Spirit Hall was profound. How did this lad find out? Could it be her? Was she seeking revenge? It must be acknowledged that one who harbors no guilt has no fear of ghosts knocking at the door. Yu Xiaojiang's mind raced with speculation, and he was soon drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Tang San's expression turned cold with murderous intent. How dare you insult my teacher like this? However, as he turned to look at Yu Xiaojiang, he was struck by the latter's horror-stricken visage, pale lips, and frantic eyes. Tang San's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that everything Kai said was true? No. It was impossible. How could his teacher be such a person? It must be defamation. That was why his teacher was so enraged. Yes, that had to be it. Meanwhile, the principal and director Su observed Yu Xiaojiang's reaction, and their suspicions began to grow. Especially when Kai mentioned how Yu Xiaojiang had consumed resources at Nodding Academy without contributing anything, a sense of shared indignation arose within them. Indeed. While engaging in theoretical research here is acceptable, should not your findings also benefit Nodding Academy? After all, none of us are fools. Director Su had always held a favorable view of Kai. Initially, he had doubted Yu Xiaojiang's claims, but upon closely observing the behavior of the two, he had formed his own conclusions. Master, it is not that I distrust you, but the matters you speak of are of great importance. I suggest we report this directly to the Spirit Hall and the Imperial Provincial officials, so they may dispatch elders or other high-ranking soul masters to investigate. No, that cannot be, Yu Xiaojiang blurted out. Director Su's gaze sharpened. Master, I respect you as the friend of the principal, but this is Nodding Academy. Was my previous handling of the situation unreasonable in any way? There is nothing unreasonable about it. Yu Xiaojiang understood that Director Su's approach was the most rational and justifiable strategy. However, since the matter was based on his own fabrications, how could he allow the Spirit Hall to intervene? Especially with his recent terrifying conjectures, he felt as if he were sitting on needles, pricked by thorns. Chapter 51. The resolute Director Su. The situation had momentarily reached a stalemate. No one anticipated that Kai would exhibit such ferocity. His verbal onslaught left Yu Xiaojiang utterly bewildered. Tang San, filled with urgency, glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, extending his hand to pinch him lightly. Only then did Yu Xiaojiang seem to return to his senses. Staring vacantly at Tang San, the turn of events had completely caught him off guard. In his original script, he had envisioned himself descending like a divine warrior, revealing Kai's transgressions, apprehending him, and subsequently manipulating the situation to his advantage. However, he never expected that such an unassuming youth would prove to be so formidable. The most perplexing aspect was how Kai had uncovered so many of his secrets, effectively stripping him bare. In a state of panic, Yu Xiaojiang found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, the Dean and Director Su exchanged peculiar glances, both seasoned individuals who had already sensed that something was amiss. Tang San, observing Yu Xiaojiang's distress, clenched his teeth. Realizing he must take the initiative, the situation could not continue to unfold in this manner. Otherwise, not only would they fail to subdue Kai, but both he and his teacher could also suffer dire consequences. With a casual wave of his hand, a command token materialized within Tang San's grasp. You too. Surely you recognize this token? Furthermore, my teacher hails from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, a distinguished lineage. Do you truly believe a noble would slander a lowly commoner? Upon hearing this, the dean furrowed his brow deeply. Indeed, the reason he had shown Yu Xiaojiang some deference was due to the golden triangle, for he had once received assistance from him in his youth. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in Yu Xiaojiang's lineage from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Although he was a disgrace to the family, having fallen from grace, he was nonetheless the son of Yu Yuanjin. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was immensely powerful. Even a single strand of its hair could not be withstood by a mere junior Soul Master Academy Dean. Hearing Tang San invoke the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family as leverage, the Dean found himself caught in a dilemma. Tang San let out a cold snort. According to imperial law, a commoner insulting a noble is a capital offense. Just based on Kai's disrespect towards my teacher, we could arrest him and bring him to justice. At this point, Yu Xiaojiang had also regained his composure. Realizing that retreat was no longer an option, he was pleasantly surprised by his beloved disciple's reliability at such a critical moment. Truly, Tang San was worthy of being Yu Xiaojiang's student. Inspired by his words, Yu Xiaojiang cleared his throat and adopted an air of authority, frowning as he declared, "Indeed. This matter must be handled by me. I have reported it to the imperial provincial officials, and they will arrive shortly to take Kai for investigation." The dean sighed in resignation, glancing at Kai before shifting his gaze to the menacing Yu Xiaojiang, having already made up his mind. Since imperial officials were involved, it was best to let them handle it. With that, the dean turned and departed without further ado. While he could not afford to offend the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, he also refused to be tarnished by this scandal. Yu Xiaojiang watched the dean's retreating figure, a smirk of satisfaction creeping onto his face. At that moment, Director Su stepped in front of Kai. "I have stated that this matter should be reported to the Spirit Hall for handling, as it is their duty to hunt down the fallen ones across the continent. According to the decree of the Spirit Hall, everyone is obliged to cooperate with them. Therefore, I will personally escort Kai to the Spirit Hall shortly, where the truth will be determined." Director Su's words resonated with righteous authority. "No," Yu Xiaojiang retorted, "Director Su. This seems to be none of your concern." Unyielding, Director Su fixed his gaze on Yu Xiaojiang. "Kai is a student of my Nodding Academy. I personally handled his enrollment. How can you claim this is not my concern? Moreover, Kai enrolled with a letter of introduction from Spirit Hall's official, Su Yuntao. If you simply take him away, I will have no way to explain myself to the Spirit Hall." Mentioning Su Yuntao seemed to lend Director Su a semblance of gravitas, attempting to instill a sense of caution in Yu Xiaojiang. It was apparent to him that Yu Xiaojiang was slandering, revealing his own trepidation. Yu Xiaojiang glared at Director Su with disdain. "Are you threatening the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family with the Spirit Hall? I dare not. However, I believe you do not represent the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, do you? Today, no one shall take Kai without my consent." Yu Xiaojiang's brow furrowed deeply, taken aback by Director Su's resilience. In the past, he had perceived Director Su as a congenial figure at the academy. But now he found the old man to be unexpectedly fierce in this critical moment. Tang San observed Yu Xiaojiang's hesitation with a look of exasperation. Teacher, if you are to strike, you must do so with swift and decisive force to overcome the adversary. Why do you always waver and hesitate?" However, recognizing that his teacher was a product of Douluo Continent, steeped in theoretical research, he lamented his excessive compassion. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Tang San's eyes. Just then, "Director Su, watch out," came Kai's urgent warning from behind. Tang San waved his hand, causing strands of blue silver grass to erupt from the earth, ensnaring Director Su. "What audacity!" Director Su snorted, astonished that a mere student would dare to attack him. In that fleeting moment, as Tang San made his move, Kai dashed forward, crashing through the window and rolling to escape, sprinting away. He knew Tang San all too well. The instant he sensed Tang San's intent, he was already evading. Thus, he narrowly escaped the binding grasp of the blue-silver grass. However, Director Su was caught off guard, and in an instant, he found himself ensnared by the blue-silver grass. The toxins coursing through the plant overwhelmed him with a numbing sensation. "Teacher!" Tang San shouted in alarm. Yu Xiaojiang gritted his teeth and leaped out the window, chasing after Kai. Director Su sneered, "You underestimate me." With a casual wave, a surge of soul power erupted, causing the ground beneath Yu Xiaojiang to transform into a muddy quagmire, hindering his escape. Yu Xiaojiang fell into the muck, a visage of disarray. Kai glanced back, not hesitating, and quickened his pace towards the nearest courtyard wall. Though Tang San dared to confront Director Su, he only intended to obstruct him. Director Su was a genuine soul master, unlike Kai, who was merely a commoner. Even with his boldness, Tang San would never truly harm Director Su, especially as he was unaware that his father was a titled Douluo. Otherwise, he might have dared to eliminate Director Su. Thus, Kai had no concern for Director Su's safety. He firmly believed that reaching the Spirit Hall would ensure his security. Chapter 52. Poisoning. As Kai approached the school wall, Tang San let out a cold snort, shaking off Director Su. With a swift motion, he leaped through the window, rapidly pursuing Kai. "Stop him!" Director Su bellowed, swinging his arms. Countless stones and clods of earth from the swamp and the playground hurtled towards Tang San. Yet, with his ghostly footsteps, Tang San effortlessly evaded them all. However, this brief moment of distraction allowed Kai to reach the base of the wall. Through diligent training, Kai had become much more agile. Using the momentum from his run, he planted a foot on the wall and, with a flurry of movements, scaled it. Just as Kai was about to escape, Tang San's resolve hardened. He extended his right hand, aiming at the distant figure of Kai. With a swift motion, a concealed dart shot forth. The moment Kai landed atop the wall, he was struck, plummeting downwards. "Damn it!" Director Su roared in anger, astounded that Tang San dared to act so brazenly in his presence. Meanwhile, Tang San's blue-silver grass binding had dissipated. Enraged, Director Su waved his arms furiously, causing the earth beneath them to tremble violently, extending towards the feet of Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. "You hold him off, I'll pursue." Tang San utilized his lightness skill to chase after the direction in which Kai had vanished. At this point, he cared little for the secrets Kai possessed. He simply needed him dead. Only with Kai's demise could it be confirmed that he was a fallen one, his martial spirit tainted. He could not allow him to survive. Yu Xiaojing gritted his teeth, clasping his hands together before rapidly separating them. Come forth, Luo Sanpao. With a puff, a faint purple soul power emanated from his palms, summoning forth a grotesque creature that resembled neither a pig nor a dog. Its thunderous farting echoed like a thunderclap. Yu Xiaojing, cunningly masked, believed he could hold off Director Su, despite his formidable soul master prowess. Little San, it's up to you now. As Tang San leaped down from the wall, he noticed faint traces of blood leading eastward towards the spirit hall. Planning to flee to the spirit hall? A wise choice, but unfortunately, you ran into me. He activated his ghostly footsteps and swiftly ascended to the roof of a nearby vendor, continuing his pursuit in a straight line towards the east. This route offered a shortcut, allowing him to avoid the streets and alleys. Additionally, from the vantage of the rooftop, his purple extreme magic enabled him to observe Kai's trail more effectively. To his surprise, however, he found no sign of Kai. But it mattered not. Tang San surmised Kai's destination would undoubtedly be the spirit hall. If he could reach the necessary path to the spirit hall first, he was certain he could intercept Kai. As for whether Kai might stray in another direction, Tang San glanced at the concealed dart in his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had already coated it with the deadly poison of the Tang sect, one he had personally concocted. The one struck would surely perish. If Kai did not head for the spirit hall, his chances of survival would only diminish. Huh, what do you have to contend with me? Just as Tang San's figure vanished, a rustling in the grass beneath the wall of Nodding Academy revealed a disheveled figure struggling to rise. Weakly clutching his chest, Kai pulled a piece of iron from his back, which had been pierced through. Fortunately, this barrier had only resulted in a flesh wound, sparing his vital organs from injury. For some time, Kai had been tasked with repairing the academy's grounds, and knowing that Tang San had never participated in the work-study program, he had cleverly constructed a small hiding place utilizing the terrain. Though he had temporarily evaded Tang San, Kai was uncertain how long he could keep this ruse. Moreover, a terrifying thought nagged at him. What if Tang Hao was nearby? The mere idea sent shivers down his spine. With a pale expression, Kai pressed his clothes tightly against his chest, attempting to stem the flow of blood. He then sprinted in the opposite direction of Tang San, unaware that as he ran, his blood was being mysteriously absorbed by his right hand, preventing any drops from marking his trail. Gradually, Kai's consciousness began to wane. An icy coldness enveloped his body, as though he had been numbed by a tranquilizer. He felt himself growing increasingly detached, his arms stiffening as he fought against the discomfort. He tore open his shirt, revealing the darkened, purplish hue of his skin, and his heart sank. Damn it, Tang San truly is ruthless, poisoning a mere child. Trembling, Kai retrieved a small vial from his pocket and poured some powder onto the wound, hastily chewing the remainder before swallowing. This antidote, derived from his research and composed of common herbs, could only counteract ordinary toxins. He had no way of knowing the nature of the poison Tang San had used, and thus, this remedy could only suppress his condition, not cure it. Kai understood that Tang San's ghostly footsteps were swifter than his, and he would undoubtedly pursue him directly towards the spirit hall. However, Kai was not heading there. His destination was the city guard at the gates of Nodding City. Once there, he could enlist their aid to reach the spirit hall, confident that Tang San would not dare attack the guards in plain sight. Yet, all of this hinged on the hope that Tang Hao would not appear in Nodding City. Given Tang Hao's jealous and overbearing nature, Nodding City would hardly deter him. After all, he was a man bold enough to assault the spirit hall. But for now, Kai could only hope. Gritting his teeth, he fought against the encroaching weakness, vowing not to succumb, determined to survive. Tang San, Yu Xiaojing, I underestimated your cruelty, but if I can endure, I shall return 1,000-fold for vengeance. Slowly, Kai felt his movements becoming increasingly sluggish, the surroundings blurring before his eyes. His body felt as if it were stiffening, and he couldn't help but force a bitter smile. Was he truly destined to perish here? In his heart, he posed this question to himself, for the first time experiencing the pangs of confusion and despair. Chapter 53. Ray asked, and Kay and you shall not perish. A mysterious and beguiling voice echoed within Kay's mind. Who speaks? Startled, Kay glanced around, but found no one. Could it be a mere hallucination? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he realized it was no illusion. Suddenly, a crimson eye materialized in his consciousness. The side-shaped red mark on his right hand became increasingly vivid and searing, while his hand grew numb, rendering him oblivious to the sensation. Let us strike a fair bargain, shall we? Temporarily lend me your body, and I shall bestow upon you my full power. Your injuries and afflictions will be healed instantaneously. Kay felt the chilling, bizarre, and frenzied emotions emanating from that blood-red eye. Suddenly, he was startled. This was indeed the crimson eye he had glimpsed while in a state of unconsciousness. It was not a figment of his imagination. Was there truly an evil entity residing within him? Although Yu Xiaojing had slandered him, he had inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. Yet, the inexplicable presence of a mysterious will within his body weighed heavily on Kay's mind. Would he genuinely be regarded as a fallen soul master and be eradicated? Grinding his teeth, Kay retorted, though I know not what you are, your stealthy presence within my body bodes ill. Spare me your so-called fair trade. It is but a dream. Foolish human, you are utterly ignorant of true power. Your life is swiftly ebbing away, and with but a fragment of my strength. I can grant you a second chance at life. The owner of the mysterious voice exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Nonsense. Kay couldn't help but scoff internally. If you were as formidable as you claim, you would not need to hide within the body of a feeble mortal to engage in such underhanded dealings. As this thought crossed his mind, the enigmatic voice reemerged. I understand you may be skeptical, but allow me to share a sliver of my power with you. As the voice faded, a tingling warmth surged through Kay's right hand. In an instant, his previously hazy consciousness sharpened, and the numbness in his body began to dissipate. His entire being grew intensely hot, and a wave of exhilaration surged within his mind. As he ran, the ground beneath his feet seemed to roar with vitality. His heart raced, pulsing with vigor, each beat bringing forth a surge of immense life force. Kay was taken aback. By the heavens, this power is no mere boast. It surpasses even the effects of potent drugs. Now do you believe in my sincerity? I do not seek to possess your body. I merely wish for you to temporarily entrust it to me so that I may aid you in escaping peril, even vanquishing your foes. I can sense the intense anger and hatred that once filled your mind. Those emotions are remarkably real. If you agree to my proposal, all your wrath and vengeance shall be realized. Kay was poised to dismiss such base seduction, finding the dialogue painfully trite, as if uttered by an antiquated relic devoid of originality. At that moment, another feeble voice broke through. Do not heed him. Silence, mortal. The mysterious voice seemed filled with rage. Do not trust him. This is Rayast. The power you sense is derived from the life force of the human you previously absorbed, including the vitality you secretly siphoned from yourself. This is not his own strength. Do not be deceived. Should you relinquish control of your body to him, you will be entirely subjugated. You will become a dark creature, losing all awareness, and Rayast will be reborn. Feeling another consciousness resonate within his mind, Kay was left bewildered. What did this mean? Was there more than one sinister presence within him? Panic began to set in. His initial intention had been to seek assistance from the spirit hall. But now it appeared that the slanderous accusations from Yu Xiaojiang held a grain of truth. Not only was he a fallen soul master, but his predicament could easily classify him as an evil soul master, directly absorbing other soul power, strength, and life. If the spirit hall were to investigate, he would likely be branded as an evil soul master and burned alive. No, I cannot go to the spirit hall. Without a moment's hesitation, Kay altered his course and sprinted towards another direction. In Nodding City, there was a main gate guarded by sentinels, but other less protected entrances existed, meant for ordinary citizens to pass. Kay swiftly traversed through Nodding City, heading toward the desolate wilderness. As he rushed past a shop, he caught his reflection in the glass. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, his face adorned with bizarre red patterns. The skin exposed to the air bore an eerie shade of red, and even his form appeared distorted and enlarged. Such an appearance would surely attract immediate retribution from the spirit hall. Damn it! What manner of entities are you both? Kay seethed with fury. I am Kan, and the sinister voice that tempted you is Rayast. Do not trust him. He seeks to resurrect himself for your body. And you? Do you not also wish to use my form to be reborn? Kay scoffed. I care not. For me, vanquishing Rayast is my ultimate objective. The cold voice seemed to weaken. I am willing to ally with you to seal Rayast completely. From this moment forth, our souls shall be intertwined. You are me. And I am you, sharing the same memories, the same emotions. Kay snorted. All crows are black. Neither of you are to be trusted. Are you not also coveting my body? Are you an evil soul master or a malevolent deity from the divine realm? Neither. We arrived in this realm together. Have you forgotten? What? Kay was taken aback by this revelation. The voice that spoke now differed from the previous chaotic and violent will. It seemed almost human. The language and logic were remarkably clear, facilitating seamless communication with Kay. Once you accept my soul sharing, you will gain knowledge of all that has transpired. For now, the three of us are trapped within this body. Rayast and I have been locked in a fierce battle, leaving us both gravely wounded and thus in a state of slumber. Consequently, control of this body rests with you. Rayast cannot resurrect without gaining control from you, and I shall not allow that to happen. Therefore, as long as you reject his offer, he is doomed to perish. Chapter 54. The fiery tiger. This voice seemed utterly indifferent to Kai's presence, merely exhibiting a profound hatred for that certain will. Cursed Kai-in, you insignificant insect. You have already become a failure. Human, you have felt my power. This is merely a fraction of my strength, possessing my full might. You could easily slaughter the so-called gods of this world. These two wills appeared to be born enemies, launching a verbal assault directly within Kai's mind. Kai was taken aback by such an unexpected turn of events. As a frequent reader of online novels, he was all too familiar with the concept of possession. According to the implications conveyed by these entities, they seemed to have traversed the Douluo Continent from another realm, just as he had. Before their arrival, they were already immensely powerful beings, while he had been an ordinary human. Engaging in a transaction with them would leave him utterly consumed. He had been naive to think that powerful figures were everywhere, waiting to bequeath their legacies. Such fortune was a mere illusion. Even the smallest of creatures cling to life. How could beings of such strength be so easily subdued? I shall not acquiesce to you. Abandon such hopes. He could not believe these two would stand by and watch him perish. After all, if he died, they would also meet their demise. Ha ha ha, Rayist. Do you see this? This is the wisdom of humanity. Do you still wish to tempt him? Cain, what are you so proud of? If I perish, you shall accompany me to the grave. I am indifferent. As long as I can defeat you, that is all that matters. You madman. What benefit do you gain from this? Rayist, after all these years, you have made no progress. Not everyone lives solely for personal gain. Ah, cursed insect. I shall kill you. Ha ha. To kill me would mean your own demise, Rayist. You have indeed grown more foolish. The two wills in his mind continued their quarrel with fervor, disregarding everything, even simultaneously hurling insults at one another as if they were performing a comedic dialogue. Their uproar was relentless. Was this what the so-called powerful beings found entertaining? Kai could not comprehend it. However, feeling the immense vitality coursing through him, he finally managed to calm down. The injuries and poison he had sustained seemed to have been resolved. Regardless, his overall strength surged dramatically. Perhaps this was a case of fortune amidst misfortune? Just then, Kai suddenly felt a wave of profound fatigue wash over him. His legs began to weaken, and his body rapidly withered. What is happening? I warned you not to trust Rayist. He is merely forcefully burning your vitality and stirring your blood. Now that your energy is depleted, the after effects are inevitable. Damn, it turns out he is not to be trusted, that Rayist. Dream on if you think you can take my body. It was no wonder Rayist had been so eager to tempt him. It seemed his trick would soon be revealed. Feeling the weakness within, Kai sighed. At least he had survived. There was still hope. However, he needed to escape Nodding City swiftly. Perhaps Tang San would give up if he could not kill him, but if Tang Hao found out, it would be the end. The power of a tidal Douluo could easily pursue him. At that moment, Kai was astonished to realize he had inadvertently entered a forest. There was indeed a forest near Nodding City, but it was devoid of formidable soul beasts. Wait, he suddenly noticed countless wild beasts running amok within the forest, including ferocious creatures like wolves and leopards. This is bad. Kai turned to flee. Just then, a piercing roar echoed through the air. A shockwave sent him hurtling backward, causing him to spit blood as he leaned against a nearby tree. Struggling to lift his head, he was met with a sight that chilled him to the core. A giant tiger, measuring nearly 3 meters in length, burst forth from the woods. Its fur glowed a fiery red, and as it appeared, a wave of heat surged forth. The fiery tiger. With the knowledge he had acquired from the library, Kai's understanding of such beasts had deepened. Judging by its markings, this fiery tiger was at least a soul beast of 500 or 600 years. How could this be? Such creatures were only found in the soul-hunting forest. Why would one appear here without reason? It was no wonder the smaller beasts scattered in terror. The fiery tiger was known for its ferocity and brutality, annihilating all creatures in its path. And now, it had set its sights on Kai. Lamentable human, surrender your body to me, and I shall assist you in slaying this tiger. Cease your resistance, and let your will willingly succumb to slumber. Why are you so anxious? Do you value my body even more than I do? You wretched scoundrel, you only wish to deceive me and take my form. I refuse. I shall not make it easy for you. Ha ha ha. Rayist, your scheme has been uncovered. Cain, what are you so triumphant about? Once he dies, neither you nor I can maintain our existence. We shall perish. I am indifferent. The demise of a mere insect alongside the great Rayist is quite favorable. Cain, I do not believe you truly wish to die. I am not in a hurry. If you are, then act. Damn it. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You wish for me to channel my power into his body. In that case, you would be free to act against me without restraint. The great Rayist shall never be threatened. Is that so? How great is that? To die at the jaws of a tiger? Ah, insect, I will kill you. You are going mad again. Feeling the violent wills in his mind, and witnessing the fiery tiger drawing nearer, its sharp fangs glistening, Kai felt the imminent threat of death. To claim he was unafraid would be a lie. However, should he truly acquiesce to the so-called Rayist and surrender his body, he feared his fate would be even worse than perishing at the tiger's jaws. That ghostly entity had merely utilized a simple tactic to manifest such strange power. Kai had previously noted that surrendering his body to Rayist would result in total control and the loss of his will. Kai resolved to take a gamble. He wagered that Rayist would not stand idly by and watch his life extinguish. Surely, he could not resist intervening. After all, beings of such caliber had likely lived for countless years. They cherished their lives far more than mere humans, who had but a few decades to exist. Chapter 55. The mysterious carriage. Kai watched as the fiery tiger drew closer, the two enigmatic wills in his mind continuing to clash. At last, with a roar, the fiery tiger lunged toward Kai, its gaping maw wide open. The acrid stench and searing breath emanating from its jaws caused Kai's eyes to widen in terror. In that moment, his breath seemed to freeze. It was over. He realized he had miscalculated and was truly facing death. Yet he would not succumb passively. Gathering every ounce of strength, Kai unleashed a punch toward the fiery tiger. Crack! The sound echoed as Kai's hands pressed against the massive fangs of the beast. His eyes glowed a blood-red hue, radiating sheer fury. A savage aura enveloped him. Bang! The fiery tiger was knocked to the ground. In a swift motion, A scythe materialized in Kai's grasp, now transformed into a bizarre crimson hue, its blade sharp and gleaming. A blood-red eye flickered upon its edge. As the red scythe appeared, Kai wielded it with his frail hands, summoning a whirlwind of crimson energy. Swish! The fiery tiger was struck by the blade's fierce arc. In an instant, it let out a heart-wrenching roar, blood pouring from its body, rapidly consumed by the scythe. At that moment, a terrified voice pierced the air. Damn it! Have you lost your mind? Ryast, I promised I would kill you myself. Ah, you madman, you will perish too. No, Ryast, you will die before me. You have lost. No, please, I can. If anyone had been present, they would have witnessed the peculiar sight. Kai, seemingly mad, writhed in agony, alternating between furious roars and euphoric laughter. A faint blue phantom suddenly emerged from the scythe, forcefully restraining the blood-red eye, which struggled in vain. However, the blue specter merged with the eye. Boom. In an instant, Kai's mind detonated with violent waves. He felt his consciousness splintering into countless fragments, scattered throughout the cosmos. Each fragment was a part of his existence, yet he could not form coherent thoughts, as if they had become entirely independent and unconnected. Gradually, with a flash of brilliance, all fragments ignited, and the information coalesced. He seemed to regain his capacity for thought and the rationality of life. Yet he remained motionless, as if observing the cosmos shift through the ages. Losing all sense of time, after what felt like an eternity, a flicker of electric light surged through him, organizing chaotic streams into coherent information. Slowly, Kai felt the essence of thought returning. I am Kai. I am in the Douluo Continent. Simultaneously, an influx of alien memories began to surface, fragmented yet monumental, causing a slight disarray within his recollections. Images of slaughter, warfare, and devastation flashed through his mind. As Kai continued to sift through his memories, the chaos gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Kai's physical form collapsed, his palm now devoid of the strange red scythe emblem. In contrast, the faint blue phantom within him melded seamlessly with his being. The fiery tiger lay lifeless on the ground, its blood and flesh nearly drained. Unconscious, Kai clung desperately to one of the tiger's fangs, having shattered it. A yellow soul ring emerged, slowly merging with his body. Although Kai had not yet reached level 10, and the fiery tiger was nearly 600 years old, he had inadvertently absorbed its life essence and power during their confrontation, reaching the threshold necessary for the soul ring. Furthermore, the tiger's spirit had been consumed by the bizarre scythe, preventing any backlash. Notably, it was not Kai's scythe that absorbed the soul ring, but rather the strange blue phantom within him. As the absorption completed, the blue specter fully integrated into Kai's physique. The forest fell silent. In his unconscious state, Kai clutched the broken fang, and due to the fiery tiger's earlier presence, the surrounding animals dared not approach, thus sparing him from any predators. Time passed, and a seemingly ordinary carriage, its compartment tightly covered, emerged from the forest. The driver, a tall and mysterious figure cloaked in a dark hood, bore a strikingly handsome face adorned with serpentine markings and earrings. Huh? The driver paused, intrigued. What is it? A cool, poised voice emerged from the carriage, imbued with nobility. Master, there lies a corpse of a fiery tiger ahead. It seems to have fled here, frightened by the aftermath of the battle. Moreover, there is a peculiar individual. Oh, something that piques your interest. How fascinating. A corner of the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a pair of seemingly ordinary yet perceptive and wise eyes. Even in this desolate forest, he appeared reluctant to reveal his identity. Upon seeing, he gasped softly. Master, it seems the fiery tiger's mouth still holds a person. He must be the one who killed it. Interesting indeed. The owner of the eyes lowered the curtain, pondering. This boy appears to be merely 5 or 6 years old, yet he managed to slay a fiery tiger. It is unfortunate that he too seems to have perished. Master, he should still be alive. Is that so? To escape from the jaws of a fiery tiger? Master, a 6-year-old boy who can kill a fiery tiger is undoubtedly a genius. Perhaps a genius? What a pity, given my current identity. Even a genius is difficult to control. It is best to refrain from unnecessary actions during this outing to avoid attracting attention. Indeed, Master. The enigmatic driver casually lifted Kai's limp body as if it were mere cargo. Wait, does the master have any orders? Take him to that location. It is conveniently along the way. Whether he is truly a genius will depend on his ability to survive there. Interfere as little as possible. Understood, Master. Chapter 56. The youth and the maiden. A mysterious carriage traversed the desolate forest, seemingly evading some unseen threat, selecting only the most secluded and forsaken paths. To navigate such obscure trails within the Soul Beast Forest is exceedingly perilous, as these routes are often shunned by soul hunting groups, teeming with formidable and unknown soul beasts. Yet, the driver appeared utterly undaunted. Strangely, no soul beast dared to disturb their passage. Some seemed to sense an impending danger and silently retreated from the carriage's course. The owner of this carriage must surely be an exceptionally discreet individual. The carriage itself was sealed tightly, as if concealing a patient unfit to be seen. Indeed, within lay a frail youth, weakly reclining inside. His lips were pale, and his already tattered garments hung in rags. He trembled throughout, as though beset by the harshest of northern climates. Yet, paradoxically, his body burned with an unusual heat. Opposite him sat a young man, approximately 20 years of age, whose features were unremarkable, straight nose and square jaw. Clad in a pristine azure robe, his long black hair was neatly tied back with a blue ribbon. Though his attire seemed quite ordinary, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. Even while seated alone in the carriage, the young man maintained a poised demeanor, unaffected by the carriage's jostling. His gaze was now curiously fixed upon the frail youth lying across from him. He extended a finger, gently resting it on the boy's pulse, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. The youth's pulse was steady and strong, yet he exhibited signs of immense suffering. Within him resided an extraordinary power that surged forth, raising his body temperature to an almost scalding degree, causing the young man's fingers to feel as if they were touching something feverishly hot. This boy bore the marks of severe injuries. A horrifying wound marred his chest, and it was particularly peculiar that many of his bones were misaligned, with several tendons and organs showing grave damage. Yet, for one in such a critical condition, his pulse remained remarkably stable. The young man in the plain robe gazed at the boy with a mix of intrigue and concern, pondering the enigma before him. How could this child possibly have slain a flame tiger, a soul beast nearing 6 centuries in age? There were no signs of a third party having been present at the scene. More astonishing was the fact that the boy appeared to have absorbed the soul ring of the flame tiger, which had perished merely minutes ago. Yet its soul ring was nowhere to be found. Such a feat seemed impossible, regardless of his background or the formidable powers he was acquainted with. He understood that no one could absorb a soul ring of such age upon their first attempt. Even a genius like himself could not achieve that. It was clear that this frail boy harbored an even greater secret. Yet, alas, his injuries were so severe that it was uncertain if he would survive. The crucial matter was that this journey was shrouded in utmost secrecy. Had it not been for an important arrangement ahead, he would not have dared to take such risks. Therefore, he could not openly transport the boy back. Just as he was lost in thought, the boy let out another agonized groan. Without hesitation, he opened a finely embroidered pocket he carried, retrieving a pristine white lotus flower. This flower appeared translucent, emanating a faint cold light. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be missing several petals. The young man delicately pinched one of the petals between his fingers and brought it to the frail boy's lips. Strangely, the once crystalline petal transformed into a transparent liquid as it neared the boy's mouth, gently flowing down his pale lips and into his belly, imparting a refreshing chill. The boy's complexion visibly relaxed, a wave of coolness washing over him. Once muddled and disoriented, he found renewed vitality in this sensation. Each time this refreshing feeling surged, it granted him a moment of respite. To describe his current state, he felt akin to a computer overwhelmed by excessive computations, its CPU on the verge of overheating. A torrent of information bombarded his consciousness, and if this deluge continued unabated, it threatened to completely overwhelm him. Fortuitously, with the arrival of that icy sensation, his chaotic mind found a semblance of stability. That coolness allowed his reason to regain some clarity, aiding him in absorbing and organizing the chaotic influx of information. In his hazy state, he perceived a pair of deep, indifferent eyes observing him with curiosity. Most remarkably, he discerned that the owner of these eyes bore an exceptionally peculiar countenance, as if another face had been painted upon their own. From his perspective, this visage resembled that of a girl approximately 15 or 16 years of age, with skin as white as snow, a straight nose, and slightly slender eyes. Most strikingly, her face held an air of elegance, aloofness, nobility, and authority. Yet, curiously, within the carriage, the boy had not opened his eyes. Instead, a bizarre blood-red eye symbol suddenly materialized in the palm of his right hand. It was as though he had gained an ethereal eye, granting him the ability to perceive the world outside. Remarkably, this eye seemed endowed with the uncanny ability to see through illusions. Unfortunately, he barely had time to glimpse this moment before he was once again engulfed by the overwhelming tide of information and the tempest of his mind. His will was once more tossed like a tiny boat in the raging waves of a storm. The boy could only desperately cling to his fleeting awareness, allowing the mental storm to wash over him. Amidst this cleansing, his consciousness expanded and strengthened. The fragile thread of awareness he clung to becoming increasingly resilient. Regardless of who it may be, I shall remember this debt of gratitude. If I survive, I shall repay enmity with enmity, and kindness with kindness. Young master, that eternal ice lotus is a divine gift from the elder. To sacrifice 4 petals for this already doomed boy, is it truly worth it? The driver, seemingly aware of the unfolding events within the carriage, could not suppress his inquiry, though such a question was not befitting his station. The value of the eternal ice lotus was indeed beyond measure. It had been personally acquired by the elder in the perilous extremities of the north. The rarity alone, not to mention the inherent dangers of that region, was enough to instill fear in anyone. Chapter 57, The Mysterious Mountain Within the Carriage. A mysterious youth wore a confident smile at the corners of his lips. If he truly possessed the talent to slay the fire tiger and absorb a 600-year soul ring, then this 1,000-year ice lotus was hardly significant. However, the young master, are you not afraid of it all being in vain? If he emerges alive from that place, he would undoubtedly become the sharpest blade in that woman's hands, capable of serving my interests while also providing her with a pleasant surprise. His expression turned peculiar at the mention of that woman. It was laced with hatred, yet tinged with obsession and madness. But what if he perishes there? The mysterious youth in the carriage maintained a serene smile, elegantly twirling the ice lotus in his hand as if he merely held a wildflower plucked from the roadside. Once my grand plan succeeds, the entire continent will belong to us. Such a trivial 1,000-year ice lotus will be effortlessly acquired when I personally venture into the far north. His words were imbued with an unparalleled arrogance, and a fervor sparkled in his eyes at the mention of the so-called grand plan. The coachman, stirred by these words, gazed in admiration and fervor. Only a young master of such caliber could truly win his unwavering loyalty. How much farther do we have to travel? Young master, once we cross the mountain ahead, we shall arrive. However, is it wise to leave you alone here? No worries, we have already entered our territory. There is no danger here. The carriage glided into a vast mountain range, hidden deep within the forest. It was hard to fathom such a colossal range existed in this secluded wilderness. This place was shrouded in secrecy, teeming with powerful soul beasts, and the intricate pathways within could easily lead one astray without a familiar guide. The carriage meandered into the thicket, disappearing from sight. At Nodding Academy, Xiao Wu wore an icy expression as she regarded Tang San with cold eyes. Tang San's lips curled into a helpless smile. Xiao Wu, I assure you, I did not deceive you. Kai is indeed a fallen one. His martial soul has been tainted by sinister forces, a fact confirmed by both the principal and my teacher. I refuse to believe it. A fallen one. Kai is so kind-hearted, and his martial soul is merely an ordinary scythe. If he were truly that powerful, how could he have been so easily defeated? Tang San sighed, sincerity etched across his face. Initially, I too found it hard to believe. After all, Kai and I hail from the same village. Yet, he struck first, and in that moment, even the teacher could not stop him, leading to his escape from the academy. And now he has vanished without a trace. Consider this. If Kai were truly innocent, he would have returned to the academy. At the very least, he would go to the martial soul hall to report that someone has wronged him. Yet, he has not shown himself, which proves he is guilty and has fled far away. Xiao Wu, I understand your loyalty. You are Kai's leader. But a fallen one like him will never appear before us again. A deep worry etched itself onto Xiao Wu's face as she gazed at the neatly packed belongings on Kai's bed. Determined, she bit her lip. I believe Kai is not that kind of person. He will return. Return? Tang San scoffed internally. He has fallen victim to my Tang sect's hidden weapons and poison. How could he possibly survive? Furthermore, my teacher has inquired, and Kai has not appeared at the martial soul hall. This means he could not have reached out for help before meeting his demise. The absence of his body does unsettle me, yet I have unwavering faith in my poison. Xiao Wu wiped the tears from her eyes and stood to leave. Xiao Wu, where are you going? I'm going to find the principal. I refuse to believe it. Ah, Xiao Wu. Tang San called out to her retreating figure, his hand reaching out before retracting, clenched into a fist. A sinister smile crept onto his lips. Turning to Kai's bed, he kicked it aside, relieved that he would no longer have to witness him lying next to Xiao Wu. Tang San felt a surge of joy. From this moment forth, the world would know no one named Kai. Henceforth, on the Douluo Continent, there would be only me, Tang San, as the sole traveler of time. As for Xiao Wu, she was merely too young to adapt. In a few years, she would completely forget about that so-called Kai. Yet, to Tang San's astonishment, when Xiao Wu stormed back to the dormitory, she glanced at the distant bed of Kai. Without a word, she grabbed her blanket and lay down atop Kai's bed, deliberately distancing herself from Tang San. Tang San was momentarily dumbfounded. He had assumed that with Kai's bed moved, Xiao Wu would sleep next to him. Instead, she had chosen to lie on Kai's bed. Even now, he could not shamelessly move his own bed closer. That would be far too obvious. He could only suffer in silence. Xiao Wu curled up in her blanket, burying her face deep within it, as if the sin of the fabric reassured her of Kai's presence. Her first friend in the human world had departed forever. After leaving the principal's office, Xiao Wu learned of the academy's decision to treat Kai as an accidental disappearance. They would not report Kai as a fallen one, as there was insufficient evidence. Moreover, with no trace of Kai, it was best to handle the situation discreetly. Nodding Academy would not seek unnecessary trouble. Thus, Xiao Wu naturally became even more distrustful of Tang San's narrative. Tang San, helpless, gazed at Xiao Wu's bed and sighed, turning to head to Yu Xiaojiang's room. This matter required further discussion with his teacher. Xiao Wu wiped her tear-streaked face, sitting up in despair as she examined Kai's belongings. One by one, she unpacked them. Aside from some daily necessities and a few articles of clothing, she discovered a letter. Was it a letter from Kai? Curiosity sparked within her. It felt inappropriate to open it, but upon noticing a cute rabbit drawn in the corner, her excitement grew as she carefully opened the envelope. The letter was written in pinyin, and the handwriting indeed belonged to Kai, albeit somewhat hasty. It was evident he had written it in a rush. Xiao Wu recalled the peculiar letters and meanings Kai had taught her, wishing she had paid more attention. She had initially thought Kai was merely playing games with her. Fortunately, the content of the letter was simple enough for her to comprehend. Xiao Wu, if you are reading this letter, it means I have already departed. I did not have time to bid you farewell. I do not know if I can survive. Given Tang San's nature, once he takes action against me, he will undoubtedly seek to eradicate me completely. For your own safety, do not reveal your suspicions of him in front of him. Should this letter fall into Tang San's hands, he will not understand it, but be wary of his hidden weapons and poisons. Tang San harbors more secrets. He possesses another martial soul, the Haotian hammer. He was born in the Haotian clan, and his father is a formidable title de law. This is a secret known only to Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. He will not divulge it to you. Even if you were to learn it, you must feign ignorance. Otherwise, Tang San will certainly take action against you. I am aware that you harbor your own little secrets, which you must safeguard diligently. Of course, if Tang San trusts you sufficiently, he will undoubtedly share his secrets with you. However, if he chooses to conceal these truths from you, it signifies that he is wary of you. Exercise caution. If I am fortunate enough to survive, I shall seek you out once more in the future. The letter abruptly ends here. Chapter 58. The young girl Nana with a complex expression. Xiao Wu held the letter tightly. Could it be true what Xiao Kai had said? Suddenly, her ears perked up. In a hurried motion, she tucked the letter into her bosom, discreetly arranged Kai's belongings, and lay down calmly. Tang San crept in, a serene smile gracing his lips. His footsteps seemed notably lighter, buoyed by the good news he had just received from Master Yu Xiaojiang. It appeared that someone had seen Kai escape the city, although a minor beast tide had erupted outside, with numerous wild beasts passing through, even formidable soul beasts. Given Kai's injuries and his current state, if he ventured through that chaos, it would surely spell his demise. This also explained why Kai's body had not been discovered. Perhaps it had already been devoured by the beasts. Tang San finally felt a sense of relief. Xiao Wu, he tentatively called. Xiao San, I'm quite tired today and wish to retire early. Let's discuss matters tomorrow. Joy surged within Tang San. Xiao Wu's tone had softened considerably, and she continued to refer to him as Xiao San, without mentioning Kai at all. It seemed she had come to terms with the situation. Xiao Wu, in time, you will understand that I am 1,000 times better than that Kai. Xiao Wu, worry not, for once my strength has grown, I will aid you in finding Kai. His voice brimmed with tenderness and concern. Yet, within Xiao Wu, an icy chill crept over her. If what Xiao Kai had said was true, then Tang San was truly terrifying. Xiao Kai, where are you now? Are you well? As Kai stirred from his stupor, he found himself in a dim, dilapidated room. The gloom and prolonged slumber had rendered him weak and feeble. After a time, his vision cleared, revealing a delicate young girl before him. Appearing around 12 or 13 years of age, with flowing black hair and playful, beautiful eyes, radiating warmth and a natural charm. You are awake? It is truly remarkable that you survived such grave injuries. Where's this place? Kai managed to rasp, his throat parched and hoarse. This is a school. A school? Indeed. It is quite a feat for you to still be alive. The instructor mentioned that you were brought here by a significant figure. However, no matter who it was, as long as you were brought here, you are now a living dead man. Living dead man. Precisely, one who lives merely to await death, much like myself. Confused, Kai took in his surroundings and the peculiar girl. Cough, cough. Who are you? My name is Nana. By the way, you. Nana, are you ready yet? We mustn't be late. A somewhat cold male voice called from outside. Almost, brother. The girl stuck out her tongue towards the door. I told you he wouldn't survive. Why insist on bringing him back? Brother, who said he wouldn't come back? He has awakened. At that moment, the light at the door dimmed as a figure entered the room. It was a slender boy, slightly older than the girl, yet tall enough to resemble an adult. He had long hair, a pale face, and eyes that glimmered like stars. He surveyed Kai with a few glances before shaking his head. Though he has awakened, in his current state, he likely cannot endure here for long. Even if you revive him, he will eventually perish. Brother, the girl huffed in discontent before expressing somberly. We have all struggled immensely just to survive. You understand that feeling better than anyone, do you not? Sighing, the boy gazed at her, his eyes filled with compassion. Very well, you may proceed, but do not be late, else that wretched instructor will punish you. Understood, brother. The girl retrieved a small bowl filled with warm water. Gently, she propped Kai up and brought the bowl to his lips. His trembling lips eagerly drank the water. He felt no significant pain but was akin to a person awakening from a long coma, struggling to acclimate to his body. Instinctively, he attempted to sip the water. Yet the motion felt delayed. Now, you must stay inside. It is dangerous outside. I will go train and return to see you tonight. With that, the girl closed the door and hurried away. Leaning against the bed's edge, Kai mustered the strength to stand. He awkwardly stepped forward, as if he had forgotten how to walk, and collapsed to the ground. It felt as though he were controlling a foreign body, utterly clumsy. After some time, he regained a modicum of strength and carefully examined himself. His body bore no wounds. Instead, he sensed an inexplicable transformation within, as if a powerful force had forcibly upgraded his physique. He was gradually adjusting to this new form. Surveying the shabby room, constructed from rudimentary wooden planks, straw, and stones, he noticed its sparse furnishings. Steadying himself, he shakily opened the door, revealing a vast expanse of mountains in the distance. It appeared he was in a valley, surrounded by towering cliffs. He seemed to be positioned halfway up the slope. Gazing downward, Kai was momentarily stunned. Below lay various man-made structures resembling a colossal military camp or a vast concentration facility, equipped with numerous training facilities and fields, teeming with dense crowds. Where's this place? Kai ruminated over the events that transpired after his fainting spell. It seemed he had been rescued by someone, a strikingly beautiful and mysterious figure. He owed her a debt of gratitude. Bracing himself against the doorframe, he sat on the mountainside, the wind swirling around him, refreshing his senses. He recalled fragments of memories: Raya Star, Cain, Darkborn, Shadow. A bitter smile crept upon his lips as he extended his right hand, revealing a pattern resembling a red eye imprinted within his palm, seemingly sealed away. Absorbing the vast influx of information, he finally pieced together the puzzle of his circumstances and understood why he had found himself here. Raya Star, once a powerful being from ancient times, had succumbed to the taint of a mysterious, malevolent force, transforming into the fearsome Darkborn. His true form was that of a scythe-shaped weapon, later acquired by the exceptional assassin Kai In from the Shadow Flow. Chapter 59. The truth of the crossing. As Kai's fingers brushed against the scythe, corruption began to entwine them, binding their fates inextricably. For ages, Rayist had awaited a flawless host, yearning for reunion with the kin of the Darkborn to eradicate all life on Earth. Yet, Cain was not one to be easily possessed. With great pride, he returned to Ionia, confident that Zed would endorse him as the new leader of the Shadow Order. With vigorous abandon, Cain wielded the living Darkborn weapon, Rayist, indifferent to the decay encroaching upon his body and mind. This path could lead to but two outcomes: either Cain would bend the weapon to his will, or the vile blade would consume him utterly, heralding the ruin of Runeterra. Once one encounters a Darkborn weapon, a war of wills commences, with the ensnared Darkborn struggling to dominate the mind of its wielder. This is a contest that mere mortals can never hope to win. Most are immediately rebuffed, their bodies mere vessels for the Darkborn to seek stronger hosts. Many have attempted to wield the scythe Cain sought, but all, without exception, have failed. Regrettably for Rayist, he encountered his destined nemesis, the prodigious assassin of the Shadow Order, Cain. While other apprentices toiled over the mastery of singular weapons, Cain effortlessly commanded the use of all. He scorned heavy armor, believing himself to be the mightiest weapon of all. Thus, Cain not only resisted the corruption of Rayist but mastered its power perfectly. With Rayist's formidable abilities, Cain ascended to unprecedented heights. However, Zed, the master of the Shadow Order, discerned the latent peril within Cain. He aspired to steer his disciple toward the righteous path. Yet, the arrogant Cain believed he had far surpassed Zed's accomplishments. Consequently, he challenged his mentor and ultimately took Zed's life with his own hands. In the aftermath of Zed's demise, an unforeseen calamity unfolded. Cain's mental state fractured profoundly, plunging him into a chasm of self-doubt. At this critical juncture, Rayist retaliated against Cain, seizing a long-awaited opportunity to vanquish him. Naturally, Cain would not yield without a fight, and the two became embroiled in a protracted struggle. Ultimately, they were struck by a mysterious force. A tremendous energy erupted, tearing through the fabric of time and space. In the tumult of this chaotic maelstrom, both Cain and Rayist lost their corporeal forms, leaving only pure will behind. Just as they were on the brink of being swept away into the vastness of time, they simultaneously perceived a unique energy plummeting toward the Douluo Continent. This was their sole chance for survival. Without hesitation, they plunged into this force, their souls traversing into the Douluo Continent, inhabiting the body of a mere 6-year-old child. However, during the tumultuous passage through the spatial barriers, the energy of Cain and Rayist was entirely depleted, causing both to fall into a deep slumber. It was only with the assistance of Yuntao that Cain awakened his own scythe martial soul, prompting the revival of Rayist's energy. Regrettably, the energy levels of the Douluo Continent were too feeble, compounded by the frailty of Cain's form. It was not until Cain, in battle, struck Li Dao with his scythe martial soul that Rayist seized the opportunity to absorb a significant amount of life force and soul power, thus reviving his strength. Eager to reconstruct Cain's body and facilitate his rebirth, Rayist's resurgence also restored Cain's will. Naturally, Cain sought to thwart Rayist's nefarious schemes. However, he unexpectedly proved to be more astute and resolute than Rayist had anticipated, remaining impervious to the latter's manipulations and even opting for mutual destruction. After countless years of existence and survival through the cosmic storms and chaotic currents of time, Rayist was unwilling to meet his demise at the hands of a mere fire tiger. In desperation, he resorted to action, channeling his power into Cain's body in an attempt to control him and slay the fire tiger. Strictly speaking, both Rayist and Cain were outsiders. Yet only Cain was the true master of this body. Thus, when Rayist willingly infused his power into Cain, he effectively merged with him. The ever-patient Cain seized this opportunity, aware that if Rayist were allowed to gradually regain strength on this continent through unrelenting slaughter, the land would ultimately be laid waste. When no one remained to suppress Rayist, even Cain himself would be consumed. This was the outcome Cain dreaded most. Consequently, Cain devised a method to eternally seal Rayist. He resolved to merge all his energy with Cain's body, ensuring that even Rayist could not retract his power, binding it inexorably to Cain. Cain intended to perish alongside Rayist, sealing their combined power within his own being. Nevertheless, even this plan faced challenges. Their colossal wills and tempestuous powers threatened to overwhelm Kane's frail form. The Darkborn's essence instinctively altered Kane's body. While the torrent of memories and consciousness from Rayist and Kane nearly shattered his will, should Kane falter, the outcome would be his complete transformation into a mindless being, succumbing to total brain death. Yet, even this would sever Rayist's chances of revival. Yet fate is marvelously enigmatic. A mysterious youth utilized a rare 10,000-year ice lotus to fortify and stabilize Kane's consciousness, allowing him to gradually absorb the wills of Rayist and Kane. At last, Kane's will endured. Now, within Kane's mind, the combat consciousness, skills, and memories belonging to both Kane and Rayist reside like a grand palace of memories. He merely opened a door within this palace, hastily traversing through its vastness. Alas, the immense energy within the palace could only be absorbed incrementally. Akin to possessing a mountain of gold yet only being able to spend 100 at a time. Chapter 60. Shadows and Concealment. However, this situation is merely temporary. As Kai continues to expend his resources in his ventures, the extent of his spending will gradually increase, growing in strength like a snowball. He reflects on the memories of Kai that linger in his mind before they fade away. With a quiet resolve, he closes his eyes. Rest assured, I shall inherit your will and seal Rayist permanently. I will not betray your sacrifice. Kai sits quietly on the mountainside, absorbing the powerful energy around him. Slowly, he regains some control over his body. At the very least, walking has become less awkward. Originally, he intended to wander about to ascertain his location. After all, as the girl named Nana had stated, anyone who comes here ultimately becomes a living corpse awaiting death. This suggests that he is in a place fraught with peril. Nonetheless, considering Nana's repeated warnings about the dangers of this place, he decides against wandering aimlessly. A girl willing to extend a helping hand to a stranger possesses a kind heart. And her words are ones he chooses to trust. Moreover, there is no reason for her to wish him harm. It is prudent to exercise caution. Especially given his current state, encountering danger would spell disaster. Unbeknownst to him, the sun has set, as the last rays of twilight vanish behind the distant mountains. Nana and a slender youth return, visibly fatigued and bearing scars. Upon seeing Kai sitting at the entrance, Nana is taken aback, her face lighting up with surprise. Oh, you can walk now? Splendid. Oh, I forgot. You must be hungry. Nana rushes over, retrieving some jerky from her pocket and fetching fresh water from inside. Here, eat. The enticing aroma of the jerky wafts before Kai, who initially contemplates refusing, recognizing that this jerky constitutes her entire food supply. However, his stomach protests loudly, betraying him. Nana's eyes twinkle with delight. You are a patient. You need nourishment. After a brief hesitation, Kai accepts the jerky, though he only takes a couple of pieces. The aloof youth says nothing, calmly sharing his own jerky with his sister. Observing Kai devouring the jerky, Nana's lovely eyes narrow into crescent shapes, a look of accomplishment washing over her. By the way, I still do not know your name. Since you have been brought here, you must be a talented youth. What is your martial spirit? At Nana's inquiry, Kai feels a stirring within. She had previously mentioned that this place is a school. It seems to be an institution dedicated to cultivating prodigies. Yet, he wonders why it appears to lack the semblance of a formal school. As for his martial spirit, a dilapidated scythe? A useless martial spirit? Kai scoffs internally, fearing no one would suspect that this worn scythe is, in fact, one of the most formidable weapons, Rayist. However, his brow furrows. As he channels his soul power, he discovers that Rayist lies in a state of eternal silence within his right hand. Of course, he could forcibly summon the terrifying scythe with all his might, but in his current condition, he cannot harness its immense power. Instead, it would drain his essence. Awakening Rayist's will once more. Has he completely lost his martial spirit, destined to become an ordinary person henceforth? Just then, he notices that as he channels his soul power, it seems to converge within him. Gradually, a faint blue phantom begins to materialize. As the phantom solidifies, a shadow identical to Kai appears beneath his feet. The sun is set, and darkness envelopes the surroundings, yet Kai's shadow remains distinctly visible on the ground. This is my martial spirit, called Shadow. The name flashes through his mind. Is there truly such a martial spirit? Nana appears intrigued, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Even eager to reach out and touch Kai's shadow. The indifferent youth, without lifting his head, states, martial spirits come in countless varieties. Anything is possible. There is no absolute distinction between strong and weak martial spirits. By the way, what is your name? Kai perceives that beneath the aloof exterior, the youth possesses a warm heart, akin to his sister, both kind and generous. A name? Kai sighs inwardly. The past version of himself has perished, slain by Tang San. Until he exacts revenge, that name will remain lost. From now on, I shall be a shadowy assassin, concealing my past and identity. I shall be known as Yin. Yin? That name indeed suits your martial spirit. A sweet smile graces the girl's lips. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hulina. With the martial spirit of the heavenly fox. This is my brother, Xiao. He is quite formidable. Hulina? Xiao? In an instant, Kai now stands frozen, staring blankly at the girl, disbelief written all over his face. A self-deprecating smile crosses his lips. He should have anticipated this encounter. Yet he never expected to meet the future saintess of the spirit hall here. You were meant to be a great villain. How can you be so kind? Reflecting on Hu Na's tragic fate, a complex expression flickers in Yin's gaze. Noticing Yin's intense stare at Hu Na, Xiaoyu's expression darkens further. Hu Na, feeling slightly bashful under Yin's heated gaze, lowers her head, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, pouting slightly in displeasure. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something strange about the name Hu Na? Or have you heard it before? A glint of something inscrutable shines in Yin's eyes as he regards Hu Na. Indeed. I have heard of it. Hu Na is momentarily stunned. Xiaoyu's eyes narrow with increasing wariness and vigilance. Gazing into the distant sky, Yin's lips curl into a faint smile. In his past life, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her before. At these words, Hu Na freezes, her mouth forming an O shape, and a blush blooms on her cheeks. For some reason, she senses that Yin's gaze is particularly sincere as he speaks. A strange thought flits through her mind. He speaks the truth, he is not deceiving her. As the one most adept at manipulating hearts, Hu Na believes she possesses an innate ability to discern when men lie. Of course, if Yin were to learn of this, he would surely scoff. Discerning male deception? Perhaps this is Hu Na's weakest ability. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu's expression grows increasingly unfriendly. His once fair complexion now resembles that of charcoal, his gaze fixated on Yin, brimming with suspicion and disdain. In his eyes, Yin has transformed into a smooth-talking rogue dared to flirt with his sister before him. Had he known, he would have never allowed Nana to rescue this boy. Chapter 61. The elite program of the Spirit Hall regarding Hu Na, even for the staunchest admirer of Tang San. It is impossible to harbor any disdain towards her. She can be regarded as one of the most formidable contenders for the title of the strongest tool in the Douluo Continent. A fierce competitor among the top 4 in the Misery Tournament, and a direct accuser of Tang San's nefarious deeds. Orphaned at a young age, Hu Na was nurtured by the Spirit Hall alongside her brother. The Spirit Hall cultivated their talents, granting them all that they possess today. Thus, on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, she vowed to dedicate her life to the Spirit Hall. Hu Na lived up to Bibi Dong's expectations, reaching the 40th level of soul power at the tender age of 15. By 20, she broke through to the 50 level and, upon acquiring her 5th spirit ring, was personally awarded the Purple Record Medal by Bibi Dong. This achievement set a record within the Spirit Hall, placing her alongside Xiaoyu and Yin as part of the Golden Generation. Among this illustrious trio, Hu Na stood out as the core of the team, possessing the highest talent and intellect. One would presume that Hu Na was destined for greatness, with her lowest possible achievement being that of a title Douluo. However, all of this was shattered upon her encounter with Tang San. During the Soul Master competition, Tang San, wielding his hidden weapons and external enhancements, perfectly countered the Golden Generation, ultimately securing victory through the use of poison. Consequently, Hu Na not only lost the soul bone that rightfully belonged to her but was also fundamentally injured by Tang San's poison, which severely restricted her future accomplishments. Despite these setbacks, Hu Na refused to surrender. Instead, she ventured into the city of Slaughter for training, a place from which, prior to her, no one from the Spirit Hall had emerged unscathed. In the city of Slaughter, where soul skills could not be employed, Hu Na triumphed in all 16 of her battles in the Hell Killing Field, vanquishing her opponents with ease, her performance ranking her among the top 100. It is noteworthy that while Tang San could rely on his martial arts and hidden weapons despite being unable to use soul power, augmented by external soul bones and poison, Hu Na had only her own skills to depend upon. Thus, in a level playing field, one could argue that Hu Na was far more of a genius than Tang San. Shortly after Hu Na entered the city of Slaughter, Tang San followed, guided by Tang Hao. Due to his strikingly handsome appearance, altered by the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline, Hu Na was unable to recognize him. A year later, Hu Na achieved 72 consecutive victories, earning the moniker Hell Messenger, and alongside Tang San, who had won 67 times. They became the 2 most accomplished individuals in the Hell Killing Field. Hu Na kept a close watch on Tang San, captivated by his handsome visage and unwavering resolve against the temptations of corruption. Although their communication had been limited to a single exchange on his first day, Hu Na was certain that no one else could occupy her heart but him. After completing her 99th match in the Hell Killing Field, Hu Na struggled to suppress the killing intent within her, delaying her centennial match. To successfully pass the trials of the Hell Road, she proposed a partnership to Tang San after his own 99th victory. Aware of the existence of the God of Killing domain, Tang San agreed to collaborate, sharing crucial information about the chronic poison and Bloody Mary with her. 3 days later, they both achieved 100 victories, becoming the annual champions of the Hell Killing Field and embarking together on the Hell Road. Their partnership enabled them to dismantle the Bloodbat formation and overcome formidable challenges posed by the Dark Golden Three-Headed Bat King, the 10-headed Fiery Sun Serpent, and the Heart Demon. Many assert that without Tang San's assistance, Hu Na would never have attained the God of Killing domain. However, the King of Slaughter was acutely aware of Bibi Dong's presence, which deterred him from killing Hu Na during the Hell Road trials. Thus, their collaboration was not merely a one-sided reliance on Tang San. After all, Hu Na's understanding of the Hell Road far surpassed his. Upon leaving the city of Slaughter, Hulayina confessed her feelings to Tang San, only to be met with a direct rejection. A year later, at the age of 25, with Bibi Dong's guidance, she shed her previous self and reached the 59th level of soul power, surpassing her brother to become the leader of the Golden Generation and was designated as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, the first heir to the Pope. During the search for Xiao in the Star Do Forest, Hulayina accompanied Bibi Dong in handling various affairs of the Spirit Hall. Following the Spirit Hall's annihilation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the operation to capture Xiao commenced. As their team entered the Star Do Forest, they were discovered by Tang San, who was also searching for Xiao. Utilizing Hulayina's feelings for him, he successfully infiltrated the Spirit Hall's ranks. Under Tang San's guidance, the Spirit Hall located Xiao, guarded by the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. While the two titled Douluos were distracted, Tang San launched a surprise attack on the 7 Soul Saints of the Spirit Hall, incapacitating Xiao and absconding with Xiao. In that moment, as he employed the 8 spider lances and blue silver grass, Hulayina realized the identity of the man she had fallen for was indeed Tang San. Reflecting on past events, the mysteries of her heart began to unravel, yet the pain within only intensified. Hulayina understood that Tang San was merely using her, viewing her as a mere tool. Nevertheless, her heart remained steadfastly in love with him. Throughout it all, she never sought to confront either Tang San or Xiao. It can be said that Hulayina's essence is that of a kind-hearted person, deeply enamored and somewhat naive in matters of love. Moreover, her standards are exceedingly high. Even among the Golden Generation, Yin failed to capture her attention. Regardless, it was Hulayina who ultimately saved herself. She is a person of clear principles, repaying kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity, irrespective of the circumstances or moral standings. Hulayina, now that I have appeared, your fate shall not be so tragic. Having consumed some jerky, Yin's mental state improved significantly. The three sat upon the mountainside, gazing at the night sky and the myriad stars, engaging in aimless conversation. Xiao positioned himself between Yin and Hulayina, cautiously keeping his sister and this scoundrel apart. Yin, feeling somewhat guilty under Xiao's vigilant gaze, thought to himself, I have done nothing wrong. By the way, Nana, you mentioned earlier that this place is a school, yet also spoke of the people here becoming living dead. Why is that? As soon as the words left his mouth, even the originally optimistic Hulayina's demeanor turned somber. It turns out that both she and Xiao hailed from humble beginnings in Mingzhou County, inheriting their parents' spirit and surname. Orphaned at a young age, they came to be absorbed by the Spirit Hall after demonstrating extraordinary talent during the Spirit Awakening ceremony organized by the Hall. Moreover, this place was a sanctuary for talented children secretly recruited by the Spirit Hall from various regions, many of whom were orphans born into common families. Each was a prodigy, some even possessing mutated spirits. The Spirit Hall gathered them together for clandestine training, conducting these sessions every 6 years, with ultimately only one person surviving each batch. Hulayina and her companions had already trained here for 4 years, with only 2 years remaining until graduation, but in the end, only one would emerge alive from this place. Chapter 62. You will surely live well after listening to the accounts of Hulayina and Xiao. Yin felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. He was not unfamiliar with the secret elite training program of the Spirit Hall, and he knew that it was ultimately Xiao, Yin, and Hulayina who had combined their powers to execute the spirit fusion technique, enabling their survival. The trio's ability to unite their strengths made them significantly more formidable than any individual alone. Consequently, the Spirit Hall made an exception, allowing them to break the rules and emerge from this ordeal unscathed. However, Xiao and Hulayina were unaware of this fact, leaving them uncertain about their futures. Yin's somber mood did not stem from a fear of not surviving. In truth, had it been the old him, he likely would not have entertained such illusions. Yet now, he bore within him not only the formidable seal of Rayist, but also the vital memories and combat skills inherited from Cain. With diligent training, he was confident in mastering the abilities of the Shadow Stream assassins. This newfound confidence, however, inadvertently positioned him as a competitor against Hulayina and her companions. Should he triumph over their spirit fusion technique, his value to the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly surpass that of Hulayina and the others combined, thus eliminating any chance they might have of survival. Conversely, should he falter against Hulayina and the others, he would, by the rules, forfeit his right to live. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a strategy that could reconcile these opposing outcomes. With deep-seated grievances yet to be avenged, he naturally wished to survive. His initial intention had been to alter Hulayina's fate, sparing her from a tragic life. However, he now feared that his presence might inadvertently lead to her demise, and that of Xiao and the others. With 2 years remaining, the weight of this pressure bore down heavily upon him. Unless he could somehow become a force capable of suppressing the Spirit Hall within that time frame, his confidence wavered. Upon witnessing Yin's reaction after sharing her story, Hulayina's expression darkened. She mistakenly believed he was concerned about his own survival. Thus, she offered words of comfort. Don't worry. Xiaoyin, your sister will protect you. Of course, if I were to perish, then there would be no way to help you. What a foolish girl. Yin thought helplessly to himself. Xiao, however, gazed at Hulaina with unwavering resolve. Nana, rest assured, you will certainly live. You will walk out of here. Yin silently regarded Xiao. He had no foreknowledge of the future, yet he spoke with conviction, fueled by the determination to protect Hulaina at all costs, to shield his sister from harm. In the end, Xiao would vanquish all adversaries, sacrificing his own life to ensure Hulaina's escape. Yin recognized this sentiment. Even in the eyes of Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, Xiao and Hulaina epitomized the malevolent forces of the spirit hall. Yet, in this moment, Yin's regard for Xiao and Hulaina far surpassed that for Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Gazing at the myriad stars, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Yin's eyes. Fear not, Nana and Xiao. I promise you both will ultimately walk out of here. His tone was imbued with unwavering conviction. Xiao Yin is so wonderful. Sister truly has not doted on you in vain. Hulaina exclaimed cheerfully, waving at him with a beaming smile. Yet Xiao's expression was tinged with melancholy. To him, Yin's words seemed merely childish. Regardless of Yin's abilities, the rules established by the Spirit Hall dictated that only one could survive. Well, since Nana saved him, I shall protect him a bit longer, he concluded. Yet, Xiao was certain that Yin's physical constitution would not endure for long in this grueling environment. He hoped that Yin's demise would bolster Hulaina's resilience and maturity. After all, a brother could not protect her forever. Subsequently, Hulaina and Xiao elaborated on the rules for survival in this harsh setting. They were unaware of why Yin had been cast into this place. Despite being a prodigious youth, he should logically have been slated for the next elite training program. At this point, he lagged considerably behind, and all those currently surviving were far more formidable than him. It was likely that he would struggle even to adapt to the foundational training. Within this clandestine training base, sustenance and living conditions had to be earned through rigorous training. Failure to meet the stipulated requirements would result in a lack of food. The instructors, as Hulaina described, were merciless, emotionless demons. Many had succumbed to the brutalities inflicted upon them. Those who perished during training were perhaps the fortunate ones. For the instructors periodically compelled them to engage in combat. In such brutal clashes, these young bodies fought with the ferocity of wild beasts, their primal instincts fully unleashed. The Spirit Hall, in pursuit of formidable combatants for the future, employed a system of elimination in their training, akin to nurturing a venomous insect to produce a true queen. This methodology bore striking resemblance to the survival tactics of the City of Slaughter, which explained Hulaina's ability to endure in such a brutal environment, having grown up in a smaller version of that very place. However, the brutality of the training was not unfamiliar to Yin. Siddhar Kain, born in Noxus, was destined for a life of hardship. Recruited as a child soldier, he was thrust into the ranks of a merciless battalion. Such warriors were unparalleled outside of Noxus, led by the most treacherous officers. The very day Kain first wielded a weapon in battle marked the beginning of his death sentence. He and the other children were designated as frontline troops, their every engagement a grim certainty of death. Yet Kain somehow survived time and again amidst the chaos of war. In comparison, the so-called cruel training of the Spirit Hall seemed trivial. The high-intensity training Kain underwent after joining the Shadow Stream rendered the Spirit Hall's elite program a source of shame. Thus, to Yin, this training regimen appeared tailored specifically for him, as its brutality would facilitate his absorption of Kain's memories and combat techniques. After all, similar environments and experiences would foster a more seamless integration. Now, Yin could hardly contain his eagerness to experience this so-called hellish training. Chapter 63. Yin, the secret training base. The dawn had yet to fully cast its radiance upon the mist-laden valley. Below, in a vast expanse, a group of children, appearing no older than 13 or 14, stood in neat formation. Surrounding them were formidable soul masters, clad in black attire and armor, their faces obscured by dark masks, rendering their features unrecognizable. These enigmatic guardians served as both the protectors of this clandestine training facility and its overseers. Any attempt to escape would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. At the center of the ground stood a towering instructor, his brown hair cascading beneath a military coat. A pronounced scar marred his face, intersecting at his right eye. He loomed like an iron tower, or a spear poised for action, his chiseled jawline sharp and defined. The fitted combat attire could not conceal the impressive musculature beneath, exuding an aura of chilling lethality. Each child who met his gaze trembled in fear. Excellent. None of you are late. Your first task today is to complete a full lap around the base. Only the top 10 will earn breakfast. The instructor's voice was frigid, and upon his pronouncement, the children displayed no surprise. After all, the enormity of the base was well known. A single lap measured no less than 30 kilometers. It seemed as though everyone had acclimatized to such a grueling initiation, perhaps having grown numb to the ordeal. A flicker of recognition stirred within Yin's mind. The familiar essence of the Spirit Hall's secret training facility reminded him of the Shrek Academy, founded by Yu Xiaojiang in Flanders, where running was a hallmark of their rigorous training regimen. Was it possible that Yu Xiaojiang's educational philosophy had borrowed from the Spirit Hall's methodologies? Helena cast a worried glance at Yin, who stood beside her. Just arriving at the training base had been a challenge. He had been supported by two individuals, struggling to walk due to severe injuries. Despite this, the guards had announced that he was to partake in training today. Yet, the instructor demanded that Ian endure the same intense regimen as the others. Initially, their morning exercise had only required a 10-kilometer run, with everyone guaranteed food. Now, only the top 10 would be rewarded with breakfast, and with the day ahead filled with strenuous training, inadequate nourishment would spell disaster, leaving him trailing behind his peers. Helena's concern deepened as she glanced at the instructor, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. At that moment, Xiao squeezed her hand, silently urging her to remain composed. The merciless instructor exhibited no semblance of humanity. Ian, sensing her anxiety, whispered, "Nana, do not worry. I won't become a burden to you." Ian felt his body adapting more with each step down the mountain. He was not entirely incapacitated. Running was merely a repetitive mechanical action that he could soon master. Helena hesitated but refrained from voicing her concerns further. After all, if Ian faltered, she and Xiao could alternate supporting him throughout the course. The instructor's cold gaze fell upon Ian. "You have 1 minute to prepare." At his command, the group of youths began instinctively seeking their respective alliances, clustering together while warily assessing one another. Ian was unfazed by this behavior. Helena and Xiao had already enlightened him. Although the Spirit Hall's survival plan dictated that only one could emerge victorious, camaraderie was undoubtedly preferable to solitary existence. Many of these children were prodigies and were not foolish. Some chose to collaborate in order to eliminate their rivals, thereby reducing the competition. Of course, such alliances bore inherent risks, as one could never be certain whether their companions might turn against them. At that moment, a boy with fiery red hair approached, calling out, "Nana, who's this? He looks rather frail." The boy, exuding a warm smile, appeared to be of similar age to Helena but was notably more robust, rivaling Xiao in stature. Helena regarded him with a look of disdain, while the boy greeted Ian with a beaming smile. "Hello, I'm Yin." Ian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Hello, I'm Ian." He recognized Yin as another pivotal member of the future golden generation of the Spirit Hall, possessing the rare dual attributes of earth and fire in his martial spirit. The eternal ancient Flame Lord. It seemed that in time, the three of them would become the best of friends, though presently Helena and Xiao appeared less than welcoming towards Yin. However, their indifference was not outright hostility. Otherwise, in such a suspicious environment, someone as forward as Yin would likely have been met with hostility. "Hey, Xiao, I noticed that the group led by Xiaomu was eyeing you with ill intent. But don't worry, I'll protect both you and Nana." Xiao and Helena shared an unwavering trust in one another, yet they instinctively maintained a degree of caution towards outsiders. Despite Yin's overt enthusiasm, Xiao remained vigilant, while Yin, deemed too weak to pose any threat, was regarded merely as a burden. As for Yan's insistence on joining their ranks, Xiao adopted a non-committal stance, neither accepting nor rejecting him. In any dire situation, his priority would undoubtedly be to shield Helena. Before long, the youths had formed their respective groups, though several lone wolves lingered on the periphery. "Begin." With the instructor's command, all the children surged forward, yet even as they ran, they remained vigilant against potential ambushes, although they were not yet in the elimination phase. The instructor placed no restrictions on their actions. They could employ traps and concealed weapons to hinder their opponents. Chapter 64. The training commences ultimately. As long as one delays the opponent's arrival, an advantage is established. Do not underestimate such small tactics. By disrupting the opponent's access to sustenance, they will lag behind in subsequent training, potentially suffering from fatigue or injury. If this state persists, the lack of adequate nourishment can, in an imperceptible manner, eliminate others. Thus, each day, the children awaken with a fervent determination to survive. Yin leads the charge, exuding an innate, fearless enthusiasm. Hulaina swiftly grasps Yin's hand, trailing closely behind Yin, while Xiao remains vigilant at the rear, scanning their surroundings. His position at the back is not only due to his superior strength, which allows him to oversee the situation, but also serves as a precaution against Yin. However, Yin, oblivious to the underlying tension, shouts impulsively and charges forward without a care. At the same moment, on the opposite side, a youth with flowing golden hair and sharp golden claws fixes a penetrating gaze on Hulaina. "Let us go," he commands, flanked by two companions, forming a triangular formation as they trail behind Xiao from a distance. As Yin begins to run, he feels a wave of discomfort wash over him, not due to weakness in his legs, but rather from the challenge of controlling his new body, especially in terms of strength. With each step, he senses a distinct change in his feet. The immense power of the dark race has altered his very bloodline. Even the muscles and bones in his thighs have shifted significantly. The angles and heights of his legs and feet differ remarkably with every stride. Sometimes, when his left foot strikes the ground, an overwhelming force propels him forward uncontrollably. Conversely, when his right foot steps out, it exerts a different force, causing him to appear awkward and unsteady. Yet, he strives to coordinate his movements. Yin, witnessing this awkwardness, is taken aback. "No way, Laina. After you rejected my offers to team up so many times, you end up with this peculiar talent? I don't recall seeing him around the base before." Yin offers an apologetic smile to the turning Yin. "I'm sorry, I'm new here, but don't worry, I'll adapt quickly." Yin's expression softens with a hint of sympathy. "Looks like you've offended someone important from the Spirit Hall, huh?" A newcomer like you shouldn't be placed in our base. With Yin's presence, the once leading trio of Xiao and Hulaina finds themselves trailing behind others. Xiao gazes at Yin intently. Can you keep up? If not, let Yin carry you for a bit. What? Carry him? Are you serious? Boss Xiao. I can't possibly carry this guy for 2 years. Yin suddenly realizes his statement might be too extreme and quickly turns to Yin and the frowning Hulaina, flashing a wide grin. Brother, I didn't mean to imply you wouldn't survive 2 years. I mean, if you want to make it. I'll have to protect you every day, but I can only guarantee your safety for 2 years. After that, one of us will be the sole survivor. But I've already come to terms with it. Regardless of how it ends, I intend to be the last one standing. Ha! Yin chuckles lightly. Rest assured, we will all survive. Yin pauses for a moment, then bursts into laughter. You're far more ambitious than I am. All right, let us strive to survive together. But I warn you, don't push yourself too hard. If it gets too tough, just let me know. You look so fragile. I doubt carrying you will hinder my speed at all. Yin's enthusiasm is infectious, prompting Yin to confidently respond. No need for that. You're right. You can't carry me for 2 years. Gritting his teeth, Yin takes another step. His entire foot firmly meets the ground, and as he feels the rebound through his foot, a smile graces his lips. With a determined leap, he propels himself forward, landing his other foot steadily on the ground. Although it is merely a normal running posture, Yin experiences an exhilarating thrill within. Clenching his fists, he urges himself onward. The tall instructor stands upon a high platform, coldly observing the youths racing below. His gaze narrows on Yin, his brow furrowing slightly. At this moment, a figure clad in black armor approaches him. Sir, could it be that this lad has truly offended some elder, leaving him here to face certain death? The scarred-faced instructor snorts dismissively. Do you know who sent him here? Who? The armored figure inquires. The elder snake personally delivered him. What? It was him? He is a favored disciple of the Grand Elder. What could this boy have possibly done to offend a titled Douluo elder? The guard's voice carries a hint of schadenfreude. What if he hasn't offended anyone? The instructor replies, his gaze deepening. Hasn't offended? The armored figure pauses, then chuckles. Are you suggesting that Elder Snake truly values this boy? Hoping he survives to walk out in 2 years? If that were the case, there would be no need for him to be sent here personally. If he wished for the boy's demise, he could have simply sent someone else. The armored guard hesitates momentarily before shaking his head. Impossible. If he were to wait 2 years and be sent with the next group, he might have a chance of survival. This batch is hopeless. Just look at how weak he is when he runs, needing assistance. I doubt he will last through today's training. The scarred-faced instructor remains silent. His gaze fixed on Yin's retreating figure, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. No matter who you are, upon entering here, I am the only authority that matters. Here, I alone dictate the rules. As the running continues, Yin's strides become increasingly coordinated. Most critically, once he masters his running form, his cadence remains consistent. Each step covers the same distance, and even his arm swings maintain a harmonious rhythm. Moreover, after nearing the halfway mark, his breathing remains remarkably steady. Xiao, trailing behind, observes this transformation with surprise. Initially, he had prepared to take turns carrying Yin, but he is astonished to see him adapt so well. Just then, Xiao's brow furrows as he casts a wary glance behind him. Be careful. Chapter 65, Born Assassin at this moment. The trio that had been following at a distance suddenly exchanged glances and accelerated, darting towards the side. They had reached the foot of the towering mountain, with a sheer cliff on their left that plunged into the abyss, while the right side was lined with grotesque rock formations. In an instant, the three had seized the area close to the precipice. Originally, their plan was to trail behind Xiao and the others, as they had discerned that Xiao was burdened by a clear liability. The pale and unsteady Yin was evidently in poor health, resembling a severely ill individual. Their initial strategy was to wait until Yin exhausted his strength before launching a surprise attack. However, to their astonishment, this frail figure exhibited an unexpectedly remarkable endurance. Persisting step by step, after traversing the previous stretch, they would soon reach a flat road, thereby losing their optimal opportunity to strike. Hence, despite the less-than-ideal timing, they resolved to make their move. With a swift motion, the tall and agile youth leaped forward like a leopard, clawing fiercely into the cliffside. His talons embedded themselves deep into the stone. In mere strides, he surged ahead of the others, bending low and leaping down from the air, targeting Hulaina and Yin. At the forefront, Yin bellowed, Xiaomu, do you dare? His form swelled, and a blaze erupted from his right hand as he struck downward towards the descending Xiaomu. The golden-haired youth, undeterred, executed a peculiar maneuver in midair just as Yin's fist approached. He deftly spread both arms and legs, rolling like a nimble leopard, landing gracefully and swinging his claws towards Hulaina. Xiao let out a cold snort, preparing to intervene. But the two behind him flanked Xiao from either side, forcing him to defend against their simultaneous assault. With a sinister grin, the golden-haired boy envisioned the moment he would subdue Hulaina. Yet, to his dismay, a flash of light enveloped Hulaina. In an instant, she accelerated, grasping Yin and leaping agilely ahead. Upon landing, Hulaina swiftly pulled Yin behind her and executed an elegant turn. raising her long leg to deliver a powerful downward kick. Xiao Mu raised his arm to block her descending foot, using the force to propel himself backward and then lunging fiercely towards Hulai Na. However, at that moment, a sudden clap echoed as Xiao Mu stumbled and fell to the ground, his face covered in dirt and confusion. He turned to see Yn's elongated shadow cast by the sun, unexpectedly striking at him. No one anticipated an attack from a shadow, catching him completely off guard and causing him to lose his balance. Clumsily, Xiao Mu rolled to his feet, only to find that Xiao had already repelled his two companions, leaving him surrounded by 4 adversaries. His face turned ashen, realizing that the very liability he had underestimated had thwarted his plans. Yet, he remained unfazed, sneering at Xiao and Hulai Na, unabashedly revealing his animosity. Xiao, do not revel in your triumph just yet. If you wish to detain me, you will have to exert considerable effort. After all, you are still 4 against 1. Accompanied by a sickly individual. If we all fail to succeed, this one may not endure. He gestured coldly towards Yin. Xiao frowned. Having engaged with this adversary multiple times and possessing an understanding of his capabilities, he recognized the truth in Xiao Mu's words. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, it would indeed be challenging to overcome him swiftly. Wasting time could lead to their defeat. With a scoff, Xiao resolved that it would not be long until the time for elimination arrived. He urged Hulai Na and Yin to move forward. Once they had departed, the golden-haired youth's expression turned bitter, watching Hulai Na's retreating figure, muttering through clenched teeth, "This will not end here. Fear not, my brother. I shall avenge you in due time." Having shaken off the trio's entanglement, Xiao and his companions surged ahead, racing towards the front rank. Yin wore a smile of exhilaration. "Well done, Yin. That move you executed was outstanding. I've never witnessed a shadow capable of launching an attack independently. You are indeed a born assassin." In response to Yn's praise, a mysterious smile graced Yn's lips. A born assassin indeed? That notion held some merit, as his shadow martial soul was fundamentally derived from an innate assassin, a powerful figure known as the Master of Shadows, Zed. Zed was initially a formidable ninja born into the Balance sect, a brother-in-arms with the likes of Yaozi and Haozi. However, he stumbled upon a mysterious box within the sect's forbidden chamber. Upon opening it, a shadow emerged, and upon contact, everything changed. He mastered potent shadow magic, or rather, he became ensnared by the Shadow's influence. From that point onward, Zed established the Shadow Stream, entirely diverging from the tenets of the Balance sect. As his influence grew, his master appeared, hoping to steer him back to righteousness. Yet, the tale concluded tragically, with Zed slaying his own master and severing his head, thus becoming eternal adversaries with the trio representing Balance. The shadow within that enigmatic box was the malevolent essence the Balance sect had safeguarded for generations. For the members of the Balance sect, it was believed that where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. Thus, they did not entirely eradicate shadow magic, akin to a Kali, who also wielded shadow powers. However, the Balance sect maintained that everything must exist in a state of equilibrium. Zed's emergence shattered this balance, as he became the embodiment of darkness itself. Moreover, Zed's shadow was a fully sentient entity, capable of engaging in games of chance with him or even battling him, constantly influencing Zed's psyche. All the disciples of the Shadow Stream were similarly affected by the Shadow's sway. Among them was a unique case, Cain. Cain was the sole individual impervious to the Shadow's negative influence. Even while practicing shadow magic, he remained unscathed, never allowing the shadows to affect his mind. This was precisely why Zed dispatched Cain to seize the dark weapon, Rost, recognizing his exceptional abilities. The outcome proved Zed's foresight was not misplaced, as Cain adeptly mastered Rost, remaining untainted by its formidable darkness. Chapter 66. Days of Labor at the Spirit Hall. Regrettably, the final fate of the Shadow was akin to that of his master, meeting his demise at the hands of his own disciple. Yet, in the fleeting moment when Cain ended the life of the Shadow, that terrifying specter was irrevocably unleashed. The Shadow sought to reclaim its dominion over the formidable Cain, shattering the delicate balance he had maintained with Alarast within him. This precipitated the ensuing conflict between Alarast and Cain, ultimately fracturing the void that brought them to this juncture. Cain, undeniably the most prodigious talent of the Shadow Stream, possessed an indomitable will. In the final throes of battle, he single-handedly sealed Alarast within the confines of the Shadow's essence. Concurrently, he subdued and assimilated the darkness with his very soul and unwavering intent. The eternal struggle between Balance and the Shadow Stream culminated in the Shadow's complete obliteration. At this moment, while the essence of the Shadow may linger, it has been thoroughly purified by Cain's will. The Shadow, once a vessel of accumulated equilibrium in the dual teachings of the Shadow Stream, now embodies the martial prowess and essence of two legendary assassins, the Shadow and Cain. Through relentless confrontation with the Shadow, he could extract the pinnacle of assassin techniques belonging to both the Balance and the Shadow Stream from the memories of Cain. These techniques encompassed a vast array of skills, including stealthy assassination and ambush capabilities. The art of poisoning and clandestine killings was merely a given. Ah, Tang San, with your mastery of hidden weapons, do you truly believe no one can challenge you in this realm? After these events, Xiao and his companions encountered no further hindrances on their journey. Yans, who initially viewed Yin as a burden, underwent a significant change of heart. Upon returning to their starting point, they discovered a trio had already arrived ahead of them, primarily due to Yin's slower pace and the delays caused by Kaim's group. At this stage, securing a position within the top 10 was commendable. Yin observed the training methods of the Spirit Hall, which, while brutally demanding, were complemented by a surprisingly generous meal. Breakfast offered not only vegetables and fruits but also an array of meats, brimming with energy. Since his transformation by the Shadow bloodline, Yin's appetite had become insatiable, devouring his meal voraciously. As he ate, he mused aloud, questioning why the Spirit Hall, seemingly not lacking in resources, provided such meager breakfasts. It would be a tragic loss if those unable to procure sustenance were eliminated for such reasons. Xiao coldly replied, "Only one among us can survive, and we must ensure that one person receives sufficient nourishment to endure until the end." As for the others, Yan self-deprecatingly remarked, "If one cannot withstand the initial trials, they lack the qualifications to survive. A failed prodigy is no longer a prodigy. Indeed, it would be a pity if a few individuals succumbed during training or starved, especially given that most were innate talents with soul power reaching levels 8 or 9. Nonetheless, for the Spirit Hall, identifying the strongest individual was all that mattered. They governed the majority of soul masters on the continent, and only those who attained the title of Douluo could be deemed core combatants. Otherwise, they were merely minor characters among the soul saints. The difference between dozens or hundreds was negligible. However, the other participants were not entirely deprived of food. After all, the mountains offered ample resources for sustenance. Yet, these forage meals paled in comparison to the carefully prepared nutrition provided by the Spirit Hall, which also consumed substantial time and posed certain dangers. Thus, every individual was compelled to exert their utmost during training. Breakfast was fleeting, lasting merely 5 minutes. Once completed, the instructor gathered everyone for the next phase of training. Those lagging behind had no time to rest. The subsequent task astonished Yin. They were to carry bricks. Yes, such a straightforward training method required each individual to transport bricks from the base of a cliff to its summit. Despite their impressive physical conditioning from rigorous training, they could only manage to carry 8 or 9 bricks at once. The stronger among them might manage 10, but attempting to carry more would slow their progress. On the narrow, steep paths, they often had to set down their burdens to navigate climbs and jumps, leading to significant physical exertion. Moreover, if they were ambushed during this process, it would be a futile endeavor. Yin carried 8 bricks in his arms, while Yans managed a few more, about 10. Xiao and Hulaina each carried 8 bricks as well. The 4 set off along the mountain path, aiming for the towering cliff ahead. During their morning training, Yin had already spent a considerable amount of time simply running at the foot of the mountain, and now they faced the daunting ascent to the peak. This endeavor promised to consume the entirety of their daylight. Throughout this journey, few chose to engage in combat, as that would undoubtedly deplete their energy reserves. Leading the way was Hulaina, her nimble form allowing her to share 2 of her bricks with Yan's, ensuring that her speed remained optimal while scouting and guarding against unforeseen dangers. Yin initially believed his body had acclimatized to the challenges ahead, thinking this path would not prove particularly arduous. However, he underestimated the trials posed by the Spirit Hall. As his feet touched a step at the mountain's base, he was immediately struck by an invisible pressure enveloping him, as if the entire mountain was slowly leaning toward him, compressing down upon his being. Yin's expression shifted dramatically. "Remarkable. Little Yin, you possess quite a talent. What do you mean by that?" Confounded by Yan's astonished gaze, Yin was left perplexed. The mountain was extraordinary. As one began to climb, a pressure would emanate from above, varying according to one's innate talent. Most individuals would adapt to this pressure over time. But given Yin's intense reaction, it seemed his talent was indeed commendable. Though compared to my initial experience, there remains a gap. Upon my first step onto the stairs, I was directly jolted backward. Chapter 67. Unexpected gains from bricklaying. Yin gazed in astonishment at the vast mountains before him. To his delight, he discovered that as the pressure enveloped him, the bloodline power that initially transformed his body was quietly at work, gradually reshaping him. After all, his physique was merely that of an ordinary 6-year-old human child. The formidable dark blood lineage had only provided him with the most rudimentary enhancements, merely allowing the power of Reyes to interface with his being. The true strength lay dormant within him, awaiting gradual absorption. However, the natural pressure emanating from the great mountain now facilitated the release of this latent potential. Thus, while on the surface Yin appeared to tremble slightly, the pressure he endured was several times greater than that experienced by Yin and the others. This encompassed not only the might of his dark blood lineage and innate abilities but also the immense mental force that was being constrained by such power. Yet, as the pressure intensified, a formidable bloodline force naturally emerged within Yin, battling against this external force. In this counterbalancing process, Yin's vitality and physical constitution were imperceptibly enhanced. Typically, the absorption of such power would require a prolonged period of diligent training or relentless honing, but now the natural formation of the mountain served as a catalyst. Within Yin's mental realm, although the eternal ice lotus helped stabilize his spiritual world, it paled in comparison to the potent willpower forged through the temporal trials faced by Cain and Reyes. A mere eternal ice lotus could only provide minimal assistance. However, in this mysterious oppressive environment, Ian was pleasantly surprised to find that his mental fortitude was gradually solidifying. The chaotic and violent thoughts swirling in his mind, stemming from the negative emotions generated through countless battles and assassinations, were being systematically shredded by this pressure, transforming into pure spiritual energy. With each steady step forward, a satisfied smile graced Ian's face as he gazed up at the majestic mountains. With every ascent, the pressure would undoubtedly increase. Yet the rewards from this endeavor rivaled a month of solitary training. It was an exhilarating experience. Nana, may I request to spend an entire day climbing this mountain? What? Helena paused, hesitating before shaking her head. That seems unlikely. The instructor has set numerous training tasks, and in the afternoon, we have practical combat against soul beasts and other simulation exercises. Reluctantly, Ian relinquished this tempting notion. Recognizing that his current strength was insufficient to challenge the instructor here, taking a deep breath, he began his ascent up the steep cliff. Meanwhile, the scarred-faced instructor observed his performance closely, while the mysterious man in black armor subtly shook his head. This kid's talent appears quite ordinary. He displayed almost no reaction upon stepping onto the ascension ladder, indicating his abilities are rather pedestrian, he mused. The scarred instructor furrowed his brow in confusion. Ian had been personally brought here by a titled Douluo elder, suggesting he possessed extraordinary qualities. Moreover, given the morning's events, Ian's innate aptitude was indeed remarkable, managing to keep pace with those who had trained for over 4 years. Yet, why did he exhibit such a subdued response upon encountering the ascension ladder? Logically, the greater the talent, the more significant the pressure from the ladder should be, while this pressure would stabilize over time. It typically required 6 months to a year for proper acclimatization. Given that this enigmatic boy was here for the first time, it was improbable he had pre-adapted. Was it possible he genuinely lacked potential and talent? The scarred instructor had spent his life in this setting, once a survivor of a covert elite training program. He had tragically been unable to reach the titled Douluo realm due to an accident, which led to his assignment here in this secret training base. This site had been painstakingly discovered by the Wuhuan Temple through generations of inquiry. According to the oldest records of the Wuhuan Temple, it was said that powerful deities would subject their disciples to similar trials, which was a primary reason for establishing this natural formation as a secret base. Otherwise, constructing a base from scratch in such an isolated mountain range would demand astronomical human, financial, and material resources. The instructor's keen gaze remained fixed on Ian as he steadily climbed the mountain. Though each movement appeared laborious, he was managing to ascend without faltering. After a brief observation, the instructor shifted his focus, deeming Ian's ordinary talent unworthy of further attention. Perhaps it would not be long before this young lad was naturally eliminated. Upon reaching the summit, Ian was drenched in sweat, trembling all over, gasping for breath. The others were slightly perspiring but did not appear as disheveled as he did. Xiaoyin, are you all right? Can you hold on? How about this? You can rest on the mountain for a while, and we can each carry an extra brick to complete your goal. Yin, with his earnest demeanor, approached Ian, ready to offer assistance. No need. Ian stood up, his face aglow with excitement. I'm perfectly fine. Truly, I've never felt better. The trembling coursing through him was entirely due to the blood within him surging like a mighty river. Waves of power surged with each heartbeat, a manifestation of his body's exhilaration. It seemed as though every cell was bursting and reforming in a symphony of vitality. To an outsider, this merely appeared as uncontrollable shaking. Xiao, he said solemnly, if you truly cannot endure any longer, do not force yourself. You may find it difficult to adapt to such training at the outset, and employing team strategies is not against the rules. The instructor will not intervene. Xiao's words were not merely intended to comfort Ian. Most of the students typically opted to form teams, allowing them to allocate physical resources effectively. Whether in groups of 3 or 4, the fixed number of tasks assigned to each individual remained the same, enabling collective effort and rest, ensuring everyone could recuperate adequately. Chapter 68. Douluo's Chicken Game. Though such tactics sound splendid in theory, few teams truly implement them in practice. After all, it demands a considerable level of trust. Xiao's ability to propose such an idea indicates his acknowledgement of Ian, viewing him not merely as a consolation for Helena. Of course, Ian is well aware of his circumstances. He chuckled, stating, no need for that. I am eager to embark on my brick-moving endeavor. Why not rest on the mountain while I make a few extra trips? What do you think? What? Yin stared incredulously at Ian, ensuring he was not jesting. He tugged at his fiery red hair. You can't be so fatigued that you've lost your mind, right? After repeated assurances from Ian, Xiao and Helena finally believed him. Ian was indeed in good health, without any issues. Thus, they felt at ease leading him down the mountain. As they once again ascended the steps, Ian distinctly sensed that although his vitality had significantly increased, his pace had not improved considerably. This was due to the fact that as his blood vitality and overall constitution improved, the natural formation exerted an increasingly strong pressure upon him. This formation was a natural phenomenon, unaltered by the will of certain entities, instinctively generating corresponding pressure based on the potential exhibited by those who tread upon it. For most talented individuals, each ascent up the mountain would not result in substantial changes to their innate potential. Therefore, during subsequent climbs, they would gradually adapt to the natural pressure of the heavenly ladder. Even if their talents improved, such enhancements would manifest over a longer period, typically 1 to 2 years, rendering the effects not particularly noticeable. Only individuals like Ian, with extraordinary capabilities, would experience a significant enhancement in all aspects of potential and talent after each ascent. Consequently, when he stepped onto the next step, he instinctively felt a renewed pressure. As he placed his foot on the first step, his legs momentarily weakened. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to stand upright. This time, even Hulaina felt a pang of concern. Xiaoyin, don't push yourself too hard. Just share some of your portion with me. No way. No one can stop me from moving bricks. How could I forsake such a splendid opportunity for self-improvement? Though Hulaina felt helpless, she had to remain vigilant to prevent Ian from collapsing at any moment. Surprisingly, despite the arduousness of each step, when Ian finally reached the summit, his smile radiated brighter than ever, as if he had discovered some mystical treasure atop the mountain. Thus, until the sun gradually dipped in the west, he cast a lingering glance at the vast mountains behind him, truly a treasure trove. Xiao and Yin gazed at him with genuine admiration, as from their perspective, Ian appeared to be straining against the odds, relentlessly challenging his limits. Each ascent seemed precarious, as though he might topple at any moment. Yet, astonishingly, he persevered without seeking assistance from anyone. It must be said that despite Ian's somewhat diminished strength, his indomitable spirit was indeed commendable. Following this training session, they would enjoy a brief respite and meal. In stark contrast to the nutritionally balanced breakfast, lunch was rather rudimentary, consisting primarily of various roasted meats, sourced from unknown spirit beasts, large and meaty. The fatigued students devoured the food ravenously, while those who had skipped breakfast wished they could sprout additional mouths. Despite the significant enhancement of his blood vitality from the prolonged exertion, the activation of such potential demanded a tremendous toll on his body. Thus, as Yin observed the frail figure of Ian consuming plate after plate of sumptuous roasted meat, the stack before him reaching nearly a meter high, he was left dumbfounded. Xiao, do you think that kid could be transforming into a spirit beast? He is eating far too much. Indeed, for such a diminutive frame, the amount of roasted meat he consumes must outweigh his own body. Ian paid no heed to Yin and Xiao's inquiries, too engrossed in his feast. In reality, the roasted meat was not merely filling his stomach. With each few bites, the meat transformed into pure energy and nutrients, seamlessly absorbed by his ravenous blood vessels, cells, and muscles. Only when the instructor blew the whistle did Ian reluctantly set down his plate, casually shoving another piece of roasted meat into his mouth, chewing as he ran, and swallowing with a satisfied pat on his belly. It was fortunate that the martial soul hall spared no expense to train their prodigies, otherwise he could never afford such an abundance of precious spirit beast meat on his own. The afternoon training agenda was straightforward. Under the guidance of their instructor, they ventured deep into the mountains to hunt spirit beasts. Although the vicinity of the training base was safeguarded by elite members and guards of the martial soul hall, who had expelled all spirit beasts, many still thrived in the outskirts of the forest. This served as the perfect classroom. The rules for hunting spirit beasts were simple. Once they arrived at the designated location, the academy would release the students into the forest without any protection. They were free to enter the woods and hunt spirit beasts by any means necessary. Each individual would receive a score bracelet that automatically absorbed the soul rings of slain spirit beasts, although the soul rings would vanish instantaneously, leaving only a slight energy fluctuation. This specialized soul guide would record the age of the soul ring. After a day, the information would dissipate. Aside from the martial soul hall, no other faction would be generous enough to utilize such soul guides as mere training tools. The age of the soul beast would convert into points. Slaying a 10-year spirit beast would yield 10 points, a 100-year beast would grant 100 points, and a 1,000-year beast would result in 1,000 points. Regardless of whether it was 100 or 900 years, the reward remained capped at 100 points. After all, this soul guide could only discern the general age of the spirit beast, not the precise number of years. Thus, aside from testing their ability to hunt spirit beasts, it also assessed the students' understanding and mastery of the creatures. Sometimes, selecting the appropriate target proved far easier for earning points than possessing overwhelming strength. As the hunting phase commenced, even the previously solitary individuals began forming teams, as few dared to venture alone. The forest was fraught with peril, and hunting spirit beasts solo was inefficient given the vast array of spirit beast types. Faced with creatures that countered their abilities, it was prudent to collaborate in groups to confront the spirit beast effectively. Chapter 69. The Golden Devouring Mouse. The peculiar mode of hunting soul beasts employed by the Spirit Hall left Ian with a striking resemblance to a certain battle royale game he had played in his previous life. It involved casting a multitude of individuals into an unfamiliar jungle, necessitating the exploration of the terrain, resource gathering, while simultaneously battling creatures and guarding against ambushes from other players. The similarities were uncanny. Initially, Ian was perplexed as to why everyone was aware of the Spirit Hall's clandestine elite training program, where ultimately only one individual could survive. Why would anyone choose to form alliances with others? It was evident that for all the participants, each person was a competitor. Forming teams to hunt soul beasts required a foundation of trust and cooperation. Apart from the absolute trust forged through blood relations like that of Xiao and Hulaina, what compelled others to team up with strangers? And then there was Yin, who brazenly insisted on joining them. At first, Yin suspected he was merely attracted to Hulaina's beauty. However, it soon became apparent that despite Yin and his companions being somewhat older, at the age of 12 or 13, he did not harbor romantic interests akin to Tang San, who had been fixated on girls since the age of 6. Nor did he resemble the likes of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who had already wooed numerous partners at such a tender age. Yan's regard for Hulaina was more one of reverence and shared ambition rather than romantic affection. After all, for them, survival was an uncertainty. The pursuit of love seemed an ephemeral endeavor. Yan's decision to ally with Hulaina stemmed solely from the necessity of hunting soul beasts together. In the perilous depths of the jungle, devoid of the spirit hall as protective guardians, facing the unknown soul beast alone was an exceedingly perilous undertaking. One had to consider various factors including physical stamina, energy, and the need for rest and recuperation. Thus, forming a team was indeed the wisest choice. Xiao and Hulaina each possessed unique strengths, one adept in control, the other with formidable physical prowess. Yan's inclusion would precisely address their weaknesses, providing both a robust shield to absorb damage and a sorcerer capable of inflicting area damage. With Yin now joining their ranks, their small cadre would boast an even greater combat prowess, and their cooperation would flourish. The afternoon's hunt for soul beasts mirrored the morning's jog. Those who failed to meet the required score would forfeit their right to acquire sustenance and would similarly lack access to adequate medical supplies and treatment. Indeed, the secret base here had a medical team composed of elite personnel dispatched by the Spirit Hall, regardless of the severe injuries sustained during training or battles with soul beasts. Timely medical intervention was assured. However, such treatment was reserved solely for those who achieved the requisite hunting points. Those who fell short would lose their eligibility and could only await elimination. As they embarked on their expedition, each individual carried a small booklet, in which they were required to document the characteristics of the soul beasts they hunted upon entering the forest. They needed to note the year of their existence, their weaknesses, combat techniques, skills, and lifestyle habits, as well as strategies for efficient hunting. This prompted Ian to reflect on his time at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, where instructors merely provided a cursory overview of soul beast distributions. For instance, they would mention that soul beasts in the Stardow Forest were typically powerful entities with established territories, or that those in the extreme north predominantly possessed ice attributes. However, details regarding specific species or individual traits were rarely discussed. The instructor's own capabilities were rather mediocre, and they lacked mastery of such knowledge. Although the library housed relevant materials, the information was often inconsistent and derived from various sources: donations from graduates, purchases by teachers, acquisitions by the academy, and texts issued by the Spirit Hall or the Empire. Consequently, the records differed widely, lacking standardization, with some even containing printing errors. If critical information proved erroneous, one could easily succumb to danger while hunting soul beasts. In truth, for the overwhelming majority of soul masters on the Douluo Continent, understanding soul beasts necessitated relentless honing through experience in the soul hunting forest. The Spirit Hall's elite training program, however, enabled these prodigies to devise their own methods from a young age, entering the perilous realm of soul beasts to personally hunt and comprehend the nuances of each species. The booklets they carried were a compilation of invaluable insights garnered through the trials of life and death, an irreplaceable repository of experience and knowledge. Should their owners be eliminated, these booklets would be collected by the Spirit Hall, thus providing the institution with first-hand information regarding soul beasts and creating a comprehensive guide to soul beast hunting. Thus, the Spirit Hall's advantage lay not only in its possession of a wealth of information unknown to ordinary soul masters, but also in the vast compendium of knowledge accumulated over centuries. The notion that Yu Xiaojang, a low-ranking soul master, could become an invincible theoretical master solely through library research without practical experience was utterly implausible to Ian. Even the most profound theories require practical application for validation. Yu Xiaojang's theoretical constructs could only suffice at the junior soul master level. Once advanced stages were reached, he would be unable to assist Tang San, having never ascended to such heights himself. Furthermore, it seemed likely that Yu Xiaojang's theoretical achievements were merely pilfered from the Spirit Hall's research findings, given the difficulty others faced in accessing such theoretical resources. But then again, Yu Xiaojang's charming visage might have afforded him certain advantages. In the midst of a tranquil forest, where the lush canopy of trees obscured the sunlight, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, occasionally interrupted by the faint sounds of unknown insects. A plump and seemingly oblivious golden devouring mouse traversed this area, stealthily approaching the base of a large tree where some gold fruit lay scattered, its favorite delicacy. Cautiously, it advanced and paused to observe, its beady eyes darting around. Once assured of safety, it eagerly embraced the golden fruit, savoring its meal. Suddenly, a crescent moon blade descended from above, silently striking the golden devouring mouse. With a pitiful squeak, it writhed helplessly on the ground, its hind legs severed, leaving it to struggle in vain. Chapter 70. The Shadow Leopard. In the tranquil depths of the jungle, the fierce shrieks of the golden munching rat resonated with alarming clarity, quickly drawing the attention of a predator. With a sudden rustle, the expansive foliage was parted, and a robust fire-tailed wolf burst forth, its lustrous fur bristling. It sniffed at the blood oozing from the struggling golden munching rat, its eyes glinting with a predatory gleam as it leaped beside its prey, jaws agape, ready to feast. Unbeknownst to the towering wolf, a shadow lurked nearby, silently merging with its own. In an instant, a crescent moon blade sliced through the air. The fire-tailed wolf reacted with astonishing swiftness, leaping aside to evade danger. Yet, the enigmatic shadow surged forward, erupting into a burst of flames. A fiery ember ignited on the wolf's body, and simultaneously, a figure descended from the sky, lunging at the wolf. From the underbrush, another silhouette emerged with startling speed. Catching the wolf off guard, 2 strikes landed with precision, and the wolf let out a dreadful cry, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A figure descended from the trees, a young man, his face smeared with an unknown sap, blending seamlessly into the surrounding foliage, his tattered garments resembling the very jungle itself. How many have fallen now? The 4th, perhaps? It seemed the nearby fire-tailed wolves were nearing extinction. It was time to seek a new target. Haha, Ian. Your strategy is indeed quite effective, both efficient and safe. Perched among the branches, a slender youth concealed himself, his form shielded by broad leaves, making him nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. Yet, despite his companion's praise, his expression was one of grave concern. Evil Moon, approximately 1,000 meters ahead. A shadow leopard appears to have been attracted by the commotion and is approaching. A shadow leopard? Fortunately, Ian has keen eyes. Can you discern its age? It seems to be around 1,000 years old. What shall we do? Evil Moon furrowed his brow. 1,000-year soul beast? To slay one would equal the hunting of 10-century-old soul beasts. However, the shadow leopard is not easily subdued. Yet Evil Moon pondered for scarcely 2 seconds before solemnly instructing. Yin, dispose of the fire-tailed wolf's carcass in the trap area, and Ian, keep a vigilant watch. Nana. We must move. Let us use the trap against the shadow leopard. With the plan set, Evil Moon and Hulaina darted to the sides, while Yin hoisted the wolf's body and ran toward the dense thicket. With a thud, the wolf's corpse was discarded into the underbrush near a pile of fallen stones. Meanwhile, a sleek, ebony leopard, adorned with faint purple markings, traversed the jungle with an uncanny speed. Though it galloped with remarkable swiftness, it emitted scarcely a sound, resembling a silent black lightning bolt as it arrived at the spot where the fire-tailed wolf had perished. It extended its nose, sampling the blood on the ground, its eyes glimmering with an eerie green light as it surveyed the thicket. At that moment, the shadow leopard halted abruptly and lifted its gaze, pouncing toward Ian, who was concealed in the tree branches. The leopard's powerful legs propelled it into the air, aiming directly for Yin's head. Without hesitation, Ian leaped downward. Strangely, the shadow leopard altered its trajectory mid-air, its claws lunging toward Ian, who found himself with no leverage to evade. In another direction, Hulaina gasped in horror at the sight. Little Ian, she cried out instinctively. With a swift motion, the shadow leopard's claws swept through where Ian had been. But instead of blood, the dark mist dissipated. In the next heartbeat, Ian materialized near Hulaina, the original shadow vanishing as he took its place. That was close. Yin's brow furrowed deeply. He had taken great care to conceal himself, even applying a special sap to mask his scent. Yet he had still been detected by the shadow leopard. 1,000-year soul beast indeed defies conventional reasoning. Little Ian, are you unharmed? Hulaina inquired. I'm fine. The shadow leopard is incredibly swift and can maneuver mid-air. Stay alert. The shadow leopard remained rooted, perplexed by its own claws, then turned its furious gaze toward the reappeared Ian. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged at him with a ferocious roar. However, just as it neared the thicket, a rope on the ground snapped from the force of its rush. In an instant, a cascade of stones rained down from above. Despite the shadow leopard's speed, it was struck by 2 rocks, rolling on the ground yet quickly recovering with another enraged roar as it charged into the thicket. Just as the shadow leopard entered the debris-strewn area, a deep pit suddenly appeared beneath it. The leopard twisted mid-air, astonishingly leaping upwards. But at that moment, 2 crescent blades hurtled toward its head, forcing the shadow leopard downward into the pit. Then, a figure leaped up and unleashed a fiery blaze into the depths of the pit, igniting the leopard's fur. In a fit of frenzy, the shadow leopard thrashed against the flames, emitting a deafening roar as it burst forth from the pit, lunging directly at the approaching Yin. Yin roared back, swinging a fist that collided with the leopard's claws. Deep gashes marred his arm, and the impact sent him staggering backward. Just then, Hulaina descended from above, her soul power radiating, her eyes glowing with a faint crimson mist. The shadow leopard hesitated for a moment, and in that fleeting second, Evil Moon seized the opportunity to close in. The shadow leopard, suddenly overwhelmed, stumbled back, realizing the impending danger. It dashed away, disregarding the attacks from behind, its form transforming into a streak of black lightning as it fled into the distance. As the shadow leopard neared the edge of the jungle, a dark silhouette emerged from the ground. Ignoring the shadow, the leopard accelerated to escape. Just then, with a whoosh, the shadow vanished, and Ian reappeared, brandishing his blade and aiming for the leopard's throat. Chapter 71. Fatal Strike. Strictly speaking, this marked the first true solitary battle against a soul beast for Ian. The fiery tiger he previously vanquished hardly counted, as that was accomplished while under the control of the dark lineage. Using the side martial spirit for a swift execution, an act devoid of any technical finesse or experience. In contrast, the shadow leopard was an exceptionally swift and ferocious adversary. A rare millennium soul beast. Although it had only just surpassed the millennium threshold, it had already attained a qualitative distinction from century-old soul beasts. Currently, however, This shadow leopard was severely wounded from a coordinated assault by several individuals and was in a state of desperate flight, making it an opportune target for Ian to hone his skills. Otherwise, facing the shadow leopard alone would have posed significant pressure. At present, Ian possessed a single soul ring, the 600-year yellow soul ring obtained after defeating the fiery tiger. This ring was fortuitously absorbed due to the circumstances surrounding his body as transformation by the dark lineage, allowing him to transcend the usual limits of soul ring absorption. Additionally, during the process, his consciousness was submerged, with KNS while dominating his body, thus enabling him to withstand the mental impact of the absorption flawlessly. Had Ian been fully conscious at that moment, the endeavor of absorbing a 600-year soul ring would have seemed utterly preposterous. However, Ian was now focused on continuously strengthening both his physical form and his spirit, allowing him to absorb higher-tier soul rings in the future based on his capabilities. Within this training base, the majority of the students were soul masters, with very few being grand soul masters, as instructors would not permit them to acquire a second soul ring. Many harbored concerns about their inability to break through their soul power limits, fearing it would create a disparity with their peers. In such a scenario, the notion of being a prodigy would become a mockery. Yet, none dared to defy the instructor's commands. Only Ian understood the profound significance behind the Martial Soul Palace's arrangements. The bottleneck of soul rings did not impede a soul master's growth. It merely prevented them from advancing to the next tier without the guidance of a soul ring. While the process of tiered cultivation might seem incapable of breaking through levels, the cultivation of soul power would still progress. Once a soul ring was acquired, the effects would naturally manifest. This theory was famously posited by Yu Xiaojiang as the unique 10 core competencies of martial souls. However, Ian held skepticism towards Yu Xiaojiang's assertions, noting that Yu's own soul master level had never advanced. How could it be deduced that stagnation did not affect the enhancement of soul power? Conversely, the Martial Soul Palace's restrictions on these prodigies from acquiring soul rings were undoubtedly meant to allow them to accumulate strength gradually, refining their physical prowess and enhancing their potential. Thus, when the ultimate prodigy was finally selected, the soul ring they would first acquire would be of remarkable potency, compounded by years of accumulated soul power growth. To claim that the Martial Soul Palace was unaware of this theory would be incredulous. Yet, how did Yu Xiaojiang come by his knowledge? It was, of course, a matter of mere luck. The first soul ring that Ian inadvertently absorbed granted him an attack that automatically added fire-based magical damage, along with a tearing effect that increased all damage inflicted on injured targets by 50%. This instilled in him immense confidence to conquer the Shadow Leopard. As for the blade Ian wielded, it was a standardized weapon distributed by the Martial Soul Palace, intended for self-defense and combat. Naturally, these weapons were only issued during soul beast hunts and had to be returned post-hunt. Although the quality of the standardized weapons was commendable, Ian's strike proved ineffective. In a moment of haste, the Shadow Leopard suddenly turned, opening its massive jaws to bite down ferociously on the short blade in Ian's hand. Its resilient teeth produced a resounding clang against the blade, even creating sparks, sending a jolt through Ian's arm. It was noteworthy that his current physique had undergone bloodline transformation and had been subjected to the extreme pressure of the ascension ladder. Ian's body had been enhanced countless times. Yet even so, he was shaken by the Shadow Leopard's casual assault. One could only imagine the magnitude of its power had it unleashed its full strength. In the next instant, a shadow darted through the Shadow Leopard's abdomen. Where the shadow passed, the leopard's body was instantly marred by deep gashes, the surface singed by flames. In pain, the Shadow Leopard violently shook its massive head, attempting to throw Ian off. However, Ian firmly gripped the dagger, leveraging the momentum of the leopard's thrashing to twist his body and leap onto its back, clamping his legs around its waist. With a powerful tug, he drew the blade from the leopard's jaws, carving an arc along its jawline. The Shadow Leopard let out a pained roar, blood spurting forth as the tearing effect inflicted severe wounds, causing an unrelenting flow of blood. As the Shadow Leopard's blood continued to spill, it pooled in Ian's right hand, which began to radiate a searing heat. The sealed red-eye pattern within him stirred restlessly, furrowing his brow. Ian struggled to suppress the sudden surge of insatiable hunger that arose within him. The Shadow Leopard seemed to sense an impending peril, its eyes flashing with a hint of despair. It suddenly surged forward with reckless abandon, seeking to utilize its extreme speed to shake Ian off, or to collide with the dense forest ahead, taking Ian with it. With a resounding crash, the Shadow Leopard slammed into a boulder. Yet Ian's figure swiftly transformed into a shadow, vanishing and reappearing at their previous location. The Shadow Leopard, disoriented, tumbled and staggered to its feet, taking a few faltering steps before collapsing to the ground. The cumulative injuries and loss of blood, compounded by the violent impact, rendered it unable to endure any longer. Observing the Shadow Leopard sprawled helplessly on the ground, Ian let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at his right hand, brow slightly furrowed. The suppressed scythe martial spirit within still craved blood. While he understood that consuming blood would yield numerous benefits for his body, he was aware that the bloodline power previously altered by Relaster had yet to be fully absorbed. Should he allow Relaster to consume a substantial amount of blood now, it would undoubtedly restore the formidable dark weapon incrementally. Moreover, the power left within him by Relaster and Kain had reached a delicate balance. His bloodline power was undergoing a gradual transformation. If he were to absorb a large volume of blood at once, Relaster's power would surge uncontrollably, shattering this balance. Thus, Ian recognized the necessity of continuously strengthening himself, absorbing Kain's lingering will. Only then could he possess sufficient strength to elevate Relaster. This was a burdensome and protracted journey. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Ascension Ladder, it seemed that during these 2 years in the secret base, he would have to seize every moment to progress. Chapter 72. Familiar nighttime sparring, of course, Ian exclaimed with excitement as he leaped forward from behind. You've just defeated a 1,000-year soul beast head-on. You're impressive. You hardly seem like a novice. Ian chuckled and shook his head. This was merely an opportunity for you all to hone my practical combat experience. Besides, the Shadow Leopard is considered one of the weakest among 1,000-year soul beasts. Ian possessed a clear understanding of his own abilities and did not let Yan's praise inflate his ego. Earlier, Xiao, Hulaina, and others had observed from a distance, refraining from intervening, yet they had encircled the Shadow Leopard to provide him with a training opportunity. After all, Ian had just arrived at the secret base, and this was his first experience participating in the hunt for soul beasts. Meanwhile, Xiao and Hulaina had trained there for several years. For the sake of better teamwork in the future, it was imperative that Ian quickly adapt to their combat style. Moreover, the notion that he had slain a 1,000-year soul beast single-handedly was somewhat misleading. The Shadow Leopard had fallen at Yan's hands only through the combined efforts of the 4 of them, aided by traps. Had Ian faced the Shadow Leopard alone, he would have found it nearly impossible to subdue it without resorting to the sealed powers of Laicite. As a being of the dark lineage, Laicite could never truly be annihilated. His will was merely bound by Kain's formidable mental seal. If Yan's own mental strength did not improve, Laicite would gradually regain his strength. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Ian preferred not to rely on Laicite's power in battle. Additionally, the Shadow Leopard was astonishingly swift. If not for the traps and Hulaina's controlling skills, the creature would have chosen to flee at the first sign of danger. And even Ian would have struggled to keep pace. Xiao approached, a rare smile gracing his face. He clapped Ian on the shoulder, saying, "Congratulations. This marks your first kill of a 1,000-year soul beast. Now, let us quickly clean up the battlefield. Time is of the essence." The group began to efficiently divide their tasks. Yan naturally took charge of handling the carcass, while Xiao and Hulaina focused on concealing traces and traps. Ian, in turn, retrieved his small notebook and began to meticulously record the details. Soul beast, Shadow Leopard year, 1,000-year characteristics, extremely swift, silent while stalking, possesses robust vitality, and can double its speed when faced with extreme danger. Combat style, utilizes sharp claws to rend opponents, possesses remarkable biting power. Weakness, throat. Once the information was duly recorded, the group swiftly vacated the area to continue their hunt. With the experience of successfully slaying a 1,000-year soul beast, their coordination improved significantly. Yin's shadow martial soul allowed him to swap places with his physical form, a trait that facilitated perfect stealth reconnaissance. The blood red eye sealed within his possession endowed him with enhanced vision and the ability to pierce through illusions, coupled with the secretive scouting capabilities of his shadow martial soul. He could relay intelligence back to the other 3. Moreover, Yin could take on the role of luring foes, as he could instantly escape danger using his shadow martial soul. This significantly increased their hunting efficiency, much to the detriment of the century-old soul beast in the vicinity. However, it was regrettable that they did not encounter any additional 1,000-year soul beasts. The Spirit Hall, mindful of the students' capabilities, did not place an excessive number of such formidable beasts in the area. Even when present, most 1,000-year soul beasts tended to be solitary, like the Shadow Leopard. Thus, encountering a 1,000-year soul beast required a degree of serendipity. Within this perilous forest, the students refrained from ambushing one another, as the risks and costs of combat were simply too high. Their shared goal was survival, not dragging others into peril. As the sun began to set, a whistle from the instructor echoed through the dense woods. Shortly thereafter, a black-armored guard appeared silently beside Xiao and the others, having arrived without a sound. He uttered no words but led the group back to the base. For these powerful soul masters, navigating the forest was akin to a walk in the park, and they easily traced Xiao and his companions. Upon returning to the base, the instructor announced their scores. Each of the 4, including Ian, had achieved the highest points, thus earning them some additional rations, namely, the meat strips that Hulaina had previously given to Ian, along with some medical supplies. Since none of them had sustained injuries, they did not require treatment but took some medical supplies for future needs. The students' resting quarters were located halfway up the mountain, where they had built their own shelters. The materials needed for construction were painstakingly transported up the mountain by the students themselves, making Xiao and Hulaina's small hut quite a luxurious abode. While climbing, Ian had also carried a few bricks with him, but after a long day, he felt fatigued. Moreover, constructing their dwelling was not an urgent matter. It was a gradual process. Thus, he chose to rest in the quarters of Hulaina and Xiao. At that moment, Ian was merely a 6-year-old child, and Xiao harbored no concerns. However, if Yen were to join them, this protective older brother would undoubtedly engage in some physical exchanges with Yen. Regardless, their living conditions did not require much, and Ian made himself comfortable by spreading some straw on the ground to sleep. This time also afforded him the opportunity to converse further with Hulaina and Xiao, deepening his understanding of the base. After all, he had fallen behind their training schedule by 4 years. Additionally, he could spar with the two to practice his combat skills. Yin's memories contained numerous assassin techniques from the shadow flow that required practical application through real combat. Initially, the sparring sessions with Xiao and Hulaina served merely as guidance for him. However, to their surprise, the seemingly frail Yin exhibited remarkably formidable skills. Almost as if he were a prodigy in combat. Regardless of how they attacked, he always seemed to anticipate an optimal countermeasure. Nevertheless, Xiao and Hulaina had trained here for many years and had developed an almost instinctual combat intuition through the trials of life and death. This innate fighting instinct and willpower were precisely what Yin lacked. After all, while techniques could be practiced, such instincts could only be honed through continuous battles. Hence, without utilizing soul power or soul skills, it took both Hulaina and Xiao working in tandem to achieve parity with Yin. This challenge ignited their competitive spirit. "Good lad, let us go again," Xiao said, rubbing his somewhat sore wrist while defiantly staring at Yin. He speculated that Yin might be a talented disciple from a prestigious family or perhaps even the illegitimate child of an elder from the Spirit Hall. After all, where else could a 6-year-old child acquire such profound and advanced techniques? It was worth noting that the skills displayed by Yin were even more potent than those taught by their instructor. Chapter 73, Ascent of the Precipice. This was not a soul skill derived from one's own soul ring. Such abilities were predominantly crafted by individuals of the title Douluo level, and only the core disciples of prestigious clans and powerful factions could acquire them. Most of the children sent to this place were commoner soul masters. Thus, Xiao speculated that Yin's identity was undoubtedly connected to the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall. As for why he was a bastard child rather than a legitimate offspring, it was simply because no one would abandon their own kin in such a hellish realm. After all, reaching this place meant facing true peril, regardless of their previous identities. Here they were merely pitiful beings struggling to survive, a group solely focused on tomorrow, indifferent to yesterday. During the battle with Yin, both Xiao and Hulaina experienced significant growth in their abilities. After all, the techniques possessed by Yin were a precious treasure born from another world, another civilization. Yin seemed to be transported back to his days at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, where he would engage in exhausting sparring each night. Collapsing into bed while gazing at the bright stars above. As the three conversed, they dreamed of what a beautiful future might be if they could somehow escape this place alive. To Xiao's astonishment, his greatest dream was to wear many exquisite outfits, changing into the cleanest attire daily without repeating any. Considering their current living conditions, where everyone was grimy, it was understandable. The garments provided by the Spirit Hall were mostly tattered from training or combat. Xiao seemed to possess an innate cleanliness obsession, having endured enough of the filth. It was no wonder he ultimately became a disciple of the chrysanthemum Douluo. They shared a kindred spirit. As for Hulaina, her aspiration was to gather all the delicacies of the Douluo Continent, particularly to savor various candies every day. Here, their diet consisted solely of soul beast meat and jerky, a fare she had grown weary of. In her memories, the most delectable treats were the candies she had enjoyed when her parents were still alive. When they inquired about Yin's dream, he astonishingly expressed a desire to become the most powerful deity, enabling the common folk of Douluo Continent to lead better lives. Xiao and Hulaina were initially taken aback, followed by a chorus of laughter, clearly disbelieving his ambition. Yin chose not to elaborate further, instead instinctively sharing bedtime stories. Thus, he gained two most devoted listeners, while Hulaina was captivated by his enchanting tales. Xiao's bright eyes seemed to reflect the allure of the alternate sky and painted with his words. The following day, perched on the mountainside, they witnessed the sunrise much earlier than those at the base. Consequently, when they awoke, the valley remained shrouded in darkness. After a night of rest, he not only shed the fatigue of his body but also seemed to possess a subtle enhancement in spirit compared to the previous day. Today's training regimen differed slightly from yesterday's. The morning run and the ascent of the heavenly ladder remained unchanged, yet they were introduced to a new challenge, free climbing. At first glance, it sounded deceptively simple. However, the cliff they were to scale was the steepest face of the mountain. Unlike the majestic mountain range of the heavenly ladder, which boasted numerous steps and paths, this sheer precipice was rife with jagged rocks and an alarming steepness, particularly at the summit, which appeared to jut out as if suspended in the sky. The only option for the students was to ascend using their own hands and feet. Upon reaching the base, Yin immediately noticed the scattered remains of numerous corpses, some reduced to mere bones, while others still emitted a foul stench, indicating recent demise. The attire of the deceased suggested they were fellow students, yet the living seemed desensitized to such sights, their expressions devoid of fear. For those who harbored trepidation had already become one with the ground. During the ascent, the use of soul skills and power was strictly prohibited. They could rely only on their physical strength. To prevent cheating, each student wore a wristband that, while not capable of sealing their soul power, given that Douluo Continent lacked such advanced technology, was highly sensitive to fluctuations of soul energy. Should anyone utilize their soul power during the climb, the wristband would shatter, emitting a blinding light, and the instructor would promptly cast the offender off the cliff. Thus, Hulaina repeatedly cautioned against the unauthorized use of soul power, with the grim reminder of previous fatalities fresh in their minds. Every ascent of the cliff was fraught with peril, as the exertion increased with altitude, compounded by the biting winds at the summit, which not only hindered their climbing but also numbed their extremities. Yet, this was not the most formidable challenge. The greatest trial lay in conquering one's own psyche. A fall from such a precipice would only lead to one fate: companionship with the fallen below. The instructors had intentionally left the corpses undisturbed as a warning to the students, instilling psychological pressure as a form of trial. After all, those with insufficient willpower would succumb to fear upon witnessing the bodies. During the climb, any sign of cowardice, hesitation, or trepidation would undoubtedly extinguish their drive to ascend. Such individuals were destined for a grim outcome. Thus, this arduous ascent not only honed their physical prowess but also tested their unwavering resolve. Only with relentless courage and an indomitable spirit could they reach the pinnacle. Similarly, within this training, the strength of teamwork could be harnessed. Hulaina led the way, utilizing her agile form as a guide. They had traversed this path multiple times, familiar with the most stable rocks and the safest routes. Yin and Yin followed closely behind, supporting one another, while Xiao remained at the rear, providing a safety net for the group. The initial segment was relatively manageable. With patience, they could leverage the protruding rocks. Numerous climbing traces marked the way, eliminating concerns about where to find footholds. However, as they ascended halfway, an unexpected incident occurred. Chapter 74. Hulaina in peril. At this moment, the physical strength of the four individuals had begun to wane significantly. However, the ample provisions consumed in the morning provided them with sufficient energy. As for Yin, due to his bloodline connection to the Shadow clan, his stamina diminished at a slower rate than the others. With a nimble movement, Hulaina deftly propelled herself, releasing her hands and gracefully landing on another protruding rock. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Everyone be cautious. We are about to tackle the treacherous section known as the Ghost Dread. Xiao's voice resonated from behind. The so-called Ghost Dread refers to a steep segment in the middle of the sheer cliff. Here, the rock face had transformed into a smooth plane, with an angle approaching 90 degrees, leaving no footholds. The only method of ascent was to utilize the strength of their arms, swinging their bodies upward from below, striving to grasp the rocks above. At times, only a singular handhold could facilitate passage. This path had been discovered at the cost of many lives. Likewise, it had also claimed countless souls. Even though Xiao, Yin, and the others had successfully reached the summit multiple times, they still exerted themselves to the utmost at this juncture, leaving no room for complacency. For Yin, this was his inaugural ascent of such a cliff, and he was particularly vigilant. Hulaina's form was extraordinarily agile, reminiscent of a nimble fox. Her hands and feet secured a foothold on a rock face, and with a powerful leap, she ascended into the air, capturing a stone above her in an instant. Once Hulaina stabilized herself, Yin followed suit, leaping to the position she had just vacated. When it was Yin's turn, he executed the maneuver with remarkable ease. His physical capabilities had been greatly enhanced, and due to the extensive transformation brought about by his Shadow clan heritage, he could perform movements beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, stretching his muscles and bones into peculiar angles. Especially during the climb, he resembled a large spider, bending his body and swiftly traversing the rock face. Were it not for the certainty that he was indeed human, the others might have suspected he had transformed into a soul beast. At that moment, Xiao, who was trailing behind, suddenly changed his expression. Be cautious. It's the Crimson Claw Eagle, he exclaimed loudly. Hulaina and Yin above were equally taken aback and alert. The previous night, Yin had learned from Xiao about the potential dangers they might encounter that day and was now on high alert. High-pitched bird calls echoed through the air. In the next moment, a dozen large birds resembling hawks burst forth from the clouds, heading straight for the group. The Crimson Claws, with their golden beaks, cursed creatures. This cliff was home to numerous Crimson Claw eagles, which had chosen this locale to build their nests, thus treating it as their territory. Occasionally, they would attack any students who dared to trespass. Typically, these eagles hunted during the day and seldom returned to their nests, making such assaults infrequent. However, whenever they did occur, it often signified impending death for someone. Hulaina, Xiao, and Yin clung tightly to the cliff face, pressing their bodies against the rock. In the event of retaliation against the Crimson Claw eagles, they risked losing their balance and plummeting. Thus, maintaining a stable position was paramount. As the bird calls grew closer, the frenzied Crimson Claw eagles dove toward the cliff like fighter jets, extending their massive, razor-sharp claws toward the group. Yin gripped the rock with one hand while extending the other in a peculiar claw-like gesture. With lightning speed, he struck, colliding with one of the eagle's talons. Strangely, his fingers seemed to slip through the gaps between the eagle's claws with uncanny precision before snapping back. With a crack, the eagle's claw shattered as if caught in an enormous iron vise. Yin waved his right hand, and with a pained cry, the wounded eagle, flapping its wings desperately, spiraled helplessly downward. Despite their formidable appearance, the Crimson Claw eagles were merely ordinary beasts, lacking the strength of true soul beasts. Thus, the likelihood of inflicting harm upon them with such attacks was minimal. Meanwhile, Xiao and Hulaina clung tightly to their holds on the cliff, fiercely resisting the assaults of the eagles. If the diving attacks missed their mark, the eagles usually retreated. However, perhaps due to Yin's sudden strike that had claimed one of their kin, the remaining eagles soared back into the air, emitting furious cries as they charged toward the four. With a roar, Yin transformed his hands into claws, suspending himself from the cliff at an unusual angle. He kicked out with his right foot, sending the nearest Crimson Claw Eagle plummeting downward. His body seemed to be firmly anchored to the cliff, and he continued his relentless onslaught, sending eagle after eagle screeching off the precipice. Thanks to Yin's intervention, the other climbers were spared from the eagle's interference, benefiting from his prowess. However, Hulaina at the summit found herself in dire straits. Perhaps perceiving Yin as a more formidable opponent, the eagles targeted her. They swooped down, launching an attack against Hulaina. Despite her desperate efforts to fend them off, without the aid of soul techniques or energy, her mere fist stood little chance against the ferocity of the eagles. With a swift slash, one of the eagle's claws tore through her sleeve, leaving a deep gash on her right arm. Gritting her teeth, she planted her hands on a hold before leaping forward, aiming a kick at the throat of the nearest eagle. With a cry, the eagle tumbled downwards. A smile flickered at the corners of Hulaina's mouth, however. In that instant, the rock she clung to suddenly gave way, crumbling beneath her. She began to plummet downwards. In that fleeting moment, panic washed over her, and Yin, witnessing her fall, was taken aback. He swiftly reached out, attempting to grasp Hulaina, but only managed to hold onto a fragment of her sleeve. With a rip, her descent continued unabated. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and Yin stood there, clutching the torn sleeve, his face drained of color. Chapter 75. The elimination begins. The fervent and obsessive figure of Xiao was driven to the brink of madness, positioned at the lowest point among his companions. He found himself precariously perched on a jagged outcrop of the cliff, far removed from Hulaina. Even if Xiao were to recklessly leap forward, it would be nearly impossible for him to reach her. Moreover, they dared not wield their soul power or skills, for the lifeless bodies of fallen students lay ominously below. At that moment, a shadow darted through the air. A hidden figure anchored itself firmly against the cliffside, resembling a pendulum swinging in a clock. With a swift motion, it surged to the right, wrapping an arm around Hulaina's waist. The impact of their bodies colliding against the wall was thunderous. Hulaina, in a state of panic, clung tightly to the figure's back. The force of their descent and the violent collision seemed to have no effect on him. He remained as unyielding as stone, his hand still firmly lodged within the crevices of the rock, as if forged from iron. Witnessing this, Yin let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao hastily withdrew his foot, gripping the nearby stone for support. He had been mere moments away from leaping into danger. Thankfully, there was a hidden figure to save them. Otherwise, both he and Laina would have surely perished. It seemed that allowing Laina to rescue him was indeed a prudent choice. Yet, one might ponder, had it not been for the presence of this hidden figure, the Red Claw Eagle would not have been slain. And thus Hulaina would not have faced such peril. Unbeknownst to them, the hidden figure had already begun to influence their futures in profound ways. Hulaina, breathless and on the brink of despair, gasped for air, her heart racing within her chest. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though death was imminent. Yet, in the next instant, she found herself enveloped in the embrace of the hidden figure. To her astonishment, despite his seemingly frail form, he possessed an extraordinary strength. His once fragile chest and arms now provided an unexpected sense of safety. Gratefully, Hulaina inhaled deeply, pressing her body against his, savoring the moment. Thump, thump, thump. It was not Hulaina's heart that pounded fiercely, but his. Such was the nature of the inhabitants of Douluo Continent. They matured at a remarkable pace. Thus, Hulaina's physique was already well-defined, complemented by her stunning beauty. In the narrow confines of the cliff, she pressed against him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Despite having sparred with Xiao in the past, the intimacy of this moment was unlike any other. Hulaina, perceptive as ever, noticed the rapid beating of his heart and could not suppress a triumphant smile. Mischievously, she pressed herself even closer to him. Their height difference became apparent. Hulaina towered over him, making his head feel as though it were nestled within a valley. Her sudden movement nearly stole the breath from his lungs, leaving him in a state of mild panic. At that moment, Yin, still shaken, glanced downwards and called out, "Laina, are you all right? Do you need to rest?" The hidden figure, eager to assist, pushed his face forward. "Allow me to lead the way. I find this sheer cliff not overly daunting." "Perhaps not," Xiao interjected. Having regained his composure upon ensuring Hulaina's safety, he assumed the role of the team's strategist. "Your physicality is too unique. You may overlook the dangers that we cannot. Allow me to guide us instead. Laina, stay in the center for your safety. Take a moment to recover. Hidden, you shall remain at the rear to safeguard our journey. Should any of us falter, we will have your support." It must be noted that Xiao was the eldest and most mature among them, exhibiting rationality and efficiency in his plans. After a brief respite, they resumed their ascent. Unbeknownst to them, as Hulaina detached herself from the hidden figure's embrace, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. The ensuing stretch of perilous terrain, though fraught with challenges, saw their progress hasten in the absence of the Red Claw Eagle. Xiao and Hulaina had successfully reached the summit on numerous occasions, and the only potential hindrance, the novice figure, navigated the path with surprising ease. Consequently, they were the first to reach the peak, which was devoid of any other presence. As they arrived, the four youths, varying in age, gazed into the distance, their garments billowing in the fierce wind. Their arms interlocked, they looked towards the future. This experience had undoubtedly strengthened their bonds. The secret training base of the Spirit Hall provided Hidden with a sense of fulfillment and excitement. Morning runs, ascending the heavenly ladder, rock climbing, hunting soul beasts, simulated combat. Covert missions, interrogations, martial arts training, and weapon mastery were all part of their rigorous regimen. Additionally, they delved into theoretical studies, including art, music, and cultural etiquette. The Spirit Hall trained all its students to the highest standards, ensuring that whoever survived would emerge as the strongest. A well-rounded genius destined to become a saint or saintess of the Spirit Hall. After all, the Spirit Hall sought to cultivate a talent capable of supporting its future. Not merely a simple assassin. However, one student did meet with elimination, succumbing to the trials of the heavenly ladder. Severely injured and deprived of sufficient sustenance. He fell and did not rise again. Yet, his demise did not greatly disrupt the others. Each was focused on self-improvement, preparing for the next elimination round. Time passed swiftly. And in 6 months, it was time for Hidden's first encounter with elimination. He would witness firsthand the brutality of this so-called elite training program. All students were confined within a vast arena reminiscent of a coliseum. The instructor, cold and unyielding, proclaimed the final rules. There were 48 participants, with no restrictions or regulations. They were free to unleash their full capacities upon one another, with only 24 allowed to survive. When the numbers dwindled to 24, the instructor would cease the elimination process, thereby sealing the fate of half the participants. Another 6 months would yield only 12 survivors, followed by 6, and finally, only one would emerge victorious. This individual would be deemed the C-Army de la C-Army, receiving all the resources of the Spirit Hall for further cultivation. They would be granted access to the most formidable teaching teams, the grandest platforms for honing their skills, and the finest soul rings and techniques. All of this would be fought for amid the chaos of their struggles. Chapter 76. Kindred Spirits Xiao, Yin, Yin, and Hulaina established a tentative formation from 4 corners, creating a solid little circle among themselves. They vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. However, according to the rules here, all confrontations must be one-on-one. No one could engage in a battle against a single opponent with multiple assailants. Once 2 individuals clashed, they became sworn adversaries, bound to fight to the death, thus preventing small groups like Xiao and Hulaina from targeting others. Otherwise, solitary fighters would stand no chance against them. After all, the ultimate goal of this clandestine training base of the Spirit Hall was to select an unparalleled genius rather than to form an elite team. Despite being dispersed across 4 positions, they could still keep an eye on one another. The trainees had trained together for an extended period, developing a general understanding of each other's strengths. Consequently, few dared to confront Xiao directly, for he had decisively defeated his opponents in previous eliminations, emerging victorious each time. Yin, with his fiery red hair, was even more flamboyant, exuding an overwhelming aura of battle as he surveyed his surroundings. This towering figure resembled a lustful lion, making him an unlikely target for others. Conversely, Yin instantly became the center of attention, appearing exceedingly frail and youthful. Moreover, having recently arrived, it was hard to believe that even a prodigy could achieve significant power in such a brief time. Thus, when the instructor announced the commencement, several individuals rushed towards Yin, reminiscent of grandmothers scrambling for eggs at a supermarket in the morning. Unfortunately for them, only one fortunate contender managed to seize the opportunity, a nimble youth with black hair. Likely a swift attack beast Soulmaster. With a swift motion, he enveloped Yin in a cloud of white smoke, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. His hands transformed into sharp wolf claws as he lunged at Yin with ferocity. Seeing that the black-haired boy had engaged Yin, others regrettably redirected their focus elsewhere, as they deemed Yin unlikely to survive the encounter. The disparity in their strengths was stark. Many lamented the boy's good fortune, having stumbled upon a considerable advantage. The black-haired youth wore a smug grin, refraining from using soul techniques, as he did not wish to prematurely eliminate such a weak opponent. He intended to prolong the battle until the number of eliminations approached a critical point before ultimately ending Yin's life, thereby ensuring his own survival. A quick kill might attract the attention of other combatants, jeopardizing his chances of victory in subsequent encounters. Standing amidst the white powder with eyes closed, Yin inhaled the familiar scent, reflecting on the serendipity of encountering a kindred spirit in this place, another seasoned warrior. Closing his eyes did not hinder his perception. His peculiar blood-red eyes shimmered faintly. Meanwhile, Hulaina also caught the gaze of an opportunistic adversary. To others, she appeared to be a soft target, especially given the scarcity of female trainees in this arena. Her delicate appearance further accentuated her deceptive demeanor, exuding an air of gentility. Suddenly, a shadow darted towards her with uncanny speed, launching a fierce palm strike at her back. With a resounding crash, the assailant was sent reeling backward, thwarted by Yin, whose fist blazed with flames as he stood tall, casting a cold glare at the retreating figure. He had swiftly engaged the attacker, marking the beginning of their duel, a fight to the finish. Hulaina stomped her foot in frustration. Yin, that was my opponent. Don't worry, Laina. I'll handle this one. Yin replied, having unintentionally intercepted the very opponent she sought to confront. Now, with their battle underway, neither could afford to divert their attention unless one was incapacitated. Yin, unlike others who sought to prolong the fight, unleashed his full power, each strike imbued with ferocity. driven by a desire to swiftly defeat his rival and protect Hulaina from further threats. Amidst the chaos, another clever contender attempted to stealthily approach Hulaina while Yin was preoccupied. Yet, before the assailant could close the distance, Xiao, who had remained silent, intervened. With a precise throw of a crescent blade, he struck the intruder before they could reach Hulaina, his towering form shielding her from harm. She gazed up at her brother's back, feeling a mix of gratitude and frustration. At that moment, Yin had also dispatched his opponent swiftly. The youth had believed his chalk strategy would be effective, but unbeknownst to him, Yin, with eyes closed, could discern everything happening before him. The boy's confidence became his downfall, leading to a swift defeat. Yin observed the unfolding events with mild astonishment. He was well aware of Hulaina's prowess, ranking among the top contenders in the entire base. In terms of potential, she surpassed both Yin and Xiao. It was implausible for her to be a mere fragile girl. Yet, why were Yin and Xiao so fiercely protective of her? Was she unwell in recent days? In the midst of the turmoil, Fu noticed how rapidly Yin had dispatched his foe. He stood perplexed, staring at his right hand. After defeating the boy, he had inexplicably absorbed a portion of his life force and mental energy. This absorption had not been intentional. It occurred naturally upon taking a life. Previously, when he had slain soul beasts, including several aged ones, such a phenomenon had never happened. However, in this instance, the absorption was beyond his control. Strangely, apart from a small enhancement to his bloodline, the majority of the energy seemed to be stored within him, akin to placing a coin in a piggy bank. What could this occurrence signify? Yet, Yin felt powerless to alter it and could only observe the unfolding events. He could not simply wait idly for his demise. Chapter 77. The innocent and kind-hearted Hulaina. At this moment, many began to notice that the frail youth still stood alive, while his opponent lay quietly on the ground. The ability to eliminate an elite trainee in such a brief span heightened the vigilance of those around. Consequently, even though Yin remained stationary, no one dared approach him. Conversely, at that moment, both Xiao and Yin were preoccupied with their respective adversaries, leaving Hulaina temporarily unprotected. Almost immediately, one individual stealthily advanced towards Hulaina's back. Yin's eyes narrowed, though he could not fathom why Xiao and Yin were so determined to safeguard Hulaina. Their actions as a team to assist and protect one another were entirely justified. Without uttering a word, Yin unleashed his shadow, materializing directly before the assailant. Casting a cold gaze upon him, he refrained from immediate confrontation, fearing a deadly struggle that could ultimately lead to his own demise. After all, he was perplexed by the phenomenon wherein each life he extinguished inexplicably transferred a portion of its power into his own being. Thus, he was reluctant to take another life for the time being. The youth, startled by Yin's sudden appearance, instinctively turned to flee. He had witnessed the ruthlessness with which Yin had dispatched his previous opponent and had no intention of courting death. Hulaina looked at Yin with a mix of grievance and surprise, realizing she had gained yet another protector, in addition to Xiao and Yin. However, she could not muster anger towards Yin's well-meaning intervention. At this juncture, Xiao and Yin had both dealt with their adversaries and returned to their previous positions, forming an unspoken circle of protection among the four. For a fleeting moment, the surroundings became eerily quiet, with no one daring to challenge them. The others were left to select their targets, for the prowess of this quartet was too formidable. If they did not swiftly find a weaker opponent to eliminate, they would inevitably become the next victims. As the chaos erupted around them, with soul skills soaring and anguished cries resonating, the area occupied by the four remained an extraordinary oasis of tranquility. Yin, why did you seize Hulaina's opponent? Yin could not contain his curiosity. Given the temporary lull in threats, Yin scratched his fiery red hair, uncertain how to respond. Hulaina huffed in annoyance, choosing to ignore him. Xiao sighed. Hulaina has been here for several years and has only taken one life. What? Yin was momentarily taken aback. In such a brutal elimination process, Hulaina had only claimed a single soul. This was nothing short of miraculous, especially since he knew that Hulaina would eventually become a decisive and ruthless individual. What could account for this? Xiao, vigilant of their surroundings, proceeded to explain. Yin learned that Hulaina had always possessed a kind heart, reluctant to inflict harm upon others. Her first experience with taking a life had been entirely accidental. Her opponent had struck too fiercely, and in her panic, she had inadvertently killed him. The fear and dread that accompanied her first act of killing had left her haunted by nightmares for many nights. This overwhelming guilt had taken a significant toll on her spirit, causing Xiao to worry deeply. He had shielded Hulaina from the harshness of the world, even in this arena of slaughter, striving to create a safe haven for his sister. However, the instructor witnessing Hulaina's first kill had been overly complimentary and encouraging, seeking to forcefully unleash the potential within her. The instructor recognized her latent ability to become a top-tier assassin. Yet, Xiao could not bear the thought of his kind sister descending into the depths of a soulless killing machine, devoid of emotion. Thus, during each elimination round, he thwarted her adversaries to protect the sanctity of her heart from the taint of excessive bloodshed. Xiao had resolved to use his life to escort his sister out of this place. As for Yin, he was a passionate youth, drawn to the bond shared between Hulaina and Xiao. In contrast to other boys who had been brainwashed by the spirit hall, becoming fanatical and desensitized, the pure-hearted Hulaina offered Yin a sense of comfort. This compelled him to stubbornly cling to the duo, requesting to form a team. After all, those with loyalty and compassion were far more agreeable than those who would stop at nothing. Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, Yin couldn't help but marvel. Who would have imagined that the innocent and charming Hulaina would transform into a harbinger of death in the City of Slaughter? It was indeed astonishing. In the City of Slaughter, Hulaina was merciless, taking lives without hesitation. Yet, strictly speaking, she remained unchanged from her childhood, retaining her purity and kindness. After all, the individuals confined within the City of Slaughter were the worst of the worst, tainted with countless sins. During that time, under the tutelage of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina had become the Hall's saintess and had certainly shed her naivety, realizing that survival necessitated the shedding of blood. Despite the hellish reality of the City of Slaughter, Hulaina steadfastly preserved her goodness. This was evident from the moment she encountered Tang Yin, where she instinctively offered assistance, despite not knowing his true identity as Tang San. Even upon seeing his martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, she remained unaware that he was a member of her sworn enemy, the Haotian sect. Her decision to aid him stemmed from her belief that he was still a person of conscience, deserving of life, even in such a brutal environment. The City of Slaughter was indeed treacherous. Even the revered Tang San had acted without mercy upon entering. He harbored the conviction that all within its confines deserved death. Yet, Hulaina extended kindness to a stranger amidst the same chaos, illustrating her intrinsic purity and goodness. It is precisely such individuals who fall prey to the manipulations of unworthy souls like Tang San. While Yin understood the intentions of Xiao and Yin, he could not restrain himself from speaking. Brother Xiao, I believe that once we leave this place, we must confront the world beyond. Laina cannot remain under your protection forever. Moreover, the outside world is not a haven. Bloodshed exists everywhere. Your protection may hinder Laina's independence, ultimately causing her more harm. Chapter 78, The Summer Vacation at Notting Academy. Xiao sighed. Am I not aware? Yet, all we can do is wait for Nana to emerge from her psychological shadows. Hulaina stared blankly at Xiao, then at Yin, lost in deep contemplation. Before long, the elimination round was declared concluded. The 24 individuals standing in the square were mostly injured. The scarred instructor from the Spirit Hall loomed over them from the elevated stands, his face brimming with fervor. Excellent. Such slaughter is what you are, mere insects. Remember this. To survive, you must claw at one another without illusions. In the end, only one of you shall leave this place, so strive to become the strongest. Survive by any means necessary, and eliminate each other without hesitation. From here, or beyond, you will attain everything you desire. Yin could not help but feel that the instructor's villainous demeanor was overly caricatured. Following this round of eliminations, the remaining 20 or so intensified their training once more. Naturally, those who survived were the elite of the elite, the geniuses among geniuses. As the final date approached, the Spirit Hall subjected them to a relentless, forced education, akin to fattening ducks, regardless of whether these youths could absorb the knowledge. Those who truly could not absorb it merely proved that they were not the talents the Spirit Hall wished to cultivate. Their training volume doubled, including the arduous task of ascending the heavenly ladder. Now, it was no longer merely holding a brick. They carried a heavy cage filled with bricks, while clutching more bricks in their arms. Their daily burden had increased nearly fivefold. However, for Yin, this rigorous ascent of the heavenly ladder better stimulated his potential, and his strength surged rapidly. The influence of Rayist within him diminished significantly. Yin felt that even if he absorbed blood again, it would not provoke Rayist's backlash. Yet, he intended to refrain from doing so for the time being, as future slaughters would only multiply. In addition to morning runs and increased burdens, the assaults from the red-clawed eagles had become commonplace during their cliff climbs. Previously, these eagles had only occasionally attacked the group. Now, under the expulsion of the Spirit Hall's experts, they attacked nearly every time. The mortality rate surged, yet the students' rapid improvement in strength allowed them to barely withstand these encounters. The difficulty of hunting spirit beasts also escalated significantly. The quality of soul beasts in the forest had notably improved, with millennium soul beasts becoming the norm. Though most were only 1,000 or 2,000 years old, one could imagine that once these youths completed the Spirit Hall's secret training program and departed, each would possess the capability to hunt millennium soul beasts independently. This would grant them a substantial advantage in acquiring soul rings. Furthermore, with the soul power they had accumulated over the years, a breakthrough would propel them to unprecedented heights, coupled with their relentless physical conditioning. Their rate of soul power advancement in the age of their soul rings would far surpass their peers. Such individuals, backed by the vast resources of the Spirit Hall, would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats in the future. This was the true genius cultivation plan, marked by its cruelty yet devoid of other flaws. In comparison, the training at Shrek Academy was merely superficial. Beyond the customary training, the Spirit Hall seemed prepared to allow the final Gu King to step into the outside world. Commencing lessons on various knowledge, such as the customs and geography of Douluo Continent, the distribution of major powers, renowned experts, forbidden areas, and even court etiquette and political intrigue strategies. While these teachings were rudimentary, the Spirit Hall's aim was to filter out those unqualified. Among them, it was not Xiao, who had always been in the spotlight, but rather Yin, who surpassed expectations. After all, Yin's mental prowess had significantly increased, and with his experiences from 2 lifetimes. His perspective and reasoning clearly surpassed those of Douluo's natives. Moreover, the memories belonging to Kai-in and raised in his mind posed no challenge for him. In this isolated, entirely enclosed, and blood-soaked base, Ian finally celebrated his 7th birthday, aging another year. On this day, he crafted a small cake for himself and brought it to the cliff's peak. The 4 of them leisurely indulged in the cake, gazing at the distant, endless mountain ranges. Ian found himself engulfed in nostalgia. He had once promised Xiao he would return to Holy Spirit Village to celebrate his 7th birthday at home. According to the timeline, it was now the summer vacation period for Nodding Academy. How was Xiao faring? He hoped the letter he left had some impact and that she was not deceived by that scoundrel Tang San. At Nodding Academy, it was the 2nd day of summer vacation, and the children from Dormitory 7 had long returned home. Only Xiao and Tang San remained. Xiao, are you going home tomorrow for the break? Tang San asked as he packed his belongings. Xiao leaned against the bed, a hint of melancholy in her eyes, starkly contrasting her usual vibrant self. I won't be going home. Perhaps I won't return for a long time. Tang San's eyes brightened suddenly. Xiao, since you have nowhere to go for the vacation, why not come to my home? No, I've already arranged with Director Su that he would tutor me during the break. You know my academic performance is poor. Tang San sighed. A year had passed, yet Tang Hao had never come to visit him. This afternoon, he had taken leave from San at the blacksmith shop and even bought a brand new forging hammer to take back as a gift for his father. Since Tang San joined San's blacksmith shop, the quality of the weapons produced had significantly improved, and business thrived. Now, his monthly salary had reached 5 silver spirit coins, nearly half of what a spirit master would earn. He initially planned to return to Holy Spirit Village for the break, as his biological father was still there. He couldn't forget his real father just because he had a godfather. Given Tang Hao's perpetual inebriation, if he did not return, he feared his father would struggle to survive. However, he did not want to part with Xiao for too long. Yet, Xiao was unwilling to go to Holy Spirit Village, leaving Tang San in a quandary. Xiao gazed out the window, not turning back as she said, "You should go back. I want to utilize the vacation to travel elsewhere, and hopefully, find Xiao Kai." Tang San's expression instantly changed, and he urgently replied, "Xiao, I've told you many times, Kai will never return. He's a fallen one, and he is probably hiding from pursuit somewhere." Chapter 79. In search of traces. As Tang San uttered these words, Xiao immediately turned her head, a flicker of anger igniting in her gaze. All right, I want to say anything. Is that sufficient?" Observing the intensity in Xiao's eyes, Tang San wisely chose to silence himself. However, his expression shifted as he remarked, "Xiao, are you not seeking Kai? If that is indeed the case, you ought to accompany me back to Shahan Village." Eh? Xiao responded with a look of confusion. Tang San, with a hint of excitement, continued, "Consider it. Shahan Village is Kai's home. Even if he has fled, he is bound to return there at some point, don't you think? If he returns to Shahan Village, I will consult Village Chief Jack, and I am sure he will possess some clues." He added, "Moreover, even if we cannot locate Kai, visiting the place where he lived will allow us to reminisce about old acquaintances." Xiao's previously placid eyes now sparkled with newfound brightness. "Are you certain Kai will return to Shahan Village? Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Tang San's smile faltered momentarily. "So it was my fault, was it? Yet." In the next instant, Xiao's words made his heart soar. After a brief hesitation, Xiao declared, "All right, I shall accompany you back. But let it be known, I intend to visit Kai's residence, not your home." "Haha, no problem," Tang San replied, his face alight with joy. "Xiao, you know that my relationship with Kai is the closest. His home is quite near ours. By the way, you have yet to visit Shahan Village. I must tell you, it is truly beautiful, especially the warmth of Village Chief Jack. If there is any news about Kai, he will certainly share it with you." Originally, Tang San planned to depart the following morning. However, Xiao's eagerness compelled them to prepare hastily and don their Nodding Academy uniforms. They left Nodding City, heading towards Shahan Village. The past year had been exceedingly fulfilling for Tang San. At this juncture, his Xiantian skill had attained a level of mid-second stage prowess, equating to soul power approximating levels 16 to 17. Within the academy, only Xiao Wu could rival him in terms of soul power. Although he had rarely witnessed Xiao Wu's training, their comparisons in soul power always revealed only a slight difference. At times, Tang San would gain the upper hand, while at other moments, Xiao would surpass him. This reality irked Tang San. According to Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San was the most gifted individual he had ever encountered. Yet, in comparison to Xiao Wu, despite his mentor's guidance, he often found himself overshadowed. It was not just the progress in soul power. During their sparring sessions, Tang San frequently found himself at a disadvantage. Xiao Wu's array of attack techniques was ever-evolving, particularly her agile maneuvers, which felt akin to the delicacy of rice cakes. In the absence of utilizing soul rings, Tang San would invariably face defeat, even when employing soul rings, relying on the entangling and paralyzing effects of blue-silver grass. He could at best achieve a stalemate with Xiao Wu. Thus, Tang San often perceived Xiao Wu's apparent aloofness as a reflection of his insufficient strength. "One day, I shall surely conquer Xiao Wu's heart directly. Only a genius like her deserves to be with a genius like me." Tang San. "How much longer?" Xiao Wu asked. her eagerness evident as she scanned the surroundings. We are nearly there. Do you see that mountain over yonder? Shahan village lies at its base. We are almost home. Tang San replied, excitement bubbling within him. He touched the 32nd bridge in the moonlit night at his waist, where he had placed the forging hammer he intended for his father, along with new clothes and several bottles of fine wine. Before long, they had entered Shahan village. Tang San pointed towards a dilapidated sign atop a roof at the village's entrance and smiled at Xiao Wu, saying, "Look, that's my home." Xiao Wu, however, did not even glance in that direction. "Where is Kai's house?" Tang San's expression grew awkward as he pointed towards a ramshackle dwelling behind them. "It's over there, but no one has lived there for quite some time. You should come to my house for a drink first." "No need, you head back. I will take a look." With that, Xiao Wu strode directly towards the rundown house, her heart tinged with both anticipation and hesitation. As she approached the dilapidated structure, her spirits sank further. Although she had never lived in such a village, it was evident that this place had long been abandoned. Weeds choked the path, obscuring it from view. A rusty lock hung on the door. Xiao Wu exerted a gentle force, and the lock yielded easily, pushing the door open. The ancient wooden door creaked heavily, and dust cascaded down as it swung ajar. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating the dim interior, and a few gaunt mice scurried into the shadows. Inside, apart from a worn quilt on the bed, all the cabinets stood ajar, utterly empty. A simple table and chairs occupied the floor, alongside a few battered farming tools. Thick cobwebs adorned the beams. With a sigh, Xiao Wu wandered slowly through the room. Is this where Xiao Kai lived? It seems he has never returned here. Xiao Kai, where have you gone? Are you still alive? Are you well? Moments passed in silence as Xiao Wu picked up a decrepit wooden basin from the house. She made her way to the small stream behind the house and filled it with water, beginning to diligently wipe the dust from the furniture. At that moment, Tang San's voice resonated. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. The door swung open. Cough, cough, cough. Tang San coughed as dust filled the air, brushing off the grime. Observing Xiao Wu, who had also accumulated dust, his gaze became somewhat complex, tinged with jealousy. Xiao Wu, I just asked our village elder, Grandpa Jack, and he confirmed that Kai has never returned to the village. Xiao Wu looked at Elder Jack and politely bowed. Grandpa Jack, when was the last time you saw Kai? The last time? Elder Jack replied without hesitation. It was when I sent that lad Kai to the Notting City Soulmaster Academy. Since then, he has not returned. Could it be that Kai returned secretly, and you were unaware? Impossible. Elder Jack chuckled confidently. Child, as you can see, there is a great mountain behind Shahan village. And this is the village entrance, nearly the only exit. I stand guard here daily. If Kai were to return, I would certainly know. Xiao Wu's eyes dimmed slightly. Then, Grandpa Jack, do you know if Kai has any relatives? Relatives? What relatives could there be? I have not heard of any. Xiao Wu lowered her head, feeling disheartened. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. Ha ha. What a polite young lady. Xiao San, this is your Grandpa Jack. Xiao Wu is my best friend. Friend. Is it? Hiki, the elder understands. What a pity. Tang Hao mentioned just days ago that he would forge farming tools for me. Suddenly, he vanished without a trace. Otherwise, he could have met such a splendid girl like Xiao Wu. Indeed, I wonder why my father chose to leave at this time. As if he knew I was about to return. Chapter 80. Night talk. At the mention of this name, Xiao Wu's eyes flickered. Tang Hao? Is he the renowned title Douluo that Kai spoke of? It appears he is indeed no ordinary blacksmith. Fortunately, he is not present. Otherwise, he might discern my true identity. Observing Xiao Wu's disheveled appearance, Tang San could not help but interject. Xiao Wu, there is no need to tidy up. This dilapidated house holds no valuables worth salvaging. Besides, even if you clean it meticulously, it won't matter. No one will live here. This is my affair. You needn't assist. With a sigh, Tang San refrained from saying more and returned to his room to organize his belongings. Xiao Wu diligently cleaned the entire room, rearranging the furniture with care. She retrieved some worn farming tools and selected a sickle, commencing to clear the weeds in front of the door. As she cut the grass, memories of her days at Notting Academy flooded back, those mornings spent with Kai on the playground, tending to the grass. Although they were said to be working together, it was Kai who had done most of the labor while regaling her with stories. The thought of this brought a tinge of sorrow to her gaze. Grandpa Jack, may I ask for your assistance? Oh, you're a friend of Little San. Of course, speak freely. Grandpa Jack, this is a gold soul coin. Please accept it. Xiao Wu produced a gold soul coin from her small pouch and offered it to Old Jack. Old Jack was momentarily taken aback, clearly flustered, and waved his hands. This is too much. A gold soul coin is a significant sum in Holy Soul Village. Old Jack, feeling anxious, wondered what significant matter warranted such a generous reward. He had heard from Tang San that Kai's disappearance was no trivial matter. It seemed he was implicated in something serious, which made Old Jack uneasy. Grandpa Jack, I wish to ask you for a favor. This gold soul coin is a reward, regardless of whether you can fulfill my request. I will be grateful. No need for such formality. Just tell me what you need. However, I'm quite old and may be a bit forgetful. So if I fail to do it well, please don't take offense. Old Jack swiftly tucked the gold soul coin into his pocket, a bright smile lighting up his face. After I leave, I would like you to help me clean Kai's room daily. Is that all? Yes. but it needs to continue until Kai returns. Also, if you hear any news about Kai, please let him know that Xiao has been waiting for him, and that he must come to see me. Haha, no problem, no problem. Old Jack's face was lined with joy. He had been concerned it was something serious. Yet such a trivial task would earn him a gold soul coin. What a stroke of luck. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. This matter is of great importance to me. Rest assured. Old Jack is still spry and reliable. Unbeknownst to her, after Xiao left Old Jack's room, Tang San discreetly approached to inquire about the matter. Upon learning of it, he chose not to comment further, considering it a way to fulfill Xiao's lingering wish. After all, it was unlikely Kai would return. Once they departed from Nodding City and experienced the splendor of the outside world, Xiao would naturally forget about this matter. However, Tang San felt a sense of disappointment when Xiao opted to sleep in Kai's house that night. Was she averse to the old quilt? Why had she changed her mind? Tang San felt a twinge of melancholy. He had thought Xiao would only stay in his home after arriving in Holy Soul Village, especially since his father had mysteriously vanished, leaving him deeply sorrowful. Yet, Xiao neither helped him tidy the house nor offered him comfort. Consequently, Tang San refrained from showcasing his hidden weapons to her and did not broach the subject of their sibling-like bond. Meanwhile, Xiao remained acutely aware of Kai's words, interpreting Tang San's silence about his weapons as a sign of his continual wariness towards her. Another year passed. After 2 rounds of eliminations and casualties during training, only 10 students remained. These 10 would face the final elimination round, where only one would survive. In the secret base, the instructor held a thin roster filled with many names, some marked with red XS indicating those who had been eliminated. The scarred-faced instructor sat opposite another individual clad in elder robes, both gazing at the list before them. This batch of students is finally graduating. Haha. After this grand graduation ceremony, one of these youngsters will emerge as a saint or a saintess, truly soaring to great heights. Oh, Elder Sars, have you received some foreknowledge? Upon hearing the elder suggest that there might be a saint among the students, the scarred-faced instructor straightened in his seat, his gaze intense. Elder Sars smiled calmly. His Holiness the Pope has shown considerable interest in this group and has inquired multiple times about their training progress. It is said. Here, Elder Sars stroked his beard. It is merely rumored that the Pope intends to take on a disciple for personal guidance. What? The scarred-faced instructor was genuinely astounded. His expression a complex blend of envy, jealousy, and dissatisfaction. What is the matter, Luo Long? Are you envious? With a long sigh, the scarred-faced instructor admitted, indeed. I am envious. These youngsters are truly fortunate. Elder Sars chuckled. This is the first truly graduating class since His Holiness assumed power. Naturally, they will be given special attention. Such opportunities are unlikely to arise again. Indeed, our Pope is quite formidable. Previously, the base was directly controlled by the elders of the Douluo Hall. It's unclear how the Pope managed to soften the Grand Elder's stance. Elder Sars chose not to pursue that topic further and casually remarked. Our Pope also emerged from the elite training program, which is why she is so invested in it. Luo Lang reminisced, expressing, back then. She overshadowed all her contemporaries and smoothly graduated from here, later shining at the Spirit Master Academy, becoming a saintess and ultimately the Pope. Moreover, in recent years, the Pope's actions have grown increasingly domineering. Many elders in the Hall of Elders and bishops across various regions have been won over by her. Now, she has directly taken charge of the elite training program, clearly laying the groundwork for the future of the Spirit Hall. How enviable for that fortunate individual. With the resources of the Spirit Hall backing them, the best teachers, and the perfect opportunity to achieve merit, the scarred-faced instructor grew increasingly animated, especially as the scar on his face appeared more pronounced. Chapter 81. The list. What is the matter, Luo Lang? Are you feeling envious? Of course I am. Luo Lang retorted coldly. When I graduated, I happened to witness the internal strife within the Elder Hall. I clearly had a promising future, yet I ended up in this dismal state. My cultivation plummeted, and now I am confined to this wretched place with no hope of ever breaking through. Luo Lang. Let me remind you, regardless of your sentiments, your sole mission now is to complete this training program successfully. Otherwise, you know how temperamental that individual can be. Elder Sakas, you worry too much. Given my current situation, my only path forward is to ingratiate myself with His Holiness the Pope. That is good to hear. By the way, among this batch of trainees, who do you believe shows the most promise? Which one do you think might be chosen as a disciple by His Holiness? Oh, Elder Sakas, are you eager to get acquainted with the future saint in advance? Elder Sakas wore a completely neutral expression. Haha, I was merely engaging in casual conversation. If it's inconvenient for you to share, then so be it. It's not that it's inconvenient, but to be honest, even I am unsure who will ultimately survive what. Elder Sakas furrowed his brow. Luo Long, you have personally trained them since their entry. Are you not aware of their strengths? Or do you think this group of youngsters can conceal their true abilities beneath your very eyes? Luo Long shook his head. If we are merely discussing strength, then the strongest among them is the genius Xiao from Mangzhou County. Oh, the one with innate soul power at level 9. Possessing a weapon spirit? Indeed, he is a fine prospect. A smile crept onto Luo Lang's lips. It seems Elder Sakas is quite attentive to Xiao. Knowing such details, to be frank, it's not just me. Several elders are extremely concerned about him. However, it's a pity that if your prediction holds true and Xiao emerges victorious, our attention will matter little in the end. Luo Leng nodded. Xiao is indeed a rare talent, an exceedingly exceptional one. Since he arrived at the training base, he has consistently maintained a leading position. In multiple elimination rounds, he easily dispatched his opponents and passed all training sessions flawlessly. Moreover, Xiao possesses high intelligence and leadership skills. Elder Sokka's eyes brightened momentarily. Then he spoke with skepticism. If that is the case, why did you just say that even you are uncertain? Isn't Xiao the most talented student among them? The scarred instructor Luo Leng frowned. While that may be true, Xiao has a critical flaw. Oh, a flaw? Indeed. His flaw is his sister, Hulaina, who is also a genius with innate soul power at level 9. However, Hulaina possesses a beast spirit, specifically the exceedingly rare Tianhu spirit. Xiao and Hulaina inherited their parents' surname and spirit. In terms of potential, Hulaina actually surpasses Xiao. It's just that she is slightly younger, and her current strength is not on par with his. Furthermore, Xiao is someone who protects his sister to the utmost. For him, the most important thing is to ensure his sister survives. Hence, I speculate that when the moment arrives, Xiao will eliminate all enemies, leaving the only chance of survival for his sister. Oh, the elder's eyes suddenly lit up. Such talent, and they are siblings with such a profound bond. If they both manage to survive, they could eventually become titled Douluo together, making them virtually unbeatable. Upon hearing this, Instructor Luo Leng's expression grew increasingly grave. Elder Sokka's, is this your thought, or the Popus will? Ha ha ha, I was merely speaking casually. Humph. You know, Elder Sokka's, the rule of the elite training program has always been that only one person can survive. Even I must adhere to this rule. I am well aware of the rules. Elder Sokka's responded with a calm smile. Then, he subtly added, but isn't there another rule? Upon hearing this, Luo Leng's expression darkened. Elder Sokka's, what do you mean by that? Ha ha ha, perhaps I am merely repeating hearsay. If these geniuses can break this rule, they might just survive. Wouldn't they? Break the rules? Luo Leng suddenly stood up, staring intently at Elder Sokka's. Are you suggesting that I should perish? But I fear you will be disappointed. Who among them could possibly achieve that? Even His Holiness the Pope could not do it in his time. Do you think these youngsters are capable? Ha ha ha, Elder Sokka's couldn't help but chuckle. Then he regarded Luo Leng with suspicion. This doesn't seem like your character. I had expected you to scoff or dismiss it with a laugh, but seeing you so serious, could it be that these youngsters truly possess the power to threaten you? At this remark, Luo Leng's expression grew even darker as he silently glared at Elder Sokka's. Then, he sat down in silence. What? Elder Sokka's expression changed abruptly as he looked at him in confusion. No way, could I have truly hit the mark? Impossible, even with the talents you mentioned. Xiao and Hulaina, they could never achieve that. Although you suffered a significant drop in cultivation and were severely injured back then, you were still a soul sage, having fallen from the realm of a soul Douluo with battle experience. Those youngsters? Absolutely impossible to defeat you. Could it be that among these trainees, there are even more monstrous geniuses than the two you just mentioned? Elder Sokka seemed to have stumbled upon some extraordinary secret, becoming suddenly excited. Genius? I can't say for sure, but prodigious talent is indeed present. Luo Leng's tone grew grave. This is intriguing. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Elder Sokka's eyes. Who could it be? He then picked up the list. Is it Tang Yu? No. Impossible. The moment he spoke, he shook his head. Luo Leng scoffed disdainfully. Although the Haotian hammer is powerful, it is not to that extent. Moreover, Tang Yu is merely a collateral descendant of the Haotian clan. An illegitimate child with only innate soul power at level 8. He is no match for Xiao. Do you think that is possible? Then who could it be? Jinshin Hao? Another genius with a sword spirit. Could he be a descendant of that individual? Humph. Just an innate soul power at level 8. Not him. What about Meng Yan? The Ming family is merely a second-rate power. Could a golden phoenix truly arise from it? Luo Leng scoffed coldly, choosing to remain silent. What about Xiaomo? A genius with innate soul power at level 9? Not him either. Elder Sokka's recited the names one by one. Finally, he pointed to a name on the list. Could it possibly be this fellow? But why is this boy's information so sparse? It doesn't even state where he hails from. It simply states his name is Ian. Chapter 82. The secrets of the archive. Elder Sass held in his hands a student dossier, his expression unusually peculiar. He had never encountered such an odd file before. The youth, named Ian, had an exceptionally sparse record. Generally speaking, the Spirit Hall meticulously gathers detailed background information on all elite training candidates. These dossiers are not created post-enrollment. Rather, a thorough background investigation is conducted prior to their recruitment, encompassing details such as birthplace, parental lineage, family background, the influence of their village, and any connections with other factions. This information undergoes a preliminary assessment to facilitate the Spirit Hall's identification and cultivation of talent. Yet, Yin's record was astonishingly simplistic. Lacking even the designation of his county or kingdom, it contained only his name, age, martial soul, and soul power, with the remainder consisting of notes recorded after his entry into the training camp. The Spirit Hall's rationale for such extensive background checks, particularly targeting commoner soul masters, is to thwart infiltration from rival factions. After all, the Douluo Continent is a world of grotesque development, where lineage dictates everything. Powerful families, like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Haotian sect, perpetuate their bloodlines across generations, continuously producing prodigies with formidable martial souls, thereby amplifying their influence to the extent of establishing independent kingdoms. Conversely, those hailing from commoner backgrounds possess nothing and thus rely heavily on the Spirit Hall support. Historically, the Spirit Hall has been infiltrated by various other families, given that it essentially comprises all titled de law. Many of these titled de law originate from prominent families. Yet in recent years, the Spirit Hall has embarked on a campaign to purify its internal factions, gradually forming a new structure centered around the Pope, which stands in opposition to the entrenched aristocracy represented by the Douluo Hall. In response to these powerful noble families, the Spirit Hall has also initiated its own infiltration strategies, primarily by selecting branch lineages or oppressed outer disciples. For instance, the Tang you previously mentioned by Elder Sass is from the Haotian sect's outer disciples. Although he possesses the Haotian hammer martial soul, most outer disciples are the result of inter-family unions, leading to diluted bloodlines and a general rarity of exceptional talent, essentially relegated to laborers within the Haotian sect. Yet, Tang Yu stands out as a rare prodigy among the outer disciples, albeit having faced significant suppression, thus drawing the attention of the Spirit Hall. Should Tang Yu successfully pass the assessment, he would serve as a formidable weapon for the Spirit Hall against the Haotian sect. For years, the Spirit Hall has never ceased its attempts to penetrate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, particularly focusing on the former. The Haotian sect has been relatively inaccessible due to its self-imposed seclusion, while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect merely serves as a supportive faction, opting for collaboration with others. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has continually thrived, expanding its influence through its pure bloodline, which is categorized into main and branch families. This categorization elucidates why the Spirit Hall was able to dismantle the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family with relative ease, as it had strategically embedded many loyal agents within. However, the thin student roster now before Elder Sass undoubtedly shattered his preconceived notions. As he read the sparse details inscribed on the flimsy paper, aged 7, martial soul, shadow variant. Innate soul power, half-level, one-ring soul master, Sass's expression transformed into one of shock as he gazed at his counterpart, Luo Ling. With only half-level innate soul power, and at merely 7 years of age, are you certain such a student can enter the elite training program? Moreover, how has he survived to this point among such prodigies? Luo Ling chuckled, seemingly amused by Elder Sass's incredulity. What if I told you he only arrived here last year? In a severely injured state? Would you believe me? A glimmer of realization flickered in Elder Sass's eyes. Could it be that this youth named Dean harbors some secret? Why is his information so scant? How did he pass the review? Luo Ling dismissed Sass's concerns with a derisive smile. Why must you engage in such formalities, Elder? The so-called elite training program's review is merely a formality. After all, the candidates have typically been commoners, necessitating rigorous scrutiny. A student sent directly by esteemed figures like you would not require such stringent evaluations. Upon hearing this, Elder Sass's demeanor became unsettled as he hesitantly inquired. Are you suggesting that a certain elder personally brought the scene here? Indeed. Who? There is no need for concealment, Elder Sass. It was Elder Shi. What? Shilong? Sass's expression shifted dramatically, fluctuating between skepticism and alarm. The Snake Spear Douluo is a core figure within the Douluo Hall. How could he have secretly admitted such a child last year? Does he not fear that he might perish here? Could it be that Shilong intends for him to meet his demise? The implications of the internal strife between the Douluo Hall and the Pope Hall compelled Elder Sass to regard the matter with utmost seriousness. Tell me, what makes this boy named Dean so extraordinary? I refuse to believe that he is as unremarkable as the dossier suggests. Luo Ling nodded, affirming, certainly. It is far from simple. The information you see is merely what I later compiled. Although Elder Shi personally brought him here, he provided little else but to treat him as a regular candidate, stating that as long as he survives, it is sufficient. If not, it matters little. Is that so? Elder Sass's face reflected contemplation. Thus, it follows that this child named Dean is not a hidden asset of the Douluo Hall. Yet, why do you place such importance on him? Rising from his seat, Luo Ling gazed into the distance through the window. If there is indeed a prodigy among us, it is undoubtedly this Dean. It is difficult to fathom that he arrived here severely injured, requiring assistance to walk, and possessing alarmingly weak abilities at the tender age of 6. Meanwhile, other students have undergone 4 years of rigorous training and surpassed the initial elimination phase. Yet, on his very first day, I subjected him to the same training standards as the others. Elder Sass's expression grew increasingly grave, and with a sigh, he remarked, Had I not known your character, I might have thought you jesting, for how could such a child have survived to this point? Chapter 83. The Pope's concerned Ro Lung let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, I too find it perplexing. Initially, I speculated that Elder Shi sent him here merely to devise a different method to bring about his demise. It would not take long before this child would become nothing more than a pile of bones. Yet, the most astonishing events unfolded. At this point, Rolung's face was awash with memories and astonishment. On the very first day of training, whether it was long-distance running or scaling the heavenly ladder, he persevered. Although he completed each task in an extreme state, appearing as if he might collapse at any moment, I never witnessed him fall. His physique seemed entirely unlike that of a human. He adapted to the most arduous training, regardless of the terrifying intensity. He even took the initiative to increase his load, relentlessly challenging his own limits. Moreover, whether it was assassination techniques or soul-hunting knowledge, he absorbed everything taught to him in an incredibly brief span and was able to extrapolate from it. It was as if his body and mind were bottomless pits, accepting all forms of knowledge without reservation. Have you ever encountered such a prodigy? Elder Sussies could no longer maintain his composure and abruptly rose. What you say is true. Why did you not report this sooner? Rolung gazed at Elder Sussies with resignation. Elder Sussies, now that I have informed you, do you still not believe? I too was incredulous at first. After prolonged observation, I could only conclude that he is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. What is most alarming is that even now, I remain uncertain of his true strength. The ordinary trainees and training subjects have failed to elicit his capabilities. How am I to report this? I fear that if I do, you elders will merely regard it as a jest. Elder Sussy sat down, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the situation. It was no wonder Rolung had not reported earlier. However, he hesitated and then said, even so, do you believe that with Yin's addition, these children can break that rule? I do not know. Rolung shook his head in confusion. I sense a kind of crisis within him. My martial soul and special abilities grant me an innate perception of danger, hence I cannot evaluate this trainee. As Rolung spoke, a stern expression surfaced on his face. Elder Sussies murmured, if you can sense danger, then there must be something unique about his martial soul, or perhaps he harbors other secrets. It seems I must report this matter to His Holiness the Pope without delay. It is evident that Elder Shi did not send him here by mere chance. Perhaps he is a hidden trump card of the Douluo Palace. The Douluo Palace intends to exploit this method to seize the results of the elite training program, thwarting the Pope's plans to control the training base's layout. Truly an ingenious scheme. No, I must meet with His Holiness immediately. I must uncover this person's identity. Elder Sussies swiftly grabbed the list and hurried out. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly halted and turned to Rolung. Regardless of your thoughts, remember that whatever you do must adhere to the rules here. This is the decree of the Spirit Hall, and you are no exception. Watching Elder Sussies depart, Rolung let out a cold laugh after a long moment. Lowering his head, his expression was obscured, yet a voice filled with resentment emerged. How many years have passed? The Pope's Hall, the Douluo Palace. Humph, you lofty beings remain entangled in your internal strife. It is because of you insects that my life has been ruined. Here, there is but one rule, and that is my rule. The Spirit Hall is situated in the very heart of Spirit City, atop the mountain where the Spirit Hall resides. There stands a magnificent palace. From this vantage point, one can overlook the entirety of Spirit City. Upon entering the Pope's Hall, the interior starkly contrasts its opulent exterior. Inside, it is a pristine white, yet not the cold pallor of ice, but rather imbued with a soft, textured warmth. The floors, columns, and ceilings are adorned with a semi-transparent white jade, beneath which intricate patterns subtly reveal hidden secrets. At the center of the hall stands the Pope's throne, towering above, symbolizing the supreme authority of the continent. Seated upon it is a stunning woman, clad in a luxurious purple robe adorned with golden patterns, crowned with a 9-curved golden tiara. She holds a 2-meter-long scepter embedded with numerous gemstones. Her fair and delicate skin, along with her flawless visage, render her strikingly unique. Particularly, the invisible aura of nobility and sanctity radiating from her evokes a reverent desire to prostrate oneself in worship. At this moment, she rests her chin on her hand, quietly seated upon the throne, exuding a sense of lonely coldness. Suddenly, as if sensing something, her brow involuntarily furrowed. Silently, she straightened her posture. With a subtle motion, the loneliness and desolation evaporated, and her presence transformed into one of noble authority and dominance. Her gaze, calm yet indifferent, fixated on the hall's entrance. A somewhat humble voice emerged from beyond the door. Subordinate Sussies seeks an audience with your holiness. Bibi Dong made no verbal response, merely gesturing lightly with her hand. The hall door swung open unexpectedly. Elder Sussies entered briskly, bowing respectfully, meticulous in his manner. Subordinate has urgent matters to report. Bibi Dong, seated upon the throne, maintained an expression as tranquil as water. She uttered, allowing a single word to float in the air. Elder Sussies seemed to perceive the divine resonance of her utterance. Subordinate was ordered to visit the base and encountered Rolung. However, among this year's seedlings, there appears to be one particularly special individual, likely a clandestine arrangement by someone. Bibi Dong issued a mere sound from her nasal cavity. Elder Sussies quickly bent lower, articulating his pre-prepared words. Your Holiness, this scene appears highly likely to be a covert piece placed by the Douluo Palace. According to Rolung, it is probable that Xiaoyu and Hulaina are not his opponents. Should subordinate take preemptive measures? Just a single syllable. Elder Sussies felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, his entire body stiffening. The words he intended to express faltered, failing to emerge. Bibi Dong calmly rose, extending her hand in a graceful motion. A thin dossier floated from the table beneath the throne, landing in Elder Sussies' hands. He received it with reverence and opened it, revealing a detailed account of information. Yin, true name Kai, born in Holy Soul Village. Martial soul, scythe, damaged, innate soul power at half a level. Identified as a waste martial soul, originating from steward Su Yuntao. Both parents deceased, a commoner, lacking any familial background. Enrolled in Notting Junior Soul Master Academy 1 year ago. Subsequently, went mysteriously missing. Notting Spirit Branch reported an unexplained disappearance certificate issued by Notting Academy. According to the report from Matthew, he is suspected to be connected with the guest elder Yu Xiaojiang of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Later, he was personally delivered into the secret elite training program base by titled Douluo Elder Shi Long renamed Yin, exhibiting a martial soul of shadow, a special mutated martial soul. He has performed exceptionally in the training base, arousing the apprehension of instructor Ro Long, who seems intent on targeting Yin. Chapter 84. The final elimination meticulously records various details regarding Yin, the individual hailing from Sacred Soul Village, including his conduct following his entry into the base, his interactions with instructor Luo Long and the other trainees, as well as an analysis of his future potential. Upon concluding the review, Elder Sars stared in astonishment at Bibi Dong, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was not a fool. Having perused this information, he discerned that the Pope's foresight was far more profound than his own, having taken note of Yin long ago and conducted a thorough investigation into his background. Moreover, through this dossier, he was astounded to discover that Pope Bibi Dong had already placed her own spies within the elite training program's base, with every move of Luo Long meticulously monitored. Ironically, Luo Long had regarded the secret elite training program as his personal domain for many years, only to now appear as a mere jester. However, it remained uncertain whether the Pope's surveillance was solely directed at Luo Lang or extended to all members of the Spirit Hall. If it were the former, there would be little cause for concern. Yet, if the latter were true, could there be a hidden agent of the Pope in his vicinity? Were his actions and thoughts also under her scrutiny? The mere contemplation of his past thoughts and words filled Sars with an overwhelming sense of dread. Stealing a furtive glance at Bibi Dong, he found her gazing at him with an inscrutable expression, devoid of any discernible emotion. Elder Sars trembled internally, mustering his courage to speak. Your Holiness, since you are aware of Yin's information, does it imply that there are arrangements from the Douluo Palace behind him? Should I take any action? Within the Spirit Hall, the manner of addressing Bibi Dong clearly indicated one's allegiance. Normally, one would refer to her as Your Majesty, a title applicable to all title Douluos. However, some referred to her as Your Highness, a designation technically considered an overreach, reserved for the emperors of the two great empires. Yet, given that Bibi Dong was a pope, who also held imperial status, coupled with her assertive demeanor and relentless expansion of influence, her reputation had surpassed that of her predecessors. Additionally, her ambitions and strategies for the continent had become an open secret within the Spirit Hall, garnering her immense admiration from numerous young elders and bishops, who privately referred to her as Your Highness. Bibi Dong appeared to tacitly accept this title, fueling the fervor of her supporters. Conversely, other elders, or those not fervently devoted to her, still opted for the more respectful Your Majesty. Thus, within the Spirit Hall, one's allegiance to Bibi Dong could often be discerned by such simple forms of address. Elder Sars's choice to address her as Your Highness was a clear declaration of his stance, which Bibi Dong understood well. With a gaze deep and tranquil, she replied, I am already aware of why Shi Long sent in here. This matter does not concern the Douluo Palace, and you need not intervene further. Yes, I understand, Sars replied. However, I previously had a detailed conversation with Luo Lang, and he seemed to harbor much resentment and dissatisfaction. I fear he may. Bibi Dong gently extended her hand, and Elder Sars immediately fell silent. She grasped her scepter and moved to the window, surveying the entirety of Spirit City, and spoke softly. The secret elite training program has existed for quite some time. It is time for a change in its rules. Though her words seemed light and devoid of weight, Elder Sars bowed even lower, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. After Sars departed, Bibi Dong turned away, a shadow of weariness crossing her features as she sat upon her throne, a hint of sadness glimmering in her eyes. Although the whereabouts of Shi Long seemed a secret within the Spirit Hall, no secret could elude a pope. Thus, she was acutely aware that Shi Long must be nearby. This event could not have been orchestrated by Qian Daolu. It could only be the work of Qian Renxue. What was her intention? Was it a mere whim? Or was it a calculated move to test her? Qian Renxue remained an insurmountable obstacle in her heart, and even she did not know how to confront this unique individual. Each time she saw or thought of her, it would invariably evoke memories of a harrowing past, always bringing to mind that nightmare. Despite having avenged herself by eliminating that person, the scar remained forever unhealed. Each recollection filled Bibi Dong with a deeper resentment towards fate's unfairness and intensified her loathing for the Angel clan. Similarly, thoughts of what her life might have been had she chosen a different path plagued her. Contemplating this, her longing for Yu Xiaojiang and the memories of her first love surged within her. It could be said that the reason Bibi Dong harbored a lingering fondness for Yu Xiaojiang was largely due to the hardships of her current life. Though she stood as the exalted pope, the emotional void and lingering regrets could never be filled. Xiaoxue, regardless of your thoughts or whether you harbor hatred towards me, you will always be my daughter. The Angel clan must inevitably be vanquished, and I shall unify the entire Douluo Continent. Once my plan succeeds, you shall not only be the empress of the Tiando Empire, but also the sole empress of the Douluo Continent. With a flick of her wrist, the dossier floated gently before her, her gaze fixed upon the name inscribed within. If Ian is indeed the individual you wish to place by my side, then you shall undoubtedly succeed. I shall personally take him as my apprentice and witness the future achievements of yet another twin martial soul genius on this continent. Ian and Hulaina stood silently in the arena as the instructor descended from the sky, landing gracefully upon the platform. He surveyed each individual present, a smile increasingly evident upon his face. You have 1 hour to engage in combat. Select your opponents freely and employ any means necessary. Begin. With that, he coldly remained on the platform, surveying the 10 individuals below like a king. As the instructor's words echoed, Hulaina and the others dispersed. For this was the final elimination round, and no one could afford to form alliances, lest they incur the instructor's ruthless wrath. The 10 individuals swiftly identified their targets, having trained together for years and possessing a keen understanding of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Chapter 85, The Haotian Hammer? The Massage Hammer. A tall, cold-faced youth fixed his gaze upon Xiaoyu, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Xiaoyu, there is no need to wait any longer. We are undoubtedly the strongest among us. Ultimately, only one of us can survive. Once I eliminate you, no one shall pose a threat to me. Jian, Chun, Hao. Xiaoyu pronounced each name with deliberate clarity. In an instant, the two figures closed the distance between them swiftly. In the air, a silver crescent blade and a dazzling sword light intertwined. Meanwhile, in another direction, Yin smiled at a youth of similar stature. Demon, come forth. I know you've long desired to clash with me, and I've harbored the same wish for quite some time. Let us determine our fates. In yet another direction stood a golden-haired youth named Jorm, his lips twisting into a wicked grin. Little fox, no one will protect you today. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, he coldly charged at Hulaina. Ing chose not to intervene, confident in Hulaina's abilities, honed through their recent training, to handle this opponent without assistance. Her only challenge was to overcome her inner demons, a task even Ing could not assist with. At that moment, Ing exchanged a silent glance with another youth. Tang Yu, I hear you are an outer disciple of the Tang clan. The Haotian Hammer, is it? Allow me to experience the might of the so-called strongest weapon spirit firsthand. But if Reyes does truly emerge, I fear the title of the supreme weapon spirit will swiftly change hands. The two young women, meanwhile, engaged in fierce combat without uttering a word. Tang Yu, sporting a mane of black hair loosely tied back, slowly revealed a dark hammer that emanated an aura of terror. With a swift motion, he brought the hammer down. Ing remained motionless, his fist clenched, striking out against the colossal hammer. Tang Yu's eyes widened in surprise, quickly replaced by a sinister smile. How audacious to bare your hands against the Haotian hammer. A thunderous crash echoed as Kai's feet sank into the ground. Maintaining his striking posture, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Excellent. Strong enough. Again. Tang Yu's expression shifted to one of perplexity. He could scarcely believe someone could withstand the Haotian hammer with their body and remain unscathed. Yet, he wondered how many strikes Ing could endure. With gritted teeth, Tang Yu hefted the hammer once more. Bang, bang, bang. One strike after another fell upon Ing, who did not resist but rather absorbed the blows with his body. Each impact felt akin to a cleansing, washing away impurities within him. Strangely, despite the blood flowing from his mouth, ears, and eyes, his expression grew ever more serene. In contrast, Tang Yu's countenance reflected growing concern and a hint of fear. Impossible. It cannot be. How can anyone withstand the Haotian hammer like this? If such power exists, why would he allow me to attack without retaliation? Tang Yu's grip on the hammer began to tremble, yet he pressed on, determined. Ying's strategy was to harness the hammer's force to expel excess impurities from within him. After enduring rigorous training and the suppression of the ascension ladder, his dark bloodline had been perfectly assimilated. Unfortunately, the original owner of this body had been exceedingly weak. Though his physique had improved significantly over 2 years, many impurities remained. This method was necessary to expel them. Most would not survive such an ordeal, for under the relentless blows of the Haotian hammer, they would either perish or have their internal organs shattered. However, Ing, transformed by the dark bloodline, was no ordinary individual. The hammer's strikes could not harm him. Rather, they meticulously purged the fragile impurities from his body. The blood that seeped from him was a testament to this process. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of dark blood, invigorated by the sight of the grimy clots. The Haotian hammer is indeed a remarkable tool. Meanwhile, the duel between Xiaoyu and Jian Shunhao reached a critical juncture. with brilliant lights flashing before them and the sound of clashes reverberating. The chaos between the demon and Yin was even more ferocious, with a tempest of dust and debris swirling around them. In another part of the battlefield, Jorm regarded Hulaina with a twisted, mocking smile. Who would have thought this adorable little fox could make it this far? Hee, I can hardly bear to strike you. As soon as the words left his lips, he leaped high into the air, claws poised to strike down at Hulaina. She barely managed to dodge. Tumbling to her feet, her thigh torn by his assault, Jorm glared at her with venomous intent. Do you remember the person you killed 5 years ago? That was my brother. Now, you shall pay with your life. In that moment, Hulaina froze, recalling the first time she had taken a life. As Jorm's claws neared her, she suddenly shut her eyes, then reopened them with determination. Fox charm. In the next instant, Jorm stood frozen, an inexplicable force enveloping him. Damn it. What is happening? I can't move. Hulaina sprang into action, her long legs slicing through the air like a battle axe, severing Jorm's throat. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Exhaling deeply, Hulaina stood tall, resolute. I'm sorry, but I only wish to survive, for my brother and for Ing. Jorm struggled to cough as he lay on the ground. Cursed. I never expected to be defeated by an illusionary soul skill after years of training. With a sense of resignation, he closed his eyes. As Jorm fell, a series of thuds echoed as others succumbed to the chaos. Among them, Ing appeared the most disheveled, his attire tattered and torn. Yin was battered and bruised, yet Xiao remained unblemished. Behind him, another youth knelt, head bowed, and a girl wiped blood from her hands. Excellent. Haha. Magnificent. It has been years since I have witnessed such an exhilarating contest. You youngsters truly astonish me. The instructor's smile radiated brighter than ever, as if the scar of time had become a wriggling worm yearning to be reborn. Chapter 86. The black-armored guardian Ian furrowed his brow as he gazed at the instructor atop the platform. His suspicions about the man's mental state grew stronger. His demeanor and expressions were unmistakably those of a villain. How amusing it was that 5 individuals had managed to arrive here, far surpassing my expectations. You are the strongest among this batch of students. I hereby announce new rules. You may engage in unrestricted combat, utilizing any means necessary to eliminate your targets. You may form alliances, but in the end, only one shall remain standing. Come, children, relish this feast of carnage, and celebrate your rite of passage. Haha. Just as his words faded, a voice rang out. Wait, I concede. The girl named Ming Yin suddenly knelt, shouting towards the instructor, I give up. The smile on the instructor's face abruptly froze. Ian and Hulaina exchanged astonished glances with each other. This was unprecedented. One could voluntarily concede. If that were the case, many would likely choose to forfeit at the final stage. After all, only one could survive, and there would always be those who cherish their lives. Rolang turned to Ming Yin, his expression hardening. Did you not hear my words clearly? I stated that only one person can leave alive. Are you challenging my rules? And no, it's just. Ming Yin struggled to lift her gaze, biting her lip. According to the rules, if I forfeit and choose to become a black-armored guardian, relinquishing my life and freedom to serve as their protector, never to step out of this base again. I believe that falls within the rules, does it not? Instantly, Ian and Hulaina turned to scrutinize the instructor, searching for the truth in his expression. Who would have thought that this secret elite training program harbored such hidden stipulations? The instructor scoffed derisively, his tone icy. That is not a rule. It is merely something that has been done before. Humph. But it seems you possess connections to learn of this information. How can you bear to give up on yourself? Reflect on the trials and tribulations you have endured here. Should you persevere, you would have the opportunity to learn from the best teachers on the continent and access the finest resources, achieving unparalleled glory. Do you not desire that? Meng Yin forced a bitter smile as she glanced at Xiao and the others. I understand that reaching this stage with my abilities is the limit. Moreover, by the previous rules, I would undoubtedly perish under the combined assault of those 4. For me, becoming a black-armored guardian is not a bad option. After all, I would still be living as a mere shell, devoid of freedom. My lord, she continued. Her gaze not on the instructor, but on a black-armored guardian beside Ro Lang, according to the rules. Each student who reaches the final stage has an opportunity to make a choice. I hope you can grant me this chance. Haha. It seems you've forgotten that there is but one rule here. My rule. Ro Lang sneered, raising his hand. At that moment, the black-armored guardian by his side stepped forward nonchalantly. Since you have made your choice, I, on behalf of the black-armored guardians, welcome you. A look of surprise crossed Ming Yan's face as she promptly knelt. Thank you, my lord, for your benevolence. Ro Lang's gaze turned icy as he glared at the black-armored guardian. Xianyi, what does this mean? The black-armored guardian slowly raised his head, calmly meeting Ro Lang's stare. The black-armored guardians also have the right to select students to bolster our ranks. While I cannot choose actively, since she has presented this option, I have no reason to refuse, do I? Ro Lang regarded the silent guardian with newfound seriousness, studying him closely before bursting into laughter. Xianyi, or should I say Huanfeng? Back then, you forfeited at this stage, too afraid to face me. So many years have passed. Do you now look down on me due to my diminished prowess? Xianyi shook his head placidly. Lang, I have no intention of disrupting your rules. However, during the last expedition against the Beast Horde, the Black Armored Guardians suffered substantial losses. Selecting a few students to replenish our ranks is quite reasonable, don't you think? Lang inhaled deeply, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Very well. He turned to Ming Yin. Congratulations on becoming a new Black Armored Guardian. But mark my words, you will regret this choice one day. Haha, once you don that armor, you shall never remove it. Sometimes. A life worse than death is even more tormenting. Take her away. Xianyi inclined his head slightly, silently moving beside Ming Yin and grasping the nape of her neck. Vanishing in a few swift leaps. To think that the seemingly ordinary guardian possessed such formidable strength, rivaling that of the instructor Rolang. Rolang did not spare a glance at the departing Xianyi. Rather, he sneered condescendingly, looking down at the 4 remaining students. What about you 4? Does anyone else wish to become a Black Armored Guardian? Hey, why are you all staring at me? Yin protested, indignant. I either want to die gloriously or live freely. Living in the shadows as a slave is not my choice. Xiaoyu sighed. Unless I witness Nana walking out alive, I will not easily concede. Hulaina hesitated, her feet shifting as if she wished to say something. Yet Xiaoyu signaled her with his eyes, gripping her hand tightly. Brother. Hulaina's voice trembled. She was reluctant for Xiaoyu to sacrifice himself for her. At that moment, her other hand was clasped by Yin, who gently squeezed her palm. Nana, do not worry. Have you forgotten what I told you? A smile crept onto Hulaina's lips. With 2 caring individuals by her side, what was there to fear? Haha. Compared to such useless beings, I prefer you true warriors who face the grim specter of death head-on. Now, let us see your performance. My rules remain unchanged. I eagerly anticipate the sensation of turning against your own comrades. Rolang's malicious laughter grew increasingly boisterous, as though he were about to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Do not regard me with such eyes. Trust me, by slaying your companions, you shall become even more heartless and ruthless. Only in this manner can you become the sharpest blade. The group fell silent, resolutely pressing their backs together, coldly scrutinizing the instructor before them. Their collective aura steadily intensified. Chapter 87. Hidden Rules. Suddenly, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the instructor. He glared furiously at the 4 individuals before him. Do you intend to defy my rules? If you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Since you wish to pursue excitement, then carry it through to the end. Yin's lips twitched involuntarily. Have you been possessed by Ellie? Humph. If you do not wish to turn against one another and prefer to band together, then you should pray that your embrace is strong enough. The Black Armored Guards stood at attention, awaiting orders to attack without restraint. Ultimately, only one of you 4 shall emerge alive. Let the games begin. Luo Lung commanded with an authoritative wave of his hand. Yet, the guards, clad in black armor, remained motionless, standing like black spears, unwavering. Luo Ling frowned slightly and raised his voice. Black Armored Guards, carry out the command. However, the guards continued to stand still. Taking a deep breath, Luo Long coldly inquired, What are you doing, Black Armored Guards? Do you wish to disobey my orders? They are not disobeying. On the contrary, they are strictly following my commands. Xianyi, who had just returned with his hands clasped behind his back, approached step by step until he stood firmly before Luo Long. Frustrated, Luo Long pointed a finger at Xianyi. Xianyi, what are you trying to do? Do you Black Armored Guards intend to rebel? Rebel? Where does that notion stem from? Xianyi chuckled. Disregarding orders and violating the base's rules is akin to rebellion. Rules? What a joke. Since when have your words represented the rules of the entire base? He pointed at the 4 below. Moreover, their current choice seems to align perfectly with the base's rules. Does it not? Align with the base's rules? Luo Lung's anger transformed into a mocking smile. I believe I established the elimination rules. They are currently violating them. And I possess the authority to execute them. Enough. Xianyi interjected, raising a hand. Luo Ling, how long has it been? You seem to have grown accustomed to a leisurely existence, forgetting the rules of the base. According to the training plan, if they break this rule and eliminate you, the instructor, they too can walk out of here alive, can't they? What? Luo Long was taken aback, glancing at Xiaoyu and the others, before bursting into an angry laugh. Xianyi, it appears you have informed them. You are the one orchestrating all of this. What? Do you aspire to take my position? Xianyi shook his head gently. You are mistaken. I have not divulged anything to them. I am merely fulfilling my duties. Their choices align perfectly with the rules. Luo Long, after all these years, someone has finally dared to take this step. Shouldn't you be excited? Instead of allowing the Black Armored Guards to overwhelm them and end their lives, you, as the instructor, should personally step in to uphold the rules of the training plan. Ending the lives of these young prodigies, watching them wither like unblossomed flowers, should be your long-held desire, should it not? Luo Lung's expression stiffened. Xianyi, do not speak nonsense. I am merely performing my duties. This is not my desire. Stop pretending, Luo Long. At this point, it is just you and I. Why conceal the truth? Since this rule was inscribed in the training plan, no one has dared to make such a choice for years. A new history is destined to be born through your hands. Shouldn't that excite you? New history? Luo Lung laughed arrogantly. Do you think these youngsters can overpower me? He cast off his cloak and coldly turned away. You think you can defeat me? He pointed at the four below, mimicking the act of crushing an insect. I could extinguish you as easily as I would an ant. Are you frightened? Xianyi stepped closer. Have you succumbed to fear, resorting to empty threats? Fear not. Young ones, within the final round of elimination lies a hidden rule. Killing the instructor allows one to walk out with impunity. Best of luck to you. Black armored guards. Heed my command. In an instant, all the black armored guards raised their weapons in unison. Martial law. A black torrent encircled the entire arena. Please proceed, Instructor Luo. Luo Lung's expression darkened as he stood rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, Helena and Yin stared in disbelief, exchanging glances filled with shock. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yin's eyes. He had indeed been unaware of such a hidden rule. However, he understood the direction of the plot and knew the original script. Helena and Xiaoyu would join forces to eliminate the instructor. Yet, the Spirit Hall had not executed them. On the contrary, they had allowed them to survive. Initially, Yin believed the Spirit Hall recognized their immense potential and refrained from killing them, especially since they could potentially execute a spirit fusion technique. Thus, after a night of discussions before the final elimination round, he had understood their intentions. They did not wish to be mere puppets in the hands of the Spirit Hall, slaughtering one another. So they resolved to take a stand today. The original plan was to eliminate the instructor, showcasing their vast potential. If the Spirit Hall still intended to execute them, they would force their way out. Now, it seemed their plan was progressing more smoothly than anticipated. However, unlike Yin, the other three were not as confident. After all, based on the instructor's displayed power, he was at least a Soul King level expert. To kill a Soul King, if they had gained resources from the Spirit Hall after leaving the base, acquiring soul rings and mastering powerful soul techniques, they might have had confidence. But presently, they were merely soul masters, albeit on the verge of breaking through to great soul masters. However, they inherently possessed a disadvantage in terms of martial spirits and soul techniques, making it virtually impossible to defeat the instructor. Only Yin remained brimming with confidence. What of a Soul King? At worst, he is merely a soul sage. What is so daunting about that? After all, Tang San had graduated from the noting Junior Soul Master Academy and was sent to Shrek Academy. During the entrance examination, he had teamed up with Xiaowu, Daimubai, and others to engage in a battle against the unmovable Ming Wang Zhao Wujin. Though it was merely a sparring match, Zhao Wujin had not revealed all his cards, yet Tang San's hidden weapons had successfully landed a strike, forcing Zhao Wujin to concede. Even with just a few hidden weapon techniques, Tang San could counter a soul sage level expert, let alone Yin. He bore within him the spirit of Rajastra. At worst, he could unleash Rajastra and wreak havoc. Of course, that was a last resort. Yin would not use it unless he was utterly cornered. Chapter 88. The Necromancer emerges. In the present moment, even if the seal of Reyes is not completely lifted, the Hidden One can still wield a portion of his power. The remnants of the dark bloodline within him have been entirely absorbed, and with the pressure of the ascension ladder, his physique continues to refine itself. Within the ocean of his consciousness, he gradually digests the memories and mental energy left by Cain. He has also mastered a considerable amount of the assassin's path and combat skills of the shadow flow. Now, his mental strength has significantly increased. Even if he were to employ Reyes' power once more, he would not plunge himself directly into peril, as long as it is not an overwhelming consumption. He can maintain dominance over his spirit, free from Reyes' control. This is the greatest foundation and reliance of the Hidden One. At this moment, Instructor Roland is surrounded by the black armored guards, akin to a beast trapped within a cage. Opposite him stand four figures, leaning against each other. Haha. Roland laughs heartily, his eyes filled with disdain. Coldly turning, he gazes at Xianyi. Xianyi, I know you have been monitoring me all these years. But did you think I would be unprepared? I have harbored suspicions all along, yet I could not confirm them. But now, there is no turning back. I believe it is time for everything to reach its conclusion. If I calculate the time correctly, it should be nearly upon us. Seeing Roland's seemingly carefree demeanor, Xianyi's heart begins to stir with unease. Roland, what tricks are you playing? Do you think no one is aware of your actions? Would you like to hear a story? Roland, ignoring Xianyi, continues, the trainees in the training base rebel, refusing to follow orders, the leader of the black armored guards. Xianyi is slain. Instructor Roland intervenes, and all trainees perish at the hands of the black guards during the chaos. Wouldn't you agree this tale is rather complete? The obscured expression of the black armored Xianyi is obscured, yet his slight retreat reveals his inner turmoil. His voice carries a hint of skepticism. Roland, do you truly believe you possess the strength to annihilate the entire black armored guards in plain view of everyone? I certainly do not. And why would I wish to slaughter the black armored guards? Before he finishes speaking, all the black armored guards pivot their weapons, aim squarely at Xianyi. In that instant, Xianyi stands frozen, incredulous, exclaiming, "What are you doing? This is impossible. How could you possibly sway these black guards?" Haha. Roland bursts into a boisterous laugh. Xianyi, you are aware that the black guards cannot be bribed. They are nameless and soulless beings, impervious to power and status. How could I ever sway them? Then why do they heed your commands? Quite simply, I promised them that from this day forth, they would obtain what they have always desired. What is it? Indeed, it is freedom. With the elite training program now in disarray, who would concern themselves with the existence of these black guards? They can flee into the vast mountains, shedding their black armor, and from then on, live freely. Under such conditions, I believe they have no reason to refuse. Xian Yi's expression shifts to one of shock. Impossible. Roland, do you think you can act with impunity? Countless elites are stationed outside. They cannot possibly escape. The situation has deviated far beyond the Hidden One's expectations. He had not anticipated that a mere elimination assessment would involve such intricate power struggles. He exchanges glances with Hulaina and the others, realizing that they can only act opportunistically to ensure their own safety. Do you think those elites outside still have time to concern themselves with this matter? They are struggling to save themselves. Kill. With Roland's command, the black armored guards charge towards Xian Yi and Hulaina. However, at that moment, Xian Yi raises his hand. Numerous black guards turn their weapons upon their comrades beside them. Uft, uft. Chaos erupts among the black armored guards as former allies turn against one another in relentless slaughter. It appears Roland's control over the black armored guards is not as absolute as he believed. His expression stiffens. Xian Yi, I have indeed underestimated you. Roland, do you think your schemes can remain concealed from everyone? His Holiness the Pope has long been aware of your treachery. Today marks your demise. I know you speak of Sass. I was already aware he was sent to probe my defenses. So do you believe I would be unprepared for him? Rest assured, he will not arrive. By the time he does, everything here will have concluded. Xian Yi is once again struck with shock. Roland, what benefit do you gain from this? You are severing ties with the Spirit Hall. You know the fate of betrayal. There will be no escape for you. I am well aware. I never wished to betray the Spirit Hall, yet I had no choice. I have been unable to break through for a lifetime. However, I am unwilling to concede. To achieve a breakthrough, I must resort to that kind of power. You know that once I utilize that power, the Spirit Hall will not accept me. So I had no choice but to take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Xian Yi trembles with shock. Even Hulaina beside him is filled with curiosity. What kind of heinous act has Roland committed to contemplate betraying the Spirit Hall? Xian Yi, trembling, points a finger at Roland. Could it be? Could it be that you are responsible for those events? Over the years, the elite training program has repeatedly encountered accidents, and the mortality rate among trainees has escalated dramatically, particularly among rare talented individuals. I have long suspected someone was clandestinely targeting these trainees. Initially, I speculated that perhaps you were consumed by jealousy, secretly increasing their training intensity to torment them for your amusement. But now it seems, did you truly lose your mind and employ that evil power? Xian Yi gazes at Roland in disbelief, struggling to accept his own suspicions. Xian Yi, you are indeed clever, but alas, you have comprehended too late. Roland no longer conceals his true intentions. Roland, you shall pay for this. You dare to draw upon the power of the necromancer. What is evil and what is righteous? Who decides? Roland regards Xian Yi with disdain. Once I become a titled Douluo, I shall be free and unbound. Who can possibly hold me accountable? In an instant, Roland's cloak rends open. A blood-red serpent, adorned with terrifying patterns, manifests behind him, its 8 soul rings distinctly visible. Impossible! You have actually regained the realm of Soul Douluo? Xian Yi exclaims, as if witnessing a ghost. Chapter 89. Enchantment. In Xian Yi's understanding, the damage caused by a fall from such a realm is irreparable. Ha ha ha. Surprised, are you? Not only have I regained my status as a Soul Douluo, but with the consumption of these prodigies, there is even hope for ascending to the rank of a titled Douluo. Such magnificent power cannot possibly be deemed evil. Damn it. Luo Lang, you are nothing but a beast. You deserve to die. Those individuals could have become the pillars of the Spirit Hall in the future. Luo Lang licked his lips. Rather than let those students perish in vain, they might as well be used to enhance my strength. Xian Yi, rest assured. A waste like you is not worthy of being devoured by me. Third soul skill, Dark Blood Devour. Suddenly, that blood-red, eerie giant python surged towards Xian Yi with overwhelming force. Fourth soul skill, Shadow Splitting Slash. Swish. In an instant, Xian Yi's figure split into 2 shadows soaring through the air, flanking the giant python and charging towards Luo Lang. Interesting, Dark Blood Entanglement. Meanwhile, as the two engaged in battle, other black-armored guardians rushed towards Hulaina and her companions. Naturally, some of the black-armored guards appeared more astute, silently retreating into the surrounding forest. Initially, they were stationed here to prevent others from fleeing, so their escape was extraordinarily smooth. However, as they plunged into the dense woodland, a series of blood-curdling screams echoed, indicating the presence of some unknown dangers within the forest. At this moment, on the mountain path, Elder Sussy was gravely observing a figure clad in black before him. Who are you to dare intrude upon the forbidden grounds of the Spirit Hall? Ha ha ha, Sussy. The so-called weakest elder of the Spirit Hall. Yet even the weakest is still a title de law. I wonder if consuming you will allow me to shatter my limitations? Arrogant. Regardless of who you are, if you sneak into the forbidden grounds, you'll pay the price. Elder Sussy suddenly struck out. Countless dazzling lights cascaded down from the air. Simultaneously, behind the figure in black, a dozen masked individuals leaped into the forest, mercilessly attacking those escaping black-armored guardians. These individuals possessed formidable strength, rendering the black-armored guardians no match for them. In just a few minutes, casualties mounted significantly. Meanwhile, Hulaina and Xiao faced an onslaught from dozens of black-armored guardians. At this moment, Yin also demonstrated terrifying prowess. After 2 years of training, he not only possessed a robust physique but had also mastered the art of assassination through the shadow flow. Utilizing his shadow martial soul, he effortlessly shifted positions amidst the chaos. He appeared directly behind a black-armored guardian, his blood-red side slicing through. The black-armored guardian clutched his neck in disbelief as he fell. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound, yet the blood on the scythe became even more vivid, and Yin's eyes turned a deeper shade of red. Seeing his companion's tragic end, another black-armored guardian thrust a spear towards Yin. In the next moment, a shadow shattered, and the spear met only air. Yin had vanished. Thud. The scythe pierced the body of the black-armored guardian behind him. The armor seemed as fragile as paper, easily torn apart. Another fell. Yin's aura of malice and killing intent grew heavier, and his strikes became increasingly fierce. In contrast to Hulaina and Xiao's continuous resistance, the number of black-armored guardians falling to Yin's hand had already reached dozens. Finally, the last black-armored guardian fell. The remaining black-armored guardians fled far away. For them, attaining freedom was paramount. They would not truly sacrifice themselves for Luo Long. Just then, Yin stood stunned, staring at the scythe in his hand, his expression fluctuating between joy and despair. It had come to this. Each life he had harvested had allowed him to absorb fragments of their souls. Now, he finally sensed the opportunity emanating from the scythe. He could choose a direction for evolution, either into Shadow or Shadow Assassin. However, given Luo Ling's overwhelming presence, it seemed unwise to become a fragile assassin. He would have to evolve into a Darkborn. Awakening the Darkborn bloodline within him would grant him mastery over Rayast. With Rayast's formidable abilities, not only would his physical attributes greatly enhance, but he would also be able to recover his vitality during battle. At that moment, a figure tumbled to their feet. Cough, cough. A fit of violent and painful coughing erupted. Xian Yi's mask had fallen to the ground, revealing a pale, gaunt face. It was evident that he had once been strikingly handsome in his youth. However, his current state was quite tragic, blood spilling from his mouth. Of course, Luo Lung was not faring well either. Deep cracks marred his chest. Yet, he boldly stepped forward. Xian Yi, you were inadequate back then. Even now, your opportunity is futile. Just then, his expression suddenly shifted. With a cold snort, he raised his gaze to the distance. Quite swift. In that case, I shall first devour you little ones. Yin gravely looked at Xiao and Hulaina, speaking in a low voice. Hold him off. Just give me a minute, and it will be enough. Though uncertain of Yin's intentions, the long-form tacit understanding compelled Xiao and the others to remain silent, resolutely nodding. Hulaina, Xiao, and Yin. The three joined forces and charged towards Luo Lang. Luo Lang sneered disdainfully. The blood-red giant python surged towards the trio. Xiao grasped Hulaina's hand, and they exchanged glances. They released their martial souls simultaneously. As soul power converged, gradually, Hulaina seemed to radiate beauty, a fluffy tail sprouting from her back. Simultaneously, Xiao's moon blade materialized, 2 blades, blood-red and crescent-shaped, held in each hand. As he moved, he collided with his sister. A crimson aura abruptly manifested, expanding. At the moment Hulaina and Xiao's bodies collided, the red light enveloped them both. Instantly, the crimson glow erupted like a sphere of light, encompassing nearly half the battlefield. The red light flickered, transforming the two individuals into one, a figure with flowing hair, indistinguishable in gender. Their hair had turned red. The entity formed from Xiao, and Hulaina began to dance gracefully, wielding the enlarged moon blades that shimmered with radiant hues. Martial soul fusion skill. Enchantment. In an instant, even Luo Ling, who had always been confident of victory, was left momentarily stunned. Chapter 90. The soul-devouring Douluo. This is the ace in the hole for Xiao and Hulaina. The martial soul fusion technique they executed together possesses formidable control capabilities. Within the realm of the enchanting skill, all senses of the adversaries are diminished by 50%. Their soul power is suppressed by 50%. All actions are delayed by 50%. Impossible. Luo Lung roared in fury. Absolutely impossible. Without undergoing rigorous training, how could one possibly utilize a martial soul fusion technique? Yet, this was something Luo Lung was unaware of. Hulaina's martial soul is extraordinarily unique, capable of enhancing the success rate of martial soul fusion techniques. Furthermore, the bond shared by the siblings since childhood, coupled with their inheritance of their parents' martial souls, made the fusion significantly easier. They had practiced in secret multiple times beforehand. With hidden guidance, Hulaina and Xiao gained added confidence in executing the martial soul fusion technique. Consequently, they had already mastered the application with great skill. At this moment, as they employed the martial soul fusion technique, Luo Lung was temporarily restrained. Beside them, Yin let out a roar. A torrent of fiery red magma surged forth like a fire dragon, charging towards Luo Lung. Just as Luo Lung intended to evade, he was astonished to find that his body was suddenly immobile. The fiery magma thunderously engulfed Luo Lung entirely. Control is meant to create opportunities for output. Luo Lung was helplessly propelled backward, crashing to the ground and rolling several times, lying still. Xiao and Hulaina stood there, gasping for breath. Is he dead? Be careful. At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows. It was Yin, floating painfully midair. The blood-red scythe gradually fused with his body, as if it were tearing him apart. His form expanded dramatically, rivaling even Yin. 2 blood-red horns sprouted from his forehead, his eyes glowing crimson, adorned with terrifying blood-red patterns. An aura of dread and destruction radiated from him. Xiao and Hulaina were momentarily stunned. Is this still the frail little guy? Goodness. Could it be that Yin is actually some powerful soul beast? At this juncture, only Yin could entertain such fantastical thoughts. Meanwhile, Hulaina was too overwhelmed by surprise and fear to ponder further, for Luo Lung was rising from the ground. His clothing was tattered, revealing a horrific wound across his chest, grotesquely gaping, with blood flowing profusely. Luo Lung's eyes were bloodshot. His expression twisted as he emitted a chilling howl. His blood burned with a ferocious intensity, exuding wisps of dark mist. You ants, you shall perish. The beast martial soul, now transformed into a massive black python, lunged at Xiao and Hulaina. Just then, Yin's figure vanished from sight. The shadow that had once lingered beneath Luo Lung's feet appeared instantaneously behind him. What is this? In an instant, Luo Lung was taken aback. Today, he was increasingly astonished by these youngsters. Before he could react, a red figure materialized before him. A gigantic scythe spun wildly, piercing deeply into Luo Lung's body. The blood that flowed from him, along with the malevolent power it harbored, was entirely absorbed by the scythe. It craved the essence as a drunkard would yearn for a rare vintage. Luo Lung felt an icy chill envelop him, a primal instinctual fear. The malevolence emanating from him paled in comparison to the dark power of the scythe. He truly wished to inquire who the real evil soul master was. Luo Lung's vitality waned rapidly, his mental resolve dissipating gradually. In a fit of defiance, he roared, his blood igniting with greater ferocity. His flesh visibly shrank at an alarming rate. Yet, he unleashed a tremendous force, striking directly at Yin. Oddly enough, he merely staggered back a step. Blood flowed from his wounds, only to be absorbed back into his body, appearing entirely unscathed. Meanwhile, Shen Yi, lying on the ground, clutched his chest in shock. What manner of power is this? It is far more sinister and terrifying than that of an evil soul master. As the battle raged on, Luo Lung's blood continued to flow, rendering him increasingly feeble. Finally, with a flash of red light across his throat, Luo Lung collapsed. His body resembling that of a desiccated husk, his eyes void of life. He had sought to devour others, yet it turned out he was the one consumed. Yin, gripping the scythe tightly, trembled uncontrollably. The veins on his face were prominent, and a flicker of chaos danced in his eyes. As he watched Luo Lung fall, Xiao and Hulaina let out a long sigh of relief. They had survived. After 5 long years. At that moment, Shen Yi cautiously raised his head, noticing a figure descending from the edge of the cliff in the distance. Yin, in his transformed state, also caught sight of this figure. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he clutched the scythe and slowly approached Xiao and Hulaina. I have finally fulfilled my promise to you. We have all survived. I hope you will remember me in the future. From Yin's tone, Hulaina sensed something amiss. In a state of panic, she asked, what is happening? Are you leaving me? Yin gestured to his own body. Do you think the spirit hall would accept this power within me? But fear not, the spirit hall will not harm you. You 3 shall become their prodigies. You will receive the finest cultivation. Once I have made a name for myself, I will return to find you. Just then, a figure gracefully landed. Judging by the adornments, it was likely an elder from the spirit hall. What the hell happened? Where's Luo Lang? Who killed him? Shen Yi coughed twice before replying, reporting to you. Elder, Luo Lang perished at the hands of this batch of elite program students. According to the rules, these students have passed the assessment. Impossible. How could they have killed Luo Lang? He was already at the level of a soul Douluo. Upon hearing this, Xian Yi's brow furrowed. Chapter 91. Escape. Xian Yi was overwhelmed with astonishment. Luo Lang had relied on the nefarious power of the evil soul master to breach the soul Douluo realm. Until just prior to the battle, Xian Yi had remained oblivious to this fact. He believed that the others were equally unaware of the truth. However, the moment the elder arrived, he immediately stated that Luo Lang had already attained the strength of a soul Douluo. The implications of this were indeed thought-provoking. Did this elder know that Luo Lang had employed forbidden power? If so, why did he not intervene or report it? Or was there a deeper involvement of this elder in the matter? If that were the case, it would suggest that Luo Lang was backed by a formidable force. Yet, as Xian Yi assessed the situation, he noted that although Luo Lang had perished, a more powerful titled Douluo elder had now arrived. The combined strength of himself and the others was certainly no match for this elder. What if he were to expose such secrets? What if the elder, in a fit of rage, decided to take lives? In this dire moment, he could only feign compliance. Respectfully, Xian Yi stated, respected Elder Sai, among the current students. There are 2 exceptionally talented individuals capable of utilizing powerful martial soul fusion techniques, and with the assistance of 2 other gifted students, they managed to defeat Luo Lang. All 4 of them are extraordinarily rare talents who have achieved unprecedented feats. According to Elder Sasu, even His Holiness the Pope has taken an early interest in them. The Pope? The elder's brow furrowed deeply. He then turned his gaze toward the four individuals. His eyes quickly flitted over to Xiao, Yin, and Hulaina before settling upon Yin. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. Xianyi, is this monstrosity the genius student you speak of? Xianyi's expression faltered. At that moment, Yin indeed appeared less than human. Despite having witnessed Yin's transformation, he still found it hard to believe. Yet, he could only argue. This student is named Yin. He was personally delivered here by Elder Shi and has garnered significant attention from His Holiness the Pope, being one of the most outstanding students. Humph. Elder Sai scoffed derisively. Xianyi, do you not realize that outside the valley, countless evil soul masters are rampaging? Their goal is to create chaos and take the opportunity to rescue those imprisoned within the secret jail. As for your so-called genius students, I have yet to see any evidence of them. On the contrary, the malevolent power emanating from this boy must surely derive from the evil soul masters. Perhaps he is an insider among them. At this proclamation, Yin's expression darkened. The surging murderous intent within him could no longer be contained. Xianyi replied gravely. Yin is a genius student trained within the elite program, possessing a mutated martial soul. It remains uncertain whether the power he wields is indeed of an evil nature. Perhaps it would be prudent to leave this matter for His Holiness the Pope to decide? The Pope? Do you, a mere black-armored Xianwei, think you can use the Pope to intimidate me? Elder Sai appeared quite resistant to Xianyi's continual references to the Pope. Humph. What if the Pope were here? Luo Leng's demise was shrouded in mystery, his flesh and blood drained. Such evil power undoubtedly belongs to the killing methods of the evil soul masters. Given the urgency of the situation, we must first subdue this individual to ensure all is secure. A sinister smile crept across Yin's lips as he turned his face toward the elder, forcibly suppressing his murderous intent. Though he had managed to eliminate Luo Leng, it did not imply he could vanquish the elder before him. After all, this elder was a genuine title Douluo. While Luo Leng had forcibly elevated himself to the sole Douluo realm, he had already sustained significant injuries, compromising his foundation. His reliance on the powers of the evil soul masters was merely a precarious facade, lacking the authenticity of a true soul Douluo. Moreover, his malevolent powers were perfectly countered by Yin's dark lineage. Thus, Luo Leng's strength was rendered ineffective. Coupled with the joint martial soul fusion technique employed by Hulaina and Xiao to control Luo Leng, along with Yin's powerful attack that severely wounded him, and Xianyi's intervention that depleted Luo Leng's soul power, it ultimately enabled Yin to dispatch him with ease. However, now Xianyi was injured and could no longer fight. Hulaina and Xiao were temporarily unable to execute their martial soul fusion technique. While the strength of the title Douluo Elder surpassed that of Luo Leng by an unknown magnitude, if Yin were to disregard everything and expend all his energy in a life-or-death battle against the title Douluo Elder, even if he succeeded in slaying his opponent, he would likely fall entirely under the control of Reist, losing his will forever, and the seal of Reist would be thoroughly lifted. That was not his aim. Reflecting on this, Yin took a deep breath and spoke solemnly, "Respected Elder." Previously, Luo Leng had personally admitted to utilizing the power of the evil soul masters to break through to the soul Douluo realm. This matter is known only to us few present, so I am curious how the elder came to know of Luo Leng's soul Douluo status. Have you been aware of this all along, and if so, why have you chosen to conceal it? What a sharp-tongued little creature. Elder Sai bellowed in anger. I shall capture you first, and there will be a place for your sharp teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Sai raised his hand. Yin executed a strange maneuver, swiftly darting forward. A cold smile appeared at the corner of the elder's mouth. Humph. You think you can escape before me? You know nothing of the power of a title Douluo. With a swift motion, he vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Yin, his hand reaching for Yin's neck. However, as he grasped, the figure of Yin suddenly shattered, transforming into a shadow that vanished from sight. In a starkly contrasting location, Yin's form materialized instantaneously at the foot of a sheer cliff. The elder, furious, was left utterly humiliated. He soared into the air, pursuing the location. In his eyes, this little insect might have played with him for a moment, but that was all. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded. As the elder closed in on Yin, he turned to reveal a mocking smile, brandishing an enormous red scythe. His body abruptly transformed into a faint shadow, akin to a phantom, disappearing into the cliff before him. Within mere breaths, he had vanished without a trace. The elder stood in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the stone wall. He then began to strike the wall furiously, sending fragments and dust flying. Yet amidst it all, where could Yin's figure be found? Strangely, under his assault, he discovered that the stone wall was entirely solid, devoid of any illusion. There were no tunnels or caves behind it. How was this possible? Not only the elder, but even Hulaina and Xiao, who had been with him for so long, exchanged incredulous glances. They had never anticipated that Yin possessed such a hidden ability. Chapter 92. The appearance of Bibi Dong. This was a misunderstanding on the part of Xiao and his companions. This ability was something he had only recently acquired. Previously, he had been unable to utilize the shadow step. This was a skill of Kain, and he had not anticipated that after activating his transformation, he would gain a skill as well. Although he had the freedom to choose from various abilities at that moment, he opted for the relatively harmless shadow step instead of the formidable shattering shadow. While Shattering Shadow was indeed immensely powerful, capable of inflicting colossal damage and allowing the user to enter the target's body while remaining untargetable, it ultimately had a finite duration. Once it ended, he would be left vulnerable to death, as this skill alone was insufficient to vanquish a titled Douluo. In contrast, Shadow Step offered unparalleled advantages. It not only allowed for seamless traversal through terrain, but also significantly enhanced his mobility and healed his injuries with each use. No matter how strong a titled Douluo might be, they could not traverse terrain to capture him. It was truly an invaluable skill for both combat and travel. Unsurprisingly, Elder Sai could only fume in impotent rage, as this ability was far beyond his comprehension. Although Xiao and his companions were equally astonished, their predominant sentiment was one of genuine joy. The previous elder's menacing demeanor had led them to believe that Ian was doomed. Now, witnessing his safe escape, their elation knew no bounds. However, it wasn't long before the expressions of the three shifted. The enraged Elder Sai suddenly turned, glaring fiercely at them. Humph. You are all cut from the same cloth as that wretched being. It is evident that you are not to be trusted. Will you not confess whether you were colluding with the evil soul masters? Xian Yi's expression changed dramatically as he disregarded his status and strength, stepping protectively in front of the three. These students have thorough dossiers and come from honorable backgrounds. Moreover, they have passed the assessments and are destined to become the pillars of our spirit hall. I implore you, Elder, to show mercy. If you have any doubts, the Pope shall make the final judgment. Elder Sai roared in response. The Pope? Have you any regard for my authority as an elder? Get out of my way. With a casual wave of his hand, a tremendous force sent Xian Yi hurtling backward, collapsing helplessly to the ground. He was already grievously injured, and this only compounded his suffering. Hulaina and the other two gritted their teeth, glaring furiously at the elder. They could hardly believe that after enduring so much hardship, they would ultimately meet their end here. It was truly unbearable. At that moment, a cold snort echoed through the air. Elder Sai's expression shifted abruptly as if an invisible force had bound him. The hand he had raised could no longer descend. A figure emerged, clad in a flowing purple gown, wielding a scepter and crowned. Her silhouette was graceful, exuding an air of nobility. It was none other than the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Her footsteps lightly grazed the grass below, as if some unseen force supported her, allowing her to glide forward. Her pace was steady and deliberate, yet in the blink of an eye, she stood before the group. The previously arrogant Elder Sai now bore a look of fear and hesitation, his face rigid. Sa, when did you acquire the authority to interfere with matters of the training base? Your Holiness, I received an urgent alert regarding an invasion by evil soul masters, which is why I came to provide reinforcements. Is that so? Then where are these evil soul masters? In the dense forest. Ambushing the guards, then why are you attacking elite training students here instead of confronting the evil soul masters? Bibi Dong maintained an air of calm, her expression devoid of any emotion. Elder Sai stammered. I witnessed the death of instructor Luo Long, his blood drained, surely the work of an evil soul master. Conveniently, one student exhibited abnormal behavior, and I intended to capture him for questioning, but he slipped away in a moment of carelessness. You lie. Xian Yi could no longer contain his rage, but quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully. Your Holiness. The events unfolded as such. He recounted everything that had transpired, leaving nothing concealed, including the peculiarities surrounding Yin's previous encounter and his bizarre escape. Listening to Xian Yi's account, the expressions of those present varied dramatically. Hulaina, Xiao, and Yin appeared anxious and concerned, for Xian Yi's narration had not omitted the suspicious characteristics exhibited by Yin, including his eerie scythe-type martial spirit, which seemed capable of absorbing others' blood and enhancing his own power after each kill, and the grotesque transformation Yin underwent, rendering him a terrifying and hideous creature, far from human. The trio was uncertain whether the strange powers exhibited by Yin were derived from an evil soul master, yet they were certain it was no ordinary matter. They feared that the Spirit Hall would mistakenly classify Yin among the ranks of evil soul masters. Conversely, Elder Sai was also filled with trepidation. With Bibi Dong present, he found himself powerless to interrupt Xian Yi's testimony, while Bibi Dong remained composed. Once Xian Yi finished, she turned her gaze to Elder Sai. Do you have any final words? At this, Elder Sai's face paled. Your Holiness, even if my actions were misguided, they stemmed from good intentions. Furthermore, any disciplinary measures against the titled Douluo elder must be reported to the Douluo Hall and require unanimous consent from the other elders. You have no authority. Your final words are too lengthy and tiresome. In the next instant, Bibi Dong extended a delicate finger, casually pressing down upon Elder Sai. Despite his outrage and impending resistance, a torrent of purple webs ensnared his figure, immobilizing him completely. Terror flickered in his eyes as he realized the vast chasm that separated him from Bibi Dong, even though they were both titled Douluo. Before long, Elder Sai lay on the ground, lifeless. As his body lay still, a soul bone slowly drifted upward. Bibi Dong effortlessly caught it in her hand and then turned her attention to Xiao and his companions. You have successfully slain the instructor and completed the training plan, demonstrating remarkable performance. Under normal circumstances, this soul bone would rightfully be awarded to you. However, as of now, you have yet to achieve any significant accomplishments. And since there is only one soul bone, you must earn your merits before it can be distributed as a reward. Upon hearing this, The eyes of the three brightened with excitement. A soul bone. Such a precious treasure that even titled Douluo might not easily obtain. It was a coveted gem for all soul masters. How could these young individuals not feel exhilarated? Huliena hesitated briefly, then mustered her courage to speak. Your Holiness, Yin is certainly not an evil soul master. His strength has been cultivated through rigorous training, and we can all attest to that. I understand. I believe he is not an evil soul master. If I assert he is not, then he is not. Chapter 93. This disciple is certainly mine. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's resolute declaration that Yin was not an evil soul master, Huliena and her companions displayed expressions of exhilaration. After all, the figure before them was none other than His Holiness the Pope, as long as she did not acknowledge Yin as an evil soul master. The others from the Spirit Hall would not harm him, which also implied they still had the opportunity to remain with him. Observing the excitement on the faces of the three, Bibi Dong sighed and remarked, the elite training program has been in existence for many years. Originally intended for nurturing the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. In the past, even if a participant failed, they were simply eliminated from the competition for the titles. But their lives were never at stake. However, in the last century, the rules for elimination have become increasingly stringent. In my own time, I had companions. Yet I was unable to defeat the instructors. I never expected you to achieve such a historic feat. You are truly remarkable. Cherish the friendship you share. The trio was taken aback by Bibi Dong's words, realizing that even the Pope harbored dissatisfaction with the training program. Xianyi, present. From this moment onward, you shall be the instructor at the base. The rules of the elite training program will be altered, while the intensity of training remains unchanged. The elimination criteria will no longer require the death of a target. Defeat will be deemed as elimination, and mutual combat among participants is strictly prohibited. Understood. I comprehend. Xianyi's face was alight with excitement. Not only would he no longer be required to wear the mask every day, but he could finally live under the sun. Most importantly, as a survivor of the elite training program, he would witness the Pope abolishing such cruel rules, bringing him immense relief. Bibi Dong glanced at the lifeless bodies of Sila and Luo lying on the ground, snorting coldly. It appears that Luo Lang's harsh and brutal treatment of the students was largely to conceal his own secret killings of talented participants. There must be others involved in this. Once identified, none shall escape. Xianyi, take good care of these young ones. Shortly, they will be escorted back to Spirit City, while I pursue that fleeing individual. Understood, Your Holiness, rest assured. Having settled the matter, Bibi Dong's figure soared into the sky, heading towards the distant mountains, commencing her search for Yin within the dense forest. With the insights gathered from the previous discussions, her interest in Yin had only intensified. According to the records, he was a rare talent possessing twin martial souls. Yet, strangely, despite having dual martial souls, his innate soul power was merely half a rank. This contradicted Bibi Dong's understanding, leading her to surmise that one of his martial souls was excessively powerful, while the other did not match in quality, causing this anomaly. The specifics could only be thoroughly examined upon locating Yin. However, based on her investigations, it seemed he was indeed within that vicinity. Why would such a talented disciple be rejected? Regrettably, her current status was one of immense scrutiny, and given the events of the past, he might not wish to see her. Sighing at this thought, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, a disciple endowed with twin martial souls, one of which possessed formidable devouring capabilities and could transform into a grotesque form resembling a creature rather than a human. In every regard, it seemed as if he had been tailor-made as her ideal apprentice. Initially, Bibi Dong had favored the girl named Huliena, but the unexpected emergence of Yin had brought her even greater delight. Currently, her thoughts were solely fixated on finding Yin, bringing him back to the Spirit Hall, and accepting him as her disciple. With his demonstrated aptitude at the training base, combined with her guidance, his future achievements would undoubtedly rival her own. Given her strength, she was confident in her ability to locate him with relative ease. This disciple, she had firmly resolved to claim. Meanwhile, Yin was anxiously dashing through a dense forest. The shadow step had a cool-down period, preventing him from remaining concealed indefinitely, although it possessed healing properties that gradually mended his external injuries. The relentless killings and frequent use of Reistes power had left his internal energy turbulent and his mind somewhat hazy. He feared encountering others, not out of concern for losing a fight, but rather for the possibility of causing further slaughter. He could not guarantee his will would remain steadfast. Just then, two figures cloaked in black appeared beside him, surrounding him from both sides. We didn't expect to find a straggler. We've caught ourselves a prize, remarked one, noting that Yin did not resemble the black armored guards, but rather those elite students. What luck. We're destined to strike it rich. These students are rare geniuses. If we devour them. Yin clenched his fists, observing the two dark figures before him. Their malevolent auras were unmistakable, and he was well acquainted with the unique powers of evil soul masters. With a raspy voice, he painfully uttered, "Leave me be. I do not wish to kill you." This statement, however, was met with derisive laughter from the two. Kill me? Ha! Is this kid scared silly? They mockingly approached to attack. Yin sighed in resignation, realizing he would have to eliminate the two. Without utilizing Reistes' power, he lacked the means to defeat them. Yet, employing that power would compel him to absorb their lives. He could only hope for fewer foolish individuals to offer themselves up. In the instant they launched their assault, Een, encircled, suddenly vanished. The next moment, a shadow materialized behind one of the masked figures, a massive scythe silently slicing through the air towards his throat. Without pausing, Een swung the scythe toward the other assailant. The second figure reacted quickly, summoning a giant wolf behind him, which lunged forward with claws outstretched. In a swift exchange, the scythe grazed his chest, leaving a wound that burned with the effects of Reistes' blood-sucking ability. The cloaked man screamed in agony, stumbling before collapsing beneath the scythe's weight. With a heavy sigh, Een sorrowfully collected the two heads. Chapter 94. The Great Escape. After dealing with the two individuals, Een did not hesitate. He swiftly activated the Shadow Step, entering the mountain's depths and quickly fleeing towards the outskirts. It was evident to him that these black-clad figures were part of the outer organization of the Evil Soul Masters. The exact number of their kind lurking within this dense forest remained unknown. This group of individuals was merciless, killing anyone they encountered. To avoid further bloodshed, Een had no choice but to evade them. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was relentlessly searching, her expression increasingly astonished. With her tidal Douluo strength, her sensory abilities were greatly enhanced, complemented by her flying capabilities. Yet, up until this moment, she had not detected Yin's presence. How could this be possible? Just then, Bibidong's demeanor shifted as she halted in a thicket, gazing at the two lifeless bodies on the ground. Their manner of death was strikingly similar to that of Luo Long's corpse. It seemed likely that this was the work of Een. The little fellow was quite efficient. Observing the surrounding terrain, it appeared he had dispatched the two in a remarkably short span of time. Judging by the direction, he was heading straight for the outskirts. After a moment's thought, Bibi Dong soared into the sky, continuing her pursuit. At that moment, the invading Evil Soul Masters found themselves engulfed in confusion. Damn it! What is happening? We were promised support from within. Why have they yet to appear? One of them exclaimed. What should we do, boss? Should we retreat? This place is vast, and without inside help, where can we find the secret prison? The leader glared into the distance. Two powerful presences approached. Clearly, they were two titled Douluos. It seems we've fallen into a trap. Sayla, just wait. This is far from over. Retreat. At the command. All the black-clad figures surged towards the exit. The prepared Spirit Hall members, of course, would not let this opportunity to strike down the beleaguered adversaries slip away. Two figures swiftly appeared. Among them was an unusual presence, resembling a swirling mass of darkness. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the gaunt face of a middle-aged man. His skin dark and his eyes gleaming with a subdued intensity. Humph, they are quite swift, he remarked. If it weren't for your slowness, I would have already captured these individuals. Beside him stood a tall man adorned in extravagant attire. His skin is smooth as an infant's and his captivating features suggesting an otherworldly charm. If not for the prominent Adam's apple, one would hardly believe he was a man. Juhua, if it weren't for your dawdling, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. The two were indeed the esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall. Juhua Douluo Yueguan and Gue Doa Gueme. They had received orders from Bibi Dong and rushed to the scene. Old ghost, stop talking. If we don't catch up, we may both incur the wrath of Her Holiness the Pope. Yueguan implored. I am indifferent, but you, who are so eager to take that evil moon as an apprentice, should be concerned. Heh, old ghost, don't be so dismissive. Didn't you hear those youngsters? The one fleeing, Een, possesses the shadow spirit. Aren't you intrigued? What good is desire? The Pope herself has intervened. She likely aims to recruit him as a disciple. A hint of regret flickered across Gueme's face. Then, with determination, he declared, regardless, I must first rescue my apprentice. Perhaps if I save him, he might willingly become my disciple. Juhua, I entrust the pursuit of the Evil Soul Masters to you. With that, Gueme hurried away. Ah, old ghost you. Yueguan sighed in resignation. Well, my apprentice will be waiting for me. I am not in a hurry. At that moment, Een, who was dashing away, felt his eyes redden. The clarity he once possessed faded away, his visage contorting into a grotesque expression as his breathing grew labored. Yet, his strides became increasingly powerful. For some inexplicable reason, despite fleeing outward, he encountered more and more black-clad figures along the way. If Een were in a lucid state, possessing ample rationality, he would realize that the surge of adversaries was due to the mass retreat of the black-clad figures. However, in his current state, dulled by extensive slaughter and influenced by Reist, his reactions were significantly impaired. He could only instinctively follow his primal urges. Anyone who harbored malicious intent towards him was met with immediate execution. Gradually, Yin's vision blurred. The world around him transformed into a unique perception. No longer a mere external reality. He was no longer simply fleeing. As soon as he sensed murderous intent nearby, he would instinctively strike back. Meanwhile, the leader of the fleeing black-clad figures glowered at the corpses on the ground. Damn it. The Spirit Hall has laid an ambush on the outskirts, intending to eliminate us. He could never fathom that these corpses were all the handiwork of a mere child, mistakenly believing they were the result of an elder titled Douluo's intervention. After all, such clean and efficient kills were indicative of a true master. What should we do, boss? One of his subordinates asked. What is there to fear? If worst comes to worst, we can head to that place. But, can we really? If we go there, we'll be trapped for life. Humph. Being trapped is still better than being dead. I refuse to believe that the spirit hall will dare pursue us there. What can titled Douluos do? They won't be able to use their soul powers in that place. Moreover, countless elder evil soul masters resided there. And the spirit hall would not come out unscathed if they dared to follow. All the black-clad figures received the signal simultaneously and raced towards a designated direction. Accompanied by a peculiar shadow. Unbeknownst to them, Ian instinctively followed, pressing onward. His blood-red horns became increasingly vivid. As he began to actively pursue these malevolent forces and murderous intents, wantonly reaping lives. The crimson eyes on his scythe glimmered ever brighter. At that moment, Bibiong had also closed in on the fleeing black-clad figures, although Ian occasionally used the shadow step, making it difficult for her to pinpoint his exact location. Once these black-clad figures fled in a fixed direction, she quickly locked onto their path. Coupled with the bodies strewn along the way, Bibiong soon caught up. She glanced at the direction ahead, her brows knitting together. Are they truly attempting to escape there? Do they think I would shy away from entering? Yet, that fellow seems extraordinary. I sense there might be secrets hidden there. However, completing the divine test is of utmost importance. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to avoid direct confrontation with him. Nevertheless, the leader of the evil soul masters cannot be allowed to escape. At long last, excitement illuminated the faces of the black-clad figures. We are almost there. Brothers, once we enter that small town ahead, we will be safe. Chapter 95. The blood-red town. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the distant town was bathed in a crimson hue, exuding an aura of solitude and desolation. Yet, the men clad in black reveled in exhilaration, for they had miraculously survived. In that moment, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky. It was Bibiong. Damn it, brothers. Fight her. This demon will not spare you. The leader of the black-clad men shouted, only to turn and flee without a moment's hesitation, sprinting towards the town. Surprisingly, many of his subordinates followed suit, bolting in the same direction. Only a handful glared at Bibiong, attempting to confront her, but she effortlessly dispatched them aside. In an instant, she had caught up to the fleeing leader, while she completely disregarded the others. Consequently, a number of stragglers were overwhelmed with joy, hastily making their way towards the town. Bibiong showed no inclination to pursue. Did they truly believe that arriving there was a blessing? They would likely end up as mere fodder for the city of slaughter. Indeed, that very town in the distance marked the entrance to the city of slaughter. As he moved, a terrifying aura of bloodlust and malevolent energy began to coalesce ahead. Without a second thought, he rushed towards it. This was a town, a blood-red town. Even from afar, the stench of blood was palpable. The ground was littered with white bones, corpses, and decaying flesh, while bloodthirsty crows pecked at the remains, emitting chilling cries. Upon entering the town, the light seemed to dim instantaneously. However, this had no effect on the hidden bloodline. Surprisingly, over 30 individuals were present in the town, seemingly newcomers to the city of slaughter. A few donned the same black attire as the previously slain evil spirit masters. Moreover, there was a contingent of roughly 100 soldiers clad in black armor, all wielding heavy swords. At the forefront sat a towering figure on a majestic warhorse, coldly observing the 30 or so newcomers. A voice, as frigid as metal scraping against metal, echoed, "Welcome to the city of slaughter, the city of hell. A realm steeped in bloodshed. Here, you may obtain everything you desire, but the price is your life. I am the dread Night Scott, and I shall lead you to the city of slaughter." The imposing warhorse turned, advancing forward, flanked by the 100 soldiers, who coldly regarded the newcomers. Curiosity sparked among the crowd as they surveyed their surroundings. In the distance loomed a colossal black city, its thick walls remarkably expansive. It was indeed a city, and above it hung a purple moon, low in the sky, seemingly less than 500 meters from the ground. Looking upward, everything was shrouded in darkness, akin to the depths of night. As the procession continued, they drew ever closer to the towering city walls. At that moment, many turned their heads to other directions, discovering other groups similar to theirs. In those directions, additional soldiers were leading individuals eager to enter the city of slaughter, all converging towards a common goal. Not long after, the various groups amalgamated. This time, approximately 300 individuals were poised to enter the city of slaughter. Ultimately, they arrived before a massive arena outside the city. The arena was circular, 30 meters in diameter, and 2 meters high, its dark red surface exuding a heavy scent of blood. Even the soil within a 10-meter radius of the arena was tainted dark red, as if soaked in blood for countless years. Dread Knight Scott turned his horse around, positioning himself behind the throng. "You all, step forward." Scott's voice remained as icy as ever, devoid of any warmth. "Why?" One individual could not contain their inquiry. "To enter the city of slaughter, one must kill another. Your ticket to enter the city of slaughter is a human head. Now, let the slaughter commence." The more than 300 souls preparing to enter the city of slaughter erupted in fervor. It became evident that they had to engage in battle on the arena to gain entry. Already, numerous individuals had ascended the arena, yet many remained hesitant below. Those wishing to enter the city of slaughter, ascend. Otherwise, death awaits. The cold voice reverberated. Some individuals broke down in despair. Wasn't it said that upon arriving here, they would no longer be pursued? Why must there still be a ticket? Before the words could fully escape his lips, a heavy sword pierced through his body. He fell. Defeated. No ticket, death. This prompted those still wavering to hastily ascend the arena. As for him, he approached the arena with a stoic expression. What a farce. It was merely a standard elimination. Moreover, he had endured far too much of such carnage during his training. Ultimately, all 300 individuals congregated upon the arena. Whether or not they would be slain by one another was never a concern for him. Upon entering, his transformation state had been nullified, allowing him to go unnoticed by the others. His mind also cleared considerably, as here, no one could utilize soul power or soul techniques. Even without employing the techniques of the Shadow Flow assassins, his formidable physical prowess rendered most opponents no match for him. Thus, he intended to leverage this opportunity for training, solidifying his strength while simultaneously avoiding backlash from Rayist. Furthermore, being here ensured his absolute safety from pursuit by the Spirit Hall. Moments later, a towering knight spoke. You number 306, but only 153 of you shall ultimately enter the city of slaughter. Enjoy the carnage. The knights demanded that 305 individuals engage in battle simultaneously, with only half expected to survive. He could not help but wonder how the others would react if he were to slay them all. I protest. I refuse. I paid for Bloody Mary. Why must I fight others? I protest. Voices of dissent arose in chorus, yet at that moment, the sound of blades piercing flesh resonated through the air. Some had already commenced their merciless slaughter. Each individual present had blood on their hands, and when the fighting began, not a single brow was furrowed. Many faces paled, preparing to unleash their soul weapons. To their astonishment, their soul weapons and rings did not manifest. The suppression of soul techniques in the city of slaughter dawned upon them all. What happened to my soul ring? Where are my soul techniques? Someone cried out in panic. Yet, before the words could escape, a sharp claw burst through their chest, clutching a still beating heart. Others fell victim to decapitation, while some had their skulls mercilessly crushed. Some were cleaved in two. Chapter 96. The city of slaughter. In but a fleeting moment, dozens of lives were extinguished upon the arena. Everyone became acutely aware of the suppression of their soul rings. After the initial panic subsided, calmness descended among them. With blood-red eyes, they engaged in merciless combat. Many among them were psychologically prepared. Having arrived in this grim place, they had no hope of survival outside its confines. The only path to their own survival lay in the annihilation of others. Each individual was a foe to the next. Among them, the slender figure of Ian stood out as the prime target. A burly, bald man, positioned closest to Ian, revealed a cruel grin. Whose little brat has lost their way, stumbling into the city of slaughter? Well then, I suppose I shall take advantage of this. He had finally found a soft target. The bald man lunged toward Ian, his massive fist descending with intent to crush. A bloodthirsty glint sparkled in his eyes, eagerly anticipating the moment Ian's skull would shatter. The desperate onlookers around them displayed gleeful anticipation at this spectacle. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an astonishing scene unfolded. Yin's diminutive hand grasped the man's fist, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. He writhed and struggled, exerting all his might, but his body remained suspended in the air. What a breathtaking sight it was! Chaos reigned within the giant's mind. In the following instant, a faint smile graced Yin's lips as he exerted a slight force. With a sickening crack, the bald man's wrist and arm shattered. A piercing scream erupted from him as one of his bones splintered within. Yin stepped forward, seizing the man's arm and wrenching it backward, breaking it with a swift motion. With a flick of his wrist, the severed limb was violently torn away. In the next moment, that very arm plunged deep into the man's chest. Such a brutal display left the surrounding miscreants dumbfounded. These were individuals who had committed unspeakable atrocities without a second thought, yet the sheer ferocity of Yin's actions sent shivers down their spines. What kind of ruthless killer was this? Only then did they grasp that this was no mere lost child. Such savagery at such a tender age could only belong to a born harbinger of death. At that moment, a faint crimson hue glimmered in Yin's eyes. Two bald men wielding dual blades, sensing the shift in the tide, turned to flee. In a flash, Yin's figure appeared beside them. A testament to the stealth of the Shadow Flow assassin's art, which did not require soul power and remained unbound by the constraints of this arena. The two exchanged a glance, no longer hesitating, and swung their blades down with ferocity. It's just a child, they thought, emboldened by their weapons. Although many soul masters did not carry arms, believing their soul abilities far superior, these brothers were seasoned robbers and always came armed. Yet the next moment shattered their confidence. A resounding crack echoed as their arms broke at a right angle, their blades reversing to pierce their own throats. With a sickening thud, their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Nearby, those who had hoped to take advantage of the situation recoiled in terror, hastily distancing themselves from Ian. Meanwhile, Ian, with an unhurried smile, advanced from the periphery of the arena toward its heart, dispatching foes with unrelenting efficiency. All whom he encountered fell before him, their demise marked by gruesome brutality. Some had their skulls shattered, others had their limbs crushed beyond recognition. Those who were fortunate enough to survive found themselves maimed, awaiting a death that seemed inevitable. Within mere minutes, the number of participants dwindled to below 200, the ground littered with severed limbs and remains. As the participants grew fewer, the survivors were primarily formidable warriors, each possessing exceptional prowess. Yin's remarkable strength had drawn the attention of others, his unwavering gaze and unchanging expression, always adorned with a hint of a smile, suggested an enjoyment of the carnage. Such a fearsome killer drove everyone to keep their distance. The remaining individuals yearned solely for survival, understanding that the city of slaughter demanded only have to remain alive to pass through. There was no need to engage with this embodiment of death. However, Yin's intentions were far from benign. His steps remained relentless, his strikes merciless. These were desperate souls whose hands bore the weight of countless sins. Yin showed no hesitation, recalling that even the pure-hearted Tang San had taken lives without remorse. With such a moral paragon as his example, Yin's own killings were nothing short of exhilarating. As the slaughter continued, the numbers dwindled. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air, and Scott, the Cold Knight, announced, "Congratulations to the 28 survivors. You have secured your place in the city of slaughter." A collective sigh of relief mingled with disappointment among the remaining participants. They had finally made it alive into the city of slaughter. Scott's voice, devoid of warmth, commanded, "Follow me into the city of slaughter." The remaining individuals exchanged glances, eagerly trailing behind Scott, as if proximity to him offered a semblance of safety. Some even kept a cautious distance from Ian, fearful of being struck down should they pass too close. With an enigmatic smile, Ian turned to observe the arena. Before him, peculiar blood channels appeared, directing the spilled blood into enigmatic grooves that formed an unsettling pattern. Yet, amidst the chaos and carnage, the participants remained oblivious to these details. Ian merely shook his head with a smile, offering no further comment. Soon, Scott led the group to a foreboding black gate. Each individual was handed a token, a symbol of their passage into the city of slaughter. "This is your proof for entry. You may now enter the city, where you will be received," Scott declared. Ian glanced at the dark token, adorned with a bizarre skull and inscribed with the number 9527. He approached the ominous gate, which exuded a crushing weight. The word City of Slaughter looming above. Flanking the gate were rows of armored sentinels, as figures draped in black garments and veils emerged to guide others into the city. At that moment, a veiled woman approached Ian, welcoming him to the City of Slaughter. Chapter 96. The disdain of the veiled woman at the blood-red town's periphery. Bibi Dong clutched a soul bone in her hand, standing over the corpse of the previous leader clad in black. She focused intently on the small town, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Well, entering this place could be considered a form of tempering. It appears that the little fellow is quite suited for this environment. The King of Slaughter. It has been quite a while. The voice of the veiled woman was melodious. Approaching Ian, she showed no sign of condescension due to his youth, respectfully gesturing for him to proceed. The expression beneath her mysterious veil remained obscured. Yin's gaze shifted, and he flipped his palm upward. In an instant, he discerned the expression of the woman beneath the veil. She possessed a rather delicate visage. Her skin was pale, almost unnaturally so, while her lips were a vivid red. At this moment, she was curiously examining Ian, particularly fixating on his height for an extended period. "Is there a problem?" Ian could not help but inquire. No. No problem. Please, follow me." The veiled girl looked at Chun Ian with a hint of surprise, feeling as though she had been seen through in a way she had never experienced before, sparking a flicker of curiosity towards this seemingly youthful individual. How could someone of such tender years find their way to the City of Slaughter? How did he manage to survive here? Ian followed the veiled woman into the city. Step by step, this realm was awash in shades of blue and purple. Streetlights adorned either side of the roads, casting a world that seemed to shimmer solely in these two hues. A multitude of people inhabited this space, all of whom appeared to ignore the newcomers to the City of Slaughter, engrossed in their own affairs. Observing the architecture and overall aesthetic, Ian could not help but feel a pang of regret. Alas, the technological advancement of Douluo Continent lagged behind. Otherwise, this place could evolve into a vibrant cyberpunk district, offering endless amusement. I am the envoy of the King of Slaughter and your guide. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. I shall answer all your inquiries within the span of 12 hours. After this period, this will become your home, and you shall officially become a part of the City of Slaughter." The girl explained as she walked, glancing back at Ian from time to time. He appeared to be nothing more than a child, yet he exhibited no signs of curiosity or fear, moving with the ease of someone strolling through their own abode. To an observer, he might have seemed like a young master on an outing. The veiled woman subtly shook her head. Entering the City of Slaughter without a modicum of vigilance, it seemed this youth would not last long here. The sole path to survival in the City of Slaughter was to remain perpetually alert and wary of everyone. "Mr. 9527, do you have any inquiries? Would you like to understand what the City of Slaughter truly entails?" "I don't want to know. I only know this place allows me the freedom to kill." "Is it that simple?" The veiled girl was momentarily taken aback. "Do you not wish to understand the rules of the City of Slaughter?" "Not necessary. Take me to the Hell Slaughter Arena." "What?" The voice of the veiled woman brimmed with astonishment. "Are you certain? Less than 1/10 of those who enter there emerge alive. It is the place where our population decreases most dramatically. Each individual is required to enter the Hell Slaughter Arena once a year. If one survives a single battle, They may continue to live in the city of slaughter for another year. Een, puzzled, asked, is there a rule against entering the Hell Slaughter arena? No. There isn't, but are you truly certain about this? Absolutely. Let us go now. Een noticed the slight furrowing of the girl's brows beneath her veil. Very well, please follow me. With that, the veiled girl led the way deeper into the city, while Een leisurely trailed behind. We have newcomers. It seems we will soon witness another Bloody Mary. A peculiar voice emanated from a shadowy corner. Een turned his gaze toward the source, his brow furrowing. The speaker appeared ageless, their form so unusual that one could easily mistake them for a mere skeleton, devoid of any flesh. Simple observation revealed that this individual was not suffering from a unique cultivation technique, but was instead weak and on the brink of death. Does someone like that manage to survive the Hell Slaughter arena once a year? Een inquired curiously of the veiled girl. The skeletal figure noticed the veiled girl beside Een and, as if confronted by an apparition, hastily retreated into the shadows, no longer daring to utter a word. Not everyone must undergo the purgation of the Hell Slaughter arena. The mortality rate there is exceedingly high. Besides the annual battle in the Hell Slaughter arena, there exists another method to survive in the city of slaughter, contributing 2 cups of Bloody Mary each month. Before arriving here, Een had already learned what Bloody Mary entailed. It was human blood. Although he did not enter through the tavern like Tang San, he came via a pathway exclusive to the Spirit Hall. Given the proximity of this place to the secret base, he found it hard to believe there was no connection between the two. The more Bloody Mary you contribute, does that not mean you become prey? Een frowned. The veiled girl responded, no, you currently reside in the outer city of the city of slaughter, not the true city of slaughter. Only the inner city is devoid of rules. Those who merely survive by contributing Bloody Mary can only move within the outer city, where random killings are forbidden. Only those who survive in the Hell Slaughter arena earn the right to reside in the inner city. Of course, the pleasures available there surpass those in the outer city, but one must also constantly face the specter of death. At this juncture, the veiled girl turned back with a teasing tone. However, since random killings are not permitted in the outer city, those lacking strength will merely scrape by, relying on their monthly contribution of Bloody Mary. Thus, you need not be overly pessimistic. Her implication was that Een could also survive through such means. After all, someone of his tender age, even if a prodigy in cultivation, could not utilize soul power or techniques here, relying solely on his physicality and skill. Youth and frailty were inherent disadvantages. Een understood her insinuation, a smile playing on his lips as he calmly replied, the environment of the outer city is too poor. I do not fancy it. Upon hearing this, the veiled woman frowned. She increasingly regarded Een as a spoiled rich child, utterly oblivious to the harsh realities of this place, and thought he would hardly last a day. With this in mind, she unwittingly began to look down on him, her earlier reverence dissipating. Chapter 97. The hellish arena of slaughter. As I walked along the path, the crowd gradually thickened on either side. Almost every face bore an unhealthy pallor, with many appearing emaciated. It was evident that these souls were too fearful to enter the hellish arena of slaughter, surviving only by offering 2 cups of Bloody Mary each month. In the outer city of the city of slaughter, simple black stone houses lined the streets, with eateries sporadically placed. Numerous individuals stood in line, waiting for their meager rations, their situation barely superior to that of beggars. The so-called paradise of sin and pleasure was a mere illusion, for wickedness exists in varying degrees. Only the truly formidable evildoers could indulge in this depraved paradise, while the worthless were denied any such enjoyment. After traversing a considerable distance for over half an hour, we had only managed to walk a mere 10 minutes. The girl in the black veil, alongside Een, soon arrived before a city wall. In comparison to the outer walls of the city of slaughter, this wall was not particularly high, its apex reaching only about 10 meters. Clearly, beyond this wall lay the inner city of the city of slaughter. The gates stood wide open, devoid of any guards. Before Een could inquire, the girl in the black veil indifferently explained, the inner city requires no guards. Anyone from the outer city with the audacity to enter is free to do so. However, once inside, they must confront the unknown perils of that world. Since you have just arrived in the city of slaughter, I suggest you spend some time in the outer city first. Once you acclimate to this place, then venture into the inner city. But when we enter, do not stray more than 5 meters from my side, for your safety cannot be guaranteed otherwise. Is being with you the key to safety? Een replied, somewhat amused. The girl in the black veil cast him a glance, and a flicker of pride shone in her not-so-beautiful eyes. I am the envoy of the king of slaughter. Here, in the city of slaughter, no one dares to offend the king's authority. You are in a protection period for 12 hours upon entering this world. With me by your side, your life is best safeguarded. Beyond this time frame, your fate is left to the whims of destiny. A protection period for newcomers. It seems those fellows might manage to survive a little longer. Een chuckled with a hint of regret. The girl in the black veil looked at him with increased disdain, believing her veil concealed her scorn. Without hesitation, Een stepped into the inner city alongside her. As soon as his foot crossed the threshold, he was struck by a starkly different atmosphere from the outer city. If the outer city was a realm of silence and indifference, the inner city was a world of opulence and madness. Colors danced in every corner, and the population here was significantly greater, contrasting sharply with the outer city's stillness. The inner city was a cacophony of excitement, laughter, anguished cries, and many unnerving sounds. In the heart of the streets, 3 or 4 individuals were mercilessly beating a young man. Ian watched in horror as one of the assailants severed the young man's arm, casually gnawing on the severed limb. In a nearby corner, a towering brute was yanking a voluptuous woman by her hair, surrounded by a cheering crowd. While Ian had no aversion to slaughter, he found their sadism appalling. It seemed that prolonged exposure to this place had driven everyone to madness. Noticing Yin's momentary pause, the girl in the black veil assumed he was frightened, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Just a sheltered young master who has never seen the world. He boasts of entering the hellish arena of slaughter, but falters at the very first sight. The inner city is not a place for the faint-hearted. It devours the unwary whole. You can still turn back now, she said, glancing at him with a mixture of amusement and disdain. Ian scoffed at her words, merely possessing a slight aversion to filth. It was absurd to be scorned by this ignorant girl. He shot her a cold glance. To the hellish arena of slaughter, he declared. The girl in the black veil seemed somewhat displeased with him, but chose not to argue further, striding purposefully into the inner city. Indeed, the inner city could be described as a realm of luxury, or perhaps debauchery. As the girl had mentioned, with her presence, none dared to disturb Ian. Unexpectedly, he discovered that within this city of slaughter, his murderous intent surged forth. The blood of the Darkborn within him boiled, and the power belonging to Rayast stirred restlessly, invigorating his body. It appeared that only through slaughter could he release the malevolent thoughts coiling within him. A creeping power enveloped his limbs, and a wave of comfort washed over him, prompting an involuntary smile of ecstasy. This uncontrollable bloodlust and boiling blood caused a slight tremor within Yin's form. The girl in the black veil instantly sensed his unusual state. As she observed his trembling hands and feet, a cold smile crept across her concealed face. With such feeble resolve, you dare to assume an air of mystery? She taunted. Come, ahead lies the hellish arena of slaughter, the very core of the city of slaughter. Under her guidance, Ian soon beheld an extraordinary structure. The building was circular, more accurately described as an irregular cone, widest at the base and tapering upwards. It maintained a consistent diameter for approximately 30 meters before extending another 50 meters. The imposing black structure exuded an oppressive aura. The girl in the black veil informed Ian that the hellish arena of slaughter was situated at the heart of the city of slaughter, underscoring its significance. Are there no rules for combat here? Ian inquired. The girl in the black veil replied, It is quite simple. Upon entry, you must register with your identity card and await the commencement of the match. During the waiting period, no violence is permitted. Each group entering the arena consists of 10 individuals. Regardless of how you achieve it, as long as you are the last one standing, you emerge victorious. Only one from each group can survive. 10 down to 1. Truly befitting the city of slaughter, Ian remarked. But how does one attain the title of champion? The girl regarded him with surprise. As long as you participate in 100 matches, you become the champion. However, the current top contender in the hellish arena has only competed in 67 matches. With each battle, your identity card will reflect one victory, allowing you to remain here for an additional year and indulge in the pleasures of the inner city. Of course, you must ensure that you survive your indulgences. And how does one gain entry? Ian asked. Each participant must provide a cup of Bloody Mary. Once inside, you may spectate or register for a match. Each battle consists of 10 combatants, and once you sign up, withdrawal is not permitted. Even if you discover formidable opponents among your peers, you cannot back out, or you will face the merciless eradication of the arena. And what constitutes a victory? Ian pressed on. Survive until the end of the 10 participants, and you claim victory. Now, let us proceed. I shall fetch a cup of Bloody Mary. Chapter 98. A relaxed first victory. As the words faded, he approached an imposing figure. A brawny man exuding an air of menace. Without uttering a word, he extended his hand. The burly man scoffed derisively and swung his fist towards his head, underestimating the audacity of such a young lad. In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed through the air as he effortlessly snapped the man's arm. The burly brute let out a pained howl, his white bones protruding grotesquely through the fabric of his sleeve. A Bloody Mary he had been holding fell to the ground. With a light motion, he caught the glass before it hit the floor. Throughout the encounter, the burly man had no chance to resist. The woman in black lace stood agape, her disbelief palpable as she observed him. The man he had just dispatched was notorious in the arena, known as Buffalo Bill, who had recently celebrated 3 consecutive victories. It was astonishing to see him so easily vanquished. Unfazed by the woman's astonishment, he continued onward into the depths of the arena. The interior of the hellish battleground was even more rudimentary than it appeared from the outside. There were no partitions, tiered seating spiraled upward around a vast, circular arena spanning over 100 square meters. At that moment, the crowd was sparse, with less than 20% of the seats occupied. Within the arena, anguished cries reverberated as 7 out of 10 combatants had already met their demise, leaving only 3 to fight for survival. Upon entering, The Bloody Mary he had been holding was poured into a large container. "Please register me for the next match," he instructed the girl in black lace. By now, she no longer perceived this youth as a fool. His prowess inspired a twinge of fear in her heart, a true powerhouse deserving of respect. Without hesitation, she nodded and took the identification tag he offered. Her demeanor had transformed entirely. At the registration desk, she completed the process and returned the tag to him, after which he was ushered into the waiting room. There, he found 9 others already gathered, forming a complete group. Once the ongoing match concluded, they would take their turn. The room was devoid of any distractions. He was the first to register from this group. A massive glass window along one side of the room provided a clear view of the arena. In the midst of the current battle, the highest-ranked combatant was merely at the Soul Master level, yet the conflict remained brutal. Soon, that match concluded, and preparations for the next bout commenced. In the adjacent room, the door facing the arena swung open. The 10 combatants exuded a chilling aura as they entered. As he watched, the door to his own room opened, and others began to file in. He merely glanced back before fixing his gaze on the battlefield. The combatants in this match were not particularly formidable. The strongest among them was only at the Soul King level. Although the city of Slaughter was home to many powerful fallen ones, it was unrealistic to expect every match to feature Soul Emperors or Soul Saints. Before the previous battle had even ended, his room had assembled a full group of 10. This meant he would soon step into the fray. He surveyed the 9 individuals around him, noting their diverse auras. Some were subdued, others brazen and domineering, while a few exuded a chilling coldness. Without exception, their gazes were filled with murderous intent towards one another. During the wait, engaging in any violent acts was strictly forbidden, a rule of the hellish arena that none dared to violate. He withdrew his gaze, realizing that these individuals had not fully unleashed their energies, making it difficult for him to gauge their true strength. He mused internally, "I hope there is someone here who can withstand a beating, otherwise, this will be rather dull." After a span of 10 minutes, the battle concluded. The staff opened the door to his room, and the 10 of them, including him, stepped into the arena. His eyes immediately scanned the viewing platform, where he spotted the girl in black lace. The audience was packed, as this was a form of catharsis and entertainment for many. The air was thick with fervent roars from the crowd. "You dare to be distracted here, kid? You're courting death." A cold voice pierced the chaos. An old man had crept up behind him, his bony fingers poised to twist his head off. He ducked slightly, shifting to the side. His hardened shoulder, imbued with immense force, collided with the old man's chest, leaving him utterly astonished. Simultaneously, he thrust his hands outward, sending the old man's arms flying away. With a swift motion, his elbows pressed against the old man's joints, and he exerted force through his legs, lunging forward. With a resounding crack, the old man was sent sprawling, crashing against the iron bars, his arms shattered and chest battered as he gasped for breath. This elder was a Soul King, yet he was dispatched in a single move. While the man had underestimated him, the swiftness of his attack left no room for reaction. In an instant, the remaining 8 combatants turned their attention to him, recognizing that he was the strongest among them. To survive, they all aimed to eliminate him first, encircling him with a silent determination. He chuckled softly, sensing the rising bloodlust and the power coursing through his veins. He raised his right hand. Moments later, he emerged from the arena's entrance, unscathed and dripping with blood, yet not a single intact body lay upon the stage. The spectators stared at him in shock, as he had single-handedly dispatched all 9 opponents. They observed with clarity as he moved through the chaos, his technique sharp and lethal, effortlessly navigating even when besieged by multiple adversaries. His skill was not merely a product of technique. His strength and speed were extraordinary. Even the final Soul Emperor had been rendered powerless against him. The most terrifying aspect was that he had crushed the Soul Emperor's skull with a single punch. Such brutal methods had never been witnessed in the arena. Many in the audience took note of his appearance, marking him as someone not to be trifled with. Others pondered that should they ever cross paths with him, it would require a united front to stand a chance, a glimmer of hope amidst the danger. He approached the girl in black lace who awaited him. "Which houses in the inner city are of better quality? Preferably somewhere quiet," he inquired. The girl, now thoroughly intimidated by his strength, quickly replied, "The finest houses in the inner city are occupied by those of considerable power, typically above the Soul Emperor level. However, the rule here is that whoever claims it first owns it. I suggest you seize a house of moderate strength." His brow furrowed at her words. "Moderate?" He demanded. "The best. Lead the way to the finest house." Chapter 99. The Venomous Widow. Without a moment's hesitation, the young girl began to lead Ian towards the most opulent residential district of the city of Slaughter. The inner city was replete with extravagance and debauchery. Along the way, Ian witnessed a myriad of sights he had never encountered before. Regardless of gender, individuals engaged in physical activities at any moment on the streets. Some were even slain amidst fierce skirmishes. He observed 2 men howling, emitting sounds akin to wild beasts. Quite bold indeed. The girl in black led Ian for about half an hour until they arrived at an area of luxurious residences, in stark contrast to the dilapidated shanties on the outskirts. The houses here were standalone structures, mostly 2 or 3 stories tall. Within this enclave, the chaotic scene seemed to dissipate somewhat. Yet, the individuals traversing this area exuded an aura of coldness and ferocity, their gazes exceedingly menacing. Judging by the energy they radiated, Ian surmised that these individuals were all at least level 60, with many reaching level 70 or beyond. At this moment, the girl in black could not help but remind him, "Sir, those residing here are among the top 100 powerful beings, with several ranked within the top 30. It would be prudent for you to." Ian smiled and replied, "I am aware. Your services are no longer required here." The girl in black fell silent, departing quietly. She merely offered a caution. Since Ian was insistent, she refrained from further persuasion. Ian's gaze meticulously scanned the surrounding buildings, as he intended to spend a considerable amount of time here. A comfortable abode would be quite advantageous. Only those of substantial strength were deemed worthy to reside in this luxurious district, while the less capable were relegated to the crumbling outskirts. Before long, Yin's attention was drawn to a pristine white building, the most orderly among its neighbors. Upon entering, he was greeted by an unusual sound. Startled, he nearly reached for his phone to lower the volume, only to realize it emanated from within. It was a woman's chilling voice. Yin's expression shifted slightly, a hint of murderous intent surfacing as he recalled the women he had seen mistreated on the streets. Such acts of cruelty were what he detested most. The building stood 3 stories tall. Upon ascending to the second floor, he was met with an astonishing sight. He had initially believed a woman was being tormented, but the scene before him was almost beyond belief. In the spacious hall on the second floor lay several muscular men, ensnared tightly by silken threads, utterly immobilized. A strikingly alluring woman was mercilessly subduing one man sprawled on the ground. Though he appeared somewhat entranced, he sensed his imminent weakness. As if he were on the brink of depletion, his gaze shifted to the other men, noting their faint auras, as if their spirits had been extinguished. The presence of such a nefarious woman surprised him. The woman had already sensed Ian's intrusion but was unfazed, her formidable strength instilling her with confidence. Her eyes locked onto Ian, shimmering with the allure of a rare treasure. While continuing to dominate her captive, she smiled at Ian. How rare to encounter a young man with such rich vitality and abundant young energy, a rare gem indeed, and a delightful virgin at that, hee. With a prolonged, anguished cry from the man, the woman stood and approached Ian. He observed that the man's vitality was swiftly dwindling, nearing death. He coldly regarded her, stating, "This place is now mine. You may leave." "Oh, how imposing you are, young man." "I quite like it," she replied, her enchanting form gliding toward him. The scantily clad woman seemed intent on seducing Ian, reaching out as if to caress his face. Ian clearly saw a surge of dark energy emanating from her palm, imbued with a toxic essence. Recognizing the peril, he deduced that her martial spirit must be akin to a venomous spider. He scoffed, delivering a swift kick. Smack. The alluring woman adeptly blocked his strike. "Why so fiery, little brother? Sister will take care of you shortly," she cooed, moving closer. The vast expanse of the living room became a battleground as Ian and the woman engaged in a fierce struggle. Though she wore scant garments and had just been partaking in unspeakable acts, the fight was imbued with a captivating glow. Nevertheless, Ian's focus remained unyielding, for he had already discerned her true appearance upon entering. The beguiling visage was merely a facade, cleverly crafted. Few could see through it. But Ian was not so easily deceived, finding it rather repugnant. As the battle ensued, Ian gradually integrated the combat techniques he had previously mastered, executing increasingly cunning and ruthless maneuvers. With a precise strike, he unleashed a deadly clawing technique. The woman, taken by surprise, found a significant portion of her soft flesh torn away. "Ugh, I loathe fakes," she shrieked, her face twisting in rage. The beauty transformed into a grotesque visage, a terrifying sight as black energy surged from her body. Instinctively, Ian recoiled at the sight of the venomous aura. As the dark energy emanated, the woman underwent a shocking transformation. Her shapely legs vanished, replaced by a colossal, grayish-black, oval body, covered in hair and dotted with numerous purple spots on either side. 4 spider-like legs emerged, each as thick as a human arm and extending 2 meters in length. Her arms morphed into long, black spears, bristling with hair and razor-sharp tips. Her entire face turned a ghastly purple, the contorted features rendering her extraordinarily fearsome. "I, the Black Widow, have never endured such humiliation. I shall make you wish for death." Her voice was a piercing wail, and her eyes burned with malice as the spears lunged toward Ian from above. Standing over 3 meters tall, she was difficult to attack. Ian deftly dodged the onslaught of the spears, landing a kick against one of her legs. Yet, the spider's limbs were remarkably sturdy, barely causing her to sway. "Little brother, be a good boy and stay put. I promise you will be my only male pet. As long as you keep me satisfied, I want to devour you." At that moment, the woman's enormous oval abdomen rose, revealing a fissure the size of a finger, aimed directly at Ian. With a sudden burst, a mass of milky white webbing shot forth, unfurling into a net that ensnared him. Chapter 100. The shadow of death. The web before him was not a soul skill, but a unique ability of her spider martial soul. Aside from the deadly venom coursing through her, this was her most formidable weapon. The silk was incredibly adhesive and resilient. Once ensnared, one could only await the monster's mercy. The speed at which it was ejected was astonishing, yet he was swifter still. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing behind the Spider-Woman. After observing her for a brief moment, he discerned her characteristics. Her strength was lacking, relying primarily on her venom and webbing for offense, supplemented by her dual spear-like arms. With a single movement, he darted to her side, startling her. In her arachnid form, her sides and rear constituted her blind spots. As she turned, she felt him suddenly alight upon the oval-shaped orb on her back. Panic engulfed her. Her hands could not reach him. In an instant, a side materialized in his right hand, plunging into her back and emerging from her chest with a piercing shriek. Her body convulsed wildly, as it seemed something within her was being absorbed by his scythe. Her aura dwindled rapidly, and the Spider-Woman's cries faded, blood pooling around her. Her once vibrant visage, seemingly in her 30s, aged dramatically within moments, transforming into that of an elderly crone. Her features became deeply wrinkled, her hair turning gray. This must be her true appearance, a revelation that she relied on siphoning the vitality of men to maintain her youthful facade. He gazed disdainfully at her lifeless form. Such a countenance dared to entice me? He sheathed the scythe and nodded in satisfaction. In the city of slaughter, martial souls could not be utilized. But Reyes was an exception. He hoisted the crone's corpse, eschewing the stairs, and discarded it over the balcony. With tremendous strength, the body soared several meters, landing with a thud on the street, drawing astonished glances. The change of ownership and residences was commonplace, yet the Soul Emperor woman was notorious in the vicinity, seldom provoking others. Who would have thought she would be cast out today? He repeated the act, tossing out the nearly lifeless men who had expended their vitality. The hall lay in disarray, bearing the scars of their previous conflict as well as the remnants of the Soul Emperor woman's earlier battles. He sighed, feeling no inclination to clean up, regretting not having kept the veiled woman to tidy up. Contemplating this, he ascended to the third floor, which housed a spacious room, adjoined by a generous open balcony. Inside, he found the Spider-Woman's belongings, surprisingly well organized. He surmised that she must have conducted her business on the second floor and never utilized the third. Satisfied with the cleanliness, he casually scavenged for food and indulged himself. After feasting, he settled into a restful slumber, untroubled by the prospect of intruders. Should they come, he would be more than eager to entertain them. A month later, the dark city of slaughter experienced both day and night. During the day, a violet sun illuminated the sky, while at night, it was replaced by a blood-red moon. The dim, crimson light bathed the earth, thickening the already oppressive atmosphere. Although night had fallen, the streets bustled with pedestrians. A frail child made his way towards the opulent district. Suddenly, as he rounded a corner, 10 shadows emerged from the darkness, armed with gleaming weapons, converging upon him from 4 different directions. Faced with this unexpected ambush, the slender boy remained remarkably composed. Sensing the shifting air currents around him, he smiled. However, upon the side of his upturned face, the 10 assailants froze in shock. The shadow of death, the notorious killer, the shadow. Fear gripped their faces, rendering them paralyzed. Meanwhile, he wore a look of exasperation. What nonsense! What sort of ridiculous moniker is Shadow? If they wished to call him the Shadow King, that would suffice. Each time he heard others tremble while uttering this title, he was compelled to act. In the past month, he had participated in numerous contests, earning the title of Shadow through his prowess. Among the fallen in the city of slaughter, none dared to speak of the Shadow without trepidation. One of the fallen, desperate, pleaded for his life, gazing at him with fear. Spare me. He chuckled coldly. In the city of slaughter, uttering such words likely meant one's imminent demise. With a flash of his blade, one fell. He continued his assault, leaving no one to escape his wrath. Before long, silence enveloped the world as the last of them fell. In just 3 days since entering the city of slaughter, he had dispatched over 100 fallen souls. Initially, they sought to reclaim the territory he had claimed, but upon realizing their adversary's skill, they attempted to besiege him. Ultimately, every one of them met the same fate. As his victories in the hellish arena increased to 20, the number of those daring enough to ambush him dwindled, though those who did were increasingly formidable. Following a particularly perilous encounter, where he was beset by hundreds upon his exit from the arena, he surged through the throng, leaving a trail of death in his wake, with not a single survivor. The following day, as if nothing had transpired, he returned to the arena. That day, no one dared challenge him. The arena remained devoid of combat for 24 hours, and from that moment onward, he gained renown. His moniker, Shadow of Death, reflected his elusive nature. No one could harm him. Yet, this title vexed him greatly. Anyone who dared to utter Shadow King to his face would surely meet a grim fate. As the killings mounted, his temperament grew increasingly volatile. Although he had not consumed the elixir of the underworld and remained mentally unscathed, the psychological toll from Reyes' influence weighed heavily upon him. He had also acquired many undesirable habits, including the use of profanity, as he recognized it as a means of easing his mood. In the city of slaughter, everyone selected their own methods of relaxation to survive in such a hellish realm. Many opted for carnal pleasures, violence, or the elixir, while his choice was simple: relentless combat. Chapter 101. The King of Slaughter. In the city of slaughter, a vast and shadowy chamber lay before me. At its center stood an exceptionally grand chair, adorned with blue and purple crystals, intricately shaped like a bell tower. Aside from this magnificent seat, everything else in the room was drenched in dark crimson hues. The shadow of death had claimed yet another victory. A chilling female voice echoed through the gloom. I am aware. A tall figure settled into the massive chair. In the obscurity, his features remained indistinct, but his elongated frame was evident. The great king. Shall we initiate contact with him? It has been far too long since a true powerhouse has joined the city of slaughter. Do you believe he is indeed a true powerhouse? The tall man seated in the chair inquired. At least in terms of skill, certainly. The shadow of death appears to have been born for the city of slaughter. His advancement is swift, with resilience and technique that are unparalleled. Particularly notable is his mastery of the battlefield and his manipulation of the human psyche. Even a titled Douluo within the city of slaughter would find it impossible to best him without soul skills. The king of slaughter paused momentarily. Do you believe he can achieve 100 victories and conquer the Hell Road? Completing 100 victories is only a matter of time. However, I fear he may not traverse the Hell Road. The king of slaughter replied coldly. We need not pursue contact with him any further. Why, my king? I have never encountered such a terrifying genius. Indeed, this is a horrifying talent the likes of which I have never witnessed. The king of slaughter murmured, his tone filled with awe. Great king, I thus propose that we engage with him and find a way to have him join us. The shadow of death possesses immense potential and could surely. The king of slaughter sighed, indicating no longer. Let go of the idea of contacting him. Upon hearing this, the female voice became anxious. Why, great king, do you not wish for our city of slaughter to grow even stronger? Although we made a pact with the Spirit Hall a millennium ago, who knows when they might choose to breach that agreement? The king of slaughter responded coldly. The Spirit Hall has no time to concern themselves with us. A year ago, a guest visited, do you recall? A guest? Yes. One of the last two gods of slaughter. Could it be that the shadow of death is connected to that god? The icy female voice quivered. The king of slaughter replied nonchalantly, you are correct. In this world, if there is any true threat to the city of slaughter, it is not the Spirit Hall, but rather these two gods of slaughter. They are not to be trifled with. You should know that those who traverse the Hell Road can still utilize their soul skills within the city of slaughter. And this shadow of death is the one that the more powerful of the two gods seeks to protect. Let events unfold naturally. While I would prefer not to see another god of slaughter arise, I am even less inclined to face their wrath. The cold female voice gasped, Great King of Slaughter. What if he brings unpredictable consequences to our city? After all, the appearance of each god of slaughter is accompanied by a crisis for the city. Does our fable wall not bear such admonitions? The arrival of the god of slaughter brings hellish disasters. In previous instances, each time a god of slaughter appeared, it wreaked havoc upon the city. If a god truly emerges this time, I fear. The king of slaughter spoke gravely. I have considered this matter as well. What you do not know is that god of slaughter has grown even stronger. He is now one of the most formidable beings of our age. Otherwise, I would not fear even a god of slaughter. Great king, what if we arrange for him to be? Before she could finish, two blood-red beams shot forth from the king of slaughter's eyes. The air around them thickened, and a heavy scent of blood permeated the space. The icy female voice emitted a shrill, inhuman wail. Do not think that my favor allows you to speak recklessly, having traversed the Hell Road. A god of slaughter could return to the city of slaughter at any time. In their realm, any soul master can reclaim the use of their soul skills. Do you think I would compromise with them otherwise? My king, I was wrong. Please punish me. Humph. Do you think the Spirit Hall truly neglects the city of slaughter? I assure you, countless spies from the Spirit Hall are present here, so do not utter any foolish words. What? My king, since you know this, why? At this, the girl fell silent, as if recalling something. The blood-red gaze lingered in the air as the king of slaughter murmured to himself, I merely hope that, under normal circumstances, he cannot endure to achieve 100 victories, let alone conquer the Hell Road. Otherwise, should a god of slaughter emerge again, the calamity that befalls the city of slaughter may indeed be upon us. With a wave of his hand, a thick dark red liquid surged forth from before him. In that darkness, a vast pool of congealed blood appeared. Opening his mouth, he swallowed the blood, and in the dim light, two fangs faintly emerged. A day later, in the hell-killing field, the final opponent was pierced through the heart by the shadow of death, who slowly collapsed. He had finally accomplished 100 victories. A formidable aura of slaughter emanated from him, forming a colossal vortex in the air. The shadow of death raised his hands high, unreservedly releasing a terrifying, bloody aura of slaughter. This palpable aura coalesced into a massive vortex above. Around the expansive arena, numerous onlookers, fallen from grace, fell silent under the immense pressure of his aura. Since the match began, more and more individuals had flocked into the hell-killing field. Once the shadow achieved his 100 victories, they would no longer be too frightened to enter the arena. In this moment, they all yearned to witness the spectacle. Within the vast arena, the throng of fallen spectators struggled to breathe under the overwhelming aura released by the shadow of death. The atmosphere became suffocatingly quiet, all captivated by the tremendous slaughter aura emanating from him. The name Shadow of Death echoed like a harbinger of doom. Merely his aura was enough to instill fear in the hearts of all fallen souls. Congratulations, young Shadow of Death. A deep, piercing voice suddenly resonated from all directions. The aura of slaughter released by the Shadow of Death surged back into him with the sound of the voice, causing his complexion to pale significantly. The atmosphere within the hell-killing field escalated to a climax, for a blood-red figure was descending from the heavens. The King of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter. The cries of the fallen echoed until their throats grew hoarse, yet they showed no sign of ceasing. The Shadow felt a chill in his heart, his gaze fixed upon the scarlet figure in the air. It was a tall man, enveloped in a grand crimson cloak. His pallid face bore eyes as red as blood. Descending slowly from the sky, he seemed unbound by the laws of gravity, hovering 5 meters above the ground. The King of Slaughter halted his descent, gazing down upon the Shadow of Death. Chapter 102. The Offering upon entering the City of Slaughter. In a mere 2.5 years, he not only mastered the combat techniques left behind by Liados and Kaiying in his mind, but more crucially, he experienced tremendous growth in both body and spirit amidst the relentless carnage. His strength, speed, endurance, and even stature underwent significant transformation. Particularly notable was his height. Previously slender and resembling a mere child, he now stood as a vigorous young man after 2.5 years of trials. Life in the City of Slaughter had rendered him fair-skinned, yet he bore none of the pallor or vacant gaze characteristic of others. In truth, had it not been for his concern that excessive killing might hinder his ability to control Liast, and the considerable time required to absorb the powers within him, he might have attained 100 victories in just a year. However, such a feat would be too extraordinary, and Ian preferred not to appear overly monstrous. Achieving 100 victories in 2.5 years, compared to Tang San and Huliana's accomplishments, was indeed remarkable, yet it had not reached an intolerable extent. Presently, Ian had yet to transcend the rank of Great Soul Master, primarily due to his lack of a soul ring. Nevertheless, his physical prowess continued to strengthen, and the surplus soul power accumulated over these years lay dormant within him. Once he acquired his next soul ring, he would soar to new heights. Throughout this period of relentless combat, Ian felt his strength had surged significantly compared to before, not only in assassin techniques, but also in combat resolve and a calmness in the face of death. The enhancements derived from genuine life and death struggles were immeasurable, far surpassing what could be gleaned from training camps or ordinary soul master academies on the Douluo Continent. Now, the moment had arrived to complete his 100 victories and challenge the path of hell. Ian observed the King of Slaughter in the arena with a discerning eye. Fully aware of his true identity as Tang Chun, the former leader of the Haotian sect. Yet, it appeared that Tang Chun had yet to regain his consciousness. One could fear he might never have another chance. A low yet piercing voice echoed once more. I am delighted to witness the birth of a powerhouse in the slaughter arena. After decades of absence, the 100 victories manifest in this young man. With your formidable strength and terrifying killing intent, you instill fear in them, do you not? My subjects. The crowd responded, yes. Yes, yes. The King of Slaughter exuded a unique charisma, driving all fallen souls to a near-manic reverence upon seeing him. From the King of Slaughter, Ian could sense a faint, sweet yet metallic aroma, intoxicating yet not significantly impactful for him. The King of Slaughter lowered his gaze upon Ian. Thank you for allowing me to feel the presence of passion once more. 100 victories, splendid. To commend your achievements, I have decided to bestow upon you the title of the God of Slaughter. Henceforth, you may enter and exit the City of Slaughter at will and shall be honored as a guest elder under my command. Is there no need to traverse the path of hell? A cold smile graced Ian's lips. It appeared to be a gracious gift from the King of Slaughter. The path of hell was undeniably perilous, yet the immense allure of the domain of the God of Slaughter loomed behind the danger. Clearly, the King of Slaughter did not wish for him to attain that domain. That will not be necessary, esteemed King of Slaughter. I cannot disrupt the rules of the City of Slaughter for my sake. I am willing to undergo the trial of the path of hell to earn your reward. I aspire to emerge from here relying solely on my own strength, becoming the true God of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter's gaze sharpened. You may not comprehend the terrors of the path of hell. I hope you understand that life is singular. Ian let out a cold chuckle. Esteemed King of Slaughter, is it not somewhat amusing for you to speak of life with me? This is the world of slaughter. He locked eyes with the King of Slaughter's crimson gaze, uncertain as to why this ancient being seemed wary of him. Yet, for the sake of his domain of the God of Slaughter, Ian felt compelled to intimidate the King of Slaughter. Respected King of Slaughter, since the City of Slaughter adheres to such rules, we ought to follow protocol, should we not? After all, previous gods of slaughter traversed the path of hell. If I were to be granted an exception, I fear the esteemed predecessors would be displeased. A halo of faint red light emanated from the King of Slaughter. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized Ian. Indeed, this fellow was connected to that God of Slaughter. Luckily, he had merely tentatively probed. Ian, unaware of these intricacies, was merely raising a flag of authority, confident that the King of Slaughter had no means to verify his claims. Even if there were some doubt, it was sufficient to deter him from acting openly against Ian. At most resorting to schemes, the King of Slaughter, in a seemingly coaxing tone, asked, Are you certain you wish to walk the path of hell? You are still quite young, and you have no understanding of its dangers. The waters there run deep. Believe me, you cannot grasp them. Countless powerful beings who have achieved 100 victories have perished along that path. Why risk such a venture? As a guest elder of the city of slaughter, you can still leave freely. If you were to meet an untimely end on the path of hell, your elders would surely feel sorrow. Ines' eyes narrowed, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the king of slaughter. In a calm tone, he replied, "Rest assured. My lord sent me here precisely for the purpose of undergoing genuine trials. I believe that as long as everything proceeds according to the rules of the city of slaughter, even if I perish on the path of hell, it would simply be a reflection of my lack of skill. I trust you would not hold that against me." He emphasized the words hold against heavily, realizing his prior remarks had instilled uncertainty in the ancient being. The king of slaughter squinted, tilting his head as he contemplated something. Then, he burst into laughter. "Very well, since that is your wish, I shall grant it. However, should you succeed in passing the trial of the path of hell and become the new god of slaughter, please convey my regards to your esteemed elders." The king of slaughter did not doubt that Een was attempting to deceive him. After all, such talent could only belong to the most formidable powers. After uttering this statement, a dense red mist erupted from him, an overwhelming aura surging forth. Een felt that the energy radiating from the king of slaughter was not mere killing intent, but rather an intensely malevolent aura, chilling enough to freeze one's marrow. However, this malevolence could not be compared to the essence of Laiast within Een. It was akin to a disparity in purity. The icy red waves gradually spread, enveloping the arena in mere blinks. The fallen souls seated in the audience were inexplicably thrilled, eager to witness the opening of the path of hell. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their lives were already approaching their end. Chapter 103. The road to hell. The city of slaughter, apart from the legendary gods of death and its rulers, has never witnessed the opening of the road to hell. Those who have seen it have all perished, having become sacrifices for its awakening. The once raucous cheers of the fallen gradually subsided as the crimson light descended upon the viewing platform. The eyes of each fallen soul grew increasingly vacant, transforming from a dazed stare to a bloodshot gaze. Before long, as the crimson light formed a massive barrier over the entire slaughter arena, anguish screams erupted from those first touched by the red glow. Under its influence, the fallen appeared to descend into madness, frantically clawing at their faces and bodies. The survivors within the inner city, possessing considerable strength, directed all their energy inward. In their cries, there was an unsettling mix of extreme excitement, as if they were deriving infinite pleasure from this self-inflicted torment. Their skin peeled back, blood gushed forth, and some even extracted their own entrails, continuing their frenzy until death claimed them. As more fallen succumbed to this transformation, the phenomenon spread throughout the arena. Despite having witnessed countless slaughters hidden within this city, the sight before him was still disconcerting to Een. Not from fear, but from sheer revulsion. Blood pooled upon the ground, coalescing into streams that snaked through inconspicuous channels beneath the audience, flowing towards the center of the slaughter field. Countless serpentine trails of crimson liquid entered the arena, illuminating Yin's eyes with a newfound brightness. To be chosen as a sacrifice for the opening of the road to hell was a mark of honor. The voice of the king of slaughter resonated deeply. At this moment, the screams gradually faded, leaving Een and the king as the only apparent survivors. Blood flowed like a river, coalescing into grooves on the ground, into which the crimson liquid seeped. Gradually, this accumulation formed a vast, blood-red pattern. Een found himself within this design, struggling to discern its entirety. The blood had congealed into a shape reminiscent of a bird, albeit one that seemed oddly peculiar. Not merely a common avian form. Was it not a large bat? The resemblance grew clearer to Een. Suddenly, the bat's eyes ignited with light, and a towering beam of crimson surged skyward, enveloping Yin's body. All perception around him blurred, leaving only the low, piercing voice of the king of slaughter echoing in his ears. "I wish you luck on the road to hell." In the instant his mental fortitude shattered. As Een leapt into the blood-red vortex, everything around him became illusory. His senses were sealed away, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. Yet, through the perspective of Laiast, he could still perceive his surroundings. A thin veil of white energy, comprised of his own murderous intent, cocooned him. Had it not been for this presence, he would have been utterly consumed the moment the crimson tide surged forth. Time passed without measure, and suddenly, amidst a violent tremor, all sensations returned. The sanguine light around him gradually waned. Een found himself upon a circular platform, approximately 5 meters in diameter, standing firm as he surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. Everything around him radiated a faint, blood-red hue. Beyond the platform lay an abyss of unfathomable depth, with a narrow pathway less than half a foot wide leading into the unknown darkness, his sole route to the outside world. Peering over the edge of the circular platform, Een gazed into the murky depths below. The darkness was indistinct but did not escape his keen sight. With a shift in perspective, he beheld the truth. Below lay a vast pool of blood, a reservoir of human sacrifice accumulated over the years in the city of slaughter, an offering to the road to hell by Bloody Mary. Hesitating only briefly, Een stepped onto the narrow path. Why should he fear? If Tang San could traverse this, why could he not? However, as he advanced deeper, the temperature of the road to hell intensified, the air growing increasingly stifling. Yet, this change was dismissed by Ian, for his body had undergone transformation through the Dark Abyss bloodline, no longer resembling that of an ordinary human. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, acutely aware of every movement around him. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, a series of shrill cries suddenly emerged from the darkness ahead. A swarm of crimson bats materialized, descending upon Ian like a dark cloud. As they drew nearer, their true form became apparent. Each bat was a shade of blood red, a miniature version of the blood pattern etched upon the arena floor. Each blood bat measured approximately a foot in length, yet their expansive wingspan exceeded a meter. These crimson creatures flew with remarkable speed, quickly closing the distance. Their eyes glinted red as they honed in on their target, emitting harsh caws and revealing their sharp fangs. Thousands of blood bats flapped their wings in unison, generating a gust that rattled Yin's body. With a disdainful grunt, Yin exerted a slight force beneath his feet, rendering himself immovable. The bats, as if possessed of intelligence, refrained from immediate attack. Instead, they spiraled in midair, encircling him. At that moment, blood bats prepared to strike from every direction. Yet, a smirk graced Yin's lips. With a swift motion, he produced an unusual iron shard from his hand, his own crafted dart. A simple iron projectile, a fundamental tool of the Shadow Stream Assassin. Although he had not extensively practiced with such weaponry, he possessed a wealth of techniques in his mind. The bats, massive and densely clustered, presented an ideal target. With a flick of his wrist, several gleaming projectiles shot forth. In the distance, a bat flapping its wings remained oblivious until a blood hole appeared atop its head. Whoosh, whoosh, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Dozens of massive bats plummeted to the ground like dumplings. Yin's thrown darts were impeccable in both force and accuracy. With a gentle turn of his body, he unleashed another barrage, unleashing a wail of despair as bats continued to drop from the sky. Dissatisfied with the initial results, Yin swept his cloak, releasing a flurry of shining darts that scattered among the bat swarm. In an instant, chaos erupted among the surrounding bats, their desperate cries filling the air as they plummeted en masse. Seizing the rare opportunity presented by such abundant targets, Yin began to hone his skills with the throwing blades. These bloodied bats seemed to grasp the gravity of Yin's menace. Chapter 104, the dark golden three-headed bat with a series of powerful wing beats. The bats retreated to a distance of 300 to 400 meters. Only after reaching this distance did they stop their retreat, for it became increasingly difficult for Ian to strike them with his darts and hidden weapons. Then, the bats began to shake their fleshy wings in unison, emitting a series of sharp, mournful cries. In an instant, a fierce sound wave attack enveloped Ian. These sound waves were capable of continuously stacking upon one another, growing in strength. Suddenly, a faint shadow flickered around Ian, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the stone walls of the passage. With their target lost, the sound waves dissipated into futility, leaving the aimless bats frozen in confusion. At that moment, Yin's figure re-emerged from the wall nearby, like a strange specter, wielding a scythe as he plunged into the midst of the bat swarm. With a sweeping motion of his scythe, he transformed into a shadowy assassin, dashing forward and striking nearby foes. His charge and strikes dealt an additional 100 damage, with a 40 bonus against soul beasts and wild creatures. Soon, countless bats plummeted from the sky, resembling a rain of bats. In the city of slaughter, amidst the relentless carnage, Ian had accumulated an abundance of souls, activating several of Kane's other skills. These abilities were not soul techniques, allowing him to utilize them without hindrance in the city of slaughter. This was one of the key reasons for his remarkable victories at such a young age. Just then, the remaining bats scattered in all directions, leaving the surroundings in sudden silence. Ian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Beneath him lay a massive creature, illuminated by a faint reddish glow, radiating dark golden light. The creature measured over 4 meters in length, its enormous claws gripping a stone, each claw boasting a diameter exceeding 1 meter, its sharp talons embedded in the rock. A pair of colossal wings began to unfold from its dark golden body, with an astonishing wingspan of 10 meters. As it released its grip, the powerful wings beat, lifting its vast body into the air. It was an immensely large bat, entirely dark golden in hue. Most terrifyingly, it possessed 3 heads. The remaining blood bats swiftly gathered behind the massive dark golden three-headed bat, as if signaling the arrival of their leader. The central head emitted a chilling cry, and with a sudden flap of its fearsome wings, it lunged toward Ian. Even before its massive body reached him, an overwhelming aura rushed forth, an intimidating gale surpassing all the previous blood bats combined. Ian instantly discerned that this dark golden three-headed bat was undoubtedly above the ordinary 10,000-year soul beast in power. Yin's spirit surged, and his gaze sharpened as he focused on the dark golden three-headed bat, carefully observing its trajectory. A shrill scream erupted, and a wave of dark red ripples spread from the bat's head toward him. In that moment, Ian employed his previous tactic, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind the dark golden three-headed bat. Seizing the opportunity while the bat was momentarily stunned, he swiftly drew his short blade and struck at one of its heads, severing it cleanly. To his astonishment, the severed head quickly regenerated, sprouting anew. The injured dark golden three-headed bat screeched furiously at Ian. Possessing regenerative abilities? Yin surmised that he must eliminate all of its heads simultaneously to truly vanquish it. With a powerful sweep of his scythe, Yin moved alongside the dark golden three-headed bat. In the next moment, the bat nimbly dodged, and a beam of red light shot toward him. Choosing not to evade, Yin vanished just as the light was about to reach him, transforming into shadow. He infiltrated the recently damaged target, entering an untargetable state for a maximum of 5 seconds. He could reactivate this ability early. When the effect ended, the target would suffer 200 additional damage, and his sweeping scythe would be refreshed. The dark golden three-headed bat sensed the impending danger and emitted a piercing shriek, but was helpless as Yin remained untouchable. At the very moment the effect concluded, Yin unleashed his scythe once more. The colossal red blade cleaved through the three heads of the dark golden three-headed bat, severing them in unison. The enormous body of the bat collapsed limply to the ground. With the death of the Bat King, the remaining blood bats became disoriented and frenzied, charging recklessly at Yin. However, a leaderless army lost both morale and strategic direction. Although the remaining blood bats were still numerous, they posed little threat to Yin. Eventually, the last blood bat fell to his hidden weapon, showering the area in a rain of blood. As calm returned, Yin quickened his pace forward. The air grew increasingly oppressive and stifling, akin to a burning sensation in his lungs. Yet, due to his extraordinary physical resilience, he remained unaffected. Suddenly, a rustling sound reached his ears, and a pair of fiery red eyes appeared in the distance. On the narrow path ahead, a dark red body lay coiled, while its exact size was obscured. It was evidently a snake, its form winding along the narrow route. As it moved forward, 9 protrusions resembling crimson mushrooms appeared along its head and back, seemingly pulsing with fluid. The snake's abdomen was particularly massive, creating a bulge along the narrow path, and its length exceeded 10 meters. Yin recognized the creature, and the serpent, in turn, noticed him. Its tongue flicked up as its golden red eyes sparkled like lanterns. As the snake continued to advance, an invisible pressure filled the air. The creature emitted a sound reminiscent of a baby's cry, and the 9 fleshy bulges on its back began to glow with a golden red radiance. He knew that this was the legendary 10-headed fiery sun serpent, a prized entity, especially considering that its inner organs possessed a natural restraining effect against snake-type martial souls and soul beasts. He could not afford to overlook the opportunity, particularly with his ambitions to seize Tang San's chance at the Eye of Ice and Fire in the future. Chapter 105, The 10-Headed Fiery Serpent. At that moment, the 10-headed fiery serpent launched its attack. A brilliant crimson beam erupted from its mouth, exuding a pungent scent as it swiftly approached. The fiery light undulated violently along the narrow path, emitting crackling sounds reminiscent of burning rock. Even more terrifying was the faint red mist enveloping the crimson glow, undoubtedly laden with potent toxins. With a cold smirk, Yin executed his shadow step, instantly vanishing from sight, effortlessly evading the serpent's toxic breath. In the next heartbeat, he appeared beside the colossal serpent, delivering a forceful kick onto its back. In pain, the serpent writhed its massive body, intertwining its head and tail as it attempted to ensnare Yin. Unfazed, Yin reached out and firmly grasped the serpent's tail, resisting its twisting motions without yielding an inch. With a swift motion, Yin hurled the serpent away. It crashed to the ground, weakly shaking its head, and for the first time, fear flickered in its golden red eyes. The 9 crimson growths on its back began to glow even brighter, as if in furious protest. Its body arched along the narrow path, the 9 growths aligning towards Yin. Suddenly, the 9 growths shattered simultaneously, releasing 9 streams of golden red liquid. Rather than shooting directly at Yin, the liquid arced above him. As the 9 streams coalesced in midair, they paused just as they neared Yin, contracting into a fist-sized golden red sphere before plummeting toward him. At that moment, a massive blood-red scythe materialized in Yin's right hand. With a sweeping motion, he struck the golden orb. The sphere trembled violently as if struggling against the impact, but its resistance was fleeting. In the next instant, with an invisible force pulling it in, the orb fell into his palm, pulsating with a blood-red mark that glimmered with excitement. Eager to absorb the essence of the liquid formed from the serpent's 9 growths, the giant serpent's struggles ceased abruptly. The upper portion of its massive body, suspended above the narrow path, quietly disintegrated into fine dust, while the lower segments, deprived of support, broke apart and plummeted into the abyss. Holding the golden sphere, Yin could not suppress a smile. The 10-headed fiery serpent, a creature of ancient origin, possessed unparalleled toxicity, with matured specimens exceeding 10 meters in length and wielding the most potent fire poison among serpents. Cultivating for millennia can yield an inner Dan, hidden within its 9 heads. The emergence of the inner Dan would dim the heavens, and possessing it would render one the supreme serpent among serpents. Any soul master with a serpent spirit would find themselves unfortunate when facing Yin. If the path to hell truly consisted of only 3 trials, then Yin merely needed to conquer the final challenge to escape this cursed place. The temperature around him continued to rise, and the dark red liquid flowing in the abysses on either side became increasingly discernible. Yet, the oppressive heat persisted, and the terrain seemed to descend relentlessly. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps the city of slaughter was not underground, but within the mountains. This notion quickly dissipated. What mattered more was his urgent need to leave. As he pressed forward, the intense heat grew more unbearable, accompanied by a peculiar atmosphere that suffocated him from within. The oppressive sensation deepened, while his own killing intent surged forth unabated. A sense of agitation began to manifest within him. The more restless he became, the more his killing intent intensified, blurring the clarity of his surroundings. The surrounding heat seemed to provoke every cell within him, igniting the very essence of his murderous spirit. Yet, he could not suppress this outpouring of killing intent, for to do so would mean succumbing to the malevolent aura of the hellish path. Gradually, Ian began to comprehend. Since entering this path, he had been influenced by its sinister atmosphere. While his killing intent could fend off the wicked energy, it could not entirely filter it out. The longer he remained, the deeper the taint of that malevolent essence seeped into him. Should his mind falter, he feared he might never escape. Ian propelled himself forward at an accelerated pace, nearing the abyss, where the air grew increasingly hot and his vision blurred. Amidst the faint crimson mist enveloping him, he could make out only about a kilometer ahead. The dark red liquid in the abysses on either side surged and roiled, unmistakably blood. Yet it bore the scorching temperature of magma. At that moment, the dark red liquid was merely 50 meters below him, and the heat had begun to char his garments. Though his skin felt little discomfort, if memory served, in the original tale, Tang San and Hulaina had faced two waves of attacks, the first from the dark golden three-headed bat king, and the second from the 10-headed fiery serpent. Having encountered both, he pondered whether further assaults awaited him on this path. As he sped onward, contemplating this, the surrounding heat intensified, wrapping him in a colossal malevolent aura. Approaching the exit, Ian observed no signs of movement around him. Was it truly this simple? Given the nature of the King of Slaughter, it was unlikely he would allow an easy escape. Perhaps he was gathering strength for a final strike? Gazing at the exit several thousand meters away, Ian mused. The distant exit was marked by a radiant oval of white light. After a brief interval, he found himself but a kilometer from the exit. Though the path ahead had vanished, the blood-red abyss had coalesced into a small lake, its surface bubbling and frothing. To depart, one could either ascend to the 200-meter-high ceiling or fly directly across. For most, the former would be the preferred choice, yet for Ian, the latter was easily achievable with a shadow step. Was there truly no other scheme at play? If he did not act soon, he would be free. Chapter 106. The Shadow Demon Sword. Yet the entire underground space remained enveloped in silence. Ian let out a faint, mocking laugh, poised to make a move when suddenly, a tumult erupted. As he soared into the air, the blood-red lake below began to boil violently. Countless bubbles burst forth, and a crimson aura surged upward, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. The blood plasma surged like molten lava, obstructing the exit. In that moment, Ian felt an overwhelming, frenzied, malevolent presence tightly locking onto him, exuding a palpable intent to kill that sent shivers down his spine. His expression shifted as he fixed his gaze upon the turbulent blood lake below. Through the eye of shadows, he discerned a dark crimson silhouette emerging from the plasma. An ominous figure radiating terror, evil, and an insatiable bloodlust. Was this a remnant left by the King of Slaughter? It was indeed far from simple. It seemed that the final few hundred meters posed the most perilous challenge. He had anticipated that the King of Slaughter would not allow him to leave so easily. Yet he had not expected such ruthlessness. Unlike Hulaina and Tang San, who had two formidable deities backing them, Ian found himself without any significant support. His earlier deception was merely a ploy to mislead the King of Slaughter. Staring intently at the mysterious shadow below, Yin's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. For the first time during his time in the City of Slaughter, he felt a weight of seriousness, one he had not even experienced in the presence of the King of Slaughter himself. From this dark red silhouette, he sensed an eerily familiar aura, one he had previously detected from the King of Slaughter. The presence of Raster within him rendered him acutely sensitive to such malevolent energies. Yes, this aura was unmistakably that of the Shura God, a terrifying pressure born from pure murderous intent. The bizarre dark red shadow gradually emerged from the blood plasma, slowly rising. Eventually, a colossal sword, entirely crimson and adorned with dark golden runes, materialized from the blood lake, its length exceeding 2 meters. As the enormous sword fully revealed itself, its terrifying presence intensified, sharp enough to seem as if it could tear Ian apart. Could it be? The King of Slaughter had truly escalated matters by summoning the Shadow Demon Sword, an artifact of the Shura God. Ian's pupils constricted as he observed the giant sword in the hands of the violet-red figure. He could distinctly feel the terrifying energy emanating from the sword. Quickly surmising its origin, the King of Slaughter was indeed ruthless. Ian believed that if the king had meticulously arranged this scenario, the Shadow Demon Sword would never have appeared here. This artifact, a token of the Shura God's legacy, indicated that the King of Slaughter was willing to pay a steep price. Was he determined to ensnare Ian? The Shadow Demon Sword possessed immense power, and with the entire blood lake transforming into a reservoir of slaughtering energy, it would provide an endless supply of strength. This was akin to fighting on home turf with infinite resources. How could one possibly contend against such odds? This sword was exclusively wielded by the inheritors of the Shura God's legacy, and the divine pressure it exuded was beyond what ordinary souls could withstand. A typical soul master would find their entire strength suppressed. Moreover, the environmental advantages would likely spell doom even for a titled Douluo. The King of Slaughter was indeed cunning. He dared not directly eliminate Een, uncertain of whether anyone stood behind him. By placing the Shura goddess artifact here, even if Een perished, any potential avengers would be rendered powerless. In the face of the Shura god, even the powerful Spirit Hall could only suffer in silence. After all, how could Spirit Hall dare seek vengeance against the Shura god? The old coin had indeed played his cards well. Een felt Reaster stirring within him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. King of Slaughter, if you wish to play, then do not regret it. The Shura demon sword is mine. With unwavering determination, Een faced the blood-red Shura demon sword, his spirit ablaze with combat fervor. My martial spirit is Reaster. Even if the Shura god were to descend, what of it? You are merely a sword. Do you think you are Aatrox? Besides, you are but an inanimate object. Recently, with each act of slaughter, Reaster had been absorbing souls and blood, and the sealed will of Reaster was stirring restlessly. Even Yin's spirit was nearing its limit. This was the perfect opportunity to employ Reaster against the Shura demon sword, allowing them to exhaust each other's power. Reaster seemed to sense En's fighting spirit and the disdain directed toward the Shura demon sword, igniting with fervor. En's hands grew hot, and his eyes began to blaze with intensity. Below him, the Shura demon sword absorbed the surrounding blood lake, thick crimson mist enveloping it. In the next moment, the Shura demon sword shot upward, thrusting directly toward En. As the giant sword moved, En felt an immense pressure enveloping the entire underground space. The already confined atmosphere was saturated with pure murderous intent. The crimson blade thrummed with terrifying malice. Suddenly, a wave emanated from the blood-red giant sword, and En felt as if he were mired in quicksand, engulfed by the surging killing intent, rendering him momentarily immobile. Then, the speed of the giant sword surged, hurtling toward him for a deadly strike. In that instant, En's eyes sharpened. Gripping Reaster tightly, it seemed to leap forth eagerly. In a flash, it transformed into a colossal crimson scythe. The sensation of being suppressed vanished in an instant. Huh, is that Aatrox? We are old acquaintances. A surge of excitement resonated in En's mind. With both hands, he wielded the enormous scythe, cleaving forth a powerful vortex. Sight of the Colossus. The scythe struck the massive body of the Shura demon sword. The crimson blade shuddered violently, its speed halving. Simultaneously, En swung the massive blood-red scythe, unleashing the blade of the abyss skill, delivering a fierce blow toward the Shura demon sword. Boom! The immense scythe collided with the Shura demon sword, producing a thunderous roar that sent the sword hurtling backward. This was the forced knockback effect of the blade of the abyss attack. After all, it was Reaster's might, not merely En's shadow assassin prowess. It was overwhelmingly dominant. With a resounding explosion, a wave of murderous aura erupted from the Shura demon sword. The surrounding blood pool erupted in a chaotic spray of crimson plasma. Yet, the killing intent bore no impact on En whatsoever. Chapter 107. The Legacy of the Azura God. After being struck and sent flying, the Azura demon sword seemed to be filled with an extraordinary fury. The entire blade trembled incessantly, for it was a genuine super artifact, never before having faced such indignity, being dismissed like refuse with a single blow. Enraged, the Azura demon sword whirled above the blood pool, crimson energy surging into its form, restoring its state. In the next moment, it surged towards the hidden figure with even greater velocity. Aatrox, your skills have made no progress. The mocking voice of Reist could be felt. The Azura demon sword approached the hidden figure once more, delivering a powerful slash imbued with formidable sword energy and a murderous intent. Great scythe sweep was unleashed, followed by keen blade penetration. At that instant, as the Azura demon sword was swatted away, a massive scarlet sword energy erupted from it, striking Reist directly. The blood-red mark on Reist's colossal scythe dimmed visibly. Yet, Reist, like a rabid dog, instantly swung to ensnare the Azura demon sword by its blade and hilt, trapping it firmly. The Azura demon sword thrashed wildly, unwilling to be confined. Boom! An aura of sinister terror erupted from its blade. An endless murderous essence mingled with a chill of malevolence. However, the hidden figure disregarded this murderous aura and the evil intent concealed within. Reist, on the other hand, welcomed this essence, absorbing the power that emanated from the Azura demon sword as if it were a delectable feast. Gradually, the blade began to exhibit a bizarre purplish-red hue, appearing exceedingly ominous. Once more, a powerful aura emanated from the Azura demon sword, as if it were a fearsome dragon awakening. An essence unique to the Azura demon sword began to coalesce. In that moment, energy belonging to Reist suddenly materialized in the hands of the hidden figure. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying primal force pressed down upon the Azura demon sword, causing it to tremble uncontrollably, as if overcome by fear. Yet, the sword continued to shake, desperately trying to break free from the hidden figure's suppression. But this was the essence of Reist, despite the sealing of his will. It was not something the Azura demon sword could oppose. At that moment, a flash of purple light flickered upon the Azura demon sword. The instant the purple glow appeared, the hidden figure's eyes brightened. Finally, I have awaited you. Let us see how long you can hide. Swish. The suppressed will of Rayist within the hidden figure suddenly emerged. However, before Rayist could revel in his resurgence, he collided with the purple light. A vast consciousness enveloped the purple glow in an instant. A wave of chaotic, sinister energy surged forth. Yet, this purplish, cold, and malevolent essence was swiftly ensnared by Rayist will within the hidden figure, unleashing a frenzied struggle before vanishing entirely. With the disappearance of the purple malevolent thought, the strength of Rayist's will was completely exhausted, sinking back into an unwilling slumber. The azure demon sword in the hidden figure's grasp underwent a transformation, ceasing its struggle. The dark golden demonic patterns upon the sword's blade began to shimmer with hints of red light. Gradually, the azure demon sword grew tranquil, resting gently in the hidden figure's hand. The hidden figure realized he had gained the sword's approval. The azure demon sword was a divine artifact left by the azure god on the Douluo Continent. The city of slaughter itself was a unique domain created after the azure god and the Rakshasa god ascended to divinity. Years ago, Tang San had painstakingly sought the legacy of the azure god to fulfill his promise to Poseidon, venturing alone into the city of slaughter to face the trials set by the azure god. Unfortunately, Tang San did not anticipate that the Rakshasa god had deliberately infused part of his malevolent power into the domain of the city of slaughter to prevent his inheritor from encountering the azure god's successor. This led to Tang San being parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed bat king during the 8th trial, ultimately transforming him into the fallen king of slaughter. Regrettably, the legacy of the azure god was akin to raising a poisonous insect. Anyone who traversed the path of hell and acquired the domain of slaughter was considered a successor of the azure god. Yet, the azure demon sword remained in the hands of the king of slaughter, who lacked the qualifications to inherit the azure god's divinity. Consequently, those who later acquired the domain of slaughter were equally unqualified to inherit the azure god's position. It was not until Tang San bestowed the azure demon sword upon Tang San that the latter benefited from this transfer. It is worth noting that Bibi Dong had acquired the domain of slaughter years before Tang San. Yet she had been unable to inherit the legacy of the azure god due to Tang Chen's failures. In the end, Tang San received the azure demon sword from his grandfather, thereby inheriting the azure god's divinity and subsequently unleashing slaughter upon Bibi Dong, who had inherited the Rakshasa god's position. This was primarily due to the fact that the Rakshasa god represented evil. Despite this, Bibi Dong could only inherit the legacy of the Rakshasa god because the city of slaughter harbored not only the legacy of the azure god, but also that of the Rakshasa god. With Rayist having destroyed the vestige of malevolence left by the Rakshasa god, the seductive influence over the azure demon sword ceased. The sword began to fulfill its mission anew, seeking a worthy inheritor. The pure killing intent recently unleashed by the hidden figure was undoubtedly the most suitable choice, without exception. Thus, the azure demon sword surrendered completely, acknowledging the hidden figure. At that moment, as the hidden figure grasped the azure demon sword entirely, a tremor surged through a subterranean space within the city of slaughter, where the king of slaughter was observing from afar. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. A roar echoed within the king of slaughter's mind. "Damnable beast! How dare you occupy my body?" Instantly, the underground space shook violently. The entire city of slaughter felt this tremor, leaving everyone in a state of panic, unaware of what had transpired. What danger had befallen the king of slaughter? Why did he emit such a terrifying roar? Simultaneously, the hidden figure sensed that dreadful cry from a distance. It seemed that, with the removal of the malevolent thought, Tang San was about to awaken. This old fellow had likely been stifled after spending such an extended period in the city of slaughter, hadn't he? Chapter 108. Domain of the god of slaughter. Yin's lips curled into a subtle smile as he grasped the azure demon sword. He turned to cast one last glance at the city of slaughter before striding toward the exit. The trial for the inheritance of the azure god was about to commence anew. He possessed the qualifications to inherit the divine position of the azure god, yet he hesitated. The divine status of the azure god did not entice him. In comparison to the world-shattering power of Rayastor, the azure god seemed rather trivial. Nevertheless, the domain of the god of slaughter was undeniably a valuable asset. The entrance lay before him. Suddenly, Yin felt a peculiar force drawing the murderous aura surrounding his body. He glanced back one last time at the infernal path he had traversed, and then he leaped into the radiant white veil. Everything around him began to transform. As he entered the white light, a profound sensation enveloped him, as if he had stepped into a unique realm. All around was a vast expanse of blinding whiteness, where he could not summon even a trace of power. The only sensation was one of coldness, as if countless icy forces were coalescing towards him, while myriad others were being expelled from his body. In this white void, Yin silently endured the excruciating torment. The unexpected chill lingered, not due to a genuine fluctuation in temperature, but rather from the icy essence of the murderous aura. The purest essence of slaughter swiftly invaded his being, consuming remnants of Rayastor's power within him with each incursion. This untainted aura gradually transformed into the most refined energy within Yin, altering his internal organs and limbs. A warm sensation began to arise, prompting a soft moan of pleasure to escape his lips. May the Azura goddess presence endure a while longer. This feeling was exquisite. In this moment, Een finally affirmed the legends surrounding the city of slaughter. Indeed, the entire city was a domain, one forged from the accumulation of murderous intent. However, this domain was vast, and within it, he felt like a leaf adrift without roots. The Azura demon sword in his hand seemed to beckon him with an unspoken intent, as if immense benefits awaited him should he choose to accept. Yet, he merely glanced at it, choosing instead to revel in the invigorating sensation coursing through his body, completely disregarding the sword's enticement. At last, as the pure murderous intent gathered within him, familiar waves of soul power and sensations of soul skills filled his essence once more. Upon slowly opening his eyes, he beheld an array of radiant white light before him, converging towards his scythe martial soul. The domain of the god of slaughter was built upon his own murderous aura, shaped and refined through the white light, ultimately manifesting as a martial soul's innate domain. Innate domains differ greatly from ordinary domains in their sheer power and potential for growth. They are significantly more formidable than the domain abilities acquired by title Douluo at the 9th ring. However, innate domains are exceedingly rare, accessible only to truly powerful martial souls. The top-tier martial souls that can possess innate domains are few. Generally, they belong exclusively to super martial souls and divine martial souls. As a rule, super and divine martial souls are assured of their innate domains, while top-tier martial souls depend on circumstances. It is noteworthy that even the Haotian Hammer, a top-tier martial soul, does not possess an innate domain. The original text specifies only a couple of top-tier martial souls with innate domains, Tang San's Blue Silver Emperor and Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor. Other instances have not been mentioned. Even among those possessing innate domains, the innate domain of a top-tier martial soul differs from that of a super martial soul. For instance, Qian Rinque's angelic domain surpasses Tang San's Blue Silver domain in strength. Of course, this is a general observation. The actual performance is contingent upon the battlefield's conditions. At this moment, the domain of the god of slaughter before Een was undoubtedly a formidable domain, its rank slightly superior to Qian Rinque's angelic domain, being the embryonic form of the Azura god's domain. When the domain of the god of slaughter reaches its pinnacle, it may even harness the power of the Azura. Furthermore, triggering the domain of the god of slaughter to its utmost is a prerequisite for undergoing the Azura goddess trial. Should one accomplish this feat, they would qualify for the Azura goddess assessment. However, this is merely one condition. In the past, Bibi Dong, who had obtained the domain of the god of slaughter, was unable to undergo the Azura goddess trial, simply because the Azura demon sword was in Tang Chun's possession. Now that Een had seized the Azura demon sword, Bibi Dong would have a chance to pursue the trial as well. The inheritance of the Azura god operates on the principle of the strong prevailing over the weak, starkly contrasting with the sea god's unwavering choices. The Azura goddess path is unquestionably more ruthless, akin to the rearing of venomous creatures. At this moment, boundless murderous aura surged from the external world, its chilling essence enveloping Een''s entire being while simultaneously igniting the murderous intent within him, constructing his own domain of the god of slaughter. The murderous aura contained within this white light was indeed pure and vast. Strangely, however, this energy was repelled by his scythe martial soul, as if sensing a malevolent presence. The scythe unleashed a wave of energy, forcefully expelling the colossal murderous aura outward. The endless white light, seemingly indignant, charged toward the scythe once more, yet returned in vain. It appeared to comprehend that it could not merge with this martial soul. All the white light converged upon Een''s shadow, intertwining with his internal murderous aura to forge a unique energy. This special energy gradually penetrated deeper, causing a brilliant glow to erupt from Een''s back, as a layer of icy white light ascended from him, swiftly spreading outward. The domain of the god of slaughter had been established. Savoring the dense white light enveloping him, Een murmured to himself. This journey to the city of slaughter was not in vain. The domain's effect lies in the aura and pressure formed by murderous intent, rendering opponents unable to unleash their full potential while allowing oneself to exceed 100% of their capacity. The effects of the domain of the god of slaughter are no different, having acquired the foundational domain. In the future, within this realm, opponent's strengths will naturally diminish by 20%, while he will be able to exert 120% of his power. Moreover, as his martial soul evolves, this ratio will only increase. Upon reaching the titled Douluo realm, opponent's strengths will be halved, while his own will double. This exchange effectively renders him twice as powerful as his adversaries, enabling him to contend against two foes simultaneously. The potency of the domain of the god of slaughter is indeed remarkable. Een quietly mused, pondering whether the domain had attempted to imprint itself upon Raster, only to be spurned. The thought of his scythe martial soul's earlier reaction brought an odd expression to his face. After all, how could Raster possibly find the Azura god's power appealing? Chapter 109. Kneel and pay respect to your master upon acquiring the god of slaughter domain. Een felt an undeniable change as he once again grasped the Azura demon sword. Previously, the sword exuded an icy chill, embodying a brutal weapon of slaughter. Yet now, It had transformed into a weapon imbued with warmth. Indeed, the noticeable shift in temperature was profound. When Ian held the Azure Demon Sword, it felt akin to gripping a part of his own arm, devoid of any cold sensation. Instead, it exuded a gentle warmth, and in his hand, it felt almost weightless. Every aspect, size, texture, and touch was perfectly attuned, as if this weapon had been tailor-made for him. It appeared that to unleash the true power of the Azure Demon Sword, one must possess the god of slaughter domain. At that moment, Ian sensed a mysterious will stirring within the sword, as if it were alive. However, the signal was unstable, flickering in and out, as though a formidable aura emanating from him repelled this energy. He swung the sword a few times, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, he remarked, "It doesn't seem particularly effective. Just look at the sea goddess artifact, the heart of the ocean. It can turn invisible, provide defense, and serve as a vast mobile space. This wretched Azure Demon Sword can't even retract smoothly or store items. It hardly deserves the title of an artifact." Upon uttering these words, the agitation within the Azure Demon Sword intensified, pulsating vehemently. How unjust. Truly unjust. It seemed to lament. What artifact doesn't he require a blood oath of allegiance? Why can't you offer some blood? Feeling the frantic movements of the sword, which nearly cut him, Ian was taken aback. With a displeased snort, he thought, "It dares to bite its master?" Suddenly, a massive crimson scythe appeared, its blade viciously hooking onto the edge of the Azure Demon Sword. A series of grating sounds echoed, and indeed, the restless sword fell silent once more. Exhausted. Let it be destroyed. This is sheer bullying of the sword. Ian nodded in satisfaction. Evil requires the tempering of another evil. He slung the Azure Demon Sword over his shoulder, and with a flicker of thought, he departed from the white space. When he reappeared, he found himself deep within a forest, uncertain of how far he had ventured from the city of slaughter. Curiously surveying his surroundings, he pondered whether the power of the god of slaughter was too formidable, the mysterious white space too expansive, directly connecting to the city of slaughter, or if the white space possessed some magical teleportation ability that automatically transported him to this fixed location upon acquiring the god of slaughter domain. At that moment, a melodious and ethereal voice resonated behind him. "You have finally emerged." Who? In an instant, Ian turned around, the god of slaughter domain erupting from him. Before him stood a mysterious woman clad in a long purple gown, her face veiled, her eyes radiating an air of authority and noble mystique. She stood silently, exuding an innate aura of grace. "Who are you? Were you waiting for me here? How did you know I would appear?" Ian was taken aback. With his mental fortitude, enhanced by the presence of the demon eye, he had failed to notice someone behind him. The strength of this newcomer must be extraordinary. It is not unusual for every individual who acquires the god of slaughter domain to appear here. The mysterious woman spoke lightly, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Is it you? You are Bibi Dong." Ian suddenly realized, understanding her knowledge of the god of slaughter domain and its inheritors. In this world, there were only one or two individuals who could possess such knowledge, particularly someone so poised as Bibi Dong. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression changed dramatically. He looked up at what lay behind Bibi Dong, pointing in horror as he stammered, "The god of Shura?" Without uttering another word, he turned and fled. In a flash, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing 3 meters away, sprinting straight toward the distant wall. Just then, a violet web silently enveloped him. Ian found himself immobilized instantly. "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." He struggled desperately. "Your Holiness, I meant no offense. I merely saw a rabbit darting by and intended to capture it for your dinner. What a coincidence to encounter you. Have you dined yet? Would you like me to prepare something for you?" Bibi Dong snorted softly. With a graceful movement, she swiftly closed the distance, standing before him, appraising him thoroughly. "Satisfied?" She nodded. The scrutinizing gaze made Ian uneasy, reminiscent of a market vendor inspecting meat. "Great, Your Holiness. I am not an evil soul master. Please do not heed false accusations. Did I ever claim you were an evil soul master? Well, no, not exactly. Then, may I be released? Indeed, you are the 3rd individual in a century to possess dual martial souls upon this continent. Kneel, pay respect to your master." What? The rapidity of Bibi Dong's words left Ian momentarily stunned. "HM, are you unwilling? Do you look down upon me?" "Absolutely not. Definitely not." Despite his confusion over why Bibi Dong would ask him to become her disciple, he promptly knelt. "Master, Ian, pay my respects." Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. "Though the conditions are rather humble, you shall henceforth be my disciple. But, how am I to address you? One moment you are Kai, the next you are Ian. What shall I call you?" Hiki." Ian's mouth gaped wide. He had not anticipated her insight. She not only knew of his dual martial souls but also his original name. Yet, reflecting on her status, it was no surprise. The Spirit Hall records all awakened martial souls, making it feasible to access his true information. He chuckled awkwardly. "Master, my birth name is Kai. However, for convenience during my travels, I adopted the alias Ian. You may call me Kai Ian from now on." "Kai Ian. It's better than the name I chose. Come, Let us return to the Spirit Hall. Once we arrive, I shall announce that you will become the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Wait. Cain panicked. Why was he being taken to the Spirit Hall so suddenly? He had no time to prepare. Master, please don't be hasty. Let us talk a bit more. Have you been waiting for me here for 2 years? Not exactly. I arrived half a year ago. Believing a year and a half would suffice for you to exit this place. I had not expected you to take 2 full years, which is far longer than I anticipated. Coughing, he nearly choked on his own saliva. That is the city of slaughter. What do you think it is? For a child under 10, successfully escaping in 2 years is already quite remarkable. Chapter 110. Clinging to authority and offering gifts, however. Contemplating the formidable presence before him, Cain dared not voice his true thoughts. Yes, the disciple is indeed lacking. The disciple is also concerned about the Slaughter King's ferocity, fearing that such brilliance might incite the king's jealousy. Yet, once I secure my position by the teacher's side, my worry shall dissipate. Oh, how fortunate I am. Bibi Dong stepped back, displeased. Avoiding Cain's snot-covered attempt to cling to her. There's no need for pretense in my presence. If you were truly inept, how could you have harmed the Slaughter King? Harmed the Slaughter King? Cain rose, wiping his nose, casting a begrudging glance at Bibi Dong's toned legs. Teacher, what do you mean by that? His face was a picture of bewilderment. When did I ever harm the Slaughter King? With a cold snort, Bibi Dong disregarded her disciple's disrespectful gaze. When the path to hell opened, I sensed it immediately, keeping a watchful eye on the Slaughter King, wary of his treachery. However, before long, I heard the anguished roars of the Slaughter King from the depths of the Slaughter City. Judging by the sound, he must have sustained grave injuries. Thus, I stealthily infiltrated the Slaughter City and delivered him a rather unpleasant surprise. Indeed, he was gravely wounded, having lost even the Shadow Demon sword, appearing quite deranged. Regrettably, that old rascal managed to escape and vanished without a trace. Cain was utterly astonished. Who would have thought that Bibi Dong could so silently drive away the Slaughter King? Could this be considered divine assistance? Teacher, are you implying that the Slaughter King is no longer within the Slaughter City? Indeed, Bibi Dong replied calmly, nodding. Moreover, I did not sense that terrifying will, which I assume is due to your influence. That dreadful will must be the shadow of the Sure God, completely shattered by Ieyasu. Hence, Bibi Dong could traverse the Slaughter City unimpeded. Is what you carry on your back the Shadow Demon sword? Cain hastily removed the sword, cradling it in his hands. Teacher, I have not prepared an appropriate gift for my apprenticeship, so I present the Shadow Demon sword to you. Humph. Bibi Dong emitted a soft sound through her nostrils, her gaze fixed on Cain. Seemingly casual, she remarked, do you think I would covet your divine weapon? Of course not. Teacher, your integrity is well known throughout the continent. This is simply an expression of my filial piety. Teacher, I wish to be a person of filial devotion. You cannot refuse my heartfelt intention. Bibi Dong hesitated but ultimately shook her head. You must understand, the Shadow Demon sword is not merely a powerful weapon. It also harbors the legacy of the Shadow God. I do not require it. It is better suited for you. Teacher, please listen. There may still be remnants of the Slaughter King or other formidable wills hidden within the Shadow Demon sword. I fear that carrying it with me could lead to unforeseen consequences if they were to plot against me. Your strength can easily suppress the sword, allowing you to wield it without concern. Once I grow stronger and possess the means for self-defense, you may return it to me, if that is acceptable. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's gaze flickered with contemplation. Seizing the moment, Cain continued, Teacher, such a divine artifact in my hands would be rendered ineffective. Only in your possession can it truly assist you. If you feel indebted, perhaps you could bestow upon me a modest sum of tens of thousands of gold soul coins or a few soul-guiding devices as compensation. Bibi Dong regarded Cain's eyes. Filled with sincerity, she felt a stirring of emotion within her heart. Without further hesitation, she accepted the Shadow Demon sword. After a moment's pause, she removed a bracelet from her wrist. This exquisite bracelet, adorned with numerous gemstones, emanated a faint flow of soul power. This soul-guiding device has storage capabilities and has accompanied me for many years. It contains some gold soul coins. Take it for now. Cain received it and donned it on his wrist, only to furrow his brow. Teacher, as a grown man, wearing such a gaudy bracelet feels rather unbecoming. Could you please exchange it for something else? Bibi Dong frowned slightly, observing his cheerful demeanor with a hint of uncertainty. She reached to her chest, and a remarkably intricate necklace appeared in Cain's palm. This soul-guiding device has a slightly smaller storage capacity than the bracelet, but it should suffice for your needs. The necklace featured a purple gemstone that pulsated with waves of soul power, its design exquisite and adorned with an attractive pattern. Holding the gemstone, Cain felt a gentle warmth. Considering its previous location, his heart fluttered unexpectedly, prompting him to quickly place the gemstone necklace around his neck. The faint fragrance wafting from it was refreshing and delightful. Now, let us return to the Spirit Hall. Upon our arrival, I shall officially designate you as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Teacher, could we delay the official designation of the Holy Son? Bibi Dong's brow furrowed. Why? Do you not wish to join the Spirit Hall? Do you harbor any misunderstandings? Those are merely outsiders, teacher. I understand. It's not that I do not wish to join the Spirit Hall. but rather that I prefer to keep my identity concealed for the time being. Could we announce my status as Holy Son at a later date? Kain carefully considered his tone. I hope to achieve some accomplishments first, establishing a solid foundation before formally joining the Spirit Hall, thus legitimizing my position. Teacher. While you are the leader of the Spirit Hall, if I am bestowed the title of Holy Son without any merit, it could undermine your authority. Very well. Bibi Dong nodded. You have considered this thoroughly. In that case, let us return to the Spirit Hall, enroll in the Spirit Academy, and focus on your studies. Teacher, before that, I have a few minor matters to attend to. Bibi Dong took a deep breath, observing Kain. This lad, who had previously trembled in fear at her approach, now appeared utterly unperturbed, brazenly proposing various conditions. Yet, Bibi Dong found herself unable to feel anger at his audacity. Speak then. Teacher, I wish to borrow 2 individuals to accompany me on a little. No? To assist me in gathering some opportunities. Who are these 2 individuals? Bibi Dong inquired, not pressing him on the nature of the opportunities. Chapter 111. The Spirit Master as a bodyguard. Regarding the opportunities mentioned by Kain, Bibi Dong did not take them seriously, given her perspective, status, and strength. Ordinary resources hardly caught her attention. Even the soul bones that countless soul masters coveted appeared trivial in her eyes. After all, she had no shortage of soul bones herself. At most, they would serve as rewards for others. As for Kain, a mere child, it was likely he had caught wind of some precious soul beast existence. At best, he was merely referring to a piece of soul bone. Seeing Bibi Dong so accommodating, Kain felt no need for courtesy. Teacher, could you lend me both the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo for a small task? There is hardly any risk involved. Bibi Dong was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the small matter Kain wished to address would necessitate the simultaneous involvement of 2 title Douluo. Do you require my personal intervention? Bibi Dong asked. Her concern evident. The need to summon 2 title Douluo suggested that the enemy might be as formidable as the King of Slaughter. Not at all, teacher. The opponent is merely another title Douluo, and not particularly strong. I originally intended to confront him alone. Having the Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo would simply provide more assurance. Bibi Dong looked at her young disciple in silence. In terms of talent, comprehension, aptitude, character, and combat power, Kain excelled in every aspect. If such a disciple were not considered a genius, then the entire Douluo Continent would be devoid of extraordinary talents. However, this boy's personality was undeniably erratic. Do you hear yourself? You, an ordinary little soul master, claim you can take on a title Douluo by yourself? Fortunately, I took you as my disciple. Otherwise, who knows what kind of grand feats you might undertake. With this thought, Bibi Dong resolved to thoroughly advise both the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to ensure the protection of this troublesome youth. As for Kain's target, it was none other than the poison Douluo, Dugubo. The opportunity he sought was merely a small resource, the Eye of Ice and Fire and the various celestial herbs contained within. These were items that could enhance one's aptitude. Each one a unique and invaluable treasure. If Tang San can obtain them, why can't I? As for plotting against Dugubo, Kain felt no pressure. Dugubo was certainly not a virtuous individual. He had once single-handedly poisoned an entire city under Tang San's command. While it was true that the city belonged to the Spirit Hall, did every inhabitant deserve such a fate? How many innocent civilians were there? As a title Douluo, Dugubo's actions were utterly heartless. Although his combat prowess was lacking, his destructive capability was unmatched among title Douluos. If possible, Kain would not hesitate to end Dugubo's life prematurely. Originally, his plan involved exploiting the moment Dugubo's internal injuries flared up. With the advantage of his shadow step ability, he could traverse the terrain silently. However, the risk remained considerable. Even a wounded title Douluo's strength was extraordinary. Fortunately, he possessed another trump card, the inner core of the 10-headed solar serpent, which naturally countered all snake-type soul beasts and martial spirits, making it particularly effective against Dugubo's poison. Yet, now that he had allied himself with Bibi Dong, there was no need to take personal risks. Enlisting the help of both the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo was absolutely foolproof. After all, in the original narrative, the prowess of the Chrysanthemum Douluo alone was sufficient to handle Dugubo. It was only later, with Tang San's assistance, that Dugubo resolved his internal issues and gained the upper hand against the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Moreover, this approach served to keep his intentions discreet. If he directly involved Bibi Dong, it would be more secure, but her goals would be too conspicuous. Such matters should be conducted quietly, accumulating wealth without drawing attention. The advantage of choosing the Chrysanthemum Douluo lay in the fact that even if their battle with Dugubo became known, it would not raise any suspicions. After all, the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Dugubo had clashed numerous times, rendering them arch-rivals. Even if the Chrysanthemum Douluo, in a breach of decorum, summoned the Ghost Douluo for assistance, it would not be unusual. Thus, if the two could subdue Dugubo, it would be tantamount to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Should Dugubo manage to escape, suspicions would not fall upon Kain. In the future, when he presented those celestial herbs as gifts, he would have no fear of being doubted. The Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were Bibi Dong's trusted subordinates and rarely strayed far from her. Therefore, Bibi Dong summoned both to give them careful instructions. emphasizing that they must follow Kain's lead and prioritize his safety above all else. She then returned to the spirit hall, reassured that with 2 titled Douluo as bodyguards, Kain's safety was secured. Moreover, with the recent upheaval, Bibi Dong had many matters to attend to personally, including the Shadow Demon sword gifted to her by Kain. As the wielder of the domain of the god of slaughter, Bibi Dong sensed a unique power, as if it resonated with an entity within her. The Sunset Forest lies 100 miles east of Heaven-Do City, a prominent habitat for wild soul beasts within the Heaven-Do Empire. While not as vast as the Star-Do Great Forest, it is home to many high-ranking soul beasts. Along the way, the Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were filled with curiosity about Kain. The Pope had ventured out and returned silently, inexplicably having taken on a disciple, hinting that Kain might become the holy son of the Spirit Hall. This revelation left the Chrysanthemum Douluo somewhat displeased, as he had already taken Xiao as his disciple and had high hopes for him. He believed that with Xiao's talent and his guidance, becoming the holy son was a certainty, with the only competition being Hulaina, Xiao's sister, given that Hulaina was already under Bibi Dong's tutelage. Even if she became the holy maiden, the Chrysanthemum Douluo harbored no ill feelings. After all, the spoils would remain within their circle. However, the sudden emergence of Kain raised questions. Why was he granted the title of Holy Son? Yet, Bibi Dong's evident regard for him and her remark that Xiao would not object only deepened the Chrysanthemum Douluo's confusion. Did Kain harbor some hidden secret? Throughout the journey, Kain maintained an unusually low profile, displaying courtesy towards the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, but primarily focusing on silent cultivation. This demeanor significantly enhanced the Ghost Douluo's impression of him. Chapter 112, Seeking Shadows in the Setting Sun Mountain Range upon entering the city of Tiando. In order to maintain a low profile, the 3 companions hired a carriage. Kain remained inside throughout the journey, striving to conceal his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo took turns driving the carriage. The Setting Sun Forest is an expansive and dense woodland, though considerably smaller than the Star-Do Forest. However, despite being less vast, the Setting Sun Forest is surrounded by mountains and characterized by its treacherous terrain, teeming with dangers. Unlike the tropical vegetation dominating the Star-Do Forest, the Setting Sun Forest is predominantly filled with temperate and cold climate flora, offering a refreshing contrast. The presence of numerous adventurers in this area facilitates movement, and the soul beasts here do not match the formidable strength found in the Star-Do Forest. Given its proximity to the capital of the Tiando Empire, many soul masters opt to explore this region. However, as night falls, the number of soul masters dwindles significantly. Kain is particularly intrigued by the notion that, according to the original text, although the Setting Sun Forest is abundant in soul beasts, their quality is generally lacking. Most are in the range of 1,000 to 10,000 years old, with those exceeding 10,000 years being exceedingly rare. Even powerful soul kings can effortlessly handle the 10,000-year soul beasts. By this logic, a soul sage could traverse the Setting Sun Forest with ease. Remarkably, aside from Douluo, no one has ever discovered the ice and fire yin-yang eye, which Douluo has utilized as his medicinal garden. It is perplexing that even with the influence of the Spirit Hall, the existence of the ice and fire yin-yang eye remains undetected. Kain, unable to fathom this mystery, inquired about the Spirit Hall's understanding of the Setting Sun Forest. According to the Spirit Hall, there is nothing remarkable about this place. The soul beasts lack strength, and it falls within the territory of Tiando City in the Tiando Empire. The inhospitable environment further diminishes its appeal to the Spirit Hall. Lacking precise knowledge of the ice and fire yin-yang eye's location, Kain only knew it should lie at the heart of the Setting Sun Forest, likely situated upon a towering mountain. Thus, he led Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo deeper into the forest. Throughout their journey, Kain encountered few powerful soul beasts, predominantly meeting those of the 1,000-year variety, with 10,000-year beasts being nearly non-existent. The trees in the Setting Sun Forest are tall and dense, complicating the search for the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Its aura is thoroughly concealed by the hills, making it impossible to discern any anomalies from the outside. Only upon reaching the mountain summit could one sense a subtle change. Upon finally entering the core area of the Setting Sun Forest, where human presence is sparse, Kain quickly identified several towering peaks with heights of several hundred meters, opting to search the nearest one, approximately 500 meters high. The size and prominence of this mountain made it the most promising choice. As Kain approached the base of the mountain, he abruptly noted the presence of noxious miasma in the air, indicating that the soul beasts here were predominantly toxic in nature. This discovery thrilled him. Moments later, he reached a mountaintop, where he was astonished by the terrain before him. Concealed within the seemingly ordinary hill was an inverted conical hollow. The peak where Kain stood was at the edge of this hollow, from which thick, humid heat emanated, carrying a hint of sulfur. This was the place. Sensing the faint sulfuric odor in the air, Kain was filled with excitement. The hot spring within the valley did not match his expectations. Its area was modest but divided into 2 sections. The oval-shaped pools contained spring waters of milky white and vibrant red, intriguingly distinct yet coexisting without mingling, each remaining firmly on its respective side. The rising steam generated from the juxtaposition of the 2 springs ascended until dissipating at the mountain's peak. This vapor, combined with the flora growing on the mountain, formed the miasma below, serving as an excellent camouflage for the ice and fire yin-yang. Ordinary individuals would rarely venture here, and even if someone inadvertently stumbled upon this hidden treasure, they would be oblivious to its significance, failing to recognize the rare medicinal herbs flourishing below. Thus, this precious location remained concealed for countless years, ultimately benefiting Tang San. Esteemed seniors, I implore you to remain vigilant here. Should anyone approach, please ensure they are halted. Although Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo were unaware of Kain's intentions, it did not hinder their compliance with his directive. Watching the two disperse to their respective positions, Kain wasted no time and activated his shadow step, swiftly making his way to the fiery red spring. Curiously, the tranquil surface of the spring bore no hint of temperature. Yet, Kain was not deceived by appearances. The seemingly placid red liquid possessed a heat comparable to that of magma. Should curiosity compel one to touch it, they would find themselves burned away in an instant. Observing the ground enveloped in various mists, Kain activated his dark eye, rendering everything exceptionally clear despite the hazy surroundings. Surrounding the ice and fire yin-yang, a plethora of exotic plants flourished, creating a veritable botanical paradise. The rarity of these specimens left Kain in awe. Not far from him, near the edge of the milky white spring, he spotted a cluster resembling small insects. Cautiously lowering himself, he scrutinized the find. It was the exceptional snow silkworm, a prized variety of winterworm summergrass. Recognizing it instantly, Kain recalled having seen it in the archives of Nodding Academy. The snow silkworm is a rare medicinal ingredient, known for its significant efficacy. The specimen before him was notably larger than those described in the texts, weighing several pounds. Although it may not qualify as a divine treasure, its quality was unparalleled, something Kain had never encountered before. Shortly thereafter, Kain's attention was drawn to another plant adjacent to the snow silkworm. Its exterior was yellow-brown, with a cross-section revealing a reddish-yellow hue. The leaves were arranged alternately, slender and curved, with egg-shaped heart-like blades tapering to a point. In summer, it bore peculiar yellow-green flowers adorned with purple spots, presenting a most unusual sight. Chapter 113. Consuming the celestial herb. Is this the Zhu Shaolian? Unlike the nourishing properties of cordyceps, the Zhu Shaolian thrives in shadowy, cold environments and possesses a potent cold nature that counters dryness and heat. It is indeed a precious medicinal herb, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in treating fire toxins. Under ordinary circumstances, Kain would undoubtedly be captivated by these two herbs. However, at this moment, he is too preoccupied to observe them closely, as his attention is soon drawn toward a faint, alluring fragrance. Before him stands a large, pale pink flower, devoid of leaves, its stem extending 3 feet in length. The blossom is immense, boasting a diameter of nearly a foot. Each petal appears as crystalline as the finest glass. Swaying gently in the mist, it flourishes at the confluence of red and white springs, and even from over 10 meters away, Kain can still detect that subtle, enchanting aroma. The flower's center is a delicate shade of lavender, resembling clusters of purple diamonds embedded within. The scent, though distant, is not overpowering. It is a gentle, refreshing fragrance, akin to the delicate scent of a maiden. As Kain approaches this magnificent flower, the surrounding darkness transforms into a soft pink hue, forming a luminous barrier approximately 10 meters in diameter, with its faint color radiating from the blossom at its core. This exquisite flower is indeed the Yuxiang Qilua celestial product. Kain recalls having seen the snow silkworm and Zhu Shaolian documented in books before, albeit of inferior quality compared to this extraordinary specimen. What stands before him now is a rare celestial treasure, unlike anything he has encountered before. Tang San was able to neutralize all toxins due to the presence of this Yuxiang Qilua celestial product, which serves as a nemesis to all poisons, possessing the ability to neutralize their effects. While it cannot detoxify, it can counteract toxins. The faint pink barrier Kain observes is the very extent of its purifying influence, invisible beyond its confines. Within this fragrant realm, no poison holds sway. Its aroma possesses the power to neutralize myriad toxins. However, if one were to be poisoned before entering its fragrant sphere, the Yuxiang Qilua would prove ineffective. It is, indeed, the finest antidote to poison, though regrettably incapable of direct detoxification. The reason Tang San traversed his journey with such ease and resilience was due to the protective qualities of the Yuxiang Qilua. Yet, at this moment, this celestial treasure belongs to Kain. With its aid, he need not fear Tang San's toxins. As for concealed weapons, who among them is not adept in their use? Swiftly, Kain circled the vicinity of the ice and fire duality eye. A mere cursory glance revealed countless treasures, including the illustrious 9-grade dragon ginseng. He has already identified 7 or 8 varieties of celestial herbs and an innumerable array of superior medicinal materials. Among these herbs, although the poisonous ones exceed half, many possess beneficial properties. Just like the 2 springs within the ice and fire duality eye, they stand in stark opposition. Soon, these herbs shall become Kain's personal possessions. As for Douluo, Kain is quite reasonable. Let them adhere to the ancient customs of the wilderness. What are these customs? The treasures belong to the virtuous. And what constitutes virtue? That, too, is dictated by the ancient rules, as they have all engaged in this shared experience. Such is the straightforward nature of our kind. With a flicker of thought, a shimmering dagger appeared in Kain's hand. since the day he arrived in this world. He has been scheming for the precious herbs within the ice and fire duality, prepared with various tools. Kai slowly approached the herbs beside the chilling spring. Before long, he halted before a white herb. His skin was enveloped in a faint mist, yet Kai, having been transformed by the dark bloodline, remained unscathed. The top of the white herb resembled a large, octagonal flower, its center sparkling like ice crystals. It emitted no fragrance and was situated at the very heart of the spring. Without hesitation, Kai swiftly brandished his dagger, cleaving through the octagonal white flower, which fell amidst the other herbs. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the vicinity, coating the surrounding herbs in a delicate layer of white frost. This herb is known as the octagonal xianbing grass, a chilling flower that induces a freezing sensation and paralyzes the heart. Within 10 meters, its coldness is overwhelming, and prolonged exposure can bring about an incurable chill. One cannot merely consume it. Even proximity is perilous. To harvest it, one must employ a tool of gold or iron. After severing the octagonal xianbing grass, Kai did not linger or retrieve it. Instead, he swiftly made his way to the opposite side of the ice and fire duality aiming for the center of the scorching yang spring. This time, his target was a plant resembling a fiery red cabbage. As he beheld the vibrant crimson plant, a massive red sickle manifested in Kai's right hand. With a swift motion, he dug it from the ground, unearthing this fire-infused herb. In stark contrast to the previously harvested chilling octagonal xianbing grass, this time, he had acquired a top-grade poisonous celestial product, the fire apricot blossom. This herb thrives in extreme heat, capable of surviving even in magma. Its properties are the exact opposite of the octagonal xianbing grass. Kai marveled at this celestial treasure. Had he not been near the ice and fire duality, any celestial herb would likely have been fiercely guarded by deadly toxins. Here, however, the harsh conditions make survival difficult for any creature, allowing the herbs to flourish unprotected. Nevertheless, understanding the properties of these herbs is crucial for their safe consumption. Otherwise, one may not only fail to benefit but could also lose their life. Even those herbs known for their restorative qualities can be lethal if consumed without proper methods or complementary substances for neutralization. Yet, Kai had diligently studied various herbs in the library of Notting Academy, and he had reviewed the knowledge of these herbs recorded in the martial spirit. Curiously, the previously frigid and fiery celestial herbs, once harvested and brought before Kai, saw their opposing essences dissipate. The octagonal xianbing grass was now shrouded in a faint red glow, while the fire apricot blossom was enveloped in a delicate white mist. Kai understood that upon their convergence, although each herb's essence counteracts the other, within 10 breaths, their effects would entirely vanish. This 10-breath window is the optimal time for their consumption. Without hesitation, Kai gathered both lethal celestial herbs from the ground and promptly consumed them. Though toxic, once subdued by their nemesis, they lost their previous ferocity. They melted upon entry, transforming into liquid as they slid down his throat. Kai found himself savoring the delightful flavor, the aroma filling the air. Chapter 114, The Refinement of Body Through Ice and Fire. Kai stripped himself bare. In scarcely the span of 3 breaths, his body trembled violently. Almost instantaneously, a layer of icy blue ascended from beneath his feet, enveloping him entirely. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a figure of pure blue. Following this, a layer of crimson emerged, rendering Kai reminiscent of a freshly boiled shrimp. The interplay of blue and red was strikingly peculiar, as the sensations of the dual elements intertwined, compelling him to emit a soft hum of pleasure. At this moment, he retained a semblance of control over his body, hastily inhaling deeply before staggering forward. Ahead lay the convergence point of the frigid spring and the blazing yang spring. Closing his eyes, Kai plunged into the depths where the two extremes met. With a splash, he submerged into the spring water, sinking swiftly. The reason he delayed his entry after consuming the 2 potent elixirs was to allow their effects to manifest. Otherwise, had he acted even a moment sooner, he would have met his demise upon immersion. Now, with the effects in full swing, he felt little of the external world. For the sensations induced by the octagonal xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom had rendered him oblivious to his surroundings. Individually, these 2 toxic herbs would spell immediate peril, but their duality forged a counterbalancing effect when combined, presenting Kai with a singular opportunity to partake of both. These herbs were born from the essence of the ice and fire duality spring, uniquely capable of counteracting the formidable powers of the springs. Although Kai appeared to be in grave danger, the influence of the ice and fire duality spring dramatically enhanced the absorption of the potent toxins within him, facilitating the conversion of their energies into his own. While the energies had previously neutralized, they now churned violently within him. The sheer potency of the elixirs unleashed a tumultuous energy that made his flesh and bones tremble incessantly. Yet, he fought to maintain clarity, utilizing the powers of ice and fire to digest the medicinal essence within. The waters of the spring roiled momentarily as Kai plunged in, but soon he had quietly disappeared beneath the surface. The water regained its tranquility, the milky white and crimson hues remaining sharply distinct. The mist lingered in the air, and all returned to silence. Yet, Kai found himself enveloped by the medicinal potency and the forces of ice and fire. In that moment, he was astonished to discover that his dark blood lineage was gradually being absorbed by his body under the extreme pressure. If previously his bloodline merely resided passively within him, Now the energy was being assimilated by every cell and meridian. This absorption brought forth a paradoxical pleasure amidst the pain, a sensation that resonated deep within his soul. Every pore of his being was invigorated by a surge of warmth. Every inch of flesh and bone felt imbued with newfound strength and vitality. Kayan had originally intended to harness the power of the ice and fire duality spring to absorb the two herbs, thereby achieving invulnerability to both elements. However, he unexpectedly found himself undergoing a purification and tempering of his entire being. The benefits of such extreme conditions were unfathomable, and although this environment might be encountered again, the rare herbs were limited to just two. It was only within the context of consuming these herbs that one could experience such miraculous refining effects. Had it not been for the herbs, Kayan would not have dared to enter this realm with his current physique. Acknowledging the advantageous nature of this refinement, he took his time to savor the comfort radiating from within. This was far more pleasurable than soaking in a hot spring. After a while, he sensed that the medicinal energy within him had been nearly fully absorbed. The comforting sensation under pressure had dissipated, replaced by the feeling of being in a vast furnace. Subjected to intense heat, it seemed the time had come to emerge. Steeling himself against the discomfort, Kayan exited the waters of the ice and fire duality spring. He flew to the side and donned his clothes. In high spirits, he gazed at the array of herbs strewn about the ground. A hint of a smile gracing his features. He rummaged through his storage, and soon an assortment of items was strewn across the ground. Among them were numerous small boxes and vials, varying in material: gold, silver, copper, iron, jade, each possessing distinct qualities. These items had been meticulously prepared for the purpose of gathering herbs. The more precious the herb, the more stringent the storage requirements. Some demanded golden or jade containers, while others required silver or iron to preserve their efficacy. A slight misstep could lead to a significant reduction in potency, or worse, immediate decay. Thus, Kayan had made such extensive preparations. He then began categorizing the treasures surrounding the ice and fire duality spring, relying on his memory to distinguish the myriad of herbs. Among the herbs, many bore striking similarities in appearance, yet their effects were worlds apart. This one? The gazing autumn waterdew, which enhances a spirit master's mental prowess. Consuming it would undoubtedly amplify my spiritual strength. That one, the miraculous mushroom and celestial chrysanthemum, is a neutral herb that nourishes the body and fortifies the blood, enabling the cultivation of an indestructible physique. Its entire form is a captivating purple, with the center of the flower rising half a foot above the petals, crowned with a pale golden hue. The method of consumption requires one to eat the center first, followed by the petals, avoiding the roots. This particular herb is undoubtedly destined for the tulip Douluo. It will surely bring him great delight, and perhaps even facilitate a breakthrough. That exquisite flower, the Qiluo tulip, is most suitable for support-type soul masters. Should the 7 treasure glazed tile school acquire it, their martial soul might even mutate into the 9 treasure glazed pagoda. Of course, such an acquisition would require an appropriate price. While I have no use for it, it could fetch a handsome sum. Alongside the Qiluo tulip lies its counterpart, the 8-petaled celestial orchid, pure white and shimmering, exuding an ethereal aura. It requires a golden container for preservation and can remain fresh for a millennium, never wilting or fading. Its fragrance is rich and soothing, clearing the mind and purifying the spirit, its medicinal properties being both rich and gentle, capable of fortifying the foundation and expelling impurities. This herb ought to be gifted to my teacher, aiding her in dispelling the remnants of the Rakshas's power within her. That flower, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, is composed of red grass blades, the tips resembling a rooster's comb, with crimson gold veins that elevate the surrounding temperature. It must not be chewed but swallowed whole. Consuming it requires enduring considerable pain during cultivation. This potent herb, which enhances pure young energy, is best suited for that fellow yin. That one is the heartbreak red. Known for its life-restoring properties, capable of returning the dead to life and harnessing the forces of nature. However, it only recognizes one master throughout its existence. To harvest it, one must sincerely think of their beloved while shedding blood upon its petals. Any wavering of intent could result in death, rendering the flower unattainable. Once plucked, as long as it remains near its master, it shall never wither. The fate of this herb lies in luck. We shall see if Xiao is fortunate enough to possess it. Chapter 115. Gifts. After all, this item, when worn, can conceal the identity of Xiao's spirit beast. As a former classmate, it is only natural to lend a helping hand. The Shui Xianyu Jigu is a pristine white flower that resembles a pure lotus, capable of nourishing the muscles and bones, promoting the flow of energy through the meridians. Its effects are akin to those of the rare Qi Rong Tong Tianju. The method of consumption involves first eating the petals, followed by absorbing the nectar, requiring a calm and composed mind for optimal absorption, significantly enhancing soul power. This precious herb shall be given to Hu Laina. As for the 9th-grade purple Ji, that is for Xiaoyu. They are all members of the Spirit Hall and can be considered childhood friends. The snow-colored swan kiss? A toxic item. I shall keep it safe. Its effects can vary greatly, but certainly do not include the wanton destruction akin to what Tang San might unleash upon the city of slaughter. Kayan packaged all the celestial herbs, yet he did not take everything. He left behind several ordinary herbs, even preserving many roots. Given the unique geographical advantages of this place, new and rare herbs will surely grow in time. After all, overexploitation and digging to the depths is not a wise practice. Surprisingly, upon reaching the mountain summit, Kai found only Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo waiting in ennui. Boy, why do I feel you are somehow different? Ju Douluo gazed at Kai in astonishment. In such a short span of time, why did the youth before him exude an entirely transformed demeanor? There was an unmistakable uniqueness about him. Additionally, due to the ice and fire body refinement, Kai Yin's appearance and physique had undergone subtle changes. Of course, this was also attributable to the bloodline of the dark inheritance within him. Thank you for your patience, esteemed seniors. Kai Yin was somewhat surprised by how smoothly his expedition to the Sunset Forest had proceeded. He had not encountered Douluo at any point. Was this Douluo's misfortune? Or was it a stroke of luck? It was unfortunate that his homeland had been raided, leaving his base exposed and suffering significant losses. Yet, one could argue it was fortunate he did not have to safeguard these herbs, and his absence had spared him from a potential crisis. Otherwise, with the combined might of Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo, alongside Kai Yin's arsenal of anti-poison artifacts, Douluo would be fortunate to leave with his life intact. Since he had not encountered Douluo, Kai Yin would not idle away, seeking his whereabouts. With the strength of a tidal Douluo, it would be difficult to locate him if he did not make an appearance. However, there was a reliable method. Douluo's granddaughter, Douluo Yin, would undoubtedly still be in Tiando City. Capturing her would ensure Douluo's emergence. Yet, Kai Yin was not so unscrupulous, and such actions could easily invite unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he had more pressing matters at hand, namely, obtaining his second spirit ring and officially becoming a great soul master. He was currently in the Sunset Forest, a place abundant in soul beasts, particularly those of the century mark. As for his second spirit ring, Kai Yin did not wish to attract undue attention. He aimed to hunt a century-old soul beast on the verge of breaking through to the 1,000-year level. Although with his current physique, he could directly absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring. Doing so would defy common sense and hinder his subsequent plans. Therefore, he opted for a more discreet approach to acquire a sufficiently powerful century spirit ring. Esteemed seniors, I have a matter that requires your assistance, Ju Douluo nonchalantly replied. His Holiness the Pope has instructed us to heed your commands. There is no trouble at all. Just speak your mind. Kai Yin did not hold back. I ask you both to capture a century soul beast for me within the Sunset Forest, ideally one that is on the cusp of evolution. The stronger, the better. Not a problem. Leave this small task to me, Ju Douluo boasted, slapping his chest. The senior was indeed generous. In that case, I shall not keep my intentions hidden. I happen to have a gift for you, which I believe you will greatly appreciate. A mysterious smile spread across Kai Yin's lips. A gift? For me? Ju Douluo inquired, both surprised and curious about what Kai Yin would produce. At that moment, Kai nodded lightly, extending his right hand to reveal an unusual plant. It was a large chrysanthemum, resplendent in purple. Strangely, each petal appeared fuzzy and delightfully adorable, the entire flower exuding no fragrance. The central pistil rose above the petals by half a foot, glimmering with a faint golden hue. What is this? The usually taciturn Ghost Douluo could not suppress his curiosity. Yet, he noticed that Yu Guan's face was one of shock, gazing in disbelief at the peculiar plant in Kai Yin's hand, even his hands trembling slightly. His eyes were filled with astonishment and excitement. Qi Rong Tong Tianju. It truly is the Qi Rong Tong Tianju, Yu Guan exclaimed incredulously. Little one, where did you procure this? Ghost Douluo turned to Yu Guan, astonished that it was this particular item. He was aware that Ju Douluo's martial soul was the Qi Rong Tong Tianju and knew of his obsession with this plant. Over the years, Ju Douluo had invested considerable effort in searching for it. Ghost Douluo glanced at Yu Guan, and understanding flickered in his eyes. Yu Guan took a deep breath and slowly opened his right hand, revealing a faint yellow aura that emanated from his palm. The yellow light gradually transformed into purple, with a hint of golden shimmer at its center, resembling exactly the peculiar chrysanthemum in Kai Yin's grasp. The two were like identical copies. Seeing Ju Douluo trembling with excitement, Kai Yin displayed a sincere smile. It seems this Qi Rong Tong Tianju is the perfect match for you. You must accept it. It is but a token of my appreciation. Yu Guan appeared somewhat agitated, his expression complex as he regarded Kai Yin and the Qi Rong Tong Tianju. This was indeed the most compatible celestial herb with his martial soul. How could he possibly refuse? However, Yu Guan was also acutely aware of the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds. He understood that this gift was a veiled attempt at winning his allegiance. Chapter 116. His Holiness the Sun. How should one choose between one's own disciple, Xiao, and one's future power? For an ordinary individual, the choice would come swiftly. Yet, Ju Douluo hesitated. Despite his relentless quest for the rare Qi Rong Tong Tianju over the years on the Douluo Continent, he had never succeeded. Even with his strength and insight, he was unable to find it. He had thought he would never see the Qi Rong Tong Tianju in his lifetime. To his astonishment, Kai Yin, with seemingly effortless ease, was able to locate it. This indicated that his counterpart had come prepared. Contemplating this, Yu Guan gently shook his head and, with a carefree smile, remarked, "At my age, consuming an immortal herb yields little significant effect. This Qi Rong Tong Tianju is a neutral celestial herb, nourishing the limbs and invigorating the blood, enabling the cultivation of an indestructible body. After consuming it, you too shall enhance your strength." Kain laughed heartily. Rest assured, Senior Yu. I have already ingested 2 special celestial herbs whose effects rival those of the Qirong Tong Tianju. Each of these herbs is a divine treasure favored by heaven. Excess can be detrimental, so you need not worry about me harming Xiaoyu. However, noticing Yueguan's lingering doubts, Gue Mei, aware of his old friend's concerns, sighed, Yueguan. Let go of your pettiness. Regardless of who becomes the Holy Son, it is ultimately the Pope's decree. If Xiaoyu truly possesses talent, the vast spirit hall would not allow him to be underappreciated. Kain suddenly comprehended, unable to restrain his laughter. So, Senior, that was your line of thought? Xiaoyu and I share a brotherly bond, having fought side by side in the elite training base, blurring the lines between us. I have prepared a share of this divine herb for Xiaoyu as well. You need not fear any harm from me. What? You are Yin? The prodigy from years past? The one whom Xiaoyu and Nana have longed for, whose fate was uncertain? Douluo exclaimed in shock. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Kain. He murmured to himself, Kain, Yin, I should have anticipated this. How could the Pope accept a disciple of unknown origins without reason? Kain had not expected Bibi Dong to divulge his information to Xiaoyu and the others. However, it was understandable. At that time, he was still embroiled in the city of slaughter, facing an uncertain fate. He had only recently emerged from that darkness. Given his age, it was indeed remarkable. Bibi Dong likely kept this matter under wraps for his protection. Senior Yu, please accept this with confidence. Yueguan, filled with excitement, received the Qirong Tong Tianju with both hands. In that case, I shall accept it. With this Qirong Tong Tianju, my strength will ascend to a new level. I shall remember this kindness. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. After receiving the Qirong Tong Tianju, Yueguan promptly extracted the core of the Tong Tian flower and consumed it. He then seated himself cross-legged, eagerly beginning to absorb the petals. Douluo remarked with admiration. Yueguan truly has fortuitous luck. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of searching, he would finally realize his dream of obtaining the Qirong Tong Tianju? Kain chuckled. Senior Gue, you need not envy. I possess a celestial herb meant for you as well. Douluo was taken aback. You have one for me? Kain gently gestured. And soon a delicate jade box appeared in his hand. As he slowly opened the box, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, distinct from the Qirong Tong Tianju given to Douluo. At the moment the box was revealed, a delightful scent filled the air, invigorating everyone present, compelling them to inhale deeply. Inside the jade box lay an exquisite 8-petal orchid, its petals trembling slightly. Its pure, pristine whiteness evoked an ethereal sense of grace. Kain smiled and said, This is called the 8-petal immortal orchid, another celestial herb. It must be stored in a jade vessel. As long as it remains in such a container, it will never wilt for a millennium and will never wither for 100 generations. Its medicinal properties are the gentlest yet most potent. While it is easy to absorb, it requires a considerable amount of time. This herb will sufficiently remedy the hidden injuries you sustained when your martial soul mutated and absorbed the ghostly flames. What? In that instant, Gue Mei trembled all over. Although he had now attained the status of a titled Douluo and served as an elder of the Spirit Hall, he had never spoken of his past. A segment of memory forever etched in his heart. Where did this young man learn of it? Regardless, this celestial herb was indeed beneficial to him. His strength had progressed swiftly over the years, particularly after merging with that fearsome demon. Ultimately, he fully absorbed the demon's power, rendering the adversary incapable of harming him. However, this process left him with numerous impurities within. Initially, these impurities posed little issue, but now, Gue Mei's cultivation had stagnated for many years. His level had not advanced at all, not due to lack of effort, but because of the impurities within his martial soul, completely unrelated to his understanding or talent. If this issue remained unresolved, his lifetime of achievements would be stunted. Yet, resolving this predicament was no simple task. After all, it was his own martial soul, fully integrated with him. One's rise and fall were intertwined, unless he possessed the courage to sever ties and rebuild. This celestial herb could be deemed a savior on his path of cultivation. Such a profound grace moved even the typically cold-hearted Gue Mei, who regarded Kain with gratitude. Realizing that all that the young man had done was for his benefit. With this in mind, Douluo gazed at Kain, his expression filled with emotion, and solemnly bowed in respect. Your Holiness the Sun, this bond of friendship shall remain etched in my heart forever. Seeing Douluo's sincerity, Kain found himself both amused and exasperated. After all, these two were his protectors. Having them stronger could only benefit him. Moreover, this act would endear him to two titled Douluos. Nevertheless, Douluo, a man of cold demeanor yet warm heart, directly pledged his loyalty. With your Holiness the Sun uttered. Kain waved his hand. Senior Gue, please do not speak so. I am not the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Douluo replied earnestly. The Pope has decreed that I and old Jew must treat you as we would the Holy Son, indicating her intention for you to assume that role. It is only a matter of time. None can defy the will of the Pope. Chapter 117. The shock of Ghost Douluo. Upon witnessing the grave demeanor of Ghost Douluo, Kain could only offer a wry smile and nod in acknowledgement. It was evident that Bibi Dong feared he might falter in his resolve, intending to impose her will upon him. Senior Ghost, if that is the case, please proceed to refine this celestial herb first. Ghost Douluo shook his head, responding, it would be prudent to wait until old Chrysanthemum has fully absorbed it. And I can do so safely afterward. Nothing is more paramount than the protection of the young saint. That lad, upon seeing the wondrous Qirong Tong Tian Chrysanthemum, was momentarily lost in his own desires and neglected the safety of the young saint. I hope you understand. Rest assured, Senior Ghost, with your protection. Who could possibly harm me? Kain thought to himself, secretly acknowledging that Ghost Douluo appeared far more reliable than Chrysanthemum Douluo. However, he could empathize with Chrysanthemum Douluo's sentiments. After all, what could be more captivating than the Qirong Tong Tian Chrysanthemum in this world? At that moment, Ghost Douluo hesitated and inquired, Young Saint, I noticed earlier that you seem to possess a shadow martial spirit capable of penetrating walls. Is that correct? Kain did not conceal the truth and nodded, stating, Indeed. My martial spirit is of the shadow type, allowing me to shift positions at will, and shadows can traverse through walls. Furthermore, my shadows are also capable of wielding weapons for offense. Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo's eyes brightened. Since you are aware that my martial spirit bears a hidden injury, it stands to reason that our martial spirits share a striking resemblance. I possess some insights accumulated over many years of cultivation. If you do not mind, I would be willing to share them with you. Kain's thoughts stirred. Ghost Douluo's martial spirit was a ghostly figure, shrouded in mystery. When its true form manifested, it could transform reality into illusion, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to even touch its shadow. There were indeed many similarities between their abilities. With the wisdom of another, I can refine my own, he pondered. Moreover, receiving guidance from a titled Douluo is an opportunity one cannot refuse. Thank you, Senior, for your instruction. Ghost Douluo sighed, reminiscing, when I first heard about a genius youth with a shadow martial spirit at the training base. I had hoped to take you as my disciple. I never anticipated that you would become a disciple of His Holiness the Pope instead. However, fear not. For my intention is only to share insights on cultivation and not to vie for disciples with His Holiness. Kain smiled and then, with a serious tone, declared, Though I have taken His Holiness as my master, I shall not forget the guidance you have offered me, Ghost Teacher. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Ghost Teacher. Very well. Ghost Douluo's face reflected a hint of emotion. His unique martial spirit had led him to encounter a youth with a similar spirit. And such talent was rare indeed. He had thought it a pity he could not take a disciple in this lifetime. Especially since Kain had already chosen Bibi Dong as his mentor. He dared not express any desire to compete with her for disciples. Yet, to his surprise, Kain's acknowledgement of him as Ghost Teacher was more than enough. He thought to himself, Fate has been kind to me. I shall impart all my knowledge to Kain. It must be said that Ghost Douluo, as a titled Douluo, was not without merit. His mastery of the ghostly martial spirit was profound, and Kain had much to gain from him. After all, the techniques he recalled from the shadow assassin arts and the instincts of the Darkborn primarily pertained to his own methods of killing, with little application to martial spirits. The differences between the civilizations of their two worlds were significant. Ghost Douluo's teachings precisely filled the gaps in his understanding. It seemed that the celestial herb was indeed a worthy gift. Ghost Douluo's astonishment deepened. He had not anticipated that all the techniques he shared would be effortlessly comprehended by Kain after only a single explanation. Sometimes, the skills he imparted were of a level only comprehensible to a titled Douluo, yet Kain wielded them without difficulty. Furthermore, on occasion, the brief comments Kain made would illuminate new insights for him, as if revealing a new world. After a while of teaching, Ghost Douluo could not help but sigh. Truly, there are geniuses in this world. Every individual who can cultivate to the level of a titled Douluo is an extraordinary rarity. Yet, in comparison to Kain, I feel utterly humbled. Only His Holiness could adequately instruct such a disciple. Were I to take him on, within just a few days, my knowledge would be completely exhausted, leaving me with nothing left to teach. Moreover, he was confident that with the insights gained from mentoring Kain, combined with the aid of the celestial herb, he could strengthen his foundations and eliminate the internal hidden injuries. Perhaps he might even advance further. What had begun as a promise to teach Kain had ironically turned into a situation where he was the one gaining immensely. Thus, Ghost Douluo's appreciation and regard for Kain grew even deeper. No matter what, Kain was now akin to his disciple. Once he became the young saint, should anyone dare oppose him, Ghost Douluo would be the first to stand in support, even against old Chrysanthemum. At that moment, Chrysanthemum Douluo concluded his meditation. Rising with clarity and excitement, he exclaimed, Ha! Old ghost, you will never guess what happened. I have broken through. What? Ghost Douluo, equally astonished, stared at Chrysanthemum Douluo. Are you saying? Indeed. Chrysanthemum Douluo nodded proudly. I have surpassed level 95 and crossed that crucial threshold. Aha! Ghost Douluo was left in awe. The distinction between titled Douluo at levels below and above 95 was immense. Achieving titled Douluo was already a monumental challenge, and he was astonished that a single herb had enabled Chrysanthemum Douluo to break through level 95. What do you think, old ghost? Are you envious? Aha, young saint. I shall say no more. Upon my return, I will discipline that rascal Xiao, ensuring he follows your commands from now on. Should any matters arise, just give the word, and I shall not hesitate. Chrysanthemum Douluo beamed, his face radiating joy akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. He gleefully flaunted his achievement to Ghost Douluo. Chapter 118. The second soul skill. In the face of Zhu Douluo's arrogance, Ghost Douluo remained unfazed, devoid of any envious expression. After all, Kain had also gifted him a divine herb, particularly one that could remedy the internal injuries he bore. He was confident that his gains would not pale in comparison to those of Zhu Douluo. In contrast to the joy of acquiring a divine herb, the satisfaction derived from having such a prodigious and loyal disciple was something Zhu Douluo could never comprehend. Enough, old ghost, you truly lack depth. Zhu Huagu. I shall accompany His Highness the Holy Sun to ensure his safety while you venture forth to capture a 900-year-old soul beast. Old ghost, why should I heed your commands? Naturally, I will protect His Highness the Holy Sun. He has bestowed upon me such immense grace, and I have little to repay him with. I just happen to have some insights on cultivation to share. Ghost Douluo frowned, but Kain smiled gently. Teacher Gue, since it is so, perhaps you should go after all. With your speed, capturing a 100-year soul beast would require barely any effort. As for my safety, you need not worry. With Elder Zhu here, no one can harm me. Indeed, Your Highness, rest assured, with me around, you need not worry. Ghost Douluo nodded at Kain. Zhu Huagu, while I am away, you must remain by His Highness's side without a moment's distraction. Should His Highness sustain even the slightest injury, do not blame me for my wrath. Huh? Old ghost? How is it that in such a brief time you have become an entirely different person? This is not like you at all. Humph. Ghost Douluo snorted coldly and turned to leave. A faint voice floated back. With your meager insights on cultivation, do you dare to teach His Highness? Truly self-deprecating. Bah. What a narrow-minded view. Watching Ghost Douluo depart, Zhu Douluo smiled. Your Highness, do you find me lacking? Elder Zhu, you are far too modest. How could that be? However, not long after, Zhu Douluo's expression turned grim, and the flowers on his face tightened. Reflecting on Ghost Douluo's words, he surmised that the young man must have intended to impart his cultivation insights to His Highness but had been rebuffed. With this thought, Zhu Douluo's mood improved somewhat. With Ghost Douluo's martial soul and his formidable strength, they thrived in the sunset forest. Soon, a pitch-black panther, roaring fiercely, was thrown to the ground by Ghost Douluo. Could it be? Old ghost, you returned so swiftly? Are you trying to fool His Highness? Zhu Douluo rushed over to Ghost Douluo, surrounding the black panther, chattering incessantly while inspecting it. Ghost Douluo crossed his arms in dissatisfaction and huffed. Zhu Huagu, you are already a title Douluo yet remain so naive. Have you not noticed the shadow leopard is on the verge of a breakthrough? It is soon to reach the level of a 1,000-year soul beast. Indeed. Zhu Douluo marveled at the patterns on the shadow leopard. Old ghost, your luck is astounding. How long have you been gone? It is not my luck, but rather His Highness's good fortune. I merely saw it casually, and this shadow leopard came forth to offer itself as a soul ring. Kain gazed at the shadow leopard with great satisfaction. As an agile soul beast, it complemented his shadow martial soul perfectly. With Kain's current strength, subduing a soul beast of less than 1,000 years would be a mere trifle. The process of absorption was effortless, encountering no hindrance whatsoever. His immense soul power and the continuous transformation of his bloodline, along with rigorous training, rendered the absorption of a 100-year soul ring as trivial as a drizzle. Although he bore 2 yellow soul rings, they appeared no different from others. Yet one was over 600 years old, while the other approached the threshold of 1,000 years. The second soul ring granted him the soul skill Shadow Step. Activating Shadow Step enhanced all his speeds by 100%, including both his movement and attack speeds. Notably, when Kain employed Shadow Step, he would transform into a shadow, gaining an acceleration effect. If he activated Shadow Step in conjunction with the acceleration from Shadow Step while traversing walls, the results would be incomparable. Moreover, the speed enhancements provided by Shadow Step were not solely for Kain. His shadows would benefit as well. Thus, when engaging in combat, if Kain summoned his shadow clones to attack simultaneously, who could possibly stand against him? As for Kain's other martial soul, he had no immediate intention of attaching a soul ring. Firstly, because Reistur, as an ancient dark weapon, was unworthy of ordinary soul rings. He intended to attach a 100,000-year soul ring directly. Even for a 10,000-year soul beast, only a powerful and unique soul beast would suffice. Common soul beasts were not worthy of being linked to Reistur. However, this required serendipity to encounter a suitable target, as well as Kain's continuous enhancement of his power. After all, absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring was not comparable to that of a 100-year soul ring. After acquiring the soul ring, Kain and the duo began their return journey. The three of them strolled leisurely through the sunset forest, yet unexpectedly, they encountered no trace of Douluo throughout. One could only surmise that the old monster was fortunate. 2 esteemed elders, ahead lies the path to Martial Soul City. You may return first. I have a small matter to attend to. Ghost Douluo was taken aback. Your Highness, is there something you need? May I offer my assistance? Kain shook his head. It is nothing of great concern, merely a small affair. In my earlier days of lesser strength, I was taught a lesson by someone, and I wish to reclaim my honor. What strength does your adversary possess that requires me to call for help? Haha, Teacher Gue, you worry too much. It is merely 2 great soul masters. Great soul masters? Ghost Douluo was left speechless. Such insignificant figures could be dealt with by merely issuing a command, and surely countless individuals would rush to alleviate your troubles. Why would one need to take matters into their own hands? Beside them, Douluo hesitated. However, Your Highness, the Pope has commanded us to protect you closely, fear not. Kai produced a piece of paper from his bosom. I have detailed the situation, and I trust my teacher will understand. I shall return to the Martial Soul Hall in no more than a year, or at the least within 6 months. You may rest easy. Observing the hesitant expressions of the two, Kai smiled. You need not be concerned for my safety. Even should I encounter a tidal Douluo, I possess means to escape. Upon hearing Kai's words, Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances. Was the Holy Sun's confidence perhaps too grand? Did he truly believe that tidal Douluo was as common as cabbages? Chapter 119. Return to the Sacred Soul Village. Kai observed the expressions of the two elders with a slight smile playing on his lips. Could it be that the two esteemed seniors harbor doubts? Well, the flower Douluo cleared his throat. Cough, cough. The Holy Sun possesses unparalleled talent. If he were to return to the Spirit Hall and receive personal guidance from His Holiness the Pope for a few years, I would certainly believe it. How about this? I propose a wager with the two esteemed seniors. A wager? What does the Holy Sun mean by that? Quite simple. I shall attempt to escape from your grasp and see if I can succeed. If I manage to do so, I will attend to my own matters. And you both shall return to report to our teacher. If I fail, it will prove my inadequacy, and I shall accompany you back to the Spirit Hall. What do you say? The Ghost Douluo and the Flower Douluo exchanged glances and nodded in unison. In the next moment, shadows enveloped Kai, and his figure vanished, only to reappear several feet away. The Ghost Douluo's mind flickered, and in an instant, he too disappeared. Yet, Kai activated his second soul skill, Shadow Step, while simultaneously utilizing the flickering shadow technique, disappearing into the stone wall beside him, blending seamlessly with it. The Ghost Douluo was left momentarily stunned. Kai's voice floated from within the stone wall. Esteemed seniors, I shall attend to my matters now. Please send my regards to Xiao Kai and Nana. What should we do? The Flower Douluo, watching Kai vanish, anxiously slapped his forehead. Old ghost, it's all your fault. You always boast about your unmatched speed. And now look, we've lost the Holy Sun. How shall we explain this to His Holiness the Pope? Flower Douluo, why are you so flustered? Is that even a question? How can I not be anxious? That is the Holy Sun. Although he has been officially conferred, you surely understand the Pope's intentions. You're overthinking it, Flower Douluo. If the Holy Sun can slip away from our very eyes, do you truly believe anyone in this world could harm him? That is indeed a point. However, while the Holy Sun possesses the ability to escape, if he were to confront a tidal Douluo head-on, I fear. The Ghost Douluo regarded the Flower Douluo with disdain. Do you think the Holy Sun is anything like you? The Flower Douluo hesitated. Is it because I am more handsome? Incorrect. It is because you are not as foolish as you. The Ghost Douluo continued. Do you think the Holy Sun would recklessly engage a tidal Douluo in battle? If he encounters a formidable opponent, he will simply flee and return to seek His Holiness the Pope. With the two of us directly confronting the enemy, who could possibly withstand us? That is a valid argument. Wait a moment, old ghost. Did you just call me foolish? Enough of this useless chatter. Our only course of action now is to return to the Spirit Hall as swiftly as possible and report this matter to His Holiness the Pope for her decision. After departing from the Flower and Ghost Douluo, Kai made his way directly towards Nodding City. To be honest, since arriving on Douluo Continent, he had yet to truly explore it, to experience its culture and customs. Initially born in a small mountain village, he then moved to Nodding City, where he spent his days within the confines of Nodding Academy. After finally leaving the academy, he found himself confined in a training base, and later, trapped in the dark city of Slaughter. It was only now that he truly felt a taste of freedom. Within his soul guide lay the gold soul coins gifted by BB Dong and a gleaming elder's token. Enjoying the journey, he leisurely made his way towards Nodding City, indulging in local delicacies and savoring the beautiful scenery along the way. Half a year later, upon finally returning to Nodding City, he learned that the academy students had already gone on holiday, and Tang San and Xiao Wu had graduated and left. Consequently, he headed directly back to Sacred Soul Village, eager to see Tang San. However, he found the door to Tang San's home tightly shut. His own dilapidated little house appeared well kept, with the weeds in the small courtyard meticulously cleared. It seemed someone had tidied up. A simple lock hung at the entrance, barely securing the two doors without being fully locked. Curious, Kai removed the lock and stepped inside, only to discover that the once shabby and dim little house was now tidy and bright. The interior was spotless. Kai was puzzled. Had someone taken over his house? Or did someone from the village occupy it? Yet, he knew the villagers well enough not to believe that any of them were so cleanliness-obsessed. Besides, aside from its cleanliness, there were no other signs of life. Not even a bowl or chopsticks could be found, suggesting no one lived there. But if no one resided there, then who had cleaned it so thoroughly? At that moment, a voice, somewhat weathered, called from outside. Who is it? Despite the passage of years, Kai recognized the voice as that of Old Jack. He turned and stepped out of the house, finding Old Jack at the courtyard gate. Eyebrows knitted in suspicion as he scrutinized the unexpected guest. Who are you? Hee, just a passerby, parched from my journey, seeking a cup of water. Who would have thought there was no one home? Oh, so you're a guest. This courtyard is uninhabited now. Uninhabited? Kai was taken aback. But the courtyard looks clean and tidy. Surely someone must be here. No one lives here. They've all been gone for years. That family has passed away. And as for the courtyard, I come by daily to clean it. Old man, I didn't expect you to be so charitable. Ah. Someone asked me to clean it daily. That girl is quite the dreamer. She comes back every so often. Just the other day, she returned and tidied up the courtyard herself. You see, those flowers and plants were all planted by her. Cain turned his gaze to a corner of the courtyard, where a flower bed had been cultivated, filled with blossoms and greenery. These were the very plants he and Xiao Wu had often pruned together in Notting Academy. It seemed that the person old Jack referred to must be Xiao Wu. With this thought, Cain skillfully extracted information from old Jack, who was more than willing to chatter on. Grateful for the company of an outsider who would listen to his ramblings, and thus he recounted the story from beginning to end. Chapter 120. Soto City. It was only then that Cain realized that over the years, Xiao Wu had not only asked old Jack to frequently assist her in tidying up her home, but she also returned every summer to check in. She had always inquired about Cain's whereabouts from old Jack. Just a couple of days ago, Xiao Wu had returned. And it seemed she was preparing to pursue her studies in a more distant place. Cain had not anticipated such a coincidence, had he known. He would not have indulged in sightseeing on his journey and could have returned a few days earlier, possibly encountering Xiao Wu. It appeared that she had indeed chosen to attend the Shrek Academy. This thought cast a shadow over Cain's expression. He casually retrieved 2 golden soul coins and handed them to old Jack. Thank you for your hospitality, dear elder. I appreciate your stories. Please accept these 2 golden soul coins and continue to assist in maintaining this residence. What? Old Jack was taken aback, staring blankly at the 2 golden coins in his hand. How could there be such a foolish person in the world, and how could a traveler be so generous? Just for a bowl of clear water and a tail, he offered 2 golden coins? When he looked up, he found that the young man had vanished. For some reason, old Jack felt an inexplicable familiarity with him but could not recall ever having met such a youth. After all, Cain had grown into a tall and ethereal young man by this time. In the night, Cain gazed upon the Holy Soul Village. This was his homeland in this world. Old Jack could be considered a relative of sorts. Having given him the 2 golden soul coins was a way of repaying his kindness. Cain was a person who believed in repaying kindness and vengeance alike. Old Jack had indeed assisted him, unlike Tang San, who, merely because old Jack had spoken ill of Tang Hao, contemplated taking old Jack's life. It was only due to old Jack's relentless support that Tang San had barely managed to survive. Farewell, old Jack. Farewell, Holy Soul Village. The Balak Kingdom is located to the south of the Heavendo Empire, bordering the Fasno province. Although referred to as a kingdom, its area is only 3/4 that of the Fasno province. It is one of the 4 major kingdoms within the Heavendo Empire. King Kandera of Balak is a cousin of the current Emperor Ocular of the Heavendo Empire. The southern border of Balak Kingdom directly adjoins the Douluo Empire, making Balak's military strength the most formidable among the 4 kingdoms of the Heavendo Empire. It can be said to be the gateway to the Heavendo Empire. Originally, the Heavendo Empire had 10 provinces. However, with the division into 4 major kingdoms, 6 factions emerged. The empire itself directly controls 5 provinces, while each of the 4 kingdoms controls 1. Additionally, there is a duchy, subordinate to the kingdoms, occupying the smallest province in the eastern part of the empire. On the surface, the 4 kingdoms and the duchy are subject to the rule of the Heavendo Empire. In reality, these 5 nations have become countries within a country. Apart from necessary tributes, they operate entirely autonomously. Had it not been for the imperial family holding a strong military presence, internal strife may have already erupted. The Douluo Empire faces a similar situation. Therefore, while both empires appear powerful, they are, in fact, on a downward trajectory. It is uncertain when the entire continent's situation will suddenly change. Within the Balak Kingdom, there are 2 cities of utmost importance. One is the capital city of Balak, where King Kandera resides, serving as the political and economic center of the kingdom. The other city, located in the heart of the fertile Lima Plain within Balak Kingdom, is known as Soto City, often referred to as the Granary of Balak. Both cities are heavily guarded, making them crucial to the kingdom. Soto City is a large metropolis, as evidenced by its 3rd-tier spirit hall configuration. Just past noon, under the blazing sun, 2 young individuals entered through the western gate of Soto City. They appeared to be merely teenagers, carrying no luggage, a boy and a girl, walking one behind the other. The boy, dressed simply, appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, standing about 1.7 meters tall, with a belt adorned with 24 jade stones around his waist. Though not conventionally handsome, he exuded a sense of confidence, with a faint smile gracing his lips. If the boy appeared calm and ordinary, the girl ahead of him was anything but. Her silky black hair was neatly braided into a scorpion braid, cascading past her calves, taller than the boy by half a head. She wore a fitted pink top that accentuated her developing figure. Her slender waist, delicate enough to be grasped with one hand, evoked envy among countless women. Her naturally arched brows framed a pair of sparkling, round eyes that complemented her slightly rounded, rosy face. Not only was she beautiful, but she also carried an air of charm, embodying the essence of cuteness. The boy, walking in her shadow, was already overshadowed by her unspoken brilliance. The girl raised her hand to wipe the slight moisture from her forehead and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "We finally arrived at Soto City. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. I did forego several intermediate Soul Master academies. The boy smiled gently and replied. The teacher said Shrek Academy is the most suitable place for true talents like us, Xiao Wu. You must trust the teacher's judgment. The girl shot him a sideways glance. I may be a genius, but you should just wait until you can surpass me. The boy chuckled. Yes, yes. My little sister Xiao Wu, you are the greatest, all right? This boy and girl are none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who have journeyed from the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. After 5 years, they have successfully graduated. Given their talents, Notting Academy had intended to recommend them directly to intermediate Soul Master Academies, and several prestigious institutions had extended invitations, presenting them with ample options. However, the master insisted that Tang San decline all invitations and apply to Shrek Academy, located to the south of Soto City. After 6 years of guidance, Tang San had come to regard the master with the same respect as a father. Moreover, he understood that the master's insistence was undoubtedly for his benefit, and thus he agreed without hesitation. Once Xiao learned of Tang San's true identity, she realized that this so-called Shrek Academy was certainly not as simple as it seemed. Yu Xiaojiang was aware of the formidable presence behind Tang San, a titled Douluo. Therefore, he would never dare to recommend a subpar academy to Tang San. Xiao Wu aspired to enhance her strength, eager to find Xiao Kai sooner, and naturally sought a powerful academy for her studies. This low-key yet discreet Shrek Academy was the perfect choice, especially considering her unique identity, which precluded her from attending any ordinary spirit master institutions. As Tang San observed Xiao Wu's figure, he tentatively inquired, after such a long journey, aren't you tired? Shouldn't we find a place to settle down first? It's almost noon. Let's eat something. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Yes, since the exam is only the day after tomorrow. I'll go out shortly to inquire if there is any news about Xiao Kai. Tang San's expression instantly stiffened. After all these years, Kai had become a nightmare for him, haunting him incessantly. Chapter 123, The Rose Hotel, a meeting with a cat over the past few years, despite Xiao Wu's consistently indifferent demeanor towards Tang San. He remained undeterred. After all, Xiao Wu's nature was to treat everyone equally. Tang San considered himself relatively close to her. At the very least, they could engage in conversation, and he could linger behind her without being dismissed. His persistence stemmed not only from her increasingly striking beauty and figure, which seemed celestial in the quaint town of Notting, but also from the inherent human tendency to desire what is unattainable. This obsession had nearly morphed into a fixation. Moreover, Xiao Wu's talent and strength had only reinforced Tang San's belief that she was his perfect match. In the eyes of his master, Tang San was the most gifted disciple he had ever encountered. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family could not boast a student of such caliber. To call him an unprecedented genius would not be an exaggeration. Yet, despite his efforts, he could never quite keep pace with Xiao Wu in their training. No matter how hard he tried, she always surpassed him effortlessly, even with the advantage of his Xiantian Kung Fu and the extra guidance from Yu Xiaojiang. In the eyes of his mentor, he was indeed a prodigy of the continent. But what of Xiao Wu? What kind of genius was she? Such talent seemed custom-made to complement Tang San. In a small place like Notting, it was not Tang San's true stage. Other girls simply did not deserve to accompany him to the pinnacle of success. Only Xiao Wu was worthy. Thus, his feelings for her deepened. As for the ever-persistent Kai, he had long since become a mere ghost of resentment. Why bother competing with the specter? Sooner or later, Xiao would come to realize this. Besides, women, once truly won over, would eventually yield their hearts, wouldn't they? It seemed he needed to hasten his approach, especially since they had arrived in a completely unfamiliar environment. Here, Xiao would naturally lean on him, her sole acquaintance. This was an opportunity. Soto City was significantly larger and more vibrant than Notting. The streets were teeming with patrolling soldiers and bustling crowds. After a simple meal, they began their search for accommodation. Before long, Xiao spotted a lavish hotel. However, upon a cursory glance, Tang San furrowed his brow. This hotel appeared far too formal. Xiao Wu, this place looks quite expensive. Our funds are limited, and we are uncertain if we have enough for the new school's registration fee. Perhaps we should opt for a slightly less extravagant hotel? Xiao Wu considered this briefly before nodding. After all, she was not particularly finicky. It seemed imprudent to waste money on hotel accommodations. Tang San continued to survey the area, when suddenly his eyes lit up as he stopped in front of a hotel. Just by its appearance, he knew they had found the right place. This hotel lacked the previous establishment's opulence. It stood 3 stories tall, not overly large, but adorned in a striking rose red. The architectural style resembled a grand rose, instantly captivating to the eye, particularly with the glowing pink lights of the Rose Hotel's sign. Xiao Wu, let us stay here, Tang San pointed. Xiao Wu shrugged. Whatever. Then hesitated. But this one doesn't look cheap either. Don't worry, Xiao Wu. I've saved a bit. Moreover, we need to rest well for the entrance exam. Staying in a place with poor conditions could adversely affect our state of mind. Besides, this place appears quite clean. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Wu conceded. Tang San had a point. She was too fond of unsanitary accommodations. However, Tang San was taking advantage of her naivety. Otherwise, any other girl would surely recognize this as a hotel catering to couples. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, they were greeted by the intoxicating scent of roses, a fragrance that was both refreshing and subtly suggestive. The decor featured only 3 colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm and unique ambience. The elegant environment was conducive to relaxation for a girl. Approaching the front desk, Tang San requested, "Could we have 2 rooms, please?" As he spoke, he subtly gestured to the attendant. Having worked there long enough, the attendant understood immediately, rising to assess Tang San and Xiao Wu, envy gleaming in his eyes. "Sir, are you certain you want 2 rooms?" Tang San confidently nodded. "What is wrong with that? There are just the 2 of us." The attendant's gaze hinted at something unspoken. "I'm afraid we only have 1 room left." "One?" Tang San's brow furrowed in feigned distress. "Yes, just 1. But rest assured, our rooms are spacious and well-equipped. More than sufficient for 2 occupants." He offered a knowing glance to Tang San. Xiao Wu frowned, finding the hotel situation unexpectedly complicated. Sensing her inclination to leave, Tang San quickly interjected, "It's getting dark. Finding another hotel in the city would be difficult. Can you think of a solution?" "I'm really sorry, but Soto City has seen an influx of tourists recently, and nearby hotels are fully booked. However, our room is quite large, with a partition. So it won't be a problem." Tang San turned to Xiao Wu. "If necessary, I can sleep on the floor. I usually train at night anyway. That's the best form of rest. If we leave now, we might miss even this hotel." "All right, let us check in then. I'm not patient enough to wait any longer. I'll cover half the cost." Xiao Wu was no longer the naive girl she once was. She clearly remembered Professor Kai's lessons on self-defense against unwanted advances. After all, Tang San was no match for her, should he harbor any ulterior motives. Tang San's expression briefly flickered with joy. Finally, he was drawing closer to Xiao Wu. "Then please arrange for this room," he instructed, handing over the money while discreetly slipping 2 copper soul coins into the attendant's hand. Just as the attendant was processing the transaction, an unexpected voice interrupted. "Excuse me. That room should belong to me." Tang San and Xiao Wu turned simultaneously to see 3 figures approaching the front desk, 1 man and 2 women. The girls, adorned in vibrant attire, appeared to be around 17 or 18, tall and slightly taller than Xiao Wu. Most strikingly, they bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. They were twins. Chapter 124. Reunion. The envious gaze of the previous waiter reappeared in Tang San's line of sight. How infuriating. Such a beast. And a pair of exquisite twin sisters, no less. Ugh, a scoundrel. How could such fine cabbage be trampled by swine? However, Tang San did not linger on the 2 stunning beauties for long. His attention was swiftly drawn to the man striding at the center. The man stood approximately 1.8 meters tall, towering half a head above Tang San. He appeared youthful, perhaps even younger than the 2 girls behind him. With broad shoulders and a face that was both handsome and resolute, his golden hair cascaded down his back, nearly reaching his waist. His hair was straight and smooth. Not a curl in sight. Most striking were his eyes, an unusual pair that bore 2 pupils each. The deep blue irises radiated a chilling gaze, emanating an icy coldness from deep within. As they partially opened and closed, a flicker of sinister light danced within them. A mere glance from him felt like being sliced by a sharp blade. Such striking features, coupled with those eyes, ensured that he would be the center of attention wherever he went. Tang San's first thought upon seeing this man was that he was formidable. The twin sisters clung to one of the man's arms, seemingly unbothered by Tang San's presence. As he glanced past Xiao Wu, an odd glimmer flickered in his eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. Approaching the counter, the young man addressed the waiter. "You must be new here. Do you not know that a room should always be reserved for me?" The waiter hesitated for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" The man with the dual pupils replied impatiently, "Bring your manager out." Feeling a chill at the man's piercing gaze, the waiter hurried off to summon his superior. Tang San interjected coolly, "This brother of mine seems to have arrived first." Without even turning his head, the dual-pupiled man coldly responded, "And what of it?" He had never been one to explain himself. At that moment, Xiao was already fuming. It was merely a matter of checking into a hotel. Yet after all this time spent with Tang San, her temper flared. In a swift motion, she stood beside Tang San, glaring at the dual-pupiled man, who was clearly a scoundrel, wrapped in the arms of 2 lovely girls. What a disgrace. Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? Get lost. Finally, the dual-pupiled man turned to face her, his icy gaze settling on Xiao Wu. He nodded slightly. "Very well. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. You both possess fluctuations of soul power. You must be soul masters, yes? Then let us see if you can defeat me. If you can, I will leave immediately. Otherwise, please demonstrate how to roll." Hearing his words, the twin sisters beside him began to giggle, showing no signs of concern. They obediently released their hold on the dual-pupiled man and stepped aside. Just then, the earlier waiter returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The manager, clearly anxious, had overheard the conversation between the dual-pupiled man and Tang San. "Let's talk this out, please. No violence." The dual-pupiled man shot him a sidelong glance. "Manager Wong, it seems your business acumen has improved. You even dared to give away my reserved room to someone else?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Manager Wong forced a smile. "Young Master Dai, please don't take it to heart. It was my subordinate's mistake. Our apologies. Your room is still available." These 2 guests were assigned to another room on the 2nd floor. "Allow me to rectify this." Turning to Tang San and Xiao Wu, he continued with an apologetic expression. "My sincerest apologies, dear guests. It was an oversight on our part. We have several vacant rooms available. This one is reserved for young Master Dai. Here is your key. The second room on the left on the second floor. Xiao glared at the manager, her anger flaring. If there are rooms available, why did you lie to us earlier? Do you think we are easy to deceive just because of our youth? Manager Wang wore a sheepish grin, unable to respond to her accusation. Having managed hotels for years, he was well aware of the situation's origins. It was all due to that young man's ulterior motives, employing some underhanded tactics that led to the misunderstanding. Such occurrences were not new to him, but he could not offend either the young master or these two guests. I sincerely apologize. It was the fault of our new staff. How about this? Today's accommodations will be complimentary for you, and in addition, I will provide you with a meal. Xiao eyed the key but did not accept it, scoffing in disdain. You have so many rooms. Yet you deceived us into believing none were available, and now you offer us just one room. What are you trying to imply? Do I look like a weak woman who could be bullied? Or do you think I'm some shameless woman? Turning away in disgust, she shot a cold look at Tang San. Tang San, are you planning to share a room with me? Tang San's face turned crimson as he quickly waved his hands in denial. How could that be? Xiao, you know me to be pure and virtuous. I would never. It's that waiter. He must have misinterpreted our relationship and tried to create an opportunity for us. Xiao glared at the now trembling waiter, her icy gaze piercing. How despicable. The waiter felt utterly wronged. He opened his mouth to explain but quickly silenced himself upon meeting his boss's gaze. Dear guests, please understand, it was a misunderstanding. Manager Wang interjected, attempting to smooth things over. I do not believe this is a mere misunderstanding. I distinctly saw this young man give the waiter 2 copper soul coins, and upon entering, he gestured to him. It is no wonder the waiter took it upon himself to assign a room. At that moment, a voice interjected. A tall youth in black, with long hair flowing freely, descended the stairs from the second floor. One hand rested behind his back, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he regarded Tang San below, his disdain unmistakable. Upon seeing this young man, everyone momentarily paused. His appearance was strikingly extraordinary. If the earlier dual-pupiled youth exuded a bewitching aura, this young man embodied a deeper sort of malevolence, radiating a chilling and sinister presence. As he moved, he exuded a unique charisma. His demeanor a blend of coldness and dominance, with an undercurrent of lethal intent subtly woven into his very being. A casual elegance lingered at the corners of his eyes and mouth. Chapter 125. The bystander. The individual in question was none other than Kai, who had arrived ahead of schedule. Aware that Xiao Wu's destination was the Shrek Monster Academy, he traversed the mountains, employing his shadow step to hasten his journey, ultimately reaching Soto City before her arrival. It was inevitable that the Shrek Monster Academy would pass through Soto City, and he had refrained from intervening in the unfolding narrative, confident that both Xiao Wu and Tang San would likely make an appearance at the Rose Hotel. Given Tang San's notorious character, it was almost a certainty that he would choose such an establishment for his rendezvous with Xiao Wu, as the Rose Hotel was the only venue of its kind in the city. After all, why would Daimubai, a top-tier heir, choose to reside there if it were not the finest of its kind? Thus, Kayan had arrived half a day earlier, securing a room in anticipation, originally planning to rest. He was drawn away by the sounds of a commotion from downstairs, only to discover Xiao Wu, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Though she had undergone some changes, her vibrant eyes still bore the innocence of her childhood. Seeing Xiao Wu again stirred a mix of emotions in Kayan. He was taken aback to realize that this young girl had not forgotten him and had waited for him all this time, even going so far as to tidy up his dilapidated abode. It would be disingenuous to claim his heart remained unmoved. However, as he gazed at her with a complex expression, he noted that she regarded him with a furrowed brow, a mix of wariness and disdain. Kayan suddenly comprehended the extent of his transformation over the years. Although he was now of similar age to Xiao Wu, his height surpassed her significantly, and the alterations wrought by his dark bloodline had dramatically altered his skin, bones, and appearance. Coupled with the relentless killings in the city of slaughter and the brutal training he endured, an aura of malevolence and coldness now enveloped him. Xiao Wu could hardly associate him with the innocent and kind-hearted little Kayan she once knew. Thus, his lingering gaze appeared to her as that of a libertine. Kayan forcibly averted his eyes, casting a sardonic glance at Tang San. Tang San, now that I have returned, prepare yourself for a gradual descent into disgrace and ruin. He approached the front desk, where he found a visibly anxious and trembling attendant. Do not be afraid, young man. You have committed no wrongdoing. It was that scoundrel who first signaled with his eyes and then offered you money. It is only natural for you to misunderstand their relationship. If there is any fault, it lies with that rogue. We are all workers here. You need not bear the blame of a heartless employer. As Kayan pointed at Tang San and then at the manager, both men's faces darkened, especially Tang San, who was seething with rage. Who are you? Why are you maligning me? Tang San glared at Kayan, feeling an inexplicable discomfort at the sight of him, akin to a mouse encountering a cat or a dog coming face to face with one. Instinctively, he sensed an unfriendly aura. Kayan smiled slightly. I am merely a common bystander, speaking nothing but the truth. Am I mistaken? Did you not signal with your eyes and covertly offer her money? Tang San found himself momentarily speechless. After all, if this matter had not been exposed, it would have been of little consequence. Yet now, Xiao Wu was exceedingly angry, and he had been publicly unmasked for employing such underhanded tactics. Awkwardly, he turned to Xiao Wu, only to find her gaze, filled with fury, directed at him. Laced with disdain. Tang San, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Can you no longer maintain your facade? Since the revelation of Tang San's true nature through the note left by little Kaiyan, Xiao Wu had remained vigilant, constantly on guard. However, Tang San was adept at masquerading and concealing his true self. Before Xiao Wu, he presented himself as obedient and compliant, never once defying her wishes. Yet, the more he behaved this way, the deeper Xiao Wu felt that he was inscrutable. Kaiyan's presence had stymied the progression of Tang San and Xiao Wu's relationship, causing her to grow increasingly distant from him, even as she blossomed into a more striking beauty. This naturally left Tang San anxious and desperate, resorting to such petty tactics. According to the original narrative, as Tang San and Xiao Wu's affections deepened, he would have no need for such tricks to lure her to the Rose Hotel. Xiao Wu coldly regarded Tang San, tossing a gold soul coin at him. This is for my room. I do not wish to see you. With that, she seized the key and strode toward the room she had just opened. Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. I. Tang San watched her retreating figure, feeling utterly despondent. The opportunity to share a space with Xiao Wu slipped away, widening the chasm between them. He realized that it would be immensely difficult to draw closer to her again. At this thought, he harbored intense resentment toward Kaiyan and Dai Mubai for thwarting his plans, especially the malevolent youth, who was undoubtedly his nemesis. At that moment, Dai Mubai let out a cold scoff. You think you can just leave after insulting me? It won't be so simple. Dai Xiao, please. Manager Wang implored, his face etched with concern. A glint of ferocity flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. Enough of your rambling. I will bear all losses. When have I ever let insults slide? Xiao Wu, already seething with anger, glared at the three men before her. As for Tang San, he was a treacherous creature, daring to employ such underhanded tactics against her. And that so-called Dai Xiao is no better. A young man surrounded by women, frequently renting such a hotel. As for the newly arrived sinister youth, he clearly was not devoid of ulterior motives. His earlier gaze toward her revealing an unsavory intent. Xiao Wu was no pushover. She fixed a cold stare at Dai Mubai. A scoundrel is a scoundrel. If you dare to act, you should not fear the consequences. Having grown accustomed to being the leader at Notting Academy, she could not tolerate his arrogant demeanor and was ready to confront him. Tang San quickly stepped forward to block her path. Allow me to handle this. Xiao Wu retorted. Why should I let you? I can take care of this myself. I will make his mother not recognize him. Tang San frowned. Xiao Wu, this is a matter between men. I will protect you. Xiao Wu disdainfully huffed. I would be grateful if you did not scheme against me. Besides, I do not require protection. Let us not bicker, I said. Both of you can come at me together, Dai Mubai impatiently declared. Chapter 126, Are you quite the fighter? At that moment, Kaiyan stepped forward. Are you quite the fighter? What good is it to know how to fight? In this world, one must understand power and alliances. Which faction do you belong to? Dai Mubai's gaze was icy. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone daring enough to speak to him in such a manner. To his surprise, the young individuals he faced today were so audacious, dismissing him entirely. I am Dai Mubai. They call me Dai Xiao. You may refer to me as Dai Lauda, and I shall accept it. Kaiyan sneered. Ah, so you are merely a small-time player. A flicker of malice gleamed in Dai Mubai's eyes as his right fist suddenly rose, accompanied by a forward charge aimed directly at Kaiyan's chest. His movement was simple, devoid of any embellishments. Enraged, Dai Mubai's punch surged with peak power and speed. His cold gaze remained fixed on Kaiyan, anticipating his response. Should the opponent retreat, Dai Mubai's momentum would swell, amplifying the force of his blow. Thus, instead of retreating, Kaiyan advanced, stepping forward with his right foot, closing the distance between them by 3 meters. Kaiyan's intention was straightforward, to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. He too threw a right punch, which appeared almost weightless. A dull thud echoed as Dai Mubai's forward momentum came to a sudden halt. He was propelled backward, stumbling 4 or 5 steps before regaining his balance. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. He had not anticipated that this youth, seemingly several years his junior, could not only withstand his punch but also force him back. Moreover, his right hand throbbed with pain, as if struck by a fist forged from iron. A cold smirk grazed Kaiyan's lips. He had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, Dai Mubai's arm would have been shattered into fragments. In the training base, Kaiyan engaged in rigorous weight training daily. In the city of Slaughter, he had even vanquished soul masters with his bare hands. Engaging Dai Mubai without utilizing soul power or techniques was almost child's play. Boy, do not get too cocky. I only used 30% of my strength just now. You may have earned the right to be my opponent. Dai Mubai retorted sharply. Is that so? I didn't even use 1%. Kaiyan replied. Seeking death. Dai Mubai leaped into action. This time, his attack was far from simple. He soared from the ground, instantly positioning himself above Kaiyan. His limbs spread out in an unusual manner, seemingly brimming with vulnerabilities, yet his movements indicated an array of hidden follow-up strikes. Kaiyan remained unfazed, patiently awaiting his adversary. With slightly bent knees and toes pointed inward, he prepared himself. Dai Mubai's strike was his signature move, equipped with various countermeasures regardless of how his opponent attempted to block or retaliate. Just as Dai Mubai was about to execute his attack, a terrifying, razor-sharp aura surged from below. The force felt pure, imbued with tremendous impact. Suspended in midair, Bai found no leverage. And he felt himself propelled away by that sheer power. What kind of strength is this? A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai's mind. Yet, his extensive combat experience kicked in. He twisted his torso midair, managing to land unsteadily on the ground, albeit stumbling backward a few steps. At that precise moment, Kai launched his counterattack. His timing was impeccable, coinciding with Bai's feet touching the ground. The very instant when Bai found it hardest to generate force. In the blink of an eye, Kai had reached Bai's side, striking out with an open palm aimed at his cheek. A glint of malice sparked in Bai's eyes as all four pupils seemed to shine simultaneously. He exhaled sharply, shoulders rolling back as he retreated, his fist launching forward to strike at Kai arm. The explosive sound of his punches filled the air, showcasing the immense power contained within. Simultaneously, Bai's right leg shot upward, aiming directly for Kai chin from such close proximity, demonstrating his remarkable flexibility. Any one of his strikes, whether from his fist or leg, would incapacitate Kai. However, regrettably for Bai, Kai Speed was superior. He swiftly stepped forward with his left foot, sidestepping Bai's kick with perfect timing. Everything seemed meticulously calculated. At this moment, with Bai's foot firmly planted, he had no room to evade. A sharp crack resonated as a red mark instantly appeared on Bai's face. It appeared as though he had willingly collided with that slap. Amidst the gasps of the observing twin sisters, Bai stared in disbelief at Kai. Kai did not pursue further, calmly observing Bai. The latter's expression darkened. The youth before him, seemingly younger by a few years, possessed strength far beyond his expectations. Shall we continue? Kai inquired nonchalantly. Bai's eyes narrowed with determination. Of course. Very well. You have compelled me to utilize my soul power, thus I have already deemed this contest a loss. Yet, how could I possibly feel satisfied without a proper exchange? At this moment, Bai was ablaze with fervent combat spirit. White Tiger manifestation. A brilliant, pale white light erupted from his being. Bai extended both arms outward, his chest thrust forward. His bones cracked audibly as his muscles swelled, stretching his garments. Each muscle beneath the fabric became distinctly visible. Even the air surrounding him seemed to become frenzied. His golden hair transformed, intermingling black and white, with white dominating while a few black strands stood out starkly. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, forming a king character with 3 horizontal and 1 vertical line. His hands underwent the most dramatic transformation, doubling in size. White fur enveloped his hands, and as his fingers flexed, sharp, dagger-like claws emerged and retracted with fluidity. Each claw glinted ominously, measuring a full 8 inches in length. Bai leaned forward, his 4 eyes now a deep, haunting blue, giving him the appearance of a relentless killing machine. Beneath him, 3 radiant rings of light ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings revolved, a torrent of soul power surged forth, creating an overwhelming pressure. 1,000-year soul rings! Exclaimed Tang San and Xiao Wu, unable to contain their astonishment. Yet, Kai stood unfazed, as if the 1,000-year soul rings were merely commonplace. Chapter 127. If it were a blade, he would be dead. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tang San's eyes, astonished at the scene before him. In the realm of soul rings, white signifies 10 years, yellow denotes a century, and purple represents a millennium. The young man known as Bai had astonishingly acquired 3 soul rings, one of which was a millennium. It was remarkable, considering he appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years older than Tang San and Xiao Wu. The 3 soul rings indicated that Bai's rank had surpassed 30, establishing him as a soul master, specifically a powerful battle soul master with a beastly martial spirit. Yet, Tang San was confident that his 3rd soul ring would also be a millennium, and that under the guidance of his master, he would select a soul ring that suited him perfectly, not inferior to Bai's. Bai, martial spirit, White Tiger, 37-level battle soul master, I await your instruction, he declared, exuding an aura of dominance. This was a clear indication of a formal challenge. However, the young man opposite him, Kane, appeared utterly indifferent. I cannot abide this habit of declaring levels and chanting techniques, he remarked casually. I am Kane, a great soul master, and I shall offer you my guidance. Bai scoffed. How dare this mere great soul master disregard him so brazenly? This was no ordinary opponent, he had to strike with full force. With a powerful thrust, Bai sprang into action. As he summoned his martial spirit, he transformed into a formidable entity. The moment his white hair fluttered, his explosive strength brought him face to face with Kane. His fingers morphed into lethal claws that lunged toward Kane's body. Kane, however, evaded the assault with a ghostly grace. His movements akin to an ethereal shadow. Your strength is substantial, but it matters not if you cannot land a hit, he taunted. Bai's eyes gleamed wickedly, his entire being enveloped in surging soul power. His hands danced in a relentless barrage, resembling an enraged tiger. Kane effortlessly sidestepped each blow, as Bai's strikes grazed him, only to be dodged at the last moment. Tang San observed with keen interest. This black-haired youth named Kane was shrouded in mystery. His footwork was extraordinarily elusive, even more so than his own ghost shadow perplexing steps. Yet, it bore a resemblance to the power of a martial spirit. Was it a kind of soul skill? Tang San pondered how to contend with such an opponent, determined not to be outmaneuvered like Bai. His blue-silver grass martial spirit possessed formidable binding capabilities. complemented by toxins, granting him a natural advantage over Kane's elusive movements. As Dai Mubai's relentless attacks continued to miss, his expression darkened. He had never felt so humiliated. Curse be it, why is it always so close? Kane nonchalantly parried Dai Mubai's strikes, his tone icy. It must be that during your training, you always fell just short at critical moments. Strangely, the others present detected a hint of disappointment and concern in his words. As if an elder was reproaching the younger generation, Dai Mubai, typically impatient, felt a surge of competitiveness. With the twins and Xiao watching, he could not submit to such insult. A brilliant white light erupted, transforming his wicked gaze into a blinding white. The first soul ring on his body flared brightly, forming a protective white barrier. Almost immediately, the second soul ring illuminated, coalescing immense white energy. With a thunderous roar, a milky white orb erupted from his mouth. The skills of his first two soul rings, the White Tiger Guardian Barrier and the White Tiger Radiant Wave, were unleashed simultaneously, showcasing terrifying power. The White Tiger Radiant Wave enveloped Kane entirely, a blinding beam of white light obscuring him. Now, how will you evade this? As the light dissipated, Kane's figure had vanished. In that moment, Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically. Kane's finger brushed against his neck. If it were a blade, you would already be dead. Kane had inexplicably appeared behind Dai Mubai, and none in the arena could fathom how he had done so. Only Tang San caught a fleeting glimpse of purple light in his eyes, though confusion marred his expression. What is this ability? A soul skill? Such formidable prowess. My purple extreme magic, I cannot even detect his movements. Dai Mubai, shaken, touched his neck and turned to glare at Kane. Your speed is indeed impressive, however. Your attack cannot breach my White Tiger Guardian Barrier. Now, you shall witness the skill of my third soul ring. With a surge of soul power, Dai Mubai's robust physique emanated an overwhelming pressure as silver blades emerged from his tiger claws. I now activate my third soul ring skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. To obtain this soul ring, I traversed treacherous paths and ultimately hunted down a Millennium Golden Titan Tiger Spirit Beast. It not only significantly enhances my strength, attack, and defense, but also grants me the skill of White Tiger Diamond Transformation. My transformation lasts for half an hour, during which my resistance to abnormal states, attack power, defense, and strength are all doubled. With my 37-level soul power, no matter how exquisite your soul skill or how swift your speed, you cannot hope to match me. This is the absolute disparity of power. Dai Mubai's wicked gaze flickered with red light. Suddenly, his powerful muscles began to contract, the red glow in his eyes fading. All effects of the White Tiger martial spirit receded, returning him to his normal state. He cast a deep glance at Kane. I believe we shall meet again soon. Turning to Tang San and Xiao, he declared, with my strength, even against you, it would be a futile endeavor. Should anyone trouble you three at Shrek Academy, invoke the name of Dai Mubai, the wicked-eyed White Tiger. With that, he waved farewell to the twin beauties and strode towards the hotel exit. Tang San, unable to restrain himself, called after Dai Mubai's retreating figure. How did you know we were headed to Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai halted, his voice cold. You are merely around 12 years old, yet possess soul power exceeding level 20. At this age, what else could you possibly be doing but enrolling at Shrek Academy? 12 years old? Ha. I am already 15. Dear friends, I shall await you at Shrek Academy. The final word lingered in the air as Dai Mubai exited the hotel. Chapter 128. This time, it's truly over as Dai Mubai had just departed from the Rose Hotel and turned a corner. He abruptly leaned against the wall, coughing laboriously, his complexion pale and devoid of the charismatic demeanor he had earlier displayed. His eyes were wide with horror. Dai Xiao. What is the matter with you? The two twin sisters rushed forward, eager to assist him. Get away. Dai Mubai growled, shoving the twins aside. His expression twisted in a way that was far from his usual flirtatious charm. The twins, witnessing such a transformation for the first time, stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Dai Mubai gasped for breath, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. Despite his earlier bravado regarding his third soul skill, the Millennium Soul Ring, and his formidable level 37 strength, boasting that his opponent was no match for him, those were merely words spoken to preserve his dignity. In the moment when Kain had mysteriously vanished and then inexplicably reappeared behind him, Dai Mubai felt an unprecedented sense of peril. The brush of Kain's fingers against his neck was akin to a caress from death itself. At that instant, he sensed the chilling breath of mortality. Never having fathomed that he would come so close to death, he was engulfed by an infinite darkness, desolation, and coldness, the essence of the god of death. The icy aura of impending doom conjured visions of a mountain of corpses and seas of blood, an endless purgatory echoing in his mind. The fact that he did not collapse in terror was a testament to the years of mental fortitude he had cultivated. Yet now, he could no longer restrain himself. The nightmare images relentlessly assailed his sanity. Quick! Help me back! Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai, Kain had not wielded a weapon against him. Instead, he had merely released a faint aura of the god of death, compounded by years spent amidst the carnage of the city of slaughter. While Dai Mubai hailed from a prestigious lineage and had not lacked in training, he was no match for a being like Kain. In an instant, his defenses shattered, and it was clear that sleep would elude him that night. After Dai Mubai left, Xiao furrowed her brow, gazing in the direction of his departure. Is this the kind of person Shrek Academy cultivates? Perhaps it is best that I do not attend. Tang San, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his nose. After all, It was the Master's recommendation, and he could not genuinely allow Xiao Wu to dismiss Shrek. Xiao Wu, every academy has its unique students. Our Nodding Academy is hardly without its share of misfits. Moreover, once you join, you can continue to assert your dominance over them. Xiao Wu, her expression devoid of emotion, chose not to converse with him. Grasping her room key, she turned coldly on her heel and departed. Tang San, feeling helpless, realized he would not be sharing a room with Xiao Wu any longer and would have to find another place to stay. Hello, could I please have another room? Tang San addressed the now somewhat dazed attendant. Huh? The attendant seemed momentarily stunned. I said, could I please have another room? Tang San's displeasure was evident as he raised his voice. What was wrong with this attendant? He appeared utterly oblivious. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we are fully booked. Tang San's brows knitted tightly, his expression darkening. I can understand if there were no rooms when I brought a girl. But now that I want a room for myself, you tell me there are none available? Noticing Tang San's growing displeasure, the manager hurried over to check the ledger, his expression turning awkward. I sincerely apologize, sir. We did have 2 vacant rooms, but one is Dai Xiao's Red Ocean, and the other has been reserved in advance by this gentleman. I am truly sorry. Tang San was left speechless. Did this mean he would have to find another hotel? But that would only distance him further from Xiao Wu, and he felt a pang of reluctance. At that moment, Kain approached the counter and addressed the manager. The gentleman you referred to, Dai Xiao, mentioned that if he won, the room would be relinquished. Now that he has departed, shouldn't the room key be handed over to me? Of course, right this way. The room is on the top floor, designated as Red Ocean. Manager Wang handed a golden key to Kain. Feeling a bit awkward, Kain said, I apologize for the disturbance in your lobby. How much will it cost to repair? Not at all. It is not your concern. Dai Xiao has covered that. He is a VIP client here, and it will simply go on his tab. Furthermore, as an apology, your room charge has been waived for up to 3 days. Kain casually tossed 10 gold soul coins onto the counter. No need. I do not believe in running a tab. Wait a moment. Tang San interjected. What is it? Kain responded. Since you are occupying Dai Xiao's room, could you possibly relinquish your previous room to me? I assure you, I will cover the cost. And I can even offer a premium. Of course not. Kain replied without hesitation. My friend, you are being unreasonable. You occupy 2 rooms while not utilizing them. I have indeed paid for both. Tang San retorted. I can pay for it too. Apologies, but you seem to misunderstand the concept of first come, first served. I simply arrived faster, Kain replied, his tone dismissive. Tang San took a deep breath, feeling a renewed surge of animosity towards this individual before him. It was evident that this person was deliberately antagonizing him. Why would anyone choose to occupy 2 rooms, especially when they were willing to pay for both? It was as though he had an abundance of money to spare. The only explanation was that this person was intentionally making things difficult for him. Today had proven to be a frustrating one for Tang San, with each event compounding his irritation. With his relationship with Xiao Wu strained further and now being bullied by this man, it was becoming increasingly intolerable. However, having just witnessed Kain's prowess against a level 37 Soul King, Tang San struggled to suppress his discontent. I will pay double the price, he asserted. Do I look like someone who lacks funds? I suggest you seek another room in town. If you wait too long, you may find yourself sleeping on the streets. Tang San glared at Kain with venomous disdain, convinced that this individual was deliberately targeting him. But why? He could not fathom it. They bore no past grievances or rivalries. Was this person simply deranged? Chapter 129. I have never encountered such arrogance in my life. Tang San glared at Kain with a venomous gaze, fully convinced that this individual was deliberately targeting him. But why? He could not fathom it. They bore no enmity in the past nor had any recent grievances. Why would Kain treat him this way? Did he truly believe I lacked temper? Kain's scornful smirk met Tang San's glare. Tang San, from the moment you laid hands on me, you should have been prepared for my retaliation. What are you staring at? If you have the guts, step outside for a duel. Kain's sudden, chilling remark left Tang San momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such audacity from his opponent. This ignited a fire within Tang San. I have never encountered someone so arrogant in my life. It seems today, I must teach this youth named Kain a lesson. Oh, well, now you have. Kain wore a defiant expression, as if inviting the confrontation. Tang San, unwilling to back down, believed that to avoid trouble was the mark of a coward. He would not truly fear his adversary. He had observed the battle between this Kain and Dai Mubai, noting that Kain's greatest asset was his incredible speed, rendering Dai Mubai's attacks futile. However, when employing his ghost shadow cloak, his speed would undoubtedly surpass Kain's. Moreover, with the added toxicity of his blue silver grass, Kain's agility would be laid bare beneath the scrutiny of his purple extreme magic eye. When the time came to engage, he would also benefit from the enhancement of his Xiantian skill and the hidden weapons of the Tank sect. It was certain that teaching this individual a lesson would pose no difficulty. With his resolve firm, a newfound confidence and composure adorned Tang San's countenance. I recall that Dai Mubai mentioned, should anyone possess the strength to defeat him, he would relinquish his room, though he never specified to whom. Since you two are evenly matched, if I conquer you, does that mean I shall claim his room? Kain nodded. That will depend on your capabilities. If you possess the strength, then come and take it. Very well. The soul power began to surge within Tang San. Manager Wang wore a wry smile as he observed the impending clash between the two young masters. Neither of them was one to provoke lightly. He could not afford to offend either. He could only pray that their confrontation would not wreak too much havoc upon his establishment. Under immense pressure, Tang San began to transform. The latent violent impulses within him gradually surfaced. His eyes were veiled in a faint purple hue as he slowly raised his right hand. A surge of deep blue light erupted, and a cluster of deep blue grass rapidly sprouted from his palm. Each blade appeared slender, yet was adorned with serpentine patterns. The leaves shifted from their former flat shape to a cylindrical form. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the many fine thorns covering the surface. A milky white glow emanated from Tang San, causing the deep blue grass to swell dramatically, quickly attaining the thickness of a human arm, resembling vines. The black serpentine pattern shimmered with a faint luminescence, swirling around Tang San's form like a multitude of great snakes. Two circles of yellow soul rings rose simultaneously from beneath his feet, spiraling above him. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Level 29 Weapon Soul Master. Please, enlighten me. Cain did not summon his martial soul but merely raised an eyebrow. Your martial soul is merely blue silvergrass? Tang San recited the words frequently imparted by his master. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Well said. There are no worthless martial souls. Only worthless soul masters. Ha 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 ha. Cain could not suppress a cold laugh. You, Tang San, and you Xiao Jiang, dare to speak such words? Do you truly believe in this statement? Of course. It is the maxim of my teacher. Tang San responded, puzzled by Cain's inquiry. Then your teacher must be quite extraordinary. Does he embody this principle in his own conduct? Indeed, my teacher is a truly great person, Tang San asserted with unwavering conviction, though a hint of unease flickered within him. Is that so? Then I look forward to meeting your esteemed teacher. But today, allow me to witness what is so remarkable about your blue silver grass martial soul. Today, I shall make you comprehend that you are indeed the worthless soul master. Cain sneered at Tang San. Cain, martial soul, Shadow, level 27 great soul master, teaching you humility. At this juncture, Cain had yet to unleash his martial soul. Tang San's expression darkened immensely. This Cain was insufferably arrogant, utterly dismissive of him. However, his opponent's level was lower, and his martial soul was countered by Tang San's. Victory in this battle seemed assured. Simultaneously, Tang San's blue silver grass martial soul sprang into action. Thick, dark blue vines spiraled outward, converging upon Cain from all directions. Tang San himself appeared to vanish within the tendrils. Yet, just as the vines were about to ensnare Cain, an eerie shadow emerged from his form. His speed surged, evading the oncoming assault effortlessly. Tang San's eyes sparkled with purple light, tracking Cain's movements. In an instant, all the vines surged forth, akin to a massive fishing net swiftly constricting. At that moment, Cain transformed into a shadow, darting through the gaps in the vines with an astonishingly uncanny speed. Reappearing directly opposite Tang San, his clothing unscathed. Tang San, while your blue silver grass exceeds my expectations in power, it ultimately cannot ensnare me. Tang San smiled indifferently. That is not necessarily the case. Suddenly, his second soul ring flared to life. Cain's body momentarily stiffened as a network of fine vines had inexplicably appeared around him. As the brilliance of Tang San's second soul ring intensified, the vines grew rapidly, binding Cain firmly within their grasp. Though the thorns on the vines were but an inch long, their tightening grip inflicted excruciating pain upon Cain. Simultaneously, he realized that his body was succumbing to numbness. Tang San's second soul ring derived from a plant-type soul beast known as Ghost Vine, which boasted a maximum absorption age of 764 years. The Ghost Vine soul ring Tang San possessed held at least 600 years of cultivation. The Ghost Vine was a terrifying plant-type soul beast, endowed with potent neurotoxic properties. Should its thorns pierce, the toxin would immediately emanate, eventually transforming into pus, serving as sustenance for the Ghost Vine. Most fearsome to soul masters was the parasitic capability of the Ghost Vine. While it attacked, it would release countless minute seeds, directly parasitizing its adversary. Provided the Ghost Vine supplied sufficient energy, or if these seeds absorbed enough nutrients, they would flourish upon the host, and the neurotoxic effects would manifest similarly. Chapter 130. Do you know why you failed? Long before Tang San reached the 20th level, the master had already contemplated which soul beast would provide his second soul ring, in pursuit of the Ghost Vine soul ring, which was over 600 years old. Even the esteemed president of Notting Academy, a soul engineer of level 42, exerted tremendous effort, utilizing his own martial spirit that was naturally antagonistic to the Ghost Vine. He managed to subdue it, enabling Tang San to deliver the final blow. It can be said that only the scions of prestigious families receive such privileged treatment. This was all thanks to his mentor, Xiao Jiang. Without him, how could Tang San have compelled the president to assist him in acquiring a soul ring? Upon obtaining the Ghost Vine soul ring, Tang San experienced a significant enhancement in his attributes. The blue silvergrass became more resilient, taking on an appearance reminiscent of the Ghost Vine, though its color and patterns remained unchanged. Moreover, his toxin transformed into a neurotoxin, amplifying its effects. Even the scent that wafted through the air could elicit a certain response. The soul ring skill bestowed by the Ghost Vine was parasitism, with the infusion of soul power. The Ghost Vine's parasitic capabilities exceeded its original form. The parasitic seeds would grow instantaneously, ensnaring their target in an inescapable grip, rendering it an exceedingly insidious control skill. The arrogant Kain ultimately underestimated Tang San in the blue silver grass, leading to his downfall. Observing the astonishment in Kain's eyes, Tang San declared, "My blue silver grass is toxic. You must have inhaled some already," as he activated his soul power to unleash a powerful skill. Breaking free from the entanglement of the blue silver grass would inevitably accelerate the circulation of blood within him, hastening the toxin's effect. Thus, although you may not feel it, your skin has already begun to numb, concealing the parasitic seeds of the blue silver grass. Therefore, you have lost. Kain gazed at Tang San, his entire body now ensnared by the blue silver grass, leaving him seemingly powerless to resist. The faint sweetness of tea permeated the air amidst the tendrils, which seemed endless. No matter how swift one might be, escaping their grasp was impossible. A confident smile graced Tang San's face. "Kain, I must concede that you are indeed formidable. Even Daimubai cannot contend with you. However, your martial spirit is naturally restrained by my blue silver grass, so your defeat is not unjust." Tang San continued. "Do you imply that your blue silver grass martial spirit surpasses my shadow martial spirit?" Observing Kain's composed demeanor, as if he were not bound at all, Tang San's expression soured. "Previously, you could flaunt your superiority, but now you are merely my defeated opponent, and your arrogance is unwarranted. One cannot deny that your shadow martial spirit has proven ineffectual, Kain. I trust you will learn not to be so arrogant in the future." Kain could not help but chuckle, finding Tang San's pretentiousness amusing. "Tang San, let me enlighten you. There are no useless martial spirits, only incompetent soul masters. There is no absolute counter to martial spirits. Being countered merely reflects your inadequacy." Tang San smirked, originally intending to release Kain after his surrender, especially since his ghost vine was poisonous. Yet, the latter's stubbornness compelled him to teach a lesson. A cruel smile crept across Tang San's lips as all the tendrils retracted in unison. In that moment, Kain's body contorted, and the blue silver grass that had ensnared him all surged into his body. His form shattered like a balloon, leaving only a shadow in its wake. "Is he dead?" Tang San exclaimed in shock, his expression rapidly shifting. In an instant, the bluish-black blue silver grass shot forth from around him. The martial spirit need not emanate solely from the palm. The spiked tendrils surged through the air, rapidly converging upon Tang San himself, obscuring the sky. Remembering Kain's inexplicable appearance behind Daimubai, a chill ran down Tang San's spine. What manner of strange martial spirit is this? With the activation of his soul power, Tang San had pushed the entangling skill of his first soul ring to its limits. Yet, in the next moment, everything froze. Tang San stared in disbelief at the knife that had suddenly appeared beneath his neck. It was a sharp, exquisitely crafted dagger. For a fleeting instant, he admired the blacksmith who forged it. However, shock and disbelief soon overwhelmed him. He had completely failed to detect how his opponent had materialized. It was as if the other party had no discernible trajectory. No matter how swift one might be, surely a slow-motion replay would reveal a shadow? Yet, in his purple extreme magic eyes, it was as though Kain was always meant to be behind him, utterly eluding capture. What kind of monster is this? Are you wondering how I appeared behind you? Are you questioning why you lost so inexplicably? Deep down, you still harbor discontent, believing that should you discover a method to counter my shadow's strange appearance, you could undoubtedly defeat me. You might even think you have many trump cards yet to be revealed, and that next time we meet, you will surely emerge victorious. As Kain's words echoed in his ears, Tang San's heart grew colder. This man is terrifying. It is not just his strength. How can he discern every thought in my mind? As if he has seen through me completely, leaving no secrets. Yet, Tang San was certain he was meeting Kain for the first time. The fundamental reason he did not associate Kai with Kain was the stark difference in their martial spirits. Kai's martial spirit was merely a worn-out sickle, incomparable to the mysterious and powerful Kain before him. As for the possibility of Kai possessing a second martial spirit, that was preposterous. Did he truly believe that second martial spirits are as common as cabbages by the roadside? Talents like myself, Tang San, are not so easily found. Moreover, according to the teachings of my esteemed mentor, the great theoretical researcher, it is impossible for Kain to possess a second martial spirit with innate half-level soul power. How could he aspire to a second martial spirit? Ultimately, Tang San's unwavering confidence in his hidden weapons and poisons played a crucial role. Kai was already a dead man. Even if he were alive, he could not possibly surpass Tang San in just a few short years. Kain's voice rang out once more. "You have failed. Do you know why you lost?" "Why?" Tang San managed to rasp, his voice hoarse. "Because you have a worthless teacher." Chapter 140. Your teacher is trash. This phrase pierced through Tang San's heart like a red-hot, rusted blade, igniting a searing pain accompanied by a bitter sting. "You shall not insult my teacher." Tang San's fury erupted, with veins bulging in his neck. "You may deride me, Tang San, as I have been bested by you. Yet, you must never demean my teacher. He is unequivocally not a failure. All my achievements today are owed to his guidance. My teacher is the most exceptional theoretical master in this world, and his talents are beyond your capacity to question." Tang San's fervor escalated, his voice rising in a fervent roar. Oblivious to the fact that a dagger had already sliced through his neck, blood trickling down. Yet, he remained heedless, his gaze fixed on Kain, devoid of fear. "Those who insult my teacher shall die." Tang San was resolute, prepared for a fight to the bitter end. "Alas, how pitiable you are. It seems you have been deceived by this worthless teacher, leaving you utterly oblivious to the fact that your future is irrevocably ruined. Tang San paused, his right hand, which had been raised in defiance, hesitating momentarily. What do you mean? His tone wavered with confusion and uncertainty. He instinctively sensed that Cain was attempting to deceive him. Yet he could not resist the urge to discover what Cain would say next. You do not believe me, do you? A mysterious smile graced Cain's lips as he unleashed his soul rings. Behind him, shadows loomed, revealing two distinct soul rings, ordinary yellow, a century's worth, appearing no different from Tang San's. They are merely two yellow rings, the best configuration, just like yours, aren't they? Tang San nodded calmly, his expression one of bewilderment. Such a configuration was typical, nothing extraordinary. Cain shook his head slightly. Focus on the power emanating from the soul rings. Tang San cautiously summoned his mental strength, probing with care. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming pressure from Cain's soul rings, rivaling that of Dai Mubai's Millennium Ring. Do you feel it? My second soul ring is 998 years old. An extreme century ring. What? In an instant, Tang San was taken aback. No, this cannot be. My teacher explicitly stated that the absorption limit for the second soul ring is 764 years, based on countless experiments. Is that so? Cain chuckled lightly. What is your teacher compared to? A certain cardinal of the spirit hall or an elder of a grand family. Just because he claims it to be so. Does that make it true? No. My teacher would never deceive me. Indeed, he may not. But what if he is a failure? Do not call my teacher worthless. Yet, this time, Tang San's conviction faltered, revealing a hint of uncertainty. Ha ha ha, you perceive your teacher as unparalleled, as a great figure. But have you considered why you have yet to become the strongest genius? Even the young girl accompanying you possesses greater strength. At this juncture, Tang San's expression darkened. Dai Mubai is not weaker than you, is he? When he unleashes his third soul skill, do you believe your blue-silver grass can restrain him? Of course. A smile spread across Cain's face. I knew you would mention that Dai Mubai is already a level 37 battle spirit master, older than you by a few years. When you reach his age, your achievements may not surpass his. Even at your current age, he might have been weaker than you. Yet, you must concede that Dai Mubai is a genius akin to yourself, and such talents abound at Shrek Academy, do they not? Tang San nodded with difficulty. So, your so-called teacher can, at best, train you to reach a level comparable to Dai Mubai. By your reasoning, the teacher of Dai Mubai must also be an extraordinary master. Tang San stood there, his mind swirling. Do you know why I can obtain an extreme century soul ring? Why? Although he sensed the potential trap in Cain's statement, fearing further insult towards his teacher, Tang San could not suppress his curiosity. It is quite simple. I acquired this century soul ring merely a month ago. What? Tang San was momentarily stunned. By all accounts, someone with such talent would have obtained the second soul ring years ago. Why was it so delayed? Could it be? Indeed, just as you suspected. To enable my body to endure the maximum limit of soul ring age, my teacher devised a formidable path for my advancement. I rigorously honed my physique without utilizing my martial soul or soul power, subjecting myself to the most grueling training every day. I have battled century soul beasts with my bare body, ascended the peaks of death, and endured the tribulations of hell, all to lay the most solid foundation. Only then could I withstand an extreme century soul ring, and thus, your defeat is entirely justified. Tang San, do you not understand that to achieve greater heights in the future, one must first solidify their foundation to advance further? Every individual has just one opportunity to choose their first two soul rings, representing the heights they can attain. Yet, your teacher has so casually allowed you to select a soul ring from a trivial place. Now you realize that continuous physical training can absorb higher-aged soul rings. But you can no longer alter your path. For your entire life, you will forever remain at an insurmountable distance from me, a gap that cannot be bridged. In other words, you will never catch up to me. All this is due to your teacher's influence. If he persists in this manner, he is wicked. If he is unaware and still arrogantly instructs you, then he is foolish, a failure. Having said this, Cain coldly sheathed his dagger and withdrew his martial soul, standing still. His expression calm as he regarded Tang San. No, it cannot be. Absolutely impossible. My teacher's theories are unparalleled. Tang San's lips trembled, his complexion slowly paling. The blue-silver grass martial soul drooped feebly, retracting into his body. His gaze became unfocused, lost and despondent. No, it cannot be. My teacher would never deceive me. I do not believe it. I do not believe it. Tang San murmured to himself, utterly distraught. Chapter 141. Tale following observing the disheartened Tang San. Cain could not help but sneer inwardly. If Tang San truly placed his trust in Yu Xiaojiang, he would not be so easily shaken by a few of Cain's casual remarks. This was further evidenced by Yu Xiaojiang's failure to obtain an indicator from the divine realm later on. Tang San, I have previously stated that your teacher may not have deceived you. Rather, it is more likely that his abilities simply do not measure up. Perhaps your mentor is entirely unaware that a stronger foundation leads to the absorption of more powerful soul rings. What a pity it is to imagine a genius like you, who, had he been fortunate enough to have a different teacher or one of superior caliber, could have had a remarkably solid foundation, allowing you to gain an advantage from the very outset. And now? You were once a talent who could have matched me. No, perhaps even surpassed me. Therefore, The significance of encountering a master teacher is self-evident, is it not? Do you still believe your so-called mentor is worth such unwavering loyalty? Kai placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, remarking on his pitiable state. As he spoke, he produced a gleaming golden key and handed it to Tang San. Upon seeing you, I immediately recognized your potential as a genius. Thus, I could not resist the urge to engage in a friendly spar. Please do not take offense. With that, Kai made his way to the second floor of the hotel. There were numerous reasons for his decision to let Tang San go so easily. Just moments prior, when Kai had pressed a dagger against Tang San's throat, he instinctively sensed a looming threat. Now, endowed with the powers of the god of slaughter and armed with years of experience in the city of slaughter, as well as the immense mental storms absorbed in his mind, his mental fortitude had grown tremendously. Thus, he immediately recognized that someone was covertly watching him, harboring murderous intent. Moreover, the individual possessed formidable strength, likely at the level of a titled Douluo. Consequently, the identity of the target was all too clear: Tang Hao, the fierce protector of his offspring. Recalling that just days later, upon Tang San's entrance into the Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujie had merely followed the Academy's regulations to conduct an assessment, only to be retaliated against by Tang Hao in the dead of night, leaving him bruised and battered. Cain realized that had he truly acted with malice, Tang Hao would undoubtedly have intervened immediately, although Cain could likely evade Tang Hao's attack. The possibility of unforeseen complications made him reconsider. Thus, he suppressed his murderous intent, devising a far more ruthless method of retribution against Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. They share a bond akin to that of father and son, do they not? But what if Tang San were to discover that Yu Xiaojiang is, in fact, inept or has compromised Tang San's promising future? How would Tang San's attitude towards Yu Xiaojiang change then? Ultimately, if Tang Hao were to emerge, empowering Tang San and correcting the erroneous teachings of Yu Xiaojiang, would Tang San continue to revere him as before? And how could Yu Xiaojiang, stripped of the celestial herbs that could transform his body and forever unable to transcend his limitations, coexist with the increasingly formidable Tang San? The prospect is rather intriguing. What could be more delightful than witnessing a once harmonious master-student relationship devolve into enmity? Cain found himself inexplicably reveling in this newfound wickedness, uncertain of the reasons behind it. Nevertheless, he was assured that the bloodshed of the city of slaughter had not tainted him. He could fully control himself, unlike Tang San, who had to endure the burdens of the Moon Pavilion. Even Bibi Dong had not detected any issues with his body. Was there truly an underlying risk of which he was unaware? Yet, if Bibi Dong could not discern it, who could? Did he truly need to visit the Moon Pavilion for answers? As Cain pondered these matters, he returned to his room adjacent to Xiao Wu's. After all, these were the last two available rooms in the Rose Hotel, situated in the innermost section. Once inside, he activated Shadow, allowing him to silently meld into the walls and observe Xiao Wu. This skill of his was undoubtedly the pinnacle of stealth. At that moment, Xiao Wu sat at her desk, resting her chin on her hand, gazing out at the bright moon, lost in thought. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's ears twitched, and she turned around suspiciously. However, the room was empty, devoid of any presence. Her rabbit ears were indeed quite sensitive. Cain quietly withdrew. Xiao Wu, puzzled, approached the wall and scrutinized it closely, but after a prolonged examination, she found nothing and listened intently. From the neighboring room, only the faint sound of snoring could be heard. It seemed she had merely been overly sensitive. Disappointed, Xiao Wu lay back on her bed, murmuring, "Xiao Kai, where are you?" Across the way, Cain's expression was complex. He had taken in the sight of Xiao Wu's infatuated demeanor, and that night, many found themselves sleepless. Particularly Tang San, who tossed and turned, contemplating Cain's earlier words. He repeatedly urged himself that Cain's intentions were not pure, that he must trust Yu Xiaojiang and his own teacher. Yet, the soul rings displayed by Cain were undeniable evidence of his strength and age, both of which far surpassed his own. Countless facts were proving to him that Yu Xiaojiang had indeed led him astray, whether intentionally or inadvertently. Tang San's mind was a tumult of thoughts, robbing him of sleep throughout the night, and he even neglected his training. The following day, he found it difficult to muster any energy and chose to remain indoors. In contrast, Xiao Wu ventured out early, wandering around Soto City, inquiring if anyone had seen a young boy. Naturally, her efforts yielded no results. Cain followed Xiao Wu discreetly, observing her relentless inquiries, moving from one street to another in her blind pursuit. This approach was clearly ineffective. How could he possibly dissuade her? Eventually, as Xiao Wu turned a corner, she spotted Cain standing there. "It's you?" She furrowed her brows, recalling that she had previously sensed something off about his gaze. Now, to find him coincidentally in the same location raised her suspicions. Was he tailing her? A lovesick stalker? Considering these possibilities made her expression even more displeased. Cain awkwardly chuckled. What a coincidence. Humph. Xiao Wu scoffed coldly, ignoring him as she walked past. Don't be so aloof, beautiful. How about we become friends? I don't need that. Get lost. You pervert. I have a gift for you. With that, Cain swiftly stepped in front of her, producing a flower from seemingly thin air and presenting it to her. Xiao Wu scoffed derisively. Isn't this just something extracted from a soul tool? Flowers? Such petty tricks can only deceive Navi little girls. Yet, the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. This flower? Chapter 142. Sending flowers. This flower, known as the sick orchid, is quite common, being a variant of the orchid species that generally struggles to thrive. However, the color and appearance of this particular specimen are distinctly unique to Notting Academy, a result of mutation. Previously, I had taken great care of several of these plants alongside Kai, and before departing, I transplanted them into little Kai's garden. I have gazed upon this flower countless times. Its appearance is unmistakable. I could never be mistaken. Xiao's expression shifted. Where did this flower come from? Her tone was laced with indignation. A few days ago, while passing through a small mountain village, I stopped to quench my thirst at a little courtyard. Upon noticing the flowers, I casually plucked one as I left. Xiao's eyes flared with anger. I will not let this go. Hey, no need for violence. I didn't take it on my own accord. I generously rewarded an elderly man with 2 gold soul coins for his kindness, and he, in turn, gifted me this flower. Kai scrambled to evade Xiao's incoming kick with her long legs. This girl has remained as fierce as a rabbit all these years. Old Jack? Xiao gritted her teeth, inquiring. Yes, that elderly man seems to be named that. Xiao retracted her leg, glaring at Kai in frustration. She could not believe that old Jack had taken it upon himself to give away her flower. How could she not be furious? Yet, she realized that Kai was not the primary culprit and refrained from venting her ire on him. Hey, do you want this flower or not? If not, I shall give it to someone else. In the next moment, the flower in Kai-Yin's hand vanished. Xiao cautiously picked up the flower, cradling it in her palm, gazing at it sorrowfully. The thought of it wilting within days after being plucked pained her. Wilt? Wait, why has this flower wilted? Xiao then noticed that this flower appeared as fresh as if it had just been picked. Do you wish to keep it from wilting? It's simple. Kai-Yin produced a small jade box. This box possesses the ability to maintain flowers' freshness, ensuring they do not wither. Simply place the flower inside. Really? Xiao hesitated as she accepted it. Opening the jade box revealed an oddly shaped flower within. It was a seemingly ordinary white flower, about the size of a palm, resembling a peony, devoid of foliage. Its stem was connected to a large, heavy black stone. On the white flower, several striking crimson petals stood out, vivid as blood, creating a breathtaking sight. What is this? Oh, this flower is called Heartbreak Red. I don't have many hobbies, but I do enjoy collecting flowers. However, this one is somewhat special. So please accept it. Why are you giving me this flower? Xiao regarded Kai-Yin with suspicion. The jade box was merely an ordinary treasure chest. Without the Heartbreak Red flower, it would lose its preservative effect. This flower possesses no extraordinary powers, merely a remarkable ability to maintain freshness. It may be inconvenient for you to hold on to it. As Kai-Yin spoke, he produced a bracelet and handed it to Xiao. This bracelet has storage capabilities. While the space is limited, it can easily accommodate this jade box. Without even glancing at the bracelet, Xiao responded warily. What are your intentions? Why are you approaching me? And why are you giving me these items? Kai-Yin sighed. Oh, you clever little rabbit. I knew I couldn't deceive you. A friend of mine asked me to deliver this to you. Whether you wish to accept it is up to you. The items are already in your possession. A friend? Xiao's expression flickered with excitement. Who? He has a name somewhat similar to yours. He calls himself Kai, though I suspect it's an alias. What? Xiao took a step closer, gripping Kai-Yin's arm. Do you know Kai? Where is he? Is he well? He is in a place that is both very dangerous and very safe, but I cannot disclose its location, as doing so could pose a grave threat to him. Xiao released Kai-Yin's arm, watching him warily. How do you know the name Kai? What is your purpose? Did Tang San tell you? What do you want? Your sense of vigilance is rather excessive. Kai-Yin chuckled helplessly. No wonder he advised me to use a code to communicate with you upon meeting. With that, he quickly pulled out paper and pen, scribbling down a line of text. It was a peculiar combination of Pinyin and English. He told me that showing you this would earn your trust, though I have no idea what it says. Xiao eagerly accepted the note. Xiao, it is I. I am well, and before long, I shall emerge to find you. I have entrusted a friend to check on you. He is trustworthy. In an instant, Xiao stood frozen, staring blankly at the paper, rooted in place, unable to move. Hey, what's wrong? Well, believe it or not, the items are in your hands now. I must take my leave. With that, Kai-Yin turned and vanished without a trace. Stop, Xiao called out, rushing after him, only to find he had already disappeared. Clutching the note tightly, tears streamed down her face, soaking the paper. She hurriedly tucked the note close to her, then glanced at the jade box and bracelet, hesitating not a moment longer. She adorned her wrist with the bracelet and secured the jade box within it. These are gifts from little Kai. Now that she had news of Kai, Xiao would not continue research. This enigmatic Kai-Yin would likely reappear at the Rose Hotel. With this thought, Xiao hurried back to the hotel, fearing she might miss him. Knock, 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 knock. Xiao frantically pounded on Kai-Yin's door. It swung open to reveal him playing with a somewhat worn purple crystal. If you keep knocking like that, I fear the boy accompanying you may misunderstand. What does that matter? You must tell me where you saw Kai. Did he have any other messages for you? None. Oh, right. He did mention that little flower is very important to you, and he hopes you will keep it close at all times. However, it requires a special method to be used. Flower? Can it be used? It was Kai who said this flower would protect you and conceal your identity from others. You must never let it leave your side. Xiao's heart raced. Her identity? Protection? Could it be? Impossible. Even Kai would not know her true identity. Yet, after all these years, it was entirely possible that Kai had encountered other extraordinary occurrences. It would not be surprising to deduce the truth from the subtle clues of their shared experiences. What mattered was that even if Kai had learned of her identity, the first thought that came to his mind was how to protect her. He truly cares for me. Chapter 143, The Flurry of Snowflakes. The whisper of the north wind observing the mesmerized expression on Xiao Wu's face, Kai Yin could not resist interjecting. Hey, you can't possibly believe that, can you? It's just a flower, and it has been blown up to the skies. All those tales and legends are likely mere fabrications. What tales? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Kai Yin. In the past, little Kai would always regale her with stories. Unfortunately, those narratives had ceased, leading to many sleepless nights. Kai Yin sighed. This herb is called the heartbroken red, a celestial treasure among divine herbs. There is a legendary tale associated with it. Long ago, there was a youth of serene nature who adored nurturing flowers and trees, filling his garden with vibrant lotus and myriad blooms. He would often compose verses for the flowers, toasting to the moon, and whenever a flower would wither, he would be engulfed in sorrow, gathering the fallen petals and burying them in the earth, weeping profusely. As the saying goes, love can move the heavens. His profound affection for flowers touched the flower fairy, who secretly became his wife, indulging in blissful moments together. But alas, such joy was fleeting. When the celestial beings learned of their union, they were filled with wrath, declaring that mortals and immortals must not be entwined. They commanded the flower fairy to return to the divine realm. Ever since losing his beloved, the youth languished in despair, neglecting the flowers, which withered away, leaving his garden desolate. One day, a white-haired elder visited him, revealing that the beloved white peony in his garden was the reincarnation of his wife. He needed only to destroy the flower for the fairy to lose her celestial form and return to him. However, the elder warned him not to forsake the flowers. After the elder vanished like a gentle breeze, the youth realized his folly and began to nurture the flowers with utmost care. Though he cherished his wife, he could not bring himself to destroy the peony, which he loved even more. He wept daily for the flowers, his heart shattered with longing. In his final moments, he shed blood upon the petals, and the crimson stains upon the flower became the embodiment of his devotion. Listening intently to Kai Yin's words, Xiao Wu appeared entranced, her eyes glistening with tears. Little Kai. What did you call me? Nothing. It's just that your storytelling reminds me so much of little Kai. Is that so? Kai Yin, feeling a twinge of guilt, scratched his head. Perhaps this fellow had a penchant for storytelling. He was merely reciting it. Xiao Wu was indeed sensitive. He had nearly revealed himself. However, this served as a reminder to Kai Yin that while he could disguise his appearance, physique, demeanor, and martial spirit, one's habits and subtle gestures could not easily be concealed from those who were familiar with him. It seemed he must proceed with utmost caution. Yet, Tang San, unlike Xiao Wu, had not spent much time with him. He likely would not notice such details. A bit apprehensively, Kai Yin quickly added. That guy Kai mentioned that the flower is extraordinary, serving its master. When you pick it, you must think of your beloved with sincerity, and drop a drop of blood upon the petals. Once taken, as long as it is by your side, it will never wither. It is said to offer great protection. However, the flower cannot be forcibly plucked. It must be done with a drop of blood. But I've always felt that guy was deceiving. I tried it myself, and it was utterly ineffective. You tried it? Xiao Wu glared at Kai Yin, irked. How could you secretly test someone else's possessions? What if you broke it? Only those of your ilk would believe such nonsense. I don't buy it at all. And though Kai saved my life once, I've saved him too. So we are even now. I've completed the task he entrusted to me, so I owe neither you nor him anything. I need some rest. So please do not disturb me. With that, Kai Yin slammed the door shut, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Xiao Wu was highly vigilant. He could only deceive her in this manner. Otherwise, she would likely continue her relentless search. Moreover, he had conveniently gifted her the heartbroken red. He wondered if she could bond with the flower. If not, it would serve as a protective charm. He was uncertain how long his fabricated tale could remain concealed from Xiao Wu. Yet, he had no intention of revealing his true identity to her just yet. He needed an opportunity, but more importantly, he was unsure how to confront Xiao Wu. In what capacity and mindset should he approach her? A night passed in silence. The next day, as Kai Yin stepped out of his room, he found Xiao Wu standing at his doorstep. Did you really bond with that flower? Xiao Wu exclaimed, astonished. How did you know? Kai Yin's expression was complex. Of course, my spiritual energy and abyssal blood, I cannot unveil your true form. It seems the heartbroken red truly possesses remarkable effects. I have a sensitivity towards flowers. I never thought it was real. I assumed it was a ruse. By the way, when you picked the flower, who were you thinking of? Why should I tell you? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly. At that moment, a voice interrupted. You too? Tang San stood foolishly at the staircase, gazing at Xiao Wu, who leaned against the door with an adorable demeanor. He had never seen her like this. Damn it. I stayed indoors for just a day, and what on earth happened? This mysterious figure named Kai Yin seemed to possess some enchanting power. Tang San felt as if the world had turned into a white haze, snowflakes cascading from above. It was cold. The snowflakes drifted down, the north wind howled. No. Tang San suppressed the ache in his heart. Xiao Wu, we should head to the Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu, Kai. Are you going to the Shrek Academy? If not, where are you going? I will follow you. Tang San's heart sank further, nearly expelling a mouthful of blood. The snowflakes continued to swirl. For Xiao Wu, having learned of little Kai's whereabouts, there was no need for her to attend the Shrek Academy. As long as she closely followed Kai, she would eventually find little Kai. Kai observed Tang San's expression and found it amusing. Tang San was clearly in turmoil and angered, yet he feigned a calm demeanor. What a coincidence. I do indeed plan to visit the Shrek Academy, for reasons unknown. Despite harboring resentment that Kai had won Xiao Wu's favor in just one day, Tang San felt a wave of relief upon hearing that Kai would also be going to the Shrek Academy. He had been afraid Kai would decline, leading Xiao Wu to run off with him. What would he do then? Would he still pursue his studies? After a day of contemplation, Tang San had come to terms with the situation. Though Kai was currently more powerful, he still possessed his Xiantian skill. Eventually, as he continued to refine his Xiantian skill, his strength would not pale in comparison to Kai's. Moreover, he had the Xiantian treasure record, which contained techniques such as the Xian Jade Hand, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, the Crane Control and Dragon Catching techniques, the Ghost Shadow Displacement, and methods of using hidden weapons. Once he mastered all these skills, Kai would undoubtedly be no match for him, especially with the Tang sect's hidden weapons. If he could produce the top 3 hidden weapons, Yama's Seal, Bodhi Blood, and Guanyin Tears, wouldn't little Kai be easily subdued with a mere flick of his hand? Chapter 144. Arrival at Shrek Academy. Kai, Xiao Wu, and Tang San departed from the Rose Hotel, where they had resided for 2 days. Exiting the south city gate of Soto City, they journeyed towards their destination. The Rose Hotel had left a favorable impression on Kai, despite its exorbitant prices. As he left, he noticed that the damages in the hotel lobby had been completely repaired, and the owner expressed immense gratitude for Kai's generous contribution to the repairs. Xiao Wu, do you know where Shrek Academy is? Once outside Soto City, they followed the road southward, flanked by vast fields of farmland. Soto City, renowned as the granary capital of the Barak Kingdom, truly lived up to its reputation. However, apart from the extensive farmlands, there were no visible signs of any academy structures within sight. Yu Xiaojiang had informed Tang San that Shrek Academy was located just beyond the south gate of Soto City. Tang San gazed ahead, uncertain of their direction, as a sense of distrust toward Yu Xiaojiang began to creep in. I don't know, Kai, do you? I'm not quite sure either. Let us continue south. Dai Mubai, a student of Shrek Academy, seemed to head in this direction when he left. Not long after, as they walked, Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Oh, look over there, there's a small village." Tang San, slightly perplexed, noted how Xiao Wu's mood had brightened considerably. She was bouncing with joy. Had something delightful occurred during his absence? What had Kai done to elicit such happiness from Xiao Wu? As Kai followed Xiao Wu's pointed finger, he discerned a small village about a mile ahead. Utilizing his dark blood eyes, he could clearly distinguish its size, which appeared to consist of around 100 households. Smaller than the scale of Holy Soul Village. The village was encircled by a wooden fence, seemingly a precaution against wild beasts. A crowd gathered at the village entrance, the cause of which was uncertain. It seems we have found our destination, Kai remarked with a smile. But, Tang San, you don't appear to share in the excitement of finding our target. Of course, I'm happy. Haha. Tang San forced a smile, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. What a farce. Approaching the village, Xiao Wu quickly sensed something amiss. The crowd at the entrance was indeed substantial, comprised mainly of youths around their age, most accompanied by their parents. A table was set up at the entrance, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. To the astonishment of the trio, a somewhat tattered sign hung from a wooden archway at the entrance, inscribed with the simple words Shrek Academy. Above these words was a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature, appearing somewhat cute. The elderly man at the table wore a similar green, circular badge, presumably the Academy's emblem. No way. Xiao gasped, staring at the sign. Turning to Kai and Tang San, she observed Kai's calm demeanor and Tang San's astonished expression. Even the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was far grander than this. This clearly resembled an ordinary village, and the wooden arch was not even 1/3 the size of that of Nodding Academy. Could this truly be a Soul Master Academy? Hey, did your teacher make a mistake? This doesn't look like an academy at all. Could it be a scam? Tang San sighed, beginning to doubt whether Yu Xiaojiang had erred or was perhaps leading them astray. What could come from such a place? Yet, observing Kai's composed expression and recalling Dai Mubai's formidable strength, he wondered if these prodigies were privy to some hidden truth. Since we are already here, let us see for ourselves, Tang San stated calmly. At that moment, there were approximately 100 candidates ahead of them in line, many of whom wore frowns, evidently sharing Xiao Wu's sentiments. A youth in front of Xiao Wu had both parents accompanying him. Is this really the so-called Soul Master Academy? The one that claims graduates will become Imperial Viscounts? The boy's mother exclaimed incredulously. The boy's father, uncertain, replied, this is what the Spirit Hall representative said. It must be correct, right? But this academy does seem rather shabby. Dad, I don't want to study here. It's too embarrassing. I'd rather attend Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was considered a genius at the Junior Academy. The father frowned, since we've come this far. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps this is some form of trial. The real academy may not be here. Such dialogues echoed among the line of hopeful candidates, most displaying a profound sense of disappointment. Cain did not linger on the aspiring students. His gaze was fixed on the elderly man at the front of the line, responsible for accepting registrations. The elder appeared lethargic, dressed in what could generously be termed simple attire, exuding the demeanor of a village elder, even less spirited than old Jack from Holy Soul Village. At that moment, a youth approached the table to register. The elder, in a languid tone, stated, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Place them in that box over there." The boy's father quickly retrieved the coins and placed them into a makeshift box constructed from wooden planks. The boy extended his hand toward the elder. The elder squeezed the boy's hand twice, shook his head, and said, "Your age does not meet the requirement. You may leave." The boy, taken aback, turned to his father, utterly lost as to how to respond. His father quickly smiled. "Sir, my son just turned 13. Could you possibly make an exception?" The elder, growing impatient, replied, "Do not disturb those behind you. Are you unaware of the academy's rules? We only accept children under 13. Anyone over that age is not admitted. You may leave." "But what about our registration fee?" the father started. The elder coldly retorted, "Once registered, fees are non-refundable. Even the clay figurine has some integrity." The father could no longer restrain his anger. "This is clearly a scam. Refund our registration fee, or we shall not leave. Had we known this so-called Shrek Academy was so dilapidated, we would never have come." The elder glanced at him, indifferently stating, "Mubai. Someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Handle it." Suddenly, a figure leaped up from the ground. "If you want a refund, you'll have to fight me first." Chapter 145. One should take as many bowls of noodles as needed. The individual in question is Dai Mubai. Unlike the spirited demeanor he exhibited at the Rose Hotel, his expression now betrayed a hint of resignation. Without wasting words, Dai Mubai summoned his soul power, unleashing his 3 soul rings, 2 of 100 years and 1 of 1,000 years. The surging soul power generated an invisible pressure in the air. His cold gaze flickered with intensity as he directed it towards the father and son duo. Among soul masters, soul rings always serve as the most potent form of authority. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai's 3 soul rings, including the 1,000-year one, the father's face shifted dramatically, and he muttered, "This is our misfortune," as he hastily took his son to leave. At that moment, a figure emerged, blocking their path. It was Cain. He smiled at Dai Mubai and remarked, "In the realm of education, one pays the tuition if enrolled. If not, there's no need to pay. One should take as many bowls of noodles as needed. This principle holds true wherever one goes." Seeing someone step forward as a spokesperson, Dai Mubai initially intended to reprimand him. However, upon recognizing that it was Cain, he froze momentarily, an unnatural expression crossing his face. The terrifying images from before resurfaced in his mind, causing the tranquil state he had only just stabilized with the help of the academy's instructors to tremble anew. It was him. He had returned. Dai Mubai had believed he had conquered the inner demons left by Cain and could face him with composure. Yet, the moment he gazed into Cain's eyes, his heart quivered subtly. "So, you think you're quite formidable?" Dai Mubai managed a strained smile, clearing his throat. "Actually, I too find the Academy's no-refund policy rather absurd. I'm merely speaking out of righteousness." He then turned to the elderly man seated nearby, his expression revealing discomfort. The old man regarded Dai Mubai with surprise before glancing towards Cain, as if coming to an understanding. He inquired with curiosity, unable to win. Dai Mubai awkwardly shook his head. "Not exactly. What use is strength if reason is disregarded? Teacher, I have always believed that the Academy's regulations are unreasonable." The elderly man cast a meaningful glance at Cain, coldly stating, "Form a line." After halting the Shrek Academy's tyrannical practices, Cain chose not to elaborate further, returning to his place in line. Hailing from the small village of Holy Spirit Village, he understood the value of every gold soul coin. Why should Shrek deny refunds? As a result of this incident, the queue diminished by a third. No one wished to part with their hard-earned money, especially considering Shrek Academy's unimpressive exterior and its bandit-like approach. For those who chose to leave voluntarily, Cain held no grudges. Such decisions were mutual. However, he would not tolerate coercive practices and unreasonable terms. Soon, another young applicant approached the elderly man, accompanied by his parents. The mother confidently placed 10 gold coins into the wooden box, while the boy obediently extended his hand. The elderly man squeezed the boy's hand, casting a dim gaze at him, and said, "Just the right age of 12. Release your martial spirit for me to observe." The boy nodded, releasing a pale green soul power, a 100-year yellow soul ring swirling around him. The aura of the 100-year soul ring was evidently robust, and upon revealing his martial spirit, a thick vine coiled around his body. The elderly man shook his head, stating, "Not qualified. You may leave." The parents, who had earlier exuded confidence, were now frozen in disbelief. The mother could not help but ask, "Why? My son is a top student at the junior academy. Did you not see that his soul ring is 100 years old? Few soul masters possess a 100-year soul ring." The elderly man replied nonchalantly, "While the first soul ring being 100 years old is indeed commendable, he is merely an ordinary person." The boy's father furrowed his brows, confused by the implication. The elderly man, growing impatient, rose from behind the desk and addressed both the boys' parents in the queue behind them. If you wish to register at Shrek Academy, you must first understand the rules. If you come here without clarity, you are merely wasting your registration fee. It is not too late to reconsider. Do you even know the meaning of Shrek and Shrek Academy? Most prospective applicants looked bewildered at the elderly man's words. He continued coldly. Shrek refers to a type of monster, a remarkably peculiar existence even among soul beasts. The meaning of Shrek Academy is thus Monster Academy. In other words, we only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals. Anyone over the age of 13 or with soul power below level 21 should not waste their time here. Originally somewhat disappointed with Shrek Academy, Xiao felt her interest piqued upon hearing the elderly man's words. An academy that only admits monsters? The term monster also signifies genius, does it not? As he spoke, the elderly man suddenly released an overwhelming aura. Even Xiao, with her abilities, could not help but tremble. A deep crimson light surged from the elderly man, and a long staff adorned with countless intricate patterns appeared in his right hand. Most terrifying of all, 6 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, their dazzling brilliance capturing the attention of all present. The 6 rings were colored 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, corresponding to a 10-year soul ring, a 100-year soul ring, 3,000-year soul rings, and 1 10,000-year soul ring. This elderly man, who appeared to be an ordinary farmer, was, in fact, a superlative soul master of level 60 or higher. 60. Such a level is exceedingly rare even throughout the entire Ballot Kingdom. When the staff struck the ground, a muffled thud reverberated, causing nearly everyone to stumble momentarily. He waved dismissively at the astonished family of 3, signaling, next. As the radiance of the soul rings faded, all soul power disappeared in an instant. And the elderly man resumed his previous languid demeanor, as if the imposing aura of a soul emperor had never emanated from him. If there had been any parents earlier feeling indignant at the elderly man's words, now they were all rendered speechless, paralyzed by the formidable presence of a soul emperor. After all, a soul emperor possessing a 10,000-year soul ring is a force to be reckoned with. In times of war, a soul emperor's prowess could easily equate to that of 1,000 elite warriors. The disdain and contempt in the eyes of the parents and applicants vanished in an instant. With a registration staff member of over 60 levels, one could only imagine the formidable caliber of Shrek Academy's faculty. However, soon, most parents displayed expressions of resignation as they silently led their children away. Chapter 146, Unfathomable. Achieving soul power of level 20 at the tender age of 12, as the elder had remarked, could indeed be a level attained only by a true prodigy. Originally, the line of hopeful candidates had dwindled to a mere handful, leaving only a dozen or so participants. The elder seemed unfazed by the reduced number of applicants and continued with his registration duties. Clearly, those who remained harbored confidence in their ability to pass the elder's scrutiny. The next few applicants displayed soul power exceeding level 20, each adorned with 2 soul rings. After paying a registration fee of 10 gold coins, the elder informed them that they had successfully passed the first stage of the entrance examination and could proceed to the second stage within the academy. Parents were not permitted to accompany the candidates into the institution. As she observed the preceding applicants, Xiao's excitement began to bubble over. Leaning closer to Cain, she whispered, "This academy seems quite intriguing, especially the remark by that teacher about only accepting prodigies and not ordinary individuals. How impressive." Cain, however, merely shook his head in disdain. If all academies are of such ilk, then aside from genuine geniuses, wouldn't ordinary soul masters forever be deprived of opportunities? Upon hearing Cain's words, Xiao's expression turned contemplative. Tang San interjected, "Xiao, you don't doubt our teacher's advice any longer, do you? Shrek Academy is truly extraordinary." Having moved closer to the front of the line, they could now observe Dai Mubai, who sat behind the elder. Not only was Dai Mubai responsible for overseeing the proceedings, but he also escorted successful candidates into the academy. A hint of a smile graced Dai Mubai's typically stoic face as he nodded at them, gesturing towards the elder with an expression of helplessness, clearly indicating that their success depended solely on their own efforts. Just as they exchanged glances, a soft gasp drew their attention back. The elder, who was managing the registrations, wore a look of surprise and uncertainty as a young girl stood before him. Retracting her outstretched hand, she was alone, without any parental accompaniment, clad in a simple white dress that exuded a sense of purity. Her cropped hair framed her face, and she stood slightly shorter than Xiao. Though her back was turned, her delicate skin, visible at her neck, suggested a remarkable fairness. "May I inquire if I have passed the preliminary test?" Her voice was melodious and enchanting, lacking a hint of bravado yet imbued with a softness that evoked a sense of tenderness. Xiao, observing Dai Mubai's gaze shift towards the girl, surmised that she must be extraordinarily beautiful, for the glimmer in Dai Mubai's eyes had transformed from cold indifference to a predatory gleam, reminiscent of a wolf, one tinted with a hint of allure. Xiao cast a scornful glance at Dai Mubai before turning to Cain, only to find him unusually calm. Having merely glanced at the girl before lowering his head, lost in thought, this prompted a shift in Xiao's perception of Cain. It appeared he was not entirely devoid of redeeming qualities. The elder's surprise gradually subsided as he furrowed his brow, asking, "Are your family members aware of your presence here?" The girl did not respond directly, instead smiling and stating, "It is said that education should be accessible to all, if I meet the academy's requirements. You have no grounds for refusal, do you? After a moment of hesitation, the elder waved his hand toward Dai Mubai, instructing him to escort her inside. The predatory glimmer in Dai Mubai's eyes swiftly receded, returning to his usual cold demeanor as he led the girl into the academy. The remaining candidates quickly passed through the elder's preliminary test, and it was soon Xiao Wu's turn. At this moment, Dai Mubai had returned to the elder after seeing off several applicants. Xiao Wu suddenly noticed a shift in Dai Mubai's gaze, which was now fixated intently on a direction behind her, as if he had witnessed something astonishing. Instinctively, Xiao Wu turned to look, not losing her composure like Dai Mubai. Yet her heart raced. Behind Tang San stood a final candidate, another girl, seemingly even younger than Xiao Wu. With long black hair cascading over her shoulders and her face slightly bowed, she stood at a height comparable to that of the girl in the white dress. Her skin was similarly fair, yet this girl emanated a distinct aura. Her physique was remarkably developed for her age, and if one were to overlook her face, they might easily mistake her for a young woman. Particularly, her voluptuous figure would attract the gaze of any man, in stark contrast to her striking physique. Her expression bore an icy aloofness, emanating a profound chill that was pure and untainted. Her black eyes revealed a dispassionate demeanor, which was somewhat at odds with her otherwise exquisite features. Her limbs were proportionate and elongated, her hands resting naturally at her sides, radiating an unsettling stillness. Are you registering or not? If not, please step aside. The elder's voice snapped Xiao Wu back to the present. Hey, are you signing up or not? If you're not, I won't either. Xiao Wu glanced at Cain, awaiting his decision. Cain casually deposited 20 gold soul coins into the wooden box, fully aware that Xiao Wu had limited funds. We shall register together. Tang San quickly interjected, stepping forward. The elder took a moment to scrutinize Xiao Wu's hand, nodding in approval. Your age is appropriate. As he shifted his attention to Cain, the earlier gasp of surprise resurfaced. The elder appeared skeptical as he pressed down on Cain's hand several times, and his expression morphed into one of bewilderment. He looked up at Tang San and asked, have you practiced any soul techniques, or do you possess a soul bone? The elder's method of assessing age involved examining the bones of the registrant's hands, an endeavor that could not be easily falsified. Yet, Cain's hand felt unnaturally solid, akin to gripping the bone of a soul beast, rendering it impossible to discern the skeletal condition. Cain calmly shook his head. I possess innate strength. The elder furrowed his brow, instructing, lift your calf. Cain complied, placing his leg on the table. The elder, through the fabric of his trousers, pressed against his calf several times, his frown deepening. Have you also trained your legs, or do you possess a soul bone? This is quite extraordinary, sir. My entire body is like this. Some areas are even harder. Do you intend to examine all of me? The elder, still frowning, exhaled in resignation. Let me see your teeth. Cain, somewhat displeased, opened his mouth. The elder nodded. At your age, possessing such strength, you have passed. He then proceeded to evaluate Tang San's physique, nodding in acknowledgement. Your muscle development is commendable and your bone age is suitable. Now, release your martial souls. Chapter 147. Do not move. I shall fetch it for you. The old man, after uttering these words, fixed his intense gaze upon Cain. He was undoubtedly a prodigious youth, with a physique as formidable as that of a soul beast. The elder's curiosity was piqued regarding the mysterious boy's martial soul. Without hesitation, Tang San and Xiao Wu summoned their internal soul power. Radiant blue and red lights ascended simultaneously, and their century-old soul rings spiraled upward. Rabbit ears sprouted, and soft white fur adorned Xiao Wu's hands, elongating her form as her martial soul, the jade rabbit, manifested. In Tang San's palm, the most ordinary blue-silver grass burgeoned, rapidly transforming into vines with the infusion of soul ring energy. The elder merely cast a casual glance at Xiao Wu, nodding in acknowledgement, before his attention fixated on Tang San, astonished to see blue-silver grass. Could it truly be cultivated this swiftly? Tang San smiled confidently, reveling in the astonishment directed at him. Master, do you not only accept monsters here? Am I not a monster as well? A rare smile flickered across the elder's face, acknowledging him as a little monster. However, his focus quickly shifted entirely to Cain. Where is your martial soul? Old man, have your eyes failed you? My martial soul stands behind you. The elder turned in shock, only to see that his shadow had long since morphed into Cain's silhouette, adorned with two subtly glowing yellow soul rings. The elder sensed that these rings were exceptional, far surpassing ordinary yellow rings, particularly the second one, whose soul power approached that of a 1,000-year soul ring. This boy was formidable. Most importantly, he must be backed by a powerful force. A unique martial soul? The elder pondered, gazing at Cain. Your martial soul can exist independently of your body? What manner of martial soul is this? I am uncertain. I refer to it as the shadow. Have I passed? The elder sighed. Mubai, take them inside. Yes. Damubai approached, offering Cain a conciliatory smile, though his eyes lingered on Cain's back. However, intimidated by Cain's presence, he merely cast a fleeting glance before dutifully leading the way. Under Damubai's guidance, the trio entered Shrek Academy, the very village itself. I knew you would successfully pass. The subsequent exams should pose no issue, Damubai remarked, unable to resist glancing back at the academy's entrance. Xiao Wu retorted, what are you looking at? Planning to prey on innocent girls again? As a girl, She naturally resented the flirtations of a playboy like Dai Bai. He frowned. What do you know? Yet. Upon seeing Xiao Wu's displeased expression and glancing at Kain beside her, he quickly altered his tone. I merely sensed a resonance with that girl's aura. It is not only similar but also complementary. As you know, encountering a complementary martial soul is exceedingly rare, but should one arise. The power of both souls can multiply when combined, a phenomenon known as martial soul fusion. Xiao Wu burst into laughter. So that girl's martial soul must be a tigress then? A hint of embarrassment crossed Dai Bai's face as he replied, that is possible. Kain chuckled inwardly. Considering Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor did not align with that of a tigress, it was the boisterous Xiao Wu who fit that description. However, he refrained from voicing this thought. Pursuing a tigress was hardly a wise choice. As they entered the village, all that could be seen were wooden structures. The architecture could best be described as simple and unadorned. After a short distance, Dai Bai led them to an open space, surrounded by wooden houses. Roughly 500 square meters in size, situated in the very heart of Shrek Academy. The candidates who had passed the preliminary test were already in front. Their palpable soul power causing the air to tremble irregularly. Dai Bai pointed to the queue of candidates ahead. You will take the second examination here. The instructor will inform you of the procedures. I must step out to observe. If that girl's martial soul truly resonates with mine, I shall do everything in my power to recruit her. He intended to say capture her, but upon seeing Xiao Wu, he swallowed his words and amended it to entice her to join the academy. With that, he hurried away. Xiao Wu snorted. What a scoundrel. She then turned her gaze to Tang San, who wore a complex expression, and added, and you. Tang San could only comply with Dai Bai's instructions and join the queue behind the other candidates. Just then, a soft, melodious voice called out, sausages for sale. Come one, come all, don't miss out. Oscar's sausages, delicious and sweet, priced reasonably at 5 copper coins each. Consuming Oscar's sausages guarantees an easier passage through the entrance exam. Tang San and Xiao Wu turned to see a man pushing a cart, calling out enticingly. The aroma of meat wafted from the cart, and several candidates in line had already approached to purchase. The vendor, clad in simple gray attire, sported neat short hair and a full beard, yet his large, twinkling eyes were fixated on the girls in the candidate queue. Naturally, Xiao Wu could not escape his scrutiny. It was hard to believe that such a gentle, soft voice could emanate from a man of such rugged appearance. She frowned, another lecherous scoundrel. Why does Shrek Academy attract such characters? No wonder your teacher sent you here. It truly is a case of like attracting like. Hearing this, Tang San felt unjustly accused. I've just arrived at Shrek. How can that be counted against me? He muttered defensively. Kain also came to Shrek to enroll, didn't he? Kain chuckled coldly. These men of Shrek, young and old alike, are all equally lewd. Xiao Wu is entirely correct. My purpose here is to combat such depravity and eradicate scoundrels. Well said. Xiao Wu's impression of Kain improved slightly. By the way, Kain, would you like a sausage? They smell quite good. Kain's expression turned peculiar. I'm afraid not. I am a straight man and do not partake. Tang San, eager to please, chimed in. Xiao Wu, do you wish for a sausage? Stay right here. I shall fetch one for you. With that, he made his way toward the cart. Kain, with a mischievous grin, watched Tang San depart. Curious, Xiao Wu asked. Why do you smile so devilishly? She feared that Tang San might soon abandon his fondness for sausages. Chapter 148, The Vomiting of Tang San. As Tang San approached, he could discern that the vendor selling sausages was of similar height to himself. A wooden board affixed to the cart bore the inscription sausage specialties. Upon noticing a customer, the vendor immediately greeted him warmly. Would you like a sausage? Oscar brand sausages. Honest and trustworthy, guaranteed to please the palate. Tang San smiled and replied, Sir, may I trouble you for 2 sausages? The vendor's expression suddenly became rigid. You called me what? Tang San was taken aback. I called you, sir. Is there a problem? The vendor sighed. Indeed, there is a significant issue. My brother. I am only 14 years old. How can you call me, sir? You are only 14? Tang San exclaimed, gazing at the man before him in disbelief. Absolutely. The vendor affirmed, I am Oscar, a first-year student at Shrek Academy. You cannot judge my age by the abundance of my facial hair. Tang San found himself at a loss for words, staring at Oscar's thick beard. Internally, he mused that such hairiness could not simply be attributed to a little extra growth. Are you truly only 14? He could not help but inquire. Oscar nodded confidently. Of course, I am a student at the academy. Ask anyone. And they will confirm my age. Tang San thought to himself that it was no wonder this was a school for prodigies. This 14-year-old lad possessed a beard of remarkable proportions. Indeed a unique specimen. Oscar retrieved 2 bamboo skewers from his cart, impaling 2 sausages, each nearly 10 centimeters long, for Tang San. The sausages had been roasting over a charcoal fire on the cart, emanating a rich aroma. As for Kain, since he had declared he wouldn't eat, there was no need for Tang San to extend any courtesies. Tang San produced a silver coin and handed it to Oscar. My apologies, senior, for my earlier rudeness. Oscar replied languidly, no problem at all. I hope to see you at my sausage cart often. Tang San cheerfully agreed, certainly. When he returned triumphantly, offering the sausage to Xiao Wu, she looked at him with disdain. I want to eat that. If you want it, you eat it. Tang San was taken aback. and with a hint of regret, he lowered his head to finish the sausage himself. Xiao, I'll save some for you. You can have it whenever you wish. Just as the last bite of sausage entered his mouth, Daimubai approached, accompanied by the last student of registration, the cold girl he had been observing earlier. Oscar's face contorted into a pained expression at the sight of Daimubai. Boss Dai, would you like a sausage? Get lost, Daimubai shot back with irritation. Glaring at Oscar. You are a disgrace to the academy. I believe I've warned you more than once about selling sausages on campus. Do you wish to make everyone vomit? Tang San, you must not eat that sausage. Tang San was taken aback. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already eaten. He then curiously asked, why not? Daimubai's expression became peculiar. Little Oscar, conjure up a fresh sausage. Oscar's demeanor grew awkward. Boss Dai. Is that really necessary? We've been classmates for years. This might leave a bad impression on the new students. Daimubai snorted coldly. I am merely offering Tang San a warning. Hurry up, or I'll take matters into my own hands. Clearly intimidated by Daimubai, Oscar reluctantly extended his right hand. Using his soft voice to call out, I have a large sausage. In an instant, yellow light concentrated in his palm. 2 yellow rings rose from beneath Oscar's feet. And shortly after, a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's hand materialized in his grasp. Tang San froze at Oscar's declaration of I have a large sausage, feeling an overwhelming awkwardness. Setting aside the quality of the sausage, the implications of Oscar's words were. Tang San's gaze turned exceedingly grim, and he felt as though his stomach was churning violently. Perceiving Tang San's mounting anger, Oscar hastily explained, I had no choice. When using a food-based martial soul, one must accompany the food transformation with different soul spells. That was merely the incantation, not something I intended to shout. Moreover, the quality of my sausage is beyond reproach. Tang San dashed aside, retching violently. He glared at Oscar. You wait. Today marks the day of enrollment. To avoid any mishaps, I shall allow you to bask in your triumph for now. But mark my words, I have ample means to take revenge on you later. In the Tang sect, there existed an abundance of peculiar poisons. The cold girl brought in by Daimubai merely cast a disdainful glance at Oscar before continuing on her way. Oscar shrugged innocently at Tang San. Brother, if you want sausages in the future, just give me a shout, and I'll offer them at half price. Daimubai shot him a warning look. You better be cautious. Sell your sausages outside the academy. Tang San, do not worry. This is indeed a school for prodigies. And martial souls are naturally a diverse assortment. However, Oscar here is truly a peculiar character. His martial soul possesses no offensive capabilities. Yet within the realm of food-based martial souls, it is considered exceptional, as it provides meat. The unfortunate part is, the incantations he utters when manifesting his martial soul are extraordinarily off-putting. Anyone familiar with him would undoubtedly avoid consuming those sausages he creates. Perhaps due to his food-based martial soul, his hair was notably more abundant than that of the average individual. If he skipped shaving for a day, it would reach its current state. Thus, he earned the nickname Big Sausage Uncle within the academy, while he himself referred to his enterprise as sausage specialties. Had it been just Tang San, Daimubai would not have felt the need to elaborate. Much of his explanation was intended for Kane, who he was now certain was a true hardcore individual. The ominous aura surrounding him suggested a history of considerable bloodshed. He could not afford to provoke such a person. Daimubai gently patted Tang San on the shoulder. Let us proceed. I shall guide you through the examination, and you need not wait in line. Tang San responded. Isn't that inappropriate? He believed Daimubai was attempting to make amends for the earlier embarrassment. Daimubai reassured him, rest assured, I am not being partial. This is the treatment you deserve. As he spoke, he led the group toward the front of the line. The instructor responsible for the second round of examinations was also an elderly teacher. Daimubai approached him, whispered a few words, and gestured toward Kane and Xiao. The teacher nodded. Very well, take them directly to the 4th round. If they pass, they will be admitted. Daimubai returned to the group, preparing to guide them deeper into the academy. However, the waiting candidates were not pleased. A male candidate interjected, Teacher, what is going on? Why are they allowed to skip the examination and proceed to the 4th round while we must pass through each stage? Chapter 149. Addressing Brother Dai. As soon as these words were uttered, the nearby students immediately expressed their dissatisfaction, erupting in a chorus of protests. There was little they could do. Each of them believed themselves to be a prodigy. Yet upon arriving in this dismal place, they were met with disdain at every turn. From the moment they paid their registration fees to the present, this so-called Shrek Academy carried itself with an air of arrogance, treating them like mere trifles. If adherence to principles and equality were a given, they would abide by the rules. However, why should they, who could bypass the queue to the next level, be made to wait in line? The atmosphere grew chaotic in an instant. At that moment, the senior instructor in charge spoke calmly. If your soul power exceeds level 25, you may proceed directly to the 4th examination without wasting time here. However, since your current assessment indicates only level 21, you must pass through each stage one by one. A male student, perplexed, interjected, are their soul powers indeed above level 25? That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. We are only 12 years old. How could anyone possess such high soul power? Those gathered here were all youths with soul power exceeding level 21, none older than 13. In their original academy, they would have been the stars of the show. Yet here at Shrek Academy, They faced obstacle after obstacle, inevitably leading to a shift in their moods. The other students were equally incredulous, whispering among themselves. One voice rose above the rest, "If you're so capable, show us your soul power." Another echoed, "Exactly. We won't believe it unless we see it for ourselves." Damubai scoffed, "Just because you can't do it, don't assume others can't. When I entered the academy, my soul power was already level 25. Tang San, show them your soul power." As he spoke, he tossed a piece of white crystal to Tang San. He dared to speak to Tang San this way, but he would not dare offend Xiao Wu and Kai Yin. The testing crystal would display different colors based on level. This white crystal was designated for testing soul powers below level 30. If the soul power exceeded 30, the crystal would shatter. Tang San understood why Daimubai insisted that passing this stage was their rightful treatment. It was evident that this phase was responsible for accurately assessing the candidate's soul powers. With newfound confidence, Tang San stepped forward, accepting the white crystal while observing the envious, mocking, and expectant gazes of his peers. A smile crept onto his lips. Today, they would learn that even among geniuses, there exists a distinction. He relished this moment. Tang San understood well that Kai Yin had claimed his soul power was only level 27, which meant he would be the one with the highest soul power. Ever since Kai Yin's arrival, he had felt overshadowed. Now, he was back in his element. Tang San infused his internal energy from the Xiantian skill into the crystal. In an instant, a radiant white light erupted from the crystal, sparkling like a diamond. The intense glow illuminated every corner of the crystal, unmistakably signaling that he was nearing level 30. Wow! Gasps of amazement escaped the lips of those around him. Tang San felt a surge of joy within. The testing instructor wore a knowing smile, clearly anticipating the arrival of another exceptional talent at Shrek Academy this year. Beaming, Tang San handed the crystal to Xiao Wu. As she took it, the same brilliant white light flashed again, indicating her soul power was similarly close to level 30. The other candidates regarded Tang San and Xiao Wu with newfound curiosity. 29. Achieving level 29 at just 12 years old. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? However, the title of monster was not reserved solely for Tang San and Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu passed the crystal to Kai Yin, he casually infused his soul power into it. Level 27. Although not as high as Tang San's, it still surpassed level 25. The previous skeptics stood in stunned silence. Rendered speechless, the instructor's smile grew ever more radiant. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, "Teacher, I believe I should also be exempt from the second and third examinations." The speaker was the girl who had caused a stir during the registration test. It was only then that Xiao Wu truly observed her appearance, short hair framing a delicate, fair face. While her figure did not possess the fiery allure of the icy girl, it was harmoniously balanced. She emanated an ethereal presence, resembling an educated noblewoman. If the last girl to enter was an iceberg, then she was a gentle breeze of spring. Her graceful smile captivated everyone around her. The girl approached Xiao Wu with a nod. Instinctively, Xiao Wu handed her the crystal. A bright white light appeared once again. While not as intense as that of Tang San and Xiao Wu, it clearly exceeded the level 25 threshold, likely around level 26. Just as she was about to inquire with the testing instructor about proceeding directly to the fourth examination, she realized the crystal had vanished from her hand. A figure had silently appeared beside her, followed by an even more brilliant white light. The intensity surpassed her own infusion, indicating a level 27 soul power. The newcomer was none other than the cold girl who had arrived last with Daimubai. The testing instructor's expression revealed an unmasked astonishment. Monsters appear every year, but this year is particularly abundant. 5 in one go. Excellent. It seems I may have a chance for a raise. Mubai, take these 5 to the fourth examination. Yes. Daimubai replied respectfully, casting a complex glance at the cold girl before turning to lead the way into the academy. This time, no student dared to voice any objections. Their abilities had spoken for themselves. Among the 4 candidates, only Tang San maintained a decent rapport with Daimubai. As they followed him inside, he inquired, "Brother Dai, are there only 4 stages to the entrance examination?" Kai Yin, overhearing this, nearly burst into laughter. "Brother Dai?" The affectionate address was quite flattering, a display of camaraderie. Tang San had just entered the Shrek Academy, eager to cultivate a good relationship with the senior Daimubai, thus addressing him with such familiarity. However, it was well known that as time passed, Tang San would transition from calling him Brother Dai to simply Mubai, especially in later stages, treating Daimubai as though he were a subordinate. At this moment, Daimubai was quite pleased with Tang San's display of friendliness and flattery. If Kai had a phonograph, he would surely record every instance of Tang San referring to Daimubai as Brother Dai, ready to replay it whenever Tang San looked down upon Daimubai in the future. Chapter 150. Man, you have captured my attention among the 5 companions. Xiao Wu and Kai exhibited indifference towards Daimubai, seemingly uninterested in his presence. Daimubai felt intimidated by these two, particularly by Kai, who had left a psychological shadow on him. The noble girl, appearing delicate yet exuding an air of immense pride, was undeniably from a prestigious family. Meanwhile, the cold young lady maintained an aloof demeanor, further adding to Daimubai's sense of embarrassment as a senior. At that moment, Tang San's approach and his overt attempts at flattery were unmistakably clear, lifting Daimubai's spirits and rekindling a familiar sense of camaraderie. Thus, he began to impart knowledge about the new student examination, intending to impress the lovely ladies present. Daimubai nodded towards Tang San and explained. The entrance exam consists of 4 stages. You have already experienced the first stage, which eliminates candidates with soul power below level 21 or those over the age of 13. This stage results in the highest number of disqualifications. The second stage involves a soul power assessment and martial soul appraisal. Possessing formidable soul power alone does not guarantee future potential. This stage primarily assesses the martial soul. Only those whose martial souls exhibit significant developmental potential and whose training direction has been correct can advance to the third stage. Of course, exceptionally peculiar martial souls may also qualify, as was the case with Xiao Ao. Daimubai's words were easily understood by Tang San, given the extensive teachings from his mentor, the theoretical master Yu Xiaojiang. The same martial soul can yield vastly different achievements depending on the chosen developmental path. The second stage primarily filters candidates based on the strength of their martial souls and whether the first 2 soul rings may conflict, potentially impacting future training. Brother Dai, but my martial soul is blue-silver grass, which seems to lack any developmental potential. Why? Tang San began, only to be met with Daimubai's cheerful smile. Do not underestimate yourself. I am well aware of your prowess. The Academy has a policy. If a candidate's soul power exceeds level 25, they may bypass the second and third stages, regardless of their martial soul. Just like the saying, one strength can overcome 10 weaknesses. Even if your martial soul's quality is somewhat inferior, possessing superior soul power will still allow you to become a formidable soul master. Tang San nodded repeatedly, unable to restrain his curiosity. What does the third stage entail? Daimubai replied, the third stage tests the candidate's application of their martial souls. It is insufficient to merely possess soul power and potential. One must also demonstrate control over their martial soul. The higher the martial soul's level, the more challenging it is to manage, leading to potential complications. If a candidate cannot achieve a certain level of control over their martial soul, it indicates a lack of diligence, and such students are not accepted. Tang San immediately grasped his meaning. Brother Dai was correct. Some martial souls are indeed challenging to control. Akin to his second martial soul, that peculiar hammer. Its immense weight increased alongside his soul power. He pondered that even with the chaotic hammer technique, he could manage to wield the hammer only 3 times at peak condition. Before Tang San could inquire further, Daimubai divulged the details of the fourth stage. The fourth stage assesses practical combat experience. Some students may possess commendable martial souls and control, yet if they have lived sheltered in noble households, they lack understanding of the world, let alone combat. The Academy does not accept such students. The Dean has made it clear, those coddled will not be welcomed. Upon hearing Daimubai's words, the 4 companions fell silent for a moment, with only Kai-in appearing nonchalant, preoccupied with thoughts of how to teach Zhao Wuji a lesson. After all, Tang San had yet to create the dragon beard needle and would need to confront Zhao Wuji himself. At this juncture, Xiao could no longer contain herself. Are you selecting students or choosing wives? This seems excessively stringent. No wonder the teacher at the entrance mentioned that you only accept monsters. It seems only such individuals can pass these 4 assessments. May I ask how many students are currently enrolled at Shrek Academy? How many can you admit each year? Daimubai's expression turned rueful. In the 20 years since Shrek Academy's establishment, we have admitted a total of 42 students. That averages to just over 2 each year. If all 5 of you are accepted this year, it would indeed set a record. Prior to this, the Academy had not enrolled any students for 2 consecutive years. Currently, counting myself, there are only 3 students studying here. 3? Exclaimed Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the graceful girl almost in unison. Aside from the cold young lady and Kai-in. This revelation startled the cold young lady, who glanced at Kai-in, only to find him even more indifferent. Choosing to remain silent, seemingly disinterested in the discussion. What an odd individual. There was an inexplicable aura of danger and a chilling presence surrounding him, compelling her to delve deeper into the mystery of this young man. Daimubai chuckled self-deprecatingly. Across the entire Douluo Continent, we might be the only academy where the number of teachers surpasses that of students. Even if we admit you, the student count will never exceed that of the faculty. Tang San inquired, if that is the case, how can the academy sustain itself? Without students, there would be no income. Daimubai replied, do you not wonder why the academy is located in such a small village? It is due to a lack of funding. If my family had not provided some sponsorship, the academy would have likely closed its doors last year. If we fail to enroll students this year, the 3 of us currently studying will be the last batch of students at Shrek Academy. Then why doesn't the academy relax the entrance exam requirements? There seem to be quite a few applicants, the graceful girl asked, puzzled. A hint of respect crossed Daimubai's face. The dean has stated, better to have none than to have subpar candidates. Regardless of the circumstances, even if Shrek Academy were to close its doors, we will never accept mediocrity. Only monsters are welcome. Do you know what the graduation requirements are for the academy? We are neither a middle-level soul master academy nor a high-level one, as our criteria differ from theirs. We only accept students under the age of 13, and they must possess extraordinary talent. The graduation requirement is to exceed level 40 and achieve soul master status before the age of 20. The academy has enrolled a total of 62 students, yet only 14 have genuinely graduated. All 14 have become renowned figures after leaving the academy. Among them, the most outstanding has become the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope in authority. The others who did not graduate either failed to reach level 40 before turning 20 or perished while hunting soul beasts. The dean has made it clear, if one does not exceed level 41, they should not embarrass themselves by going outside. As he spoke, Dai Mu Bai's emotions visibly intensified, revealing his deep respect for the dean of Shrek Academy. Chapter 151. The harmless Zhao Wujia. Dai Mu Bai gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his expression infused with both nostalgia and excitement. His eyes shone with pride. The others beside him had shed their previous disdain and now regarded him with serious expressions. It seemed they had indeed underestimated the Shrek Monster Academy. Tang San smiled broadly, exclaiming, "Brother Dai, I am truly grateful to be here." His face radiated enthusiasm, and he marveled at how his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, had not led him astray. It appeared that his mentor had genuinely recommended an extraordinary institution. Only true geniuses deserved to dwell within its halls. Reflecting on his earlier doubts about his teacher now made him feel rather foolish. Just then, Cain leisurely remarked, "Indeed remarkable. But I am particularly curious about the identity of the youngest elder from the Spirit Hall. Elders of the Spirit Hall are typically titled Douluo. Such a talented young elder must surely be renowned throughout the continent. Moreover, exceptional students like this are usually celebrated prominently within the academy, allowing future scholars to admire their glorious deeds and thereby enhance the school's reputation for recruitment. Yet, I have heard nary a whisper nor seen any promotion regarding this elder. I wish to remember his name, so I can often use him as a benchmark for my own aspirations." Dai Mu Bai's expression stiffened momentarily. How could he possibly know? The dean had always promoted the institution this way, yet had never disclosed the elder's name to him. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu turned their curious gazes toward Dai Mu Bai, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, seemingly eager to hear the name of this formidable elder from his lips. Dai Mu Bai awkwardly wiped the perspiration from his forehead. Ahem. The dean did not specify the elder's name. But he is undoubtedly an elder of the Spirit Hall. Huh? Is that so? Cain questioned, perplexed. However, I had previously inquired and learned that the most outstanding graduate from Shrek Academy in the past 20 years is named Qin Ming. He was also a member of the Academy's inaugural graduating class. It is said he has now reached the level of Soul Emperor and is a teacher at the Tiando Academy. Many have joined Shrek Monster Academy under his recommendation. Furthermore, it appears the Dean of Shrek Academy has not even attained the title of Douluo. How could his disciples achieve such heights and become elders of the Spirit Hall? This question left Dai Mu Bai at a loss for words. In truth, he had harbored doubts himself. However, it was only natural for the Academy to embellish its strengths a little. Hee. The specifics will be explained to you by the teachers once you enter the school. I have merely been here a few more years than you, so I am not entirely certain. Dai Mu Bai shot an exasperated glance at Cain, who he felt he could neither defeat nor provoke. Yet, he had just attempted to impress them, only to have his facade shattered instantly. It was truly humiliating. At that moment, Cain sighed deeply again. Dai Mu Bai couldn't help but shudder. Might you refrain from sighing so much? If you do, I shall be unable to maintain my composure. He mused. Given the stature of this exceptional student, an elder in the Spirit Hall, whose authority was second only to that of the Pope, surely he ought to give back something to his alma mater, even if it were merely a financial contribution to refurbish the campus or perhaps allocate more funds. It would be appreciated. This so-called young elder-esque character seems rather wanting, does it not? Xiao Wu chimed in, exactly. Seeing Shrek Academy in such disrepair, it does seem somewhat ungrateful of that elder towards his alma mater. There is certainly a need for more warmth and humanity within Shrek Academy. Dai Mu Bai quickly interjected. In fact, there are numerous factions vying for our Academy's favor. The royal family of the Balak Kingdom originally intended to sponsor the Academy, but insisted that graduates pledge loyalty to the royal family, which the dean firmly rejected. Our Shrek Academy is also at odds with other institutions and faces considerable exclusion, which has led to our current predicament. Tang San suddenly felt a strong desire to meet the dean Dai Mu Bai spoke of. He was eager to discover what manner of person could persistently dedicate 2 decades to establishing such an academy. At last, Dai Mu Bai halted, sighing in relief. He had never before felt that this path was so long. They had now arrived at another open area, which was significantly smaller than the previous second trial, measuring only about 200 square meters. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, sat on a chair, dozing. Teacher Zhao, I have brought people for the 4th trial, Dai Mu Bai announced. This year there are candidates for the 4th trial, and 5 of them, no less. The middle-aged man opened his bleary eyes, astonished at the sight of the 5 youths before him, as if he had encountered something extraordinary. Dai Mu Bai continued. Not only have these 5 arrived at the 4th trial, but they have also been exempted from the 2nd and 3rd trials. Zhao Wujia's eyes brightened as he rose from his chair. Though not particularly tall and possessing an ordinary appearance, he exuded an impressive solidity. He was even slightly shorter than the 12-year-old Tang San, yet his stature conveyed a sense of strength. His broad shoulders resembled a fortress, and his coat could not conceal the incredibly robust muscles beneath. Despite his friendly expression, his formidable physique imparted an undeniable sense of pressure. All 5 of you exceed level 25, excellent. It appears there are quite a few little monsters this year. This will be your final trial. If you succeed in my assessment, you shall officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, my trial is not easily passed. Practical experience is essential for every soul master's strength. What I will evaluate is your competence in this regard. His gaze swept warmly over the 5 young individuals. I am Xiao Wujie. Since you have been exempted from the 2nd and 3rd trials, I shall personally engage with you. I will give you a stick of incense's time to familiarize yourselves with one another and strategize. After the incense burns out, the test shall commence. The objective is for you 5 to withstand my attacks for the duration of the incense. As long as one of you can endure until the end, you will pass. I hope you understand. Do not attempt any clever tricks. No one can escape this area through speed. Furthermore, I can assure you that relying solely on individual strength will not suffice to withstand my assault. Coordination and teamwork will be your only path to success. Chapter 152. A brief introduction. Observing Xiao Wujie's confident demeanor, Kai couldn't help but recall the bruised appearance he bore after being bested by Tang Hao. And a faint smile crept onto his lips. Teacher Xiao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Dai Mubai hesitantly remarked. Xiao Wujie shot him a glare and retorted. What is inappropriate about it? The dean is absent. I am the highest authority in the academy. If I say it's fine, then it is. Now, I shall light some incense. You don't have much time, so prepare yourselves. Xiao Bai. You may also share with them the characteristics of my strength to give them some preparation. After uttering these words, he produced an incense stick from an unknown source, deftly igniting it with a flick of his fingers. In a mere moment, the incense was planted firmly in the ground without a hint of tremor. Having completed this, Xiao Wujie returned to his chair, closing his eyes to resume his slumber. Xiao Wu and Tang San were unfazed by the testing method proposed by Teacher Xiao. However, Dai Mubai wore a grave expression as he beckoned the others closer, stating, You all need to come over. The situation is rather serious. The 4 gathered around him. While Kain stood quietly to the side, Dai Mubai regarded the remaining 4 with a serious countenance and continued, This time I cannot assist you. I never anticipated that Teacher Xiao would take matters into his own hands. Xiao Wu laughed. Surely this Teacher Xiao isn't on par with the teacher at the entrance. A Soul Emperor level powerhouse? Dai Mubai shook his head. No, that is not the case. Xiao Wu smiled. Then we should not fear. After all, we are all close to level 30 in strength. With 5 against 1, as long as the disparity in power isn't too vast. Surely we can withstand an incense's duration? Dai Mubai glanced at her, as if she were somewhat naive. If you think Teacher Zhao's attacks are easy to withstand, you are gravely mistaken. Indeed, he is not a Soul Emperor at level 60. He is a Soul Sage at 76. The pupils of Tang San and his companions contracted simultaneously. 76? In their minds, given their own levels of less than 30. Even a Soul Sage could maneuver effortlessly against an army of thousands. Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief, He is 76? But he looks much younger than the teacher at the entrance. Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly, Age has never been indicative of strength. Time is short. I will briefly inform you of Teacher Zhao's strengths, and you must immediately devise a strategy to counter him. Otherwise, even with an incense's duration, you will be fortunate to withstand his first wave of attack. The expressions of Tang San and his companions grew solemn. Facing a 76-level Soul Sage was no trivial matter. In the legends of the Holy Soul Village, there had been a Soul Sage, but that was merely a tale. While the Soul Sage before them was all too real, and he was to be their examiner. Dai Mubai sighed. Originally, Teacher Xiao was only supposed to supervise the 4th examination. Your opponent was meant to be me. As long as you could withstand my attacks for an instance's duration, you would pass. But who could have guessed he would decide to intervene personally today? Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the great strength Diamond Bear, a formidable beast martial soul. His defenses are nearly impenetrable. Even those of the same level find it challenging to inflict harm upon him. Although speed is not his forte, the gap in soul power makes it impossible for you to outpace him. His greatest strengths are his offensive power and defensive prowess. In the academy, he is known as the unmoving king. Not only will you struggle, but even I may not withstand his attacks for an instance's duration. I can only hope he does not take the matter too seriously when he confronts you. The phrase no weaknesses succinctly encapsulated Xiao Wujie's formidable nature. Suddenly, the short-haired girl gasped. He is indeed the unmoving king Xiao Wujie? Disappeared for a decade from the continent, and now he is a teacher at Shrek Academy? Years ago, Xiao Wujie had clashed with the Spirit Hall, managing to escape from an onslaught of 16 bishops. That incident eventually faded into obscurity. The bishops of the Spirit Hall were all Soul Emperors above level 60, and at that time, Xiao Wujie was likely only in his 60s. Now, he must be even more powerful. Dai Mubai nodded silently. At the very least, I have never witnessed Teacher Xiao unleash his full strength. So, you must rely on your own fortune. Among Xiao Wujie's 7 soul rings, the first 2 were a century old, the 3rd and 4th were millennia old, while the last 3 were all 10,000 years old. Furthermore, all 7 rings enhanced his offensive and defensive capabilities. You can imagine the terror he embodies. Now, let us introduce ourselves, stating our names and abilities, to determine how best to cooperate in order to withstand teacher Xiao's examination. Tang San spoke first. I am Tang San, with a weapon martial soul of blue silver grass, a level 29 control system soul master. Xiao Wu, noticing Tang San had spoken, chimed in. I am Xiao Wu, with a beast martial soul of a rabbit, a level 29 assault system soul master. The girl with ear-length hair hesitated briefly before saying, Ning Rongrong. With a weapon martial soul of 7 treasure glazed tile, a level 26 support system soul master. Finally, the cold girl remained aloof, stating flatly, Zhu Zhuqing. With a beast martial soul of the nether cat, a level 27 agility system soul master. After the four introduced themselves, all eyes turned to Cain, as he had remained silent. Noticing their curious gazes, he casually declared, I am Cain, with a special martial soul of shadow. Consider me an agility system soul master. Level 27. A special martial soul? Curiosity flickered in their eyes. However, their attention was soon captivated by another individual, Ning Rongrong. Tang San exclaimed in surprise. Your martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile. So, you hail from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? The 7 treasure glazed tile is a unique martial soul, passed down through generations. In the entire Douluo Continent, only direct descendants of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect are likely to possess it. Teacher Yu Xiaojiang's evaluation of the 7 treasure glazed tile was simply the most powerful support martial soul in the continent, the best companion for all battle-type soul masters. Among the 6 insignias of the Spirit Hall, one of the 3 absent from Master S token was the 7 treasure glazed tile, underscoring the sect's immense reputation in the world of martial souls. Chapter 153. Tactical Arrangement. Ning Rongrong had long grown accustomed to the astonished and envious expressions of those around her. She playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue and said, Stop staring. I am no different from an ordinary person, just a simple and unremarkable girl. I snuck out from home, so let us first pass the test before discussing anything further. My martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed pagoda. With 2 soul rings that can enhance everyone's speed and strength attributes by approximately 30%, lasting for the duration of a stick of incense without any issue. A 30% enhancement. This was already a commendable figure. However, Tang San understood that the reason the 7 treasure glazed pagoda was regarded by the master as the most formidable among auxiliary martial souls was that with each additional soul ring, it not only provided an enhancement to an additional attribute but also increased the enhancement effect of all previously enhanced attributes by an additional 10%. In other words, if Ning Rongrong's soul power reached above 30 levels, she could not only enhance one more attribute but also elevate the enhancement effect of all attributes to 40%. This pattern would continue, allowing for an instantaneous increase of 80% across 7 attributes at level 70. Such an effect was utterly terrifying. With a 7 treasure glazed pagoda soul master assisting, one could nearly double their own strength in an instant. The greater the strength of the soul master, the more pronounced the effects of the 7 treasure glazed pagoda. In any region of the 2 great empires, the appearance of a soul master from the 7 treasure glazed sect would instantly make them the object of desire for all soul master organizations, attracting the attention of thousands. Fortunately, the enhancement effects of the 7 treasure glazed pagoda do not stack. Thus, having 2 such soul masters present would only allow the one with the higher soul power to produce an effect. The greatest weakness of the 7 treasure glazed pagoda martial soul is its lack of offensive capability, requiring protection from combat soul masters. However, many willingly choose to become protectors of the 7 treasure glazed sect, including at least 2 top-tier soul masters, the title Douluo, throughout the continent. The 7 treasure glazed sect undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 sections. As for the enhancement effects of the 7 treasure glazed pagoda at levels 80 and 90, only the core members of their sect are privy to this, remaining the greatest secret of the 7 treasure glazed sect. Dai Mubai took a deep breath and remarked, Your martial soul combinations are quite good, with no overlapping systems. As for how to withstand Teacher Zhao's attacks, he glanced at Cain, and the others silently turned their gazes toward him as well. There was no alternative among them. Only Cain had not disclosed the nature of his martial soul and soul skills. He merely stated that he could be considered a sensitive attack-type soul master, implying a role similar to Zhu Zhuqing. Well, you all can decide for yourselves. Dai Mubai dared not speak further. He could offer guidance to Tang San and the others, but hesitated to act grandly in front of Cain. A hint of a smile appeared on Cain's lips. Feel free to devise your tactics. I will support you. The tone of his words carried a somewhat audacious air. Tang San felt a flicker of displeasure within him, and the others also sensed Cain's arrogance, as if he alone could withstand Zhao Wuji's onslaught for a stick of incense. However, Tang San quickly composed his expression, recognizing that this was the perfect moment to showcase his leadership abilities. He said in a deep voice, I am a control-type soul master, and I will outline our tactics. Here is the plan. Ning Rongrong will assist us, while Xiao Wu will lead the offense. I will focus on controlling Teacher Zhao's attacks to the best of my ability, while also aiding Xiao Wu in her frontal assault. Zhu Zhuqing, I would like you to flank him and use your speed to create distractions. As for Cain, You can also flank and distract alongside Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Tang San, eventually giving a slight nod, signaling her consent to his strategy. Cain snapped his fingers. Sounds good. Given the limited time, they could only employ such straightforward tactics. The efficacy of their plan would only be revealed through actual combat. After all, they had never faced such a formidable opponent before, and the extent of their adversary's strength could only be determined once they engaged. Have you all finalized your plans? Zhao Wujia's booming voice resonated as the group turned to look. They noticed that the stick of incense on the ground had burned down to its end. Teacher, we are ready to begin. Dai Mubai nodded at Zhao Wujie and swiftly stepped aside to observe. Although this was an unequal battle, witnessing Zhao Wujie in action was an opportunity he could not afford to miss as a fellow strength-type soul master. Zhao Wujie stood up again, clasping his hands together and stretching his wrists. The sound of cracking bones filled the air, and an invisible pressure intensified. Zhao Wujie conjured another stick of incense. Before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the initiative. The 7 treasures rotated around, her body gracefully spinning in place as dazzling. Multicolored light erupted from within her. At the point where the colorful radiance coalesced, a 7-colored pagoda, over a foot tall, appeared in the palm of her right hand. The treasure glimmered with brilliance, exuding an air of nobility. With a smile on her face, she appeared almost ethereal. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from beneath her feet, quietly swirling around her. The 7 treasures have names, the first being Strength. The first soul ring ascended, enveloping the 7 treasure pagoda. With a gesture of her left hand, 4 beams of colorful light shot forth simultaneously, each enveloping Cain and the others. Instantly, a warm energy surged through their limbs, filling them with strength. Even their internal soul power felt as though it was boiling and surging upward. Zhao Wujie looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise, realizing that among this year's candidates, there was actually one from the 7 treasure glazed family. Not bad, not bad. Old Flander will surely be thrilled this time. As he spoke, the incense in his hand was already lit. With a casual toss, he drove it into the ground. The 7 treasures have names, the second being Speed. Again, 4 beams of colorful light floated forth as Ning Rongrong's second soul ring activated. The lightness of her body made Cain feel as though his own had lost its weight. He secretly marveled at the 7 treasure glazed pagoda, which truly lived up to its reputation as the premier auxiliary martial soul. With both speed and strength increased by 30%, he felt an immediate surge in his power. Coupled with the enhancements from the Shadow Step and Phantom Step, he could easily toy with Zhao Wujie. The opponent wouldn't even be able to touch him. Just then, Zhao Wujie moved, not charging at them, but rather, he crouched slightly and simultaneously slammed both fists into the ground. Chapter 154. The terrifying power of Zhao Wujie. Observing Zhao Wujie's movements, Cain immediately comprehended his intention to disrupt Ning Rongrong's actions. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor. In stark contrast, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad, he murmured. At the moment Zhao Wujie unleashed his attack, Tang San realized the opponent's objective. The master had once advised that if one were to encounter a soul master from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the foremost priority should be to eliminate their soul masters without delay. Zhao Wujie's assault was evidently not solely aimed at Ning Rongrong. His intention to unleash a wide-area attack was clearly to first interrupt the supportive effects of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tower. A blue-black vine suddenly lashed out, devoid of any spikes, for it only embodied the effect of Tang San's first spirit ring. The long vine swiftly coiled around Ning Rongrong's waist, and as Tang San leapt, he simultaneously lifted Ning Rongrong into the air. A muffled thud resonated, and the ground trembled violently. A wave of earthy ripples surged towards the group, triggered by the ground's movement. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing reacted swiftly. Xiao Wu leapt forward, while Zhu Zhuqing darted from the side, skillfully evading the shockwave. Curiously, Cain remained stationary, teetering unsteadily as he struggled to regain his balance, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, though he was not injured. Impressive, Zhu Zhuqing observed, her brow furrowing. If he could not evade such an attack, could he truly be a sensitive attack-type soul master? Perhaps Cain was merely a facade. At that moment, the hot-tempered Xiao Wu shot towards Zhao Wujie like an arrow. Offense was the best defense. Allowing Zhao Wujie to unleash his full strength meant they would undoubtedly have no chance. Better to attack than to defend. Perhaps they could buy themselves some time. Seeing that his fists pounding the ground had yielded no results, Zhao Wujie instead broke into a grin. As Xiao Wu lunged towards him, he did not flinch. Rather, he clasped his hands behind his back, feigning readiness for her assault. Xiao Wu would not squander such an opportunity. As she dove down, her body curled, propelling forward. Just before reaching Zhao Wujie, she unfurled her form. In a brief moment, she had completed the process of spirit possession in midair. Her feet struck both sides of Zhao Wujie's neck simultaneously, producing 2 muffled thuds. Yet, Zhao Wujie remained unfazed, grinning as if to say, "Is that all you've got, little girl?" With a cold snort, Xiao Wu retorted, "No strength, you say? Let me show you what strength truly is." Her feet clung to Zhao Wujie's shoulders, the tip suddenly retracting and striking the carotid arteries on either side of his neck. With all her might, she twisted her body, spinning in the air. It seemed that Xiao Wu's strength alone could not sway Zhao Wujia's robust physique. Yet, at that moment, she was not alone in her efforts. Zhao Wujie suddenly felt his entire body constrict. The barbed vines had ensnared him tightly, binding his arms and legs. The vines constricted fiercely, releasing a potent paralyzing toxin. Simultaneously, the vines rising from the ground lifted him off his feet. No matter how powerful a person was, without solid ground beneath them, they could not stabilize their body. Zhao Wujie's form began to rotate in the air, driven by Xiao Wu's feet. He was ensnared in a web of blue-silver grass, appearing like a large blue-black dumpling. With Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tower assisting them, both Tang San and Xiao Wu were channeling soul power exceeding the 30th level. As Xiao Wu spun rapidly, she executed a backflip, forcefully propelling Zhao Wujie along with her. With her hands pressed against the ground, she launched a scissor kick. If this had been an ordinary person, their neck would have been instantly snapped by Xiao Wu's feet, culminating in a headfirst impact. With her extensive backward flip, Xiao Wu unleashed her full power. Spinning around is quite amusing, Zhao Wujie's voice echoed in the air. Suddenly, Xiao Wu felt her rapidly rotating body stiffen. Her feet could no longer propel her opponent, and an immense force yanked her back. With a resounding crash, the vines binding Zhao Wujie shattered, scattering in all directions. His feet landed firmly on the ground once more. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted slightly. He let out a low growl as his body expanded dramatically. His already formidable muscles swelled nearly double in size, and his height surged by a meter, rendering him exceptionally imposing. 7 dazzling soul rings appeared around him, exactly as Dai Mubai had described. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 terrifying soul rings enveloped him. A series of crisp sounds emanated from Zhao Wujie's back. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu lightly tapped her toes on Zhao Wujie's shoulder. Her supple body slid down his back, her scorpion-like tail snaking around his left ankle, exerting force simultaneously. The series of sharp sounds was the result of Zhu Shiqing's assault. As she sprang into action, her speed was nothing short of remarkable, leaving even Dai Mubai in awe. The most terrifying aspect was that Zhu Shiqing moved without a whisper, launching her attack in silence. There was no energy release, nor any sound of soul power piercing the air. After entering spirit possession, Dai Mubai's fingers transformed into razor-sharp tiger claws, while Zhu Shiqing's cat claws became spiked. Upon assuming her spirit form, her eyes transformed, the left a deep green, the right a clear blue. Her long hair flowed smoothly down her back, leaving behind faint afterimages as she moved, making it difficult to pinpoint her exact location. Her strikes were exceedingly precise, targeting vital points, compelling Zhao Wujie to unleash his own spirit. Zhu Shiqing's timing was impeccable, perfectly synchronized with Zhao Wujie's moment of exertion when he shattered Tang San's blue-silver grass and pulled Xiao Wu back, rendering him momentarily vulnerable. Otherwise, her attack would not have been sufficient to penetrate Zhao Wujie's defenses. However, once Zhao Wujie entered spirit possession, Zhu Shiqing's assaults became less effective. His body felt as if it were forged from steel. Even her fierce claws could only pierce his clothing. Chapter 155. Seizing the ground with the head. Is this a kitten scratching an itch? Ha ha, I doubt your soul skill is called meow meow scratch, right? Zhao Wujie laughed heartily, completely disregarding Zhu Shiqing's attack. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's gentle techniques encountered their first setback. No matter how she exerted her strength, she could not budge Zhao Wujie's body even an inch. Even after she performed a backflip and struck the bend of Zhao Wujie's leg, it bore no fruit. Xiao Wu's heart raced with urgency, yet she found herself utterly helpless against her opponent. In truth, her soft techniques were not weak. They were simply perfectly countered by Zhao Wujie. The skill attached to Xiao Wu's first soul ring required her to control her opponent's body through flexibility to unleash its lethal effect. However, the disparity in strength between her and Zhao Wujie was insurmountable. Even with Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile and Tang San's blue-silver grass, she could not hope to restrain Zhao Wujie, unless her soul power approached Zhao Wujie's level. Her gentle techniques would be of little effect against a soul master so focused on strength. The blue-silver grass was severed, and Tang San's complexion turned pale. However, without the slightest hesitation, he lunged forward. Thick vines once more encircled Zhao Wujie, momentarily hindering his impending strike. Thanks to the second soul ring skill of the blue-silver grass, Parasite. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tang San positioned himself in front of Zhao Wujie, while Zhu Shiqing stealthily appeared behind him, aiming for his throat and ear, targeting the most vulnerable points of the human body. Before Zhao Wujie could escape the blue-silver grass's grasp, Tang San unleashed a powerful punch toward Zhao Wujie's chest. Zhao Wujie laughed loudly, unperturbed, and did not rush to free himself from the vines, evidently curious to gauge Tang San's strength. A glimmer flashed in Tang San's eyes as Zhao Wujie's laughter abruptly ceased. To his astonishment, Tang San's seemingly forceful punch landed on his chest with an airy touch. The concentrated soul power at his chest caused him to feel an erroneous exertion of strength. Of course, the combined strength of Tang San and Xiao Wu was insufficient to move Zhao Wujie's body. However, when it came to his own strength, the scenario shifted. Tang San's right fist suddenly morphed into a palm, retracting as he executed the skill controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. At the precise moment Xiao Wujie miscalculated his force, he yanked Xiao Wujie's body forward, simultaneously thrusting his right foot to kick the toes of Xiao Wujie's feet. Even with Xiao Wujie's formidable soul power, he lost his balance under such conditions. Tang San's timing matched Zhu Zhuqing's skillful precision. Employing the cleverness of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, he effectively propelled Xiao Wujie's body through the synergy of his own strength and that of Xiao Wujie's. With a mighty shout, Tang San exerted his arms and unexpectedly lifted Xiao Wujie's body off the ground for the first time. Xiao Wu's technique finally found its chance to flourish. Her long legs coiled around Xiao Wujie's waist, and her hands grasped his ankles as her first soul ring radiated brilliantly. She spun Xiao Wujie's body violently 3 times in the air before crashing him headfirst into the ground. Though Zhu Zhuqing's previous attack had failed to cause significant damage, it inadvertently disrupted Xiao Wujie's reaction. Together, the trio successfully executed their strike. Xiao Wujie plummeted headfirst, spinning down to the earth. This attack was remarkably well coordinated. However, throughout the entire encounter, Kai Yin had not made an appearance. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow as she glanced toward Kai Yin's position, only to be taken aback. For reasons unknown, Kai Yin had vanished. No one had noticed when he disappeared, nor could they ascertain his current whereabouts. At that moment, Xiao Wujie was astonished to see his shadow on the ground moving in an unusual manner. Particularly, the face of the shadow bore a sinister grin, leering at him. Just as he descended towards the earth, that dark mass enveloped his head. A piercing pain surged through him. The power behind the attack was formidable. Yet Xiao Wujie could withstand it. What he did not anticipate was the presence of a terrifying, searing energy that relentlessly eroded his face, his eyes, ears, and nostrils. Boom. Xiao Wujie's colossal body, enhanced by his martial spirit, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, his head becoming completely buried in the soil. Did we strike too heavily? Ning Rongrong inquired nervously. Tang San shook his head. Teacher Xiao has yet to unleash his soul skills. He cast a glance at the incense on the ground, noting that it had only burned a third of the way down. Yet, in their combined assault, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had poured forth all their strength, leaving nothing behind. Tang San promptly retracted the blue-silver grass that had latched onto Xiao Wujie, not wishing for it to be destroyed again by their opponent. Although the soul power consumed by the blue-silver grass was minimal, the damage inflicted on Tang San's own soul power from being broken was substantial. Xiao Wujie pushed himself up from the ground, extracting his head from the dirt. Previously, Xiao Wu and the others had not observed closely, but now they beheld the appearance of Xiao Wujie after his martial spirit was unleashed. His entire body was enveloped in a thick layer of brown fur, towering over 2.5 meters in height. His muscles bulged, and his brownish-yellow eyes emanated a dominating aura. 7 soul rings pulsed rhythmically around his body. Xiao Wujie's large hands became exceedingly heavy, resembling enormous fans. As Tang San had mentioned, Xiao Wujie had not yet unleashed his soul power. Even before Zhu Zhuqing sought to attack him at his weakest moment, he had not intended to activate his martial spirit. For a soul sage of level 76, the few soul masters in their 20s were pathetically weak. He merely intended to play with these children, to stretch his limbs. However, negligence often incurs a price. It was precisely due to his underestimation, coupled with the fact that his opponents, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile, had surpassed the strength of level 30, along with their flawless coordination achieved without practice, that this unmoving king faced a setback. Xiao Wujie dusted off the dirt from his head, awkwardly picking at his ears and nostrils, and grumbled, "Truly, it feels like an 80-year-old mother has collapsed from her child's antics. It seems I must take you all more seriously. Xiao Bai, why are you laughing? Come see me for a practical lesson tomorrow." Dai Mu Bai, who had been secretly chuckling at Xiao Wujie's disheveled appearance, could no longer find humor in the situation upon hearing Xiao Wujie's words. "Come on, you little rascals. Let's continue." Xiao Wujie strode forward, determined to demonstrate some prowess to prevent these youngsters from underestimating their teacher. Chapter 156. Jealousy arises as Xiao Wujie charged forward. Xiao Wu displayed no sign of trepidation. Once again, she lunged forth, leading the charge. However, this time she thrust her foot forward, aiming a kick directly at Xiao Wujie's head. Simultaneously, dozens of blue-silver grasses erupted around Tang San, swirling from various angles to ensnare Xiao Wujie. Zhu Zhuqing was not idle either. Witnessing Xiao Wujie barreling towards Tang San and herself, her 2 yellow soul rings illuminated simultaneously. Her blue and green eyes narrowed, pupils suddenly vertical. She accelerated silently, her body leaping into the air, enveloped in soul power, spinning rapidly as she surged towards Xiao Wujie. Within her whirling form, claw shadows danced, her second soul ring technique, Phantom Claw, utilizing the speed of her rotation and the piercing attack of her claws. She unleashed a flurry of strikes upon her foe, targeting the same spot with astonishing power. At the moment Xiao Wu's kick connected with Xiao Wujie, Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Claw struck him from behind. The claws, akin to a rapidly spinning serrated gear, swiftly sliced through Xiao Wujie's back. A thunderous roar erupted. and Zhao Wujia's eyes glinted with cold light as his fists clenched tightly. The first yellow soul ring among his 7 rings flared to life in an instant. A blinding golden light exploded forth, casting Zhu Zhuqing away, causing her to cry out in pain as she was propelled through the air. Dai Mubai, moving with remarkable speed, caught her as she descended, only to find that Zhu Zhuqing had been rendered unconscious, her arms dislocated. Xiao Wu, having kicked Zhao Wujia, was likewise affected by his retaliatory strike. The blue-silver grass that had emerged from Tang San ensnared Zhao Wujia just as his powerful golden light surged forth, rendering their efforts futile. Although Xiao Wu had not been as close as Zhu Zhuqing, she too was thrown into the air. Tang San's blue-silver grass, whether near or far, was obliterated within a 3-meter radius of Zhao Wujia. The resulting force produced 3 simultaneous grunts of pain, with Zhu Zhuqing suffering the most, followed closely by Xiao Wu. The violent shockwave sent Xiao Wu spiraling backward, when suddenly, Cain appeared beside her, whisking her back to the ground. Overcome with a wave of fatigue, she collapsed into Cain's arms, only to push him away in distaste shortly thereafter. Tang San, too, was shaken by the force of the backlash, his insides aflame with fury, especially upon witnessing Xiao Wu in Cain's embrace. Just moments ago, Zhao Wujia's attack had obstructed him from seizing the opportunity to be the hero who saved the damsel in distress, inadvertently giving Cain an advantage. Zhao Wujia had unleashed his first soul ring skill, the immovable king body. Despite being merely a century-old soul ring, the efficacy of soul skills varies with the soul power utilized. With a formidable soul power of level 76, the skill derived from this century-old ring proved remarkably effective, disrupting the trio's combined assault. This exemplified the true strength of a soul sage. Ning Rongrong's heart raced with urgency as the incense burned down to its halfway mark. Her 7-treasure glazed tile provided various supportive attributes, but healing was not among them. With only 2 soul rings, her auxiliary effects were limited, rendering her frantic efforts futile. Zhao Wujia's speed suddenly increased, seemingly covering the distance to Tang San in a single stride. His massive hand rose, the second soul ring illuminating as he boisterously laughed, his palm transforming into gold and doubling in size as it descended toward Tang San. Almost instinctively, Tang San activated Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, evading Zhao Wujia's attack range. Yet still staggered by the residual force, Zhao Wujia, pleased by the challenge, accelerated towards Tang San, who clenched his teeth. His hands gradually turned a pearlescent white, exuding a faint flow of energy between his fingers. Lowering his head concealed his fully transformed violet eyes from his adversary. Did Zhao Wujia truly believe Tang San was an easy target? Sensing a subtle shift in Tang San's aura, Zhao Wujia remarked, "Careful, my boy." At that moment, Tang San abruptly lifted his head, his gaze ablaze with violet light. His hands, previously at his sides, rose gracefully to the waist, and 10 beams of icy light shot forth from his fingertips, targeting Zhao Wujia's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, groin, and abdomen. Each attack found a unique target. All vital points. The piercing sound of the projectiles startled Zhao Wujia. Among all his capabilities, agility was his weakest attribute. Though his speed had increased with his martial soul embodied, his massive size and formidable defense often led him to confront opponents head-on. Faced with the sudden and precise onslaught of 10 icy beams, Zhao Wujia's response was swift. His bear-like paws moved to shield his eyes above and his groin below, letting out a low growl as he unleashed his full soul power to activate the immovable king body. After launching the 10 icy beams, Tang San did not pause. He swiftly retreated, employing Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. 10 explosive sounds rang out simultaneously, with all 10 beams striking Zhao Wujia's body, only to be repelled by the overwhelming golden light, inflicting no harm upon him. Tang San's heart sank in disbelief. He had unleashed 10 bone-piercing nails. Among the heavier small projectiles, given his internal strength and the piercing nature of the nails, he had expected them to inflict at least some damage. The fact that they had not underscored Zhao Wujia's formidable defense. Dai Mubai's assertion that he bore no flaws was evidently justified. With a swift motion, Tang San unleashed another 10 icy beams. No flaws. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Tang San's eyes. The notion of being flawless was merely an illusion. Every body harbored vulnerabilities. To exploit just one was to seize an opportunity. As he retreated, Tang San's hands moved with the grace of butterflies, casting a continuous stream of icy beams aimed at Zhao Wujia's vital points. Meanwhile, his resentment towards Cain intensified. Where was his bravado now? Was he merely preying on the weak? Here he was, enduring Zhao Wujia's assaults, while Cain dallied with Xiao Wu, indulging in frivolous affection. Tang San's heart ached with bitterness. Chapter 157. Entering the body, Tang San's hidden weapons were extraordinarily diverse, and their flight paths were exceedingly elusive, making evasion an arduous task. Zhao Wujia dodged a few times before abruptly halting his steps. "You little monkey, you're quite slippery. Do you think you can drag this out? It won't be so easy." With that, he activated his third soul ring technique, gravity enhancement. The purple thousand-year soul ring on Zhao Wujia's body suddenly expanded, not infusing power into his own body. But instead, it drifted downward, directly surging into the ground. In an instant, Tang San felt as if his feet were ensnared in a quagmire. His body abruptly became heavy, as though his weight had doubled. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia was evidently unaffected, charging towards him with great strides. Under the influence of gravity, Tang San's speed was significantly reduced, narrowly evading Zhao Wujia's powerful golden arm palm multiple times. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's fourth soul ring illuminated with a brilliant purple glow, astonishingly flying outward. It seemed to possess a will of its own, pursuing Tang San's body and directly enveloping him. The fourth soul ring's skill, tracking lock, once it had locked onto Tang San, allowed Zhao Wujia to close the distance in an instant within 100 meters with a powerful leap. While this skill might prove useless to other soul masters who cultivated differently, for the strength-oriented Zhao Wujia, it was exceptionally advantageous, enabling him to maximize his power and offensive capabilities. As Tang San realized he could not evade Zhao Wujia's descending form, he felt a surge of frustration. At that moment, Kaiyin appeared mysteriously beside him. Seeing Kaiyin's sudden arrival, Tang San couldn't help but curse. Why are you here now? You should have acted sooner. Use your second soul skill. Parasite. Hurry. What? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. There's no time for explanations, just do it. This is what you asked for. Gritting his teeth, Tang San activated his second soul ring skill, Parasite. Just as he unleashed the soul skill, Zhao Wujia descended upon him, colliding directly with Kaiyin. Zhao Wujia was momentarily stunned, quickly attempting to retract the force of his attack, fearing he might seriously injure Kaiyin. However, to his astonishment, Kaiyin was instantly shattered upon impact, disintegrating like foam into a mass of shadows. Died? Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he let out a pained roar as Kaiyin transformed into a shadow and entered his body, bringing along Tang San's Parasite. This skill, when applied to Zhao Wujia's external body, would have little effect due to his formidable defenses. However, as it targeted the interior of Zhao Wujia's body, it became a different matter altogether. No matter how powerful one's physical strength, the internal organs were not nearly as resilient. It was noteworthy that when Tang San employed his dragon beard needle, just a few slender cowhair needles could inflict excruciating pain on Zhao Wujia, compelling him to surrender. And now, with so many ghostly vines rapidly growing inside him. Ah! Zhao Wujia roared in fury, his fifth soul ring igniting with a deep black radiance. The resounding roar shook the entire Shrek Academy. Tang San felt immense pressure emanating from all directions, his body uncontrollably propelled toward Zhao Wujia. The pressure surrounding him felt as if it could crush him entirely. This force was beyond his capacity to withstand. Zhao Wujia's fifth soul skill, gravity compression, was unleashed. However, Zhao Wujia's attack was futile. During the shadow split, Kaiyin could not be targeted or harmed, as he existed within Zhao Wujia's body. Strangely, at that moment, the only person closest to Zhao Wujia outside was Tang San. Previously, Zhao Wujia had merely toyed with them, not using his full strength. Yet now, he had nearly been incapacitated by Kaiyin. In agony, he could no longer afford to hold back. Tang San found himself unable to resist the full force of Zhao Wujia's assault, lacking even the time to deploy his hidden weapons. Without the dragon beard needle, his ordinary hidden weapons would be utterly incapable of breaching Zhao Wujia's defenses. In this moment of crisis, Tang San gritted his teeth, realizing he had no choice but to reveal his trump card. If this continued, Zhao Wujia might truly kill him. Although Zhao Wujia's intention was to strike Kaiyin, why was he the one bearing the brunt of it? Suddenly, a hammer materialized in Tang San's left hand. A small, pitch-black hammer, which he swung directly toward Zhao Wujia's face. Zhao Wujia, filled with rage, resolved to teach this little hedgehog a lesson. He raised his right hand to shield his face, while his left hand struck toward Tang San's chest. Naturally, he did not exert much force, merely seeking a small reprisal for the significant loss he had just suffered. As he executed the palm strike, he had already retracted his gravity compression ability. Otherwise, Tang San would have been crushed outright. A pair of muffled thuds resonated almost simultaneously. Tang San was sent flying by Zhao Wujia's palm, with one of the sounds being his own groan as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. He had exhausted himself in all previous attacks, depleting his energy and vitality, and now, he was on the brink of collapse. How could he withstand Zhao Wujia's strike? That he did not lose consciousness was already a stroke of luck. Dai Mubai laid Zhu Zhuqing down on the ground, his figure flashing as he caught the tumbling Tang San. The other groan belonged to Zhao Wujia. He had initially assumed Tang San's hammer was merely another hidden weapon, an easy target to block. Yet, when that seemingly small hammer struck his palm, he realized something was amiss. The hammer, though diminutive, bore tremendous weight. Despite Zhao Wujia's timely activation of his soul power, he had underestimated its impact. Coupled with the pain from the ghostly vines and the toxins within him, his soul power was insufficient. The hammer struck his palm, which then collided with his face, causing blood to gush from his nose and transforming his visage into a grotesque mask. As the small black hammer struck him, it vanished without a trace. Supported by Dai Mubai, Tang San coughed up another mouthful of blood. What a loss. At that moment, Tang San witnessed a scene that nearly shattered him. Cain, seemingly unscathed, suddenly appeared behind Zhao Wujia, pristine and without a hint of injury. How is this fair? Why is it always me who suffers? Cain smiled at Zhao Wujia. So, teacher, do you concede? Enraged, Zhao Wujia launched a punch, only to once again spew blood. The ghostly vines within him had all withdrawn. His entire body was riddled with wounds, presenting a truly tragic sight. Cain smiled, and in the next moment, he vanished, effortlessly dodging Zhao Wujia's attack. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened. He never expected to truly be defeated by these students. Chapter 158. Safety First. Teacher Zhao, if it were merely Tang San's parasitic abilities, hidden weapons, or toxins, he would harbor no fear, for they could not breach his defenses. However, it was utterly outrageous that someone like Cain possessed such tyrannical skills, capable of directly infiltrating his body. Over the years, who had ever managed to penetrate the immovable body of Zhao Wujing, the unyielding king? Yet now, the signs of poisoning within him grew increasingly severe, and his body bled profusely. Zhao Wujing found himself at a loss, acutely aware that he was helpless against Cain. The shadow martial soul of his opponent was exceedingly bizarre. It could vanish without a trace and appear without warning. Most absurd was the ability that had just invaded his body. Once it manifested, even he was rendered powerless. Surrender was not a word he would utter. He could only sit there, fuming, gritting his teeth. Dai Mubai looked at Zhao Wujing, whose face was smeared with blood, torn between laughter and restraint. It was his first time witnessing Zhao Wujing in such a predicament. He hastily shouted, Oscar, come here quickly. You've got business. By channeling his soul power, his voice resonated throughout the academy, ensuring that none would miss it. Where's the business? Where's the business? Oscar's distinctively soft voice, tinged with excitement, approached rapidly. Soon, he appeared before everyone, perhaps too eager, as he had even abandoned his card in his rush. Little Oscar, come over here, Dai Mubai called out. Oscar hurried over. Boss Dai, did you call for me? Dai Mubai nodded and urged, quickly, bring out some sausages, they're all injured. Oscar beamed with joy. 5 copper soul coins for each, and don't forget to settle the bill. I have a big sausage. With a flicker of light from his peculiar soul spell, a fragrant sausage materialized in his hand. Dai Mubai exchanged a knowing glance with Tang San. Eat up. Although this guy's words may be off-putting, his sausages are indeed effective. This is the first Soul Rings added sausage, capable of accelerating bodily recovery. While the sausage was unremarkable, the thought of Oscar's earlier words made Tang San's stomach churn, prompting him to wave his hand. I won't eat it. Let him give the sausage to someone else. With that, he promptly seated himself in meditation to recuperate. Tang San's refusal did not deter others, such as the mortified Zhao Wujing. Oscar, come here. 1 sausage and 1 small sausage for me. Zhao Wujing's voice was somewhat muffled as the toxins within him continued to spread, causing his tongue to swell. Oscar blinked his peach blossom eyes. Who are you? How did you end up in our Shrek Academy, and how do you know my name? Brat, do you seek punishment? I am Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing thundered, nearly choking on his fury, almost spitting blood. He had suffered a tremendous loss today and merely wished to tend to his injuries before threatening the children present to keep this incident under wraps. Otherwise, his reputation as the unyielding king would be irrevocably tarnished. Oscar was curious about Zhao Wujing's current predicament, fully aware of his strength. However, he quickly caught Dai Mubai's warning glance. Being astute, Oscar promptly masked his surprise, approaching Zhao Wujing with an air of nonchalance. He presented the sausage he had just conjured, simultaneously reciting a soul spell that left those present both amused and exasperated. I have a small sausage. Even though Oscar did not appear lewd, the moment he uttered that spell, he became undeniably so. A small sausage, no thicker than a pinky finger, appeared in his hand and was swiftly handed to Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing accepted it without hesitation, consuming both the sausage and the small sausage. His complexion began to regain some color. Dai Mubai stifled a laugh as he returned to Zhu Zhuqing's side, only to receive a piercing glare from her. Though Zhu Zhuqing was severely injured, her eyes conveyed a stern warning to Dai Mubai. If he dared to let that lewd sausage uncle bring his sausage over, he would be in grave trouble. Dai Mubai gestured helplessly, shaking his head. Rest assured, I would never allow you to eat that guy's stuff. I can't bear to see that happen. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned icy, refusing to glance at Dai Mubai. After consuming Oscar's large and small sausages, Zhao Wujing's complexion visibly improved. His attire had been severely torn during battle. He ripped a strip from it to wipe the blood from his face. Oscar's large sausage had healing properties, while the small sausage dispelled abnormal conditions. The effects of both were exceedingly practical. The paralysis induced by the mantis poison was alleviated, though the intense pain caused Zhao Wujing's muscles to spasm. Teacher Zhao, do we pass the test now? Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, pointed behind Zhao Wujing and asked. Zhao Wujing turned to see that the incense he had ignited had long extinguished. With a huff, he replied, consider yourselves passed. After consuming another sausage provided by Oscar, Xiao Wujing's wounds began to heal rapidly, and the pain subsided somewhat. Despite Xiao Wujing's formidable strength, his injuries were internal, compounded by a degree of mental trauma. Oscar's sausages were not miraculous. He would need to recuperate gradually. Xiao Wujing frowned slightly, his voice weak as he instructed, Mubai. You are responsible for settling these new students in. Classes begin tomorrow. Do not let them be late. With that, Xiao Wujing shot a resentful glare at Cain, who merely smiled lightly. Take care, teacher. The roads are slippery at night. Do exercise caution. Xiao Wujing grunted in response, You brat. I will remember you. Just wait and see how I train you. This lad was the most infuriating. Without him, Tang San's attacks would never have reached him. You ought to watch your own safety. Observing Xiao Wujing's obliviousness to kindness, Cain shook his head in resignation. I am sincerely warning you. It remains uncertain whether Tang Hao will continue to give you a good thrashing tonight. And with Xiao Wujing currently injured and weakened, another beating from Tang Hao could leave him bedridden for a good 10 days to half a month. As they watched Xiao Wujing depart, Oscar helped Tang San approach Dai Mubai. Leaning against the side, he glanced at Tang San, then at the injured Zhu Zhuqing, and couldn't he help but remark. What has gotten into teacher Xiao today? Is it that time of the month? Why is he taking it out on the new students? Dai Mubai retorted. How about you raise your voice a little louder so that teacher Xiao can hear you? He asked, likely simmering with anger, not knowing whom to vent it on. That time of the month? I think you're the one who is due. 30 days in a month, with perhaps a day off, and if it's February, you owe 2 days. Oscar grumbled, Please don't speak so lewdly. There are girls present. Get lost. With your sausage uncle around, can it possibly be any less lewd? Let us first settle these newcomers. Chapter 159. Bullying the weak in the stillness of the night. The entire Shrek Academy lay in serene silence. The examinations earlier in the day unfolded just as Dai Mubai had anticipated. Apart from Cain and his 5 companions, no other candidates succeeded in passing the initial 3 rounds. Remarkably, this year marked the highest enrollment in the Academy's history. Xiao Wujia, serving as the vice president, possessed a residence of his own. At this moment, he found himself alone in his chamber, slightly melancholic. Clad in fresh attire, his injuries had yet to heal, though his formidable physique promised gradual recovery with rest. After all, what man would fret over such minor wounds? Yet, the psychological impact was considerable. He had not expected that a simple desire to stretch his limbs would lead to such humiliation. In the past, he would have swiftly eliminated Tang San and Cain without a second thought. However, his current status as an educator restrained him from acting on his impulses, forcing him to swallow his indignation. Clenching his right fist, he struck it into his left palm with a sigh of resignation. How unfortunate, he lamented, to encounter such a group of youngsters, particularly that Cain. He's practically a little demon, adept at unsettling one's composure. It appears I must take the time to properly train him. Otherwise, these little rascals will surely soar to new heights. As he uttered the last phrase, a wicked smile crept across Xiao Wujia's face. Already envisioning how he might devise a plan for Cain, Xiao Wujia, a haunting voice echoed, causing the smile on his face to freeze instantly. As a soul sage of level 76, he was a figure of considerable repute in the Douluo Continent's soul master community, possessing soul power potent enough to create a field around himself, enabling him to discern movements within a radius of 100 meters, down to the sound of falling leaves. Yet, at that moment, he sensed no presence nearby, and the voice seemed to pierce his ears as if whispered directly beside him. This level of power was undoubtedly that of a master. A surge of vigilance coursed through Xiao Wujia. He had never heard this voice before. It was certainly not someone he recognized. However, he was certain that the individual was no less formidable than himself. Who goes there? He sprang to his feet, his eyes glinting with cold light, while inwardly cursing. His past notoriety in the Soul Master realm had garnered him numerous enemies, and although he had lived in relative tranquility at Shrek Academy for years, he had not anticipated a powerful adversary appearing at this moment. Show yourself. A faint, elusive aura locked onto Xiao Wujia. Gritting his teeth, he wasted no time in leaping out of the window, stepping into the night. His soul power surged to its peak as he warily scanned his surroundings, attuned to the slightest hint of movement. Despite his serious injuries, he felt no fear. After all, he was Xiao Wujia, known as the unmoving king. Even if a typical opponent could not breach his defenses, he was a seasoned killer in his own right. The brazen provocation from an unknown foe ignited his fury, especially after the pent-up frustration from earlier in the day. Did this individual truly believe they could trample upon Xiao Wujia's dignity? Cain and Tang San were students. He would not unleash his full power upon them. But this little thief? With determination, Xiao Wujia propelled himself toward the source of that aura. In a matter of moments, he had left the confines of Shrek Academy, entering a desolate forest. Upon arrival, the aura inexplicably dissipated. Xiao Wujia surveyed his surroundings, his voice resonating with authority as he called out, "Come forth. What is the meaning of this stealth? I know you are here. You beckoned me out, and now I have arrived." Concurrently, he swiftly summoned his martial soul. Instantly, 7 soul rings encircled him, pulsating with vibrant light, especially the 3 radiant black rings, which appeared strikingly profound. Even in the face of an ambush, he felt undaunted. At that moment, A shadowy figure emerged silently from behind a towering tree, cloaked entirely in black. Even the individual's head was concealed beneath a dark hood. From appearances alone, it was evident that this was a tall man. You there? Who are you? Quite bold, aren't you? What brings you here in such a furtive manner? Xiao Wujie demanded coldly. Completing his transformation into the powerful martial soul, the great strength diamond bear, he emanated an aura of wild ferocity, commanding respect without uttering a word. The figure in black did not respond directly, but merely remarked, "Unmoving king? No particular reason. I simply felt a bit restless and longed to stretch my limbs." As he spoke, the figure slowly raised his right hand, and a dark radiance coalesced within his palm, forming a massive hammer. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings appeared around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and dark red. Upon witnessing the black-clad figure manifesting 9 soul rings, Xiao Wujie stood frozen in disbelief. And 9 soul rings? A title Douluo. Struggling to utter the words, he trembled all over. What kind of jest was this? How could Xiao Wujie have garnered such an illustrious opponent? Particularly that last dark red ring. What era did it signify? The mere thought was unfathomable. His tone shifted to one of utmost humility. Might I inquire which esteemed title Douluo graces us with their presence? Please, do not jest with me. I am not worthy to spar with someone of your stature. The figure in black let out a cold laugh, stating indifferently, what is there to be unworthy of? There exists merely a gap of over 20 levels between us. Earlier today, your soul power surpassed those children by 30 or 40 levels. I find this quite fair. However, if you deem it unfair, then you may consider me to be bullying the weak. Brandishing the immense hammer, the black-clad figure approached Xiao Wujie step by step. Thoughts raced through Xiao Wujie's mind. In the continent, title Douluos were exceedingly rare, each one renowned and distinguished. To confront this hammer-wielding title Douluo, who could he possibly be? Suddenly, the figure halted 10 meters away from Xiao Wujie. Since you've come, show yourself. What is the point of lurking in the shadows? In an instant, another person appeared beside Xiao Wujie. Upon this newcomer's arrival, Xiao Wujie exhaled in relief, nearly collapsing on the spot. Boss, save me. I don't know how I offended this title Douluo. The newcomer waved a hand toward Xiao Wujie. I greet you, your highness Haoyan. Chapter 160. I am not called Hey. The man did not exhibit any intention of aggression. Instead, he respectfully bowed to the figure clad in black. Xiao Wujie inhaled sharply, finally comprehending the identity of the person before him. The black-clad individual spoke coldly. There is no need for excessive courtesy. I have come seeking trouble. With a cat-eagle martial spirit and at level 78, you are indeed worthy of your reputation as the main combatant among the Golden Iron Triangle, Flender. This Shrek Academy is yours, is it not? Flender nodded and replied, Indeed, your grace. May I inquire as to what grievance my companion Xiao Wujie has caused you? Might you grant me a modicum of leniency? The black-clad figure responded dismissively, less idle chatter, step aside, or I shall strike you as well. Xiao Wujie. I offer you a chance. If you can endure my presence for the duration of a single incense stick without utilizing your martial spirit, I shall depart immediately. Otherwise, you will be obliged to fulfill a task for me. Xiao Wujie, with a bitter smile, replied, Your Grace Haoyan, I truly do not comprehend what offense I have committed. Could you kindly clarify? His implication was clear. Even in death, he wished for understanding. However, Flender, standing beside Xiao Wujie, promptly distanced himself, clearly uninterested in intervening. The black-clad man snorted, Should I even need to elaborate? If a child is struck, the elder must naturally seek justice. It is only fitting. Now, let us commence. The massive weapon in his hand and the 9 spirit rings around him vanished simultaneously. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was already before Xiao Wujie. The sounds of collision, the fervor of energy, muffled groans, and cries of anguish echoed through the forest. Flender, with his wings extended, could not bear to witness the scene and turned his head away. There was no need for an incense stick to be lit. The battle concluded in less than 10 breaths. The black-clad man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if nothing had transpired. His attire bore not a single wrinkle, while the unfortunate Xiao Wujie lay on the ground, his head swollen, eyes darkened, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gasping for breath, Xiao Wujie, have you come to understand? The black-clad figure intoned calmly. Flender approached cautiously to assist the prostrate Xiao Wujie. Surprisingly, gratitude adorned Xiao Wujie's face as he uttered, Thank you, Your Grace Haoyan, for your guidance. The black-clad man nodded at both of them, his lips moving as he whispered a few words. Xiao Wujie and Flender simultaneously nodded, their expressions reflecting respect. What transpired earlier was a form of compensation. I shall rely on you in the future. The black-clad man's tone softened, yet remained steady. After delivering this final message, he vanished without a trace. Xiao Wujie and Flender remained rooted in place for a considerable time. Xiao Wujie could only stand with Flender's support. Flender, you truly lack loyalty. When asked to stand aside, you simply complied? If not for the fact that his grace bore no ill will, my fate could have been far worse, Xiao Wujie lamented. Flender retorted, What do you understand? If he had malicious intent, would my presence have made a difference? Have you not heard of his reputation? He dares to confront even the Pope. What reservations could he possibly have? He He made it clear, if you lost, you would perform a task for him, and he would not harm you. Otherwise, how could you fulfill his request? You should grasp this notion. However, I did not anticipate that he would be. Zhao Wujie sighed. I discern your meaning. You wish to avoid provoking him. Yet, having endured such a beating, am I not entitled to express my grievances? His power is truly terrifying. Even without my martial spirit, I am far from his match. I suspect his soul power exceeds level 95, nearing the coveted 100. In this entire continent, few could hope to rival him. Flinder remarked, who among the title Douluo is to be trifled with? You were fortunate this time. Let us return. Though you have suffered today, the insights gained from him, given your soul power classification, will prove immensely beneficial. As night deepened, the students of Shrek Academy remained oblivious to the tumult that had unfolded in this seemingly tranquil evening. As for Zhao Wujie's battered visage, it would not recover swiftly. Such as the nature of the Douluo world, might reign supreme. Surviving an encounter with the title Douluo grants Zhao Wujie newfound bragging rights, and perhaps, a chance to cultivate a connection with this formidable figure. With this thought, the pain of his wounds seemed to lessen. Kai, aware that unrest would envelop Shrek Academy that night, opted to remain in his dormitory. According to his plan, he intended to stealthily venture out to engage in some clandestine activities. However, weighing the associated risks, he resolved to bide his time. That night, many at Shrek Academy found themselves sleepless. Not only Zhao Wujie, resembling a swollen pig, and the contemplative Flinder, but also Tang San and Dai Mubai, sharing a dormitory, struggled to find slumber. Dai Mubai battled habitual insomnia, a consequence of the psychological scars left by Kai. By day, he fared well, yet, upon sleeping, nightmares plagued him. Tang San, on the other hand, was preoccupied with thoughts of his future development, particularly the mysterious Kai, whose presence loomed large. Today, Kai's formidable prowess left him shaken. Although he had triumphed over Zhao Wujie with his assistance, he could not dismiss the undeniable truth. Kai's ability to infiltrate others' bodies rendered him a formidable adversary. In contrast, his own second soul skill, parasitism, would have been ineffective against Zhao Wujie without Kai's intervention, leaving him deeply frustrated. Similarly, Xiao wrestled with sleeplessness, mulling over the mysterious aspects surrounding Kai. While she felt certain he had encountered little Kai and was privy to his whereabouts, she found Kai's overall demeanor peculiar. Unable to pinpoint the exact reason for her unease, her curiosity regarding Kai intensified, fueling her desire to uncover the secrets he harbored. The following morning, as Kai stepped outside for some fresh air, Xiao dashed over, seemingly fearful of his departure. Hey, where are you going? She called out to him. Kai turned to face her. I am not called Hey, my name is Chu Yushuan. What? Xiao was taken aback. Are you not Kai? Are you using a false name? Kai, exasperated, slapped his forehead and replied, I'm off to have a meal, to hunt, to explore the wilderness. Dining? What delicacies do they offer? I want to join. Chapter 161. The Phoenix transforms into a common hen. Kai had initially intended to decline outright. However, upon observing the bright, shimmering eyes of Xiao, and recalling the hardships she had endured alone over the years, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Fine, since you insist on following me. I shall not be responsible for your sustenance or safety. As if I need your protection, Xiao retorted with a dismissive huff. Kai shook his head, hands clasped behind his back as he strode ahead, with Shiwu bouncing energetically in his wake. Ever since she had realized that Kai was harboring significant secrets, she had resolved to cling to him stubbornly, eager to unearth the mysteries that lay behind him. As they exited the school gates, the quaint village appeared serene. While Shrek Academy basked in tranquility, the villagers on the other side were already bustling about, adhering to the age-old farmers' practice of rising with the sun to labor for their livelihoods. At that moment, Kai noticed a young couple engaged in a heated argument not far ahead. The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15, her features unremarkable yet brimming with youthful vitality, clad in simple peasant attire that suggested she was a villager-esque child. The boy she was quarreling with seemed even younger, likely close to Xiao's age, short in stature. And although plump, he exuded a sturdy presence. With short hair and small eyes, his round face bore the softness of youth, adorned with the beginnings of a mustache that lent him an air of unwelcome familiarity. One could not help but feel an urge to deliver a swift kick to his chubby visage. Kai recognized him instantly, a smirk creeping onto his lips. You escaped me last night, but today you've walked right into my path. How intriguing. The girl, her eyes betraying a hint of fear, implored, Mahangjun. Don't seek me out anymore. I cannot be with you. The boy, Mahangjun, retorted in a strange tone, Sui Hua, have I not treated you well? Why must you break up with me? Kai and Xiao exchanged glances, the latter's eyes sparkling with amusement at the precociousness of youth, while Kai's gaze darkened with resolve. Sui Hua's cheeks flushed as she replied, You are indeed kind, but I simply cannot endure this any longer. We are not suited for one another, so please find someone else. Mahangjun, angered, exclaimed, What do you mean you cannot endure me? I don't understand what you girls are thinking. If you want to break up, fine, but you'll have to come to me one last time before I agree. As he spoke, Mahangjun reached out to grab Sui Hua. She recoiled like a startled rabbit, but his speed was quick, and he seized her hand. Please, no? Just let me go. Are you even human? Sui Hua pleaded. Unable to bear the scene, Xiao, who despised scoundrels, especially after a recent encounter that had enraged her, couldn't stand idly by. It seemed Mahongjun intended to force himself upon Sui Hua, a truly depraved act. With a bold leap, Xiwu interjected, "Stop." Both Mahongjun and Sui Hua turned to stare at her in surprise. The boy blinked, his eyes gleaming with interest. "What a beautiful girl. Do you wish to take her place as my girlfriend? If so, you're welcome to it." "How dare you?" Xiao seethed, delivering a swift kick to his hand, forcing him to release Sui Hua. "You vile rogue. At such a young age, you think you can act so brazenly in broad daylight?" Mahongjun's expression darkened. "This is our affair. Mind your own business. If you're not going to be my woman, then step aside." Fuming, Xiao prepared to retaliate, but Kain stepped in front of her. "You are Mahongjun, correct? You have just insulted a woman, harassed her, and attempted to violate her will. Apologize to this young lady now, and I shall ensure you suffer less." Kain appeared scholarly and refined, embodying the demeanor of a mere bookworm. Mahongjun scoffed dismissively. "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Seeking trouble, are we?" Kain's expression hardened. "I am simply a person of justice. No one can fault me for punishing a wretch like you." In the next instant, Kain struck, aiming a kick at Mahongjun's face, which was truly repugnant. Mahongjun was no fool. He quickly raised his fist to block the incoming kick, which shimmered with a faint purple light, a clear indication of soul power. Kain's kick accelerated mysteriously mid-air, and with a resounding impact, Mahongjun's face contorted as a clear footprint appeared upon it. "Ah," he howled in pain. "So you're a soul master too. No wonder you dare to interfere. Allow me to show you what true power is." With a fierce shout, Mahongjun initiated his transformation. Upon hearing the word phoenix, Xiwu felt a chill run down her spine. Among the beast martial souls, a few were particularly potent, and the phoenix was one of the mightiest. Known as the colorful bird, the phoenix not only granted the ability to fly but also bestowed formidable fire-based offensive capabilities, making it a premier battle martial soul. A rich purple-red light surged from Mahongjun, causing his hair to lengthen and converge into a mohawk style. While wings did not manifest, the intense heat radiating from his body was palpable. 2 yellow soul rings ascended from beneath him, and long feathers sprouted from his stout arms, transforming his hands into claw-like appendages. Xiwu couldn't help but giggle. Is there such a thing as a plump phoenix? To me, he resembles a common hen. Indeed. Mahongjun's appearance was rather comical, with his rotund body, long purple-red feathered arms, and a distorted, pudgy face. If one were to claim he was a phoenix, few would believe it. He looked more akin to an overweight hen. Enraged, Mahongjun shouted, "Who are you calling a common hen?" He raised his hands, and his first soul ring flared to life. Opening his mouth wide, he unleashed a stream of fine purple-red flames towards Xiao, the intense heat distorting the very air around them. The purple flames, while not explosive, extended like a fiery line through the air. Chapter 162, Severed Humph. Kain scoffed softly. Mahongjun was utterly oblivious to the peril he faced. In an instant, Kain vanished, reappearing before Xiao. He opened his arms and shielded her within his embrace, bracing his back against the flames unleashed by Mahongjun. Xiao was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Kain. Why would he do this? Mahongjun was equally taken aback, astonished that someone would dare to withstand his flames with their body. A smirk crept upon his lips. So, he wishes to play the hero saving the damsel, does he? Today, I shall roast you alive. Clearly, Mahongjun had no intention of letting Kain off easily, maintaining the fiery inferno at a 5-meter length, refusing to extinguish it. Haha, you think you can show off before me? I will incinerate you. Bathed in violet flames, Mahongjun appeared more formidable than ever. His eyes ablaze with fury as he charged towards Kain and Xiao Wu, spewing fire as if a deity of flames had descended. Xiao Wu's eyes brimmed with tears. Despite her previous disdain for Kain, witnessing his selfless act of protection ignited a deep sense of admiration and shock within her. Why? You should get away. Otherwise, I must continue shielding you from the flames. Kain protested, irritated. Were it not for his concern that Xiao Wu could not endure the heat, he would not have taken such a risk. With his speed, Mahongjun would not be able to lay a finger on him. Xiao Wu gazed, dazed, at Kain's calm visage. Apart from his clothes reduced to ashes, there was no sign of burns on his skin, nor any hint of pain on his face. As if he were simply enjoying a hot bath. What manner of creature is he? Kain dismissed the matter with ease, for he was a man who had once bathed in the eye of ice and fire, realizing that Mahongjun posed no real threat to him. Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Turning around, Kain regarded the rampaging Mahongjun with cold intensity, charging straight towards him. Mahongjun, seeing Kain approach, was elated. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of flames, creating a circular barrier that sealed off all of Kain's paths forward. What will you do now? This is my second soul ring ability, the Blazing Phoenix. It provides comprehensive defense while also delivering an attack. However, the next moment, Kain's form vanished once more. Where did he go? Mahongjun scanned the surroundings anxiously. At that very moment, his shadow stirred upon the ground, eerily adhering to his body. Crack, crack. 2 sharp sounds echoed. Mahongjun clutched his face in fury. Kid, if you have the guts, come out. Hiding in the shadows is cowardly. Is that so? It seems you are quite unsatisfied. In the blink of an eye, Cain materialized before Ma Hongzhun. Flames erupted from Ma Hongzhun's body, engulfing Cain entirely. Yet, Cain paid no heed to the blazing inferno. He struck with fists and feet, launching a flurry of blows. Crack, bang, thud. The chaos left Ma Hongzhun in disarray, his face and abdomen battered by countless strikes. Cain's speed was unparalleled, especially in the state of shadow step, akin to a tempest. Ma Hongzhun's most formidable weapon was his terrifying flames, yet they were utterly countered by Cain. As for close combat, Ma Hongzhun's skills were virtually non-existent. Meanwhile, Cain was a man who had carved his path through the city of slaughter, his body transformed by the bloodline of the Dark One. Thus, Ma Hongzhun's fate was all but sealed. At first, Ma Hongzhun cursed vehemently, but soon he began to plead for mercy. Please, I was wrong. Spare me. Help. Murder. Woe is me. Grant me mercy. In the end, all that remained were pitiful whimpers. The brutality of it all made Xiao shudder. Cain was terrifying. Stop. Don't hit him anymore. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, and the maiden, Cuihua, hurried towards Ma Hongzhun. Cuihua, what are you doing? Xiao watched in bewilderment as Cuihua expressed concern for Ma Hongzhun. Had this rotund fellow been bullying her just moments ago? Cuihua pleaded, please, stop fighting. Actually, Hongzhun is. We just aren't suited for each other, so I have to break up with him. Just let me talk to him. At that moment, Cain's brow furrowed. He scoffed coldly, his eyes flashing with frost. In a heartbeat, he unleashed a fierce strike towards Ma Hongzhun. Bang. Ah. Previously reduced to pitiful whimpers, Ma Hongzhun suddenly emitted a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, before being sent flying, writhing in agony on the ground. Curled up like a heated shrimp, spasming uncontrollably. Then, a voice filled with surprise rang out. Cain, what are you two doing? Both Cain and Xiao would turn towards the source of the voice, only to see Daimubai, clad in white and impeccably groomed, approaching them. With Tang San and Oscar trailing behind. Xiao huffed, this fatso was bullying a girl in broad daylight. We couldn't stand by and let it happen. So we decided to teach him a lesson. Daimubai's stern face suddenly broke into a grin. Xiao, I think you've misunderstood. Cuihua, have you finally had enough of him? Cuihua's face flushed, and she nodded. Then, her expression turned pale as she cast a worried glance at Ma Hongzhun before turning to flee. Daimubai knelt beside Ma Hongzhun. Fatty, get up. You thought you could be so cocky, and now look what you've brought upon yourself. Fatty? Ma Hongzhun. Daimubai's expression changed dramatically. He quickly checked on Ma Hongzhun's condition. Upon turning him over, Daimubai was left in shock. Just a brief examination left him incredulous as he looked up at Cain. His eyes filled with both astonishment and anger. Ma Hongzhun had been beaten beyond recognition, so much so that even his own mother would not recognize him. Meeting Daimubai's gaze, Cain's expression hardened. This lecher had not only harassed Xiao but had also attacked her, and I had suffered greatly from his flames. My clothes reduced to ashes. Not killing him was already a sign of my mercy. Daimubai, under the weight of Cain's icy stare, quickly regained his composure. Realizing he was no match for Cain. Moreover, the pressing matter was to save Ma Hongzhun immediately. Oscar. Sausage. Put some in. Ah? Oh. Oscar fumbled in a panic to prepare 2 sausages, handing them to Daimubai. Daimubai pried open Ma Hongzhun's mouth and forcefully fed him the sausage. Oscar, filled with concern, asked, is he going to be okay? Will he die? Tang San stepped forward, feeling Ma Hongzhun's pulse, his tone grave as he said. The situation is dire. Several meridians are shattered, multiple fractures, and most critically, what is it? His manhood is utterly ruined. Chapter 163. Flander's fury. When Tang San uttered those words, he cast a fearful glance at Cain. Even as a member of the Tang sect, he could not suppress the chill that gripped his heart. Ma Hongzhun's plight was truly tragic. His body had been rendered nearly useless. Furthermore, Cain's methods were exceedingly cruel, targeting numerous critical areas where bones had been shattered. Several of Ma Hongzhun's meridians had been utterly destroyed, making any hope of recovery a distant dream. Especially affected were his heart, lungs, liver, and kidneys, each suffering from concealed injuries. This individual was nothing short of barbaric. If memory served correctly, this Ma Hongzhun had not previously met Cain, yet he had been subjected to such malice. In light of this, Tang San suddenly felt that Cain's decision not to kill him had been remarkably merciful. Clearly, he would need to exercise extreme caution around Cain in the future. As Tang San rose, he noticed Daimubai, Oscar, and Xiao all standing frozen in shock. Only Cain wore a nonchalant expression, disdainfully smirking. Daimubai's face darkened as he gazed at the motionless form of Ma Hongzhun on the ground. After giving Cain a penetrating look, he stated gravely, this situation is serious. I will seek out the dean to see if he can assist. You all should remain here and not move. His words carried a pointed implication, which prompted a cold snort from Cain. I am merely speaking out for justice and standing up for what is right. Rest assured, I will not flee. I refuse to believe that in this world, good people receive no recompense while villains go unpunished. Before long, Flander arrived, supporting Zhao Wujia, along with several other teachers, Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong. The horrific cries of Ma Hongzhun had already attracted the attention of some. Thus, Daimubai encountered the group on his way. He hastily summarized the situation, and Flander's expression darkened considerably. He had hoped that the addition of 5 new talents to the Shrek Academy would mark the institution's rise. Yet barely a night had passed before such a grave incident occurred. Impatient and anxious, Flander did not hesitate to summon his martial soul. Swiftly flying to Ma Hongju inside to assist him. A casual examination revealed that his face was as black as a charred pot. At that moment, 2 more teachers arrived, examining and aiding in Ma Hongjun's treatment. After a prolonged period, Ma Hongjun finally opened his eyes, bursting into tears. Director, you finally arrived. Help. There are villains infiltrating the school, intent on harm. Quickly, capture him. Kain sneered derisively. You little glutton, how vicious you are. You come right out trying to smear my name. But I'm sorry, I too am a student of Shrek Academy, and according to our code, we absolutely forbid plundering. You cannot disrupt the villagers' normal lives. How dare you force yourself on women in broad daylight? That I didn't kill you is a testament to my mercy. Ma Hongjun was nearly choked with rage, almost losing consciousness again. Ma Hongjun, how do you feel? Flander asked, exasperated. It hurts. It hurts everywhere. Rest assured. Although your injuries are severe, the Academy will do its utmost to save you. You will not die. Director, please do not let that murderer go. Flander cast a dark look at Kain. I require an explanation. Kain showed no fear as he coldly replied, just now. A village girl named Suehua was stopped by this little beast, who refused to let her leave. Not only did he tease her, but he also attempted to violate her, saying that if she complied, he would let her go. As a person of justice, how could I stand idly by? So my classmate Xiao Wu and I intervened. But unexpectedly, this lecherous fatso, Ma Hongjun, attempted to take advantage of Xiao Wu as soon as he saw her. Not only did he tease her, but he also insulted her. Most absurdly, he was the first to attack Xiao Wu. Naturally, I had to protect my classmate. You were slandering me. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but roar, inadvertently aggravating his injuries, causing him to grimace in pain. Kain scoffed. Am I mistaken? Did you not attack Xiao Wu first? Before that, had Xiao Wu laid a hand on you? Ma Hongjun was at a loss for words, although he had not attacked, but she insulted me. Bah. After what you did, do you think Xiao Wu, as a girl, should remain silent? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, both beautiful young women, looked at the lewd-faced Ma Hongjun with disdain, spitting in contempt. Ning Rongrong boldly declared, well said. I would have slapped him twice. Ma Hongjun felt incredibly aggrieved. No, you hit me first. His voice trembled with a hint of tears. And what of it? You tried to burn me alive. You used your soul skill against me, while I never unleashed mine, only employing my physical strength. You know how overpowering your phoenix fire is. It burned my clothes to ashes, clearly indicating your intent to kill me. How wicked you are. At that moment, everyone noticed that Kain's clothes were nearly entirely burned away. His upper garments had turned to ash, while the lower part resembled little more than a large pair of shorts. The well-defined muscles and perfect physique he had honed through relentless training caused several of the girls present to blush and their hearts to race. Director, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. You must seek vengeance for me. Ma Hongjun, realizing he could not best Kain in argument, turned his pleading gaze to Flander. You hit me, and I hit you back. It's only fair that you were defeated because of your own inadequacy. Flander's expression darkened further. Kain, we are all students of the same academy. Even if Ma Hongjun is at fault, your response was excessively harsh. Is that so? You yourself acknowledged Ma Hongjun's wrongdoing. Kain sneered, showing no fear of Flander's admonition. Moreover, Ma Hongjun did not even claim to be a student of Shrek Academy. I thought he was merely a nefarious outsider attempting to harm our female students. After all, who could have anticipated that Shrek Academy would harbor such a heartless, beastly, shameless, and malevolent creature? Would such a villain not be deserving of contempt? Would anyone not agree? Chapter 164. Such matters, can you not spend a little money? Upon uttering these words, Kain observed Flander's expression darken, yet he remained helpless. After all, he could not slap his own face by admitting that Shrek Academy indeed accepted such students. At that moment, Xiao Wu, filled with indignation, exclaimed, exactly. Dean, how can such a despicable scoundrel be a student of Shrek Academy? Do we have no standards regarding character, apart from strength? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, having heard of Ma Hongjun's behavior, felt nothing but disdain and wholeheartedly agreed with Xiao Wu. Flander sighed in resignation. You've misunderstood this matter. Mubai, perhaps you could clarify? Kain approached Dai Mubai, his brow furrowed in confusion. What exactly is going on? Dai Mubai turned to Kain and Xiao Wu, stating, do you recall me mentioning that there are only 3 students in the academy, myself included? Kain's understanding dawned. You mean he is? Dai Mubai nodded affirmatively. Yes, the hefty one is that 3rd student, the latest to join the academy before you. As for what transpired earlier, it is not entirely his fault. One must blame his peculiar martial spirit. Rubbish. Your martial spirit is the real joke. Mine is a phoenix. Ma Hongjun protested vainly. Dai Mubai shook his head in exasperation. A phoenix, fine, let us say it's a phoenix. However, the hefty one possesses a rather unusual martial spirit. The dean mentioned that his martial spirit is a mutated one. A mutated martial spirit? What spirit has undergone such a transformation? Kain inquired further. Dai Mubai replied. Not even Ma Hongjun himself likely knows. In his village, everyone possesses a non-aggressive poultry spirit. For reasons unknown, his spirit mutated, endowing him with innate fiery abilities. He was not a self-admitted student. Rather, the dean discovered him in his village 3 years ago and brought him here. His age should be similar to yours. Due to the mutation, Ma Hongjun acquired formidable fiery powers, which are not only exceedingly hot but also possess a remarkable adherence, making them challenging to extinguish. The dean stated that post-mutation, he truly has the potential to become a phoenix. However, this martial spirit bears a significant flaw. While the mutation bestows immense soul power, it simultaneously affects his physicality, rendering him remarkably potent in intimate matters. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of incredulity. This was utterly shocking. Daimubai continued, thus, despite the power of his martial spirit, mastering this desire is no simple task. Kayan glanced at Daimubai, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he never imposes on others. The girl, Suehua, is indeed his girlfriend. Xiao Wu scoffed, not imposing? Then why did she break up with him? Ma Hongjuan's face flushed, and Daimubai appeared embarrassed. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly explained, because he often struggles to contain his desires. Since joining the academy, he has had several girlfriends, and without exception, they have all left him. Were it not for his identity as a soul master, finding a girlfriend would likely be quite difficult. In that regard, few can compare to him, hence the nickname Heavenly Fire Scoundrel. Ma Hongjun interjected, it's Heavenly Fire Phoenix. Kayan was left speechless. Truly, the Monster Academy is extraordinary, to even harbor such a mutated martial spirit. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, indeed. There are all kinds of people. Ma Hongjun glared at Daimubai. If I had a face like yours or Xiaoyao's, I could juggle multiple girlfriends simultaneously without issue. You need not belittle yourself. I know you date different girls thrice a day. Daimubai's eyes gleamed mischievously as he glanced behind hurriedly, lowering his voice. Fatty, one may indulge in food, but one must not speak indiscreetly. Lower your voice. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Aren't you typically shamelessly proud of such matters? What's with you today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Daimubai shot him an admonishing look. Less chatter. Some things are best left unsaid. If you tarnish my reputation further, do not blame me for being unkind. Kayan scoffed coldly. So? Ma Hongjuan's interactions with those girls are not rooted in affection or mutual feelings, but rather a mere means to address his soul master training issues? Daimubai frowned. One could say so. Kayan retorted, on what grounds? Simply because he is a soul master? Simply because he is a student of Shrek Academy? Does that grant him the right to be so haughty and so casually mistreat others? Is that fair to those girls? They are simple villagers, enduring grievances. And yet they dare not voice their suffering. Is Ma Hongjun truly left with no recourse other than to exploit these girls? Such matters could easily be resolved with a bit of financial investment. At worst, he could spend a little more to seek multiple partners. Must he demand understanding and leniency from all simply due to his unique martial spirit? What of those soul masters with inherently malevolent spirits, requiring violence or even consumption of others to cultivate? Are they not also innocent? Should they too be permitted to enter Shrek Academy for training? If one cannot control their malevolence, then perhaps they should refrain from cultivation. The continent is replete with talents. What purpose does it serve to cultivate a villain? I now comprehend that the term monsters in Shrek Academy embodies this very essence. How revolting. And yet, they seek the villagers' goodwill? They are despicable. Chapter 165. All shattered Kayan's discourse resonated like an incessant barrage from an Italian cannon, leaving the audience in a daze, their minds buzzing. Indeed, the perspective he presented had eluded their contemplation. Since their ascension to the status of soul masters, they had inherently distanced themselves from the common folk. This was particularly true for Daimubai, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing, all hailing from prestigious families. Until now, they had felt little more than indifference towards this distinction. However, as Kayan articulated his thoughts, the young women began to envision themselves as vulnerable girls who, at a tender age, encountered a scoundrel, only to be discarded for another girl living nearby. Yet, they found themselves powerless against such a fate, for he was a lofty soul master. This realization stirred a sense of sympathy within them. Flander and several teachers bore expressions of discomfort. Yet, Kayan stood on a moral high ground, rendering them powerless to counter his arguments. Sighing, Flander conceded, you make a valid point, but Ma Hongjuan's martial soul is unparalleled and has not been encountered for many years. Once he matures, he will undoubtedly become a prodigious talent. I cannot simply abandon such a gifted disciple. Kayan scoffed. You educators of the academy wish to nurture prodigies without exerting the necessary effort. Is Ma Hongjun's predicament truly insurmountable? What do you mean? Flander inquired, furrowing his brow. Ma Hongjun's gravest issue is his inability to control himself during his fiery cultivation. If we sever the root of his troubles, would not everything return to normal? Kayan posed. Ma Hongjun, do you still experience that overwhelming urge? Momentarily perplexed, Ma Hongjun contemplated, it seems I no longer feel that way. I feel much lighter. Strangely enough, Kayan nodded with satisfaction. See? My intervention was, in fact, a boon for you. You may now cultivate with abandon, free from the torment of martial soul mutation. What do you mean? Ma Hongjuan's confusion deepened, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly grasped the simplicity of the solution. Why didn't you all think of this sooner? Kayan is truly brilliant. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong seemed to grasp the implications as well, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment, followed by admiration for Kayan. This indeed was an ingenious method, while simultaneously serving as a fitting retribution for Ma Hongjun's misdeeds. However, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Flander cast sympathetic glances at Ma Hongjun. Men understand men best. Sensing their pity, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of dread wash over him. Why do you all look at me like that? Dai Mubai sighed heavily. Fatty, in truth, you've turned misfortune into fortune. Henceforth, you can cultivate without fear. Honestly, such matters hold little significance. We don't covet them, do we? What do you mean? The ominous feeling in Ma Hongjun's heart intensified. He incredulously trembled as he fumbled with his buttons, casting a glance downwards. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, their faces pale with terror, turned away. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted, more anguished than the last. Where did mine go? Ma Hongjun's eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Kayan, unwilling to accept his fate. He then scrambled to Flander's side, pleading, Dean, I don't want this. I want my precious back. Flander sighed, you see. It's all shattered. Let it be. Ma Hongjun roared in agony. I don't believe it. There must be a way. I will fight you. With that, he charged at Kayan like a madman. Kayan merely scoffed, delivering a swift kick. In the next moment, Flander intervened, blocking the strike, his brow furrowed as he addressed Kayan. It was that mad dog who sought to bite me. I could not refrain from defending myself. Mad dog, I implore you to recognize reality. You are nothing but a menace, and your continued existence only endangers others. Removing it not only aids your cultivation but also serves justice for those you have wronged. I have shattered one end. Should you persist in your ways, I shall shatter the other. Ma Hongjun trembled in fear. He could throw tantrums before Flander, but Kayan's icy gaze rendered him motionless. He understood that Kayan was truly capable of inflicting harm, of ending his existence. Kayan coldly regarded Ma Hongjun. Whether it remains or not is inconsequential. It can no longer serve its purpose. In his previous assault, Kayan had not only shattered one end but had also delivered a merciless strike to his chest, infused with pure killing intent, affecting not only his physical condition but also his mental state. Henceforth, like Dai Mubai, he would instinctively fear Kayan. Most critically, Ma Hongjun's foundational essence had been damaged, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self, a mere ornament devoid of vigor. Flander looked at Ma Hongjun with a mix of exasperation and pity. Why must you be so reckless? How did you provoke this adversary? Do not despair. Focus on your recovery. The Academy will devise a plan. We shall do our utmost to restore you. With the assistance of 2 teachers, Ma Hongjun returned to the Academy, his face a mask of anguish. Flander regarded Kayan with a complex expression. The Kayan before him was indeed a rare talent, extraordinarily powerful, having left Ma Hongjun with no room for retaliation. He had nearly been beaten to death and, in collaboration with Tang San, had even severely injured Zhao Wujin in an unexpected turn of events. Such a prodigy was unprecedented. Yet, regrettably, this remarkable student bore a hint of wildness. Flander was certain that Kayan did not belong to any prominent family or faction within Douluo Continent. He must have emerged from humble origins, as he seemed deeply attuned to the sentiments of the common folk and harbored profound resentment towards soul masters and nobility. This suggested a pure lineage that could be utilized. However, the only drawback was the heavy aura of animosity surrounding him. Yet, this was hardly a concern. Those who shun conflict are mere cowards. After some contemplation, he hesitated. Kayan, while Ma Hongjun was indeed in the wrong, setting aside the facts, your approach was excessively harsh. In the future, remember that we are all students of the same academy. We may strike hard against external foes, but internally, Shrek Academy must stand united. Both teachers and students alike. Therefore, let this be a lesson learned. Chapter 166, My Unending Conflict with Gambling. Kayan nodded sagely. Dean, I am, after all, an exemplary student. You may inquire with our teachers and classmates of the Shrek Academy of Monster Studies. Have I ever shown disrespect? He continued, previously. My actions were solely to protect my classmate, Xiao Wu, which could be deemed as a display of righteousness. Of course, in the interest of conserving the Academy's resources. Let us forego any accolades or rewards. He lamented about Ma Hongjun, remarking on his lack of strength yet excessive bravado, as he had approached with an arrogant demeanor and even threatened to engage in combat. Had he disclosed his status as a student of Shrek Academy from the outset, my response would have been less severe. Yet, how is it that such a weakling has been admitted? Our admission standards seem rather lenient. Flander smiled wryly, reflecting that Kayan implied he would have refrained from striking rather than refraining from action altogether. After weighing the pros and cons, he realized they had already lost one talent. He could not afford to lose Kayan, whose potential far surpassed that of Ma Hongjun. Though managing him might prove challenging, his strength was paramount. Resigned, he accepted the situation. Well then, it's getting late. You all should hurry and have your meal. Mubai, please ensure the new students are acquainted with the Academy's rules. It is imperative that you all get to know one another. We cannot allow any infighting among classmates. Understood, Dean. Frustrated, Flander turned and flew away using his martial spirit. Eager to leave the scene, the remaining students, all from Shrek Academy, exchanged glances, their expressions varied yet united in admiration for Kayan. Some respected his strength, while others admired his courage. After all, not everyone dares to stand for justice. Dai Mubai sighed, though you are all fresh entrants. We will be training and living together henceforth. I trust you have all introduced yourselves, with the exception of Ma Hongjun, who is now known to you as well. However, for the sake of proper introductions, let us go around once more. One by one, they shared their names and martial spirits. Afterward, Dai Mubai continued. We will be living and training together, so let us keep things informal. Including the 5 of you newcomers, there are only 8 of us in total. Xiao Ao and the fatty call me Big Brother Dai, as I am slightly older than them. You may call me Mubai. As for Ma Hongjun, just call him Fatty. And for Oscar, you may refer to him as Xiao Ao or Uncle Sausage. Tang San, how about I call you Xiao San? Tang San nodded, no problem. Big Brother Dai. His quick acceptance of this title was to foster a good impression and deepen his bond with Dai Mubai, alongside Oscar, who obediently followed Dai Mubai's lead. This would solidify their small group. Unlike Kayan, Tang San could not afford to offend everyone with his boldness. Moreover, he recognized that he was not as powerful as Kayan. Had they ranked by strength, Kayan might have been the leader, and that would have been rather uncomfortable for him. By acknowledging Dai Mubai's status first, he established a hierarchy. Oscar and Ma Hongjun had already accepted Dai Mubai as their leader. As for Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the other girls, they were indifferent to such titles. Thus, the only remaining individual was Kayan. Surely he would not attempt to usurp the position of leader, would he? This was merely a fleeting thought in Tang San's mind. Even if he was not the core of this group, he certainly could not allow Kayan to take that role. As for Kayan, Dai Mubai hesitated before saying, Then I shall continue to call you Kayan. He had intended to use a more endearing term but feared inciting Kayan's temper, recalling the aftermath of Ma Hongjun's encounter. Kayan nodded silently, indicating his acquiescence. He was indifferent to the title, confident in his strength. Before Dai Mubai could continue, Ning Rongrong cheerfully declared, You may call me Rongrong. That is what my family and friends call me. Her smile bridged a distance among them. Xiao Wu's name remained unchanged. When Dai Mubai turned to Zhu Zhuqing, she coldly stated, Zhu Zhuqing, and promptly walked towards the academy, leaving the others startled. Oscar, surprised, remarked to Dai Mubai, Big Brother Dai. Aren't you known as the charmer among women, the so-called girl slayer? Why does this new beauty not even spare you a glance? Dai Mubai could only smile wryly, shaking his head. Among them, Kayan was undoubtedly the center of attention, overshadowing his own presence. As they walked, Tang San and Dai Mubai conversed, with Tang San asking, Big Brother Dai, since we are all newcomers, could you enlighten us about the academy's rules and curriculum? Dai Mubai was pleased with Tang San's initiative. The academy has no particularly strict rules. In simple terms, we do not condone any form of abduction, but we encourage combat, and even gambling. A smile appeared on Tang San's face, realizing the academy's unique approach to education was quite different from that of Notting Academy. Exciting. Kayan scoffed disdainfully. I believe there are some unsavory trends developing within the academy that I cannot condone. I have always been at odds with gambling and vice. Dai Mubai, unfamiliar with the reference, hesitated before saying, Well, it isn't exactly gambling. He patiently elaborated. The teachers believe that combat is the most effective way to master one's martial spirit and gain practical experience, which is crucial. Gambling, on the other hand, is a psychological game that can enhance one's mental fortitude, observational skills, and judgment. Of course, it should all be done in moderation. In essence, no killing in combat. And don't lose your pants in gambling. As for the course arrangements, the academy will tailor them to our individual circumstances. At that moment, a loud ringing echoed from outside. Dai Mubai quickly rose, saying, That is the bell summoning us from the dean. We must hasten to the main square. When they arrived at the main square, Flanders stood there, his demeanor serious. As his piercing gaze landed on them, Xiao Wu felt an inexplicable anxiety. She questioned silently whether the dean possessed the strength to discern her unique attributes. Unable to contain herself, she whispered to Dai Mubai, Big Brother Dai. What is our dean's level of strength? He seems formidable. Chapter 167. Connections everywhere. Dai Mubai nodded. Indeed, the esteemed dean is Flinder, the founder of Shrek Academy and a soul saint at the formidable level of 78, even more powerful than Teacher Zhao. Moreover, he possesses a flying-type beast martial soul, which is quite rare among battle soul masters. Xiao Wu murmured, Fortunately, he is only 78. I never expected that the classic saying, We only accept monsters, not ordinary people, would come from his lips. Does our academy have any soul masters at the Soul Douluo level? Dai Mubai shook his head. Do you think Soul Douluo are as common as cabbages at a market? There are no more than 100 soul masters above that level across the entire continent. They are all supported by the empires and their vassal kingdoms. As for Tidal Douluo, the 2 great empires combined have only about 10, making them quite elusive. Xiao Wu seemed relieved. That's good. Tang San cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Xiao Wu shook her head, attempting to conceal her thoughts. It's nothing. I'm just worried about the academy's safety. Kayan, with a hint of a smirk, replied, Rest assured, although the academy lacks a Soul Douluo, with strength in our hearts, we can protect you even against Tidal Douluo. That is what it means to be devoted. Kayan's remarks seemed oddly nonsensical to the others, who exchanged glances. However, they noted that Kan was quite eccentric, often articulating peculiar statements, and did not dwell on it further. Only Xiao felt a stir in her heart. The strength in the heart? She sensed the deep red flower of love blooming in her chest. Was Kan hinting at something? Did he know something? Or had he guessed something? Flender approached the 7 new students and halted. His distinctive, slightly hoarse voice resonated. This here is promising. We have 5 more little monsters. I, Flender, the Dean of Shrek Academy, warmly welcome your arrival. Shortly, each of you will need to pay 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. Dai Mubai. Dean, Dai Mubai stepped forward, showing a marked respect and a touch of admiration towards Flender. Flender continued, you lead them and ensure they restore their optimal condition as much as possible. The first lesson will commence tonight. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you two are exceptions. Come with me. Flender waved his hand. The others may rest. Remember, reach your best state before dark. Do not blame me for not warning you. The Academy's teachings differ from those elsewhere. You may even encounter danger. Kan was not in a hurry to leave. He wished to observe how this dean conducted his lessons. Oscar and Ning Rongrong's martial souls were both supportive, which seemed to be the reason they were not attending the evening class. However, Kan found it peculiar why the lessons were scheduled for the night, with Kan remaining. Xiao also stayed, quietly watching by his side. Tang San decided not to leave either. He too was curious about Shrek's teaching methods. Hoping to verify whether he had been misled, Flender, unperturbed, addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Each of you has your own training methods. In the Douluo Continent, nearly no 2 martial souls are identical. Therefore, what the Academy will teach you is not how to cultivate your martial soul, but how to utilize it and how to better protect yourselves and assist your comrades in future battles. Kan found Flender's words somewhat familiar and pondered. Was this not mere platitude? Truly, it was the essence of empty rhetoric. Oscar seemed to have heard similar sentiments before and lowered his head noncommittally. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Tang San nodded in agreement, impressed by the dean's wisdom. Indeed, you both are support-type soul masters. Whether on the battlefield or in daily life, you require the protection of your companions, or survival will be challenging. Oscar, tell me, how can a support-type soul master better ensure their safety on the battlefield? Oscar replied without hesitation, by staying behind our allies as much as possible, utilizing the surrounding terrain and structures to evade risks, and keeping a safe distance from danger zones. Flender nodded. Very true, but there's one thing you didn't mention. As a support-type soul master, the ability to flee is an essential quality. A support-type soul master who cannot escape is not a good soul master. And what does fleeing require? It requires stamina. Though as soul masters, your physical capabilities are superior to ordinary people's, you may still face enemies who are battle soul masters. Therefore, as a support-type soul master, you too need to engage in physical training. At a critical moment, perhaps running one more step could save your life. After his lengthy discourse, Flender nodded at Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Your lesson today will focus on physical training. From now on, run 20 laps around the entire village. If you do not return before lunch, you shall forfeit your meal. You may use your martial souls for assistance. Now, depart. Oscar will lead the way. Yes. Ning Rongrong replied, immediately sprinting outside. Oscar cast a resentful glance at Kan and the others standing nearby before following suit. Although the village where Shrek Academy is located is not large, Flender's reference to the entire village includes the surrounding farmland. Completing a lap amounts to at least over 3 kilometers. 20 laps is indeed a daunting figure, even for soul masters above level 20. Such a distance is no trivial task. Kan, however, wore an indifferent expression. Is that it? A child has played since I was 6. As Oscar and Ning Rongrong dashed out, Flender pointed to Tang San. You come with me. Tang San nodded, a hint of joy flickering in his eyes as he strode eagerly after Flender into the academy. Kan understood that those two were going to share secrets. It must be said that since Tang San had aligned himself with Yu Xiaojiang, he had become a unique presence in both Nodding Academy and Shrek Academy. Since entering Nodding Academy, he had received special tutoring, setting him apart from his peers. Holding on to a work-study student position was indeed a bit shameless. Entering Shrek Academy was much the same, practically treated like a favored illegitimate child. Zhao Wujin, with his notoriously fiery temper, would scold anyone but Tang San. Clearly a connected individual, not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were outside the academy, running. Oscar, just how far is one lap? Ning Rongrong's voice carried a note of exasperation. Chapter 168, The Spirited Ning Rongrong. At the outset, Ning Rongrong was brimming with confidence. Despite being a support-type soul master, her father had always insisted on her physical training at home, echoing sentiments remarkably similar to those of Flander. Thus, her physique was commendable. Although not on par with battle soul masters, her prolonged training had endowed her with a robust constitution, particularly excelling in running. However, since leaving the academy, under Oscar's guidance, she had yet to complete even a single lap. Time was not on their side. What should I do? Ning Rongrong lamented. At this pace, not only will I miss lunch, but dinner might also be a distant dream. Observing the sluggish performance of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, Kai was at a loss for words. Haven't you eaten? Why so slow? A single lap measured 3 kilometers. On Earth, an average running enthusiast could complete 3 kilometers in about 12 minutes, a standard pace. One could run 5 laps in an hour, totaling the distance in a mere 4 hours. Yet, the Douluo Continent differed greatly from Earth. Everyone possessed a martial soul and soul power, with levels above 20 equating to a martial artist mastering internal techniques to a certain degree. Oscar sighed. I mentioned from the start that this task was utterly impossible. But fret not, as 2 support-type soul masters, we needn't worry about hunger, right? How about a bite to eat? Ning Rongrong shot him a glance, and despite her youth, her alluring gaze carried a hint of charm. Oscar, feeling somewhat weak-kneed under her gaze, chuckled nervously and whispered, I have a large sausage. With a flash, a fragrant sausage appeared in his hand, offered to Ning Rongrong. This sausage's first soul ring skill is recovery. It not only aids in healing injuries but also restores stamina. Have a bite, with my sausage's support. We could run 200 laps without concern for food. Ning Rongrong regarded Oscar oddly and suddenly declared with uncharacteristic boldness, I have 2 thick slices of bread. I don't need your sausage. Following her proclamation, the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda floated gracefully, augmenting her agility, and she sped ahead. Oscar was momentarily stunned. It was not just him. Even Zhu Shuqing and Xiao Wu, upon hearing such an audacious statement from a girl with such grace, were left wide-eyed. They were unaware of Ning Rongrong's true nature within the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, unable to contain herself, revealed a glimpse of her true self. Kai nearly burst into laughter at the sight of their astonishment. You have all been deceived by Ning Rongrong's innocent appearance. However, it must be noted that children on the Douluo Continent mature remarkably fast. Tang San, though young, possesses the soul of an old man. Ma Hongjun is akin to a walking cannon, and Dai Mubai is no different. As for Oscar, he is constantly preoccupied with his romantic prospects. And Xiao Wu? She is a 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit. Even Zhu Shuqing demonstrates maturity far beyond her years. Kai, noticing Ning Rongrong's growing impatience, smiled and turned to leave. Before long, Ning Rongrong, fuming, plopped down. I'm not running anymore. This school is ridiculous. This training method is utterly cruel. I refuse to comply. Don't. If you stop, the dean will surely punish us. Oscar exclaimed in desperation. How can you be so difficult to please? The dean assigned us to complete this training together. What shall I do if you walk away? Yet, Ning Rongrong showed no mercy to Oscar and joyfully sprinted towards the city to indulge in a feast. However, upon entering the city, she suddenly halted, taken aback by Kai's amused gaze. What are you staring at? Do you intend to meddle? Not at all. So, what do you want? Did you not wish to eat? Let's dine together. I shall treat you. Oh, I see, Ning Rongrong scoffed. I didn't expect you and Dai Mubai to be cut from the same cloth, trying to woo me. No chance. Kai shook his head. What are you thinking? A girl like you is not my type. Who are you calling a girl? Kai continued. I must warn you, Soto City is not a safe place. It is a haven for all sorts of people, including unsavory characters. Although you are a soul master as a support type with only a level 20-something soul power, you may struggle here. It would be best to return home early. Furthermore, while I agree that the Shrek Academy's methods are subpar and Flanders' training plan is indeed flawed, Ning Rongrong's expression brightened considerably. You think there's a problem too? I thought Flander was merely deceiving us. Indeed, he is misleading you. As a great soul master, allowing you to run just 20 laps is utterly inadequate. If it were me, I'd have you run 50 laps on the first day. What? Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Who could accomplish that? I could. You? Oh, I see. You're a speed-type soul master, so it's natural for you to complete it. But do remember, I am a support type. Such a task is beyond my capabilities. You're mistaken. I meant to say that when I was 6, I could complete such a task without utilizing soul power. Impossible. Ning Rongrong's expression changed. You must be lying. I absolutely do not believe you. Your inability does not equate to impossibility. Not only I, but also girls of similar age can achieve this. I have no reason to deceive you. I wish to convey how true masters are forged. A hint of disdain flickered across Kai's face. It's not that I look down upon Shrek Academy. Their methods are simply too rudimentary. Such training cannot cultivate true talent. As he spoke, Kai showcased his soul rings. The first soul ring I absorbed was 600 years old, and the second approached 1,000 years. This stems from the rigorous training I underwent from a young age, significantly enhancing my physical abilities. Extreme challenges stimulate one's potential, not merely for survival on the battlefield, but also to develop one's inner capabilities. This not only improves the age at which one can absorb soul rings, but also accelerates the growth of soul power, offering countless benefits. Remember, the body is the foundation of humanity, hence my assertion that Shrek Academy's training is woefully inadequate. Flanders' intention for you to run is merely for survival. How superficial. Ning Rongrong stared at Kai, astonished. She sensed he was not lying, and most importantly, his soul rings were undeniable proof. She had never encountered such insights before. Chapter 169, The Rigorous Education. Kai gazed at her with a cheerful demeanor. So, how do you feel now? Do you still think you should forego running 20 laps? My suggestion is to refrain from replenishing your soul power after completing those 20 laps. Continue to run another 20 until your soul power, stamina, willpower, and energy are utterly depleted. Only through incessantly pushing your limits can you elevate your strength. You just want to trick me into training again, don't you? Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Do you believe this will endear you to me? Kayan couldn't help but chuckle. Do you genuinely think of yourself as an unparalleled beauty? I harbor no such interest in you. However, you are indeed a prodigy. And I admire your authenticity, which is why I wish to offer you some guidance in your training. And let me remind you, do not hold yourself in such high regard. Yes, you are the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, but that status alone does not warrant my flattery. Ning Rongrong looked on in astonishment. You know my identity? Of course. The 7 treasure glazed tower is not a mere roadside cabbage. Your martial soul is too unique to be concealed from the observant. So, you had this planned all along. Yet you claim to be uninterested in me? Kayan sneered. Do not be too proud. Do you think your status is the most exalted in Shrek Academy? What do you mean? Ning Rongrong inquired, perplexed. Dai Mubai possesses the evil white tiger martial soul. With your status, you might deduce what the imperial family of the Xinglu Empire wields. What? Ning Rongrong gasped in disbelief. Are you implying that Dai Mubai is? Kayan nodded. Indeed, just as you surmised. How about that? His princely status is hardly inferior to yours. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated Dai Mubai's illustrious background. Furthermore, Tang San's surname is Tang. Does that not evoke any thoughts? What do you mean? Tang. Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment before exclaiming, impossible. Tang San's martial soul is merely blue silver grass. Is that so? A smirk danced on Kayan's lips. Yet, his other martial soul is certainly not blue silver grass. What are you insinuating? Ning Rongrong stood frozen in shock. It cannot be. Think carefully. When Tang San battled Zhao Wujin that day, did you notice the black hammer that appeared in his left hand? When he swung it, Zhao Wujin was unable to withstand the blow. One strike and he was injured. Zhao Wujin is renowned as the unmoved king. What kind of hammer possesses such power? As Kayan spoke, Ning Rongrong recalled the events vividly. Indeed, you are right. Are you suggesting that hammer is the Haoyan hammer? Bravo. Kayan applauded with a smile. Moreover, according to the registration information, Tang San has lived in the Holy Spirit village since childhood, which indicates he is not from the closed-off Haoyan sect. I also noticed that Zhao Wujin was grievously injured that night. His appearance on the training ground was not merely due to Mai and Tang San's connection, but rather the result of another powerful figure's intervention. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted. Disbelief etched on her face. Are you implying? It must be that Tang San's benefactor is no ordinary title de law. Someone capable of injuring Zhao Wujin yet remaining discreet. At the very least, they must be a title Douluo. Zhao Wujin is capable of contending with Soul Douluo. And there is also Flander. Therefore, the assailant must undoubtedly be a title Douluo. And if my memory serves correctly, a title Douluo from the Haoyan sect was recently expelled. A name you should be familiar with. With such a background, could Tang San truly be an ordinary person? Like you. He is also a young master of the Haoyan sect. So, do you still consider your identity remarkable? Ning Rongrong was taken aback by Kayan's deductions. As she contemplated, she found his analysis almost flawless. She scrutinized Kayan closely. Your disdain for these two seems palpable, and your knowledge is beyond what an ordinary soul master could uncover. It seems your background is not trivial either. Me? I am nothing more than an unremarkable genius. However, I must advise you not to consider yourself a 1 in a million talent. The lecherous Oscar you look down upon is also a food system soul master, and he possesses innate full soul power. Impossible. Ning Rongrong was momentarily speechless. How could an auxiliary martial soul have innate full soul power? In the realm of soul masters, while innate full soul power is rare, it is not entirely absent. However, no auxiliary martial soul has ever reached such a level. Ning Rongrong believed herself to be exceptionally gifted, having awakened her martial soul at a level of 9, just a step away from innate full soul power. This was already considered the pinnacle among auxiliary martial souls. She never anticipated that the seemingly lecherous Oscar could possess innate full soul power. Kayan replied nonchalantly. Oscar is a special case. He has a mutated martial soul. Akin to Ma Hongjun, such anomalies occur once in a millennium, and it is unlikely they will appear again. If you continue on your current path in the future, Oscar will undoubtedly surpass you by leaps and bounds. Ning Rongrong stood there in a daze. Throughout her life, she had been enveloped in the care of those around her. Coupled with her natural talent, she was adored to the utmost degree. She had always believed herself to be the most outstanding and gifted. Even if her current strength was insufficient, she attributed it to her age. However, she never anticipated that within Shrek Academy, all her feelings of superiority would vanish. In terms of status, Tang San and Dai Mubai were hardly inferior to her. In terms of strength, Kayan could even injure Zhao Wujin with ease. In terms of soul master rank, Xiao and Tang San far surpassed her. Even in appearance, she was not the most beautiful, at the very least. Zhu Zhiqing overshadowed her. The most absurd of all was that as an auxiliary soul master, she was outshone by Oscar's innate talent. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a sense of despondency. Kayan observed that his rigorous educational approach was taking effect, and his tone softened considerably. Thus, there are always greater talents beyond your own. Now you realize that within Shrek, you are hardly anything special. However, I possess a method that can enhance your strength and talent beyond Oscar's, allowing you to surpass all auxiliary soul masters and become the most extraordinary among them. What? Ning Rongrong was taken aback. No, that cannot be. How could talent possibly change? Why would I deceive you? What benefit would it provide me? Indeed. What advantage would you gain from this? Nothing much, merely a transaction. In time, you will understand. For now, I believe I can personally devise a training regimen for you, encompassing not only running but also weighted climbing and strike resistance, among other subjects, all of which I have previously trained in. And I will impart them to you without reservation. Chapter 170. You were simply unruly as night descended, the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle. Flander stood majestically on the playground, his sharp gaze fixed upon the 7 students before him. Ma Hongjun lay gravely injured, still confined to his bed. Damubai, Kain, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the impeccably composed Zhu Zhuqing were all prepared for their evening lessons, brimming with vigor. However, Flander's attention was not directed at them, but rather at the other 2 students. Oscar, have you completed your 20 laps? Flander's piercing gaze instilled a sense of trepidation, making it difficult to meet his eyes. Strangely, on this day, the freshman noticed the absence of other faculty members, including Zhao Wujing. It seemed that only they and the dean occupied the entire academy. Oscar cleared his throat and nodded. Dean, I have finished. Flander scoffed. I was inquiring about all of you, not just you. Oscar turned to Ning Rongrong, knowing Flander's cunning nature. He was aware that Ning Rongrong, the precious daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, was accustomed to being pampered. Convincing her to comply with his training regimen would be a formidable challenge. Thus, Flander had deliberately assigned her a particularly arduous task, anticipating her reluctance to complete it. This way, he could seize the opportunity to discipline her and temper her haughty demeanor. He was well aware that she had sneaked away to the city before completing even half of her laps. To Flander's surprise, Ning Rongrong displayed no signs of anxiety. She met his gaze with a pair of innocent, beautiful eyes. Gritting his teeth, Oscar nodded. Yes, we have all completed it. Flander smiled, a smile that, in Kaiyin's estimation, could only be described as sinister. Excellent, Oscar. I did not expect you to exhibit such camaraderie. Step forward. He gestured to a spot in front of him. A faint grimace crossed Oscar's face, but he refrained from glancing at Ning Rongrong again, striding confidently to stand before Flander. The dean slowly raised his right hand and lightly patted Oscar's shoulder. I appreciate your spirit of friendship. Given that, you shall run another 20 laps, so I may witness the depth of your camaraderie. Should you fail to complete them, you will forfeit your meal. I have sealed your soul power, so do not attempt to remove it. Off you go. Oscar did not protest, merely nodding in silence before turning to run outside. Flander's gaze shifted to Daimobai, Kain, and the others. Do you not understand why I am doing this? Why I insist he continue running? Daimobai and Ma Hongjun, well acquainted with Flander's temperament, remained silent. Zhu Zhuqing, naturally aloof, regarded him with indifference. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu instinctively nodded. They genuinely did not comprehend Flander's rationale. Flander maintained his unsettling smile. Because he lied. Regardless of whether he did so out of kindness or for any other reason, it remains a falsehood. You are all still children. Dishonesty is the worst of virtues. I hope you grasp this. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong, who wore an innocent expression, appearing somewhat pitiful. Tell me, did you complete the training regimen I assigned this morning? A smile graced Ning Rongrong's lips as she proudly raised her chin. Your training regimen was far too simplistic. Not only did I complete your task, but I also ran an additional 10 laps around Soto City. Flander's expression instantly froze in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a response from Ning Rongrong, which was entirely contrary to his expectations. His eyes grew cold. I just stated that lying is the worst of virtues. Are you deliberately defying my word? You are utterly unruly, disregarding the Academy's rules. Ning Rongrong's dictionary contained no notion of submission. She retorted defiantly, words must be substantiated. On what grounds do you claim I lied? Let me tell you. Your trivial training could not possibly challenge me. Not only did I complete it, but I also chose to practice further. If you choose not to commend me, so be it, but how dare you criticize me? Flander laughed coldly. Do not presume I am unaware. You barely completed a lap this morning before heading to Soto City for a lavish meal, correct? Ning Rongrong nodded nonchalantly. Of course, with such a high-intensity training plan. How could I possibly complete it without replenishing my energy? Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened in realization. Were you spying on me? Flander's expression turned grave. As the dean, I am responsible for every student in this academy. While Oscar's lie might be excusable out of pity for you, your transgressions are utterly unforgivable. Leaving the academy without permission, disobeying the academy's arrangements, and having a senior lie for you. Any one of these mistakes is unbecoming of an exemplary soul master. On the battlefield, your fate would be solely military punishment, death. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, her gentle demeanor gradually fading. A hint of disdain crept into her expression. This is not a battlefield. It is merely an academy. Furthermore, I did not coerce Oscar into lying. He was merely afraid of your reprimand. Flander nodded. Indeed, this is merely an academy. But it is my Shrek Academy. Now, I present you with 2 options. 1. Pack your belongings and leave at once. You do not deserve to be a part of this institution. 2. Demonstrate to me that you possess the qualifications to remain here, as well as the resolve to abide by the rules in the future. Ning Rongrong smiled. Despite being merely 12 years old, she could not deny that her smile was indeed charming and beautiful, a seemingly harmless expression that sent shivers down the spine. Flander, who do you think you are? Just a lowly soul sage. What are you to me? Upon hearing this, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others were taken aback. They had never expected such words to escape the lips of a girl who appeared so gentle. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's expression had transformed, devoid of any warmth, replaced by blatant scorn. Flander was not angered by her words. Instead, he smiled slightly. Indeed, I am merely a lowly soul sage. However, you currently stand far from my level. Even if you are the most gifted of your generation in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, you remain merely a great soul master. The chasm between us is insurmountable. If you look down upon this place, kindly take your leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students like you. Chapter 171. The situation is beyond control. Ning Rongrong let out a cold laugh. You wish to expel me? It won't be so simple. Since I am here, I have no intention of leaving anytime soon. Do you think my tuition is easy to collect? If you expel me, you must refund my fees. At the mention of a refund, Flinder's expression shifted slightly. Ning Rongrong could easily perceive this change. Flinder, I advise you to refrain from meddling in my affairs. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Flinder smiled nonchalantly. If I were afraid of consequences, this academy would not exist. This is my territory, and I am the one who calls the shots. Dean Mubai? He said, beckoning the dean forward. At that moment, Mubai's gaze towards Ning Rongrong was still filled with disbelief. He vaguely understood that the current Ning Rongrong was her true self. However, yesterday, she had concealed it far too well. Flinder continued. Go fetch Miss Ning Rongrong's belongings from her room and escort her out of here. If she resists, I permit you to employ any means necessary. Flinder, how dare you? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips. This 12-year-old girl radiated an extraordinarily fierce aura. In my entire life, you are the first person to dare speak to me like this. Flinder smirked ominously. Just because your father is reluctant to discipline you, does not mean I will be. You are neither my daughter nor my treasure. In my eyes, every student here is superior to you. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul is indeed one of the most powerful auxiliary martial souls, but unfortunately, you only bring it shame. You speak nonsense. Ning Rongrong's chest heaved with anger. All along, she had known that she was the most outstanding disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect in her generation. She had several elder brothers, yet none of them had achieved the level of rank 20 before the age of 12. Even her father, the sect leader, had once remarked that she was the only genius in centuries with the potential to transform the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile into the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile. At this moment, Flinder's disparagement of her was something her pride could hardly endure. Nonsense? Then tell me, who here is stronger than me? Flinder scoffed. Ning Rongrong sneered. Do you truly believe I am a mere child? Flinder, do not twist the concept. Just because my combat power is not as formidable as others, does that mean I am unworthy of remaining at Shrek Academy? Then tell me, who among us is stronger than Cain? Does that mean all students apart from Cain should leave? You. Flinder's expression stiffened. Yet, Ning Rongrong did not grant him the opportunity to respond, continuing, humph. Even a scoundrel like Ma Hongjun is welcomed in your academy, which clearly shows that your standards for accepting disciples are quite low. Why pretend otherwise? You merely wish to intimidate me into submission and compliance, don't you? Flinder, let me tell you, to earn respect, you must demonstrate your true abilities. If you are a teacher and wish for me to submit, you must show me your teaching prowess, not resort to such petty tactics. You are correct. Lying is indeed a deplorable trait. However, stubbornness and arrogance are even worse, and far more contemptible than mere deceit. Without investigation, one has no right to speak. On what basis do you assume I went to Soto City merely for indulgence, and failed to adhere to my training regimen? Just ask around Soto City, and everyone will tell you about a little girl who frantically circled the city walls, running a full 30 laps. If you question my superiority, let me assure you, I'm stronger than all of you. If you are an auxiliary soul master, can you complete those 30 laps using only your physical strength without employing soul power? Those who doubt can try it themselves. After completing the laps, come back and talk to me. Flinder was rendered speechless, his face flushed crimson. Yet he could utter no words. For deep down, he could not ascertain the truth of Ning Rongrong's claims. Instinctively, he wanted to disbelieve her. Yet such a lie was simple to verify. As Ning Rongrong stated, a trip to Soto City would reveal the truth. But he was the dean of Shrek Academy. How could he allow Ning Rongrong to dominate him with such an imposing presence? Today marked the first day of school. If he could not subdue Ning Rongrong now, how would he manage the others in the future? Did he not see the peculiar glances from Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San, especially Cain and Xiao Wu, who even bore faint smiles as if mocking him? It was known that Cain was the most troublesome among them. He had severely injured Ma Hongjun on the very first day of school, leaving Flinder with no means to hold him accountable. What if he followed Ning Rongrong's example and confronted him directly? No, this momentum must be halted. Shrek Academy could not tolerate such a formidable presence. Flinder's face turned cold as he shook his finger at Ning Rongrong. No, you are mistaken. Even if you have indeed completed your so-called enhanced training, setting that aside, your character will not allow you to surpass others in the future. Furthermore, on the battlefield, someone with your self-centered nature would merely be cannon fodder. Impossible. Flinder, do not engage in alarmist rhetoric. When it comes to self-centeredness, I doubt anyone can rival you. And what about Ma Hongjun? Does he not only care for his own comfort? Why am I inferior to you? Flinder replied coldly, because of your heart. Your restlessness and arrogance have made you regard yourself too highly. Even your father would not see himself as unparalleled, without excellent companions. Even an ordinary soul master could defeat him. Given your nature, do you believe you can find partners you can fully trust? Ning Rongrong paused, almost wanting to laugh. Is this the caliber of individuals at Shrek Academy? Flinder, are you truly grasping at straws? Which auxiliary soul master on the battlefield does not require protection and can wreak havoc alone? At that moment, Kain cleared his throat. Ah well, I believe Ning Rongrong, as the possessor of the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, is indeed a soul master I greatly need to assist me. If we were on the battlefield, she could support me from behind while I pave the way in front, and I would certainly protect her. Moreover, I find Ning Rongrong's perseverance to be remarkable, especially in completing today's training, which exceeded my expectations. Therefore, I believe she has great potential for growth. Such a partner deserves my commendation. Flinder was taken aback, his brows furrowing as he realized this troublemaker was once again complicating matters. It seemed today would be a challenge to maintain control over the situation. Chapter 172. I come prepared nonetheless. I am the director. Am I to fear a mere newcomer? Flinder remarked with displeasure. Kain, what are you saying? Kain chuckled and replied, I witnessed Ning Rongrong running around Soto City for a full 30 laps. Especially during the last 10 laps, she did not utilize her soul power at all, as it had long been exhausted. She was utterly spent, merely forcing her body back to the academy. Thus, the esteemed director may have truly misjudged her. If one were to inquire in Soto City, everyone would know, particularly the soldiers guarding the city. The others, observing Kain's assertions, began to believe him. Consequently, the gazes directed at Ning Rongrong became peculiar, as they had not expected the temperamental young lady to achieve such a feat. Xiao Wu whispered, Rongrong, you are truly impressive. Ning Rongrong, who had been criticized by Flinder, proudly lifted her chin. Of course. Simultaneously, everyone turned their attention to Flinder, eager to discern his subsequent remarks, particularly since he had wronged Ning Rongrong. With a pout, Ning Rongrong shot a frosty glare at Flinder. Flinder's expression grew somewhat awkward as he coldly huffed. This is the first day of school. Do you think the training regimen I devised was arbitrary? I assure you, I did not concoct it haphazardly. I came prepared. Making you run 20 laps was merely a warm-up. Nonetheless, completing 30 laps does not leave me disappointed. However, Flinder's tone shifted. Is this your reason for pride? Does this grant you the audacity to look down upon your teacher in the academy? You are exceedingly arrogant. Let me tell you, among us, there are many who can run 30 laps. Ning Rongrong interjected. Ah, yes, I know I'm not the only one who can finish, but... She mimicked Flinder's tone. I completed it, so why accuse me of lying? Flinder, in a rage, approached Dai Mubai. Due to the verbal exchange between him and Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai refrained from retrieving Ning Rongrong's belongings. He pointed at Dai Mubai. Look at Dai Mubai. He is 15 years old, with the White Tiger martial soul. A battle-type soul master with innate twin pupils. His soul power has reached 37, boasting 2-century-old soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring. He is the youngest student in Shrek Academy's history to attain the rank of soul master at 30. He achieved this at the age of 13. Ask yourself, could you break through the 30-level barrier at 13? Seeing Flinder's relentless demeanor, Ning Rongrong chuckled softly. Perhaps. Kain burst into laughter, attempting to suppress his amusement. Forgive me. My wife is having a child. I am not laughing at you. I am genuinely delighted. Haha. All right, Flinder was furious. Ning Rongrong, do not think that just because Dai Mubai is older than you, you should feel inferior. Look at your peers. Tang San and Xiao Wu, both merely 12 years old, have already reached the level of 29. Observe how far ahead they are. Do they exhibit arrogance? Especially Tang San. Look how humble he is, how he respects his teachers. Noticing Ning Rongrong's persistent defiance, Flinder continued, and their S also. Flinder hesitated, glancing awkwardly at Kain. He truly did not wish to use Kain as an example. Yet, to suppress Ning Rongrong, he had no choice but to say, and Kain, of the same age. Look at him. You witnessed the battle between Kain and Zhao Wujia. You should be well aware of the gap between a great soul master and a soul sage. Although Zhao Wujia did not use his full strength, the combat prowess exhibited by Kain was evident. What do you have to be proud of? Ah, yes. Kain is indeed strong and impressive. I never claimed to be discontent. Flinder retorted, and then there is Ma Hongjun. His age is comparable to yours. He entered Shrek Academy at 11. Although his martial soul has its flaws, the mutated martial soul he possesses is a top-tier beast martial soul. In terms of martial souls alone, few across the continent can rival him. His soul power is equally formidable, even while he dedicates part of his effort to compensating for his martial soul's deficiencies. Director, I must interject. Using Ma Hongjun as an example is rather distasteful. I am sorry, but I have no regard for someone like him. Ning Rongrong unabashedly expressed her disdain for Ma Hongjun. The others nodded in agreement. Flanders' expression froze in shock. Was Ma Hongjun that unpopular? Then, what about Zhu Zhuqing? Her soul power is on par with yours, but unlike you. She possesses a steadfast and resolute heart. Zhu Zhuqing, tell me, why did you come to Shrek Academy? Zhu Zhuqing's icy voice answered without hesitation, to become stronger. Flander inquired, what will you do regarding the courses arranged by the academy? Zhu Zhuqing responded, as long as it benefits my strength, I will execute it without hesitation. Flander remarked coolly. Ning Rongrong, did you hear that? Indeed, I heard it. Of course, I will execute it without hesitation. Did you not see me complete 20 laps, then add 10 more? Ning Rongrong bore a look that challenged Flander to say more. Flander's previously stern expression was now nearly crimson from frustration. Director, you do not intend to use Oscar as an example, do you? Flander nodded. At least you possess some self-awareness. Oscar's talent even surpasses that of Mubai. He is immeasurably stronger than you. Otherwise, why would I permit him to enter the academy? Ning Rongrong, I shall pose a single question. Have you ever encountered a food-type martial soul with innate full soul power? Ning Rongrong shook her head. I have not seen one, but I have heard of them. Is that not commonplace? Your lack of experience does not imply. Flander began, but suddenly paused. Realizing this was diverging from his expectations. What do you mean? I have heard of them. And how is that not rare? That is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power. Ning Rongrong nodded matter-of-factly. Isn't it just a mutation of the martial soul? What is so strange about that? Throughout the history of Douluo Continent, such individuals are far too numerous. However, good talent requires diligent cultivation. Is that not your lesson, Director? Flander shouted in fury, Ning Rongrong. You are simply beyond redemption. Oscar is an unprecedented existence. His future achievements are boundless. And he may even supplant your 7 treasure, glazed tile school's position among support-type soul masters. You may choose not to believe my words, but I assure you, this is a very real possibility. Chapter 173. Flander trembles upon hearing Flander assert that Oscar might one day supplant the 7 treasure, glazed tile school. The individuals present exchanged astonished glances, their expressions revealing their shock. Who would have thought that the unassuming Oscar possessed such formidable potential? Flander observed their reactions with satisfaction, hoping to witness shock, shame, and introspection on Xiaowu's face. However, he was met with disappointment. Instead, he discerned a flicker of disdain in her expression. Replace the 7 treasure, glazed tile school? What are the odds of that? I acknowledge Oscar's remarkable talent and believe that with diligent cultivation, he could surpass not only me, but also my father and any auxiliary soul master. Yet, to claim he would replace the 7 treasure glazed tile school status in the soul master realm, I find that rather far-fetched. Flander exclaimed angrily, his countenance darkening. You are like a stone in a latrine, stinking and stubborn. Oscar possesses innate full soul power, and like you, is an auxiliary soul master. How can you still deny this? I never claimed to be in denial. I merely pointed out the fallacies in your statement. Ning Rongrong retorted, her smile growing ever brighter. Even now, in terms of auxiliary capabilities, many surpass the 7 treasure, glazed tile school. Take the Yi family S9 Heart Sea Buttercup, for instance. Its abilities exceed those of the 7 treasure, glazed tile school. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is inherently limited to 7 levels, while the 9 Heart Sea Buttercup can cultivate to the rank of title de law. Is it not superior to the 7 treasure, glazed tile school? Yet, has the 9 Heart Sea Buttercup supplanted the 7 treasure, glazed tile school? No, the Yi family is not among the top 3 sects. Why? Because each generation of the 9 Heart Sea Buttercup can only have 1 inheritor, and at any given time, there can only be 2 active 9 Heart Sea Buttercup soul masters. Only upon the passing of 1 can a successor potentially arise. Thus, the strength of the 7 treasure, glazed tile school lies in the fact that all descendants of the Ning family can reliably inherit it. As for Oscar, even if he were to surpass me and reach the rank of title de law, what would that matter? Can his descendants inherit his martial soul? A mutated martial soul cannot be passed down. Therefore, I cannot believe that Oscar could replace the 7 treasure, glazed tile school status. Dean Flander, it seems your choice of words lacks precision. Or perhaps you are unaware of these facts. Or do you know them but deliberately choose to downplay their significance? Ning Rongrong's logical and well-reasoned discourse left Flander momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, at a loss for how to counter her arguments. He was astonished that such a young girl possessed such extensive knowledge of the soul master realm. She certainly did not resemble a spoiled, reckless young lady devoid of education. Could it be that Ning Fingji's letter was not mere embellishment? Unbeknownst to him, all of this information had been imparted to Ning Rongrong by Cain, which only deepened her admiration for him. Flander's mind raced as he sought to formulate a rebuttal to defend his dignity. Yet he awkwardly realized he was momentarily at a loss for words. Many of the theories Ning Rongrong espoused were concepts he himself was unfamiliar with. How he wished his old friend were present. Meanwhile, the onlookers, Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, and others, stared at Ning Rongrong in astonishment. Truly, one could discern the wisdom that comes from being raised in a prominent family. Her reasoning was impeccable. Although they did not fully comprehend her points, they were profoundly impressed. Hey, Dean Flander, do you have nothing to say? If not, perhaps you should hasten to arrange the teaching content. I still need to complete 100 sets of weighted squats before bed, so let us not waste everyone's time. Ning Rongrong, Flander erupted. You are utterly unreasonable. I have spoken at length for your benefit, and yet, you persist in opposing your teacher and refusing to heed advice. Do you even resemble a student at all? With your demeanor, no matter how great your talent, the Shrek Academy would never accept you, because you simply do not deserve it. Moreover, I tell you, regardless of where you go, you will never be a good student. You should not even be in school. A person with your personality can only be spoiled as a little princess at home. Leave. You are not welcome here. However, Flander's tone shifted abruptly. I hope you will seriously reflect upon your behavior. Since you hail from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I expect you to consider its reputation. Your father left a letter for me, instructing me to discipline you firmly. If you continue to disregard my guidance, I will have no choice but to write to him about the situation. I believe you would not wish for your father to be disappointed by your expulsion. Ning Rongrong stood there in a daze. From childhood, she had been cherished by those around her, and being a prodigy only exacerbated her pampering, even when venturing outside. She believed that reasoning could conquer all. Yet, at that moment, every word from Flander pierced her heart like a sword, shattering her most cherished beliefs. So, it was true what Cain had said. Flander was indeed targeting her because she was the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, using her as an example to establish his authority as the dean. There truly were individuals who acted unreasonably, centered solely on themselves. Ning Rongrong's face paled, and suddenly, she burst into tears. Flander, you scoundrel. You are utterly excessive. On what grounds do you unjustly target me? Do you think your little Shrek Academy is invincible? Do you believe my family has no title Douluo? Zhao Wuji is still recovering, right? If others can defeat Zhao Wuji, do you think my family's title Douluo would not dare to confront you? Just wait. I will go tell on you. I will not stay in this wretched place any longer. With that, Ning Rongrong turned on her heel and dashed toward her dormitory. Flander had just begun to wear a smug smile, thinking that if he could not handle a mere 12-year-old girl, he was unworthy of the title Golden Iron Triangle. Yet, in an instant, his smile froze. What? How did Ning Rongrong know that Zhao Wuji was injured, and that he was injured by a title Douluo? Were there others present that night? Who could it possibly be? Someone capable of being in the vicinity of a title Douluo without being detected? It could only be another title Douluo. Would it be Bone Douluo or Sword Douluo? Regardless of who it is, if that person were to discover my recent actions. Flander shivered involuntarily at the thought of the scene from that night, where Zhao Wuji was treated like a mere punching bag. A subtle tremor coursed through him, manifesting visibly before the others. Chapter 174. Fairness. Fairness. And yet, TMD fairness. Flander was in a state of utter turmoil. What to do? What to do? If that Ning Rongrong truly sought out the title Douluo to lodge a complaint, his frail frame would be utterly incapable of withstanding the consequences. The crux of the matter lay in his recent assessment. There truly was a title Douluo lurking near the Shrek Monster Academy, covertly safeguarding Ning Rongrong. As this thought crossed his mind, despite maintaining an outward semblance of calm, he found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. At that moment, Dai Mubai, with his characteristic cheekiness, ventured to inquire, Principal, should I assist her in packing her things? Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Flander let out a cold snort and shot him a glare. Do you wish for that girl to leave? Although Ning Rongrong had been somewhat pampered, her inherent nature was not malevolent. I am merely urging her to reflect. As long as she corrects her mistakes, there is still a chance for redemption. You, go summon Oscar back. Tell him I have rescinded his punishment and instruct him to console Ning Rongrong. All right, Dai Mubai replied, his expression stiffening as he felt the situation had turned rather unamusing. He turned to seek out Oscar. The jovial demeanor that had previously adorned his face now vanished. Flander was momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. Behind Tang San stood the Haotian Douluo, while Ning Rongrong was backed by the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. Yet, Dai Mubai's status was not insignificant either. He truly wished to exclaim, Mubai, I admit my previous words were rather loud. Come, let us return to the room. There were too many people outside just now. I even knelt for you. Fortunately, Dai Mubai appeared blissfully unaware, seemingly unperturbed by the incident. Thank goodness for that. At least there was one less worry. Little did he know that Dai Mubai harbored immense admiration for Flander, coming from a prominent family himself. He was acutely aware of the terrifying status of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School on the continent. The entire Douluo Continent boasted merely a handful of title Douluos, and among them, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School accounted for 2. Such power warranted even the royal families of the 2 great empires to treat the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with utmost respect. Flander's audacity to sternly reprimand the most favored little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was not mere bravery. It was something far beyond that. In truth, Dai Mubai remained oblivious to the fact that the esteemed principal was trembling in fear himself. even though he held a letter from the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which could serve as a protective talisman. Who could guarantee its efficacy in preserving his own safety? Nonetheless, Flinder felt a surge of exhilaration. He had evidently quelled the atmosphere. No one would dare oppose his authority any longer. Meanwhile, the onlookers displayed a variety of expressions. Had Flinder observed closely enough, he would have discerned that the fear directed at him was rather minimal. After all, individuals like Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing were new students and female, thus sharing a common stance. One could imagine the discomfort of being a newcomer, subjected to such criticism from a teacher while striving to complete a training regimen. It would feel utterly unjust, merely because they were students, to be silenced and left without the right to question. Every one of them was a genius, arriving here with the hope of growing stronger, not to endure unwarranted suffering. Flinder clasped his hands behind his back. All right, prepare yourselves to set off. You have all witnessed the outcomes for Ning Rongrong and Oscar. If you wish to remain here for training, you must adhere to the Academy's regulations. Attend every class diligently. My words here are commands. You will soon embark on your first lesson at Shrek. Each of you shall independently complete your coursework. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. If your performance is lacking, you will face dire consequences. After Flinder's authoritative proclamation, he surveyed the crowd with satisfaction. Just then, Kai furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Wait a moment, I have a question. Flinder's expression stiffened. This troublemaker had finally emerged. He voiced his dissatisfaction. Kai, what do you wish to say? If it is to plead for Ning Rongrong, there is no need. Rules are rules. Kai shook his head. I am not here to plead for Ning Rongrong, but clarity is necessary. Previously, you mentioned expelling Ning Rongrong. Yet your current demeanor suggests you have no intention of doing so. I wish to state that if the Academy does not intend to expel the new student, then Ning Rongrong and Oscar should be allowed to participate in the upcoming training. I believe that as a cohesive team of 7, we must support one another, whether in life or battle, and stand united. If the intention is to expel Ning Rongrong, then there is no point in sending Oscar to comfort her. It would serve no purpose. His mention of 7 individuals clearly excluded Ma Hongjun, for Kai was fully aware that Ma Hongjun was beyond saving, rendered utterly useless. Even if he were to recover, he would merely be an ordinary soul master, far from the standards of a genius. Flinder's brow furrowed. Have I not made myself clear enough? Do you wish to become the next Ning Rongrong? Kai chuckled lightly. Although I do not hail from a prestigious family like Ning Rongrong, if the Academy's teaching methods are unreasonable, then I see no reason to remain in such a place. We come here to learn, to grow stronger. And once we are strong, is it merely to bully others? I believe we all pursue fairness and justice, do we not? I am here for 3 things. Fairness, and still TMD fairness. If we are not treated fairly, then both Ning Rongrong and I, as geniuses, will find doors open for us wherever we go, regardless of the Academy. I suspect my fellow classmates share similar sentiments. Exactly. Xiao chimed in, hands on her hips. Ning Rongrong has done nothing wrong. Why must she be coerced into apologizing? Kai, I support you. If you leave, then I shall leave as well. Upon hearing Xiao Wu declare her intention to depart, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape, he glanced between Xiao Wu and Flinder, uncertain of how to respond. He felt a pang of anxiety, wanting to speak but unsure of what words to offer. Zhu Zhuqing's brow furrowed as well. She calmly stated, my objective is to become stronger. For that goal, I can endure anything. However, if I were to find myself in Ning Rongrong's predicament, I apologize. But I would not accept it. This left Flinder utterly speechless. Shrek Academy had initially only 3 students, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. If Ning Rongrong, Kai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing all chose to leave, with Ma Hongjun rendered useless, then the Academy would have effectively only admitted one Tang San this year, who was merely a beneficiary of connections. With the strength of merely 3 individuals, competing in the Elite Soul Master Tournament would be nothing short of a delusion. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his inner discontent and finally said, the Academy has never stated an intention to expel Ning Rongrong. She left of her own accord. I had already planned for Oscar to persuade her, but we cannot allow one individual to disrupt the training of the entire Academy. Chapter 175. The true first lesson. Kayan let out a cold chuckle. Does the esteemed dean believe that Oscar, with his pitiful demeanor, can persuade Ning Rongrong? Moreover, she is currently in a fit of anger and will grant no favors to anyone. However, I might attempt to reason with her. After all, she is still inclined to listen to me. Upon hearing this, Flinder's expression became somewhat more agreeable. Yet, Kayan's tone shifted as he continued. We must clarify this matter. Did Ning Rongrong truly err, or is someone else at fault? Does the Academy have a definitive stance on this issue? If Ning Rongrong is indeed in the wrong, I will have one approach. If she is not, I will adopt another. It is essential to clarify this, lest I find myself in a position where I say one thing in her presence, while the Academy acts contrary to that, leaving me in an untenable situation. Flinder frowned. Are you suggesting that I should acknowledge a mistake? That depends on your personal feelings. Kayan replied with a light laugh. But let us get to the point. Did Ning Rongrong truly make a mistake? How should I address her? Or perhaps, esteemed dean, are you afraid to confront the truth? Flinder took a deep breath. Ning Rongrong has completed the training plan. That is indisputable. However, her open defiance towards her superior is, without a doubt, a fault. Kayan nodded. Very well. I understand. Ning Rongrong has adhered to the training plan and has not violated the Academy's rules. Which means she has not erred. As for the other matters, those are between you and her. Rest assured, I will persuade Ning Rongrong to return without wasting much time. Watching Kayan leave, Flinder's expression darkened considerably. He had intended to use Ning Rongrong to establish his authority, but now, including Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, everyone had expressed their dissatisfaction with him, even threatening to leave the academy. This was intolerable. It seemed that in the upcoming training, he must ensure these youngsters remember their place. A group of children. Once they arrive at that place, they will truly understand what real cruelty is. Kayan indeed did not boast. His efficiency was remarkable. In less than 10 minutes, he returned, accompanied by an irate Ning Rongrong and a bewildered Oscar. Oscar, panting, approached Flinder and inquired, Dean, do you really not require my assistance? I thought Kayan was just fooling me. Flinder, maintaining a stern demeanor, nodded. No need. Your punishment has been temporarily waived. However, remember what the consequences of violating the rules are. Oscar quickly replied with a grin. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your leniency, Dean. Flinder coldly acknowledged him before turning his gaze to Ning Rongrong, his brow furrowed. He wondered how Kayan had communicated with her and what her current attitude was. Ning Rongrong calmly responded. Kayan has informed me that I did not err in completing my plan on time. So rest assured, I will adhere to any training program the Academy sets forth. I will complete it punctually. If I express discomfort or fatigue and cannot finish, I shall no longer be called Ning Rongrong. With a shift in tone, she continued. I am here to grow stronger. Therefore, if your training plan is truly inadequate and does not match my capabilities, I will train in my own way. But do not worry, I will not disrupt the Academy's teaching schedule. Furthermore, since you have accepted me as your student, if you truly wish to expel me, you should personally explain it to my father rather than forcing me to return home in shame. Of course, if the Academy possesses irrefutable evidence of my wrongdoing, then I shall have nothing to say regarding my expulsion. Lastly, regarding your accusation of my disrespect towards my superiors, should your reasoning hold merit, I shall not utter a word in protest. However, should anyone attempt to unjustly tarnish my reputation, regardless of whether they are a superior or a parent, I will not stand for it. Respect is not granted by others, it is often lost by oneself. Flinder gazed deeply at Ning Rongrong and then at Kayan. Regardless of the circumstances, it was fortunate that Ning Rongrong had returned. Things were progressing as he had anticipated. As for Ning Rongrong's boastful claims, such as being able to handle whatever comes her way, he did not believe them. She was merely a pampered young lady. Soon enough, she would learn the hard way. Flinder waved his hand, instructing, let us depart. Follow me. With that, he sprang forward lightly, heading towards the Academy's exterior, with the others trailing behind. Flinder maintained a notably swift pace, revealing the disparity in strength among the 5 students. Following closely behind him was the deeply skilled Daimubai, while Zhu Zhuqing, a swift attack-type spirit master, followed him, not Tang San, who excelled in finesse but lacked in straight-line acceleration. Thus, Tang San took the 3rd position, with Oscar behind him, and Kayan bringing up the rear, fully aware of his destination and unhurried, knowing he would not fall behind. Xiao simply desired to stay close to Kayan, as did Ning Rongrong, resulting in the 3 of them walking side by side. As they proceeded, Flinder said nothing further, and the others remained silent, their minds lingering on the previous confrontation between Flinder and Ning Rongrong. Soon, they reached their destination, Soto City. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City was not great. Soto City was situated within the borders of the Barak Kingdom, free from external threats, so its gates remained open at all hours. The 6 of them entered the city smoothly. Although night had fallen, Soto City seemed to have just awakened, bustling even more than during the day. The streets were lined with brightly lit shops, and vendors who only operated at night set up their stalls, selling snacks and trinkets. Xiao Wu, despite having stayed in Soto City for 2 days, had yet to explore at night. She eagerly looked around, drawn to interesting sights, quietly moving closer to observe them. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the world around her, her gaze fixed solely on Flinder, undistracted by external stimuli. Dai Mubai appeared calm and composed, mirroring Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, though his face lacked her frostiness, exuding a natural air. Flinder suddenly halted, glancing at the sky as he murmured to himself, there is still some time, follow me. With that, he led the 7 of them into a modest tea shop beside the street. They gathered around a round table, and Flinder ordered 8 cups of the cheapest tea. Xiao wrinkled her nose at the murky tea before her and asked, Dean, we won't be having our first lesson here, will we? Flinder replied, certainly not. Your classroom is over there. As he spoke, he gestured outside. Following the direction of his hand, Xiao Wu saw a towering structure not far from the tea shop. From their vantage point, they could only see that the edifice loomed nearly 100 meters high, immense and profoundly imposing against the night sky, with faint glimmers of light flickering from within. Chapter 176. The Soto Great Spirit Arena gazing at the peculiar edifice in the distance, while others remained curious. Kayan, with an air of composure, sipped his tea. However, After just a single sip, his brow furrowed in discontent. What is this dreadful concoction? It lacks any hint of the fragrant aroma of tea and resembles mere broth. Is it possible that the Douluo realm has yet to master the art of tea preparation? This presents a lucrative opportunity. My current sources of income stem from either women or the deceased, which is far from ideal. As a transmigrator, I ought to embark upon establishing a new industry. It appears that tea could be a splendid choice, given its potential for substantial profit. While Kyan pondered his entrepreneurial aspirations, Dai Mubai's expression shifted, and he murmured, "Director, are we truly sending them there on their first day?" Flender replied nonchalantly, "Remember, you are all monsters, not ordinary individuals. As such, your training must reflect your extraordinary nature." He paused, then continued solemnly, "Your martial souls differ, each possessing its own unique cultivation method. The Academy's role is to teach you how to better utilize your martial souls, aiding you in acquiring superior soul rings, gaining practical experience, and developing your potential to the fullest. The remaining knowledge pertains to various aspects of martial souls and the conditions of spirit masters across the continent. Among all that you must learn, the most crucial is practical experience. In battles of equal level and strength, the extent of one's practical experience will determine the outcome. Only by engaging in continuous combat can you enhance your adaptability in battle. Thus, your first lesson will be practical combat, and that place will serve as your classroom." Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances. Oscar remained silent, while a look of resignation flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. They were evidently aware of the nature of that place. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the cold Zhu Zhuqing displayed expressions of confusion. Flender elaborated, "Structures like this can only be found in cities of the main city level. Their scale signifies the prosperity of a city or even a nation. Such a building is called the Great Spirit Arena, named after the city in which it resides. The so-called Great Spirit Arena is a place for martial soul competitions, where spirit masters engage in combat, whether in the Heavendo Empire or the Starluo Empire. It is said that the Spirit Arena determines a nation's rise or fall." Unable to suppress her curiosity, Xiao Wu inquired, "Director, is it not said that spirit masters are the noblest profession? Why then does a place like the Great Spirit Arena exist, where martial soul battles are displayed for spectators like a monkey show?" Flender shook his head and replied, "No, you are mistaken. While I too have reservations about the Spirit Arena, I cannot deny that it is a significant venue that reflects the value of spirit masters. You are underestimating it. The Great Spirit Arena possesses a complete and intricate system. It can be regarded as a unique force in its own right. It was jointly established by the 7 most prestigious spirit master families on the continent and operates independently of the 2 empires or the Spirit Hall, effectively functioning as a third-party entity, wealthy enough to rival nations. Spirit masters who gain fame within the Great Spirit Arena become dazzling stars across the entire nation, reaping not only immense profits but also considerable renown. Moreover, the Great Spirit Arena is a relatively fair venue. Here, even if you were to slay the heir of a prominent family, you need not fear retribution, which attests to its fairness." As he spoke, Flender's eyes glimmered with brilliance. The rank of a martial soul signifies a spirit master's strength, and soul rings are the finest expression of that. However, this does not truly represent a spirit master's capability. Only through personal effort and the titles earned within the Great Spirit Arena can one genuinely reflect their power, regardless of their level. Once a spirit master enters the Great Spirit Arena, they are solely identified by the term combat soul. After securing their first victory, they receive a badge. Subsequently, each victory earns points, and when points reach a certain threshold, the badge's rank is elevated. This badge symbolizes one's rank within the Great Spirit Arena and is universally recognized across all main cities on the continent. The advantages of possessing a higher-ranked badge are numerous, which I shall not elaborate upon. The ranks of the badge are categorized by the quality of minerals, starting with the Iron Badge, or Iron Combat Soul, followed by Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond, totaling 8 ranks. At this juncture, Flender's gaze swept across the 5 individuals before him. Your task is to attain at least a Silver Combat Soul Badge before graduation. Do you understand? Do not assume that acquiring a Silver Combat Soul Badge is an easy feat. Mubai has participated in practical combat here for over a year. Mubai, please inform them of the requirements for elevating badge ranks and your own record." While speaking, Flender calmly sipped the inferior tea before him. Having established Shrek Academy for 2 decades, he was well aware of the most effective educational methods to engage students. The key is to spark their interest, regardless of the task at hand. If interest is the foundation, everything becomes exponentially easier. Those fortunate enough to gain admission to Shrek Academy are undoubtedly extraordinary children. These so-called monsters or genius students cannot be educated through conventional means. Previously, they had all exuded an air of arrogance. Now, they will soon realize their own disparities when confronted with real combat in the spirit arena. You little ones still have a long way to go, Dai Mubai stated. I began participating in the Soto Great Spirit Arena competitions at level 29. I have engaged in 56 battles, with a record of 29 victories and 27 defeats, and currently hold 2 points. To advance from Iron Combat Soul to Copper Combat Soul, one requires 100 points. Each victory grants 1 point. However, losing a battle deducts 1 point. If one achieves more than 5 consecutive victories, each additional win increases the points by 10, and if one surpasses 10 consecutive victories, an additional win yields 100 points. Even if one reaches the Copper Combat Soul, should their points drop by 100, they will lose their qualification for that rank. Advancing from Copper Combat Soul to Silver Combat Soul requires 1,000 points. In battles between Copper Combat Souls, each victory yields 10 points, and a loss deducts 10 points. With the ratio for consecutive victories being the same as for Iron Combat Souls. Tang San, having some understanding of Dai Mubai's strength, was taken aback by his revelation. Mubai, with your prowess, only 29 wins and 27 losses? How can that be? Your martial soul should be among the more formidable beast martial souls. Chapter 177. The max-level expert arrives at the novice village. Dai Mubai chuckled wryly. Nothing is impossible. The Great Soul Arena is not an easy place to navigate. There are 3 forms of competition here. The first is called gameplay, which is of a sparring nature. Adhering to the rules I mentioned earlier, participants are grouped according to their ranks or the number of soul rings they possess. Once you acquire an additional soul ring, you are only eligible to participate in the next level of competition. When I was at level 29, I achieved 4 consecutive victories and was poised to earn tenfold points for my streak when my strength surged to level 30, granting me a 3rd soul ring. Subsequently, I suffered over 10 defeats, resulting in negative points. With the same 3 soul rings, how could my level 30 self possibly contend against opponents of levels 38 or 39? To achieve consecutive victories here, one must participate in competitions at level 29 for a while, then pause upon reaching level 30, and resume only after attaining level 39. However, our objective is practical combat, so such a strategy is not feasible, which naturally affected my performance, leaving my points lower than those of the hefty fellow. As of now, he stands at 33 matches with 21 victories, 12 losses, and 9 points. Regrettably, upon recalling the unfortunate experiences of the hefty fellow, Dai Mubai cast a complex glance at Kai In, who was staring blankly at his tea. Flinder's expression also bore a hint of displeasure. It must be said that Ma Hongjun's talent surpasses even that of Dai Mubai. This had been Flinder's hope. After all, Ma Hongjun is his direct disciple, embodying a significant investment of his efforts. Now, all of it has been squandered. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was time to depart. Let us head out. I will brief you on the remaining details once we arrive. After settling the tea bill, the group of 8 exited the tea shop and made their way toward the Great Soul Arena. As they drew closer, the overwhelming presence of the arena became even more astonishing. When Xiao first arrived in Soto City, she had not visited this part of the city and thus had not discovered such a magnificent structure. The Great Soul Arena is oval in shape, towering to a height of 120 meters. Its interior comprises a main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas, capable of accommodating up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 exclusive VIP boxes. This venue serves not only as a place for soul masters to spar and exchange techniques, but also as a stage for various factions to showcase their prowess. As they walked toward the Great Soul Arena, Flinder briefly informed them about some of the remaining details. Within the arena, competitions are categorized into 3 types: sparring, which allows for mutual training without lethal force; life and death battles, designed to resolve irreconcilable disputes; and wager matches. The Great Soul Arena acts as the referee for wager matches, where both parties present an equal number of soul masters to compete, with the victor claiming all that was wagered. Wager matches essentially function as life and death battles, often employed by nobles and clans when significant conflicts arise. The formats for these battles include 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles, with the number of participants in team battles generally negotiated within a range of 7 to 10. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, the first sight to greet them was an enormous stone tablet inscribed with a multitude of names. Flinder informed them that these names belong to those who perished in soul battles. Registering for a soul battle is quite straightforward. One merely needs to fill out a form detailing their name, age, place of birth, and martial soul to receive the initial Iron Soul badge. Naturally, registration also requires a payment of 10 gold coins as a fee, along with a soul power assessment similar to that conducted by the Martial Soul Hall. To determine each individual's level, Dai Mubai explained that every time one participates in a soul battle, a soul power test must be conducted to ascertain the appropriate opponents. Flinder, of course, would not cover their expenses. Ning Rongrong smirked and boldly declared, "No worries, I will cover the cost myself." The 5 newcomers completed their registrations, and the staff handling the registrations displayed no signs of mockery or surprise at their youth, maintaining a professional demeanor and working with remarkable efficiency. This simple detail underscored that the Great Soul Arena is far from an ordinary establishment. After registration, the next step was to sort the participants for the soul battles. Flinder led them to the sparring section of the arena. After giving Dai Mubai a few brief instructions, he proceeded into the arena himself. Dai Mubai informed the others that only those who achieve more than 5 consecutive victories possess a sufficiently high-level soul badge, or are exceptionally high-level soul masters are permitted to compete in the main arena. As newcomers, they could only engage in battles in the subsidiary arenas. Winning a match in the Iron Soul category awards 10 gold coins, while a loss yields no reward. Before long, the 7 of them were sorted. Since they arrived together, They were all assigned to the 14th subsidiary arena for sparring. However, Daimu Bai's opponent was a Soul Master, while the remaining 6 faced opponents who were merely Great Soul Masters. This situation was less concerning for the others. But seeing that Kai Yin's opponent was also a Great Soul Master left Daimu Bai with a complex expression. He was well aware of Kai Yin's strength. In a direct confrontation, he was no match. This implied that Kai Yin possessed the capability to defeat a level 37 Soul Master. Strictly speaking, Daimu Bai had already reached the pinnacle of combat strength among Soul Masters, meaning that all Soul Masters in the Great Soul Arena were no match for Kai Yin. To possess such strength and compete against Great Soul Masters? It was akin to bullying novices in a beginner's village. The entire Great Soul Arena overwhelmed the group with its grandeur. The meticulous organization of various segments was astonishing. Though there are 24 subsidiary arenas, each is further divided into distinct sections, including sparring and life and death categories, each comprising 3 formats, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Thus, each subsidiary arena houses 6 separate platforms. As for wager matches, according to Daimu Bai, they are held exclusively in the main arena, regardless of the level of the participants. The operational model of the Great Soul Arena has reached an exceptionally coordinated level. Ticket prices vary across different competition areas. For instance, the one-on-one matches in the sparring section that Kai Yin and the others were about to participate in had the lowest ticket prices and drew the fewest spectators. The Soul Masters participating in the battles were gathered in a spacious room to rest while awaiting their turn. Upon their arrival, Kai Yin and the others immediately attracted the attention of the other Soul Masters, their youth being quite striking. Nevertheless, although the other Soul Masters exhibited surprise, none ridiculed them. Each individual was absorbed in meditation, striving to maintain their optimal state in anticipation of the forthcoming soul battles. Chapter 178. The peculiar combination name had increased at this moment. The group sat idly. Xiao proposed, I just asked Daimu Bai. Although each Soul Master can only participate in 1 battle per day, they can engage in different types simultaneously. We are all Great Soul Masters, and it shouldn't be difficult for us to achieve victory at this level. Why don't we all sign up for both the 2-on-2 and 5-on-5 soul battles to meet the points requirement sooner? What do you think? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. And she smiled. That sounds perfect. Xiao, you are truly clever. After all, we are here to enhance our practical combat experience. And gaining more battle experience is always beneficial. She promptly shared her and Xiao Wu's thoughts with Daimu Bai. Naturally, Daimu Bai had no objections and seemed to be reminded by their words as his gaze fell on Zhu Shiqing. Unfortunately, their martial souls were not of the same rank, making it impossible for them to form a team for the 2-on-2 battle. He had to concede. Daimu Bai said, you all go ahead and register for the 2-on-2 battles. The fighting here should take a while longer. Tang San nodded eagerly, saying, Xiao Wu, it's perfect that we can be a team. Xiao Wu replied with discontent, but what about Daimu Bai? Why don't you team up with him? Why must it be with a girl? Tang San's expression stiffened. Look, there are 3 girls and 3 boys. It fits perfectly for us to pair up. Xiao Wu was adamant. I refuse to team up with a boy. Rongrong. How about we team up instead? Ning Rongrong agreed with a nod. Sure. Zhu Shiqing calmly remarked, I have no preference. Either gender is fine. Tang San felt a tinge of regret as he could only choose between Zhu Shiqing and Oscar, as he was unwilling to partner with Kai Yin, which would render the experience meaningless, merely a showcase of Kai Yin's prowess. However, Kai Yin interjected, among us, there are 2 support Soul Masters who need protection. And since Tang San and I possess the strongest combat power, one of us can pair with each support Soul Master. As for you two, Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing, you can certainly coordinate well. As soon as Kai Yin finished speaking, Ning Rongrong eagerly declared, then I choose to team up with Kai Yin. Oscar turned to Tang San. It seems we are destined to fight together. Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing echoed in unison, I have no objections. Xiao Wu then smiled. It seems we have quite a synergy. Kai Yin, your method of grouping is indeed the most suitable. Kai Yin wore a subtle smile, in that case. Let us hasten to register. Among the group, only Tang San wore a face of dismay. His suggestion had been ruthlessly dismissed, while everyone else eagerly embraced Kai Yin's proposal. Was the targeting too blatant? This was not entirely the fault of the others. Tang San's intentions were purely to form a pair with Xiao Wu, whereas Kai Yin's suggestion stemmed directly from a tactical standpoint, devoid of any personal sentiments. The others were not foolish and could easily discern which approach was more rational. Before entering, they had already spotted the registration area for the 2-on-2 battles. They promptly departed from the 1-on-1 combat zone and made their way to register for the 2-on-2 battles. The registration fee was 10 gold coins, and upon winning a match, they would earn a total of 10 gold coins. The staff conducted their duties with professionalism, collecting the fees, since they had already registered their levels. They merely needed to present their Iron Soul badge without filling out any additional forms. Please each come up with a name for your team. The group exchanged glances, realizing that both the 2-on-2 and team battles required them to create a name for their combination, facilitating the introduction by the battle arena host. Xiao Wu cheerfully suggested, I will be Xiao Wu, and you are Zhu Shiqing. Let us take one character from each of our names and call ourselves the Xiaozhu combination. All right. The Xiaozhu combination has been registered. The Iron Soul badges of Zhu Shiqing and Xiao Wu now bore an additional inscription, Xiaozhu combination. However, The character for Zhu had been mistakenly carved as pig. Hey, that character is incorrect. It should be Zhu, not pig, Xiao Wu complained. The staff replied coldly, who told you not to be clear about it? To change the team name, you must re-register your Iron Soul badge, which will erase all obtained records. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle. While Zhu Shiqing maintained her stoic demeanor, Kain interjected smoothly, well, pig is fine. It's quite cute. I actually like it. Just then, Oscar curiously asked Tang San, what do you think we should name our combination? Whatever, just come up with something. Tang San, feeling dejected, paid little attention to the naming process. Oscar mumbled. Xiao Wu and the others used their names for their team. Perhaps we should use our martial soul's names instead. Tang San nonchalantly nodded. Your martial soul is blue silver grass. So let us use grass in our name. My martial soul is sausage, so we shall call our combination grass sausage. Great. The grass sausage combination is now registered. As soon as Oscar's words fell, a loud slap echoed as their Iron Soul badges were tossed back to them. Tang San stared at the inscription in a daze. Casting a look of exasperation at Oscar, couldn't you have thought of a more respectable name? How can we present this to others? Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu burst into laughter. Grass sausage? Haha, truly befitting of sausage uncle. At that moment, Daimu Bai's voice suddenly called out, hurry. Your one-on-one battles are about to start. Come quickly. Kain patted Tang San's shoulder. Forget it. Grass sausage combination is just a name. It's merely a title. Ning Rongrong urged anxiously, hurry. We haven't even thought of a name for our combination. Simple. Just take a page from Tang San and the others and name it Shadow Demon. With that, Kain strode towards the one-on-one area. Although Ning Rongrong was reluctant about this team name, the staff worked swiftly. And the Iron Soul badge was ready in no time. Ning Rongrong could only accept it with resignation. The matchups in the one-on-one combat zone were determined by drawing lots. While other Soul Masters engaged in battles, those waiting could choose to spectate or rest. Each division of the battle arena had designated areas for participating Soul Masters to watch. Situated close to the combat stage, Xiao Wu was the first among them to take the stage, while Zhu Shiqing, Kain, and the others naturally chose to observe. Under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at a section directly beneath the audience area, affording them a full view of the arena. Despite being a separate battle arena, its size was still considerable, with a diameter of 20 meters, providing ample space for the Soul Masters to display their abilities. Unfortunately, the audience present at this particular one-on-one battle arena was sparse, with only about 1/5 of the seats filled. Chapter 179. The Battle of Souls. In the center of the Soul Arena, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat stood confidently. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, we shall now commence the first match of our 14 Soul Arenas, featuring a one-on-one duel. Entering the arena are two esteemed Soul Masters, the Battle Spirit Master Xiao Wu, who possesses the beast martial soul of the Jade Rabbit, and the formidable Battle Spirit Master Qing Bao, who has achieved 2 consecutive victories with his Iron Horn Bull martial soul. Will Master Qing Bao continue his glorious streak with a third win, or will the newcomer, Master Xiao Wu, emerge victorious? Let us eagerly await the outcome. Now, may I invite both Soul Masters to the stage? The audience responded with sparse cheers, with a few calling out Qing Bao's name, while the majority appeared disinterested. A towering figure soon stepped onto the arena. Standing at an astonishing height of nearly 2 meters, his broad shoulders and muscular physique resembled granite. With dark skin showcasing bulging muscles akin to serpents coiling across his torso, his coppery eyes glinted with ferocity. As he entered, he let out a thunderous roar that resonated through the arena, exuding a formidable aura. It was clear that he was a powerhouse, akin to Zhao Wuji, the unmoved king. Following him, the youthful and exuberant Xiao Wu hopped onto the stage. Dressed in a white top and pink trousers, her figure was evidently still underdeveloped. Her innocent and charming face instantly captured the attention of many spectators. How old is this girl? Did the host just declare her a Soul Master? That cannot be true. Doubts echoed through the stands, as the audience typically sympathized with the weaker contenders. Furthermore, Xiao Wu's appearance was far more appealing than that of the Iron Horn Bull Master, garnering her the support of most spectators. Qing Bao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Wu and grumbled, little girl, are you in the wrong place? You shouldn't be here. Hurry back home. Xiao Wu smiled, her 12 years belied by her formidable presence. When she flashed her disarmingly innocent smile, it wielded a surprising impact, particularly on a simple-minded powerhouse like Qing Bao, awakening his protective instincts. Hey, step down. You might get hurt. Look, you're so delicate. Qing Bao found himself in a predicament, awkwardly suggesting Xiao Wu concede. With a slight frown, Xiao Wu retorted, why so much nonsense? Quickly summon your martial soul. And don't say I didn't warn you. As Qing Bao prepared to respond, Xiao Wu, unable to contain her impatience, dashed towards him in a blur. Swift as a flash, she closed the distance and, with a graceful kick, aimed at Qing Bao's neck. Defense is one of the strongest abilities of a power-type Soul Master. As Xiao Wu's seemingly light kick approached, the naive Qing Bao did not evade. He thought, this little girl doesn't understand. She is too young to be in a duel, let her tire herself out, and she'll leave. However, before he could fully process this thought, the match concluded almost instantly. Xiao Wu's kick landed gently yet firmly on Qing Bao's robust neck, and instead of bouncing back, her foot ensnared him. Simultaneously, her other foot ascended, pressing against his solid chest. A pink glow surged forth, and 2 shimmering yellow rings appeared around Xiao Wu, momentarily proving her identity as a soul master to the audience. On the spectator stands, when Tang San saw Xiao Wu's foot securely grip Qing Bao's neck, a faint smile graced his lips as he quietly uttered, "Farewell." Xiao Wu activated her first soul skill, the bow of the waist. Qing Bao felt an immense force simultaneously strike his chest and neck. With a deft side flip, Xiao Wu propelled him into the air as if he were riding the clouds. Following her landing, she took a running leap, wrapping her legs around his waist and twisting her slender body midair. With a powerful throw, she sent him tumbling off the arena, landing with a resounding thud below. A hush fell over the arena, the audience rendered speechless. Even the host stood wide-eyed, taken aback by the swift conclusion of the match, with the victor being the seemingly youthful girl. The entire sequence had been not only rapid but also visually striking, as Xiao Wu's technique appeared remarkably elegant against her massive opponent. Qing Bao, akin to a bull, hadn't he even had the chance to summon his martial soul before the duel ended? Due to Qing Bao's courtesy, Xiao Wu had not exerted much of her soul power in her attack. Moreover, his own defensive capabilities were considerable as he shakily rose from the ground. "Little sister, you're truly impressive, I concede," he admitted. Qing Bao was an honest man, not foolish. He recognized Xiao Wu's superior soul power at the moment she struck. With a soul power of level 25, he understood that, given the disparity in Xiao Wu's unconventional techniques, even his utmost effort would not secure him victory. Xiao Wu retorted playfully, "What little sister? You should call me Sister Xiao Wu. Don't you know that the capable are esteemed?" "Oh, Sister Xiao Wu," Qing Bao replied sincerely. His face flushed as he walked away. Suddenly, a roar of applause erupted, as the crowd was captivated by the sight of such a young yet formidable girl. Xiao Wu waved cheerfully at the stands. The host, regaining composure, swiftly approached the arena to announce, "Battle Spirit Master Xiao Wu is victorious, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Master Qing Bao's record stands at 21 wins and 14 losses. Master Xiao Wu, please proceed to register your points after exiting the stage." The pace of the matches was rapid, perhaps due to the brief but brilliant display in the contest between Xiao Wu and Qing Bao. The audience had now become invested. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the next duel was a bout within Shrek Academy, featuring Tang San against Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing merely cast a glance at Tang San before heading to the duel passage. With 2 unfamiliar faces and another strikingly beautiful girl competing, excitement buzzed through the crowd, as the host briefly introduced both competitors and their martial souls. He signaled for the duel to commence. "Please." Tang San graciously gestured for Zhu Zhuqing to begin. With a cold demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing replied, "I will give it my all. I hope you do the same." Chapter 180. The swiftest battle. Unlike the previous contest, the moment the duel commenced, both combatants unleashed their martial spirits. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes transformed simultaneously. Her left eye turned a deep emerald green while her right took on a cerulean hue. Her charming feline ears perked up as her 10 fingers flicked, releasing sharp, claw-like extensions. With a low crouch, she coldly eyed Tang San as if he were her prey. 2 yellow soul rings materialized around her, emanating a chilling and razor-sharp aura that instilled a sense of suffocation. Similarly, 2 rings of the same hue appeared around Tang San. Blue-black tendrils spread across the ground, resembling serpents that undulated silently. They enveloped an area exceeding 10 meters in diameter, nearly claiming half the arena. Tang San regarded Zhu Zhuqing with calm composure. He felt no urgency. Despite the contest not having commenced, he was already aware of his impending victory. As a control-type soul master, he inherently countered Zhu Zhuqing's agile attack style, especially on the arena where her nimbleness could not be fully realized. From the very outset, the outcome of the battle was devoid of suspense. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly leaped forward, accompanied by a series of afterimages, charging directly at Tang San. The audience watched intently as, upon entering the domain of the blue-silver grass, tendrils rose in unison, forming an immense cage that ensconced both combatants. Zhu Zhuqing's first soul ring ignited in synchrony with Tang San's. The phantom puncture activated. Mid-air, her claws elongated, her body swiftly contorting as her speed doubled, launching her toward Tang San at a diagonal angle. As she approached, Tang San executed a simple maneuver. He sidestepped. At that moment, his eyes were veiled in a shade of purple. Utilizing the ghost shadow misty steps, he evaded Zhu Zhuqing's attack range just in time. Her claws sliced through the air, barely grazing his form. In the following instant, Zhu Zhuqing found herself unable to activate her second soul ring skill, the blue-silver grass. Lying in wait, rapidly constricted around her as her momentum waned. The first soul skill of the blue-silver grass, entanglement, was unleashed. A multitude of tendrils ensnared Zhu Zhuqing, binding her tightly. The skirmish concluded in mere moments. Control type overcomes agile attack. Your offensive prowess cannot breach my martial control. Tang San released his hold on the blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhuqing remained as stoic as ever. I concede, she uttered succinctly, swiftly turning to exit the stage, as rapidly as she had arrived. This, however, did not imply that Tang San was inherently superior to Zhu Zhuqing. Agile attack soul masters thrive in the shadows, excelling in ambush, assassination, and reconnaissance. A direct confrontation in the arena was inherently inequitable for them. Had this battle unfolded in a more complex terrain, Tang San's victory over Zhu Shiqin would not have been so straightforward. Next, Ning Rongrong faced a combatant who was an agile attack soul master. With a soul power of merely level 26, she found herself at a disadvantage against her opponent's level 28. Though she could enhance her own strength and speed as a support soul master, the swift adversary quickly closed the distance by the time he breached her defenses. The outcome was all but determined. Following her defeat, Ning Rongrong expressed her frustration, lamenting, "This is the plight of support soul masters. When will I ever win a one-on-one battle?" Kai offered her consolation with a smile, "No worries, there are always the 2-on-2 matches. Just focus on participating in those." Experienced Oscar had opted out of the one-on-one battles altogether. The remaining contender was Kai, who faced an arms master. This encounter concluded even more swiftly. Kai did not summon his martial spirit or soul rings, standing motionless as his opponent charged. When the arms master swung his weapon, it struck Kai precisely, only for him to shatter into a shadow. To the astonishment of the audience, Kai reappeared behind the arms master, executing a swift chop to his neck. The arms master crumpled to the ground, incapacitated. With a nonchalant demeanor, Kai exited the stage. Only then did the spectators grasp the sheer rapidity of the encounter. This was astonishingly swift. What kind of martial spirit is this? Following the conclusion of the one-on-one battles, the group proceeded to the 2-on-2 arena. The draw had been completed, and the 6 warriors, having expended some soul power, took a brief respite in the preparation area. The duration of the 2-on-2 matches seemed considerably longer than their one-on-one counterparts. By the time it was their turn to compete, all participants had fully regained their energy. As they made their way to the duel platform, the audience for the 2-on-2 matches was at least half full, boasting a greater turnout than the previous category. The first pairing featured Tang San and Oscar's sausage duo, awaiting their opponents on the arena. The 2-on-2 platform was twice the size of the one-on-one, necessitated by the increased number of soul masters requiring more space to maneuver. At this juncture, the host announced the combatants. In the 5th 2-on-2 match, the Iron Blood duo faces the sausage duo. Their adversaries were 2 young men, aged 18 or 19, possessing strikingly similar features and robust physiques that rivaled even the previous arms master. Although they were not bare-chested, their exposed, muscular arms showcased their strength. The Iron Blood duo, upon seeing their youthful opponents, exchanged incredulous glances, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. The host hesitated for a moment, yet the duel must proceed. Clearly, those standing here possessed martial spirits of adequate rank. It appeared that the sausage duo was indeed a force to be reckoned with. As the match commenced, the surprise on the faces of the Iron Blood brothers faded swiftly, returning to a composed demeanor. They stepped back in unison, issuing a low growl. Their movements synchronized, emanating a rich gray light from their right hands as identical weapons manifested within their grasp. Upon seeing the weapons, Tang San momentarily froze, for they were all too familiar to him, the forging hammers he often wielded in the blacksmith shop. However, the hammers in the hands of the Iron Blood brothers differed from his own, being larger and adorned with intricate patterns, each accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings pulsating with energy. The arms master on the left declared, "I am Iron Dragon." The one on the right proclaimed, "I am Iron Tiger." Together, they bellowed, "Be cautious." While the arms master's spirit might not alter their physical appearance, the booming voices of the 2 burly men still exuded formidable pressure. With nearly identical strides, they charged toward Tang San and Oscar with the force of a tempest, their hammers raised high. Chapter 181. Injured Tang San, the deep blue-black strands of blue-silver grass surged forth, transforming into countless vines that surged towards the Iron brothers of the Iron Blood combination. The brothers remained unfazed, observing the dozens of blue-silver grass approaching. They swiftly swung their hammers, the massive weapons in their hands seeming almost weightless, forming a formidable barrier. The first soul rings of both Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger glimmered simultaneously, as soon as the blue-silver grass entered the range of their hammers. Attempting to break through and initiate its binding skill, it was instantly repelled by the force of their hammers. Beyond the sheer strength of the hammers, a unique shockwave further elevated the blue-silver grass. This shockwave was a manifestation of the Iron brothers' first soul ring skill, effectively thwarting the control of the blue-silver grass. With one brother on the left and the other on the right, they wielded their hammers, tightly guarding their bodies while swiftly advancing, nearly reaching Oscar. Despite their brutish appearance, the 2 were seasoned combatants, quickly discerning that Oscar was a support soul master, making him the perfect target to strike. If they could subdue Oscar, the 2 against 1 scenario would render Tang San powerless. However, such a simplistic strategy did not escape Tang San's keen perception. With a swift step, Tang San employed the Ghost Shadow Phantom steps, advancing directly towards the Iron brothers. His eyes shimmered with a violet light as he raised both hands, channeling his inner strength. His alabaster palm struck towards the Iron brothers almost simultaneously. Yet, the brothers' extensive combat experience allowed them to react swiftly, turning once more to deflect the blue-silver grass away. The weapon spirit was defined by its weapon nature. It did not enhance the host abilities but possessed formidable inherent powers. The effect of the shockwave from the first soul ring did not even require the hammer to make contact with the blue-silver grass. As long as the vines encroached within a foot of the hammers, they would be repelled, thwarting any binding attempts. At that moment, Tang San's second soul ring erupted with brilliance. The Iron Brothers, wielding their hammers, momentarily froze. Dark blue-black vines began to sprout from their bodies. A manifestation of the second skill of blue-silver grass, parasitism. Feeling the paralysis induced by the parasitic vines and witnessing a multitude of blue-silver grass surging towards them, the brothers exchanged glances and shouted once more. Seizing the opportunity before the parasitic vines fully restricted their movements, they swung their hammers with force, spinning around quickly. Their second soul rings illuminated in unison, and the two massive hammers flew from their grasp, hurtling towards Tang San and Oscar. The hammers sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound as they moved, distorting the very atmosphere in their wake. Under the gray glow, the size of the hammers suddenly doubled, even before they drew near. The terrifying power they carried was palpable. The Iron Brothers' second soul ring skill was an all-out gamble. Tang San sensed the impending danger. Casting a quick glance at the panic-stricken Oscar, in an instant, he extended a vine to propel Oscar away while he himself swiftly dodged to the side using the Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps. Despite believing his soul power exceeded that of the Iron Brothers, Tang San hesitated to confront their full-force final strike. However, to his shock, the two whistling hammers in midair unexpectedly diverged. One pursued Oscar, while the other arced towards Tang San. The second soul ring skill of the Iron Brothers had a tracking effect. In a fleeting moment, Tang San executed the Tang sect's martial arts with precision. As the hammer loomed closer, a fierce gust enveloped him. Tang San activated the Shin Jade hands, spinning rapidly while channeling all his inner strength to unleash the control crane seizing dragon technique. In an instant, he turned and struck, delivering 7 consecutive blows to the hammer's head almost simultaneously. Under the influence of Tang San's Shin Tian Gong, the hammer was deflected just enough to miss its mark. Though Tang San was thrown back by the force, he was fortunate not to have been struck directly. With a thunderous crash, the hammer struck the ground. As Tang San flipped in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood before landing. However, the Iron Brothers found themselves momentarily immobilized. Oscar rushed over, exclaiming, "I have a big sausage. Eat it while it's still warm." This time, Tang San did not hesitate, accepting the offering and finishing it in 2 bites. The Iron Brothers looked at the rejuvenated Tang San, exchanging a glance, acknowledging their defeat. They had failed to secure a decisive victory, and hope eluded them. Continuing the fight would be futile. With Oscar's support, Tang San would gain the upper hand, rendering their efforts a mere waste of time. Tang San retracted the blue-silver grass, inhaling deeply as the burning pain coursed through his meridians. Thankfully, he had not faced the brunt of their attack directly, and his injuries were not severe. A period of rest would suffice for recovery. The other members of Shrek Academy observed the challenging battle Tang San and Oscar had fought. Noting Tang San's injuries, their expressions grew serious, as Tang San was already a level 29 Soul Master. Thus, the combatants in this Grand Soul Arena would undoubtedly possess formidable strength, especially the other combinations who had likely honed their teamwork through numerous battles. The host continued to announce. In the 6th match of the 2-on-2, the Piglet combination faces the Ox and Horse combination. Xiao Wu and her companions were set to battle a pair of tall men, one elongated and the other muscular. Both were Beast Spirit Soul Masters, one embodying the might of an ox, the other the swiftness of a horse. The muscular Ox Spirit Wielder exhibited tremendous strength, while the tall Horse Spirit Wielder boasted incredible speed. However, fate had decreed that they face Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. In terms of strength, Xiao Wu had never feared anyone, and Zhu Zhuqing was equally adept in speed. Thus, the battle concluded with ease, and after their victory, Xiao Wu beamed. "Oh, it wasn't as difficult as I imagined." Tang San, while quietly nursing his wounds, nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing her words. The unintentional remarks could indeed wound the deepest. Following them were Kain and Ning Rongrong. This battle bore no suspense. Once Ning Rongrong bestowed Kain with enhancements to his strength and speed, he activated his Shadow Step, drastically increasing his speed. The opponents on the stage were unable to even catch a glimpse of his shadow before collapsing to the ground. The time elapsed was merely that of releasing their martial spirits. The host, in a daze, announced the results, while the audience erupted into cheers. "Kain, you are incredible! This is the true strength of our Shrek Academy." Meanwhile, Tang San clutched his chest, casting a resentful glance at Xiao Wu. "Is this aimed at me?" Chapter 182. The Pink House. As the crowd emerged from the 2-on-2 battle arena, Daimubite had already completed his soul duel. Today could be deemed a day of collective joy. Aside from Zhu Zhuqing's defeat at the hands of Tang San, the others celebrated their victories through 2 soul duels. The remaining members each secured 2 points and a bounty of 20 gold coins. However, despite his triumph, Tang San wore a somber expression. He had anticipated showcasing his prowess in the grand arena, yet he found himself in a state of disarray, having sustained injuries during the match. In stark contrast to the effortless victories of Xiao Wu and Kain, it was no wonder Tang San struggled to find joy in his success. Unbeknownst to Tang San, had it not been for Kain's intervention, he would have emerged from his bout against the Iron Brothers, partnered with Xiao Wu, equally battered. Without Xiao Wu's synergy by his side, victory would have been even more elusive. This led Cain to silently scorn Yu Xiaojang and the educational practices of Shrek Academy. In the original narrative, the duo they faced in their 2-on-2 match were formidable soul masters, while both Tang San and Xiao Wu stood at the pinnacle of potential. Each a genius in their own right. Tang San wielded the exceptional blue-silver Emperor martial soul, while Xiao Wu was a transformed spirit beast of 100,000 years. To think that these two could be so severely challenged by the Iron Brothers, who were of equal rank, was a testament to the inadequacies of their training. Moreover, Tang San possessed the secret techniques of the Tang sect, employing skills such as the Shin Jade Hand, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, and Ghost Shadow Phantom. Ultimately, it was Xiao Wu's use of concealed weaponry that forced the Iron Brothers to concede. Yet, Yu Xiaojang dared to boast about his teaching methods being the most superior, while Shrek proclaimed itself the finest academy. One must wonder, from which institution did the Iron Brothers receive their training? Surely, their instructor must be even more formidable than Yu Xiaojang. As top-tier geniuses, failing to dominate their peers raises questions about their true brilliance. Even so, Tang San's thoughts lingered on the possibility of a more seamless victory had he been paired with Xiao Wu instead of Oscar. Yet he felt unable to voice this sentiment. After all, he was partnered with a support soul master, just as Cain was. How could he claim superiority when his own capabilities seemed lacking? This contemplation further darkened Tang San's mood, leading him to console himself with the notion that battles in the grand arena were not genuine combat. Many of his techniques, such as his hidden weapons and poisons, remained unutilized. If he were to reveal all his trump cards, he might have triumphed with even greater ease than Cain. Where's the dean? Tang San inquired of Daimubai. Daimubai, with a hint of exasperation, replied, who knows where he has gone? He instructed us to return after our soul duels. Xiao Wu, brimming with curiosity, asked, are we not participating in the 5-on-5 battle? Oscar hesitated before suggesting. But Tang San is injured. Shouldn't we rest and return next time? Xiao Wu countered. Tang San can heal himself. Besides, with you, me, and the others, we have 5 people if Tang San and Dai Mubai sit out. At this, Tang San nearly succumbed to another bout of frustration. Even if they were to engage in a 5-on-5 match, it would be with the new students. How could he be excluded, allowing Oscar to take his place? Furthermore, having 2 support soul masters in one team seemed rather impractical. Xiao Wu, what is the meaning of this? I have shown you my affection. Yet why do you persist in pricking my heart? Is it true that in the end, the devoted are left with nothing? In that moment, a thought struck Tang San. Xiao Wu had just acknowledged his injury and urged him to heal. She cared for him. Her heart held a place for him. Xiao Wu. Instantly, he felt a surge of excitement, his gaze filled with deep gratitude towards Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu, still unsatisfied from the earlier match, shot him a disdainful look in response to his intense gaze. At a critical moment, you're of no use. If you hadn't been injured, we could have participated in the 5-on-5 match. Tang San, pounding his chest, declared, I'm fine now. I can still go. What do you mean you can still go? You look like a wilted flower, she retorted. The others exchanged strange glances at Tang San's proclamation, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Xiao Wu's comment, though aimed at his apparent weakness, resonated differently with the others. It was a matter of a man's dignity. He felt an urgent need to prove himself. Fortunately, Daimubai intervened, declaring, all right, it's getting late. This is your first soul duel. Reflect on your experiences. We will return for the 5-on-5 battle next time. Those matches are time-consuming, and we wouldn't want to lose track of time. The group had no objections, though Xiao Wu appeared somewhat dissatisfied. As they exited the arena, the echoes of cheers filled the air. While the day's duels may not have yielded substantial gains, the confrontation provided valuable experience for the new students. As they walked back, the night view of Soto City offered a unique charm. Strolling along the street, they were drawn to the houses glowing with pink light. Daimubai instinctively sought to change direction, yet the others had already ventured inside. Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement, how beautiful. Do they sell lovely clothes there? Daimubai's expression flickered between amusement and exasperation as he chuckled. It's late. We should head back and not worry the dean. Oscar, grinning, asked Daimubai. Are you going with us? Not going. Enough of that. Let us hurry back. Daimubai shot him a glare, though his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Zhu Xing. Oscar, somewhat oblivious, questioned, huh? Didn't you say you wanted to go last time? Didn't you mention that women aren't counted as people but resources? Are you feeling all right? At last, Daimubai could no longer contain himself. Shut up. My tastes are not as poor as yours. When did I ever say I wanted to go? I'm still very capable. Oscar forced a chuckle, remaining silent, pondering how this seemed unlike Daimubai's usual demeanor. What are you all discussing? Where are you going? Is there food? I want to go. Xiao Wu chimed in curiously. Daimubai laughed heartily. You shouldn't go. There is food, but you wouldn't be able to eat it. Chapter 183. The Dreadful Encounter. Can coldly remarked. Do not tarnish young ladies with such filth. If you wish to go, then go. Xiao Wu, perplexed, inquired, what exactly is it? Can, with a hint of annoyance, explained. In refined terms, it is called the brothel. In more common vernacular, it is simply a whorehouse, those garish pink establishments. Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, recalling that little Kai had mentioned such things to her before. Instantly, she cast a look of disdain at Daimubai. Ugh. How revolting. Dai Mubai hastily defended himself. Do not misinterpret. I have never set foot in such places. It is that glutton, Ma Hongjun, who finds delight in them. There is little we can do. His martial spirit, despite its flaws, is one of the most formidable among beast spirits, and as the dean's direct disciple, we cannot simply allow him to forego cultivation or witness his demise. Zhu Shiqing, rarely vocal, interjected, all men are filthy. Dai Mubai attempted to clarify. It is Ma Hongjun who is filthy, my taste is far superior to his. Zhu Shiqing's gaze turned colder, and with a derisive sniff, she looked disdainfully at him. Your taste is superior? So you frequent the more upscale ones? Dai Mubai was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing he had misspoken. He recognized that comparing his taste to the gluttons was inherently flawed, especially when referring to women of a particular profession. Whether high-end or low-end, what truly distinguished their occupations? Zhu Shiqing's eyes filled with contempt. You are but 15? You disgust me. With that, she turned to leave. Since Zhu Shiqing's arrival at Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai had suppressed his desires, enduring her presence with restraint. Now, the usually proud figure could no longer contain his inner fury. Stop right there. Zhu Shiqing ignored him. You. Dai Mubai raised his right hand, a brilliant white light emanating from his palm. He was not known for his patience, in fact. His temper was more explosive than any. At that moment, Kan stood calmly before him, gazing coldly. What? Do you wish to display your authority in front of us newcomers? Or does Shrek Academy have a tradition of upperclassmen bullying freshmen? Dai Mubai was taken aback. He had merely been venting his anger at Zhu Shiqing. How had this devolved into a matter of upperclassmen versus newcomers in Kan's words? Yet, upon hearing Kan's statement, the newly admitted students, including Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing, cast him disapproving glances. All of us are geniuses. What difference does it make that you enrolled before us? Does that grant you the right to bully others? Ning Rongrong spoke up, her displeasure with Shrek's students apparent. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. The psychological shadow Kan had cast upon him lingered, haunting him with nightmares. Moreover, he understood that in a real fight, he was no match for Kan. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he stated, This matter does not concern you. How can it not concern me? Kan retorted with disdain. Zhu Shiqing and I are both newcomers, admitted on the same day. Setting aside that connection, since we are all students of Shrek Academy, I must look out for them. I recognize your esteemed backgrounds, but regardless of your status, bullying the weak is never commendable. If Shrek Academy's tradition is one of infighting and might makes right, I eagerly anticipate a challenge from you. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's resolve softened. Fight you? I would be foolish to do so. He could only clench his fists in frustration, suppressing his anger. The fierce demeanor he had displayed moments earlier vanished. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiqing, having taken a few steps away, glanced back at Kan, who stood impassively. A flicker of something unusual crossed her dark eyes. Kan held in contempt the so-called unity of Shrek Academy and the Seven Monsters. Upon enrollment, Dai Mubai had boasted of conquering Ning Rongrong, while Ma Hongjun had fixated on Xiao's beauty from the outset. Had he not been unable to best Tang San, he would have acted much sooner. None of these men were of good character. Their thoughts were consumed with courting women. Given Ma Hongjun's character, were it not for the sanctity of Shrek Academy, Kan would surely have dealt with him far more severely. Observing Dai Mubai's humiliation, Ning Rongrong could not hide her mocking demeanor. Had enough? And here Oscar said you were a master of romance, yet you cannot even win over a young lady, parading around like a wealthy heir? You think yourself so desirable that she should come rushing to you, only to sulk when she doesn't? Liberated from her inhibitions, Ning Rongrong showed no restraint. She cared little for Dai Mubai's status, openly ridiculing him. His already simmering emotions ignited. Ning Rongrong, do not provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. Others may fear your seven treasure glazed tile school, but I, Dai Mubai, do not. Anger me, and I shall ensure you regret it. Ning Rongrong laughed mischievously. I am so afraid. She exaggeratedly puffed out her still-developing chest. Come then, let me see how you intend to threaten me. You. Dai Mubai could no longer contain his rage. The white tiger does not roar. You truly believe me a sickly cat? An overwhelming aura surged forth, his soul power erupting. At that moment, a figure appeared before Ning Rongrong. It was Kan. All of Dai Mubai's soul power struck Kan, yet he remained unscathed, brushing off his clothes in disdain. In an instant, he was sent reeling back. It seems you truly enjoy flaunting your power. Allow me to showcase mine as well. Enough, Mubai, Tang San interjected, stepping in front of Kan. We are all classmates. Let this go. Although Dai Mubai's outburst was merely a release of soul power and not a genuine attack, Kan had effortlessly absorbed the assault. Tang San felt a twinge of astonishment. This was likely the true extent of Kan's strength. If a real fight ensued, Dai Mubai would be at a disadvantage. Ning Rongrong had never been subjected to such humiliation. She had never anticipated that Dai Mubai would dare to confront her. Though she had not truly been harmed, tears welled in her eyes as she glared at him, speechless. Dai Mubai regarded Tang San, who stood protectively before him, and exhaled a heavy sigh. He reined in his unleashed soul power. Fine, San. I will give you face. At that moment, Kan scoffed. What face does Tang San possess? You two wretches have not regarded me at all. It seems I have been too lenient. Dai Mubai glared coldly at Kan. What if you are strong? It is currently the two of us against you. Are you suggesting that we are not your match? Pathetic. Cain sneered. As long as I am present. Bullying and oppression shall not be tolerated. Anyone who defies me will face the consequences. If you find me displeasing, feel free to confront me. I will continue until I am satisfied or you are. As soon as the words left his lips, Cain's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 184. Is it only you who masters hidden weapons? In the fleeting moment of Cain's disappearance, Daimu Bai immediately summoned his martial soul. The radiant second halo emanated a brilliant light, coalescing into a sphere. A circular beam of light erupted from his mouth. Unleashing the second spirit ring skill of the evil eye White Tiger, the White Tiger's radiant wave. The luminous wave surged forth, aimed at preventing Cain from advancing towards him. Simultaneously, Tang San exerted his utmost effort, his soul power surging as countless blue-silver grasses erupted, enveloping both himself and Daimu Bai. This ensured that no matter from which direction Cain attacked, he would be immediately restrained by the blue-silver grasses. In that instant, a sudden chill enveloped Tang San's heart. Instinctively, he activated the Ghost Shadow Misty Step, leaping backward. In the next moment, Cain's figure materialized beside him. Countless blue-silver grasses lunged fiercely at the almost spectral Cain. To Tang San's astonishment, Cain's speed doubled abruptly, eerily traversing through all the blue-silver grasses. The remaining grasses were ruthlessly torn apart by the immense force Cain brought with him, leaving burn marks on the severed parts. He was astounded to discover that Cain possessed fire attribute attacks. Both ice and fire inherently counteract plant-type martial souls. In the next heartbeat, Cain had extended his right hand towards Tang San. While Tang San desperately employed the Ghost Shadow Misty Step, his own hand transformed into a lustrous white. The Xianyu hand, colliding with Cain's right hand. A dull thud resonated through the air as Tang San's face flushed red. Cracks appeared on his white jade hand, revealing the terrifying strength of Cain. With incredulity etched upon his features, Tang San realized that despite his enhancement from the Xiantian skill and the Xianyu hand, he was still pained by the collision with Cain's seemingly delicate hand. A sharp ache coursed through his entire right arm, accompanied by the faint sound of bones cracking. Though Cain was a shadow martial soul, following the path of a swift attack soul master, how could his strength surpass that of a power-type soul master? In the midst of Tang San's astonishment, Cain's assault showed no signs of abating. With blinding speed and formidable power, he seized Tang San by the throat. Such a swift and powerful attack was nearly impossible to counter. Gritting his teeth, Tang San unleashed several cold flashes from his raised right hand, resorting to his ultimate hidden weapons. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing Tang San activate the concealed arrows, an icy glint flickered in Cain's eyes, a blend of hatred and murderous intent. The next moment, boom! The concealed arrow struck Cain directly, shattering him into countless fragments of shadow before vanishing. Tang San scanned his surroundings. A glimmer of purple light flashing in his eyes. Cain's extraordinary ability was truly alarming, enabling him to appear and disappear at will. His hidden weapons had proven futile. Are you adept at hidden weapons? Then allow me to test your mettle with mine. Cain's cold voice echoed from an indiscernible location. Whoosh! Several icy flashes darted through the air, startling Tang San. Cain, too, wielded hidden weapons. Instantly, he activated his purple extreme magic eyes to their utmost, fixing his gaze on all directions while employing the Ghost Shadow Misty Step. Simultaneously, he hurled several more concealed weapons, evading the incoming projectiles while launching his own. As the strikes collided, the incoming icy flashes were extinguished, transforming into a black mist. Fake? Tang San was taken aback. Were they merely shadow illusions? How could that be? Whoosh! At that moment, an onslaught of shadows surged toward him. Tang San's expression turned frigid. Just mere shadows? How dare you call these hidden weapons? He disdainfully employed the Xianyu hand, executing the dragon seizing crane control technique, forcefully grasping at one shadow. A dull thud echoed as Tang San gaped at the wound on his hand. He was bleeding and injured, the wound seared with an unrelenting burn. Furthermore, a dark force was incessantly corroding his injury. Was there poison? No, it was not poison. It resembled damage from soul power. Impossible. The shadows had shattered into mere illusions when struck. Could Cain's hidden weapons truly undergo a transformation between reality and illusion? How could he defend against such? At that moment, Tang San was astonished to see that the previously evaded and dispersed shadows had eerily converged, transforming into new hidden weapons. Whoosh! More shadows came rushing at him. Tang San hastily evaded. In the next heartbeat, all the hidden weapons before him suddenly morphed into black mist, enveloping Tang San from all sides. Within the mist, hidden weapons sporadically emerged from various bizarre angles. Should Tang San attempt to block these projectiles, they would revert to the mist. Should he not, the mist would materialize into genuine hidden weapons. In an instant, Tang San was in disarray, employing nearly all his skills. Countless hidden weapons were flung from his grasp, leaving the onlookers in awe. If they were in his position, they would have surely been riddled with wounds by now. Yet where was Cain? How was he achieving this? As he hurled the final hidden weapon, Tang San gasped for breath, anxiously eyeing the black mist. What? Out of hidden weapons? A chilling voice emerged. Tang San incredulously turned, realizing that Cain had appeared behind him without his notice. Impossible. His eyes widened in disbelief. Who then had been launching hidden weapons from the black mist? How could this be? Are you perplexed? That is my shadow. My martial soul, the shadow, can replicate all the hidden weapon techniques I possess. Hence, you have already lost. Cain seized Tang San by the nape, as one would grasp a drenched dog. In a flash, he stood before Daimubai. When the shadows manifested earlier, Daimubai had been unable to grasp Cain's form and had desperately unleashed his white tiger's radiant wave. However, none of his attacks had found their mark. The prolonged exertion had drained his soul power significantly. Gasping for breath, Daimubai saw Cain's figure suddenly appear before him. White Tiger Guardian Shield. White Tiger's radiant wave. A fierce wave of light surged forth, appearing daunting. Yet what was the use of such power if it could not strike its target? Whoosh. Cain reappeared behind Daimubai. Now Mubai. Chapter 185. Dangerous yet enchanting. In an instant, countless vines materialized upon Daimubai's skin. Previously, when Cain vanished in a split second, Tang San had already set this plan in motion. He surmised that in the end, Cain would undoubtedly strike before Daimubai. Thus, he prepared numerous parasitic seeds. No matter how swift you are, once ensnared by the parasitic seeds, evasion becomes futile. His strategy was to use Daimubai as bait. However, he did not anticipate that Cain would first target him instead. The ghost vine seeds he had meticulously prepared remained dormant until this very moment. These seeds hurled themselves wildly onto Cain. Second soul skill, parasitism. Tang San's gaze flickered with a sharp, cold light, born of suppressed fury. Cain, did you truly believe you could so easily vanquish me? Without granting Cain a moment to react, he unleashed his second soul skill. A cold smirk crept upon the corners of Cain's lips. Tang San, do you think I am oblivious to your little schemes? Humph. Daimubai experienced the essence of parasitism. In an instant, Cain's form morphed into shadow, breaking free from the ghost vine's grasp and vanishing from sight. Daimubai's eyes widened in horror, his entire being trembling with fear. At that moment, he recalled Zhao Wuji's earlier plight. Damn it, I've fallen for it, you treacherous Tang San. Indeed, just as Cain's figure dissipated, a series of terrifying sounds echoed from within Daimubai. Countless ghost vines erupted from his body, blood streaming down the branches of the vines in a gruesome cascade. Humph. With such feeble attacks and cunning, do you presume to outsmart me? Have you surrendered yet? Cain's voice echoed coldly from within Daimubai. Daimubai screamed in agony. Upon hearing Cain's words, he hesitated not a moment. I surrender. I concede. Cain, my leader. Very well. And you, Tang San. Tang San clenched his fists tightly. What's wrong? Do you still refuse to submit? Just then, whoosh. A cloud of black mist coiled tightly around Tang San's neck. Struggling to turn his head, he glimpsed a vague silhouette standing behind him. The shadow extended a hand toward his throat, the black mist coalescing into a gleaming circular ring. The sharp glint at the edges encircled his neck completely. Tang San harbored no doubt that any movement on his part would result in his head being severed. As for whether Cain would dare to do so, just think of the incapacitated Ma Hongjun. Cain could be quite ruthless. He trembled as he forced out two words from his throat. I submit. Whoosh. In the next moment, the shadow vanished without a trace. All the vines within Daimubai's body also disappeared. When Cain reappeared, it was precisely at the location where he had first disappeared, his demeanor calm and unruffled. Not a wrinkle on his clothing. I don't care whether you genuinely yield or not. If you find me displeasing, feel free to challenge me anytime. When you possess the capability to defeat me, then your words will hold weight. With that chilling remark, Cain strode towards the Shrek Academy, followed closely by a jubilant Ning Rongrong and an admiring Xiao Wu. Ahead, Zhu Shuqing halted in her tracks, having witnessed the entirety of this battle. She had not anticipated that the day she fought Zhao Wuji was not Cain's full strength. At the very least, the remarkable skills with hidden weapons and the ability to turn solid into shadow, along with the self-acting shadows, had not been employed at that time. This indicated that he had concealed his true power even while facing a soul sage. Yet, was what Cain displayed now truly all of his might? Reflecting on her experiences with him, he resembled her martial soul, the shadow, perpetually cloaked in darkness. It seemed one could never fully discern his true self. Dangerous yet enchanting. Imbued with forbidden power. Heavens, could he really be just a 12-year-old boy with a mere soul power of level 25? Zhu Shuqing felt the profound chasm separating geniuses for the first time and found herself inexplicably intrigued by a complete stranger. Although her instincts warned her of the danger, she could not suppress the thrill coursing through her veins. Moreover, like Cain, she too was a. If she exerted herself, could she not become as formidable as he? Yet, would he be willing to impart his knowledge to her? This thought flickered in Zhu Shuqing's mind, for she remained confident in her allure despite Cain's seemingly aloof demeanor. The following morning, as everyone finished breakfast, Daimubai entered the dining hall with a grim expression, coincidentally spotting a fatigued Tang San. They exchanged nods, but no further words were spoken. Daimubai hastily consumed his meal and noticed a few individuals preparing to leave. Oscar, you won't be going out tonight, will you? Daimubai suddenly inquired. Oscar nodded, perplexed. I haven't been going out at night. Is there something on your mind, Daimubai replied, nothing significant. I'm heading out tonight to vent my frustrations on that pair of twins. Oscar stared at him in bewilderment. What does that mean? Why would you specifically mention that in front of me? In the past, you always left without regard for my feelings. You never spoke of it before. Why the sudden announcement? Observing Oscar's confused expression, the others quickly grasped Daimubai's intentions. It was merely a clumsy attempt to provoke Zhu Shuqing. However, Oscar remained oblivious. After a moment's contemplation, his eyes lit up with excitement. Dai, have you finally noticed me, your little brother? If you're having a feast, may I have a sip of your broth? If that's not possible, take me along. I'd be content just to watch. Dai Mubai froze momentarily. You truly are a talent. How did I never see it before? He retorted. Such matters must be consensual to bring joy. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. With my charm, they will undoubtedly come to me willingly. You still have a long way to go. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Zhu Qing. On the surface, he was addressing Oscar, but in truth, he was implying that Zhu Qing fell far short. However, Zhu Qing exhibited no reaction, merely passing coldly by Dai Mubai. In comparison to Cain, a man like Dai Mubai only repulsed her. The school bell rang, and everyone hurried to the playground. Today, their instructor would once again be Flinder. The group waited for a full 15 minutes before the esteemed dean strolled in leisurely. Chapter 186. Tardiness is not a virtue. Flander arrived late. Casting a glance at the seven who had been waiting patiently, a hint of pride flickered in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards in satisfaction. It seemed these youngsters had indeed felt a modicum of intimidation. After all, they were obediently standing on the playground awaiting his arrival. His gaze swept over the group. And upon noticing the once boisterous Ning Rongrong now standing quietly among them, Flander's mood brightened even further. The day felt exceptionally splendid, and the sky appeared resplendent. However, in the next moment, his smile vanished. As his eyes fell upon another individual, he detected a glimmer of mockery in that person's gaze. Indeed, it was the rebellious Cain. Flander's brow furrowed slightly. Yet before he could utter a word, Cain coldly interjected, Dean, if I am not mistaken, you are already 15 minutes late for class. Are you not? Flander paused, taken aback. How dare this mere student challenge me, the dean? Humph. He snorted. You do realize I am the dean. Do you presume to dictate the class schedule? Cain shook his head. Of course, the class schedule is determined by you, the dean. However, since you established the time for class, should you not adhere to it yourself? After all, tardiness is hardly a commendable trait. Wouldn't you agree? Flander's expression stiffened. This was precisely the admonition he had employed to reprimand Ning Rongrong on the very first day of school. To his astonishment, Cain had remembered it and now wielded it against him. He glared discontentedly at Cain. Indeed, tardiness was not a virtue, and thus, all of you must arrive punctually in the future, absolutely no exceptions. Should anyone dare to arrive late, I shall ensure they comprehend the true meaning of school rules. Is it to say that within the Shrek Academy of Monsters, as long as the dean is displeased, one may arrive late or even not at all? While we are left here waiting foolishly, Cain retorted without mercy. As I have stated from the very first day of enrollment, we, the gifted, have come here to become stronger, not to serve as subordinates or punching bags. If Shrek Academy cannot impart the path to strength, there are countless other places that would welcome us. Cain, you have gone too far. Flander bellowed, his displeasure palpable. Do you not regard me, your dean? Cain replied calmly. Dean, I believe I have previously mentioned that respect is not something bestowed by others, but rather something one forfeits. The one violating academy regulations and arriving late appears to be you. Of course, today is the first day of school, and perhaps previous students did not adhere to the rules as strictly as I do. They may not have attached great importance to tardiness, but I must inform you, Dean, that I am a student who values rules greatly. Therefore, I shall continue to arrive on time for class each day. But if no instructor arrives within 5 minutes of the scheduled time, I shall commence my training as per my own plan. After all, I do not wish for my talents to be squandered among a group of mediocrities. Bravo! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, clapping vigorously. Little Wu beside her was equally exhilarated. And even Zhu Shiqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, Dean, we are all eagerly anticipating training. Yet, after so many days at Shrek Academy, aside from a few battles at the Soul Arena, what have we truly learned? Exactly. Ning Rongrong echoed, her dissatisfaction evident. Had I known that Shrek Academy's teaching merely involved sending us to the Soul Arena to fight, I would have gone directly to the Great Soul Arena in Tiando City instead. The competition there is far superior. Even Tang San looked at Flander with confusion. Teacher Yu Xiaojiang had extolled the virtues of Shrek Academy, yet after this considerable time, he had not perceived anything particularly remarkable about the Academy's instruction. There were no theoretical classes, no practical training, nor any discourse on martial souls. The sole lesson had been to engage in combat at the Soul Arena. Yet, truth be told, could this method yield results for a talent like Cain? He dominated the Soul Arena effortlessly, devoid of any challenge. Tang San and Little Wu's victories bore no connection to the education provided by Shrek Academy. Flander, upon observing Tang San's gaze, felt a surge of anger. I can tolerate Cain's defiance, but you, Tang San, dare to look down upon me? Flander had not anticipated that under the leadership of this rebellious Cain, his authority would once again be called into question. It was indeed exhausting. He needed to devise a strategy swiftly. Otherwise, how could he continue to teach? Taking a deep breath, Flander addressed them. I understand your doubts regarding the teaching methods at Shrek Academy. However, you must recognize that we are a place dedicated to nurturing genius, and thus our pedagogical approach is fundamentally different from the ordinary schools you once attended. You will require some time to adapt. Just look at Dai Mubai and Oscar. They have made rapid progress under my guidance. Upon hearing this, Daimubai's expression shifted awkwardly. He and Tang San had just faced defeat at the hands of Kain. Flanders' assertion made him feel as if he were exposing his own shortcomings. His face turned slightly flushed, and he dared not speak. Flanders' brow furrowed. Mubai, what is the matter? Daimubai, attempting to maintain composure amidst his embarrassment, stood up with difficulty. Flander nodded in satisfaction. And Oscar, although you cannot yet compare to Mubai, there has been significant progress. He then turned a serious gaze towards Oscar. Oscar, have you been slacking in your training lately? It is evident you have not been diligent. Had you followed my training regimen, you would have already surpassed level 30. Oscar's expression grew peculiar. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his hand. Dean, I have already reached level 30. What? Not only Flander, but everyone else turned to Oscar with astonished expressions, including Ningrongrong. Oscar was a year younger than Daimubai, merely 14 years of age. Achieving a soul power level of 30 at such a young age was indeed remarkable. Moreover, Oscar possessed a food-type martial soul, which was among the most challenging types to cultivate. In a sense, his level 30 was far more difficult than that of a battle soul master. As a food-type soul master advances, their capabilities significantly enhance their supportive abilities. Chapter 187. Facing death with courage in the realm of Douluo Continent. Soul masters above level 30 are a rare sight. Those who join the military can attain the esteemed position of a captain commanding 1,000 troops, or even higher ranks. The number of soul masters exceeding level 40 is pitifully small, while food-type soul masters above level 50 are virtually non-existent. And those above level 60 have almost never been encountered. Even if such individuals do exist, they are typically nurtured over many years within large clans or the spirit hall. A food-type soul master at the great soul master level can sustain the food consumption of 100 individuals. In contrast, a soul master of rank Soul Zone, even one who has just broken through level 30, can provide sustenance for over 500 people. This number continues to rise with each increase in level. Moreover, reaching level 30 signifies that the food-type soul master can impart a third attribute to the food they provide, significantly enhancing the aid they offer to a team. Flinder's eyes gleamed with excitement. Excellent, Oscar. You have not disappointed me. You are the second student among our current cohort to reach level 30. On behalf of the Academy, I extend my heartfelt congratulations. At that moment, even Daimubai's previously gloomy expression brightened. He approached Oscar and patted him on the shoulder. Congratulations, little Oscar. Though you reached level 30 a tad later than I did, as a food-type soul master, you are the most exceptional talent I have encountered. A trace of joy surfaced on Flinder's face as he pointed at Oscar. Do you see? This is a student trained under my guidance. Oscar has already surpassed level 30, which is a testament to the success of our Academy's teaching methods. If you all remain humble and strive for progress, you too will achieve greatness like Oscar. Simultaneously, he sighed in relief, grateful that Oscar had stepped up at a crucial moment, salvaging his reputation. All right, let us commence today's lesson. Flinder's voice pulled everyone back from their congratulations towards Oscar. Today's class is quite straightforward. Oscar, you are the star of the show. Each of you is required to consume at least one of the 2 types of sausages crafted by Oscar, aside from him. What? Xiao exclaimed in shock at Flinder's words. Headmaster, what kind of lesson is this? Flinder responded with confidence. This is known as adaptive training. I ask you, which is more important, life or face? When forced to choose between the two, which would you select? Although Oscar's soul abilities may appear a bit unrefined, I mentioned yesterday that he is an innate full-powered food-type soul master, possessing extraordinary talent. The sausages he creates from his martial soul are the finest food-type creations I have ever encountered. During your time at the Academy, Oscar is one of you, and you will train together. If you cannot establish a rapport with him, you will squander the opportunity to work with an excellent support partner. Furthermore, this is also a test of your mental fortitude. If you cannot even manage this, how will you survive in the realm of soul masters? To survive, one must be willing to do anything. Do not think twice about consuming a sausage. When faced with life-threatening situations, even rats, cockroaches, or earthworms must be consumed. Upon hearing Flinder's final statement, the 3 girls present turned pale, clearly unsettled. Especially Ningrongrong, who showed signs of nausea. This lesson is one that each of you must complete. Otherwise, there is no need for you to remain here. Do not question my decision. On your first day at this academy, you were informed that Shrek Academy cultivates monsters, not ordinary people. So, do you still doubt? Oscar's success stands before you as a glaring example. Does it hold no educational significance for you? If so, then you are beyond hope. Oscar, begin. Flinder maintained a stern demeanor, his expression indicating that no one could evade the task at hand. At this moment, Oscar's heart was already brimming with joy, and a gleam of mischief shone in his eyes as he particularly attended to Ningrongrong. If it were possible, he would have liked to embrace Flinder in gratitude. In doing so, Flinder not only fostered a sense of camaraderie but also provided Oscar with immense psychological satisfaction. The prospect of Ningrongrong consuming his sausage thrilled him. Oscar extended his hands with a grin, reciting his soul abilities. I possess a large sausage and a small sausage. 1 coarse and 1 fine. 2 distinctly flavored sausages materialized in his palms. With a grin, he asked, who will go first? Bai and Ma Hongjun had previously endured similar lessons. Though they bore some apprehension, they were somewhat prepared. Just as they were about to step forward to complete the task swiftly, someone else took the initiative. I will. With a bright voice, Ning Rongrong strode confidently to Oscar, seizing his large and small sausages with both hands. No one expected Ning Rongrong to be the first to step forward. Bai and Ma Hongjun halted their steps, curious to see whether she would consume the sausages conjured by Oscar's martial soul. Ning Rongrong's expression remained calm, yet her unwilling eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. After all, she was still a young girl, unable to entirely conceal her emotions. Indeed, after a night of contemplation, she decided to stay. Not out of capitulation but to prove herself to all at Shrek Academy. How would she demonstrate this? By surpassing all her peers and showcasing her superior soul power. Oscar's advancement to level 30 had further fueled Ning Rongrong's determination, prompting her to be the first to step forward. As she met Oscar's gaze, a shiver ran down his spine. Ning Rongrong took a decisive bite of the large sausage, her demeanor fierce. In just a few bites, she devoured both the large and small sausages, embodying a spirit of defiance against death. Turning to face her fellow students, her gaze swept across them before finally resting on Headmaster Flinder. If this is the so-called test, I hope you can present something genuinely challenging. Her actions affirmed her resolve and courage to remain. Bai and Ma Hongjun followed suit, consuming the sausages crafted by Oscar. Tang San was the fourth to step forward, reluctantly grasping the fourth manifestation of Oscar's martial soul. If a girl like Ning Rongrong could accomplish it, what reason did he have to falter? With this mindset, Tang San swiftly consumed both sausages. As the sausages settled in his stomach, a warm sensation spread throughout his body, dispelling any lingering discomfort, and he felt invigorated. Surprised, he cast a glance at Oscar, his perception of him clearly shifting. At this point, only Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing remained, yet to complete the day's lesson. Xiaowu looked at Tang San with pleading eyes, seemingly asking, "Can we skip this?" Tang San smiled gently, reassuring her, "It's all right. It tastes good. Just pretend it's food from a street vendor." Reluctantly, Xiaowu stepped forward as the fifth participant, nearly closing her eyes as she consumed the two sausages, stifling the urge to retch as she swallowed them down. Fortunately, once Oscar's sausages are consumed, they immediately dissolve into warmth within the body, leaving no lingering taste. Nevertheless, Xiao's countenance still appeared somewhat grim. At this moment, among all the trainees, only Zhu Zhuqing and Kai had yet to complete today's task. Chapter 188, Collective Emo. As the gaze of the crowd converged upon the two motionless figures in the arena, all eyes fell upon Kai and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's icy visage fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed, her delicate teeth nipping at her lower lip, yet she remained rooted in place, unable to take a step forward. Abruptly, Flandre spoke. "Zhu Zhuqing, why is it that the other students can manage this, yet you find yourself unable?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, casting a glance towards Kai. Her reluctance stemmed from her inherent perfectionism, which rendered her incapable of overcoming her mental barriers. Additionally, she was curious about how Kai would approach the task. In her eyes, he was a beacon of guidance, a mentor from whom she sought to learn. After all, at this moment, Kai had not consumed Oscar's sausage. Was there perhaps some deeper significance behind this? Observing Zhu Zhuqing's gaze shift towards him, Flandre felt a pang of disbelief. How is it that even as the Academy's headmaster, I cannot sway you more effectively than this student? Do you require Kai's endorsement before you will partake in the sausage? He then turned his ire towards Kai. And you, Kai, while others indulge, you remain indifferent. Did you not pledge to adhere to the Academy's regulations? Why do your words now ring hollow? Kai cast a dismissive glance in Flandre's direction and replied nonchalantly, "Oscar's sausage holds no significance for me. Until he can produce a more potent variant, this is merely a waste." Preposterous. Flandre could contain himself no longer. "Kai, do you take me for a fool? Oscar's grand sausage can restore soul power, while the cured sausage alleviates negative states. You dare claim it is of no use to you? Arrogance is hardly a virtue." Kai chuckled softly. "I speak only the truth. First, my soul power requires no restoration, for no matter how I utilize my soul skills, it remains inexhaustible." At this pronouncement, a stunned silence enveloped the assembly. "No. Impossible," Flandre stammered, disbelief etched across his features. "No one can expend soul power without consequence. Even I, born with innate strength, consume soul power, albeit at a swifter recovery rate." Noting that Kain appeared sincere, Flandre pressed on, "Then, what of the cured sausage?" Kain responded coolly, "I should mention that I possess a constitution impervious to toxins. All poisons have no effect on me. Furthermore, my body is immune to fire and water-based martial souls. Immune to both fire and poison. Do you truly believe the cured sausage would benefit me? This cannot be." Flandre was utterly flabbergasted, gazing at Kain in incredulity. "You jest. Do you not?" Unfazed, Kain replied, "You may summon anyone to verify my claims." At that moment, Xiao's eyes lit up with realization. It had to be true. On the first day, when Ma Hongjun unleashed his fiery martial soul against Kain, the latter had remained unscathed. Standing there as the flames engulfed him, he truly was immune to fire. Tang San was equally taken aback, murmuring, "So, the venom attached to my ghost vine is utterly ineffective against you?" Kain nodded calmly. "You may interpret it as such. After all, we shall need to cooperate in future battles. A deeper understanding of my abilities would serve us well. Instantly, the entire gathering descended into a collective state of emo. What sort of anomaly was this? How could anyone possibly contend with him? His shadows could vanish and reappear at will. He could manifest reality from illusion. And his skills demanded no soul power. Immune to fire, impervious to poison, how could one fight against such an opponent? The most outrageous aspect was that he possessed enigmatic hidden weapons. In that moment, everyone began to reassess Kain anew. Did he harbor even more undisclosed formidable powers? Kain, unfazed by the scrutiny of others, smiled gently at Zhu Qing. My unique constitution places me beyond comparison. However, should you aspire to surpass someone like Daimubai, then the challenges before you should pose little difficulty. Zhu Qing paused, her gaze fixed on Kain. A rare smile adorned his face, his eyes conveying profound meaning as he nodded at her. He perceived Zhu Qing as a girl with ambition and independence, yet regrettably marred by the influence of Daimubai, who had dulled her character and rendered her into little more than a tool. If possible, he would certainly seek to thwart Daimubai's designs, a matter of justice and fairness. Unexpectedly, Kain's casual remarks ignited a spark within Zhu Qing. Previously filled with disdain, her expression transformed into one of resolute determination. She strode purposefully toward Oscar, swiftly seizing the sausages in his hands and consuming them without hesitation, her speed surpassing even that of Xiao. The onlookers were left astounded. When had Kain acquired such compelling influence? Flandra, witnessing Zhu Qing finally fulfill his instructions, nodded in satisfaction. As for Kain, he was now entirely overlooked, with Flandra merely hoping the boy would refrain from causing further disturbances. Very well, today all of you have passed this lesson. Remember, from this point forward, Oscar will serve as your logistical support. Disregard those meaningless soul incantations. Preserving your lives and becoming stronger, unlocking your full potential, even surpassing your limits, is of paramount importance. Now, each of you shall prepare to depart. You have one day for adjustment and rest. Tomorrow at dawn, under the guidance of teacher Zhao Jin, you will embark on a journey to the Stardow Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his third soul ring. This endeavor is not solely for Oscar, but a trial for you all. Until you encounter a 1,000-year soul beast, teacher Zhao will not intervene. All must rely on your own strength. Now, disband. Oscar, having advanced to the 30th level, was evidently exhilarated. When a soul master reaches a new integer level, the soul power associated with that level is replenished upon acquiring a soul ring, propelling them to the next stage without further cultivation. As each individual returned to their respective dormitories, even those hailed as the young generation's prodigies, including the illustrious Ning Rongrong, understood the significance of cultivation. To grow stronger, one must possess not only a mere fraction of innate talent, but also an overwhelming commitment to effort. While that fraction may hold greater importance, the vast majority of endeavor cannot be neglected. Oscar's elevation to the 30th level had sparked a competitive fire within everyone. Each aspired to hasten their own cultivation. The question lingered, who would be the next to break through to the 30th level? Chapter 189. Stardow Forest with only one day at their disposal. The group had little to prepare. Early the next morning, after breakfast, as the students gathered in the playground, Xiao Wujie was already there waiting for them. Upon seeing Xiao Wujie, the students were momentarily taken aback, struggling to suppress laughter. Xiao Wujie appeared somewhat disheveled, with at least 3 bruises on his face that had yet to fade. Particularly, the dark circles around his left eye resembled a panda's, which was undeniably amusing. However, alongside the laughter, the other students, including Tang San, were equally astonished. How had Xiao Wujie ended up like this? Tang San recalled that although he had caused Xiao Wujie some trouble that day, he had not left any visible marks on his face. The injuries on Xiao Wujie's face were clearly from blunt force. With his formidable strength as a rank 76 soul sage and the defense of the bear spirit, who could have harmed him? Was it Dean Flinder? Yet, Flinder, possessing a cat-eagle martial soul, was a sensitive attack-type soul master. It seemed improbable that he could inflict such injuries on Xiao Wujie. What are you staring at, you little rascals? Are you itching for a fight? Upon hearing the term little rascals, Xiao Wu visibly bristled and murmured, why not call us little bears? Xiao Wujie shot her a glare. Xiao Wu, what are you talking about? Kain snorted coldly, stepping forward to regard Xiao Wujie with disdain. Tang San instinctively moved to position himself beside Kain. If not now, then when? Noticing the two, Xiao Wujie's expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Damn it, I truly cannot afford to provoke these 2 little brats. He chose not to pursue Xiao Wu's teasing and merely huffed. All right, everyone, let us set off. Mubai, you lead the way. Daimubai nodded, his expression turning serious. He addressed the others. The Stardow Forest is not a place to be trifled with. It is teeming with soul beasts, many of which are highly aggressive and harbor no goodwill towards humans. Everyone must remain vigilant. Tang San, you take the lead. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you follow closely behind him. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, you will flank the sides, while Kain and I will bring up the rear. Once we enter the forest, we must maintain this formation and stay alert at all times. Let us go. Xiao Wujie merely observed from the sidelines, not integrating himself into their formation. As the 7 students exited the academy, they began to run, for there were no carriages available. Shortly after starting their journey, the students began to appreciate the significance of the second lesson imparted by Dean Flinder the previous day, thanks to their prior experiences and Flinder's admonitions. They were no longer averse to Oscar's sausages. As they continued on, even the strongest among them, Daimubai and Tang San, found their stamina depleting. However, with Oscar's sausages providing sustenance, they were astonished to discover that the fatigue from running was hardly a concern. Consuming a sausage every hour, their energy remained abundant, allowing even Ning Rongrong to barely keep pace with the group. Yet, to their surprise, Kai seemed perpetually tireless. He casually followed behind the group, unhurried, without any sign of taking breaks or eating. The others could not help but be astonished. Was he even human? In response to their incredulity, Kai coolly remarked, "Challenging one's limits is not merely about running. It involves pushing oneself beyond boundaries in stamina, willpower, endurance, and resilience. Therefore, I am also training. Until I reach my limits, I shall neither rest nor eat." His words left the others profoundly shaken. They had not expected anyone to train so fervently. No wonder Kai's strength was so formidable. This revelation spurred even Zhu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong to emulate Kai's training regimen. Oscar, due to the remarkable effects of his sausages, garnered newfound respect from his peers and enjoyed the best treatment. Since they had yet to enter the forest, the strongest, Daimubai and Tang San, alternated in supporting Oscar's arms, alleviating some of his weight to help him recover his soul power for continued assistance. In contrast, Ning Rongrong did not receive such treatment. She appeared withdrawn, opting not to use her 7 treasure glaze tile to assist the others. She seemed to isolate herself from the group, stubbornly insisting on pushing her stamina to the limit before consuming any sausages to replenish her energy. Along the way, Tang San curiously inquired, "Oscar, do you know what the Stardew Forest is like?" For some reason, upon hearing the name Stardew Forest, Xiaowu's expression became somewhat uneasy. Kai, however, looked imperceptibly, thinking, if anyone knows the Stardew Forest intimately, it would surely be Xiaowu. Oscar, with a gleam of excitement, replied, "The Stardew Forest is a remarkable place, albeit extremely perilous. It is a cradle for soul beasts and a favored locale for powerful soul masters, yet it is also where soul masters suffer the most casualties." Tang San asked, "Isn't that the forest where the Tiando Empire breeds soul beasts?" Oscar responded, "Certainly not. Those forested areas for breeding soul beasts are negligible. Encountering even a 1,000-year soul beast there is exceedingly rare. Only soul masters of a certain caliber venture into the Stardew Forest. It is one of the most renowned habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. Its expanse rivals that of the Barak Kingdom, spanning both the Tiando and Xingluo empires. With 2/5 of its area within the Tiando Empire and 3/5 in the Xingluo Empire. It is a vast primeval forest with intricate terrain, including wetlands and marshes. The soul beasts there are fearsome, growing increasingly powerful as one approaches the forest center, where it is said that even 10,000-year soul beasts can be found. Any soul master with sufficient strength and luck can discover the most suitable soul rings for themselves within. My second soul ring was acquired in the Stardew Forest. Tang San's eyes brightened as he realized, so that's how it is. I hope you achieve even greater gains this time. Oscar laughed heartily, if that's the case. There will be plenty of sausages for everyone to enjoy. After all, we are brothers. The Stardew Forest lies in the southeastern region of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it, and Soto City itself is also situated in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom. The distance to the Stardew Forest is less than 500 kilometers, making it the optimal location for the Shrek Academy students to acquire their soul rings. Chapter 190, Trouble with the assistance of Oscar's sausages, the journey progressed remarkably, covering over 400 kilometers in just a single day. As night descended, the group from Shrek Academy found themselves nearing the Stardew Forest. Realizing they would not reach their destination that day, Zhao Wujie issued an order to rest, as they had just arrived at a small town. Continuing onward without supplies would pose a risk. Upon entering the town, they were pleasantly surprised by its vibrancy, far exceeding their expectations. The town was approximately 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy was located. Lacking city walls, it resembled a small city instead. The streets were lined with numerous shops, offering a diverse range of goods, primarily related to soul masters. There were specialized stores selling weapons, armor, detoxification and recovery potions, and even clothing designed for soul masters, featuring multiple pockets for carrying various items suitable for adventures. Oscar remarked, the saying "rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains, and rely on the waters to eat from the waters" likely applies here. This town clearly thrives on the resources of the Stardew Forest, and I suspect there are many such towns surrounding it. Ning Rongrong, surprised, interjected, "But this town is nearly 100 kilometers away from the Stardew Forest. Isn't that a bit far?" Oscar chuckled, "You must be accustomed to the nation's cultivated soul beast forests. The soul beasts there are generally mild and do not often attack humans. The Stardew Forest, however, is home to wild soul beasts, which are far more ferocious. Some of the beasts on the outskirts frequently venture beyond the forest. If a town were too close to the Stardew Forest, it could be quite perilous." At that moment, Zhao Wujie pointed to an ordinary-looking hotel ahead and said, "Let us stay here for the night and depart at dawn tomorrow. You will each cover your own accommodations and meals." Shrek Academy was not affluent, and figures like Zhao Wujie and Flander had no income to speak of. Conversely, the students received subsidies from the Spirit Hall, making their daily expenses manageable, especially for Ning Rongrong and Daimubai, who were bona fide rich heirs. However, as the leader, Zhao Wujie's decisions were to be followed without question. The hotel was a two-story building, with a simple dining area on the ground floor and accommodations above. Zhao Wujie took a single room and headed upstairs. After a brief discussion, Daimubai and the others booked a quadruple room for the 4 boys and a triple room for the 3 girls. Let us eat first, after a day of sausages. I'm feeling queasy. Ning Rongrong voiced what everyone was thinking. Even Zhu Xing nodded in agreement. The 7 of them settled at a corner table. Tang San asked Daimubai, "Should we invite teacher Xiao to join us?" Daimubai shook his head. "No need. Although the teacher is with us, he won't cover any expenses nor accept any benefits from us. That's a rule set by Dean Flander." Oscar smiled. "Isn't that rather splendid? Everything is clear-cut." "I truly appreciate the straightforwardness of our academy." Daimubai retorted, "Less chatter. You're in charge of ordering since you're the food system soul master." Oscar complied. "All right." Daimubai, "Does that mean you're treating today? You have the highest subsidy. You are the wealthy and handsome one." Daimubai smiled slightly. "Of course. Treating is a small matter." Oscar assured him, "Fear not, Daimubai. I won't skimp on you." Soon, Oscar summoned a waiter and swiftly ordered a plethora of dishes. Although the 7 were seated together, the atmosphere was less than harmonious. Zhu Shiqing wore a cold expression, and Ning Rongrong appeared lost in thought. Even Xiao seemed somewhat distracted. Fortunately, Oscar's light-hearted banner helped alleviate the tension. By this time, the restaurant was filled to about 70% capacity when a group of 8 entered. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, handsome with impeccably groomed hair. Donning a meticulously crafted moon-white soul master robe adorned with silver thread embroidery that shimmered with every movement. Following closely behind were 7 young individuals, 6 men and 1 woman. All clad in similar moon-white robes, lacking the silver embroidery of their leader, but marked with a green circular emblem embroidered with the words Tsang Hui. It was evident from their attire that they were all soul masters. In contrast, the Shrek Academy group was dressed quite casually, blending in with ordinary folk. While this new group was far more ostentatious, the restaurant owner hurriedly approached them, bowing and scraping with utmost politeness, as Oscar had mentioned. The town thrived on the patronage of the Stardow Forest, and thus, on soul masters. A soul master was not only a noble profession but also a lucrative one. And the owner dared not be careless. Daimubai's gaze was drawn to the only girl in the group, who, it must be said, possessed a certain allure. Ranking above average in beauty. Although Xiao Zhu Shiqing, and Ning Rongrong were attractive, they were merely around 12 years old, appearing significantly more youthful compared to a fully developed young woman. For someone like Daimubai, experienced in the company of beautiful women, a more mature girl was undoubtedly more enticing. His mischievous eyes gleamed as he unabashedly stared at her, casting a triumphant glance at Zhu Shiqing, as if to say, "She is not the only attractive one around." Perhaps Daimubai's gaze was too penetrating, for the girl noticed and shot him a disdainful glare before turning away. Daimubai smirked, muttering to himself, "Just a small Tsanghui Academy, what is there to boast about?" He spoke without lowering his voice, and though the restaurant was somewhat noisy, the middle-aged man from the other group caught wind of it. His brow furrowed, and upon realizing that the Shrek Academy table consisted solely of children, his expression soured further. Seated beside Tang San, Oscar chuckled softly. "Looks like we have an interesting scene unfolding." Tang San glanced at him, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Oscar replied quietly, "This is also part of our cultivation. Dean Flander once said, 'A soul master who does not dare to stir up trouble is not a good soul master.' Indeed, those who shy away from conflict are mediocre. Moreover, provoking a soul master academy is the safest course of action. It's usually just a matter of a scuffle." Chapter 191. Watching the show, Kayan observed as Oscar presented the rules set forth by Flandra, pride radiating from his demeanor. A hint of disdain flickered at the corners of his mouth. Was avoiding trouble a sign of mediocrity? It was precisely due to this rule that one could walk through life with an air of arrogance, disregarding those around them. To put it plainly, the conflict with the Tsanghui Academy was entirely instigated by Daimubai himself. This was rooted in his very nature and also stemmed from a particular regulation at the Shrek Academy. Thus, his actions were deliberate. In essence, such behavior mirrored that of underworld thugs. What grievance had the members of Tsanghui Academy committed against him? Was it merely their ostentatious appearance upon entering the restaurant? He had been the first to utter disrespectful words towards their female students, subsequently provoking them. Such conduct would warrant detention in a law-abiding society. Kayan chuckled quietly, choosing to remain silent. He was curious to witness how Daimubai would resolve the turmoil he had created. Tang San, unable to suppress his laughter, mused that the sayings of their esteemed dean could easily form a monstrous anthology. Judging by their ages, Tsanghui Academy must be a prestigious soul master institution. Oscar chuckled, declaring there was no need for fear. Even if they were outmatched, they had teacher Xiao on their side. Besides, with the likes of him and Kayan around, there would be no issues. At that moment, the 8 students from Tsanghui Academy had taken their seats at a table 2 away from Shrek's. A middle-aged man, evidently a teacher, whispered something to a young man beside him. Soon, the young man rose from his seat and headed towards Daimubai's table. His trajectory was unmistakably directed at Daimubai. Daimubai's eyes glinted with contempt, refusing to even glance at his opponent. Just then, the waiter arrived with the first dish for their table. The Songhui Academy youth quickened his pace, colliding with the waiter amidst the latter's startled exclamations. The platter of food was poised to tumble onto Daimubai's head. Do not waste food, Tang San suddenly interjected. His left hand darting out like lightning to steady the waiter while his right hand adeptly caught the dish, employing his skill to ensure not a morsel was spilled. He gently placed the platter on the table while simultaneously pulling the waiter aside. The Songhui Academy youth momentarily froze, obscured by the waiter's presence, failing to discern Tang San's swift actions. However, he soon donned a sly grin, feigning embarrassment. While uttering apologies, he continued his advance, seemingly intending to brush past Daimubai. Yet, with a discreet motion, he stealthily kicked the leg of a chair beneath Daimubai. It was but an ordinary wooden chair, and should the leg break, Daimubai would inevitably lose his balance. The youth's movement was subtle, his upper body remaining still. Unless one was particularly observant, it would be nearly impossible to detect. In that instant, as the youth's foot struck out, Daimubai acted. Was a tiger ever truly docile? The answer was a resounding no. Having endured considerable vexation at the hands of Zhu Shiqing in recent days, Daimubai harbored a pent-up frustration. Faced with such provocation, he would not let the opportunity slip by. With a resounding thud, the youth felt as though he had kicked a steel plate. A jolt surged through his calf. And before he could react, Daimubai's palm struck out. The young man's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his hands in an attempt to block the blow, only to find his hands completely repelled by the soul power contained within Daimubai's strike. The palm landed squarely on his chest, sending him reeling backward, his body bending like a weightless scarecrow before crashing into two tables and hurtling toward the group from Songhui Academy. The middle-aged man from Songhui leapt to his feet, grasping the youth's shoulders to steady him. The young man, pale and shaken, coughed up a mouthful of blood, visibly weakened. Daimubai straightened his posture, feigning an apology. My apologies, it seems I miscalculated. His eyes gleamed with a fierce arrogance, his expression a mixture of disdain and contempt. It was evident to all, even his own companions, that he exuded an aura that invited confrontation. The restaurant erupted in commotion, patrons near the Shrek and Songhui tables hastily vacating their seats to avoid involvement, though most remained, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. After all, witnessing a clash between soul masters was a rarity outside the Grand Soul Arena, which typically demanded a hefty entrance fee. Ordinary individuals with their own martial spirits buzzed with excitement, especially since soul masters frequently frequented this establishment. The remaining 6 members from Songhui Academy could no longer contain themselves, standing in unison to glare at Daimubai's table, ready to charge forward, only to be restrained by the middle-aged teacher. He helped the injured youth back into his seat, his face a mask of fury as he barked at Daimubai. Which academy are you children from? Where is your teacher? Daimubai's eyes sparkled with defiance as he retorted, You think you're worthy to question me? With that, he returned to his seat. The teacher from Songhui Academy turned a deep shade of anger. A pack of insolent brats. Teach them a lesson. His students eagerly awaited his command. Except for the injured youth and the sole female student, the remaining 5 charged toward Tang San and his companions. Tang San stood, a faint purple hue enveloping his gaze. At that moment, Xiao, brimming with excitement, leaped up, a self-proclaimed ruffian eager for a brawl. Sit down. Kayan's calm voice interjected, causing Xiao to pause and, perplexed, take her seat once more. Tang San, astonished, shot an angry look at Kayan. What do you mean by that? Kayan disdainfully replied, Is avoiding trouble a sign of mediocrity? Apologies, but this mediocre individual refrains from instigating trouble. Those who create conflict ought to resolve it themselves. That is true skill. If one lacks the ability, they should refrain from stirring up trouble. Kayan remained motionless, while Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao stayed seated. The situation had been instigated by Daimubai, who had disrespected the female student first. As young women, they found Daimubai's behavior distasteful, particularly Zhu Shiqing, who secretly wished for Daimubai to face dire consequences to curb her disgust. With Kayan, whom she admired greatly, present, she remained steadfast in her seat. Ning Rongrong, harboring little fondness for the group from Shrek Academy, placed her trust in Kayan and followed suit, remaining still. Thus, the atmosphere grew tense, leaving only Tang San, Daimubai, and Oscar to confront the 5 advancing members from Songhui Academy. Chapter 192. The arrogant Daimubai. With a thunderous shout, Daimubai declared, Do not be afraid. What if there are only 3 of us? Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals opposite exchanged glances, their faces betraying nothing but disdainful smiles. 3 young men stood against 5 youths, unable to fathom that, as students of an esteemed Soul Master Academy, they could possibly lose to these boys before them. In a moment, vibrant lights erupted. The 5 youths shared the same hue of soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, indicating the presence of a 10-year and 100-year soul ring. Without exception, they were all battle soul masters, consisting of 2 weapon soul masters wielding a spear and a trident, and 3 beast soul masters manifesting the spirits of a deer, a sheep, and a horse. Judging by their martial spirits, they were hardly formidable. As Daimubai observed their martial spirits being unleashed, a gleam of derision intensified in his mischievous eyes. Is this what they call students of a prestigious academy? And they possess a mere 10-year soul ring? Brothers, let us show them our soul rings. Daimubai, the eldest among the Shrek Academy students, had never been one for reason, unless one could earn his respect through strength. Otherwise, his lofty demeanor would remain unchanged. White Tiger, fusion. A powerful, pale light suddenly erupted from him. He stretched his arms wide, his chest thrust forward, and his bones cracked audibly as his muscles swelled, straining against his clothing. Each muscle became distinctly visible, and even the air around him seemed to grow turbulent. His golden hair transformed instantly into a striking mix of black and white, with the white dominating. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for king. His hands underwent the most significant transformation, expanding to twice their original size, covered in white fur. As he flexed his fingers, sharp claws resembling daggers emerged and retracted from his palms, each claw measuring a good 8 inches, glimmering with a chilling light. Daimubai leaned forward, his eyes shifting to a deep, profound azure, radiating an icy killing intent that exuded overwhelming dominance. Beneath him, 3 luminous rings ascended one after another, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings rotated, a torrent of soul power surged forth, enveloping the area with an immense pressure, perhaps due to the inherent weaknesses of their martial spirits. The 3 beast soul masters trembled and instinctively took a step back as Daimubai completed the fusion of his martial spirit. In the presence of a tiger, how could a deer, a sheep, and a horse not tremble? The sight of Daimubai's 1,000-year purple soul ring struck terror into the hearts of the 5 students from the Tsanghui Academy. Simultaneously, Tang San and Oscar unleashed their own powers. Tang San gazed proudly at the 5 before him as 2 yellow rings rose from his feet. Dense blue-silver grass quietly unfurling around his body, gradually spreading outward. There was no need for physical confrontation. Simply the emergence of Daimubai's 3 soul rings had already caused the 5 students from Tsanghui Academy to lose their resolve. They were acutely aware of the vast disparity in power that existed with just 1 additional soul ring, let alone the fact that this individual's 3rd soul ring was of 1,000-year caliber, far beyond their capacity to contend with. What left the students of Tsanghui Academy feeling profoundly unsettled was the fact that these boys appeared significantly younger than they were, yet their displayed strength surpassed their own. Stop. The instructor from Tsanghui Academy could no longer contain himself. He gestured for his students to step back, though his students felt a sense of imbalance. The instructor was internally astounded. He recognized that the 3 boys before him, regardless of the age of the one in the center or the seemingly 12 or 13-year-olds flanking him, were undoubtedly prodigies among prodigies, especially the central figure, who appeared to be no older than 17 yet had already attained the rank of soul master with 3 soul rings and unheard of feat, particularly with a 1,000-year soul ring that shone so brilliantly. As a middle-aged man, the instructor observed Daimubai unleash his true prowess and contemplated various possibilities. It was clear that his students stood no chance against the 3 before him. Even if they could somehow defeat them, he would not allow them to engage further. Some troubles were best left undisturbed. I am Yujichio, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to? Approaching the trio, Yujichio stood firm against the pressure of the soul power they emitted without summoning his own martial spirit. Daimubai felt a surge of solemnity within him. He was certain this middle-aged man possessed far greater soul power than he did. We are from Shrek Academy. Oscar interjected proudly before Daimubai could speak. Yujichio paused, a contemplative light flickering in his eyes, clearly unfamiliar with the name Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy? In which city is it located? I don't believe I've heard of it. Daimubai scoffed. That is merely your ignorance. Upon realizing that they were not disciples of any sect, Yujichio felt a sense of relief wash over him, though a wave of helplessness followed. He had always believed that the students of Tsanghui Academy were exceptional. Their purpose in venturing to the Stardow Forest was to assist a student in obtaining a 3rd soul ring to achieve level 30. This was the girl who had been absent until now. Yet, these boys before him were a jarring revelation. How had they cultivated such formidable soul power at such a tender age? They were truly little monsters, despite being profoundly shocked by their strength. Yujichio understood that